Chapter 1 My best friend ruined my wedding. Xiaomei, the relatives are all waiting outside. If you ask me to increase the betrothal gift at this time, where can I get it for you? A joyful new house. Su Chen looked at Lu Xiaomei in her white wedding dress and was extremely anxious. I gave you 30,000 yuan when we picked you up, 30,000 yuan when you left, 30,000 yuan when you got in the car, and 30,000 yuan when you got out. Together with the 388,000 yuan betrothal gift, did you know that my parents borrowed all this money by kowtow ing from door to door? He was just an ordinary office worker, and getting married drained all his savings. The wedding was about to begin, but Lu Xiaomei asked for more money again. Su Chen, I've told you many times that this is the rule over here. Lu Xiaomei said righteously, you should have given the betrothal gift. My parents raised me up with great difficulty, and I haven't fulfilled my filial duties. Now I want to marry into your family, bear your children, and serve your family. Isn't it only right that you give a betrothal gift of several 100,000 yuan? As for picking up the bride, going out, getting on and off the car, the money given is all for celebration, it's the rule. As for your parents kowtowing to borrow money, what does that have to do with me? It's not me who asked them to borrow money. You're in your 20s and don't even have hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings. It's your own incompetence. Besides, this 30,000 yuan isn't for me, but for my best friend. She's my only best friend, and you took me away from her. It's reasonable to give her 30,000 yuan in compensation, right? Best friend. It's this bestie again. Su Chen couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at his best friend sitting next to Lu Xiaomei with anger on his face. Lu Xiaomei's best friend is Shen Miao. She was wearing a super short bridesmaid dress, revealing a pair of long black silk legs underneath, and she looked very coquettish at this moment. It was this stinky woman who blocked the door with a wardrobe when picking up the bride and refused to open the door unless she was given 30,000 yuan. Later, when going out, getting on the car, and getting off the car, the stinky woman kept instigating Lu Xiaomei to ask him for money. Why are you looking at me? Shen Miao looked disgusted and said disdainfully, do you feel bad for asking you to take a few filthy coins? Do you know that my best friend's life will be wasted if she marries you? You've made a fortune by buying her life with this little money. Besides, this is just a small amount. According to the rules over there, the starting price for picking up the bride, going out, getting in the car, and getting off is 60,000, and I've even given you a 50% discount. Su Chen was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He gritted his teeth and turned to Lu Xiaomei and said, Xiaomei, I definitely can't come up with this money. Just tell me, are we getting married or not? Why should I listen to your best friend? Do you really think I'm a sucker? What's your attitude? Lu Xiaomei immediately became furious. She jumped up and down and cursed, is money that important? More important than me? Great. I finally see through your true face. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. This marriage is over. Whoever wants to get married can do it. Bang! She threw the crown to the ground and stormed out of the door angrily. The moment the door closed, Su Chen's heart died. He looked at the new house that his parents had stayed up late to carefully decorate, and the big wedding character on the headboard, with endless sadness in his eyes. How ironic. It turns out that in the end I am just a bootlicker. Oh. Poor bastard. Fortunately, Xiaomei stopped herself before it was too late and didn't ruin her life. Shen Miao was complacent about helping her best friend see the man's true face. Su Chen turned around and saw Shen Miao folding her arms across her chest, her long, straight legs in black silk pacing back and forth in front of Su Chen. She said arrogantly, attitude determines everything. Your behavior proves that you are unreliable. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. After saying that, he was about to leave. Etc. Su Chen took a step forward and blocked the door. His eyes were filled with sharp light as he stared straight at Shen Miao. I have to say that although this stinky woman is disgusting, her legs are very attractive. It is long, straight and slender, especially when wearing black stockings, it is even more sexy and attractive. Shen Miao curled her lips, thinking that Su Chen wanted her to say a few good words. She said disdainfully, don't be so wishful thinking. I'll tell you the truth. With Xiaomei's conditions, you can find someone better. You are not worthy of her. Click. Su Chen locked the door, his eyes cold. I have no intention of keeping her, she's not worth it. Anyway, this marriage is not going to happen, and I don't need to show you any mercy. He had long disliked this stinky woman, and today he was determined to settle the score. Shen Miao sensed something was wrong. What do you want to do? Are you going to hit me? Don't you know who I am? I know you're a bitch. Su Chen could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Su Chen, you bastard. Shen Miao said angrily, I'm your wife's best friend, how dare you bully me? I'm sorry, I don't have a wife anymore. Isn't this all your fault? Su Chen was blinded by anger. Only see him. Suddenly, taking advantage of Shen Miao's daze, Su Chen pushed Shen Miao down on the bed and held her hands. Su Chen! Let me go, you bastard. I'm warning you, if you dare to do anything to me, I will kill you. Okay, I'm waiting for you to kill me. After saying this, ah! Bastard! Get out of here! Get out of here! Shen Miao still wanted to struggle, but she couldn't muster any strength and could only let that hand do whatever it wanted. Su Chen, I will definitely kill you. I definitely will. She burst into tears, completely losing her previous domineering look. You've been saying bad things about me in front of Xiaomei all day. Today was supposed to be my wedding day, but you ruined it all. Since you've made me lose my wife, you should make it up to me. After saying that, Su Chen lay down. Shen Miao was horrified. She had never imagined that the waist she had always looked down upon could actually have such a domineering side. Su Chen! You don't even know who I am. You will regret this. Not only did these words not work, but they made Su Chen even more excited. I regret not having gotten rid of you sooner. You stinky bitch. Su Chen didn't expect that he had never even seen Lu Xiaomei's body, but now he had seen all of her best friends. Not only does he watch, he also does it. Thinking of this, Su Chen's eyes turned red. In the blink of an eye. Chapter 2 Can I really see through things? An hour later. Su Chen withdrew his magical power with great satisfaction, rolled off the limp Shen Miao, and lay exhausted on the bed. So tired. It feels like my energy has been sucked out. Damn it, who's playing who? Su Chen muttered to himself. Shen Miao was resisting for the first 5 minutes, but then she started to take the initiative. He almost couldn't resist several times. This woman is too crazy. I feel a little dizzy, what's going on? My head felt like a mess of paste, gradually getting darker and darker until I fell into a complete coma. While I was half asleep, I felt like there was a ball of fire burning in my lower abdomen, and it kept spreading upwards, burning my intestines, heart, throat, nasal cavity, and even my eyes, burning fiercely. Slowly, the burning sensation became more and more intense, and finally he could no longer bear it and woke up from his coma in shock. Holy crap! Is that stinky bitch going to pour gasoline on me and burn me to death? After a quick check, the body was found to be intact. When he looked to the side again, Shen Miao had disappeared. It turned out to be a dream. Su Chen let out a long breath. This dream was too real. Faintly, he felt a slight warmth in his lower abdomen, and he couldn't help but think to himself, damn, having sex with this woman once, could it be that my prostate is damaged? Looking down, I saw a smear of crimson on the bedsheet. Who would have thought that Shen Miao, who was usually arrogant and domineering, was actually a virgin? This really surprised Su Chen. Uncle, Aunt, I'm not here to return the betrothal gift, but to ask your Su family to compensate me for my mental and reputational damages, totaling 1 million. But at this moment, there was a noise outside the door. Su Chen immediately recognized it as Lu Xiaomei's voice and hurried out to check. In the living room, father and mother were crying their eyes out, heartbroken. On the sofa, Lu Xiaomei was sitting with a domineering look on her face, next to her was a young man, and behind her were 6 bodyguards in black suits. This woman is so disgusting. Su Chen was furious. It was she who broke off the engagement and she was the one who ran away from the engagement. Now she actually dared to come back to claim compensation. It's simply insane. However, when he looked at the young man next to him again, a burning sensation suddenly emerged in his eyes, and the scene in front of him changed. Name, Song Zijian. Age, 25. Occupation, unemployed. Identity, young master of the Zhanghai Song family. The young man's identity information was actually displayed on his head. Damn, what's going on? Am I dazzled? Su Chen was stunned. He rubbed his eyes hurriedly and looked carefully again. Even Lu Xiaomei and the other 6 bodyguards had their identity information displayed above their heads. Oh my god! Am I still dreaming? Su Chen was a little bit unbelievable. What the hell was going on? Just as she was surprised, her father, Su Tianen, wiped away his tears and said, Xiaomei, ask yourself, has our family ever treated you unfairly? You asked for a betrothal gift, a new house, a car, gold jewelry, a diamond ring, and we got it all. But do you know that all this money was borrowed? None of my business, did I let you borrow it? Lu Xiaomei snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, if you can't even come up with this little money, what's the point of getting married? I'm not here to help disaster victims. Did I marry into your family just to suffer? Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Don't think that my family has no one. If you don't come up with 1 million to settle things, I will make sure you never have a good life. Xiaomei, why waste time talking to this old man? Give him a lesson first and he'll naturally give you the money. Song Zijian laughed grimly and waved his hand, brothers, smash it. At the command, the 6 bodyguards in black suits at the back suddenly jumped up and smashed things in the living room. The nice new house became a mess in an instant. You bastards! You're going too far. Seeing his new house being smashed, Su Chen could no longer bear it and rushed over to take action. However, in front of a professional bodyguard, an ordinary person seemed so weak. Bang! With one punch, Su Chen's nose was broken, and he immediately started bleeding from his mouth and nose and fell to the ground. Shan-er! Shan-er! Su Tianen and his mother Yi Yuqin cried and hugged Su Chen tightly in their arms, protecting him with their bodies. Bang! 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 The bodyguards showed no mercy and beat and kicked the 2 old men. That's enough. Don't beat him to death, or else I'll ask for money. After beating them for several minutes, Song Zijian called a halt to his men's fight. He walked over, puffing on a cigar, and said, listen up, 1 million, not a cent less. I'll come back in 3 days to collect the debt. If you can't come up with it, it won't be as simple as a beating. After saying that, he swaggered away with his men. It doesn't hurt anymore. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen woke up from his coma and was surprised to find that his broken nose had actually recovered. As if he had never been hurt. Without time to think, he looked up and saw his parents protecting him. He almost cried out, Dad! Mom! Are you okay? If it weren't for him, how could his parents have suffered such pain? However, when Su Chen's hands touched his parents, an even more incredible scene appeared. A bright green light appeared in the palm of his hand and then penetrated into the bodies of the 2 elders. They woke up instantly as if they were poured with a basin of cold water, and the bruises on their bodies disappeared without them noticing. Shen-er, how are you? Let me see. After waking up, the 2 elders were still worried about Su Chen's condition. Su Chen cried, Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, I hurt you. Poor parents in the world. Because of him, the already poor family became even worse off. At this moment, the debt collector also arrived. Lao Su, didn't you promise to pay me back the money you borrowed from me after your son got married? Now that the wedding is over, shouldn't you return my money? Su Tianen, you borrowed 100,000 yuan from me, it's time to pay it back. Old Su, since we've been friends for many years, I won't embarrass you too much. How about paying you back half first? And return my money too. After learning about today's incident, these people were worried that the Su family would not be able to pay the money in the future, so they came to collect the debt overnight. Su Tianen had a lot of grievances that he couldn't express, and shed tears sadly. Where is the money? The family has been struggling to make ends meet because of their son's marriage. My dear uncles, I, Su Chen, will take full responsibility for my own actions. There's no need to embarrass my father. I will return the money to you. Could you please give me a few more days? But at this moment, Su Chen spoke resolutely. For an ordinary family, it is impossible to repay a debt of millions in a short period of time, but Su Chen has no other choice at the moment. The debt collectors also knew that the Su family was on the verge of collapse and that it would be useless to pressure them any further, so they could only leave for the time being and leave a message to come back in a few days to ask for the money. Afterwards, Su Chen and his parents spent most of the night cleaning up and did not return to their room until after 3 in the morning. A few days, it seems I can only sell my kidney. Lying on the bed, Su Chen looked at the ceiling helplessly, worrying secretly. He got married, but ended up losing both his money and his life, and being in debt. If it were someone else, they would have jumped off the building because they couldn't bear it. Just when I was feeling sad, my vision gradually focused and I looked through the ceiling. I saw my beautiful neighbor upstairs getting up to go to the toilet at night. Su Chen watched the whole process, it was so clear, as if it was a live broadcast. Until the female neighbor put on her pants and went back to her room to sleep. Oh my god. It's happening again. Can I really see through things? He sat up in bed with a look of shock on his face. Chapter 3 A Small Test of the Knife. Su Chen was shocked. Recalling the identity information displayed on the heads of Liu Xiaomei and others today, he realized that it was not an illusion at all, but real. Try again. He was a little bit incredulous, then looked at the wardrobe. His eyes focused and his sight penetrated the door, clearly seeing the neatly folded clothes in the wardrobe. Looking more closely, even the information about the wardrobe comes into view. Name: solid wood wardrobe. Material: red pine. Usage: for storing clothes. Not only can it see through the eyes and display information, it also has uses and functions. Oh my god. I really can see through things. How could this happen? Su Chen didn't know why his body had undergone such a change, but at this moment he could hardly suppress his excitement. With this ability, did it mean that he could turn his life around? The next morning, Su Chen strode into Shanghai City's largest company, Xiangxin Group, ready to apply for the position of sewer maintenance worker. If the ability of X-ray vision can be used to unclog pipes, the blockage can be seen at a glance, and unclogging it will be a piece of cake. In just 10 minutes, a group of security guards kicked and cursed Su Chen and drove him out because they thought this guy was here to cause trouble. Damn it! What a bunch of blind guys! They chased me away, a rare talent like me. Su Chen cursed and prepared to apply for a job at another company. But at this moment, two people in the waiting area attracted his attention. Boss Gao, this is top quality merchandise. I specially reserved it for you. Don't even think about it. 3 million is already a friendly price. On the sofa in the waiting area, two old men seemed to be discussing business. One of the old men, with gold teeth inlaid in his mouth, pointed to a painting on the coffee table and said, "This is an authentic work by Wang Lin, a famous Ming Dynasty painter. It's a rare treasure in the world. Someone offered 5 million for it yesterday. I didn't sell it, so I kept it for you." The old man known as Boss Gao carefully examined the painting for a long time before saying, "It's indeed a good painting, with a beautiful artistic conception and extraordinary artistry, but..." He didn't finish his words. Su Chen couldn't help his curiosity and walked over to take a look, just wanting to test his eyes. Upon closer inspection, the information was indeed displayed immediately. Title: Beauty Emerging from the Bath. Dynasty: a modern artifact imitating the Ming Dynasty. Collection value: low. Weaknesses: paper quality and signature. It turned out to be a fake. Holy crap! It can actually be used to appraise treasures. Su Chen was overjoyed. He had just wanted to give it a try, and it actually worked. Moreover, it can not only identify the authenticity of antiques, but can even point out the false ones. What a pair of divine eyes! On the side, Boss Gao smiled faintly and said, "Old Jean, we are old acquaintances, so let's not beat around the bush. I don't like this painting. If someone is willing to buy it for 5 million, you can sell it to him." The genius suddenly became anxious. "Boss Gao, this is an incredible painting, you really don't want it?" Boss Gao smiled and said, "Since it's a good painting, you don't need to worry about no one collecting it. You should find someone else." After saying that, he stood up and left. As a famous collector, Boss Gao naturally saw that the painting was a defective product, but due to courtesy, he did not dare to point it out to the owner in person. Big Gold Tooth sighed on the sofa. This business deal was completely ruined. After watching the excitement, Su Chen was about to leave. However, the moment he turned his head, the information in his sight suddenly flashed and updated. Kindness? He took another closer look and found an extra line of words below the painting information. Unprecedented. Top quality. Highly valuable. Ah? There's something hidden inside? He was stunned. What does this mean? Is there something fishy about this painting? He looked at it carefully again and found that there was something unusual in the painting. At this moment, he had complete faith in the power of his eyes. Seeing Big Gold Teeth getting up to pack up and prepare to leave, he immediately said, "Wait. He doesn't want this painting, but I do." This remark caused Boss Gao, who was passing by, to turn around and take a closer look. Noticing a young man, he kindly said, "Young man, you look unfamiliar. You must have just started in the industry." Antique collecting is indeed a great hobby, but it's not for everyone. It's better to do it within your means. Thank you for your concern. I know my limits. Suchen knew what this meant and responded with a smile. He then looked at Degenia and said, I really want this painting. Can it be cheaper? Big Gold Teeth looked at Suchen with disdain. It's already very cheap, why don't you just be honest, how much can you offer? Suchen said sincerely, will you sell it for $10? $10? This made Boscow laugh, but made Big Gold Tooth very angry. I'm really crazy, playing around with a little brat like you. Okay, it's just bad luck today. I won't be open today. Goodbye. Big Gold Teeth muttered to himself as he packed up his things and prepared to leave. Suchen refused to give in, clinging to Degenia's thighs and shouting shamelessly, Hero! Please! I only have $10 left. Sell it to me. Boscow laughed out loud and began to have some good feelings towards this funny young man. He reminded him again, little brother, to be honest with you, this painting is a fake and worthless. Just one sentence made Degenia feel so ashamed that he was ready to run away in shame. It is indeed a fake, he bought it from the countryside for a few $100s, but it does have its merits, which ordinary people cannot see. If he meets someone who doesn't know the business, it will be no problem to cheat him out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Suchen held Degenia's legs tightly, as if glued to them, and said, I know it's a fake. Wang Lin was a famous painter in the Ming dynasty, and he had extremely high standards for his work. The paper used for this painting is of extremely poor quality, definitely not the kind used by a famous artist. Furthermore, the ancients all had pen names and pseudonyms, and wouldn't leave their names directly on their works. Take Tang Bohu, for example, who often signed his name as Tang Yin, but this painting is directly signed with Wang Lin's name, which shows that the copyist only has the skill to paint, but no real talent or knowledge. He sorted out the information from the X-ray vision and explained it in detail. These words made Boscow's eyes light up. Exactly the same. What this little brother said was exactly the same as what he thought in his heart. Incredible, incredible. Such meticulous thinking and keen observation. It's rare to find someone with such keen eyesight among the younger generation these days. Boscow gave a thumbs up, looked at this young man with even greater respect, and began to become curious about his identity. At such a young age, he has such extraordinary insights. Can such a person be simple? But Boscow couldn't understand why he bought it since he knew it was a fake. Hero! Don't go. Please don't go. All I have left is $10. Sell it to me. Suchen held Degenia's legs tightly and refused to let go even though he was being dragged along. Degenia was speechless. He had never seen such a shameless person. $10? The cost is more than that. But at this moment, Boscow spoke up, Old Jean, how about this? I'll pay you 10,000 yuan, and you sell this painting to this young man. The 10,000 yuan was not for the painting, but because he was eager to see what Suchen was up to. Chapter 4 There is a hidden secret. Boscow's words stunned Degenia. What's going on? Pay $10,000 to buy this painting for this psychopath? Hasn't it been pointed out that this painting is fake? But based on the principle that if you have money but don't make it, you're a bastard, he still asked tentatively, Boscow, this is serious, you can't regret it. Seriously, I won't regret it. I can pay you first. Boscow immediately made the decision and transferred 10,000 yuan to Degenia's account. Big Gold Teeth looked at the incoming payment information and smiled from ear to ear. Boscow was very generous. Okay, deal. Although the price was much lower than expected, I finally completed the deal and made a lot of money. It was not a wasted trip. Little brother, I've already bought the painting for you, keep it. Boscow personally handed the picture of a beauty emerging from the bath to Suchen. Suchen held the painting in his hands with a pious look, as if he had received an imperial decree. What a bargain! That's great! I can pay off my foreign debts. He was so excited that he almost cried for joy. On the side, Big Gold Teeth burst into laughter at this funny boy. Are you stupid? Didn't you just say that this painting is a fake? Since the money has been obtained, Degenia is not afraid to tell the truth. Besides, this is not a lie. It is an obvious thing. All we can say is that it is a matter of willingness. Suchen did not respond. He spread out the painting of beauty emerging from the bath on the coffee table, then took apart the scroll, looked at it left and right, and turned it over and over, as if he was looking for something. Big Gold Teeth couldn't help but laugh and said, Boy, there's no need to look at it anymore. Even if your eyes are broken, the painting is still the same painting. Yeah? Su Chen finally found a breakthrough and a confident smile appeared on his face. Then he took out the key and scraped the edge of the painting back and forth. After a while, a cut was made on the paper. Upon seeing this, Boscow immediately reacted and exclaimed, "I understand. It turns out to be a three-fold xian. This is a kind of rice paper made by special techniques." Su Chen tore the two pieces of paper apart, revealing a piece of paper in the middle that was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was a completely different painting. Ah! This is. At the same time, Big Gold Tooth and Boscow both looked shocked. This painting actually has Bada Shanren's seal and title. Not only is the painting exquisitely vivid and lifelike, but it is also very well preserved. It is a masterpiece. Bada Shanren. It's actually an authentic work by Bada Shanren. At this moment, De Genia was completely dumbfounded. Just now he was secretly laughing at Su Chen for being a big idiot, but now it seems that he is the clown. You know, authentic works of Bada Shanren are extremely rare in the world, and their market value is estimated to be at least 5 million. Boscow was also stunned. He hurriedly walked over to examine the painting carefully, and couldn't help but sigh, "Wow. Wow. It's truly a masterpiece." I remember a few years ago, a painting by Bada Shanren appeared at the Zhenhai Boyuan Pavilion auction. It wasn't in anywhere near the best condition, but it still sold for a whopping 5.8 million. The value of this painting is inestimable. Hearing this, De Genia, who was already feeling hopeless, felt his legs suddenly go weak and he almost collapsed to the ground without being able to stand. He felt extremely upset. What a loss! What a big loss! He sold something worth millions for only 10,000 yuan. I used to be so complacent, but now I even want to die. Little brother, I never thought you had such good eyesight at such a young age. I really admire you. Boscow was completely convinced the $10,000 was well spent. With such ability, it was clear that this young man was no ordinary person. Boscow also felt a sense of admiration for his talent and said with a smile, "Just now, I heard you say that you need to repay your foreign debts. It seems that you are in trouble. I happen to like collecting. Why not sell this painting to me? Don't worry, the price I offer will definitely be the highest in the market. How about 8 million? 8 million. As soon as these words were spoken, De Genia completely lost his balance and fell headfirst to the ground, almost having a heart attack. Such a big order, and I watched it disappear right before my eyes. Old man, you want to pay 8 million? Su Chen was also shocked. He had only seen this amount of money when he visited the grave. What concept? He works very hard and only earns a few thousand yuan a month. I'm afraid he will never earn 8 million in his lifetime. Little brother, don't you think it's too little? Well, then you name the price. No matter how much it is, Gao will pay it. Boscow is full of ambition and ambition. Money means nothing to him. Su Chen smiled, waved his hands, and said, "Old sir, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. To be honest, I only bought it with the idea of giving it a try. You gave me the opportunity to try. In fact, this painting should belong to you. Since you like it, then you can take it." After saying that, he put the scroll together and presented it with both hands. Boscow was quite surprised. "Little brother, you want to give me the painting?" Su Chen said seriously, "It's not a gift, it's a return to the original owner. You were the one who bought this painting." Good. Good. Great. You're so dignified at such a young age. Little brother, you truly amaze me time and time again. Boscow was extremely impressed and said with a smile, "But Gao would never take advantage of anyone. I want the painting, and I must pay for it. 8 million, you can't take a penny less." After that, he signed a check. Su Chen couldn't refuse the kindness, so he had to accept it. "Thank you very much, old sir." Then he turned and left. However, he did not notice that the security guard who had scolded and kicked him before became respectful when he saw him again, and even opened the door to see him off personally, as if he had seen his ancestor. "Come here for a moment." After Su Chen left, Boscow waved to the security guards at the door. The security guards hurriedly bowed and greeted him. "Mr. Gao, you called us? How can I not be respectful? This is the boss of Qiangxing Group, Gao Qiqiang. What did that little brother come here for?" he asked. Several security guards were so frightened that cold sweats broke out. They stammered, he came to apply for the position of plumber, but because he had no work experience, we kicked him out. Asshole. Gao Qiqiang flew into a rage when he heard this. What a bunch of blind people. Such a talented person actually missed out on the opportunity to work for the Qiangxing Group. Immediately investigate all his information and send it to me. And each of you, write a self-criticism. Several security guards had just seen what happened in the waiting area. They knew they were wrong and deserved to be scolded. It's their fault for being so blind that they mistook a dragon for a worm. Boss Gao, you spent 8 million to buy that painting. Wasn't that too high a price? But at this moment, Big Gold Tooth, who was already slumped on the ground next to him, spoke. Gao Qiqiang turned around, smiled disdainfully, and replied, Old Jean, do you know why your business hasn't grown in all these years? He didn't finish his words, just gave a meaningful look and then turned and went upstairs. You know, as a famous connoisseur who loves collecting, even he couldn't see the hidden meaning in the painting of beauty emerging from the bath, but a young man could see it. Can a person with such ability be simple? If you can win over this kind of person, then win him over. If you can't, remember not to make him your enemy. Chapter 5 can also be used for gambling on stones. Su Chen was in a good mood. He made a lot of money in his first practice. 8 million. In the past, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. He began to think. How many packs of instant noodles can I buy with this much money? I used to be reluctant to eat the ones that came in a bucket, but now I can eat as much as I want. Bah! You're such a loser. You have so much money that you can eat out every day, why are you still eating instant noodles? No, I still have to save money. I have to pay off my foreign debt first, and then give the remaining money to my parents to save. Crunch! Just as I was lost in thought, I suddenly heard the sound of brakes on the side of the road. Then a small black car stopped and several people got out of the car in a menacing manner. 3 men and 1 woman. The men all looked ferocious and held sharp blades in their hands. The woman was a little shy and seemed reluctant to get off the car. That's the guy, right? The leading man rushed in front of Su Chen in 2 steps, blocking his way, and shouted, Boy, are you Su Chen? Su Chen came back to his senses, looked up, scratched his head and said, Brother, may I ask who you are? My name is Shin Tao. Damn it, you're the one who took my sister's virginity? The man looked fierce. At the same time, the other 2 men rushed up from the left and right, trapping Su Chen in the middle. Su Chen then noticed that the woman not far away was none other than Shin Miao, whom he had pushed onto the bed and punished severely yesterday. Oh, I know who you are. He was not afraid at all, and had expected this day to come. He said unconvincingly, I did it, what do you want? If Shin Miao had not been so aggressive, how could he have vented his anger on Shin Miao? Do honest people deserve to be bullied? Do honest people have to be exploited? What do you want? Boy, you're so arrogant. Shin Tao's eyes widened as he said fiercely, Do you know who my sister is? You're simply courting death. If I don't cripple you today, I won't be called Shin. After saying that, he raised the machete and chopped it down at Su Chen's head. However, a magical scene appeared. Kindness? Su Chen instinctively wanted to hide, but was surprised to find that he could clearly see Shin Tao's chopping movement. Very good. Very clear. In his eyes, everything seemed to be frozen, so slow. How so? His face was full of confusion, and he subconsciously dodged to the side. The blade passed by his ear by just a millimeter. Didn't he cut it? This sudden scene left Shin Tao dumbfounded. How dare you hide? Bang! He raised his hand and slashed again. This time, it went straight for Su Chen's neck. If it was chopped off, Su Chen's head would definitely be moved off. However, the same scene happened again. Still very slow. Only then did Su Chen realize that his eyes, in addition to being able to see through and clearly understand the properties of objects, also had the ability to capture motion. Since you can see clearly, fighting back is a piece of cake. Bang! He ducked to avoid the machete and punched Shin Tao in the chest. Pound! 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 Shin Tao was hit hard and took 3 steps back. Boy, you! His face was full of disbelief. Before coming here, he investigated the information about Su Chen. He was just an employee of a small company. How could he have such good skills? What are you guys still standing there for? Come on. Seeing that he had suffered a loss, Shintao became furious and yelled at his two men. The two men reacted and immediately raised their knives to chop. Bang! 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 However, just as they made a move, Suchin punched them until their faces were bruised and swollen. Damn it! Trash! Too trash! Shintao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. 3 can't beat 1. A hero never eats what is in front of him. He pointed at Su Chen and cursed, "Boy, remember this, you have offended the Shin family. This matter is not over yet, someone will come to settle the score with you." After saying that, he pulled Shin Miao into the car, and the group left in a dusty state. The wind is blowing gently. Su Chen was still a little overwhelmed. Everything happened too quickly. He looked at his hands and said in disbelief, "Oh my god, I've become so powerful." But why? He just pushed Shin Miao down once, why did he seem like a different person? Su Chen suddenly remembered that no matter whether it was Shin Miao or Shin Tao, they always emphasized Shin Miao's identity, as if this woman had some unspeakable secret. But he was too lazy to think about it. It was a blessing, not a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided, so it didn't matter. Just as he was about to take a taxi home, a burst of noise from the market next door attracted his attention. When I looked up, I found that I had unknowingly walked to the Jade City Market. All the stores in this place sell jewelry, and the noisy sound comes from the largest Song jewelry store in this market. It turns out that a grand gambling stone event is being held today. Gambling on stones? Su Chen's eyes lit up and he suddenly had an idea. Can I see the distribution inside the stone with my own eyes? He walked over with the mentality of giving it a try. There were quite a few people gathered in front of the gambling stone stall, and it was very lively. However, there are only 3 people who are seriously selecting the materials. On one side was a young, extremely beautiful woman, wearing a sexy tube-top top that revealed her slender waist and perfectly displayed the undulating shape of her chest. Her lower body was a thigh-length miniskirt, revealing a pair of straight, slender legs clad in seductive black stockings. The people around who were watching the fun seemed to be there to watch the gambling on stones, but in fact they were all drooling as they secretly stared at her. No wonder, any man would not be able to help but take a few more glances at such a top-notch little beauty in black stockings. Even Su Chen was no exception. After taking a look, he collected his thoughts and focused his attention on the raw stone. There is an open space in front, with hundreds of raw stones of various sizes placed there. I can see it. He secretly rejoiced. At first glance, the bright green light flickered continuously, which proved that many of the stones contained jade. Handsome boy, all the men are secretly looking at me, but you don't seem to have any interest in me. Is it because I'm not pretty enough to attract you? Just as I was watching with great interest, the beautiful girl in black stockings suddenly spoke. Su Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this girl would take the initiative to talk to him. When he turned around, he saw the girl staring at him with an extremely charming look. That look was so seductive that all the men around her couldn't help swallowing. Su Chen still had his X-ray vision on at this moment, and his sight immediately penetrated the clothes of the beautiful girl in black stockings. The turbulent waves and the mysterious garden below were all in sight. He almost had a nosebleed when he saw it, and cursed himself for being useless. It's not like he had never seen a woman before. The funny look made the beautiful girl in black stockings burst out laughing. This smile made her look even more charming and seductive, making the men who were peeking at her around her feel distracted. Su Chen! It's you! But at this moment, an extremely familiar voice suddenly came from the other side. Su Chen subconsciously turned his head and looked at the man and woman who were gambling on stones next to him. Only then did he see clearly that these two people were actually Song Zijian and Lu Xiaomei. Chapter 6 Do you dare to play a game with me? What a narrow road for enemies. When enemies meet, they become extremely jealous of each other. Su Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. It was this woman who drained all his savings and made him lose face in front of his relatives and friends. Not only that, after breaking off the engagement, he brought people to smash and destroy the house, and demanded a huge compensation of 1 million. I was wondering if you looked so familiar. It turns out it was really you. Song Zijian also recognized him and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "You're really brave. After being beaten by me, you still dare to run to my territory." His territory? Only then did Su Chen understand that this jewelry store was called Song's. "Mr. Song, I'm here to gamble on stones. You're open for business, so you won't turn away customers, right? He forced himself to calm down. It was just right to settle all the old and new grudges together. Song Zijian snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "You're quite quick to react, kid. But it's a pity, I don't entertain beggars here. You'd better go back and find a way to raise 1 million. I told you, I'll only give you 3 days. If you still can't come up with the money when the time is up, then your whole family will have no good life. This is too much. 1 million all the time. But when has Su Chan ever owed them money?" It was Lu Xiaomei who broke off the engagement, and she was also the one who ran away from the marriage. She did not return any of the betrothal gifts and gold items, but instead demanded compensation. Su Chan suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Mr. Song, I am not a beggar." He took out the check for 8 million and showed it to everyone, which instantly caused quite a commotion at the scene. 8 million. This is not something you can take out casually. Song Zijian and Lu Xiaomei were also surprised and a little bit unbelievable. Where did this kid get so much money? Boy, you're quite capable. It seems you've already raised the money. I don't need to wait any longer. Just give it to me directly. Song Zijian thought Su Chen was here to give him money, so he reached out to take the check. Su Chen quickly took it back. "Mr. Song, why are you so anxious? Do you want the money so badly? I'm here to gamble on stones, and I haven't even started playing yet." A cunning look suddenly flashed in Lu Xiaomei's eyes, and she whispered in Song Zijian's ear, "Little darling, since this useless guy is giving you money, why don't you accept it all?" From these affectionate actions, anyone with a discerning eye can tell that the two people are in a relationship. Su Chen also noticed it and couldn't help but grit his teeth in hatred. Only then did he realize that he had been deceived by this woman from the beginning to the end. He laughed at himself, revealing his bitterness. "Lu Xiaomei, you are so cruel. I knew she was a gold digger, but I didn't expect she would be such a bitch. She is not my family at all, she is just my mistress. Su Chen, you are no longer of any use to me. I'm not afraid to tell you that young Master Song and I have been together for a long time. Are you angry? For so long, you haven't even touched my hand, but on the first day young Master Song met me, he touched me all over." Lu Xiaomei looked very proud, showing off her achievements. Su Chen was shaking with hatred, slammed the check on the table, and said resolutely, "Mr. Song, I can give you the money, how about we play a game?" Seeing that the boy had taken the bait, Song Zijian snorted coldly, "Okay, how do you want to play it?" "It's like gambling on stones. Whoever opens a piece with the highest value wins. If I lose, the 8 million is yours. If I win, Lu Xiaomei will give back all the money she got from me." These words made Lu Xiaomei and Song Zijian laugh out loud. Song Zijian laughed heartily and said, "Boy, you're really brave enough to play gambling with me. Fine, I'll play with you, but the stakes aren't exciting enough. How about this, if you win, Xiaomei and I will kowtow to you and apologize, but if you lose, we'll chop off both of your hands. How about that?" Su Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I accept." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. The crowd who were originally watching the fun suddenly became agitated. Cut off a pair of hands. Isn't this playing with your life? Everyone here knows that Song Zijian's family owns a jewelry store, and this gambling stone event was also organized by the Song family. Competing in gambling stones with him is like waving a sword in front of Guangdong. It's obvious that we can't compare. How dare he accept such unfair conditions? Is this guy mentally ill? Are you here to die on purpose? At this time, the beautiful girl in black silk stockings said, "Handsome boy, I'm trying to provoke you, don't let me lead you by the nose." She stretched out her slender hand charmingly and brushed her bangs with a seductive look. "Thank you, I know my limits." In response to her reminder, Su Chen simply said one sentence, and then went off to start choosing stones. He used his X-ray vision to scan through a pile of raw stones and selected the one he was most satisfied with, which was also the largest one. That's it. However, when he moved the stone out, he immediately caused a burst of laughter. "Ha ha ha. This guy is really looking for death. You were so confident, I thought you had some ability, but I didn't expect you to be such a fool." The stone Su Chen chose was as big as a fitness ball. It took a lot of effort to get it on the table. Song Zijian laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. "Ha, kid, you don't think that gambling on stones means the bigger the stone, the more likely it is to produce green, right? Is there any need to compare? Judging from Song Zijian's experience, it was just a piece of waste stone used to fill the quantity and had no quality at all. He knew Su Chen was an idiot, but he never expected him to be such an idiot. Come here, bring a few people, and bring a knife, don't let this guy get away. With a shout, a group of bodyguards rushed out of the store and surrounded Su Chen. These people were the Song family men who broke Su Chen's nose and beat his parents last night. Song Zijian looked confident of winning, and he walked down the stage leisurely and picked out a rough stone of excellent quality. Boy, open your eyes wide and see clearly what real gambling on stones is. He looked very proud and signaled to the stone cutter next to him that they could start cutting the stone. The master immediately took the stone to the cutting machine. First, a thin cut is wiped along the edge, which is called window wiping. Mr. Song, you have a good eye, it's green. Master Jiesher was the first to see it and exclaimed in surprise. Preliminary judgment shows that there should be a piece of turquoise inside, which is also a rare and precious jade. Opening a green piece was a piece of cake for Song Zijian. He said calmly, open them all and see how many there are. Okay. The stone-cutting master responded and continued the operation. Not long after, a turquoise the size of an egg was opened out. The stone cutter held it in his palm, nodded uncontrollably, and exclaimed in admiration, this turquoise has pure waterhead and excellent color. It can be sold for at least hundreds of thousands. Master Song, congratulations. It's nothing. Song Zijian didn't care and turned to look at Su Chen. With such a great example before them, everyone turned their attention to Su Chen. Even though he knew he was courting death, everyone wanted to see how this guy would kill himself. Su Chen curled his lips and said disapprovingly, Master, it's my turn now. Please excuse me, I also need to clean the windows with my stones first. The stone cutter had a look of disgust on his face. What a fuss about a piece of waste stone. Helpless, I could only do as I was told, then start the machine and start cutting. At this moment, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. Chapter 7 unexpectedly opened a piece of top-grade ice type. As the cutting machine cut the stone, a green light flashed instantly. The crowd watching suddenly lost their composure. What was that just now? I didn't see it clearly, it looked like a green light. No way, is there really green in it? Song Zijian couldn't sit still any longer. He walked to the side of the machine with a serious look on his face and said to the stone cutter, hurry up and clean the windows on all sides. The stone cutting master did not dare to slack off and immediately accelerated the operation. Soon, cuts were made on all four sides of the huge stone. Swish! As the skylight cover fell, a green light flashed out, strong enough to pierce through the lights. At this moment, the scene was completely silent. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at the stones selected by Su Chen. There is green on all sides. Moreover, the color is extremely bright and the water is pure, it is actually an ice type. According to preliminary estimates, such a large piece of ice-type jade is worth at least 8 figures. Comparing it horizontally with the egg-sized turquoise that Song Zijian opened, it's like one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. How could this happen? Song Zijian was confused. Even Lu Xiaomei beside her was confused. This useless thing, when did his luck become so good? Boy, I want your material. I'll pay you 5 million. You want to rob him, right? Boy, ignore him and sell it to me. I'll give you 6 million. I'll give you 8 million. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a violent commotion. Such a top-quality piece can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Anyone who likes gambling on stones will love it. Everyone was attracted by the top-quality ice-type turquoise that Su Chen opened. Who cared about Song Zijian's egg-shaped turquoise? Faced with everyone's rushing to bid, Su Chen was not moved at all, and his eyes were fixed on Song Zijian. What he wants is not money, but a sense of pride. Handsome boy, I'll pay you 15 million. Can you give me this ice type? But suddenly, an abrupt voice was heard. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at the beautiful girl in black stockings who was bidding the price. 15 million. This is a shocking number. This little beauty is the daughter of a wealthy family, so rich. Are you sure? Su Chen, who had originally been indifferent, was also tempted by such an attractive price. The beautiful girl in black stockings smiled and said, of course. Okay, but I can't talk to you until I finish what I'm doing. Su Chen said, looking at Song Zijian with a cold look, Mr. Song, you lose. According to the agreement, all the money Lu Xiaomei got from me must be returned. Also, you and her must kneel down and kowtow to me to apologize. finally waited for this moment. The humiliation and harm he suffered can finally be settled. Song Zijian gritted his teeth, his whole body shaking with anger. Who could have thought that this kid was so lucky? After a long while, he calmed down and said, suppressing his anger, "Okay, I accept the loss." Then he looked at the Song family men around him and gave them a wink. The men immediately understood what he meant and began to disperse the crowd, including the beautiful girl in black stockings. Today's event ends here, please come back tomorrow. Get out, we're closed today. Soon, Su Chen was the only guest left at the scene. After the crowd was driven away, the Song family's men took out their weapons and surrounded Su Chen again. Judging from the situation, he has no intention of letting Su Chen leave alive. Mr. Song, it seems you want to cheat. Su Chen looked around and understood. Song Zijian snorted coldly, "Boy, you are looking for death yourself, don't blame me." Lu Xiaomei also followed suit and said sarcastically, "Su Chen, you really don't have a brain. This is young Master Song's territory. You embarrassed young Master Song in front of so many people. If he doesn't kill you, how can you survive in this area in the future? There's no way you can ask her to return the betrothal money. What are you still standing there for? Cut off his hands first." Song Zijian couldn't wait to kill Su Chen, and immediately ordered his men to take action. Bang! Bang! Then, densely packed blades slashed towards Su Chen's body. Su Chen was not at all panicked. With a glance of his eyes, all the machete's chopping trajectories and landing points appeared in his mind. He immediately made the best dodging route and avoided several attacks in succession. At this moment, he spotted the Song family henchman who had broken his nose yesterday in the crowd. His anger was instantly ignited. "This is the second time you've attacked me. It's my turn to fight back." Bang! After dodging another chop, Su Chen took advantage of the situation and punched the man fiercely in the face. Snap! The bridge of the man's nose was broken directly, and blood gushed out from his nose like a flood. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the entire market. This scene shocked everyone and made their eyes widen. With the strength of one person, he resisted the simultaneous attack of a group of people without any harm, and even managed to injure one of them in return. How could this happen? Waste. What waste? With so many of you, you can't even beat one person. Eating so much food every day is all wasted, right? What are you doing? Go ahead and kill him. Song Zijian roared. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He actually let a loser run wild in his territory. The curses made the men come to their senses and they raised their machetes again, ready to chop. However, at this moment, I wonder who dares to touch him. A scolding voice was heard. Day. Messy footsteps. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen burly men rushed over. Put down your weapons, damn. Did you hear me? Put your weapons down. Let's see who dares to resist. Do you want to die? Each of these dozen people had an extraordinary demeanor and had a black tiger tattoo on their necks. This is the logo of the Zhonghai Black Tiger Club. The Song family's men recognized the mark and were so scared that they quickly threw their weapons to the ground. Mr. Song, you are so impressive. At this time, a middle-aged man with a dignified face walked over from behind the crowd. When Song Zijian saw him, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly greeted him respectfully. "Oh, it turns out that it's Master Long. This person is incredible. He is the largest gray force in Zhonghai, the boss of the Black Tiger Society, named Long Xiaotian. A big boss who could make the entire Zhonghai tremble with just a stomp of his foot. Master Long, you came here without even saying hello so I could prepare some drinks for you." Long Xiaotian didn't even bother to look at him, pointed at Su Chen and said, "I want to take this person away." What? You want to take him away? Song Zijian was dumbfounded. Lu Xiaomei was dumbfounded. Including the group of Song family's men, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? When did this useless guy Su Chen get close to the big boss Long Xiaotian? It must be fake, right? Chapter 8, The Debt Collector is here. Song Zijian and the others looked at each other in disbelief. When did this useless guy Su Chen get to know the big boss Long Xiaotian? Why, do you have any objections? When Long Xiaotian saw his hesitation, his expression changed immediately. Song Zijian hurriedly bowed his head and said, No, Lord Long, how dare I object? Now that you've spoken, I must do as you say." Helpless, he could only let his men disperse. Otherwise, if Lord Long is angered, the Song family will have no place in Zhanghai in the future. But Song Zijian just couldn't understand why Su Chen was just a waste. How could he possibly ask Lord Long to come forward? You know, even the Song family doesn't have such great power. Then, under the escort of Long Xiaotian, Su Chen walked out of the market safely. Before leaving, he did not forget to carry away the huge piece of top-quality ice jade he had opened. Mr. Song, that guy, seems like he didn't give any money. Until everyone left, the subordinate whose nose was broken by Su Chen endured the severe pain and reminded him. Fuck. Bastard. Bang. Song Zijian reacted, slapped him, and cursed, why didn't you remind me earlier? The person has already gone far away, it's too late to catch up. What a loss. What a huge loss. Not only did he not get the 1 million, but his men were also injured. The key point was that the stone that the kid opened belonged to the Song family. He didn't even pay the cost price for opening the stone, but he took away a piece of ice stone worth tens of millions for nothing. Song Zijian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had always been arrogant in this area, so when had he ever suffered such a big loss? Now. Next to the road. Su Chen has been sent out safely. In a good mood. He had received a check for 8 million earlier in the morning, and now he was getting a piece of top-grade ice-type jade worth tens of millions for free from the Song family. The only regret was that he was unable to make Song Zijian and Lu Xiaomei kneel on the ground and kowtow to apologize, but there was still a long way to go, and he would settle these accounts one day. Mr. Long, right? Excuse me, do you know me? After coming out, Su Chen couldn't help but express the doubts in his mind. Long Xiaotian smiled and said, I don't know you, but someone asked me to come here and told me to bring you out safely. Little brother, you are very special. Not to mention that he received special care from his master, just look at the scene in the market just now. Facing the siege of so many people from the Song family, he was completely unharmed and even killed one of them. This alone is enough to surprise people. This kid is definitely not simple. Master Long. What did you say? Someone asked you to protect me. Su Chen was stunned. He didn't know Long Xiaotian at all, and he had no idea who Long Xiaotian served. But looking at Song Zijian's servile look, you can tell that this person has an extraordinary status and position. It is obvious that the person who can order this person around must be even more extraordinary. Little brother, my mission has been completed. I can't stay any longer. We will meet again if fate allows. Farewell. Long Xiaotian didn't explain much, just bowed and said goodbye before leaving. Only Su Chen was left standing there in a daze with a confused look on his face. Handsome boy, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. But at this moment, a numbing sound came from the side. Su Chen turned his head and saw a girl who looked like a foxy girl sticking her head out of the window of a luxurious red BMW on the side of the road. Is it you? Su Chen recognized her. It was the beautiful girl in black stockings. Are you waiting for me here? The beautiful girl in black stockings smiled playfully. Yes, didn't you agree to sell me the ice seed? The price has been agreed upon. Do you want to go back on your word? That's not what I meant. Su Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that such a dangerous scene just now did not scare this little beauty away. She actually had the courage to wait outside. He scratched his head and said, since you like it, I'll sell it to you. The little beauty rolled her eyes, looking mischievous, and said, but I don't have that much money on me right now. How about you give me the ice seed first, and then come to my company tomorrow to get the money, is that okay? Sure, where is your company? Su Chen agreed without hesitation. Such straightforwardness surprised the beautiful girl in black stockings. She had originally just wanted to test the waters, but she couldn't help but admire the young man in front of her even more. Don't worry, I won't take it for free. I'll give you a little deposit first. She unbuckled her seatbelt, opened her collar with her fair, slender hand, and reached inside her clothes with her other hand, unbuttoning the buttons that were tightly attached to her bodice. She took out a small black lace bra and said, this is a token of my deposit. I'll leave it for you as a keepsake. Su Chen almost had a nosebleed. He took the small mask tremblingly, his mind going blank. This woman is so charming. She actually gave away her underwear. By the way, my name is Gao Shirhan. What's your name? She leaned on the car window, gently supported her chin with one hand, and stared at Su Chen with a smile, as if she was very interested in Su Chen. My name is Su Chen. He forced himself to calm down, but he was still a little nervous. He couldn't help but curse himself for being useless. It's not like he had never seen a woman before. He then asked for the address of Gao Shirhan's company, put the ice seat in the trunk and left in a hurry. You have to leave. If you stay any longer, you'll really have a nosebleed. Miss, I have already done what you asked me to do. After Su Chen left, Gao Shirhan received a call. Long Xiaotian's voice came from the other end of the phone. Looking at Su Chen's back as he walked away, Gao Shirhan asked with interest, Mr. Long, what do you think of Su Chen? Long Xiaotian was silent for a long time, and finally said 4 words resolutely, it must be very difficult. A gleam of light flashed in Gao Shirhan's beautiful eyes, exactly the same as her judgment. Just ask yourself, can an ordinary person be able to select the least promising stone from hundreds of raw stones and produce a top-quality ice-type stone? Also, facing so many of Song Zijian's men, he remained calm and composed even when faced with a huge crisis. He even dared to use his own hands as stakes, as if he didn't think he would lose at all. Is it possible for ordinary people to possess such courage? This person is definitely not an ordinary person. Su Chen, Su Chen. Gao Shirhan murmured his name, could it be that you are the one I have been trying so hard to find? She seemed to have confirmed something and immediately said to the other end of the phone, Mr. Long, please make arrangements. I want to take Su Chen to Boyuan Pavilion tomorrow. Xin Yuan Community. Su Chen had already gone to the bank to withdraw the money from the check and returned home happily. With this huge sum of money, all debts can be paid off. However, after experiencing the 2 things of treasure appraisal and stone gambling, he tasted the sweetness and also had a new goal. Yes, he planned to quit his previous job which paid 3,000 yuan a month and start over. Use these eyes that can create miracles to open up a blue sky of your own. Hey, isn't this Su Chen? I thought you had escaped from the crime. As soon as I entered the door, a harsh voice came from the sofa. Su Chen turned his head and saw his parents kneeling humbly on the ground, as if begging for something. And on the sofa sat a middle-aged couple. The person who spoke just now was the woman, her name was Huang Lame, and she was Su Chen's aunt. The middle-aged man next to her who dared not say a word was Su Chen's uncle, Su Tianxi. The atmosphere was obviously not very good. It's good that you're back. Give me an answer. Although our family has some assets, they didn't come from nowhere. You borrowed 100,000 yuan from us. When will you pay it back? Chapter 9 New Awakening. Su Chen understood as soon as he heard it. It turned out that he was here to collect debts. But he felt a little unhappy. If he wanted to collect the debt, he should collect the debt. Why did he make his parents kneel on the ground? According to seniority, Father Su Tianan is Su Tianxi's biological brother. How can an older brother kneel down to his younger brother and sister-in-law? Before she could say anything, she heard Huang Lame say, Su Chen, I'm not saying this to you as your aunt. How can you have the nerve to get married when you're in this mess? You're borrowing money from everywhere to buy a house, and even the betrothal gift is borrowed. It's really pathetic to live like this. If I had a son like you, I'd just kill myself. Su Tianan sighed deeply. He had endured it for so long, and he said resolutely, I borrowed the money, so let me pay it back. I'm going to sell my organs now, my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and corneas. I'll pay back all the money I owe, not a penny less. At this point, the Su family is completely desperate. Huang Lame snorted coldly, don't just talk, take action. I don't care whether you sell your organs or buy your ass, and whether you live or die is none of my business. Anyway, I want to see the money today. This is the reality. It doesn't matter even if it means killing my brother's family. There is no family affection at all. Aunt, how much money did my father borrow from your family? Give me the exact amount, including the principal and interest, and I will pay it back to you now. Finally, Su Chen spoke. At this point, he also saw clearly the nature of this world. What is reality? No one will look down on you if you commit murder, arson, and robbery. But if you are poor and have no money, even your relatives will look down on you. Su Tianxi hurriedly said, Xiaochen, forget about the interest. It's a total of 100,000. I know your family is in trouble, so it's okay to pay back half first. Su Chen waved his hand, no. It can't be counted. Just take what it is, I know it all at once. Su Chen, did I hear you right? You come to pay it back, do you have money? Huang Lame obviously didn't believe it and looked him up and down with contempt on her face. Everyone in the family knows that Su Chen is just an employee at a courier station and has no money at all. Su Chen had a blank expression on his face. Don't worry about that. I'll give you every penny of the money, but from now on, our two families will completely sever ties. I won't recognize you as my uncle or aunt, and you won't recognize me as your nephew. Ha, do you think I care about poor relatives like you? It's better to cut off ties. Stop talking nonsense and return the money. Huang Lame was not afraid of falling out. Anyway, she didn't think Su Chen could make a comeback, so it would be better to cut off ties as soon as possible. Su Chen didn't say much, then took out his mobile phone and transferred some money to Su Tianxi's account. Ding dong. The message alert sounded. Su Tianxi was stunned for a moment. He actually had money deposited into his account. He quickly took out his phone to check the information. His face changed in shock. Ah! 200,000 yuan has been deposited. 100,000 more. Why is there so much money? He couldn't quite believe it. Huang Lame was also very surprised. She was obviously already poor and had trouble getting food, so where did the 200,000 yuan come from? It's only 200,000. Is it a lot? Su Chen did not hide it and told the story of finding a bargain. He also showed the balance in his bank card. Even if he transferred 200,000 yuan, there was still 7.8 million yuan in it. Not only that, he also told others that he had opened a piece of top-grade ice-type gold, and that he would earn 15 million yuan tomorrow. Such a huge number directly made several people at the scene stunned. 8 million plus 15 million. What concept? An ordinary family like theirs can never earn that much in their entire lifetime. Xiao Chen, Auntie's words were a bit too much just now. You know, Auntie always says what she means and speaks directly. You must not take it to heart. Huang Lame suddenly changed her expression, and when she looked at Su Chen again, it was as if she was looking at her ancestor. Of course I have to get close to such a rich relative. This change in attitude made Su Tianxi, who was standing by, feel a little embarrassed. His expression changed as fast as turning the pages of a book. Su Chen had already seen through the true colors of his uncle's family and said coldly, I gave you an extra 100,000 as a thank you for your willingness to lend me the money. But I've made it very clear, please don't come to my house again in the future. Get out. He is very determined. When I was down and out, you guys pressed me like a drowned dog. Now that I'm rich, you guys want to get close to me and take advantage of me. Do you really think I'm a fool? It's better not to have relatives like this. Xiao Chen, look at what you said. Now that you're rich, you don't even recognize your uncle and aunt, right? We're all family. I'll say this one last time, get out. Huang Lame wanted to continue speaking, but was scared back by Su Chen's scolding. Su Tianxi knew he was too embarrassed to stay any longer, so he quickly pulled Huang Lame away in shame. I feel so regretful. If they had known that Su Chen had such good luck, they would not have chosen to turn against him. Chener, what you just said, is it true? You didn't do anything shameful, did you? After Su Tianxi and Huang Lame left, his mother Yi Yuqin hurriedly spoke to confirm. Even if they are really desperate, the Su family will never do anything bad. Su Chen said, Mom, don't worry. This money is clean. Also, call Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li over. I will pay back whatever you owe me. Yi Yuqin almost cried. The gloom that had been hanging over her for days was finally dispelled, and she quickly called all her creditors. Not long after, people came to the house one after another and all the debts were settled. Night. The whole family gathered together for dinner. Yi Yuqin was happy today and cooked a table full of dishes. Mom and Dad, thank you for your hard work for me during this period. Su Chen was grateful for his parents' kindness and raised his glass to drink it all. It's only been a month, but my parents have become more haggard and have more wrinkles on their faces. Su Chen secretly swore in his heart that from now on, he would make sure his parents lived a good life. This meal took 2 hours. The family had a great time chatting together, and the laughter and joy of the past returned. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening that Su Chen returned to his room to rest. He lay on the bed, familiarizing himself with the ability of his X-ray vision, looking at the furniture and then the appliances. No matter what you look at, corresponding information will be displayed next to it. Not only can you see through it, but you can also see the function, purpose, material, etc. of the object. Looking at his own body again, he could even see his internal organs, the blood flowing in his body, and even his meridians clearly. It turns out there's a blockage in the meridians in my knees. No wonder I always have leg pain. As he watched, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with his legs and feet. He had previously thought it was rheumatism, so he subconsciously reached out and rubbed it. It was at this moment that a faint green light suddenly burst out from the palm of his hand and penetrated into his knee little by little. With his X-ray vision turned on, he could clearly see that the green light was actually unblocking the blocked meridians little by little. Oh my God! How could this happen? He suddenly remembered that when the Song family's men injured his parents yesterday, they also accidentally released 2 green lights into the bodies of the 2 elders. Now thinking back, the 2 elders were beaten like that but were not hurt at all. Could it be that they were cured by this green light? Although it sounds outrageous, Su Chen knows it must be true. In other words, in addition to the ability to see through things, he also gained another special ability. An ability that can revitalize life and repair damage to the human body. From a certain perspective, this ability can also be considered a kind of medical skill. Chapter 10 Clothes Make the Man. The next morning, Su Chen first went to the express station to quit his job, and then took a taxi to the address given by Gao Shirhan. As soon as he arrived at the place, he was stunned. Isn't this the Qiangxing group? Seeing Su Chen coming, several security guards at the gate greeted him respectfully as if they had seen a god. Brother Su Chen, you are here again. Come in, please. Brother Su Chen, are you thirsty? I'll pour you a cup of tea. Are you hungry? We have free snacks in the waiting room. I'll get you some. Su Chen was a little uncomfortable. When he came to apply for the job yesterday, these people thought he was a troublemaker and kicked him out. Why did they treat him like an ancestor when they saw him now? He took out the note written by Gao Shirhan and said, I came here to withdraw money. The girl who wrote this note asked me to. I know. We have already arranged everything for Brother Su Chen. Please come with us. Before he could finish his words, several security guards enthusiastically led him to the door. Su Chen was secretly delighted. He didn't expect it to be so smooth and he could actually get money. The formalities were completed quickly, and 15 million was deposited effortlessly. I am now a multi-millionaire. When he went out again, Su Chen straightened his back even when walking. Although these assets are not even enough for the upper class in China, for a worker like him, they are enough to ensure he does not have to worry about his life. Brother Su Chen, how is it, did you get the money? At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared before my eyes. It's Gao Shirhan. She was wearing a black halter dress today, which was more formal, but still couldn't hide her playful and cute temperament. It's you. Su Chen thought carefully. It was Gao Shirhan who asked her to come. It was not surprising to see her here. I got the money. By the way, I have a question for you. What is your position in Qiangxing Group? Being able to directly transfer 15 million in assets, this girl must be from a prominent family. Gao Shirhan chuckled and said, as for me, I'm the financial director there, specifically responsible for accounting. Fund transfers are, of course, smooth. And that piece of ice-type jewelry yesterday was also purchased in the name of Qiangxing Group. Don't you know that Qiangxing Group is planning to vigorously develop the jewelry industry? I see. Su Chen suddenly realized. No wonder Gao Shirhan appeared in the jewelry market and spent a high price to buy ice jade. At this moment, Gao Shirhan suddenly came over and asked in a low voice, Brother Su Chen, you didn't throw away the underwear I gave you yesterday, did you? Are you wearing it with you? When Su Chen mentioned this, his face immediately turned red, and he quickly said, I didn't throw it away, but I'm not a pervert, how could I carry it with me? I put it at home. Gao Shirhan pouted, you can put it at home, but I want you to put it by your bed. Look at it and smell it every day before going to bed. My scent is still lingering on it. Su Chen was speechless. How to answer this? It was the first time that a woman had teased him to the point of blushing. Fortunately, he is a gentleman. If it were another man, he would have dragged Gao Shirhan to the hotel long ago. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Gao Shirhan chuckled, Brother Su Chen, I just like your serious look, it's so cute. By the way, now that you have the capital, do you want to continue to make money? Continue to make money? Yes, I see that you are very good at gambling on stones, but the Song family is too small, so it's just a small event. If you want to gamble on stones, you have to go to Boyuan Pavilion. Are you interested? Boyuan Pavilion. Hearing this place name again, Su Chen's eyes flashed. I also heard Boss Gao mention it when I found a bargain on an authentic work of Bada Shanrun. It seems to have become a landmark of Shanghai, and everyone in the upper class of Shanghai knows about it. He asked curiously, "Can you take me there?" Gao Shirhan nodded. Of course. I'm also going to purchase some high-quality jade for the company. You can come with me and have some fun. Su Chen naturally would not miss the opportunity to make a fortune, so he readily agreed. Then he got into Gao Shirhan's car and went to Boyuan Pavilion together. Soon, the car drove to a nearby shopping mall. Su Chen looked at the busy street outside the car and asked doubtfully, "Is this the Boyuan Pavilion you mentioned?" "No, I just bought you a set of decent clothes." "Come on, get out of the car." "Ah? Buy me clothes?" Then, Gao Shirhan took Su Chen to an international brand suit store. This place is a VIP place, and ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to come in. Gao Shirhan walked in with Su Chen in a swagger as if she was going back to her own home. When the staff along the way saw her, they all bent down at the same time. At the end of the corridor, several stylists had been waiting for a long time. "Mr. Su, this way please." Su Chen was confused and whispered to Gao Shirhan, "Aren't you buying clothes? What are you doing?" Gao Shirhan chuckled, "Brother Su Chen, this is the specialty of this store. You can buy clothes and they will also come with the styling. Just follow his arrangements." Buying clothes and styling them? It sounds very advanced. Su Chen sat on the chair nervously, and then the stylist came over to get busy. Some people took measurements with tape measures, some provided haircuts, and some compared shoe sizes. At this time, Su Chen noticed a badge on the barber's clothes. He had seen it on TV before. It was an international badge that only internationally renowned stylists were worthy of. "Hey! Master! Excuse me. How much does a haircut, cut, and blow dry cost?" He swallowed, looking a little timid. The stylist subconsciously glanced at Gao Shirhan behind him, and after receiving instructions, he said, "Don't worry, Mr. Su, it's not much money." Soon, the styling was completed and he changed into a new suit and leather shoes. Su Chen stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself. It was true that clothes make the man. He was handsome to begin with, and after dressing up like this, he looked even more energetic. "Brother Su Chen, you are so handsome." Gao Shirhan was also quite satisfied. She took the initiative to step forward and took Su Chen's arm, looking like a little bird, and said with a smile, "Now we are even more suitable for each other." After saying that, he took out his bank card to pay the bill. The waitress was obviously startled and hesitated to take the card, but Gao Shirhan secretly winked at her, and she swallowed and took the card to pay the bill. Su Chen secretly turned on his X-ray vision and took a look at the card machine from a distance. It was a full 60,000 yuan. He couldn't help but be surprised that Gao Shirhan actually gave him a set of clothes worth 60,000 yuan. That's too generous. It seems this little girl is more than just the financial affairs of Qiangxing Group. After coming out of the mall, we are officially on the road. After about an hour's drive, the car finally arrived at a manor in the suburbs. "Brother Su Chen, we're here." Gao Shirhan unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car first. Su Chen took a look outside and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! This place is too big and too luxurious." Chapter 11 Want another round? Boyuan Pavilion. It is known as the concentration camp of China overseas rich people. On the way, Gao Shirhan told Su Chen some things about Boyuan Pavilion. The most famous place here is of course the auction house, which brings together all the big names from all over the world, as well as all the rare treasures of Daxia. As long as you have money, you can buy what you like here. In addition, there are many entertainment venues for the rich to enjoy. From golf courses, football fields, basketball courts, tennis, billiards to KTVs, bars, and chess and card competitions, everything is available. Especially in the past few days, an unprecedentedly large raw stone festival was held, with tens of thousands of raw stones airlifted in from abroad for guests to gamble on stones and have fun. In the elevator, Gao Shirhan enthusiastically introduced the raw stone festival activities. The elevator was narrow and the two people were very close to each other. A faint fragrance entered Su Chen's nose, which smelled very good. It was exactly the same scent as the underwear Gao Shirhan gave him yesterday. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but blush again. "Brother Su Chen, what's wrong with you?" Gao Shihan noticed his expression and chuckled. Oh, I see. Maybe I was too close to you and made you shy? As she spoke, she deliberately straightened her body, allowing her bust to rub lightly against Su Chen's arm. The soft touch made Su Chen tremble all over and he almost reacted. So tempting. He couldn't help swallowing and really wanted to find an opportunity to deal with this fox-like woman. Brother Su Chen, how are you? Are you still nervous? She asked playfully. Su Chen was teased and felt hot all over. Damn it, how can I not be nervous? No man can stand it. After getting out of the elevator, you will see an extremely luxurious lobby, magnificent and golden, like entering a palace. He had only taken 2 steps when Long Xiaotian, who had been waiting for a long time, came to meet him. Small. He had just said one word when he received a look from Gao Shihan, and immediately changed his words. Miss Gao, you're here. Looking at Su Chen next to him, his eyes lit up. Clothes really make the man. Little brother, you look so handsome today. I thought you were a male model. Su Chen felt a little embarrassed by the compliment and said quickly, Master Long, nice to meet you again. I haven't had time to thank you properly for what happened yesterday. It's just a small thing. Long Xiaotian waved his hand. At this time, Gao Shihan said, Mr. Long, this is my boyfriend's first time at Boyuan Pavilion. You have to take good care of him. Boyfriend. Su Chen pursed his lips. This girl is really bold. Long Xiaotian laughed heartily and said, I will naturally take good care of Miss Gao's boyfriend. Please follow me in. As he said this, he walked ahead to lead the way. Why is Lord Long here too? Also, you seem to be very familiar with him? After what happened yesterday, Su Chen also knew that Long Xiaotian's status was extraordinary. Such a person actually calls Gao Shihan Miss Gao, which shows that this girl's identity is definitely not simple. Gao Shihan stuck out her tongue and said mischievously, who in the whole Shanghai doesn't know Mr. Long? Besides, he's the manager of Boyuan Pavilion, responsible for dispatching all the security personnel here, and I'm a frequent visitor here, so it's normal for him to know me, right? A perfect explanation. Su Chen couldn't find any fault with it, so he could only be fooled into accepting it. Admission soon. At this time, most people who came to participate in the Raw Stone Festival had arrived. The scene was extremely lively. Didn't you say you were gambling on stones? Why don't you see any stones? Su Chen looked around and found that there were indeed a lot of people, but there was not a single stone. Gao Shihan smiled and said, Brother Su Chen, don't be anxious. It hasn't started yet. You'll know soon. As they were chatting, Long Xiaotian suddenly snorted coldly, pointed to a place not far away and said, Little brother, I'm afraid you're going to get sick again. Here come 2 disgusting people. Looking in the direction of his finger, Su Chen's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly became gloomy. It's really disgusting. It turned out to be Song Zijian and Lu Xiaomei. It really lingers. Hey, look who this is, what a coincidence. Similarly, Lu Xiaomei also saw Su Chen and said sarcastically, he really has made a comeback. He can even enter such a high-end place. Song Zijian was still brooding over what happened yesterday and was thinking about settling the score with Su Chen. He said coldly, Xiaomei, that's not the case. Besides being rich or noble, there's another type of person who can enter here, cleaners. This made Lu Xiaomei giggle out loud. Mr. Song, you're amazing. You speak very well. Long Xiaotian felt a little unhappy and spoke. Song Zijian then noticed the person standing next to Su Chen. He took a closer look and was immediately frightened to the point of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Ah! Long? Lord Long, you're here too. What the hell is going on? This kid Su Chen actually fell in love with a big shot like Long Xiaotian. How is that possible? If the first time was luck, can the second time also be luck? Song Zijian was shocked and indescribably surprised. You have to know that Long Xiaotian is the king of the underground world of Shanghai. He is a person who can make Shanghai tremble with just a stomp of his feet, while Su Chen is just an inferior person. The gap between their identities and status is as huge as heaven and earth. How did these 2 people become friends? Of course I have to watch here, otherwise, some people might take the opportunity to embarrass brother Su Chen. Long Xiaotian pointed out this deliberately. After these words were spoken, Song Zijian was even more shocked. Lord Long actually calls Su Chen brother. Young Master Song, the show is about to begin. What are you doing here instead of waiting at the observation deck? I've already told you that I'm going to select a batch of top quality jadeite for you. Don't waste time. Just when I was at a loss, an old voice came. Immediately afterwards, an old man in tang suit walked over leisurely. Gao Shirhan narrowed her beautiful eyes and whispered, "Brother Su Chen, this man is the general manager of the Song family's jewelry business. His name is Ji Buchang. He is known for never missing out on gambling on stones. He has cut over 2,000 stones in his life, and every one of them has yielded green. He has never failed. He is a legendary figure in the Shanghai gambling stone world. What's your name? Ji Buchang?" Su Chen didn't listen at all, but only paid attention to the name. He almost laughed out loud. "Then I have to take a good look at it to see how long it is. He has his own ideas, and he must resolve the hatred between him, Song Zijian and Lu Xiaomei personally instead of relying on the power of others. Since we meet here, let us take revenge for yesterday. Mr. Song, from what you said, you are here to gamble on stones too." His face turned serious as he said, "You lost to me yesterday, so you must be very upset. I can give you another chance. How about playing another round? Song Zijian defaulted on yesterday's game, so today is a good time to settle the score. Chapter 12 I'll fight you to death. Boy, did I hear you right? Do you dare to challenge me?" Song Zijian almost laughed out loud. In his opinion, Su Chen's discovery of an ice-type jadeite yesterday was purely luck. Besides, he brought his master with him today, how could he lose? This kid is walking into the muzzle of a gun. Faced with Su Chen's somewhat suicidal behavior, Gao Shirhan hurriedly whispered a reminder, "Brother Su Chen, don't be impulsive. Ji Buchang is a difficult person. Don't worry, I know my limits." Su Chen's face was full of confidence, and then he looked at Song Zijian coldly. "Why, you don't dare?" "Ha, I don't dare? I'm afraid you don't have the capital to lose." Song Zijian couldn't help but show a look of joy. Even if Long Xiaotian was here today, he couldn't protect Su Chen. This kid was looking for death. He immediately said with a smile, "How do you want to play?" "Just tell me." Su Chen said, "It's the same as yesterday. Whoever opens the one with the highest value wins. But this time, let's go big and each of us will open 5. Song Zijian sneered, "Okay, then what about the stakes?" "The bet is even simpler. You've always wanted to kill me, so I'll fight you to the death. If you win, I'll chop my head off and give it to you." Su Chen looked relaxed and pointed to his head, as if he had no fear at all about risking his life. His words shocked both Gao Shirhan and Long Xiaotian. The bet was so outrageous that they couldn't even understand it. Who would risk his life just by talking? Crazy. It's just crazy. Such a fierce momentum made Song Zijian a little timid. "Boy, are you going to make such a big move?" Su Chen smiled indifferently. "Is that what you call a big deal? I still think it's small. If you lose, let's settle all the old and new grudges together. You brought people to smash my house, injured me and my parents, and you lost to me in the market but cheated and refused to admit it. All of these are added together. It's a good deal for you. I'll let you pay off the debt with both hands." "Boy, you want both of my hands?" Song Zijian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so brave. Who in Shanghai would dare to propose such conditions to him? Su Chen's face was full of seriousness. "That's right. If you lose, I will chop off your hand. How about it? Do you dare to play with me?" As soon as the words fell, a loud laugh was heard. "Ha ha ha, what an arrogant boy. I have been in the Shanghai gambling stone industry for half a lifetime, and I have never met such an arrogant boy." It was Ji Buchang. To dare to speak such nonsense in front of this legendary figure in the gambling stone world is simply courting death. "Mr. Song, after all, the Song family is a well-known family in Shanghai. We can't let a brat who was still wet behind the ears ride on our heads and shit on us. Don't worry, with Master here, you have no reason to lose." With these words, Song Zijian suddenly gained confidence and said with a smug smile, "Boy, then you should be ready to chop off your head." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the observation deck. At this time, Gao Shirhan said with some concern, "Brother Su Chen, you are a little impulsive. The Song family has a large share of the Shanghai jewelry industry because they have Ji Buchang as their assistant. He not only has an extraordinary vision and many years of experience in stone research and stone cutting, but also has first-hand channels for purchasing raw stones. It can be said that Ji Buchang's attainments in jadeite raw stones can be called master level. It is really unwise to compete with such a person rashly. Long Xiaotian then said, Miss Gao, don't worry. I'm here. Even if Brother Su Chen loses, I can guarantee that the Song family won't dare to do anything to him. Su Chen curled his lips, realizing that neither of them thought he would win. He said helplessly, Master Long, Miss Gao, you don't need to worry. Forget it, I don't know how to explain it to you. Anyway, just wait and see the show. He didn't take Ji Buochang seriously at all. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook slightly. Immediately afterwards, the curtains around the venue fell, and Su Chen finally understood. No wonder he didn't see the raw stone. It turned out that this venue was an extra-large glass house, and the real raw stone site was below. There are observation towers around the venue, with professional observation cameras on them that can clearly see the situation in the venue below. Looking down, the glass house is suspended above a venue as big as a football, and countless raw stones are densely packed below. Brother Su Chen, let me introduce him to you. Gao Shirhan pointed down and explained, the rough stone field at Boyuan Pavilion is fully mechanized. The field is divided into 3 areas, 1, 2, and 3. The stones in each area are marked with numbers. If you like a stone, you only need to enter the number on the instrument in the observation tower, and a robotic arm will automatically grab the rough stone. Su Chen was secretly surprised, it really is the concentration camp of the rich in Shanghai. Even gambling on stones is so high-tech. Gao Shirhan paused, then added, one more thing. Every stone here has been carefully selected by experts at Boyuan Pavilion, and is divided into 3 grades. Grade 1 stones are considered by experts to be most likely to produce top-quality green jade, so they are relatively expensive. Grade 3 stones, on the other hand, are of the lowest quality and are the cheapest. As they were talking, the mechanical arm of Song Zijian and Ji Buochang's observation tower had already started to operate, selecting among the level 1 venues. Before long, 5 raw materials were selected, all priced at millions, filling 2 large baskets. Seeing that Su Chen hadn't started choosing yet, Ji Buochang couldn't help but snort coldly, boy, why don't you start yet? Are you scared? I'm warning you, even if you want to quit now, it's too late. Song Zijian couldn't help but sneer, boy, you're doomed this time. Let me tell you something. My master has already picked out the 5 best rough stones in the level 1 area. You don't stand a chance of winning. Faced with the provocation, Su Chen did not take it seriously and had no intention of choosing the stone. After looking around, he shook his head and laughed secretly, experts, it's bullshit. Just a glance and you can see thousands of raw stones in the level 1 area, but they are all rotten on the inside. They seem to be of good quality, but in fact they are not worth much. If he were to open one, it would definitely be the best. Ms. Gao, there's nothing I want here. I'll go check out the other 2 venues. After saying that, he exited the observation tower and headed towards the level 2 area. Gao Shirhan and Long Xiaotian were both stunned and confused. You don't like the stones from the highest grade field, so you go to a field of lower quality to choose? What is this? Su Chen, you know you're going to lose, so you want to run, right? I had just left the observation tower when I heard Lu Xiaomei's disgusting voice from the side. Su Chen just happened to have something to ask, so he said, don't worry, even if I wanted to run away, Master Song's power wouldn't allow me to. By the way, Lu Xiaomei, I have a question for you, who exactly is Shin Miao? Yes, he really wanted to know about Shin Miao. Chapter 13, Imperial Green. Lu Xiaomei looked disdainful and said, why should I tell you? Okay, I know you only care about money. As long as you tell me about the previous betrothal gifts and the diamond rings and gold jewelry I bought for you, I will forgive you and even give you some extra money. How about that? When it comes to dealing with gold diggers, there is nothing that money can't solve. Sure enough, when Lu Xiaomei heard this, she immediately became interested. Su Chen, it seems that you have really made a fortune. If I had known this, I would have cancelled the engagement 2 days later. Okay, I can tell you, but the price is very high. Su Chen felt disgusted. This gold digger was the perfect interpretation of the words, don't be a bitch. He hated his past self for falling in love with such a woman, without even touching her hand, and was willing to spend all his money for her, only to end up with endless pain. Okay, let's talk about it after I finish competing with young Master Song. He still agreed. After all, if you want to know Shen Miao's information, you can only go through Lu Xiaomei. Now. The 5 rough stones of Song Zijian and Ji Buochang have been carried to the stone-cutting platform by the staff. Many people gathered around, wanting to see what kind of top-notch treasures the legendary Master Ji could produce. Wait a minute, the stone I picked can't be cut, it can only be polished, so be careful. Just as the cutting machine was about to cut the stone, Ji Bochang hurriedly stopped the staff. These words excited the crowd watching. As expected, anything Master Ji does must be a masterpiece. The staff nodded, and to be on the safe side, they simply changed to a pair of more precise glasses before starting the operation. As the grinding wheel rotated, a green light flashed as soon as it rubbed out a cut. Look, there's really green. Oh my god, you are worthy of being Master Ji, so amazing. Amazing. It's absolutely amazing. The green light appeared after just a little scratch on the skin, which shows how high the shipment rate is. It might be a complete product. Everyone held their breath and stared at the grinder. Soon, the entire raw stone was polished out. The scene suddenly became lively. Oh my god, it really is a complete piece. This should be a piece of glazed turquoise, it's too big. Such a large piece must be worth at least 3 million. The bets are going up, they're really going up. Facing the crowd's surprise, Ji Bochang was unconcerned, thinking that they were making a fuss about nothing, and said calmly, "This is nothing, the best is yet to come." Next, the second piece. It also turned green, and it was all good. The third, fourth, and fifth pieces are also top quality goods. Following the first piece of glazed pine, there are black jade, mutton fat jade, Hutian jade, and a piece of Huanglong jade. Especially Huanglong jade, which has excellent water content and smooth color. It can be said to be the best of the best. All 5 hit the target, not a single one was wasted. After some appraisal, the staff estimated the price to be about 36 million. Bang bang bang. There was thunderous applause at the scene. The crowd applauded excitedly, as if they were watching a blockbuster movie of the century, and exclaimed that it was indeed Master Ji Bochang, extraordinary. Honestly speaking, this is just the limit of Boyuan Pavilion, but not my limit. The 5 best raw stones in the entire level 1 raw stone field are all here. If there are better ones, I can still choose them. Ji Bo was always arrogant and not modest at all. After saying that, he looked at Su Chen, who was busy at the level 3 venue observation tower, and couldn't help but sneered. "Mr. Song, look over there, that guy is selecting the lowest grade venue." Song Zijian turned around and took a look, then laughed too. "Ha, it seems this kid doesn't understand anything at all. Isn't this obviously courting death?" As expected, the ice-type piece I picked out yesterday was pure luck. Everyone who comes to Boyuan Pavilion knows that the raw stones in the level 3 area are of the worst quality. It can be said that most of them are waste materials, and the prices are very cheap. If you choose from them, the chance of getting green is equal to 0. Go, call everyone outside in to prevent Long Xiaotian from protecting that kid. He whispered an order to the Song family's men next to him. Victory is certain, but in order to chop off Su Chen's head, he also needs to find a way to restrain Long Xiaotian. Ji Bochang snorted coldly and said, "Don't worry, young Master Song, I am not a pushover either. It is true that Long Xiaotian has the final say in Shanghai, but outside of Shanghai, the Black Tiger Society no longer controls the world. Ji Bochang also has his own power. If he is forced into a corner and orders all his subordinates to gather in Shanghai, I am afraid that even Long Xiaotian will not be able to withstand it. In the current situation, Long Xiaotian is a smart man and naturally knows how to weigh the pros and cons." As they were talking, Su Chen had already picked out 5 raw stones. However, when the staff placed the raw stone on the stone cutting table, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out at the scene. "This kid seems to be an amateur. He's more than an amateur, he's completely clueless. Going to a level 3 site to select materials is one thing, but look at the garbage he picked out. Anyone with even a little knowledge can tell these 5 are complete waste. With this level, you still dare to compete with Master Ji Bochang? What a fool." No one is optimistic about Su Chen. Even Long Xiaotian and Gao Shirhan were on edge, completely unable to understand what Su Chen was trying to do. "Miss, are you sure that brother Su Chen is qualified to be the general manager of the group's jewelry business?" After working hard for so many days, they finally found Su Chen, but Long Xiaotian was a little suspicious. Gao Shirhan's beautiful eyes were filled with solemnity as she said, "He was able to pick out a top-grade ice-type stone from a pile of raw stones. It's definitely not just luck. I believe he must be the person I'm looking for." Having said that, she was still unsure and secretly sweating. At this moment, on the stone-cutting platform, the staff who were cutting the stones couldn't help but roll their eyes when they saw the 5 huge stones in front of them. "Is it necessary to cut this? It's absolute garbage." Helpless, I had to cut it, so I could only casually pick one up and start cutting. But at this moment, Su Chen quickly raised his hand to stop him. You can't cut it. The stone I chose can only be polished. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of laughter at the scene. They are clearly 5 pieces of junk, yet you still try to act like others and show off. Polishing 5 such large stones would be exhausting for the workers. Okay, you have the final say. The staff was reluctant and then changed the grinder and started operating. However, in just a few seconds, an eye-popping scene appeared. Swish! A dazzling green light flashed out. It stings the eyes and is as green as grass. Many people saw it and talked about it. What happened just now? That light. I saw it too. It was very green and dazzling, as if it had bloomed from the stone. The staff member also shuddered, straightened his expression and continued polishing. In just a moment, a huge jade stone appeared before everyone. Ah! This is Imperial Green. It's an Imperial Green. Oh my god. This waterhead, this color, this completeness, this is a top quality Imperial Green. Chapter 14 Su Chen's bold words. That piece of jade is as big as a small hill, and it is also an extremely precious piece of top-grade Imperial Green. You know, any kind of jade will pale in comparison to the finest Imperial Green. This one alone is worth more than the 5 that Ji Buochang had opened before combined. At this moment, the outcome has been decided. This is just the worst one, keep going. However, just as everyone was shocked, Su Chen's words made the entire scene fall silent in an instant. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief. Is there any higher quality than Imperial Green? How is that possible? Following that, the other 4 raw stones were also polished one by one. When all the stones were neatly placed on the exhibition stand, everyone finally understood what Su Chen meant by what he had just said. All are Imperial Green. A full 5. And each one is bigger and better in quality than the other. The value has reached an immeasurable level. Everyone was shocked, some even turned pale, their whole bodies went limp from shock, and they almost went into shock. Impossible. Impossible. How could this be possible? Ji Buochang's eyes were also filled with fear, and his whole body was trembling. He couldn't believe it. He had been gambling on stones for decades and had never found a single Imperial Green stone. Yet, Su Chen had found 5 top-grade stones at once. This is totally unrealistic. Moreover, the raw materials are selected from the lowest quality sites. Master Ji Buochang, you lose. Su Chen smiled faintly. To outsiders, he had accomplished a miracle in the gambling stone world of Dixia. However, for him, this little thing was just a piece of cake. As he spoke, he slowly walked over and stared at Song Zijian with cold eyes. Mr. Song, according to the agreement, you should leave a pair of hands behind. All the hatred can finally be settled. Hearing this, Long Xiaotian immediately winked at one of his men next to him, and the man immediately took out a knife. Song Zijian was so angry that he gritted his teeth, still unable to believe it in his heart. How could anyone in this world be so lucky as to get 5 top-grade Imperial Green stones at the same time? He was unwilling to give in. Boy, you think you can touch me? Don't you know who I am? What do you mean, you want to cheat again? Su Chen's face also turned gloomy. You denied your debt yesterday, and now you dare to deny it again today. Young Master Song, I have to admit defeat. I personally witnessed the stakes you and Brother Su Chen made. If you dare not admit it, the Black Tiger Society will definitely pursue the matter. Long Xiaotian's expression also turned a little ugly. In Zhonghai, no one dares to disobey the Black Tiger Society, not even the Song family. Song Zijian swallowed hard, a cold sweat running down his forehead, and he had no choice but to look to his master for help. Ji Buochang stepped forward and said proudly, Master Long, you are so impressive. It's true that my disciple lost to this brat, but it was just a verbal agreement, without a signature or seal. Such an agreement is legally invalid. And if we get serious, I, Ji, am not afraid of the Shanghai Black Tiger Society. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. The implication is obvious, the bet does not count. If Long Xiaotian dares to step forward, Ji Buochang will never give up. Good. It seems that I, Long Xiaotian, have rarely been involved in martial arts in recent years, and some people have forgotten my methods. Long Xiaotian was angry. In Zhonghai, the person who can threaten him has not been born yet. Ji Buochang's eyes narrowed, knowing that Long Xiaotian was a fierce tiger and that a head-on confrontation would yield no benefit. He then took Song Zijian's hand and prepared to leave, leaving a message: Master Long, I'll give you a favor today. If you want to fight, I'll be there anytime in the future. Having said that, he was about to escape. Asshole. In front of me, Long Xiaotian, no one can just say a few harsh words and walk away. Long Xiaotian scolded angrily. Immediately afterwards, several security guards rushed in from all sides of the venue and surrounded Ji Buochang and Song Zijian. Ji Buochang laughed heartily, feeling confident and fearless. Master Long, are you planning to take action here? Aren't you afraid of being blamed by the Boyuan Pavilion Master? After all, this is Boyuan Pavilion, not the Black Tiger Society's territory. However, Long Xiaotian would not care about these things. If he wanted to keep someone, he would not give face even to the Jade Emperor. Seeing the atmosphere plummet to freezing point, Su Chen knew he couldn't continue. He gritted his teeth and said, Master Long, this matter is all caused by me. Let me solve it myself. Ji Buochang was right. After all, this was Boyuan Pavilion, not the Black Tiger Society. Besides, he didn't want to rely on Long Xiaotian's forces. He must avenge this grudge personally. Young Master Song, Ji Buochang, you two must remember what happened today. Also, listen carefully. I, Su Chen, swear an oath hereby that within 3 months, the Song family will be wiped out of Zhenghai. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of exclamations at the scene. Such bold words are really exciting to hear. A green-eyed brat actually dared to threaten to make the Song family disappear. Is this arrogance? No. If it weren't for the shock of opening 5 imperial green diamonds, everyone would indeed think that this statement was completely overestimating one's own abilities. But after the shock, they vaguely felt that perhaps this young man could really do it. Su Chen, just wait for me. Song Zijian had never suffered such humiliation before. His eyes turned red and he and Ji Buochang left in disgrace. The seeds of hatred have been planted. As the two left, cheers suddenly broke out at the scene. Bang bang bang. The applause was as loud as thunder. Su Chen bravely fought against Master Ji and opened 5 imperial green stones. Such a sensational scene was no less than a blockbuster movie of the century. Brother Su Chen, you are so awesome. Gao Shihan finally let go of her worries. In her excitement, she couldn't help but step forward and hug Su Chen tightly. Su Chen was embarrassed. Miss Gao, there are so many people. So what if there are a lot of people? You're my boyfriend, so why can't I hug you? Forehead. Su Chen was speechless. Long Xiaotian was also extremely shocked and asked doubtfully, Brother Su Chen, let me ask you, how do you determine whether a stone can produce imperial green? The probability of getting one is comparable to winning the lottery, but getting 5 at the same time, can it be just luck? Su Chen shrugged, I can see it. It's the truth, but who can believe it? Long Xiaotian laughed and said, forget it, I won't ask. It seems that Brother Su Chen has his own unique vision. A storm is over. Su Chen wanted to get more familiar with the function of his eyes, so he returned to the observation deck to continue looking at the raw stones below, and picked up a few more pieces by the way. Miss, congratulations. It seems that after days of searching, you have finally found it. Long Xiaotian said to Gao Shihan, but, Miss, when are you going to tell Brother Su Chen about your identity? In fact, Gao Shihan is not the financial officer of Qiangxing Group. Her real identity is the only daughter of the Gao family of Qiangxing Group and the person who is about to inherit Qiangxing Group. I can say now that I intend to formally invite Su Chen to be the general manager of the jewelry industry of Qiangxing Group. Gao Shihan looked at Su Chen, who was concentrating on selecting raw stones on the observation deck, and said resolutely. Chapter 15 I really know medical skills. Qiangxing Group is about to be renewed and Gao Shihan is about to take over. She puts forward a bold idea, that is, there has always been a gap in Zhenghai's jewelry industry. Today several large jewelry families are like a pile of loose sand, with only the Song family dominating. Gao Shihan wanted to lead the group into the jewelry industry and become the #1 in Daxia's jewelry industry as the first thing he wanted to do after taking over. But before that, she must find a leader who can lead the group to expand its territory. The reason why he has been going back and forth to various major markets to gamble on stones and have fun in recent days is to find someone, and now he has finally found him, and that person is Su Chen. Hey, Shunner, come back quickly, something happened at home. Just as Gao Shihan was about to go over and have a frank talk with Su Chen suddenly received a call from his mother. He asked anxiously, "Mom, calm down, what happened?" Yi Yuqin said in panic, "It seems that robbers broke into the house and smashed everything. Come back quickly." "What? Is there such a thing?" "Okay, I'll come back immediately. You and Dad should not stay at home. Go hide in the community property management." The incident happened suddenly, and Su Chen arranged for the two to go out and take shelter temporarily for fear that the robbers would come back. Then he said to Gao Shirhan, who was walking over, "Miss Gao, that's all for today. I have something urgent to do and need to rush home. Please take the 5 imperial greens back with you. I'll talk to you when I'm free." After saying that, he left in a hurry without waiting for Gao Shirhan to speak. Long Xiaotian walked over and asked, "Miss, what happened to brother Su Chen?" Gao Shirhan was also confused. "I don't know. It seems like something happened at home. I had originally thought of stating my identity and extending an invitation, but in the end I failed to do so." Xin Yuan Community. As soon as Su Chen returned home, he saw the house was in a mess. The destruction was so horrific that it was now in ruins. The shoe cabinet, entrance cabinet, coffee table, sofa, and TV were all smashed to pieces. How big a grudge is this? Who did it? Su Chen clenched his fists, feeling extremely angry. Song Zijian? Probably not, there is a time conflict. When the incident happened, Song Zijian was still gambling with him on stones. But who else could it be besides Mr. Song? At this moment, Su Tianan and Yi Yuqin came back. Seeing the house destroyed like this, the two elders couldn't help crying. "Mom and Dad, are you okay?" "It's okay. We just happened to be out today and delivered some of the remaining unpaid money to someone, so we just avoided it." Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, as long as his parents were okay. He will investigate this matter thoroughly. If he finds out who did it, he will never let them off easily. I'll have someone clean up the house. Let's go out for dinner. The house was smashed beyond recognition, so we had to hire a professional cleaning company to clean it up. Afterwards, Su Chen called the contact person to come and clean the house, and then took Yi Yuqin and Su Tianan out to a restaurant for dinner. After the meal, the cleaning company called and said that the cleanup was difficult and would take time. So Su Chen asked his parents not to rush home, but to take a walk in the square to eat some food. Su Tianan and Yi Yuqin didn't want to worry their son, so they forced themselves to smile and went into the square to dance. Young people would not participate in such activities, and Su Chen was the same. He could only wander around the square bored, waiting for the call from the cleaning company that the cleaning was completed. "Doctor. Is there a doctor here? My grandfather is having a heart attack." While I was taking a walk, I suddenly heard an anxious voice calling out. Su Chen turned his head and saw a group of people gathered beside the garden, and an old man was lying in the middle. He was obviously sick and was twitching all over. Next to the old man was a young girl, and she was the one who was shouting just now. "Little girl, don't worry. Did you bring your heart medicine?" Someone next to me asked. The little girl was so anxious that she started crying. "I just wanted to take a walk, but I didn't expect to get sick. I didn't bring my medicine. An ambulance has been called, but a heart attack can take a life in a matter of moments, so I'm afraid it's too late." When Su Chen heard the sound, he also came forward to take a look. When his X-ray vision was turned on, he locked onto the old man's heart. There was indeed a blood vessel spasming, and several surrounding blood vessels were severely congested. Obviously, this is the cause of the disease. Su Chen didn't know any medicine, but since he had seen the cause of the disease, he had an idea in his mind. If the blockage was not cleared, the old man would soon die of shock due to ischemia of the heart. "Ah! Grandpa! Grandpa, how are you? Don't scare me." At this moment, the old man's convulsions became more intense, and white foam came out of his mouth, causing the little girl to scream in panic. Su Chen couldn't bear to see such a scene of separation between life and death. He thought to himself, "I wonder if that will work." He suddenly remembered that he could release healing green light. He had used this ability to cure his knee pain and his parents' injuries before. If used on this old man, can it alleviate the symptoms? No matter what, there is still hope if he takes action. If he doesn't take action, this old man will have no way out but death. Let us just give it a try, there is no need to worry about anything else. Thinking of this, he bent down and pressed his right hand on the old man's chest. As he concentrated his mind, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his eyes, and then an air current flowed down along his eyes, gradually gathered in the palm of his hand, and slowly entered the old man's heart bit by bit. A faint green light flowed through the old man's blood vessels, gradually clearing the blocked areas. It really works. Su Chen saw this and couldn't help but be overjoyed. The first time I put it into practice, I actually cured my heart disease. Ordinary people cannot see this green light, so it did not attract the attention of people around. They thought that someone who knew first aid came and was checking the old man. Yenner, what's wrong with me? As his symptoms improved, the old man woke up from his coma. The little girl was so excited that she hugged the old man and cried, "Grandpa, you're awake. That's great. You were sick just now, and it was this little brother who saved you." The old man turned around and wanted to stand up to thank him, but was stopped by Su Chen. "Old sir, you have just recovered from a serious illness, it is not appropriate for you to move too much. Sit down and rest well, and then stand up after you have recovered." The old man said, "Young man, may I ask your name? I, Xiao Pingshan, will definitely repay your great kindness." Xiao Pingshan. When they heard the name, the people around them immediately went wild. Oh my god! This old man is actually Xiao Pingshan from Zhanghai Yunmeng Group. Why would the CEO of Zhanghai, the second-ranked company, come to a village like ours? This young man is going to be rich. He saved Xiao Pingshan's life, and he will enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future. The voices of discussion rose one after another. Su Chen heard everything and just smiled slightly. He said, "Old sir, this isn't a big favor. It was just the simplest CPR. You're lucky enough to recover. It has nothing to do with me. There's no need to repay me. I have things to do, so I'll leave first." He didn't want others to know that he could release green light to cure diseases. After saying that, he turned around and left. When he left, all the onlookers were stunned, with a look of surprise on their faces. Really gone? No benefits at all? You have to know that this is the president of Yunmeng Group, with a net worth of hundreds of billions. If you ask for a few million, it will be enough to live a worry-free life for the rest of your life. Why doesn't you want it? In this world, there are still people who are so indifferent to fame and fortune. I really admire them. Xiao Pingshan was extremely impressed by the young man who saved his life. He immediately turned to Xiao Yenner and said, "Yenner, quickly catch up with him and make sure you find out his name." Chapter 16 Miraculous Dr. Lu Ming. Su Chen had just returned to the square when a female voice called out from behind, "Great benefactor, wait a minute." Looking back, it was Xiao Pingshan's granddaughter, Xiao Yenner. "What's wrong?" Su Chen asked. Only then did he notice Xiao Yenner's appearance. She was pure and lovely, like a lotus flower. She was also a peerless beauty. Xiao Yenner said, "Little brother, my grandfather said that he must give a large sum of money as a thank you." "What's your name?" "No need to thank me, it's just something I did for the occasion. If you must ask my name, just call me Comrade Lei Feng." After saying this, he turned around and left without waiting for Xiao Yenner to speak again. Comrade Lei Feng. Xiao Yenner murmured to herself, looking at Su Chen's receding back, and she couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration for this young man who did good deeds without leaving his name. Now, Su Chen was walking towards the center of the square, preparing to call his parents home. I was still thinking about what had just happened and was secretly happy. With this ability, anyone in my family who had an illness or pain could treat themselves in the future. At this moment, a dark figure flashed out and patted him on the shoulder. "Little brother, may I ask what method you used just now to restore the vitality of the human body?" Su Chen was startled and turned around quickly, only to see a tall, handsome middle-aged man with a mustache looking at him with a smile. "Who are you?" "I don't know you," he answered subconsciously. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "My name is Lu Ming, and this is my business card." Su Chen's face was full of confusion. He subconsciously took it and took a look, and his expression suddenly changed. It turned out to be the director of Zhanghai First Hospital, Lu Ming, a genius doctor known as the master of traditional Chinese medicine. This person is amazing. He is an authority in the medical field today. He is well known not only in Zhanghai, but also in the whole Daxia. Lu Ming happened to be passing by just now, but he was just a step too late. When he wanted to treat Xiao Pingshan, Su Chen had already finished and left. He took Xiao Pingshan's pulse and found that Xiao Pingshan's stubborn illness had been cured, so he followed him to ask more questions. "What human vitality? I don't know what you are talking about." Facing Lu Ming's hawk-like gaze, Su Chen felt a little timid. He stammered a few words and prepared to leave. However, Lu Ming ignored Su Chen's muttering and stepped forward to take his pulse. After just over 10 seconds, his brows furrowed in surprise as he exclaimed, "What a miraculous pulse! Could this be the legendary celestial pulse?" With just one move, he noticed that Su Chen's pulse frequency was different from that of ordinary people. This seemed to be the heavenly pulse recorded in ancient books. What is the Tianrun meridian? That is the pulse condition that only a chosen person, 1 in a million, can possess. In history, there have been many such people, such as Qin Shi Huang, the greatest emperor of all time, or Zhu Yuanzhang, who became an emperor by begging. They were all born with the bloodline of heaven. Those who have this pulse are destined to be extraordinary in the future. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he smiled and said, "Little brother, I think you are very talented and a good candidate for studying medicine. Why don't you become my disciple and learn medicine from me?" Su Chen quickly pulled his hand back, feeling a little unhappy that he had hurt him right away. He couldn't help but curse, "Only a fool would want to learn medicine from you. I don't have time, so please don't follow me." After saying that, he left angrily. Lu Ming was not angry either. He said from behind, "Little brother, you and I are destined to be master and apprentice. Besides, you won't suffer any loss by becoming my apprentice." "Sorry, that's not possible." Su Chen threw the business card on the ground and left without looking back. To be honest, he was a little scared. He was almost seen through on their first meeting, which made his scalp tingle. Until you fully understand something, it's better to keep your distance. Seeing Su Chen's back as he resolutely left, Lu Ming couldn't help laughing. You know, there were so many rich people in Shanghai who wanted to be his disciples, but he never paid any attention to them. In his life, he only accepted one nominal disciple, and it was not a formal apprentice. Now he took the initiative to ask for a disciple, but was rejected. This was quite interesting. "Hey, Long Xiaotian, investigate someone for me right now." Then he made a phone call. On the other end, Long Xiaotian was extremely respectful and said, "Master, if you tell me, as long as they are from Shanghai, I will definitely be able to find them for you." Su Chen picked up his parents and returned to Xinyuan community. The cleaning lady just called and said it has been cleaned up. "Dad, Mom, go upstairs first. I'm going to buy some snacks." As soon as he got downstairs, several sneaky figures behind the flower bed attracted Su Chen's attention. With his X-ray eyes, he saw that there were 8 people hiding there, and it was obvious that they had no good intentions. He sent his parents away and then walked towards that direction. "Boss, that kid is coming this way. It seems they've discovered us. You've arrived just in time. Grab your weapons and go." Then, 8 figures rushed out, each holding a machete, and surrounded Su Chen. Su Chenhuan took a look and immediately recognized several of them. They were the Song family's men. He is so shameless. He refused to admit his loss in the bet and just did this kind of tricks behind the scenes. Your young master is such a coward. He doesn't even dare to come here himself, but always lets you guys rush in front. He scoffed. The leader sneered, "Boy, you were lucky before because you had Long Xiaotian backing you up, but now you're all alone. Get ready to die. If you dare to offend the Song family, you will die." Su Chen looked indifferent and said, "Okay, then you all come together. I didn't fight enough in the market before, I just avenged the broken nose, but I haven't avenged the injuries to my parents caused by this group of people." As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 men raised their machetes and rushed forward with roars. However, at this critical moment, let's see who dares to take action. You guys don't want to live anymore, do you? You dare to cause trouble on our Black Tiger Society's territory. Anyone who dares to touch Su Chen's hair will become an enemy of the 3,000 brothers of the Black Tiger Society. Da-da-day. The sound of chaotic footsteps rang out. Immediately afterwards, a group of Black Tiger Society members rushed over aggressively. The 8 people from the Song family were obviously no match for the overwhelming numbers, and they were so scared that they quickly dropped the knives in their hands. He cursed in his heart, "Damn it, why is it the Black Tiger Society again? Could it be that this kid Su Chen is Long Xiaotian's illegitimate son? As for why Black Tiger would protect him like this? Master Long, why are you here?" Su Chen saw Long Xiaotian hurrying towards the side among the crowd at a glance. As soon as Long Xiaotian saw Su Chen, he felt relieved, as if he had seen a savior. Plop! He bent his knees and knelt on the ground, saying, "Brother Su Chen, you must help me this time." The sudden scene left the 8 men of the Song family dumbfounded. The mighty Long Xiaotian, the boss of the Black Tiger Society and the leading figure in the Shanghai Grey Forces, actually knelt before Su Chen. What the hell is going on? Not to mention them, even Su Chen himself was confused and hurriedly helped Long Xiaotian up. Master Long, what are you doing? Don't shorten my lifespan. Hurry up and get up, I can't bear it. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Chapter 17 Late Night Guests. Long Xiaotian refused to stand up and said solemnly, Brother Su Chen, let me ask you, did you meet the miraculous Dr. Lu Ming just now? Su Chen was stunned. Yeah, what's wrong? To be honest, he is my master, and he is the one who asked me to come to you. Brother Su Chen, my master is known as the master of Chinese medicine and a famous doctor of the time. Countless people in the world want to become his disciples, but he has refused. Now he wants to take you in as his disciple. Please don't refuse. Long Xiaotian was very sincere. Su Chen finally understood what this was. He was inevitably a little surprised. He didn't expect that Long Xiaotian was actually the apprentice of the genius Dr. Lu Ming. This is such a coincidence. Master Long, please stand up. I cannot accept such a generous gift. How about this, after I have dealt with these people, I will slowly explain this to you. He made a concession for the time being and helped Long Xiaotian up. Then he turned around and stared coldly at the 8 men of the Song family, scolding them, I have a question for you. If you answer truthfully, I will consider not using harsh measures against you. The 8 people had already been frightened by the Black Tiger Society's momentum and dared not resist. They nodded tremblingly. Su Chen asked, Did your Song family come to my house to cause trouble this afternoon? The 8 people looked at each other and shook their heads. The leading man said, Su Chen, we just received the order to come and avenge you for bullying our young master at Boyuan Pavilion this afternoon. We have never been here before. Su Chen frowned. It seemed that the people who broke into the house and smashed things were not from the Song family. Well, in that case, I would like to ask all the big brothers of the Black Tiger Society to teach them a lesson for me and then let them go. Brother Su Chen has spoken, so we will naturally do as he says. Brothers, beat him up. Damn it, I've been displeased with you Song family members for a long time. You keep looking for trouble with Brother Su Chen. You're simply courting death. Beat. Bang. 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 The members of the Black Tiger Society rushed forward and started punching and kicking. He pinned the 8 men of the Song family to the ground and beat them violently. Ah! Ah! We know we were wrong. Stop fighting. Ah! Spare me! Spare me! The screams echoed in the night. Now! In the pavilion of the community. Long Xiaotian and Su Chen sat on the stone bench. Master Long, I only met Divine Dr. Lu once. Why did he insist on taking me in as his apprentice? Little brother Su Chen, just be content. My master doesn't accept disciples easily. In fact, the genius Dr. Lu Ming never accepted any disciples in his life, and Long Xiaotian was just a nominal disciple. Because Long Xiaotian had a chronic illness since childhood, he had to be cured by Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Long Xiaotian's father were close friends, so his father came forward and persuaded Lu Ming to accept Long Xiaotian as his apprentice. Out of consideration for his relationship, Lu Ming accepted him, but he was only a nominal disciple, not an official disciple. From this we can see that being able to become the apprentice of the genius Dr. Lu Ming is something that countless people dream of. Brother Su Chen, just listen to me and agree to it. It will only benefit you. Besides, I promise you that as long as you become my junior apprentice, we will be family. From now on, the Black Tiger Society's power in this part of the old city will be handed over to you for management. You will be the leader of this area. Becoming a disciple of the miracle doctor and becoming the leader of the Black Tiger Society, such tempting conditions are impossible for anyone to refuse. Su Chen didn't pursue these things. He scratched his head and said, Master Long, how about this, give me a day to think about it. Long Xiaotian didn't want to force him, so he said, okay, then I'll wait for your answer. After seeing off the people from the Black Tiger Society, Su Chen returned home. The house has been cleaned up, but the broken furniture and appliances need to be replaced. He didn't have time to care about these things now, so he went back to his room, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Should I agree to it or not? Extremely conflicted. To be honest, he was a little moved. After all, Lu Ming is a well-known figure in the medical field, and the Black Tiger Society is also the largest gray organization in Zhenghai. If he becomes the leader of the Black Tiger Society, at least no one in this area will dare to bully their family in the future, and most importantly, he can protect his family. But if I agree, will there be restrictions on what I can do in the future? Just as I was thinking about it, the doorbell rang. It was like a guest had arrived, and then Yi Yuqin shouted outside, "Shinner, your girlfriend is here to see you." Girlfriend? Su Chen sat up from the bed in shock. Could it be that Gao Shirhan came looking for me? I hurriedly opened the door and saw Yi Yuqin and Su Tian'an laughing outside, and the girl standing next to them was indeed Gao Shirhan. "Shunner, go have a good chat with your girlfriend. Your dad and I are going back to the house." Yi Yuqin was also an experienced person, so she quickly pulled Su Tian'an back to the room. It seems that the two elders are quite satisfied with Gao Shirhan. Su Chen was puzzled. "Miss Gao, how did you know I live here?" "Mr. Long told me that I missed you, so I came to see you." "Why, brother Su Chen, don't you miss me at all?" Gao Shirhan chuckled, but she was not in a hurry to reveal her identity or the invitation to the position. Regardless of whether Su Chen agreed or not, she walked into the bedroom and closed the door. "Ha! Isn't this the woman next to Song Zijian?" She suddenly noticed the wedding photo on the wall, which was of Su Chen and Lu Xiaomei. After seeing the festive decorations in the room and combining it with the previous conversation between Su Chen and Lu Xiaomei, he roughly guessed it. Just some unpleasant memories. Su Chen poured a cup of tea while telling the story of the entanglement between him and Lu Xiaomei. Gao Shirhan was furious when she heard this. Her face wrinkled into a ball as she cursed, "I didn't expect there would be such a shameless woman in this world." "Brother Su Chen, it's a good thing she broke off the engagement. Otherwise, if you had gotten involved with a gold digger like this, your life would really be over. It's a blessing in disguise." Su Chen's face was bitter and he said nothing. Gao Shirhan sat in Su Chen's arms, put her arms around his neck, and said seductively, "I should thank her for not taking you away." "Brother Su Chen, where did you put the token of love I gave you?" A faint fragrance entered his nose, making Su Chen's heart flutter. He couldn't help swallowing and said, "It's in the cabinet." "Didn't I tell you to put it by your bed and take it out and smell it every night before going to bed?" Gao Shirhan said, getting closer and closer, her flaming red lips almost touching Su Chen's ear, and whispered, "I have something newer, do you want to see it?" "I can let you see enough." Charming. Flirtatious. With just a few words, he hooked Su Chen's soul away. "If you don't cherish such a good opportunity, you are not a real man." Su Chen made up his mind, turned over and pressed Gao Shirhan down on the bed. Kindness. Gao Shirhan uttered a coquettish sound, but without resistance, she clamped her straight, slender legs around Su Chen's body, holding him tighter with her hands, and continued to tease him, "Brother Su Chen, do you think I'm beautiful?" Chapter 18 can even get together a mahjong table. Su Chen looked at the foxy woman beneath him, his throat dry and his whole body hot, beautiful. Gao Shirhan gently played with his hair and asked, "Do you like me?" Ding dong. Just when the emotions were stirring, the doorbell suddenly rang, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. "Damn! Who is this? What are you doing here so late? You're ruining my plans." Su Chen smacked his lips and almost took off his pants, but was interrupted at the last moment. Then, Yi Yuqin's voice came from the living room, "Shunner, come out quickly." Su Chen didn't dare to delay, nor did he care about doing serious business with Gao Shirhan, so he hurried out to check. Upon seeing this, his face suddenly became gloomy. It was actually Shen Miao. "Mom, go back to your room. I'll talk to her." He sent Yi Yuqin away. "I'm already feeling a little unhappy. Because of this woman's instigation, he couldn't even have his wedding. Of course, a big part of the reason for this is that Lu Xiaomei is a gold digger, and she just used this as an excuse to break off the engagement and then take the opportunity to claim compensation." "What are you doing here?" Su Chen stared coldly at Shen Miao. Shen Miao's face was filled with grievance, as if she had something to hide. She stammered, "Su Chen, I'm desperate and have nowhere else to go." "Can you take me in?" "Ha, what nonsense are you talking about?" Su Chen found it funny. She is indeed Lu Xiaomei's best friend, birds of a feather, both shameless. "You've hurt me like this, and you still want me to take you in? What the hell are you dreaming of?" Shen Miao pursed her lips, tears streaming down her face. "I lost my virginity to you, and I'm no longer of any value to the Shen family. They're planning to put me on trial, and I know exactly what the consequences will be. That's why I escaped through the window in the middle of the night. Su Chen, for the sake of our one-night stand, please have some mercy on me." The once arrogant and domineering woman has now become like a quail. Su Chen was puzzled. He didn't know what this woman had been through. He also became more curious about her identity. He asked solemnly, "Tell me the truth. Who are you?" He had always wondered if the reason he had acquired the ability of clairvoyance was related to sleeping with Shen Miao. If that is true, then Shen Miao is definitely not an ordinary person. Ding dong. However, before Shen Miao could explain, the doorbell rang again. Damn! Why is it so lively tonight? Su Chen felt it was a little unbelievable, as they had never had so many guests at home before, so he said to Shen Miao, "Go hide behind the sofa, I'll see who's here first." Shen Miao pursed her lips, said oh and did as she was told, then hid behind the sofa. Su Chen then opened the door and couldn't help but look surprised. "Boss Gao. Why are you here?" It turned out to be Gao Qiqiang. The person who spent 8 million to buy the original work of Bada Shanran was also Su Chen's benefactor. "Little brother, we meet again." Gao Qiqiang was still the same, looking kind. Su Chen did not dare to neglect and immediately said, "Boss Gao, please come in. I will make you some tea right away." "No, I came to see you about something important. I'll leave right after I finish speaking." Gao Qiqiang waved his hand, not intending to enter the house, and said, "From what I understand, it seems that the young man just lost his job?" Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly. "Yes, I used to be a courier, I only made a few thousand yuan a month, I was really tired of it." "Yes, a mere few thousand yuan is not worthy of your abilities, little brother. I, Gao, never fail to judge people and firmly believe that you will achieve extraordinary success in the future. Therefore, I dare to recommend you a position. What do you think?" Gao Qiqiang spoke bluntly. Su Chen was a little surprised. He knew that this old man's identity was definitely not simple, so he said, "Boss Gao, you were so thoughtful. May I ask what position you hold?" Gao Qiqiang smiled faintly, "The general manager of the jewelry industry project of Qiangxing Group. The chief executive of Qiangxing Group. Isn't that the executive of China Shipping's largest group? Oh my god. Who is this old man to be able to get such a position? Boss Gao, I have a question. How much does this position earn per month? A few thousand? Ha, you're such a jokester, little brother. Okay, then I'll tell you. The annual salary is 50 million, plus all sorts of benefits. Of course, year-end bonuses are extra. If you really want a number, conservatively speaking, making over 100 million a year is no problem." Holy crap! Hundreds of millions. Su Chen's eyes almost popped out. He never burned so much money when he visited the grave. "Little brother, I know you are a noble person and not tempted by money. So, you don't need to rush to give me an answer. In 3 days, Qiangxing Group will hold a grand ceremony. If you are interested, come and watch the ceremony. I will introduce you to someone then." Gao Qiqiang didn't want to force Su Chen, so he decided to give him a few days to think about it. After saying that, he turned and left. Su Chen was still immersed in the shock of his annual salary of over 100 million yuan, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. When he reacted, Gao Qiqiang had already left. "You're walking so fast, what are you even considering?" "I definitely agree. Forget it, everyone has left. We'll talk about it in detail when we watch the ceremony in a few days." He had previously thought about applying for a position as a pipeline repairman at Qiangxing Group, but was kicked out by security. Now I can actually get in and become a senior executive. This is like pie in the sky. Just as I was feeling smug, I turned around and the doorbell rang again. People kept coming to look for me. Su Chen found it funny. They could even get together a mahjong table. "Who is coming this time?" "Divine Dr. Lu, it's you." When the door opened, Su Chen was surprised again. It turned out to be the miracle Dr. Lu Ming. "Little brother, I believe Long Xiaotian has explained everything about me to you, right?" Lu Ming stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a hermit. Su Chen nodded. "Master Long has explained everything to me. Dr. Lu, please give me one night to think about this matter." "Don't worry, I'll give you time to think about it." Just as Su Chen was halfway through his words, Lu Ming raised his hand and interrupted him, saying, "First, to be honest, I came to you not to accept you as my disciple, but to ask for your help with something else." "Anything else?" "Yes, I would like to ask you to help me treat a patient." "Ah? Me?" Lu Ming's words stunned Su Chen. A master of traditional Chinese medicine actually asked him to treat an illness. This is too exaggerated. Little brother, if this disease is to be cured, it must be you. Lu Ming's face was serious and he was not joking at all. Su Chen also knew that the situation was urgent, so he nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go with you. Let me change my clothes. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs. Then, Lu Ming went downstairs and waited in the car. Su Chen hurriedly found Shin Miao, took out 3,000 yuan, and said, "Take this money and go to the hotel to get a room. I will talk to you after I finish what I am doing." After saying that, without waiting for Shin Miao's reply, he pushed the person out. After finishing one, I returned to the bedroom. At this moment, Gao Shirhan had taken off all her clothes, supported her head with one hand, and lay on the bed in an extremely seductive posture, waiting for Su Chen to come back. "Miss Gao, I'm sorry, I have to go out for something urgent." Su Chen felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look at Gao Shirhan directly. He picked up his coat and ran away. Gao Shirhan was so angry that she pouted and complained, "How annoying. I've taken the initiative, you stinky man, you don't even know how to cherish me. How much golden time does a person have in his life?" However, the more this happened, the more interested she became in this man. With a roll of her eyes, she smiled playfully, took out her phone and took a beautiful photo of her proud body, and sent it to Su Chen with the caption, "Brother Su Chen, it looks like you won't be able to have me tonight. To ease my longing, I'm sending you a photo. Remember to think of me." Chapter 19 Treatment. Su Chen hurried downstairs and received a message on his mobile phone. When he opened it, he saw beautiful photos sent by Gao Shirhan. In the photo, Gao Shirhan is obviously not wearing any clothes, but the most crucial part of her body is covered by the pillow, making it vaguely visible and arousing people's imagination. The more this kind of perfect feeling of wanting to see but not being able to see is, the more captivating it is. Little vixen. Su Chen swallowed and his throat became dry. This photo was actually taken on his bed. If the genius Dr. Lu Ming hadn't been in a hurry to save people, he would not have missed such a good opportunity. What a shame. What a pity. I feel a little unwilling, but there is still a long way to go and there will always be opportunities. After an hour's drive, the car stopped at a private estate in the suburbs of the northern city. "Little brother, after you go in, don't look around, don't walk around, and don't talk nonsense," Lu Ming reminded him very seriously. Su Chen was a little confused. He was just seeing a doctor, so why was he so cautious? However, as soon as he entered the villa, he immediately understood. At the main gate alone, there are 8 burly bodyguards guarding it, which is quite strict. If you want to come in, you have to be searched first. In the glass display cabinets in the living room, there are many military medals, trophies, medals, and other objects that symbolize glory. It can be seen that the owner of this house must be a big shot in the military, with a very high status. "Divine Dr. Lu, you're finally back. Didn't you say you were going out to look for a good remedy? May I ask if you found it?" As soon as I entered the door, a voice came from the second floor. Looking up, I saw a middle-aged man hurriedly walking down the corridor on the second floor. When Su Chen saw this person, his eyes lit up. This person had a resolute face, was extraordinary and heroic, and was quite energetic. Just from his appearance, one could tell that he must have some status. Lu Ming bowed and said, "I've found him. He's the little brother I brought with me." "What?" The middle-aged man shifted his gaze to Su Chen and asked doubtfully, "Divine Dr. Lu, are you kidding me? Is this young man the right prescription?" Not to mention him, even Su Chen himself was confused. Lu Ming nodded and said, "That's right. The treatment has now reached the most critical step. Only by letting this little brother take action can we achieve a complete cure." The man smacked his lips and said, "Dr. Lu, this is a matter of great importance. I've never doubted your medical skills, but this young man is so young and doesn't have much experience. To be frank, if something goes wrong with his treatment, no one can take the responsibility. Letting a young boy treat the disease, how can this be called?" Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, a cough was heard from the bedroom on the second floor, followed by an old voice saying, "Mingwei, since they are the people invited by Divine Dr. Lu, we must not neglect them. Let them come up." The middle-aged man obviously respected the old man in the bedroom very much and didn't dare to say anything more. Even though he was a little worried, he still stepped aside obediently. Afterwards, Lu Ming took Su Chen to the second floor. As soon as he entered the room, Su Chen saw an octogenarian sitting on the bed. He also had an extraordinary demeanor, but was obviously suffering from a serious illness and his face was pale. Since you are the helper invited by divine Dr. Lu, then little brother, thank you for your hard work. The old man was quite open-minded about the treatment and trusted Lu Ming enough, and he also expressed trust in Su Chen. Instead, Su Chen showed some timidity. He tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve and whispered, "Divine Dr. Lu, how do you want me to help you?" Lu Ming smiled faintly, "It's very simple. I've already completed the initial treatment. As for the final step, I hope you can help Elder Xiong survive, just like you treated Xiaopingshan's stubborn heart disease." Su Chen was secretly shocked. Sure enough, his secret had been seen through by Dr. Lu a long time ago. Well, just see through it. So he said, "Okay, leave it to me." With the previous experience of treating Xiaopingshan, Su Chen was quite confident in the ability of his eyes. He concentrated his mind, turned on his X-ray vision and carefully observed the old man's condition. When I saw it, I couldn't help but be surprised. This old man suffers from extremely serious liver disease. His entire liver is black, and it is obvious that he is in the late stage of liver cancer. Xingji was about to die, but he was able to hold on until now. I guess Dr. Lu must have put a lot of thought into it. "Mr. Xiong, this may be a little uncomfortable for you, please be patient." Su Chen smiled and asked for instructions. After hearing this, the old man smiled kindly and said, "Little brother, just come and tell me how to treat me. I can handle it." Afterwards, Su Chen lifted the old man's clothes, placed his palm lightly on his abdomen, and then used his eyes to exert force to mobilize the clear and spiritual energy. As the airflow gradually flowed downwards, through his arms and palms, it seeped into Mr. Xiong's ribs bit by bit, entered his meridians, and flowed to his necrotic liver. In just a few minutes, the liver cells began to regenerate and gradually showed a glimmer of life. "It's done." Lu Ming grabbed Mr. Xiong's hand and felt his pulse. His originally weak pulse had regained some vitality. As long as there is vitality, recovery is not difficult. Without wasting any time, Lu Ming flipped his palm, pinched a few silver needles between his fingers, and inserted them into several acupuncture points on Mr. Xiong's body one after another. Su Chen still had his X-ray vision on at this moment, and he discovered that as acupuncture was inserted into the acupoints, Mr. Xiong's originally stagnant qi and blood suddenly became unobstructed. Comfortable. Old man Xiong let out a long sigh, and his pale face became a little rosy, looking much more energetic. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed a miracle doctor, his acupuncture technique was so mysterious. However, the treatment was not over yet. Lu Ming kept flipping his palms, and 81 silver needles appeared one after another, which were all inserted into the 81 acupuncture points on Mr. Xiong's body. Whether it's deep or shallow, or the different force of inserting the needle, or the number of times of pinching and turning, every movement is full of details. "Little brother, can you see what's going on?" After finishing the acupuncture, Lu Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around and asked with a smile. Su Chen swallowed hard, suppressing the shock in his heart, and said, "I can't claim to be very knowledgeable, but I do see something unusual. These 81 silver needles may seem random, but they are actually extremely exquisite. They use the number of 99, and are inserted 9 times, and arranged in 9 routes. Not only the force, depth, and sequence are very particular. They can better help the patient to dredge the blood circulation and stimulate the body to accelerate recovery." Lu Ming couldn't help but pause, his eyes full of surprise. After a long while, he said, "Little brother, it seems that you are also very knowledgeable about medicine." Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. He didn't do any research, he just stated the facts he saw with his own eyes. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming removed all 81 silver needles. "Mr. Xiong, I'll write you a prescription later. Just follow my prescription and take the medicine on time. You'll be cured in less than 6 months." The treatment ended successfully here. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he took Su Chen out of the room. "Little brother, thank you so much. If you hadn't given old man Xiong a glimmer of hope, I'm afraid the original treatment plan would have been incredibly long. By the way, little brother, after this incident, has your opinion changed? Do you still need to consider it?" As soon as he walked out of the room, Lu Ming couldn't wait to ask. Su Chen naturally understood that Lu Ming was talking about taking in a disciple. Chapter 20 I am willing to become your disciple. The treatment process just now left Su Chen amazed. Especially Lu Ming's mysterious acupuncture technique is even more surprising. As he was speaking, Xiong Minghui came over anxiously and asked, "Dr. Lu, how is my father doing?" "Don't worry, with Su Chen's help, your father's illness is no longer a problem. The treatment that originally took 6 years can now be cured in just 6 months. Lu Ming's words made Su Chen's heart tremble suddenly. In other words, even without his life force, Lu Ming could still cure advanced liver cancer. It would just take a long time. Such amazing medical skills truly make him worthy of being the renowned Chinese medicine master of Daxia. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Thank you, little brother. I was blind just now, please don't take it to heart, little brother. Xiong Minghui was so excited that he almost knelt on the ground. Su Chen quickly helped him up. He didn't take what happened just now to heart at all and expressed his understanding. Afterwards, under Xiong Minghui's escort, the two drove back to the city. At the entrance of Xinyuan community. Little brother, are you still not going to answer me? Before getting off the car, Lu Ming asked again. Su Chen paused, then asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Divine Dr. Lu, forgive me for being so presumptuous, but why do I feel like you're so anxious about accepting a disciple? So many people want to be your disciples, yet you refuse to accept any? Ah, good boy, you really dare to ask. Lu Ming laughed heartily, not hiding anything, and said, okay, I'll tell you the truth. My sect is very strict about accepting disciples. We don't accept those with bad conduct, dull talents, or mediocre looks. This is why the sect has lost so many talented people since my generation. But I have the heavy responsibility of passing on the legacy, and if I meet the right person, I will not miss him. I see. Su Chen nodded. In fact, when he saw Lu Ming's mysterious acupuncture skills, he was deeply impressed. If he could learn some basic skills, it would be enough for him to gain a foothold in the medical field. Okay, I'm willing to become your disciple. Finally, he agreed. Lu Ming laughed heartily and then said, great, great. I never thought that I, the Lu, would finally get my wish and pass on my sect's medical skills to future generations at the age of nearly 50. Master, please accept my disciple's greeting. Su Chen opened the door and got out of the car, preparing to kneel down. However, Lu Ming immediately said, wait, don't be in a hurry to become my disciple. Huh? Why? No reason. When I, Lu Ming, accept a disciple, it must be done in a very grand and formal occasion, and it must be witnessed by many prominent figures in Daxia. You don't need to ask any more questions, just wait for me to arrange it. Su Chen pursed his lips. He didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Seeing that he was a little discouraged, Lu Ming said again, don't worry, since you have already joined my sect, I will naturally teach you some skills. Get a good rest tonight and come to the hospital to see me tomorrow afternoon. Hearing that he could learn some skills, Su Chen agreed with great excitement. Back home. My parents are already asleep. Shen Miao had left long ago, and there was no sign of Gao Shihan in the bedroom. It seemed that she had gone back as well. Su Chen took a shower and lay in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep. I wonder what skills Dr. Lu wants to teach me. Could it be acupuncture? If I can complete my studies, I can become a miracle doctor, saving lives and becoming famous all over the world. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. I couldn't help but laugh out loud while hiding in my bed. But suddenly, he touched something in his hand. When he took it out, he saw that it was a pair of sexy black lace panties, obviously Gao Shihan's. At the same time, he found an unread text message on his phone. Brother Su Chen, I left something for you. It's a complete set with the one I gave you last time. It's something I've worn. If you miss me, you can express your longing for me to it, he. Su Chen couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This seductive little goblin was really charming to the core. It's late at night. Song family. What? Long Xiaotian kneeled down to that kid? Song Zijian stood up from the sofa in shock. Is there such a thing? This news was undoubtedly a thunderclap that exploded in his mind. This is outrageous. The overlord of Zhonghai actually knelt down and kowtowed to a loser. Who would believe it if this were told to others? Young Master Song, if we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we wouldn't have believed it. Su Chen is no longer the same guy he used to be. Now he has the Black Tiger Society backing him up. We can't do anything to him. The Song family's men were beaten black and blue. This was all thanks to Su Chen showing mercy and asking the Black Tiger Society brothers not to kill them, otherwise they would all have died. Lu Xiaomei snuggled in Song Zijian's arms, looking unconvinced, and said, I don't know what kind of shit luck this guy has, to actually be able to get involved with the Black Tiger Society. But his arrogance won't last long, and he'll fall sooner or later. Oh? What do you mean, little darling? Song Zijian's restless hand gently stroked her body. Lu Xiaomei said, I know him best. He's a loser who has to borrow money everywhere to get married. He has no ability at all. He might have been deceived by the Black Tiger Society. With time, we will naturally see clearly. So we don't have to be afraid that the Black Tiger Society will continue to support him. Song Zijian also thought it made sense and said with a smile, little darling, you are really smart. So, in your opinion, what should we do? A cold glint flashed in Lu Xiaomei's eyes. We don't have to attack him head-on. Doesn't he still have parents? If we can capture his parents and use them as leverage, we can make him kneel down without him even having a chance to resist. Vicious. As the saying goes, women are the most vicious, and this is perfectly demonstrated in Lu Xiaomei. What a great idea! Why didn't I think of that? Song Zijian's eyes narrowed, his expression gradually becoming colder, and he ordered his men, send a few more people to capture that kid's parents. Yes. The men obeyed the order and then retreated. Only Song Zijian and Lu Xiaomei were left in the living room. The two smiled at each other, as if they had seen Su Chen's death at this moment. The next morning. Brother Su Chen, have you seen what I left for you? Su Chen was wandering around the antique street to see if he could find any bargains. He was going to learn skills from Lu Ming in the afternoon, so he had to give him a big gift. Just then Gao Shirhan called. I see. You are really brave. He responded while shopping. Gao Shirhan chuckled, that's exciting enough. By the way, Brother Su Chen, did you use my panties to sharpen your gun? Forehead. Su Chen was speechless. How to answer this? Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Actually, I came to you last night because I wanted to push you down, but I also had something else important to do. Unfortunately, you left in such a hurry that I didn't accomplish either. What's up? I think you're very talented in gambling on gemstones, a rare talent, so I'd like to recommend you a position as the head of the Qiangxing Group's jewelry project, with an annual salary of over 100 million. Gao Shirhan's words made Su Chen stop unconsciously. How come it's exactly the same as what I said to Boss Gao? Chapter 21 begins to practice. Brother Su Chen, the succession ceremony for the new president of Qiangxing Group will be held in 2 days. If you are interested, you can come and have a look. I will introduce you to him then. Gao Shirhan strongly invited him. Su Chen did not hesitate, okay, I will definitely come. He had originally agreed to go with Boss Gao, but he didn't expect Gao Shirhan to say it again. Hang up the phone. Su Chen's attention was attracted by an antique stall nearby. There were several mahjong tiles placed on the stall. Yes, it's mahjong tiles. To ordinary people, things like this are just modern technology, so they cannot be valuable. However, Su Chen vaguely felt that something was unusual, because the mahjong tiles were carved very finely and the shapes were very unique, so he turned on his X-ray eyes to take a look. Item name, multicolored mother of pearl plaque. Material, ebony. Dynasty, used by Emperor Puyi of the Qing dynasty. Value assessment, incomplete quantity, medium value. It's really good stuff. Damn, Puyi's imperial mahjong tiles, what a shame. If we could find a complete set, their value would be at least 10 times higher. Su Chen muttered to himself. But it is an old item after all, so don't waste it. So he said to the stall owner, Boss, how much is this? 100 yuan a pound. The stall owner was playing games and replied casually. Su Chen was stunned. My goodness. Puyi's imperial mahjong, a fine item from the Qing dynasty, was actually being sold at wholesale prices, by the pound. It seems that in this industry, the majority of people are still those who don't know the value of things. I'm too lazy to weigh them. Here are 3. I'll give you $15. Whatever you want, take it if you want, and don't bother me while I play games. In this way, Su Chen transferred 15 yuan and put the 3 mahjong tiles in his pocket. I was secretly delighted, thinking it would be difficult to find a bargain, but it turned out to be so easy. Should I be able to exchange it for a few thousand yuan? He continued walking forward while playing with mahjong tiles. At this moment, his sight fell on an incense burner on the street stall in the corner. The incense burner is about 20 centimeters in diameter and has a common 3-legged structure. On the surface, it doesn't look special and the workmanship is very crude. Even an outsider can tell that it is not an antique at all, but a piece of scrap metal. However, ever since Su Chen acquired the ability to see through things, he had a very keen sense for old objects, so he opened his eyes and took a look. Item name, three-legged incense burner. Material, copper-plated. Dynasty, modern. Assessment value, a pile of scrap metal has low value. Sure enough, it is not worth the money. But as he kept staring at the incense burner, his vision gradually penetrated and he could actually see what was inside the incense burner. At the same time, the information display has also been updated. There is a lot of hidden treasure inside, and it is of great value. There is something hidden inside. He was secretly surprised, and when he looked carefully again, he was surprised to find that there was another layer inside the incense burner, which was completely another incense burner. Item name, Bauta furnace. Material, brass. Dynasty, made during the Ming Dynasty. Evaluation, high value. Su Chen's heart was filled with a wave of excitement. This incense burner was actually hollow, with a brass furnace wrapped inside. The gap between the two was filled with paraffin. The truly valuable part was the Bauta furnace from the Ming Dynasty inside. What a fuss! They hid it so secretly. If he didn't have a pair of X-ray eyes, I'm afraid no one would discover the true value of this incense burner. When I looked up and saw the stall owner's mercenary look, I knew that this person was not as easy to deal with as the stall owner of the colorful mother of pearl plaque. I couldn't ask him directly, otherwise I would definitely be ripped off. Afterwards, Su Chen remained calm, pretending to be tired, and rested on the side, waiting for someone to pass by and ask the price, so as to kill the stall owner's energy. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During the period, there were people who asked for the price, but the stall owner asked for 100,000, which made the person angry and left. It was already noon and it was extremely hot. The stall owner was about to close the stall and go eat, when Su Chen came over and asked, "Boss, how much is this per pound?" "What is this? How much is 1 pound?" The stall owner almost vomited blood when he heard this. He said impatiently, "Brother, you are buying cabbage here, weighing it by the pound." "Mine is an antique, it's the real thing." Su Chen curled his lips and said, "It's just a piece of scrap metal. I plan to melt it down and make a hoop for my dad to play with and reminisce about his childhood. Why don't you name a price? How much is it?" The boss could only call himself unlucky when he encountered such a customer. Seeing that the sun was getting hotter and hotter, he was anxious to close the stall. He waved his hand and said, Okay, take 10,000 yuan. 200. Do you want it or not?" Su Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. From 10,000 to 200, the stall owner was dumbfounded. How can you bargain like this? Seeing that he was hesitating, Su Chen turned around and was about to leave without saying anything more. The stall owner was anxious and quickly shouted from behind, "Brother, at least 1,000 yuan." Su Chen turned around and said, 500 yuan, if you don't want to sell it, forget it. Okay, 500 is 500. It's my bad luck. The stall owner was helpless, but it was better than not opening the shop for the whole morning, at least he could make some sales now. Su Chen grinned, scanned the code for 500 yuan, then picked up the incense burner and ran away, fearing that the stall owner would regret it. Items from the Ming Dynasty are worth at least 1,000,000 yuan, and I got it for only 500 yuan. It's such a great deal. We continued to wander around until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and finally finished our visit to the entire antique street. Along the way, I found that most of the things were fakes. There were not many real things. Occasionally there were 1 or 2, but the prices were ridiculously high. I couldn't bargain for them, so it was better not to buy them. But at least I didn't waste time and picked up a few mahjong tiles and a Bauta furnace. It's time to go to the hospital. He planned to give the Bauta furnace to Lu Ming as a gift, at least he would not come empty-handed. Get to the hospital soon. However, the person who greeted Su Chen was actually Long Xiaotian. "Brother Su, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you all morning." Now that they are considered fellow disciples, Long Xiaotian even changed his way of addressing them. Su Chen was a little surprised and asked, "Master Long, why are you here? Where is Dr. Lu?" Long Xiaotian smacked his lips. "Why call me Master Long? From now on, we are brothers. You can call me Brother Long. Master has an important operation to perform and asked me to wait for you here. Come on, follow me to the lounge." Without waiting for Su Chen to speak again, Long Xiaotian pulled him to the staff dormitory next to the hospital. "Master instructed me to teach you some basic skills of the immortal doctor sect. This is good. With some self-defense skills, you can handle it on your own if young Master Song gives you trouble again in the future." After saying that, Long Xiaotian took a horse stance, clenched his fists on both sides of his waist, a standard Hummer stance. The foundation of martial arts begins with horse stance. Just watch carefully. The pile is established and is as solid as a rock. It seems simple, but it actually contains a mystery. Su Chen secretly opened his eyes of clairvoyance and observed, and saw a stream of air surging around Long Xiaotian, rising from the center of the earth and enveloping his entire body. Together with the spiritual energy generated by the circulation of qi and blood inside his body, they complemented each other. This is a mysterious state where man and nature combine. Brother Su, do you know that the reason I'm able to maintain my position as the overlord of the Zhenghai underground world is because of this unique skill? It's called the Heavenly Man posture, and it's the entry-level foundation for qi training in the Immortal Doctor sect. If practiced well, it can concentrate one's spirit and strength. Once mastered, one can unleash power beyond that of an ordinary person. Chapter 22 is actually a martial arts monster. Heavenly Pillar. To achieve this means to be one with nature, which is an extremely profound state. Su Chen was secretly shocked. As expected, there are many strange people in this world. Brother Su, come and try it. Long Xiaotian put away his stance and stepped aside. Su Chen nodded, then followed Long Xiaotian's example, took a stance, and stood in a very standard Hummer stance. Although the stance is already quite decent, it is just an ordinary horse stance and is still far from the real Tianren stance. Well, your posture is very standard. Brother Su, your lower body skills are quite good. Next, it depends on when you can stand up and release the energy. That was all Long Xiaotian could teach, and after he finished speaking, he sat aside and played with his phone. Su Chen was stunned for a moment and asked, Brother Long, what do you mean by Qi Jin? Long Xiaotian thought for a while, set his eyes on the desk, and then slapped it with his palm. Bang! The solid wood tabletop suddenly sank, revealing a palm print. Infinite power. Do you understand? He turned around and asked. Su Chen was filled with surprise. What would be the effect if such a strong palm force hit someone's head? So this is what is called Qi. That's amazing, Brother Long. How long did it take you to practice Qigong from standing still? About 3 years. It will take time for Tian Renzwen to stand out. From the initial standard posture, to being able to stand out with a sense of qi, and then to being able to control the sense of qi for one's own breathing and absorption, and to use it for one's own benefit, this is called the real Tianren posture. It took Long Xiaotian 3 years just to get started with the basics. Su Chen swallowed hard. Oh my god, 3 years, I'm going to stand until I vomit blood. Long Xiaotian smiled faintly. Brother Su, Master said that your pulse is extraordinary, definitely not that of an ordinary person. In less than 3 months, you will be able to gain some insights. Don't worry, live here steadily, I will accompany you. Fuck, what do you mean, 3 months? And I have to live here? Can't I go out if I can't practice? Master's orders are hard to disobey, and I have no choice. But don't worry, I'm here, and I'll definitely treat you well with good food and drink. Let me teach you a set of mental formulas, and use them when you stand in the stance. When you understand them, you'll be close to being able to feel the energy. After saying that, Long Xiaotian taught Su Chen a set of long and obscure text formulas. The so-called mantra of the mind method is a way to guide the qi and blood with the mind, which can increase the effectiveness of standing several times. This is all I can teach you. From now on, it all depends on your personal understanding. Then Long Xiaotian ignored Su Chen and fell asleep on the bench. Brother Long, are you really asleep? Su Chen was dumbfounded. Oh my god, am I being kidnapped? You are not allowed to leave if you can't learn it. I wanted to ask for more details, but Long Xiaotian was already snoring. Forget it, I'll just figure it out on my own. Su Chen is indeed extraordinary and has his own unique method, which is to observe the candidates and have a photographic eye that can remember everything. He recalled the scene of Long Xiaotian standing in the stance just now, replaying it over and over in his mind like watching a movie. After observing for a few times, he noticed that there were obvious changes in the circulation of qi and blood in Long Xiaotian's body when he was standing in the stance. Could this be a breakthrough? Su Chen suddenly understood something. Now that you can see it, things become much simpler. Perhaps I don't need to memorize those formulas by heart. I can just follow the way the qi and blood circulate in Brother Long's body and imitate him. Shouldn't I be able to achieve the same effect? After figuring it out, I concentrated my mind and stood still, then started to look inward. As long as I could see what was happening inside my body, controlling the circulation of qi and blood would not be difficult. At the same time, Xin Yuan community. Bang! The door was kicked open fiercely. This scared Su Tianan and Yi Yuqin, who were watching TV in the house. Immediately afterwards, 8 ferocious-looking men rushed in. Fuck you 2 old bastards, you still have the leisure to watch TV at home? Take them away. The leading man snorted coldly and called on his men to take action. Then everyone rushed forward, held down Su Tianan and Yi Yuqin, and tied them up with ropes. Who are you? Breaking into a private house without permission. I'll call the police. Su Tianan had not yet recognized that these people were the Song family men who had beaten him before. Seeing him resist, the leading man became furious. Bang! He slapped him in the face. Call the police? I'll destroy you first. Bang! Another slap. Su Tianan was beaten so hard that he foamed at the mouth and fell on the sofa, twitching. He was already in poor health, and had been running around to borrow money for Su Chen's marriage. He was overworked and could not withstand such a beating. Old man! Old man! Woo woo woo! Yi Yuqin burst into tears and turned around to scream, "You've gone too far. When my son comes back, he won't let you go." Bang! It would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but once he did, the leading man flew into a rage. He raised his leg and kicked Yi Yuqin, cursing, "Damn it! How dare you mention your son to me? It's because of him that we were beaten into pig heads. Because of Su Chen, they were beaten up by the Black Tiger Society. After returning, they were punished by Song Zijian for their poor performance. Adding insult to injury. All this is Su Chen's fault. Fuck. Since I can't deal with your son, I'll deal with you all." The leading man was furious and wanted to vent his anger on Su Chen's parents. Tie him up and beat him up, then take him away after you've beaten him enough. Yes. At one command, the rest of the men followed suit. After forcibly tying up Su Tianan and Yi Yuqin, they pushed them to the ground and kicked and stomped them violently in front of the mountain. While trampling, he also insulted the 18 generations of ancestors of the Su family. Now. Hospital. Time flies like a white horse, and it's gone in the blink of an eye. When Long Xiaotian woke up from his sleep, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. It's getting dark. Oh, you're still practicing, not bad. Seeing that Su Chen was still standing still, Long Xiaotian nodded with satisfaction. If I continue like this, maybe I will be able to feel the energy in 3 months. But then he noticed something was wrong. When Su Chen was standing still, there was a faint cyclone around him. It is very faint and almost unnoticeable if you don't feel it carefully. But the presence of such a sign means that Su Chen is not far from the door to becoming a formal warrior. Su, brother Su, did you succeed? Long Xiaotian couldn't believe it and hurried forward. How could such a thing happen in the world? It only takes half a day and you can feel the energy? Absolutely not. Brother Long, you're awake. I practiced according to your method, and I do feel some subtle sensations in my body. Su Chen answered truthfully. After practicing for 2 hours, I could vaguely feel a heat wave rising from the center of the earth and surrounding my body. After 4 hours of practice, the heat wave was already able to be absorbed by his body along with the rhythm of his breathing. At this point, he has understood that Tianren Zhuang is actually a unique way of breathing, which continuously absorbs external energy and nourishes itself. Over time, this energy accumulates and forms a sense of qi, and this qi is the source of strength. It took Long Xiaotian 3 years to realize this. What does that mean? This means that Su Chen reached the level that Long Xiaotian took 3 years to reach in just half a day. Brother Su, you. After listening to Su Chen's story, Long Xiaotian was stunned. Chapter 23 Anyone who hurts my parents. Die. It only took half a day, but he was already able to stand out with a sense of energy. How the hell is this possible? You know, Long Xiaotian himself had been standing in a posture for 3 years before he could barely feel some energy. However, what Long Xiaotian didn't know was that if he followed the rules and practiced standing still according to the mantra of the mental method, it would actually take 3 years. Su Chen was able to comprehend things in a short period of time, all relying on what he could see with his eyes, and thus found a new way and worked out a unique method of his own. Brother Su, why don't you try again and see if you can use this power? Long Xiaotian played a trick and increased the difficulty. Qi sensation is just the basics to get started, the real difficulty lies in how to use it. It took him a whole year to develop the sense of qi and be able to control it freely for use in actual combat. Okay, I'll try. Su Chen seemed to understand, then stood up again and felt a weak airflow surrounding his body. He tried to control the airflow, but found that it was very ethereal and impossible to control. The first attempt ended in failure. Long Xiaotian smiled complacently, regaining his confidence. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Su, it's difficult. Come on, since you have already cultivated the sense of energy, it can be considered a small achievement. Let's go, brother will buy you a drink. This is good, at least I don't have to stay here for 3 months. Brother Long, let me try again." Su Chen refused to admit defeat and pondered the reasons for his defeat. After a few seconds, his thoughts became clear and he thought of a new method to try. He then opened his X-ray vision and after a little trial, he was surprised to find that it was not difficult to control the energy as long as he could see clearly. Then, he directed the airflow onto his palm, exclaimed loudly, and slammed it on the table. Bang! The solid wood table fell apart. It was shaken into several pieces of rotten wood. Seeing the scene, Long Xiaotian's eyes widened like 2 big light bulbs. He was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Su, brother Su, you. What the hell is going on? Can you summon the energy as soon as you get started? And it is so powerful. You know, even though Long Xiaotian only used 50% of his strength in that palm strike he just demonstrated, it only left a palm print on the table, but Su Chen actually smashed the table to pieces. Does this mean that Su Chen's half-day practice is equivalent to his achievements of more than 10 years? How terrifying. Is this something a human can do? Brother Su, tell me the truth, are you a human being? Evildoer. It must be a monster. Brother Long, what are you talking about? Of course I am a human. Su Chen also knew that his progress was too terrifying, but he didn't want others to discover the secret of his eyes, so he said, "This is all thanks to your good teaching, Brother Long. I practiced according to your teaching method and quickly found the trick. How about this, to express my gratitude, I buy you a drink." Okay, I'm craving a drink. To celebrate your small accomplishments in cultivation, Brother Su, let's not go home until we're drunk. As soon as Long Xiaotian heard that there was wine to drink, he immediately became interested. The two of them agreed to go to a nearby bar for a drink. The training, which was originally supposed to last 3 months, ended in just half a day. However, at this moment, Long Xiaotian's cell phone rang. Hey, what did you say? Is there such a thing? He picked up the phone and his expression suddenly changed. Okay, control them all and don't let them run away. I'll be there soon. Hang up the phone. Long Xiaotian gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger. He turned to Su Chen and said, "Brother Su, I'm afraid you can't drink this wine. Something happened at home." What? Su Chen frowned. Just now, a brother from the Black Tiger Society in Old Town called and said that the gang that caused trouble at your house yesterday is back again. Your parents. Long Xiaotian paused mid-sentence. He was afraid that Su Chen would be too sad, so he didn't dare to continue. Su Tianan and Yi Yuqing had their hands and feet tied up and were beaten and kicked by 8 Song family men. One of them had his internal organs ruptured and was vomiting blood, while the other had 3 ribs broken and was seriously injured. Brother Long, I understand. However, Su Chen remained extremely calm and turned around to leave. No extra words. There were no complaints, no emotions, not even a ripple on his face. It's not that he didn't have anger, but he relied purely on his willpower to forcibly suppress the volcano in his heart that was about to erupt. A truly angry lion never roars. Long Xiaotian hurriedly said, "Brother Su, I'll go with you." Su Chen didn't even turn his head, no. Brother Long, let me handle this matter myself. Once, twice, even 3 or 4 times, he chose to endure, just because he was kind. But now it seems that in this world where the strong prey on the weak, kindness is the most useless. Su Chen has seen through it all and can no longer tolerate it, so there is no need to endure it anymore. Even if the Jade Emperor came today, he couldn't stop him from going on a killing spree. Long Xiaotian, why are you here alone? Where is Su Chen? As soon as he left, Lu Ming walked in. I was told to practice Tianren posture here and only leave when I have learned it, but now I can't see him anymore. Long Xiaotian didn't know how to explain it, so he told Su Chen about the results of his cultivation. When Lu Ming heard this, his eyes widened in shock. What? He only managed to generate qi in half a day? How is this possible? Long Xiaotian pointed to the smashed table next to him and said, "Master, I can't believe it either, but the facts are right in front of me." Brother Su smashed it with one palm. "See for yourself." When Lu Ming turned around, he was shocked beyond words. The solid wood table was smashed into a pile of waste wood. How much strength does it take to do this? The legendary celestial vein is truly extraordinary. Lu Ming secretly exclaimed in admiration, thinking that he had made the right choice in choosing this disciple. If this continues, Su Chen will soon be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of being the master. Long Xiaotian, go to the Xiong family immediately and inform old man Xiong that it's time to pay the consultation fee. Lu Ming rarely charges money for his medical treatment. He usually asks the patient to do something for him as payment. Originally, the Xiong family's medical fees were meant for Su Chen, but unexpectedly, Su Chen made rapid progress. In this way, that thing could be done in advance. Soon. Xin Yuan Community. When Su Chen returned home, more than a dozen people from the Black Tiger Society had been waiting for him for a long time. "Brother Su Chen, you're back." The one who spoke was the eldest brother of this gang, named Sang Biao. When he found out that someone had come to Su Chen's house to cause trouble again, Sang Biao immediately brought people to the house and subdued the 8 men of the Song family, but he was one step too late. Su Tianan and Yi Yuqin were seriously injured. "Where are my parents?" Su Chen asked. "He has been sent to the hospital. He is seriously injured and may need to stay in the hospital for 10 days to half a month." Sang Biao answered, then looked at the Song family's men who were tied up in the house and said, "Brother Su Chen, what are you going to do with these people?" When Su Chen heard that his parents were seriously injured, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes and he said coldly, "Untie them." "Loosen? Are you going to let them go?" Sang Biao was stunned. "Brother Su Chen, these 8 guys are so cruel that they even bully 2 old people. We must not let them go so easily." Su Chen said, "I am not going to let them go, but I want to give them a chance." "Give them a chance?" These words puzzled all the brothers of the Black Tiger Society. What's the meaning? Although Sang Biao didn't understand what was going on, he still waved his hand and signaled to untie them. "You only have one chance. All 8 of you must attack me together. If you can defeat me, I will not pursue this matter today." Su Chen's face was gloomy. He is no longer the same person he was before. The so-called opportunity was just a chance for the 8 of them to redeem themselves with their lives. Because today, none of these Song family's men will be able to return alive. Su Chen is determined to kill, and no god or Buddha can stop him. Chapter 24 I want the Song family to be destroyed. "Boy, do you really want to fight 8 of us alone?" Some of the Song family's men were hesitant to believe it. Isn't this simply courting death? 8 against 1, even a single piss from anyone would be enough to drown him. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he asked calmly, "Before I send you on your way, I have a question. Last time you came to cause trouble, I let you go. Why did you dare to come this time and attack my parents? The dragon has a reverse scale, whoever touches it will die. Now these people have completely touched Su Chen's bottom line. Kid, who do you think you are? Do we need to let you go?" The leading man sneered, "If you hadn't been so lucky to have hooked up with the Black Tiger Society, we would have killed you in a matter of minutes. Now you're courting death." The Song family had already completed their investigation of Su Chen's background. What a waste. Now he is confident that he won't let the Black Tiger Society interfere, and wants to fight 1 against 8 people. He is simply jumping into the fire pit. "If you want to die, then I will grant your wish. Let's go together and kill him." After that, without any more nonsense, to prevent the boy from regretting it, they rushed forward. Su Chen clenched his fists tightly, and the anger burning in his heart could no longer be suppressed. This time, he will make the Song family pay a heavy price. "Brother Sang Biao, what should we do? If Brother Su Chen gets hurt, we won't be able to explain to Lord Long." Seeing that the 8 men of the Song family had begun to besiege Su Chen, a brother from the Black Tiger Society said worriedly. After hearing this, Sang Biao was also anxious, but Su Chen insisted on fighting alone, and he couldn't stop him. He could only sigh and say, "Keep a close eye on him. If there are any signs of something wrong, we will go forward and help immediately. This is the only solution for now. After all, 1 person is fighting against 8 people, and he is not a man, so who can beat him?" However, the next second, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Bang! A dull sound rang out. But then one of the Song family's men flew into the air and was knocked away. His body was like an arrow shot from a bow, crashing out of the window and falling from the second floor into the flower bed downstairs. He vomited blood and died on the spot. He didn't die from the fall, but his internal organs were shattered before he fell, and he died while still in mid-air. It was the man who was the leader among the Song family's men. This punch is returned to you. Su Chen's face was gloomy. He had always remembered the face of the man he had beaten to death. It was this man who had taken the lead in beating his parents when he came to claim compensation. None of you can escape. He glanced coldly at the other 7 people. The 7 men were stunned. Not only did they forget to hit anyone, they even forgot to move a finger. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What happened just now? Knock someone away with just one punch? Such a powerful force must be at least 1,000 pounds, right? When did Su Chen become so powerful? Hallucination? What they don't know is that Su Chen is no longer the same person he used to be. He is no longer the useless guy who was ridden on and shit on by others. Instead, he has transformed himself into the only disciple of the genius Dr. Lu Ming, and has learned the unique skills of Tianren Zhuang. Not to mention fighting 1 against 8, even if there were 8 more, I could easily kill them in seconds. You don't dare to come over, right? Fine, then I'll take action first. Su Chen would never give this group of people another chance. The murderous aura surged like a torrent, and wherever it went, there would be blood. Forbearance? Impossible. Facts have proved that the more you tolerate, the more arrogant and domineering the other party will become. He has been patient with the Song family many times, but in return he was retaliated again and again. This time, he will definitely not tolerate it again. Bang! 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 After 3 consecutive punches, each one hitting the flesh, 3 of the Song family's men fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Under Su Chen's eyes of perspective, these people had nowhere to hide and no chance to escape, not even a chance to fight back. The wailing and screaming were endless and echoed throughout the entire community. Sang Biao brother Su Chen he. All the members of the Black Tiger Society were dumbfounded, staring blankly with their eyes wide open. Do you need help with this? Su Chen can kill all 8 of the Song family's men by himself. But how is that possible? It's only been 1 day. How come Su Chen has become like a different person? Sang Biao was also stunned, so strong. He has followed Long Xiaotian for the longest time, and has experienced many life and death battles. He has also seen Long Xiaotian's murderous look, which is exactly the same as the aura emanating from Su Chen at this moment. Exactly like. Su Chen's current appearance is exactly the same as Long Yi's demeanor on the battlefield when he was young. Su Chen. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Please. In less than a minute, 8 of the Song family's men were killed, leaving only 1. Those 7 people were all killed with 1 punch, beaten to death. Blood dyed the living room red. The smell of blood also filled the house. The entire Su family has turned into a hell of killing. Su Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked down at the last of the Song family's men like a devil, and said coldly, "When you beat my parents just now, did they beg for mercy?" The answer is obvious, you must have asked. However, for these thugs, the 2 elderly people as pleading only fueled their desire to beat people. Aye. The man didn't know how to answer and stammered, unable to speak. Su Chenjin gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You can even kill 2 old men. I will destroy you." Snap. After saying that, he stepped on the man's thigh. The leg bones were broken in an instant. Ah! Screams pierced the sky. But that's not the end. Can't you bear it? Snap. Another kick, slamming hard on the other leg. The Song family's subordinate could no longer shout, his voice was hoarse. Only now did he understand what it meant to be in excruciating pain. Both of his legs were completely disabled. Even if he survived, he would be disabled for life. Die. Bang. Su Chen shouted angrily and smashed his fist on the man's head, directly blowing half of his head apart. The remaining half of his head rolled to the ground like a ball. Blood gushed out. The house was finally quiet. The ground was covered with corpses and blood. The brothers of the Black Tiger Society had seen big scenes before, but at this moment they were all trembling with fear. Just ask yourself, who wouldn't be afraid when facing a murderous demon like Su Chen? Brother Sang Biao, I have a favor to ask of you. After a long time, Su Chen calmed down and turned to speak. Sang Biao was so impressed by Su Chen that he even changed his address and said, "Brother Su Chen, if you have anything to say, please tell me. I'm going to the hospital to visit my parents. Please, take this half of my head to Song Zijian. And write a letter saying that the matter between me, Su Chen, and the Song family will be settled soon." Su Chen said solemnly with a cold expression. Chapter 25 See Shock. After dealing with the 8 men of the Song family, Su Chen hurried to the hospital. Her parents were seriously injured, especially Yi Yuqin, whose broken ribs had pierced her heart and her life was in danger at any time. The hospital was in chaos because this type of operation was extremely difficult. Just as the doctors were holding an emergency meeting to discuss the plan, Su Chen had already sneaked into the operating room. "Mom, I'm sorry." Looking at his critically ill mother on the operating table, Su Chen couldn't help but burst into tears. This time, it's because of him again. Always causing harm to your family. After going through so much, Su Chen finally understood that honest people will not be respected in this world. Only by becoming stronger and gaining absolute strength can he best protect his family. "Mom, don't worry, I'm here and I won't let anything happen to you." Su Chen wiped his tears and then turned on his X-ray vision to observe Yi Yuqin's condition. 3 ribs were broken, one of which had pierced into the heart like a sharp knife, causing severe internal bleeding. In this case, surgery is unlikely to be effective. He immediately pressed his palm on Yi Yuqin's body, mobilized the vitality, and injected it into the meridians bit by bit. With the injection of vitality, Yi Yuqin's internal bleeding improved and her vital signs stabilized. However, if the rib that pierced the heart is not removed, the situation will still worsen. Thinking of this, he didn't care about anything else. He picked up the scalpel beside him and cut a hole in Yi Yuqin's heart. With his other hand, he continuously injected vitality into her, and restored the ribs in a very brutal way and repaired them. With the powerful recovery ability of the vitality force, even though Su Chen had no surgical experience, he successfully pulled Yi Yuqin back from the brink of death. Finally, the wound is sutured and the operation is completed. However, the blood and qi in Yi Yuqin's body were still stagnant and she had no vitality. It seemed that there was still a hurdle that she had not yet overcome. What to do? Su Chen pondered, thinking that it would be great if his master was here. That's right, master. He suddenly remembered Lu Ming's mysterious acupuncture technique, which could stimulate qi in blood and help people restore their energy. His mind immediately recalled the 9,981 injections Lu Ming had used to treat Mr. Xion's liver disease. He replayed them in his mind like watching a movie, not missing a single detail. No matter how delicate the technique was, Su Chen had a sharp eye and could not only see the force, depth, and needle-holding method of the needles, but he could even see the changes in the qi and blood in old man Xion's body after each needle was inserted, and thus analyze the purpose and function of all the needle routes. After a few minutes, he had a general understanding, so he did not waste any more time. He found the silver needles in the operating room and inserted the needles one by one according to the techniques he remembered. It really works! After 40 needles, Yi Yuqin's blood circulation had gradually begun to flow freely, and her originally lifeless appearance began to regain some color, and her face became rosy. After 81 injections, his qi and blood were completely restored, and his breathing and heartbeat returned to normal. Success! The first time he used it, Su Chen successfully replicated the unique skills of the genius Dr. Lu Ming and pulled his mother back from the brink of death. After checking again with my X-ray vision, I found that there was no problem. Su Chen finally let go of his anxious heart. If anything happened to his mother, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Master Song, it's time to settle old and new grudges. After Su Chen finished treating Yi Yuqin, he left the operating room and went to the Song family alone. Yes, he wants revenge on Song Zijian. As soon as I left, the doctors came out after the meeting. Have you called Divine Dr. Lu at the first hospital? I've already notified them. They'll be here in a few minutes. Our hospital definitely can't perform such a major operation, so we can only entrust it to Dr. Lu. By the way, how is the patient? He's not very stable. He's been receiving blood and oxygen transfusions. His life is in danger at any time. Give him emergency treatment first, and then let him receive it after Dr. Lu arrives. As the doctors talked, they entered the operating room. However, when they saw the situation in the operating room, they were all stunned. Yi Yuqin actually sat up. Everyone thought she was faking death, so they rushed forward to check, and were shocked to find that all of Yi Yuqin's symptoms had healed. The internal bleeding has recovered and the ribs have recovered. It can be said that he is completely cured. What's going on? Was she like this when she was brought in just now? The doctor has begun to suspect that there may be something wrong with his memory. The patient whose life was hanging by a thread recovered in the blink of an eye? There's no way this could happen. At this moment, Lu Ming rushed over and said, "Where is the patient? Let me see. Dr. Lu, you've arrived just in time. Take a look at this patient. He's truly extraordinary." The doctor quickly explained the situation. Lu Ming was also amazed when he heard this. He then reached out to check Yi Yuqing's pulse and found that her qi and blood were vigorous. It was obvious that she had received the treatment of exquisite acupuncture. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ah! Tianshu 9 needles. Tianshu 9 needles." Upon hearing this legendary acupuncture technique, the attending physician was filled with astonishment and asked, "Divine Dr. Lu, isn't this your unique skill? In the whole world, the only person who can use the 9 needles of Tianshu is the genius Dr. Lu Ming. There is no one else who can control it." Lu Ming was also shocked. This unique skill was the secret of the immortal doctor sect, and it was impossible for outsiders to learn it. As for his two disciples, Long Xiaotian was just a registered disciple and had never been taught any medical skills, while Su Chen had just started learning and had not had time to learn. Su Chen? Thinking of this, Lu Ming suddenly understood something and immediately asked, "What is the name of the patient's family member?" The doctor hurriedly looked at the nurse, who quickly looked through the files and said, "I found out. The two patients who came in are a couple. They have a son named Su Chen, who just came to visit." "It's really Su Chen." Lu Ming was shocked. "Good boy. You are really something." The shock in his heart had made him unable to control his breathing, which became rapid. He had only demonstrated such an exquisite acupuncture technique once when treating Mr. Xian's liver disease, but Su Chen could actually copy it perfectly. I really wasn't wrong. This guy is indeed the chosen one. A perfect apprentice, a good material for studying medicine, the successor he had been looking for half his life was indeed Su Chen. Afterwards, he immediately made a phone call. "Long Xiaotian, what on earth happened in Su Chen's family?" "Master, Brother Su said he wanted to solve it himself, and he wouldn't let me, so I didn't tell you." On the other end of the phone, Long Xiaotian didn't expect his master to ask. Like a child who had done something wrong, he said, "Song Zijin's men went to Brother Su's house to cause trouble and injured his parents." "Is there such a thing? The Song family is so bold." Lu Ming frowned, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He exclaimed, "Oh no! Su Chen just left. I'm afraid he went to the Song family." Long Xiaotian, gather everyone and rush to the Song family immediately. Chapter 26 I wonder who dares to hurt Su Chen. What? Brother Su went to the Song family? When Long Xiaotian heard this, he felt that something was wrong. Although Su Chen has amazing talent in martial arts, he has just started. At most, he is half a warrior and is still far from being a real strong man. Now that he is going to the Song family alone to seek revenge, it is clear that he is walking into a tiger's mouth. You know, there are warriors in the Song family, especially Ji Buchang, who is also a warrior with some skills. After hanging up the phone, Long Xiaotian immediately ordered all the brothers from the Black Tiger Society closest to the Song family to rush to the Song family together. On this day, Zhenghai was in an uproar. What? An emergency decree? What happened? I don't know. Lord Long has ordered all the brothers to rush to the Song family immediately. Going to the Song family? Strange. I've been a member for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen Lord Long make such a big move. All the nearby branches are in action, at least 200 people in total, all rushing towards the Song family. What happened to the Song family? Could it be that last time at Boyuan Pavilion, Song Zijian offended Lord Long? No way, if this is the case, given Lord Long's temper, he would have taken action long ago. Why wait until now? Oh my god, what happened to the Black Tiger Society? Now. Song family. Damn. Suchun, you bastard, how dare you kill someone from my Song family? Song Zijian looked at the half-head in the wooden box in front of him and Su Chen's letter, and was furious. None of the 8 men of the Song family were spared. This is clearly a declaration of war against the Song family. My dear, I can assert that this was definitely not done by that loser Su Chen. It must have been done by someone from the Black Tiger Society. At this time, Lu Xiaomei walked out from the side hall. After hearing this, Song Zijian also felt that it made sense. After all, Suchen didn't have that ability. What kind of tricks did this useless guy use to deceive Long Xiaotian? With the Black Tiger Club backing him up, things are going to be difficult. At this point, we can only ask Jibochang for help. After all, Jibo lived in the area north of Kyoto and had a force of his own. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The big iron gate of the yard collapsed with a loud bang. Song Zijian was startled and looked outside hurriedly, only to see Suchen walking in slowly. Suchen! When he saw the visitor, Song Zijian was surprised and happy. What is surprising is how this kid has such great strength that he can even kick down a big iron gate. What made him happy was that he was just about to settle the score with Suchen, and he showed up at his doorstep. Day. Hearing the noise outside, the men in the Song family villa rushed out and surrounded Suchen. Suchen, you are so brave. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell but you break in. Song Zijian smiled proudly and went out to greet him. This is the Song family, even if Suchen survives, he won't be able to get out. Suchen Huan took a look and said indifferently, Mr. Song, it's time to settle the accounts between us. Together with Lu Xiaomei, he went to the house to claim compensation and beat him and his parents. This is a crime. He lost to him in gambling on stones in the market, refused to admit it and even had people beat him up. This is a second crime. In Boyuan Pavilion, Ji Buochang challenged him to a gambling stone contest and lost to him again, but then he refused to pay. This was his third crime. He sent 8 men to ambush downstairs of his house, waiting for an opportunity to assassinate him. This is the fourth crime. Out of kindness, he let the 8 men of the Song family go, but Song Zijian allowed these 8 men to come back and beat his parents severely. This is the fifth crime. These 5 charges are all blood debts, and all of them are punishable by death. Today, he will make Song Zijian pay for his blood debt with blood. Humph, boy, you're so bold that you actually dare to come to the Song family and cause trouble. But at this moment, a scolding voice was heard. Following the sound, I saw an old man leaning out of the window on the second floor, staring down like a tiger. It's Ji Buochang. Master, you've come at the perfect time. This kid Suchen is here to kill us. Just watch and see how I chop his head off. With Ji Buochang around, Song Zijian was even more fearless. A mere Suchen couldn't cause any trouble at all. Everyone, step aside. I can handle this loser by myself. It just so happened that Ji Buochang taught him some boxing and kicking skills, which were more than enough to kill Suchen. The Song family's men all knew that Suchen was a third-rate person, so they ignored him and stepped aside to watch the show. Lu Xiaomei didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. She smiled coquettishly and said, Honey, please don't beat him to death. He still owes us 1 million. Facing the discrimination from everyone in the Song family, Suchen not only did not feel a bit frustrated, but instead a smile appeared on his face. This kid is crazy, he can actually laugh. Boy, you must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Take a good look at your current situation. That's right, you can still laugh even when you're about to die. The Song family members who were watching the fun nearby couldn't help laughing and thought Suchen was a complete fool. Song Zijian also laughed out loud, ha, this kid must have been scared silly by me. However, the next second. Mr. Song, I'm laughing at your stupidity. Be prepared to pay the price for underestimating your enemy. Suchen stepped forward quickly and suddenly rushed to Song Zijian's side. Then he gathered all the energy in his body into his fist and punched out suddenly. This punch gathered all his hatred and was unstoppable. Not good. Ji Buochang on the second floor noticed something was wrong at a glance. Suchen's punch was extremely powerful, obviously not something an ordinary person could do. This kid's punches are actually powerful. Master Song, get out of the way. However, it was too late. Bang! Suchen's fist slammed into Song Zijian's chest. Song Zijian suddenly felt as if his body was hit by a huge truck. The pain was so severe that his entire chest collapsed. His body also flew into the air and was knocked more than 10 meters away, hitting the courtyard wall hard. How could a flesh and blood body withstand such tremendous force? He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Mr. Song. Master Song. It was not until this moment that the Song family's men realized that something was wrong. Hurry, save them. Save them. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. Boy, you dared to hurt my young master, you are seeking death. Go. Kill him. Everyone was in chaos. Some were trying to save people, some were besieging Su Chen, and some were so frightened by the shocking punch just now that they couldn't recover for a long time. Humph. How dare you, you little brat, show off your skills in front of me. Ji Buochang had already noticed Su Chen's transformation and immediately jumped down from the second floor, landing steadily in the courtyard. He roared, "Before in Boyuan Pavilion, Long Xiaotian backed you up and didn't kill you. Now let's see who can help you." It's only been 2 days since we last met, and Su Chen has gone from being a useless loser to becoming a warrior that's 1 in 100. Such an astonishing growth rate is truly a monster. This person must not be allowed to stay. Ji Buochang intended to strangle Su Chen to death, and the true energy in his body circulated, ready to kill him. However, at this moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps was heard outside the door. "I am the leader of the Tianqin Hall of the Black Tiger Society. Crow, I want to see who dares to touch Su Chen. I am the overlord of Yuhua Hall. If anyone dares to touch Su Chen, dozens of brothers from Yuhua Hall will kill him. I'm the mighty dragon of Furong Hall. You idiot, how dare you touch brother Su Chen? Captain Ji, I'm warning you, if you dare to touch my brother Su, my Black Tiger Society will not let you leave Shanghai alive." Crowds of people poured in groups and dense crowds like a tide. There are so many that you can't see the end of them, at least hundreds of them. Each of them was holding a machete or iron rod, looking ferocious. Chapter 27 The feud is complete. Long Xiaotian, what are you doing? Do you want to bully the minority with your numbers? Faced with such a large formation of hundreds of people from the Black Tiger Society, even Ji Buochang was a little afraid. After all, his power is not in Shanghai, so even if he wants to summon them, it will take time. At this moment, the Black Tiger Society's posture showed that they had no intention of giving him any time. "Master Ji, let me make it clear to you. I am using my numbers to bully the few. What can you do about it?" Long Xiaotian didn't give him any face and said disdainfully, "You should know what the Song family has done. Song Zijian must pay the price for this today. Since you are not a member of the Song family, I will not attack you. I advise you to stay away and don't meddle in other people's business. In Shanghai, no one dares to disobey the Black Tiger Society. The Song family is like a clown, constantly playing tricks on Long Xiaotian's bottom line. This account must be settled today." Ji Buochang knew that the situation was not favorable for him and he absolutely could not force his way forward at the moment, so he put away his murderous intent, glared at Su Chen coldly, and then stepped aside. Who would have thought that a waste in the eyes of the Song family could actually alarm hundreds of brothers from the Black Tiger Society to come to support? Even Long Xiaotian came. If this matter were to get out, the entire Shanghai would be in an uproar. "Lu Xiaomei, it's time to settle the accounts between us." At this time, Su Chen's cold gaze fell on Lu Xiaomei again. Lu Xiaomei was struck by lightning in an instant. Song Zijian, whom she relied on, was only breathing his last breath, and Ji Buochang chose to stand by and watch. She no longer had any support, and she was so scared that her body went limp and she knelt on the ground. "Su Chen, please listen to my explanation, please listen to my explanation." She was at a loss and said in panic. "You can't blame me for this. It was Song Zijian who ordered me to do it. Actually, you are the only one I have always loved deeply. Su Chen, I love you. We've already reached the stage of discussing marriage and even had a wedding. I will be your wife. You can't hurt me. Please, don't destroy me. Haven't you always wanted my body? I can give it to you right now." In her excitement, she lifted her clothes, revealing half of her breasts, and shouted, "Right here. Right at the Song family. There's a bed inside, you can do anything to me. I can do any position. I promise to serve you comfortably." From the blind date to their acquaintance, Lu Xiaomei had been relying on sweet talk to keep Su Chen hanging and constantly asking for money. At the end of the year, Su Chen spent all his salary on this woman. In order to marry a woman, he even borrowed money from everywhere to raise enough money for the high bride price and wedding banquet. But this woman ran away on the wedding day. From beginning to end, Su Chen didn't even touch her hand, just because of Lu Xiaomei's words, claiming that couples cannot have sex before marriage. But now I think about how sad this sentence is. When Lu Xiaomei was in bed with Song Zijian, did she remember what she said to Su Chen? "Lu Xiaomei, you know, I should actually thank you." Su Chen had a blank expression on his face, completely indifferent to the gold digger's pleas for mercy. He had already given up on her. "Thank you for never letting me touch you. Because now, whenever I think of you, I feel sick." Su Chen, you don't want to touch me, does that mean you want to let me go? When Lu Xiaomei heard this, she immediately became energetic. Su Chen's expression was stern as he said, I really don't want to dirty my hands. But if you want to stay alive, you must do two things first. First, return all the money you cheated me of. Also, tell me who Xin Miao is. Lu Xiaomei kowtowed repeatedly as if she had been pardoned. Su Chen, I will return all the money to you, not a cent less. However, I really don't know what Xin Miao's specific identity is. She and I were indeed college classmates, but we haven't been in touch much since graduation. In fact, I specially invited her to the wedding, just to let her squeeze more money from you. I promised to settle the account with her on a 37 basis. Fuck, you bitch, how could you do such a thing? Hearing this, Long Xiaotian couldn't bear it anymore. Such a gold digger is really outrageous. She plays with people's feelings, squeezes money, and has no moral bottom line at all. A woman like this would be a bargain if she were sold as a prostitute. Is that so? Su Chen frowned, but in the end he still didn't get the answer he wanted. It seemed that he had to ask Xin Miao in person. He turned to look at Long Xiaotian. Brother Long, do you hit women? When Lu Xiaomei heard this, she immediately became anxious and shouted, Su Chen, didn't you say you would let me go? Su Chen smiled coldly, I'm sorry, I only said that I didn't want to dirty my hands, but I never said I would let you go. Just because I don't hit you doesn't mean I won't let others hit you. There is no need to show mercy to this kind of gold digger. Such a disgusting woman, I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty. Long Xiaotian's face was filled with disdain. He turned to Tianxin Hall Master Wuya and said, Go, give this woman a few dozen slaps in the face. Crow had disliked Lu Xiaomei for a long time, so he immediately walked up to her, swung his arm and slapped her. Snap. 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 Crisp slaps rang out. He beat Lu Xiaomei in the face until she was bleeding and her face was swollen like a bun. Lu Xiaomei, once you return the money to me, our grudge will be settled. Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Su Chen left a fierce remark and then winked at the crow. The crow understood and grabbed Lu Xiaomei's hair, dragging her all the way and throwing her out the door like garbage. Lu Xiaomei's scalp was pulled off, and she felt so regretful. If I had known that Su Chen would be so successful one day, I should not have left so easily. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. After dealing with this stinky woman, Su Chen slowly walked to the unconscious Song Zijian, with a cold look, as if staring at prey. Mr. Song, I'm here to take you on your way. Su Chen now has thoroughly understood the rules governing the operation of this world. He knows clearly that if he does not wipe out the Song family, they will definitely cause trouble for him in the future. The best proof of this is that his parents were beaten to the point of being hospitalized. So Song Zijian must die. You arrogant boy, how dare you hurt my son? I'll kill you. Just when Su Chen was about to finish off Song Zijian, a scolding voice suddenly came. As the voice sounded, a figure appeared, passing over the heads of the Black Tiger Society members, and struck Su Chen on the back with a palm from mid-air. Bang! Puff! Su Chen was hit hard and immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Brother Su! Brother Su Chen! Seeing this, Long Xiaotian and several Black Tiger Club leaders rushed forward. Fortunately, Su Chen had already cultivated vigorously and had a trace of true energy to protect his body, so he was not killed by the palm strike, but he was also seriously injured. Su Chen endured the pain in his body and stared at the person who attacked him from behind with resentment. It was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. One could tell he had a strong aura and was obviously a martial artist. Song Yi, you are so brave. You actually dared to attack me from behind. Long Xiaotian recognized the person at a glance. It was Song Zijian's father, the head of the Song family, Song Yi. Chapter 28 Amazing Recovery Ability. Master Song, you are finally back. When Ji Buchang saw his master, he felt like he had seen a savior. He hurried over and said, During the time you were away, the Black Tiger Society bullied the Song family badly. Song Yi looked at Long Xiaotian with a serious expression and questioned, Master Long, my Song family has always respected you immensely and has always kept to ourselves. Why are you being so aggressive? Upon hearing this, Long Xiaotian was furious. Good fellow, Song Yi, you're the first to complain, aren't you? It was clearly your son who lost the bet with Brother Su and refused to admit it. Not only did he keep causing trouble for Brother Su's family, Song Yi didn't care about that and said calmly, the bet was just a joke between children. It's just empty talk, and there's no signed life and death agreement. Besides, you said that the Song family went to the Su family to cause trouble, but what I saw now was clearly your Black Tiger Society members who came to my Song family to cause trouble and even injured my son. Distortion of facts. The father and son are of the same character. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaotian became furious. Song Zijian was beaten half crippled by Su Chen, it was entirely his own fault. But Song Yi, as an elder, shamelessly attacked Su Chen from behind and did not take the Black Tiger Society seriously at all. Song Yi, you're so fucking brave. Long Xiaotian had no intention of indulging him, even if people accused him of bullying the weak with the strong. Prepare to take action immediately. Brother Long. Stop it. However, at this moment, Su Chen spoke up, this is my own business, let me solve it myself. Brother Su, you. This sentence again. Long Xiaotian was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that even at this moment, Su Chen could still be so domineering. Before we knew it, the timid boy who was often bullied has now grown into a real man. Su Chen struggled to stand up, enduring the pain in his back. He stared at Song Yi with cold eyes and said in a deep voice, you are Song Zijian's father, right? Remember what happened today. When I recover from my injuries, I will definitely come to visit you again and return the palm strike you gave me 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Also, I will definitely take off Song Zijian's dog head. Every word is sonorous and powerful. This is not a threat, it's a promise. He will always remember everything the Song family did for him. Humph, if you have the ability, just come on. Song Yi looked down on Su Chen, completely ignoring him. He turned to Long Xiaotian and said, Master Long, my Song family is small and can't accommodate so many people. I think this matter should end here. I won't see you off. Of course, if Master Long insists on making a fuss, I, Song Yi, will accompany you. Song Yi. You. Long Xiaotian was furious. No one in Zhanghai dared to speak to him like that. Just as he was about to explode, he heard a younger brother next to him shout, Master Long, this is bad, Brother Su Chen has fainted. What? When he turned around, he saw Su Chen had fallen to the ground due to serious injuries. Long Xiaotian did not know any medical skills, so he immediately decided to send the man to the hospital to see a master for treatment. As for the Song family, let Su Chen destroy it personally after he recovers from his injuries. Song Yi, listen carefully. Wash your neck clean. After Brother Su recovers from his injuries, I will come to settle the score with you. Retreat. After saying that, he hurriedly carried Su Chen into the car. The rest of the Black Tiger Society brothers also followed and left one after another. The Song family is finally quiet. Call an ambulance immediately and send Zijian for treatment. Without any outsiders present, Song Yi finally couldn't hold it in anymore and almost broke down emotionally. First hospital. Master, how is Brother Su doing? Seeing Lu Ming coming out of the operating room, Long Xiaotian hurried forward to ask. Lu Ming glared at him and scolded him, the Black Tiger Society has so many people, but they can't protect him alone. How can you be the boss? His words revealed his doting towards this novice disciple. Long Xiaotian's face was filled with grievance. Who knew that bastard Song Yi would attack us from behind? We were completely defenseless. What? Song Yi is back? Lu Ming's expression froze. Song Yi is a 1,000-year-old fox who is good at calculating throughout his life. Because he is dissatisfied with the Black Tiger Society's supreme dominance in Zhanghai, he often makes small moves behind the scenes, makes friends with Ji Buochang, and often travels to Kyoto to visit and make friends with major families, just to use outside forces to contain the Black Tiger Society. Is there something fishy going on by coming back at this critical moment? Long Xiaotian was anxious, Master, let's not talk about this for now. How is Brother Su's injury? Lu Ming raised his hand and pointed inside the operating room, saying, ask him yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen walked out with his head held high, looking energetic, as if nothing had happened. Long Xiaotian found it incredible and hurried forward to check, Brother Su, what's wrong? Aren't you seriously injured? He vomited blood and fainted. Besides, Song Yi is also a martial artist with some skills, and one palm strike is enough to kill a cow. Even if Su Chen had a wisp of true energy protecting his body, he would be crippled if not dead after being hit by such a heavy palm, and at the very least, he would have broken some bones or meridians. But now it is intact. Brother Long, I don't have time to explain to you now. I have to go to the old town hospital to visit my parents. This trip to the Song family took up quite a bit of time, and I wonder how my parents are doing. Unfortunately, although Song Zijian was seriously injured, he was not killed. However, there is still a long time to go, and Su Chen has already made a vow to make the Song family disappear from Shanghai. After saying that, he said goodbye to Lu Ming and Long Xiaotian, and then rushed to the old city hospital. Master, what's going on? After the people left, Long Xiaotian still couldn't believe it. How could the injury recover so quickly? Lu Ming was equally surprised and said, "Do you remember, I once told you that Su Chen has the pulse of a celestial being? Those with this pulse have extraordinary physical qualities. Even if they are fatally injured, they can recover on their own in a very short time and do not need any treatment at all." What? Recover on its own? Long Xiaotian was shocked, as if he had heard a myth. Lu Ming nodded and said, "Human cells are naturally regenerative, and Su Chen's physical fitness can stimulate cell regeneration at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. In other words, he has the ability to regenerate at super speed." Super speed regeneration. These astonishing words, like a thunderclap, resounded in Long Xiaotian's mind. Amazing! Create the legend of a gambling stone field that opened 5 imperial green stones in a row. It only took half a day to learn the Tianren posture, how to stand and release qi, and how to apply it flexibly in actual combat. Even if you are seriously injured, you can recover quickly on your own. So many miracles, all gathered in one person. Is this still a human being? No. It's a monster. A peerless evildoer that only appears once in 1,000 years. It seems that it's time to pass on all the unique skills of the immortal doctor sect to Su Chen in advance. Lu Ming was extremely pleased. With such a disciple, the prosperity of the immortal doctor sect was just around the corner. Chapter 29 You are the master. Su Chen returned to the old city hospital to visit his parents. After his previous treatment and Lu Ming's diagnosis and treatment, his parents' condition has stabilized and they only need to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation before being discharged. In a good mood, Su Chen hummed a little tune as he went home. On the way, he bought an old hen and prepared to make some chicken soup to nourish his parents. As soon as I got downstairs, I found 3 people squatting at the door of the unit smoking. They all had ferocious looks, as if they were waiting for something. Seeing Su Chen coming back, the 3 of them immediately threw away their cigarette butts, stood up, and reached for their waists. Su Chen opened his X-ray vision vigilantly and found that these people all had machetes hidden on their waists. Obviously they are here to deal with him. Could it be the Song family again? You bastards, I haven't even come to look for you yet, but you're here first. You came at the right time. I was just worried about having no place to vent my anger about Song Yi injuring me. Boy, you are Su Chen, right? Someone wants to buy your head for a high price. I'm sorry. Brothers, the target is set, it's time to get to work. The 3 men looked at the photo in their hands and immediately confirmed Su Chen's identity. They raised their machetes and prepared to take action. Su Chen was also ready to defend himself, gathering his true energy into his fists, ready to fight. However, at this moment, "Master, you don't even need to take action to deal with a few scoundrels." Suddenly, shouts were heard in the distance. At the same time, a large group of people rushed over with great momentum. At least 50 or 60 people. Some of them held machetes, and some held iron rods. You guys are so brave. You actually dare to ambush us downstairs of our hallmaster's building. If you want to touch our hallmaster, you have to get past me first. You bastards, put your weapons down. I'll chop down anyone who dares to touch me. In an instant, dozens of people rushed forward, blocking the roads in the community. They are all members of the Black Tiger Society in the old city. Su Chen was squeezed so hard that he didn't even have a place to stand. The killers were so frightened by the huge force of the enemy that their legs went limp. They quickly threw their weapons to the ground and knelt on the ground with their hands on their heads. How the hell do we fight this? There are only 3 of us. There's no need for you to send dozens of people, right? Even if 10 people fight one, there are still a group of people with nothing to do. Who are you? Su Chen looked at the dark crowd in front of him and was a little surprised. One of the younger brothers explained, "Master, Lord Long has already issued an order. From now on, everyone in this part of the old city is under your control. You are our master. Lord Long has also issued an order to protect you. So, we've stationed personnel nearby to keep a 24-hour watch. If anyone tries to harm you, we'll dispatch them en masse and kill them. Is that so? Su Chen was secretly happy. Brother Long was indeed awesome. This is a good thing. With the brothers from the Black Tiger Society guarding nearby, no one will dare to cause trouble for his parents in the future. You don't need to protect me, but I will need to trouble you brothers after my parents come back. As for the position of Hall Master, I absolutely don't dare to take it. From now on, let's just call each other brothers. He bowed and thanked him, without any airs of a Hall Master. With just a few words, all the brothers of the Black Tiger Society present were impressed. Being able to follow such a leader would make life easier in the future. Then Su Chen sent everyone back to rest, leaving only 3 killers kneeling on the ground with their heads in their hands. Okay, time to deal with you. Su Chen looked over coldly. The 3 killers were so frightened that they kowtowed repeatedly. Grandpa Su Chen, we're sorry. We didn't recognize the great man. We offended him. Slap him in the face, slap him in the face. Snap. 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 After saying that, he slapped himself in the face one by one. He was beaten so hard that he saw stars and his face was swollen. If they had known that Su Chen had the support of the Black Tiger Society, they would never have come. But the information does not show that Su Chen is the leader of the Black Tiger Society. Everyone in Zhanghai knows that if you offend the Black Tiger Society, you will die. Song Yi sent you here, you're such cowards. You're already scared before the fight even starts. Su Chen snorted coldly, looking down upon these 3 pieces of trash. Hearing his words, the leading man quickly said, Grandpa Su Chen, you are mistaken. We are not from the Song family, but we accepted 100,000 yuan from Shintao to buy your head. Another person added hastily, you stole Shintao's sister. The Shin family is in chaos. The head of the Shin family has issued a hunting order to the entire martial arts world. You must be killed. Yes, we received a reward, so we overestimated our abilities and came to trouble you. Shin family. It's actually the Shin family. Su Chen was a little surprised and almost forgot about this matter. Huh? Could it be that the last time the house was destroyed, it was done by someone from the Shin family? It must be. That's right. Shen Miao. If it weren't for the appearance of these 3 killers, he would have really forgotten about Shin Miao. The situation was urgent, and he didn't bother to pay attention to these 3 pieces of trash. He waved his hand and signaled them to get out. The 3 men were as if they had been pardoned. They kowtowed and thanked him hurriedly, then ran away in a hurry. Hey, Brother Long. Su Chen called Long Xiaotian and asked, do you know the Zhanghai Shin family? On the other end of the phone, Long Xiaotian said solemnly, Brother Su, why do you suddenly ask this? It's a long story, but now the Shin family seems to have a problem with me and has issued a hunt for me. What? Is there such a thing? Long Xiaotian was obviously surprised. Su Chen also heard something was wrong and asked hurriedly, Brother Long, what's wrong? Is it serious? Long Xiaotian said, Brother Su, the Shin family is different from the Song family. They are not so easy to deal with. If you can't handle this matter, don't ask any more questions. I will send someone to negotiate with the Shin family. Everything will be fine. After a few words, the phone was hung up in a hurry. Su Chen could tell that the situation seemed very tricky, and even Long Xiaotian felt burdened. I couldn't help but feel strange. Could it be that the power of the Shin family could threaten the Black Tiger Society, the largest gang in Zhanghai? What is the background of the Shin family? Who is Shin Miao anyway? It seems like I have to go to the hotel tonight and ask Shin Miao carefully. Su Chen made a decision. Just as I was about to go upstairs, a red BMW M8 suddenly drove into the community. A luxury car worth 2 million yuan. This place is an old city area and luxury cars are rarely seen. When the car drove in, it immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by in the community. Brother Su Chen, do you miss me? The car window opened and a beautiful girl stuck her head out. It's Gao Shirhan. Miss Gao, why are you here? Su Chen was a little surprised. Why did this rich girl always go to the old city? Gao Shirhan chuckled and said, because I miss you. Since you didn't take the initiative to contact me, I will take the initiative to come to you. She was still the same, speaking passionately and boldly. The luxury car, the beauty, the ultimate temptation, instantly attracted the envious gazes of many men on the roadside, who were all sighing, How could someone living in this shabby community be able to attract such a superb beauty? Su Chen blushed at the teasing and said, "Are you here to inform me to be on time for the appointment tomorrow?" Chapter 30 Appointment. He always remembered the things about Qianxin Group. Gao Shihan was extremely happy. He, I knew brother Su Chen must have me in his heart. How about this, as a token of encouragement, if you can get a job at Qianxin Group, I will give you 2 gifts. Gift? Su Chen was a little curious. Gao Shihan rolled her eyes and said mischievously, "Yes, it's a gift that no man can refuse." Su Chen scratched his head. Men can't refuse? What will it be? While I was still confused, Gao Shihan had already waved goodbye and drove away. Su Chen turned and went upstairs. As soon as he entered the door, he received a text message from Gao Shihan. "Brother Su Chen, before the 2 big gifts, I will give you a small gift in advance." There is a photo below the text. Su Chen flipped through the pages and almost had a nosebleed. In the photo, Gao Shihan is sitting in the car with her 2 beautiful legs in black stockings raised high. The view is from top to bottom, capturing the mysterious area between her thighs very clearly. The most important thing is that she was not wearing any underwear. The exciting mysterious garden is in full view. Su Chen couldn't help swallowing his saliva, his heart was moved by what he saw. This was too tempting. Damn! I must find a chance to deal with this little vixen. Ding dong! I was about to go into the kitchen to make chicken soup when the doorbell rang. Who is here again? Su Chen was puzzled, then opened the door and saw a young girl standing outside. Looks very familiar. "Mr. Su, I finally found you." When the girl saw Su Chen, she was so happy that she danced with joy. Su Chen then remembered that this was the granddaughter of Xiao Pengshan who was treated in the square 2 days ago. Her name seemed to be Xiao Yenner. It turns out to be Miss Xiao. "How did you know I live here?" "I regretted it after asking." He is the 2nd largest group in China overseas. "Is it difficult to find his residence?" Xiao Yenner hurriedly said, "Mr. Su, you saved my grandfather's life last time. The Xiao family is very grateful, so I would like to invite you to our home tomorrow night. My grandfather will host a banquet to thank you very much." Su Chen also roughly guessed that it was this kind of thing. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that making friends with another rich person would be a good thing. He has now become Lu Ming's apprentice, and will definitely deal with people from China's upper-class society in the future. It would be good to get to know more of them as soon as possible. "Okay, I'll be there on time tomorrow." He agreed. Xiao Yenner was as happy as a child and left laughing. Su Chen went back to the kitchen to stew soup and was then sent to the hospital. After leaving the hospital, he did not rush home, but took a detour to the hotel where Shin Miao was staying. I wanted to ask Shin Miao what happened, but I was turned away. There was no one in the room. Strange, where did this woman go? Su Chen felt something was wrong. Could it be that Shin Miao had been captured? Just as I was about to leave, the hotel's cleaning lady came over mysteriously and asked, "Excuse me, are you Su Chen?" He was stunned. "It's me, what's wrong?" The cleaning lady came over and whispered, "Miss Shin who lives in this room asked me to tell you something. She said that the people behind the Shin family already know about her loss of virginity. The Shin family may be in dire straits. It's not safe here anymore. She's going to hide out for a few days and will come back to see you when the situation is less tense." Ah? Su Chen was a little surprised. Why did he feel that things were getting more and more wrong? Even the Shin family suffered a devastating disaster? Also, who is behind the Shin family? I always feel that this matter is far more complicated than I imagined. It's late at night. Song family. That's all? On the sofa, Song Yi put his arm around Lu Xiaomei while flipping through Su Chen's information. But, no matter how you look at it, there is nothing special about it. A small employee in charge of receiving parcels at a courier station, with a monthly salary of several thousand yuan, is one of the lowest people in Shanghai. To the Song family, this person is no different from a beggar. With this background, you dare to go against the Song family? Actually, this loser Su Chen is nothing special. He just relies on Long Xiaotian's support. Lu Xiaomei leaned on Song Yi's shoulder, looking coquettish, and deliberately played with her seductive figure. Song Yi gritted his teeth and turned to Ji Buochang and said, "Could this kid be Long Xiaotian's illegitimate son?" "Yeah, it's hard to understand." a courier at a courier station, yet Long Xiaotian was so concerned that he even gathered hundreds of people to the Song family to help him. Master Song, I don't understand this either, but according to what young Master Song and Miss Lu said, Long Xiaotian must have been deceived by this kid. I even heard that this kid has become the leader of the Black Tiger Society in the old city. It will only be more difficult for us to take action against him in the future. Ji Buqiang looked at the ambiguous behavior between Song Yi and Lu Xiaomei and chose to turn a blind eye and just deal with the matter at hand. But he didn't expect that this woman, Lu Xiaomei, was actually a very talented person. While young Master Song was still unconscious, this woman began to seduce Song Yi, waiting for an opportunity to find a new backer. Obviously, she succeeded. Just for such a lowly person, you actually dared to openly attack my Song family. You are such a good person, Long Xiaotian. Since you don't give my Song family face, don't blame me for turning against you. After hearing this, Song Yi was furious. It seems that it is time to mobilize the forces we have made outside to contain the Black Tiger Society. At this time, Lu Xiaomei said with a look of grievance, Master Song and I are already husband and wife, and I am a member of the Song family. Now my husband is bedridden and no one loves me. You must take good care of me in the future. As long as you are willing to treat me well, I can do anything for you. She didn't hide the fact that Ji Buqiang was watching from the side, and her body softened and she slid between Song Yi's legs. The restless little hand began to stroke Song Yi's legs back and forth. Such temptation is hard for any man to resist. Song Yi was also aroused and felt itchy. He gently touched Lu Xiaomei's face and said with a lecherous look, "Don't worry, I will take good care of you for my son. However, it depends on how capable you are. You're so bad." Lu Xiaomei grumbled, a charming smile on her lips, not caring at all about Ji Buqiang, who was a little embarrassed beside her, and then she unbuckled Song Yi's belt. The next morning, Su Chen arrived at Qianxing Group early. It is indeed a big group. On such a grand day, they directly booked the entire street to hold the event, which was extremely lively. The scene was packed with people and full of cheers. There are various entertainment activities, including snacks, acrobatics, dance, and magic, which are dazzling. Su Chen was not interested in these and walked straight into the Qianxing Group building. "Brother Su, you're here." As soon as I entered the door, I ran into Long Xiaotian. Su Chen was overjoyed. He didn't expect to run into an acquaintance here. He smiled and said, "Brother Long, why are you here too?" Long Xiaotian was stunned by the question. Thinking that Gao Shihan's identity could not be disclosed to Su Chen yet, he casually said, "Have you forgotten my identity? Whether the entire Zhanghai is peaceful or not is up to me. It's such an important day for Qianxing Group. I'm afraid that competitors will come to disrupt it, so of course I have to be there in person to keep an eye on it." Chapter 31 The Man Below. The reason was very sufficient, so Su Chen did not doubt it. He looked around and did not see Gao Shihan, so he asked, "Brother Long, where is Miss Gao?" Long Xiaotian said, "Miss Gao has something to do and will be out later. She has asked me to take good care of you. Oh, and there's a gambling stone competition later, you have to participate." "Oh, it's so grand, there's also a gambling stone competition?" Su Chen became interested. Long Xiaotian smiled and said, "Of course there are. Don't you know that today's ceremony of Qianxing Group is held to celebrate the appointment of the new president? And this new president is determined to develop the jewelry industry, so all activities related to jewelry raw materials will be held." Develop the jewelry industry? Su Chen suddenly thought of something. He remembered that both Boss Gao and Gao Shihan had mentioned this matter to him and wanted to recommend him to be the general manager of the jewelry business of Qianxing Group. Ding dong! Just then, a message came on the phone. It was sent by Gao Shihan. "Brother Su Chen, I see you're here, but I'm too busy to see you right now. I've already told Mr. Long to treat you well. Have fun. You must achieve good results in the gambling stone competition later. This is related to whether you can convince the top management of the group and be successfully elected as the general manager. Remember my promise to you." Below the information is a photo. In the photo, Gao Shihan is wearing a more formal black long dress and sitting on a chair in the lounge. She gently pulled down her collar, revealing a close-fitting, sexy lace bra and a cleavage-like career line. Half of the round and plump part was exposed. Sexy, charming, and exciting. Hold on. Hold on. There are so many people here, you must not let your nose bleed. Su Chen's blood boiled and his mouth watered. Damn, this is too sexy. Now. In the lounge. Gao Shihan put down her phone, a playful smile on her face, and said to herself, Brother Su Chen, I've already taken the initiative so much, when will you take the initiative again? I'm waiting. Just as he finished speaking, Gao Qiqiang walked in and said, Girl, the handover ceremony will begin soon. From now on, the burden of the group will be handed over to you. I, your grandpa, will officially retire and go back to the days of fishing and drinking tea. Gao Shihan pouted and said, Grandpa, you can finally enjoy your life in peace. Let me manage such a large group by myself. Silly girl, why don't you find a helper? Gao Qiqiang took this opportunity to bring up the topic and said, By the way, regarding the matter of the group's jewelry leader, Grandpa has already found a good candidate for you. I just checked and he's already here. Gao Shihan stood up from the chair immediately. Grandpa, have you found someone too? Yes, I've been observing him for a long time. He's very capable, especially in terms of his eye for detail, which is impeccable. You know, he can tell the value of antiques and calligraphy at a glance, even though my grandfather couldn't. Such talent is rare. If he can become your right-hand man and assist you in the future, it's only a matter of time before we can lead the group to the top of the Dasha business world. But, okay. Gao Shihan didn't know how to start. We cannot let Grandpa's efforts go to waste. However, she firmly believed that Brother Su Chen must be more skilled and would be able to impress her grandfather in the upcoming gambling stone competition. Then she immediately edited a text message and sent it to Su Chen. Brother Su Chen, there's a formidable opponent competing. You must give it your all. Come on. At this moment, Su Chen has already entered. Looking at the vast competition area, I couldn't help but sigh that it is indeed the largest group in China overseas. Its scale is not inferior to Boyuan Pavilion at all. However, the gambling stone plan of Xiangxing Group is not that complicated. There is only one raw stone area, and tens of thousands of stones are neatly stacked together. Of course, there are also open gambling and secret gambling. What is open gambling and covert gambling? Su Chen has also done his homework these days. Gambling on stones can be roughly divided into three categories. One is hidden goods, which are pure raw materials, and opening the stone depends entirely on luck. One type is the clear goods, which are cut materials. The value can basically be determined, but there are also risks, because many stones are only of good quality on the surface, and the inside is completely different grade. The third type is to open a skylight, which means cutting a hole on the surface so that you can partially see the internal situation. The risk is also quite high. However, gambling on stones is all about gambling. No one knows whether the value will increase until the last moment. This is also the most exciting and fascinating part of gambling on stones. As he was walking around, a greasy man appeared in his sight. The man was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, had acne scars all over his face, and looked wretched. He was harassing a beautiful woman endlessly, and his hands were restless, touching the beautiful woman intentionally or unintentionally, while the beautiful woman deliberately avoided him and tried to shake him off. Miss Xiao. Su Chen recognized her at a glance. The beautiful woman who was being harassed was actually Xiao Yenner. What a coincidence! Miss Xiao, why are you here too? He walked forward and said with a smile. Xiao Yenner was feeling upset at the moment. When she turned around and saw Su Chen, she felt like she had seen a savior and hurriedly said, Mr. Su, it's you. Su Chen waved his hand. Oh, why call me Mr.? It's awkward. I'm a few years older than you. You might as well call me Brother Su Chen. By the way, who is this? He turned and looked at the wretched man. However, before Xiao Yenner could speak, the wretched man spoke first. My name is Zhou Tong, I'm Yenner's boyfriend. May I ask who you are? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. This wretched man's words were so disgusting. Didn't he have any manners? Xiao Yenner's face turned purple with anger, and she quickly said, Mr. Zhou, I've told you countless times that yours and my family are just business partners, and we've only met once at a project cooperation meeting. Please stop talking nonsense. Zhou Tong disagreed and said with a smile, Yenner, look at what you said. There are many women who like this young master, but this young master only likes you. This is your blessing, just obey me. After hearing this, Su Chen completely understood. It turned out that he was not only a wretched man, but also a low-level man, so he said, Miss Xiao, didn't I make an appointment to have dinner at your house tonight? Since we meet by chance, I will go with you and go home together tonight, how about it? Xiao Yenner immediately understood that this was to help her out and readily agreed. But before he could open his mouth, Zhou Tong suddenly said, "What? This kid wants to go to your house for dinner?" As a business partner, Zhou Tong had never received such an invitation before. He was furious and turned around and said, "Boy, what qualifications do you have to eat at the home of the woman I like?" Su Chen could no longer bear it. "What do you mean by the woman you like? Did they agree? It's so disgusting. It's disgusting to the extreme. Miss Xiao, your friend seems to have eaten shit, and his mouth stinks." He simply didn't give her any face and started to argue with her. Chapter 32 If you lose, kneel down and sing conquer. Boy, what did you say? Zhou Tong's family is somewhat influential in Shanghai after all, and this is the first time he has been insulted in public. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention, so he took Xiao Yener's hand and left. "Miss Xiao, I just started gambling on stones, and I don't understand a lot of things. If you don't mind, please be my guide." Xiao Yener naturally understood Su Chen's intention and immediately nodded and said, "Okay." In this way, with Su Chen's help, she successfully avoided Zhou Tong's harassment. "Brother Su Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to get rid of him." When she reached the corner, Xiao Yener felt relieved and expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Su Chen waved his hand, "No big deal. By the way, why are you here too?" Xiao Yener said, "Today is the handover ceremony for the president of Qiangxing Group. As someone from Yunmeng Group, I naturally have to attend. By the way, brother Su Chen, what about you? Why are you here?" "As for me, I just joined in the fun and came to gamble on the stones." Su Chen smiled. The two of them walked side by side, wandering around the field. If you didn't know them, you would think they were a couple in love. At this moment, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed. The spotlights were all focused on the center of the stage. The host excitedly announced the official start of the ceremony, and then invited the founder of Qiangxing Group to speak on stage. Bang bang bang. Amidst applause, Gao Qiqiang, dressed in a tang suit and looking energetic, walked onto the stage. Su Chen didn't care at first, but when he recognized the old man on the stage, his eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god! He is the boss of Qiangxing Group." He thought he had recognized the wrong person, so he wiped his eyes and took a closer look, and it was indeed Boss Gao. Holy crap! It's really him. Su Chen was stunned. He had originally thought that this old man was a senior executive of Qiangxing Group, but unexpectedly he was the CEO. Fortunately, I left a good impression on Boss Gao before. After taking the stage, Gao Qixiang gave a passionate speech, which ignited the atmosphere on the scene. Then, the host said, "Next, let's give another round of applause to the daughter of the Gao family, the new beautiful president of our Qiangxing Group." Bang bang bang. The applause was thunderous and the cheers were like waves. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, a tall and beautiful figure walked onto the stage with light steps. Ah! She's not. When Su Chen saw the new female CEO's appearance clearly, he was even more shocked. He hurriedly tugged at Xiao Yener's sleeve and asked, "Miss Xiao, are you sure? She is the new CEO of Qiangxing Group?" Xiao Yener chuckled, "Brother Su Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? Who else could it be besides her?" It turned out to be Gao Shirhan. Su Chen couldn't believe his eyes. The woman who had been seducing and teasing him all day, the woman he had almost pushed down on the bed, was actually the new female CEO of Shanghai Group. This is too exaggerated. Oh my god, didn't she say she was the financial director of Qiangxing Group? Su Chen was completely dumbfounded. Soon, the handover ceremony ended and Gao Qiqiang announced his official retirement. From then on, all affairs of Qiangxing Group would be handed over to Gao Shirhan. Thunderous applause once again rang out at the scene. Then, the host announced that the stone gambling competition had begun and invited all registered contestants to come in and select stones. "Brother Su Chen, it's time to start. I'll accompany you." Xiao Yener also felt playful and wanted to go in and take a look. Su Chen didn't care, so the two of them entered the venue together and began to choose among the tens of thousands of raw stones. The rules are very simple. As long as you participate, you will get a prize. If you get green, you will not only get the prize, but you can also take the jade away. In the end, whoever offers the highest value will win, and the winner's reward will be presented by the new female president Gao Shirhan herself, but the specific reward has not been disclosed, which is quite mysterious. Now. Auditorium. Girl, the person I chose has already entered. Just wait and see. Gao Qiqian looked confident and then walked into the highest seat to watch the game. Gao Shihan curled her lips and was too lazy to answer. Anyway, brother Su Chen would definitely win this competition. However, when she looked at the competition field, she saw a woman next to Su Chen and immediately became jealous. Mr. Long, who is the girl next to brother Su Chen? The distance was a bit far and she couldn't see clearly. Long Xiaotian took a look and replied, it seems to be Xiao Yener, the daughter of Yunmeng Group, who was also invited to attend the ceremony. Xiao Yener from Yunmeng Group. Gao Shihan's eyes lit up involuntarily. That was the second-ranked group in China overseas. In fact, in some areas, Yunmeng Group is even superior to Jiangxing Group. Brother Su Chen is really capable. He even managed to deal with Xiao Yener. Ha 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 ha. After knowing the other person's identity, she was no longer angry. On the playing field, Su Chen turned on his eyes of clairvoyance and searched among tens of thousands of raw stones, but he still couldn't find anything satisfactory. The stone cutting area has become lively, and many people have opened green. Boy, I thought you were being modest, but it turns out you're really just getting started and don't know anything at all. You've been choosing for so long and still haven't made a choice. But at this moment, a disgusting voice was heard. Looking back, I saw Zhou Tong approaching with an arrogant look on his face. It seems you're here for the prize money, but I advise you not to choose if you don't understand. Otherwise, you'll be embarrassed later. Su Chen was speechless. It really was a ghost that lingered around. But when I think about it carefully, could this guy be the opponent Gao Shihan mentioned? Mr. Zhou, from what you said, you are very knowledgeable about gambling on stones. Nonsense, of course I understand. Otherwise, why would I come here? Do you think I'm here for free like you? Zhou Tong was not polite at all. He was already upset that this guy disturbed him while he was picking up girls, but now he actually wanted to go to Xiao Yener's house for dinner in the evening. Damn it! Even I haven't been there, so what right do you have? Su Chen was a little angry. The man's words were really foul-mouthed, so he said solemnly, Mr. Zhou, since you are so powerful, why don't we have some fun? Play? That's interesting. Zhou Tong was thinking about teaching this kid a lesson. How do you want to play? Su Chen said, it depends on who can come out on top and win this gambling stone competition. Xiao Yener's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly asked, Brother Su Chen, do you want to compete with him in gambling on stones? Although this young master of the Zhou family is disgusting and quite despicable, he is still very talented in gambling on stones. You know, in the Shanghai jewelry industry, the Song family currently has the largest scale, and the rest are a mess, but the most prominent one among the mess is the Zhou family. Comparing Su Chen's gambling on stones with Zhou Tong is like an egg hitting a stone. Don't worry, I'll just take it as a learning experience. I'll just know if Master Zhou dares to play with me. Su Chen looked indifferent. Zhou Tong immediately showed a smug look on his face. He had always disliked Su Chen, and this was a good opportunity to ridicule him and vent his anger. Okay, since you want to ask for advice, then I will teach you a lesson. How do you say the bet? Su Chen held up 5 fingers and said, if I lose, I'll give you 5 million. If I win, you kneel on the ground and sing conquer and never harass Miss Xiao again. How about that? Isn't this a good deal for you? Boy. You. The word harassment made Zhou Lianhua so angry that he couldn't even say a word. Damn it, it's Xiao Yener's blessing that I like her, and you dare to say that I'm harassing her? Zhou Tong gritted his teeth and said angrily, okay. I'm going to play with you. Chapter 33 Whatever I say comes out. The gambling stone competition has reached a fever pitch. Many people got green ones, and the more valuable ones were assessed to be worth up to 800,000. Miss, do you think Brother Su can win? Long Xiaotian looked at the seats of the senior executives of Jiangxing Group behind him. If Su Chen could not perform well in this game, it would be difficult to convince the public even if Gao Shihan made an exception for him. Gao Shihan rolled his eyes at him and said, Mr. Long, are you really that unconfident about Brother Su Chen? She always believed in Su Chen. Long Xiaotian knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he stopped talking. Yes, who is Brother Su? How could he lose? Create the myth of opening 5 imperial green diamonds in a row. His skills were so amazing that even a master of gambling on stones like Ji Buchan was defeated by him. Now, Zhou Tong had already selected a piece of material, observed it carefully, and then used a flashlight to shine on the stone wall. Finally, he confidently moved the stone to the stone cutting area. Get out of my way. A mere stone valued at 800,000 yuan is nothing. Get ready for my show. Extremely arrogant. However, as the young master of the Zhou family, he does have the capital to be arrogant. As soon as everyone saw young Master Zhou coming, they all avoided him and quickly stepped aside to watch the show. Then, after some operation by the staff, the stone suddenly showed a green light. Oh my god! It's green! As expected of Master Zhou, he's truly amazing. Look at the color, it seems to be Qinghe jade. It's really Master Zhou, his move is a king bomb. Judging from the grade of the jade alone, the Qinghe jade selected by Zhou Tong is much higher than the Hutian jade that was previously valued at 800,000. As long as it can eventually open into the size of an egg, its value will exceed the former. Ah, what a bunch of losers. You're so scared. The real show is still going on. Zhou Tong held his head high and chest out, welcoming everyone's praise with a proud look, and then looked at Su Chen again. However, strangely, Su Chen still did not move until this moment, and had no intention of making a choice. Boy, are you going to admit defeat? He couldn't help but laugh at me. I told you to just give up, and you're really obedient, like a dog. As he spoke, all the stones were cut. Inside was a piece of green lotus jade as big as a fist. The final valuation is 1.6 million. Oh my god. 1,600,000. Master Zhou is so amazing. He left the guy in front of him way behind. The champion of this competition must be young Master Zhou. The crowd was in a commotion. Even Long Xiaotian and Gao Shihan in the audience couldn't help but get nervous. It wasn't because they doubted Su Chen's ability, but because they didn't understand why Su Chen hadn't started selecting materials yet. Do you really want to admit defeat? Brother Su Chen, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that I got you into trouble. Xiao Yener thought Su Chen was in trouble, felt a little guilty, and quickly apologized. Su Chen smiled faintly. Miss Xiao, what are you talking about? The reason I didn't take action is that I just think this kind of competition is boring. Boring? These words made everyone watching in the stone cutting area burst into laughter. If you are a coward, then you are a coward. What excuses are you looking for? Zhou Tong laughed and said, Boy, are you worried about losing face in front of a woman? Sorry, you asked for it. Seeing the other party's aggressiveness, Su Chen shrugged his shoulders, walked forward and said, Mr. Zhou, don't get me wrong, I really feel very bored. To be honest, there are nearly 13,000 rough stones on the field. I can see the internal conditions of each one, whether there is green, and even the size, quality, and completeness. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, if this kid comes to Dayun Club, is he going to perform crosstalk? That's hilarious. He said he could see inside over 10,000 rough stones. He's bragging without even thinking. What a fool. Doesn't this guy know that even an X-ray machine can't penetrate the rough stone? A sea of laughter. Everyone looked at Su Chen as if he were a fool, laughing out loud. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Su Chen pursed his lips and said, Okay, Mr. Zhou, you insisted on abandoning this person, don't blame me. Then he turned to look at the stones waiting in line for cutting in the stone cutting area. The first piece is mutton fat jade. It only has one side and is not worth much. The second piece, serpentine jade, is slightly larger, but the pattern is not as good and its value is not as high. The third, fourth, and fifth pieces are all worthless. They are just junk rocks. The sixth piece is a piece of Hutian jade only the size of a thumb. He told the details of all the stones in one breath. A full 20. However, when he finished speaking, he was immediately met with another round of laughter. It is impossible to directly judge the distribution of the raw stone by looking with your eyes. Everyone just thought that Su Chen was a clown who was trying to attract attention. I'm done, let's cut the stone. Su Chen didn't care about other people's doubts. He looked relaxed, with his hands on his hips, waiting for the stone to be cut. Now, all the pressure fell on the stone cutting master. However, as the raw stones were cut one by one, a shocking scene appeared. What the hell, what's going on? Look, the first one is really mutton fat jade. Oh my god, there really is only one side, and that kid actually got it right. Look, the second one is serpentine jade. Right again. Without exception. It seemed as if it had been arranged in advance, and everything was opened and presented to everyone according to what Su Chen said. Soon, all 20 raw stones were cut. From beginning to end, word for word. Size, texture, appearance, type, all accurate. The scene was completely silent. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. Especially Zhou Tong, the shock in his heart had reached an unprecedented level. This is too outrageous. Even if a world-class master of gambling on stones came, he wouldn't be able to do this. I'm right, right? This kind of competition is really boring. But Mr. Zhou, you lost. According to the agreement, besides not being allowed to harass Miss Xiao again, you also have to kneel in front of me and sing Conquer. Su Chen originally wanted to restrain himself, but Zhou Tong was courting death. Now, in the audience, Gao Shihan was also shocked. Mr. Long, am I dreaming? There is actually someone who can accurately determine the internal conditions of 20 raw stones. Am I living in a dream? Miss, this is not a dream, it is real. Long Xiaotian pinched her thigh hard, tears streaming down her face from the pain. Miss, congratulations. I think Brother Su's performance is enough to win over all the top executives of Xiangxing Group. After many days of hard work, the results finally came true. From now on, Xiangxing Group will enter the jewelry industry and become the #1 jewelry giant in Daxia in the near future. Grandpa, now you should know how powerful the person I like is. Don't worry, I will not only make Brother Su Chen the general project manager of Xiangxing Group, but I will also make him the son-in-law of the Gao family. I will marry him. Gao Shihan looked at the highest seat from afar. However, what was strange was that Gao Qiqiang, sitting in the highest seat, was also looking over here with a happy face, as if he was the winner. Chapter 34 The highest standard of hospitality. Su Chen's performance was breathtaking and conquered everyone present. Zhou Tong gnashed his teeth in anger. Boy, you. But he had said it before, there were many people here, and it was the territory of Xiangxing Group, so he didn't dare to go back on his word. There was no choice but to kneel on the ground and sing with his broken voice. I was conquered by you. Cut off all escape routes. This song immediately made everyone around burst into laughter. The arrogant young master of the Zhou family actually has such a funny side. After finishing the song, Zhou Tong stood up angrily, pointed at Su Chen and cursed, Boy, don't be so complacent, I will settle this account with you sooner or later. So embarrassing. I had no face to stay here anymore, so I turned around and left in shame. I declare that the winner of the competition is Mr. Su Chen. Let's applaud and welcome Mr. Su to the stage. Bang bang bang. The host's inspiring voice came from the speakers. Under everyone's envious gaze, Su Chen walked onto the stage, looking forward to what prize he would win. At this time, Gao Shihan walked onto the stage to present the award in person. Ms. Gao, you deceived me so badly. I really thought you were just a financial director. Su Chen curled his lips. Gao Shihan chuckled and said, Brother Su Chen, I didn't mean to hide it from you. In fact, I wanted to tell you many times, but I never did. Then, she raised Su Chen's hand and officially said into the microphone, I declare that from now on, Su Chen will be the general manager of the jewelry industry of Xiangxing Group, with an annual salary of 100 million. Wow! These words caused an uproar at the scene. It turns out that the prize for winning the competition is to join Xiangxing Group. Oh my god, this is an opportunity that countless people can't even dream of. An annual salary of 100 million is just the salary. If you include dividends and other income, you will never have to worry about having no money to spend in your life. Brother Su Chen, this is just an appetizer. There are 2 gifts as well. They are a promise between you and me. I will personally deliver them to you tonight. I remind you that these 2 gifts are something no man can refuse. You must wait for me at home. Gao Shihan said mysteriously. Su Chen's curiosity was aroused. What kind of gift was so mysterious? As he was speaking, Gao Qiqiang also came up and congratulated him with a smile. Brother Su Chen, you really opened my eyes. This shows that I was right about you. From now on, I'll leave everything to you. Gao Shihan was stunned when she heard this. Grandpa, what did you say? The person you invited was Brother Su Chen? Girl, what do you call him? Brother Su Chen? Could it be that the person you like? Grandpa, you. Ha 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 ha. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other and laughed, and they made a big mistake after a long time. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, and family members no longer recognized each other. Only Su Chen didn't understand what was going on and asked, Boss Gao, Miss Gao, what are you laughing at? Ha ha ha. This question made the grandfather and grandson laugh even louder. Even Long Xiaotian next to him couldn't help laughing. The inheritance ceremony is over. Gao Qisheng still had a lot of things to hand over to Gao Shirhan, so he went back to the office. Live events continue. However, Su Chen was not very interested in these, so he wandered around the various departments of Qianxin Group, on the one hand to familiarize himself with the environment, and on the other hand to get to know everyone. I remember that I came here to apply for a job as a sewer maintenance worker that paid a few $1,000s a month, but was kicked out by the security guard. But now, he has become a senior executive of the group with an annual salary of over 100 million. This huge span is like a dream. If my parents knew I had such a high salary, they would definitely be happy for me. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. Just half a month ago, he was just an employee at a courier station. Life is like a dream. These words are the most appropriate to describe it. Time flies. The sun sets. Xiao Yenner drove Su Chen home for dinner. Brother Su Chen, I never thought you were a senior executive of Qianxin Group. I'm really impressed. In the car, Xiao Yenner said admiringly while driving. He is an excellent doctor, a great stone gambler, and works for the largest group in China overseas. Such a man is a treasure. Su Chen rolled his eyes and said, "You're too kind. I've just been lucky lately. Actually, before this, I was just a delivery man." We chatted all the way and drove to the villa area. Now, Xiao Pangshan had been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing someone coming, he hurried forward and said, "Su Xiaoyu, we meet again. It was thanks to you that you saved my life last time." Su Chen waved his hand and said, "Mr. Xiao, you are too polite. It's just a simple cardiopulmonary resuscitation." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pangshan just smiled faintly and did not expose her. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation? How is that possible? Xiao Pangshan knows his condition very well, and it is not something that can be cured easily. He just thought Su Chen was being modest. "Grandpa, there's one more thing. Today, I'm really grateful to brother Su Chen for helping me out." Xiao Yenner told Zhou Tong about his inappropriate behavior towards her in a wronged manner. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pangshan immediately bowed to Su Chen and said, "My dear Su, I will always remember your great kindness to my Xiao family." "Mr. Xiao, you are too serious. It's just a small matter." Su Chen hurriedly helped him up and asked curiously, "By the way, I also want to ask, who is that young Master Zhou? How dare he tease Miss Xiao? Aren't your two families partners?" Speaking of this, Xiao Pangshan also revealed a trace of worry and said, "My dear Su, you embarrassed young Master Zhou in public today. You must be more careful in the future. Both the father and son of the Zhou family are vindictive and will definitely hold this matter against you. Because of this, Yunmeng Group can only choose to be patient in many things. The cooperative relationship has never been terminated. After all, as a legitimate business, you can't afford to offend such people. As long as it is not too excessive, Xiao Pangshan will choose to turn a blind eye. I don't care. If anyone from the Zhou family dares to come, I'll make him crawl back." Su Chen was not afraid at all. He doesn't even take the Song family seriously, so what can a mere Zhou family do? Soon, the banquet began and the food was served. This is a family dinner. Xiao Yenner's mother was the chef, and it was also the highest standard of hospitality in the Xiao family. This means that the Xiao family has already regarded Su Chen as a family member. While eating and chatting, Xiao Yenner mentioned that Su Chen was a senior executive of Qianxin Group, which made Xiao Pangshan admire him even more, and he toasted him repeatedly. The two of them were like close friends regardless of age difference, and they could talk about anything. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. At this time, Xiao Pangshan took out 2 diamond-studded gold cards, handed them to Su Chen, and said, "My dear Su, this is a small gift. I hope you will accept it. These 2 cards are incredible. One is a supreme gold card with no credit limit, which can be used nationwide and can be used at will. Only 5 of these cards have ever been issued in the entire Daxia. The other one is the Yunmeng Group's gold diamond card. With this card, you can enjoy all the projects under the Yunmeng Group, including restaurants, stadiums, KTVs, bars, etc., and have fun as you please." "Mr. Xiao, what is this for? It's too expensive. I can't take it." Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 35 The person who visited late at night. Seeing Su Chen refuse, Xiao Yenner beside him quickly said, "Brother Su Chen, please accept my grandfather's gift. Otherwise, he will definitely not be able to sleep tonight." Having said that, Su Chen had no choice but to accept the 2 cards. After another long chat, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Seeing that the meal was almost finished, Su Chen had an appointment with Gao Shirhan in the evening, so he asked for leave and left after saying goodbye. Grandpa, what do you think of brother Su Chen? After the people left, Xiao Yener couldn't help but ask Xiao Pengshan a question. Xiao Pengshan jokingly said, he's young and promising, handsome, and a good young man. But it would be even better if he could be my grandson-in-law. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Yener's face turned red. Xiao Pengshan laughed heartily. How could he not understand the girl's thoughts? When has my precious granddaughter ever cared so much about a boy? Okay, no nonsense, but Yener, our Xiao family really lacks a capable person like Su Chen. Grandpa is about to retire, and it is still unknown where the Yunmeng group will go in the future. If we can win over Su Chen, it will be a blessing for our Xiao family. Grandpa, do you think so too? Xiao Yener was a little surprised because she had the same idea. Xiao Pengshan said, such a person must not be missed. How about this? Our Yunmeng group also has businesses in the old city. You might as well go to the old city often to hang out with Su Chen in the name of managing the company. Of course, if we can really recruit him into my Xiao family as a son-in-law, that would be even better, huh? Grandpa, why do you always want brother Su Chen to be the son-in-law of the Xiao family? Do you know that he will agree? It doesn't matter whether he agrees or not. I just want to know if you agree or not. Oh, Grandpa, you are so mean, I won't talk to you anymore. Faced with Xiao Pengshan's teasing, Xiao Yener's little thoughts were all exposed. She stamped her feet in shame, turned around and ran upstairs. Yener, are you really leaving? Don't you want to chat with Grandpa for a while longer? This was the first time Xiao Pengshan saw his granddaughter like this. He laughed out loud with his mouth wide open. Xin Yuan community. Su Chen hurried back. As soon as I got downstairs, I saw that the community was full of people, as if there was something exciting to watch. He squeezed in out of curiosity, and found that the residents of the community were gathered around a luxury car, talking and envious. This is a Porsche XT, worth tens of millions. No wonder, in this kind of low-class community in the old city, there is basically no chance to see any luxury cars. Excuse me, are you Mr. Su Chen? I wanted to watch the fun, but at this moment, a man in a black suit next to the Porsche came up and asked. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. It's me, may I ask who you are? The man in the black suit said respectfully, I'm the general manager of Zhonghai car dealership. This is the car you paid for in full. I'm responsible for delivering it to you. Please sign for it. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd exploded. Everyone stared at Su Chen in disbelief. This kid is not a child of the old Su family. When did he become so rich? Oh my god, I bought this car outright. I'll never make that much money in my entire life. Didn't the Su family owe a lot of debts a few days ago? How come they've suddenly become so rich? Who would have believed that a family that couldn't even afford a wedding and borrowed money for the betrothal gift could now pay outright for a top-of-the-line Porsche? Under the envious gazes of countless people, Su Chen signed and took the car. He was holding the car keys, feeling a little lost and at a loss. When did I buy a car? But when I think about it carefully, could this be the gift Gao Shirhan mentioned? It must be. He then took out his cell phone and called Gao Shirhan, but no one answered. Su Chen didn't think much about it and turned to go upstairs. However, just as he opened the door, a beautiful figure rushed out from the corridor and hugged him tightly. The faint fragrance is very pleasant and familiar. The corridor was very dark, and I could only vaguely make out that it was a woman. Before I could react, the woman hugged Su Chen and kissed him madly. Warm. Passionate. Only then did Su Chen realize that it was Gao Shirhan who came. I simply hugged her tightly and began to respond enthusiastically. The two of them kissed wildly from the door all the way to the sofa, and then they took off each other's clothes while kissing on the sofa and went to the bed in the bedroom. Brother Su Chen, do you miss me? Gao Shirhan was like a sexy little wildcat, licking Su Chen's face while her hands were exploring his body. Su Chen had long wanted to push this fox-like woman down, and said with a smile, I do, very much. He now finally knew what the two gifts were. She has everything that men can't refuse, luxury cars, beautiful women. Brother Su Chen, you know, if you had taken the initiative earlier, I would have been yours a long time ago. Gao Shirhan had been waiting for this moment for a long time and took off the last bit of cloth covering her body. The moonlight shines in through the window. In the dim darkness, a beautiful woman's perfect body appeared in front of Su Chen. It is fair and attractive, especially the plump and full part, which is like a raging wave, magnificent and majestic. Such an impressive figure, no man can resist it. Shirhan. You're so beautiful. Su Chen couldn't help swallowing, his throat was dry. He turned over and pressed Gao Shirhan under him. You have always been the one who took the initiative, now let me take the initiative. Today he must fight this little vixen for 300 rounds. Ding dong. Just as he was about to draw his gun, the doorbell rang. Someone outside the house called out, Is brother Su Chen home? Oh my god. Who is it? Su Chen was furious. Who was this person who came at such an inappropriate time? I'm so unlucky that you won't let me do my job. Here I come. But this voice sounded very familiar. When Su Chen thought about it carefully, it seemed to be Xiong Minghui's voice. He is the son of Xiong Guotao, the military leader whom he and his master had treated before, and is also a senior official in the military today. Brother Xiong, why are you here? When I opened the door, it was indeed Xiong Minghui. Xiong Minghui cupped his hands and said, Brother Su Chen, I've been asked by Divine Dr. Lu to take you somewhere. Thank you for your hard work, so pack up and follow me. Now. Su Chen was speechless. A beautiful woman was waiting for him on his bed, naked. How could he let him go? What is this? Xiong Minghui nodded, yes, right now. There is no time to lose, it seems that this matter is very important. Su Chen's heart was filled with 1,000 horses galloping, and he asked tentatively, Brother Xiong, are you anxious? Xiong Minghui said seriously, this is arranged by your master. You only have this one chance. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Chapter 36 The conspiracy is approaching quietly. Su Chen wanted to die, he sighed, and said, Okay, Brother Xiong, wait a moment, let me put on some clothes. Now that people have said this, I know that this is a serious matter and I have to go. Return to the bedroom. Gao Shirhan also heard the conversation in the living room and said with a pout, Brother Su Chen, since you have something important to do, go and do it first. It will be hard for me to stay alone in my room again. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding you. The man I like is naturally destined to do great things. As your woman, I must understand and support you, so Brother Su Chen, go quickly. Poetry letter. Su Chen was deeply moved by these heartfelt words. With a woman like this, what else could a husband ask for? He gently tapped the tip of Gao Shirhan's nose and said softly, I'll be back after I finish my work. I'll make it up to you when I come back. After saying that, he put on his clothes and turned to leave. Now. Xiong Minghui was already waiting in the car downstairs in the community. Su Chen opened the door and got into the car, then asked, Brother Xiong, where did my master ask you to take me? Xiong Minghui said, Brother Su Chen, there's something you may not know. Divine Dr. Lu rarely charges for his treatments, and often asks the patient to do something for him. Last time, when he treated my father's liver disease, the Xiong family owed him a favor, and Divine Dr. Lu used this favor on you. The answer was irrelevant to the question and did not specify where we were going. But in the process of speaking, he also expressed the importance of this matter. It is not difficult to see that Dr. Lu thinks highly of Su Chen. Seeing that Xiong Minghui was acting mysterious, Su Chen stopped asking questions. Buzz. At this time, the phone rang. It was Long Xiaotian calling, Hey, Brother Su, I'm really jealous of you. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, Brother Long, what are you talking about? I heard that Master arranged for you to meet the 3 great monks at Qingyun Mountain, and that the Xiong family in Kyoto was the one who introduced you. You're really being treated so well. I've been with Master for so many years, but I've never been treated this way. Qingyun Mountain, the 3 great monks? Su Chen was secretly surprised by Long Xiaotian's words. Although he had never heard of them, he knew from Brother Long's tone that these 3 people were not ordinary people. Brother Long, what does the Master want to do? Idiot, you don't understand. Master is using the Xiong family's connections to pave the way for you. He wants you to improve your skills as quickly as possible so you can inherit the immortal doctor sect. Don't let Master's efforts go to waste. Su Chen then understood that they wanted him to go up the mountain to learn some skills. Even in such a hurry and urgency, Xiong Minghui came to pick him up in person, which shows that this opportunity is rare. As he was thinking, he suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, Brother Long, can you keep an eye on the Zhou family for me? I heard that the father and son of the Zhou family are also vindictive. I embarrassed Zhou Tong today, and I'm afraid he's secretly holding a grudge against me. Brother Su, don't worry about this. With me here, the Zhou family won't dare to act rashly. Instead, you should worry about another force." Another force? Are you referring to the Song family? No, although the Song family has been plotting something, there has been no movement yet. I'm referring to the Shen family, which is more difficult right now. Shen family. If this hadn't been mentioned, Su Chen would have really forgotten about it. Brother Long, didn't you say last time that you were going to negotiate with the Shen family? How is the situation? He asked. Long Xiaotian sighed. On the surface, everything was going great. Shen Rufeng, the head of the Shen family, promised me personally that he would never pursue the matter again. But then I saw your name on the Jianghu killing order. Someone offered 30 million and summoned all the top assassins in Daxia to come to Zhonghai and assassinate you. Even Long Xiaotian was very troubled by this matter. Even though he has absolute power in Zhonghai, he cannot stop the assassins from all over the country from pouring into Zhonghai. 30 million, I didn't expect my head to be so valuable, ha. However, facing a powerful enemy, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even if there are thousands of people against me, I will go forward. Now he is no longer the timid courier station employee he used to be. No matter how powerful his opponent is, he is not afraid at all. Brother Long, what is the origin of the Shen family? Why are they so mysterious? Brother Su, you're right to ask this question. Even I don't know much about the Shen family. This matter is like a mystery. The Shen family is not a big family. They are not even as good as the Gao family of Qianxing Group or the Xiao family of Yunmeng Group, and they are not even as good as the Song family and the Zhou family. However, it is precisely such an inconspicuous small family, which is low-key, that is able to do things that even the Black Tiger Society is troubled by. Moreover, Black Tiger will have no way to deal with them. The phone was hung up. Su Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. He looked at the dark night sky outside the window and felt uneasy. Brother Su Chen, were you talking to Long Xiaotian from the Black Tiger Society just now? I heard you mention the Shen family several times. At this time, Xiong Minghui spoke, as if he had something to say. Su Chen hurriedly said, "Yes, could it be that Brother Xiong knows the Shen family? Even if they knew, we had some interactions in the early years, but we had different beliefs and haven't been in touch since then. In fact, the Shen family is also a non-secular family like my Xiong family, but in terms of strength, the Shen family is far inferior to my Xiong family." Xiong Minghui spoke in a flat tone and did not take the Shen family seriously. Su Chen seemed to have grasped a straw and said, "Brother Xiong, what do you mean by non-secular family?" Xiong Minghui said, "You have been learning Tianren Zhuang from Divine Dr. Lu, and have already entered the martial arts world. You can be considered a warrior. You must know that there are always people better than you in this world. Above secular families, there are non-secular families, and most of the people in non-secular families are warriors." What? These words, like a thunderclap, resounded in Su Chen's mind. A family composed of warriors, wouldn't their strength be incredible? But that's not right. Since they are all warriors, why is the Shen family only ranked 3rd or 4th rate in Shanghai? Perhaps sensing his doubt, Xiong Minghui added, "However, in the city, spiritual energy is thin, and there are few warriors. Hundreds of years ago, all true practitioners retreated to the mountains and never entered the world. Even if there are non-secular families in the city, they are constrained by secular treaties and cannot be easily revealed, otherwise it will lead to serious consequences." Serious consequences? What are they? Su Chen asked. Xiong Minghui smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "Brother Su Chen, don't ask anymore. Knowing too much is not good for you. When you can know, you will know it naturally. This is a matter for another class, and the time is not right yet." Su Chen gritted his teeth and felt deeply that he had been a frog in a well and had never seen the vast sky outside. An overnight drive. It was not until dawn that the car finally stopped in front of a towering mountain. There's still half an hour left. If we don't make it, the 3 great monks will go into seclusion again. By then, even the face of my Xiong family will be useless. Brother Su Chen, the mountain road is difficult to travel. I'm going up the mountain ahead of you to buy you some time. You follow closely behind, as fast as you can. We'll meet at the top of the mountain. Xiong Minghui glanced at the time, looking anxious. After saying that, he quickly ran towards the top of the mountain. Chapter 37 Training begins. But Xiong Minghui walked quickly, taking 3 steps at a time, and suddenly disappeared at the end of the mountain road. Wow! This is too fast. Su Chen was really surprised. It seemed that Xiong Minghui was also a warrior. He looked up at the towering mountain and scratched his head. It's so high. Will it take me half an hour to climb up there? Will it kill me? An ordinary person wouldn't be able to climb even 1/5 of the way up in half an hour. However, Su Chen is no longer the same person he was before. He immediately channeled his true energy into his legs and started walking towards the top of the mountain. He ran tirelessly and arrived at a temple on the top of the mountain in one breath. Simple, quiet, solemn, and awe-inspiring. Green smoke is curling and purple air is coming from the east. Although the temple is not big, it exudes a majestic atmosphere. 38 minutes. It's still a little late. When I looked at the time on my phone, I was not very satisfied. I ran until I was almost out of breath but still couldn't catch up. At this time, a bald little monk walked out of the temple. Excuse me, are you the donor Su Chen? The land nurtures the people. This little monk is young, but he is full of spirit and it is obvious that he has some martial arts skills. If even a little monk is a master, how great a master must the abbot of the temple be? It's me. Su Chen bowed and responded. The young monk immediately led the way. Master Xiong and the 3 divine monks have been waiting for a long time, come with me. Then he stepped into the hall. The first thing that catches your eye is a large furnace. What is burning inside is the priceless ambergris, which can calm the mind, invigorate the blood circulation, and has an indescribable effect on those who practice cultivation. Around the big cauldron, there were 4 people sitting cross-legged on cushions. 3 of them were elderly monks with gray eyebrows and beards, but they looked energetic. There was another old man whom Su Chen knew. It was Mr. Xiong Guotao. Brother Su Chen, you arrived so quickly? At this time, Xiong Minghui poked his head out from behind the door, obviously surprised. You know, with his level of cultivation, it would take him a full 30 minutes to reach the top of Qingyun Mountain, but Su Chen followed him immediately after he finished speaking. There was only a difference of 8 minutes. It's good that you've arrived. Come forward and salute. Xiong Minghui had already received the person and his mission was completed. He was not qualified to enter the hall, so he followed the little monk out. Su Chen did not dare to be rude, and hurried forward, bowing deeply. Mr. Xiong, 3 divine monks, hello. Xiong Guotao nodded with satisfaction, pointed at the other 3 people, and said, Friend Su, let me introduce you to these 3, they are all top masters in the martial arts world today. This one is Master Dui, who is well versed in ancient and modern light energy techniques. He can appear and disappear without a trace, leap over grass tips, and travel 1,000 miles a day without a problem. This one is the Master of Tribulation, proficient in boxing, extremely strong and masculine, invincible in the world. This one is Master Dunan, whose Guiyuan Zhanggong has reached the pinnacle. The 3 divine monks have all reached the boundless realm, transcending the mundane world. Now, they are making an exception to meet you. From now on, you should stay here with peace of mind and learn from the 3 divine monks. Su Chen secretly opened his eyes of clairvoyance and observed the 3 monks, and was immediately filled with awe. The 3 of them had extremely vigorous qi and blood in their bodies, as if they had endless energy. Just based on this point, Su Chen is far beyond his reach. Suddenly, Master Dui seemed to notice Su Chen's peeping, and his eyes stared at him like an eagle, which scared Su Chen and he quickly turned off his X-ray eyes. Then Master Dui said, Boy, you seem to have a pair of very special eyes. After hearing this, Su Chen became even more hesitant to act rashly. At this time, Master Dujia said, Mr. Xiong, you seem to have misunderstood one thing. The 3 of us only promised you a meeting with this kid. As for whether or not we will teach him our skills, it depends on whether he is qualified. Master Dunan continued, That's right, old man Xiong. The 3 of us are about to go into seclusion, so we don't have much time to waste. We're willing to meet this kid now to repay the favor you did us. If this kid was just dull, we definitely wouldn't waste our time on him. When Su Chen heard what they said, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Good heavens, it turns out that things are still uncertain. What if these old guys don't like it, then wouldn't it be a wasted trip? I understand what the 3 monks mean. How about this? Let Su Xiaoyu demonstrate it. Xiong Guotao smiled faintly and turned around to say, "My dear Su, your master taught you the secret heavenly man posture of the immortal doctor sect a few days ago. Why don't you demonstrate to the 3 divine monks the results of your recent standing practice?" Su Chen nodded, then walked to the center of the hall, mobilized the true energy in his body, and stood in a standard Tianren posture. Once the posture is completed, the body will be like a 1,000-year-old tree with firm roots. As he breathed in and out, a faint aura surrounded his body, making a gentle whistling sound. This is Qi. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone present changed. Master Dewey frowned and said, "Old man Xiong, you're not lying to us, are you? Did this kid really just start practicing the Tianren pillar a few days ago?" Xiong Guotao was also surprised and said, "I'm not lying. He really just started practicing. But why he's progressed so quickly, I don't know. In just a few days, he already possessed Qi power. This is the first time in the history of cultivation in Daxia. Such a monstrous talent in martial arts is truly shocking." After watching Su Chen's performance, the 3 monks looked at each other and nodded in satisfaction. Then Master Dunan said, "Okay, in that case, let's do Mr. Xiong a favor and keep this kid here. But time is limited, we can only give him 2 months at most." 2 months means nothing to most people. It should be noted that it took Long Xiaotian 3 years to master the basics from standing still to practicing Qi. Thank you very much, 3 divine monks. However, such an opportunity is rare. Old man Xiong immediately thanked him and then said to Su Chen, "My dear Su, I have already fulfilled what I promised your master. Whether you can succeed in learning depends on your own luck. You must know that the master can only lead you to the door, but the practice is up to you." After saying this, he stood up, said goodbye, and then turned and walked out of the hall. His departure completely confused Su Chen. Damn it! 2 months. No one told me it would take so long. Totally unprepared. There are still many things to do in Zhonghai. My parents are about to be discharged from the hospital. Who will pick them up and take care of them? What if someone from the Song family, the Shen family, or the Zhou family comes to cause trouble? Also, what about joining Changshan Group? Su Chen thought it could be done in one night, but now he was told it would take at least 2 months. He felt like he was being led into a trap. The hall was extremely quiet. Smoke rises from the furnace. No one spoke and the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Su Chen scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and said, 3 divine monks, can you let me go back and take care of my family affairs first before coming back?" After that, no one responded. The 3 monks didn't even look at him. The atmosphere became even more awkward. After a long pause, Master Dunan finally spoke, "Since time is limited, let's begin immediately. However, to prevent this kid from consuming too much of our energy, we'll teach one person first. When they've mastered it, we'll move on to the next one. This way, he won't drag us all down." Su Chen rolled his eyes. Why did he say that as if he was a burden? That's too disrespectful. "Okay, let's start with me then." Master Dewey took the initiative to speak. The other 2 monks nodded in agreement, and then left Dewey alone in the hall. In the quiet hall, Su Chen stood obediently and didn't dare to move, like a student being taught a lesson. "There's a big water tank outside. Go fill it up." Finally, Master Dewey spoke. Chapter 38 Break Through Yourself. Ah? Carrying water? Su Chen was stunned. If I need to fetch water, why should I come all the way here? But when he raised his head and saw Master Dewey's cold eyes, he immediately became timid. "Okay, I'll go right away." Then he reluctantly went out to fetch water, muttering to himself, "What do you mean by a monk? You're so fierce. Didn't they say that the 4 elements are empty? You have such a bad temper, it's obvious that you haven't gotten rid of the mentality of an ordinary person at all. You're still a divine monk, but you're just as crazy." Bang! As he was muttering, a hand suddenly appeared out of thin air and slapped him in the face. "Transform into shape with Qi." That was obviously a palm transformed by true energy. Su Chen's face was swollen from being beaten. When he turned around, he saw Master Dewey looking at him with murderous eyes. It was obvious that he had heard what he had just said to himself. "Master, I'm sorry, I'll go get some water right away." Su Chen secretly stuck out his tongue, thinking that this old monk's hearing was too good to hear anything. Moreover, that materialized true Qi could actually transform into a palm and hit someone from a distance of 10 steps. How much true Qi would be needed to be able to use such a powerful method? When we arrived in the yard, there was indeed a water tank and 2 wooden barrels next to it. When I asked the little monk where there was a water source nearby, I learned that if I wanted to fetch water, I had to go to the pond on the mountainside, a full 3 kilometers away. Suchen really felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do and he could only do as he was told. I went back and forth like this until I was completely exhausted and it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Master Dewey saw Suchen lying on the ground, panting, and said with a blank expression, "With this level of endurance, you're even worse than the monk sweeping the floor in my temple. It looks like these 2 months of our time are really going to be wasted." After hearing this, Suchen cursed in his heart, "Damn it, how can this be considered cultivation if I'm asked to fetch water? If I really have to fetch water for you here for 2 months, it would be a waste of my time." At this time, Dewey said again, "Boy, if you can't hold on any longer, you can go down the mountain now. Of course, if you still want to hold on, then fill the water in the water tank back into the pond bucket by bucket." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Damn it, if it's poured back, then why did you ask me to carry water?" Suchen couldn't bear it anymore. "Damn it, this is too much. Are you making fun of people? I quit. Just go down the mountain, what's the big deal? Even if you beg me to learn, I want to learn." But just as he took a step, he calmed down again. "No, if I go back like this, wouldn't it be a waste of Master and Mr. Xiong's kindness?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Just hold on a little longer. It's just carrying water. I can consider it as exercise." With his conviction strengthened, he immediately picked up the load and carried the water from the tank back to the pond bucket by bucket. Master Dewey, who was behind the door, saw the whole scene and nodded with satisfaction. This was considered as some recognition of this boy from the secular world. The whole night passed in the blink of an eye. When Suchen carried all the water back to the pond, the sun had already risen. After checking his overnight results, Master Dewey nodded slightly and said, "It seems you've made up your mind to stay. Very good, then prepare to accept my hellish training." As he spoke, he threw 2 large iron balls in front of Suchen and said, "Cuff these 2 heavy objects to your feet and continue to carry water. When the water is full, pour it back into the pond. Repeat this process. When I am satisfied, I will move on to the next training." Bang! Bang! The 2 large iron balls weighed at least several dozen kilograms, and when they were thrown on the ground, they caused a dent in the soil. The corner of Suchen's mouth twitched. "Master, may I ask if I owe you money for incense?" Master Dewey shook his head. Suchen was furious and said, "Since there is no grudge between us, why do you want me to die? With these 2 big iron balls tied to my feet, I couldn't even move an inch, let alone fetch water on the rugged mountain road. If you are not careful, you and the ball will fall off the cliff. Isn't this definitely seeking death?" Master Dewey smiled slightly and said, "You can choose not to do it and just go down the mountain." "Who said I was going down the mountain?" "Fine, I'll tie him up and show you. If he really falls to his death, you'll have committed a crime of killing, and you won't be able to achieve enlightenment in the future. I'm going to fight you." Suchen was determined to win, so he immediately tied the iron ball shackles around his ankles. I just tried to move a step, and suddenly I felt as if my feet had taken root and I couldn't lift them. I finally used all my strength and could only take 2 steps. Seeing this, Master Dewey said indifferently, "Boy, after seeing how Donor Xiong used his qingdong to fly up the mountain, and then caught up with him after only 8 minutes, he certainly didn't use brute force to hike up the mountain, right?" After saying that, he turned and left. But these words were like a wake-up call, giving Suchen's blank mind a direction in an instant. Yes. After carrying water all night, I became stupid. How could I forget such an important thing? Master. He suddenly realized and wanted to thank Master Dewey for his guidance, but when he turned around, Master Dewey had disappeared. Afterwards, he circulated the internal energy in his body, gathered it in his legs, and took another step. It was indeed much easier. Not only does it reduce physical energy consumption, but it also improves physical fitness and the control of true energy. In this way, I carried on carrying things for the whole day, going back and forth no less than 100 times, and only then did I feel that I had exhausted all my strength. Master Dewey didn't say anything about his progress. He just told him to have a good rest tonight as there would be more difficult training tomorrow. Hearing this, Suchen was secretly delighted, as this meant that he had completed a training. Late at night. In the open space outside the temple. Bonfire burning. Suchen was grilling a pheasant he caught in the mountains while calling his parents to let them know he was safe. "My parents have been discharged from the hospital early and are in good health. Then he called Gao Shirhan again and said that it might take a long time for him to return to Shanghai. Gao Shirhan didn't ask much. As a man, he naturally has his own things to deal with. He just said that after Su Chen returned to Shanghai, he would hold a lively formal induction ceremony for him. Finally, Su Chen called Long Xiaotian again and learned a shocking piece of news. Brother Long, you just said that an alien force has infiltrated Shanghai. Who is it? It's still uncertain, but they're extremely arrogant. From last night until today, they've already wiped out 5 Black Tiger Society branches, causing us heavy losses. Yet, we don't even know who they are, and we can't find out. They're incredibly cunning. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but start to worry. To be so blatantly opposing the Black Tiger Society, it was obvious that the other party must be quite powerful, otherwise they wouldn't have the confidence. We searched 5 halls but didn't find any identity information and couldn't catch anyone. It was obvious that they came prepared. Could it be that the Song family called in a force from outside? Or is it the Shin family who was secretly doing something bad? Brother Long, be careful, this person is not friendly. In one day, he swept through the Black Tiger Club's entrance continuously. Su Chen felt that something was wrong with such bold behavior. If it is targeting the Black Tiger Society, what is the purpose? Just to teach a few guys a lesson and then run away? Obviously unreasonable. Long Xiaotian was not worried at all and said confidently, "Don't worry, Brother Su. I have been in Shanghai for decades, and no one has ever been able to threaten me. No matter who they are, if they dare to go against our Black Tiger Society, they must die." Chapter 39, Empty Phase Dustless Steps. Su Chen was still in shock, feeling that something big was going to happen in Shanghai, but he couldn't tell what exactly would happen. While I was on the phone, I heard a voice from not far away. Where does that barbecue smell come from? Amitba, this is a pure place at the mountain gate. Who is grilling skewers here? Shit. We've been discovered. Su Chen was shocked. Why were these bald donkeys still not sleeping so late? He quickly hung up the phone and threw them off the cliff without even taking a bite of the meat. Just as he threw it away, a monk came over, smelling the scent. Donor Su Chen, it turns out to be you. Do you know that you have violated a major Buddhist taboo? What's the big deal? I feel a little cold. The temperature difference between day and night is big, and you don't have air conditioning here, so I'll light a fire to keep warm. What's wrong with that? Su Chen refused to admit it. The monk looked left and right, but could only smell the aroma of meat, but could not see any meat. He thought he was hallucinating, so he turned around and left without saying anything. Su Chen hurried to the edge of the cliff to check, but the pheasant he had roasted with great difficulty was nowhere to be found. He was so angry that he cursed. The next day. The practice continues. Master Dewey pointed to the filled water jar and said, "You don't need a bucket this time. Carry the water jar on your back and go to the vegetable garden to water the plants. When you're done, carry the jar back to the pond to fill it with water, and then go back to the vegetable garden. Repeat this process. Rest when you're done watering." Su Chen curled his lips and did as he was told. Compared with the large water tank, the bucket directly increased its weight by several hundred pounds. Su Chen was pressed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. On the first day of trying, I only watered less than 1/3 of the vegetable garden. Master Dewey didn't indulge him and simply didn't allow him to eat. Su Chen was so hungry that he felt dizzy and had to continue hunting in the mountains and secretly barbecue at night. After a week, my body had gradually adapted to carrying weight. Even with 2 large iron balls tied to my legs and a large water tank on my shoulders, I could walk in the mountains as if I were walking on flat ground. The work of watering the vegetable garden, which would have taken 5 monks a day to complete, was completed by Su Chen alone. On the 8th day, Master Dewey drew signs along the road between the pond and the vegetable garden with lime powder, and required Su Chen to walk on the signs when carrying water, without missing a single one, otherwise he would have to go back and walk again. The signs were complicated and winding like a snake, and the steps were awkward. On the first day I tried, I couldn't even complete the whole trip. I kept tripping because of my wrong steps, causing all the water in the tank to spill out. After another 3 days, Su Chen knew that this was not the way to go. This step was a bit inhumane and it was difficult to adapt to it. He was clearly moving forward, but suddenly turned around and retreated, which was very confusing. He came up with a little trick and secretly turned on his X-ray vision, memorizing all the signs on the entire road in his mind, and replaying them over and over again, even walking through them in his mind when he was sleeping. Finally, on the 10th day, I completed the journey perfectly and successfully brought the water tank into the vegetable garden. That set of steps was also engraved in my mind like a brand. Master Dewey watched from afar, his face filled with relief, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. This was one of the few times in recent years that he laughed so happily. Then he flicked his sleeves, returned to the Zen room, and asked someone to invite Master Dujie to take over. When Master Dujie heard that Su Chen had already graduated from Dewey, he was a little skeptical, so he immediately rushed to the vegetable garden to check the situation. At this moment, Su Chen had finished his work and was sitting on the water tank eating cucumbers. He asked harshly, "Boy, in just 10 days, you've already mastered the empty phase dustless step?" Su Chen looked relaxed, eating while saying, "What's this empty form dustless step? I don't understand. I've been busy carrying water and working these past 10 days. Just wait, if this continues, I'll have to renovate this temple from scratch." Seeing that his explanation was not convincing, Dujie didn't waste any more words and stretched out his hand to grab it, "Then let this old monk examine it. The momentum is so fierce, as if it is going to kill someone." Su Chen felt the fierce aura and dodged subconsciously. As he moved his feet, his figure became like a phantom, dodging Dujie's attacks one after another. He was as agile as a monkey, constantly moving left and right, forward and backward, disturbing Dujie so much that he didn't know where to start. After dodging more than 10 moves in succession, Su Chen took another step back, and his figure disappeared like an afterimage. When he looked clearly again, he had already run out of the courtyard wall. Ah! This. Su Chen himself felt incredible. Master Dujie's attack was as fast as lightning, but he was able to dodge it flexibly and even with ease. Especially the last step back, in just a flash, he had escaped more than 10 meters away. As fast as lightning. That old fellow Dewey is really resourceful. He managed to make you learn the empty phase dustless step in such a short time. Master Dujie snorted coldly, and said unconvincedly, "It seems that I can't be stingy either. Boy, follow me." After saying that, he walked into the woods. Su Chen was still immersed in joy at this moment, and couldn't close his mouth with a smile. "I thought I hadn't learned anything in this month, but I unexpectedly developed such an exquisite set of body movements without realizing it." Sure enough, true cultivation is inseparable from daily life. As long as you have the heart, carrying water to irrigate the vegetable garden is also a form of practice. Then, he followed Dujie into the forest and found that Master Dujie had already drawn several circles on a big tree. Hit it hard. When you can penetrate the tree trunk without damaging the bark, you will have succeeded. Dujie pointed to the center of the circle and said. After saying that, he left. Only Su Chen was left standing there in a daze. "What the hell? Are you asking me to drive a pile?" On the surface, it does look like piling, but it is completely different. They didn't even teach any boxing techniques, nor did they have any secret techniques or mantras. What the hell is this? What does it mean to penetrate the trunk of a tree without damaging the bark? He sat under the tree and pondered for half an hour but still couldn't figure it out. Even if he had a punch of 1,000 pounds of strength, whether he could penetrate the tree trunk is another matter, but he would definitely break the bark first. No matter how I think about it, this is an impossible problem. Damn! Is this old monk kidding me? I racked my brains but couldn't figure it out, so I decided to give it a try. Then he stood up, took a horse stance, mobilized the internal energy into his fist, and punched out suddenly. Bang! The tree trunk shook, startling a few sparrows and knocking off a lot of fallen leaves, but the tree was still the same tree. Apart from a humming sound left on the bark, there was nothing else. Fuck! It's too hard. Not to mention breaking through it, even breaking it a little is already the limit. And this is completely contrary to the test question that the bark of the tree should not be damaged. This practice became extremely difficult from the very beginning. A whole day and night passed without any progress. The next morning, Master Dujie arrived. Looking at the dejected Su Chen, he seemed to have anticipated this and said calmly, "If you only think about using brute force, you won't be able to learn real boxing in 2 years, let alone 2 months." Su Chen couldn't muster any energy and really couldn't find the direction. At this time, Master Dujie smiled and asked, "Boy, let me ask you, why are the calligraphy and paintings of famous artists like Tang Bohu and Wang Shiji always so superior to others? In what way are they better than ordinary calligraphy and paintings?" Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch, slamming it hard into the tree. A shocking scene appeared. Despite the powerful punch, the tree did not move at all, and even the birds on the tree did not feel any movement. Su Chen knew that there must be some mystery behind this punch, so he opened his eyes of clairvoyance and took a look, and was even more shocked. The middle of the tree was actually pierced through by the force of the fist. The inside of the tree was completely shattered into sawdust. Chapter 40 A martial arts monster unseen in 1,000 years. After the demonstration, Master Dujie stopped talking and turned to leave. Su Chen was still not recovered from the shock he had just experienced, and his heart was filled with horror. Is there really a kind of boxing in this world that can directly break the tree trunk without damaging the bark? So awesome! If this boxing technique hits a person, can it kill him without him being seen? It's scary to think about it. Calligraphy and painting? He recalled the reminder from Master Dujie just now and felt something in his heart. The calligraphy and paintings of famous artists throughout history have always highlighted the artistic conception. Could it be that what Master Dujie wanted to tell him was the word artistic conception? All martial arts have intention, just like a sword has sword intention, which is not limited to moves, but only exists between Mount Sumeru. If one can comprehend it, it will become a profound martial art. But since it is a profound martial art, it is not easy to comprehend it. Even though Su Chen had some ideas, he didn't fully understand them after all. He sat under the tree again and fell into deep thought. Now, inside the temple, Master Dujie returned to his meditation room to rest. He ran into Dewey and couldn't help but sneer at him. Dewey, you never thought you'd end up like this. You've painstakingly studied the empty form dustless step for 30 years, and a young boy has mastered it in just 10 days. Dewey smiled faintly. Since I'm willing to teach him, I naturally hope that he will surpass me. This kid has an extremely high talent for martial arts, a prodigy that only appears once in 1,000 years. To be honest, I'm very relieved that my skills finally have a successor. Dujie disagreed with this and said, it's just average. I don't think he can get through it in my hands. Let's prepare for the retreat in advance. I believe that within 3 days, this kid will give up. The essence of boxing cannot be understood casually. Dujie became a monk at the age of 10 and practiced Zen Buddhism throughout his life. It was not until he was 40 that he realized the art of illusory boxing. It is simply impossible for Su Chen to understand it thoroughly within 2 months. Dewey said meaningfully, actually, when I first taught him, I had the same idea as you do now, but later. He didn't finish his words, just smiled, turned and left. Time flies, and 5 days are gone in a blink of an eye. Su Chen was about to collapse. He didn't know what had happened in Shanghai, and his cell phone had long been out of battery. There was not even a place to charge it on the mountain. I wonder if Brother Long is in trouble. He was very worried. He had a vague feeling that the foreign forces had a very careful plan, and was afraid that Long Xiaotian would underestimate the enemy and fall into their trap. If that's the case, the situation will be bad. The more you think about it, the more upset you become. Su Chen was filled with resentment but had no place to vent it, so he just started hitting the tree to vent his energy. Bang! 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 One punch after another startled the birds in the forest and scattered them in all directions. This fight lasted half a day. By the time I calmed down completely, it was already afternoon. Another half day wasted. Su Chen really didn't have the heart to practice boxing anymore, so he simply walked around in the mountains to relax, otherwise he would definitely go crazy. I happened to pass by the pond where people were fetching water. Plop! Suddenly there was a splash of water. Su Chen quickly turned his head and saw a big fish swimming away quickly underwater. It seemed that the noise was caused by the insects that fell into the water while it was looking for food. The water surface returned to calm again. This scene immediately triggered Su Chen's inspiration. The fish are making the noise under the water. Just like the punches of the tribulation, the force is also released from the inner part of the tree. That is why it can avoid damaging the bark and directly damage the interior. But this is the boxing meaning that Master Dujie figured out himself, not him. Since it's someone else's stuff, why should I get involved in it? That's right. Why should I bother with the trunk and bark? Since I'm being asked to gain enlightenment, I should come up with my own ideas instead of dwelling on how Master Dujie performs his boxing techniques. The mess in Su Chen's mind finally found a thread. Maybe I was going in the wrong direction from the beginning. He hurried back to the big tree where he practiced boxing, turned on his X-ray vision, and took another deep breath to throw a punch. Bang! The bark was broken, and the situation remained the same as before. But he captured the force point and diffusion of the punch through his eyes. After understanding, he suddenly had an idea. Sure enough, I was going in the wrong direction. I shouldn't be thinking about the tree at all, but how to use my chi. If I can condense and concentrate my chi to the greatest extent, inject it with the smallest force point, and then explode from the inside, just like a fish diving from the bottom of the water to the surface to catch food, I can avoid damaging the bark. After that, I suddenly understood. He immediately stood in the Tianren posture and concentrated his true energy to the greatest extent on his right index finger. Yes, just one finger. Only in this way can the stress point be minimized. Puff. He poked the tree with his fingertips and heard a muffled sound. He then used his X-ray eyes to see that he had indeed poked a crack of more than 10 centimeters inside the tree, but there was no change on the surface of the tree. Success! Su Chen was overjoyed. He finally found the trick to allow the true energy to reach directly inside, truly making it invisible and intangible. It was not the boxing method of Master Du Jie, but a new set of finger techniques that he had comprehended through his own understanding. Damn, I'm a genius. I'm happy today, so I'll have an extra meal tonight. It was getting late, so Su Chen decided to take a short rest and go into the woods to hunt some game to roast and eat as a reward to himself. And all of this was seen by two pairs of eyes behind a big tree not far away. Du Jie, what did I say? This kid is a martial arts genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. In just 5 days, he has broken through the illusory fist technique that you have been cultivating for 40 years. Dewey looked at Du Jie with contempt and laughed at him. He also said that he would give up within 3 days. He also said that nothing could pass his test. Now I'm slapped in the face. Du Jie's face turned the color of pig liver. He couldn't understand how Su Chen did it. He said angrily, this kid stumbled upon it by accident, and what he did is not the false fist technique at all. It's completely different. They are indeed different, just like Li Kuei and Li Gui, they are completely two different people. Xiao Tiger BOT file anti-piracy, find, the book The Robot Selects Xiao Tiger, stable reliable, don't step in the pit. Dewey smiled and said, since it's the meaning of boxing, the most important thing is the word intention. You have your intention, and Su Chen has his. It all depends on what you have realized. He was able to create a finger technique on his own, which is already very rare. You have to know that in the history of Daxia, those who were able to create their own martial arts and establish their own schools were all great masters. These words made Du Jie feel extremely ashamed. He could only sigh and say with emotion, this kid is truly a monster. I'm afraid his future achievements will definitely not be inferior to yours or mine. He learned the empty form dustless steps in 10 days and comprehended a set of illusion finger techniques on his own in 5 days. Such a person is indeed terrifyingly strong. After Du Jie and Dewey finished speaking, their figures disappeared. Another night passed. Early in the morning, Master Dunan, as the third master, personally found Su Chen. He took the broom from the little monk who was sweeping the floor nearby, handed it to Su Chen, and said with a smile, from now on, the job of cleaning the temple will be handed over to you. Su Chen was stunned. Ah? Sweeping the floor? What kind of cultivation is this? Chapter 41 Rapid Growth. Su Chen was completely speechless. Is sweeping the floor also considered cultivation? But when he thought about how Master Dewey only asked him to fetch water in the beginning, but he ended up learning the empty phase dustless step while doing so, maybe sweeping the floor is also a special kind of practice. Okay, I'll sweep. He agreed immediately, took the broom and started sweeping. Who knew that the nightmare would begin with this sweep? She swept for 10 consecutive days, not only sweeping the floor, but also cleaning the toilet, washing clothes, and cooking. She took on almost all the work. I feel so tired every day like a grandson. Whenever he had doubts and asked Master Dunan would simply ask him casually, Su Chen, have you attained enlightenment? Then he ignored it and didn't give any instructions. Finally, on the 11th day, Su Chen couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed the toilet mop on the monk's head and scolded him, if you want to clean this toilet, then you can do it. I won't do it anymore. Damn it, I've had enough, strike. No skills, no mantras, no mental methods, nothing at all, this is also called cultivation? What a waste of my time. He walked out angrily, and as soon as he came out of the toilet, he ran into Master Dunan. Seeing Su Chen's upset, Master Dunan just smiled slightly, then picked up a fallen leaf and asked, Su Chen, do you see any sound when this leaf falls to the ground? After saying that, he threw away the leaves in his hand and left without looking back. The leaves fell to the ground gently, silently. As the leaves fell, the figures disappeared. Brother, can you please stop torturing me? Su Chen was almost going crazy. Why do these hermits speak in such a mysterious way? Wouldn't it be better to be more direct? What is the point of practicing this? Even if I have to carry water, it can still help me build up my physical strength. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so he just sat down on the stone steps and lay down. As soon as I sat down, the sound of a bronze bell suddenly came from the mountain. Ding! 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 The sound was ethereal and echoed in the mountains for a long time. The lingering sound lingered in his heart, like the morning bell and evening drum, calming Su Chen's originally restless mood a little. He seemed to have thought of something, staring blankly at the clock tower in the distance. Do falling leaves make a sound, or are they silent? I seemed to have some realization in my mind, so I sat cross-legged, adjusted my breathing, and calmly felt the lingering sound. After a while, I felt extremely relaxed physically and mentally. The sound of wind, leaves falling to the ground, insects chirping, and the color of flowing water can all be heard clearly over time. As your heart becomes calmer, you will be able to feel greater distance. The path in the mountains, the pond on the mountainside, even the small fish swimming in the pond, and the ripples created by the fish wagging their tails, all appear in my mind's mind as extremely clear pictures. At this moment, Su Chen seemed to have become one with nature. I am nature and nature is me. When the mind is free of distractions, everything is empty. Now, on top of the bell tower, Master Dunan looked at Su Chen, who was already in a trance in the corner outside the toilet, nodded with satisfaction, and said with a smile, "What a genius! He can achieve great enlightenment with just a little guidance." The next day, Su Chen's cultivation finally took a turn for the better. Give the broom back. From today on, you don't have to do hard labor anymore. Master Dunan is about to begin the real teaching. Then the two came to the Zen room. Master Dunan taught Su Chen a few mantras and asked him to incorporate these mantras into his practice of Tianren posture. Su Chen didn't understand the meaning and tried to start practicing. However, every time I stood in the stance, once I started to practice the mantra taught by Master Dunan, I felt the qi and blood in my body surging violently, like the waves of the Yangtze River, and it was difficult to control myself. He couldn't bear it, and as a result, he couldn't even practice the Tianren posture that he was best at. For 3 consecutive days, there was no progress. Master Dunan watched the whole process, but did not say much. Every time Su Chen failed, he would lightly say, "Su Chen, have you realized it?" It was this sentence again that made Su Chen almost doubt his life. However, after calming down, when he thought of the bell that day, he knew that Master Dunan was deliberately reminding him. Why did he have to sweep the floor and do hard labor before this? Perhaps this is to temper his state of mind. Do falling leaves make sound or are they silent? As long as your mind is as calm as still water, it doesn't matter whether there is sound or silence, because you are that fallen leaf, and this is enlightenment. A supreme state of harmony between man and nature. After understanding the mystery, Su Chen continued to practice standing meditation. After another 3 days, the qi and blood in his body had undergone tremendous changes. It used to be like a trickle of water, but now it was like a galloping horse and raging waves. Even he himself felt that his cultivation had increased a lot. As the energy in Dantian surged stronger, the body couldn't help but begin to tremble, as if the energy was about to burst out of the body at any time. Su Chen felt very uncomfortable and was about to end his standing practice when he heard Master Dunan say in his ear, "Su Chen, you must endure it. You are facing a realm breakthrough. If you can't pass this level, all your efforts will be wasted." Then, a palm slapped on Su Chen's head, and then a light and ethereal energy was infused into him. After receiving this spiritual energy, Su Chen felt much more comfortable and continued to stand in the stance. This concentration took another whole night. It was not until the early morning of the next day, after a night of wasting, that the restless energy finally calmed down and was completely absorbed into the Dantian. And the energy emanating from Su Chen's body became even stronger. He finally broke through. Master Dunan finally felt relieved when he saw that the dust had settled. He said, "You are indeed a rare genius. In just a few days, you have broken through the 5th level. Su Chen, congratulations on your success." Su Chen scratched his head. "Master Dunan, what is the 5th level?" Master Dunan looked puzzled and asked, "Why, didn't your master tell you about the levels of cultivation?" "No." Su Chen shook his head. Actually, it seemed that his master didn't teach him anything at all. Even the Tianren posture was taught by Long Xiaotian. Master Dunan laughed and said, "Ha ha, what a great Dr. Lu. He accepted disciples but didn't teach them, and even expected others to teach him. Okay, then I'll start with the most basic things. Cultivation is divided into different levels. From the very beginning of gathering the feeling of qi, one officially steps into the ranks of warriors, which is called the initial stage of acquaintance. Going further down, there are the realm of perception, the realm of no confusion, the realm of profound mystery, the realm of knowing destiny, the realm of infinity, and so on, a total of 12 major realms. Each major realm is further divided into 10 minor realms. When Su Chen came up the mountain, he was already at the second stage of the initial awareness realm. The reason why the three great monks were shocked was that for ordinary people to cultivate from having no sense of energy to the second stage of the initial awareness realm, it would take several months at the shortest and several years at the longest. If one had poor talent, it would probably take decades. But Su Chen achieved it in just a few days, which shows how incredible his talent in martial arts is. And now, what surprised Master Dunan even more was that after practicing Guiyuan Zhengong, this kid made rapid progress and broke through from the second stage to the seventh stage in one go. Such a fast speed, which is only seen once in thousands of years. Chapter 42, Mastering the Art in Going Down the Mountain. Master Dunan, if you say so, wouldn't I have become very powerful now? Su Chen himself was also surprised. When he was still at the second stage of the initial awareness realm, he was already able to fight back against the siege of more than a dozen men of the Song family. Now that his cultivation has reached the seventh stage, isn't he invincible? Master Dunan smiled and said, "Su Chen, don't get carried away. You must know that in this world, there are always people better than you. Even I don't dare to call myself a strong person. However, your understanding is indeed extraordinary. The mantra of Guiyuan Zhengong that I taught you should have helped you to cultivate the Tianren Zhuang with greater efficiency. However, I originally thought you could only break through 2 levels at most, but I didn't expect you to surpass 5 levels in one go. You have truly made me look at you with new eyes." As he was speaking, the two masters Dui and Dujie also walked in. "Dunan, we were just resting in the meditation room when we felt a strange surge of true energy coming from here." "What happened?" The two looked hurried, thinking something big was happening. However, when they saw Su Chen sitting cross-legged on the cushion, their expressions suddenly changed. This kid. Boy, your aura seems to have changed. It's indeed different." Not only did his aura become more restrained, but Su Chen himself also became rosy-faced and energetic, which was a sign of abundant qi in blood. The two were secretly surprised. Could it be that the strange innate energy just now was emitted by this kid? He immediately released his spiritual sense to investigate, and what he found was incredible, and he was even more shocked. Ah! The seventh stage of the initial stage of understanding. Boy, you've actually broken through to the seventh stage. Could it be? The two people frowned tightly, their faces full of disbelief. Dui turned to look at Dunan and asked solemnly, "Dunan, are you really going to pass on the Guiyuan Zhengong to this kid?" The three great monks each have their own abilities. Dui's likeness skills are the best in the world, Dujie's boxing skills are invincible in the world, and the most powerful one is Master Dunan, who is proficient in internal cultivation. Guiyuan Zhengong is the best internal skill in ancient and modern times. It is the treasure of the sect and can only be learned by inner disciples. But he actually passed it on to Su Chen. This is a huge opportunity. Master Dunan smiled slightly and said, "Since I promised Elder Xiong, I must fulfill my promise. I see that this boy has a good character and is upright and honest. I believe that if he inherits my true teachings, he will not bring disgrace to my reputation." Dui and Dujie looked at each other, and they both taught each other everything they knew. Then Dujie looked at Su Chen and snorted coldly, "Boy, you are really blessed by your previous life. You can actually receive the true teachings of the three of us. As the saying goes, the mountains do not keep worldly people. Now that you have mastered the skills, go down the mountain." "Ah? Go down the mountain? Now?" Su Chen was stunned. "Wow, I haven't even had the chance to understand what the 7 stages mean, and you're already telling me to leave? Don't you want to see me?" At this time, Dewey said, "Boy, although you have received our true teachings, as the saying goes, a master can only lead you to the door, but the practice is up to you. You must not neglect your cultivation in the future. One more thing, your fate with us has ended. From now on, you must not claim us as your masters. Just pretend you have never met us. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a strong wind blew Su Chen back repeatedly until he left the meditation room. The door closed as well. 3 holy monks, Su Chen seemed to be hesitant to speak and remained silent for a long time. He didn't even give me a chance to kowtow and say thank you. However, he understood what the 3 monks meant. After all, he was just an ordinary person and had no chance to be in this pure land. Since our fate has ended, there is no need to force it. Thank you. Then, he knelt on the ground, kowtowed 3 times, and said sincerely, 3 holy monks, I will remember your words. After saying that, he got up and left. Now, inside the Zen room, the 3 great monks Dui, Dujiet and Dunan sat opposite each other on a cushion. Hearing the footsteps outside gradually fading away, the 3 of them said Umatba. Then, Master Dunan asked, how long has Su Chen been practicing in the mountains? Dewey counted on his fingers, a whole month. 1 month. These words surprised the 3 of them. It's actually 2 months earlier than originally scheduled. In 10 days, he learned the empty form dustless steps, in 5 days, he independently comprehended a set of illusion finger techniques, and in 15 days, he cultivated the returning origin true art and advanced to the 5th level. This astonishing cultivation speed is truly rare. Master Dunan couldn't help but sigh. Dewey also said, this boy is extremely talented. His future achievements will be extraordinary. I'm afraid he will surpass us in just a few years. Du Jie thought for a moment and said, it's clear that Divine Dr. Lu has high hopes for this kid, even asking the Xiong family to come forward and let us teach him personally. It seems that Divine Dr. Lu wants to entrust that matter to this kid to complete. The burden of the immortal doctor sect is too much for Divine Dr. Lu to bear on his own, so we found a demon to do it for him. This is really a good plan, ha ha ha. Su Chen used the empty phase dustless step all the way and ran down the mountain as fast as lightning. It took me almost 40 minutes to run up the mountain, but now it only took me less than 5 minutes to run down the mountain. So fast. Like a fucking rocket. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, and Su Chen himself was scared. Possessing a speed that cannot be captured by the naked eye, coupled with the ability to capture dynamic perspectives, wouldn't that be equivalent to being invincible? I really want to go back to Zhonghai as soon as possible and demonstrate it to my parents so that they know that their son has made great progress. However, Qingyun Mountain is hundreds of kilometers away from Zhonghai. When he was thinking about how to go back, a Porsche parked at the foot of the mountain suddenly caught his attention. Where did the car come from in this remote place? Moreover, it looks familiar. Holy crap, isn't this my car? No wonder it looks familiar. It's the Porsche XT that Gao Shirhan gave him. Why is it here? There was also a note in the car. I picked it up and saw that it was left by Xiong Minghui. Brother Su Chen, I can't reach you on your phone, and I don't know when you'll be coming down the mountain. To ensure a successful return, I'll drive your car to the foot of the mountain. The key is hidden in the crevice nearby. Please take it yourself. Su Chen was overjoyed. Now the transportation problem was solved. Brother Xiong is so thoughtful. Follow him to find the key and drive straight to Zhonghai. The Porsche was on its way back to Zhonghai. My phone was fully charged in the car and I could finally turn it on, and I was immediately bombarded with tons of messages. More than 200 missed calls and more than 300 unread WeChat messages. His parents and Gao Shirhan were both worried about his condition, and Xiao Yener also asked him about it earnestly. However, the most serious one was Long Xiaotian. Ever since Zhonghai was invaded by foreign forces, bad news has been coming from the Black Tiger Society every day, resulting in heavy losses and the sacrifice of several brothers. Moreover, the last time Long Xiaotian sent a WeChat message was a week ago. Did something really happen? Su Chen had always had a bad feeling, and he became even more worried at this moment. He hurriedly called Long Xiaotian back, but no one answered. I beat more than a dozen people and the same thing happened every time. It looks like something really big is happening. He immediately called Gao Shirhan again. On the other end, Gao Shirhan came up and started scolding, Brother Su Chen, you're going too far. Do you know how much I miss you? Why didn't you answer my calls or reply to my messages? Chapter 43 The crisis is coming. Facing Gao Shirhan's accusations, Su Chen apologized repeatedly. Seeing that his attitude was not bad, Gao Shirhan did not pursue the matter any further and said, since you took the initiative to admit your mistake, I will forgive you this time. Come back quickly. The company's first jewelry store is about to open, and I want to hold a grand induction ceremony for you on the opening day. This is the first step for Changxing Group to enter the jewelry industry and also the beginning of its journey. Okay, I'm on my way and will be back to Shanghai soon. After talking about the company, Su Chen quickly changed the subject. By the way, how is Brother Long doing recently? Why can't I get through to him on the phone? Gao Shirhan paused and said, Mr. Long hasn't been to the company for half a month. He seemed to say that the gang had encountered a major incident and needed his special attention. Big thing? Shirhan, do you know what it is? I'm not sure. I can't get through to him on the phone during this period. Is that so, okay? Hang up the phone. Su Chen's feeling of uneasiness became even stronger. I'm afraid something really happened to Long Xiaotian. Then he stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away at top speed. When we returned to Shanghai, it was already dark. Su Chen immediately returned to Xin Yuan community, intending to report to his parents that he was safe and then immediately set off for Long Xiaotian's residence. However, when he stood at the door of his house, he immediately realized something was wrong. The door was actually open and had obviously been kicked open violently. Someone broke in. He immediately turned on his X-ray vision and looked inside the house. He saw his parents fainted on the sofa in the living room, and three fierce-looking men were cleaning up the mess, preparing to put his parents into sacks and carry them away. Let go! Su Chen was filled with anger and shouted loudly. At this moment, his figure flashed into the room like a phantom and stood upright in front of the three men. Like a ghost, as fast as lightning. The three were startled. Who is it? Here comes someone to take your life. Anyone who dares to attack his parents is seeking death. Without saying a word, Su Chen gathered his true energy with his index finger and poked the hearts of two of them in succession. Puff! Puff! 2 streams of true energy have already entered the body. The speed of the attack was so fast that it could not be caught by the naked eye. The two people did not realize the seriousness of the matter at all and still wanted to attack. However, the next second. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds erupted from the bodies of the 2 men. Immediately afterwards, he vomited blood, his body stiffened and he fell to the ground. Died on the spot. The hearts of both men were shattered by Su Chen's vain energy, and exploded into a pool of blood and blood. Even gods could not save them. This is Su Chen's current strength. Killing with 1 finger, without any form or trace. Seeing his 2 companions die without any warning, the remaining man was so frightened that he trembled all over and unconsciously took a few steps back. He didn't stop until he had his back against the wall and had nowhere to retreat. He said tremblingly, You, who are you? Su Chen looked cold as he checked the injuries of Su Tianan and Yi Yuqin. Fortunately, they were just knocked unconscious and were not seriously injured. He knew in his heart that something was wrong, because he had arranged for people from the Black Tiger Society to guard the area. Now that they didn't show up, it was obvious that the Black Tiger Society itself was in chaos and had no intention of taking care of this side. I only give you 1 chance. Who sent you here? His cold gaze fell on the killer. The strong murderous aura and the suffocating feeling of oppression had frightened the killer to death. He trembled and said, We are, from the Dragon Group. Dragon Group? Su Chen's face changed. He had never heard of it before. Could it be the foreign forces that invaded Shanghai? Puff! He suddenly tapped the killer's wrist with his finger, and immediately a domineering innate energy penetrated the wrist. Ah! The killer's face was twisted in pain and he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. I'm not interested in what organization you're from. What I'm asking is, who sent you here? Su Chen roared angrily. The killer screamed, We came to Shanghai because we received a hunting order. The reward is a whopping 100 million yuan, and we are responsible for killing 2 people. But we don't know who is behind the order. 100 million. Su Chen was shocked that it increased so fast. It was only 30 million before going up the mountain. What did you just say, 2 people, who are they? I'm telling you, one of them is called Su Chen and the other is called Long Xiaotian. We're just doing things for money. Big brother, please forgive me. Long Xiaotian. Even brother Long is on the wanted list. Could it be that the series of actions against the Black Tiger Society during this period? Not good. Su Chen suddenly understood. No wonder the other party was brazenly causing trouble in various Black Tiger Club halls in Shanghai. It turned out to be a feint to the east and attack in the west. The real target is Long Xiaotian. Tell me, have your people already set their sights on Long Xiaotian? He asked sharply. The assassin quickly replied, we've been killing and burning people in various Black Tiger Society branches these past few days to attract attention. We plan to take advantage of the Black Tiger Society's distraction and go directly to Long Xiaotian's home tonight to assassinate him. We originally planned to kill Su Chen as well, but Su Chen has been away for some time, so we plan to kidnap his parents and deal with him after we kill Long Xiaotian. The situation was exactly as Su Chen expected. Brother, who are you and why are you so concerned about this matter? At this time, the killer asked a suicidal question. Su Chen clenched his fists tightly and said fiercely, I am the Su Chen you are looking for. Bang! After saying that, Xu Wang suddenly pointed his finger at the killer's forehead. The extremely powerful true energy directly blew the killer's head into pieces. Brains splattered all over the floor. Fierce. Domineering. Unstoppable. At this moment, Su Chen was like a bloodthirsty god of death. He was no longer the courier station employee who was bullied by others. Instead, he had transformed into an invincible king. Brother Long, you must hold on. Su Chen quickly took his parents to his neighbor's house and asked the neighbor to take care of them. Then he drove his Porsche straight to Long Xiaotian's residence. He speeded all the way and ran through 8 red lights. The more worried he was, the more guilty he felt. Even though he couldn't be sure whether the person who announced the list was from the Shen family, these things must have been caused by him, which implicated Long Xiaotian and the Black Tiger Society. If something happened to Long Xiaotian, he would have no face to live in this world. The Porsche sped all the way and finally arrived at the Long family. However, what surprised Su Chen was that the Long family was heavily guarded and it didn't look like anything had happened. Master Su, you are finally back. The person standing guard at the gate was none other than the head of Tianqin Hall, Crow. Seeing Su Chen coming back, he hurried to greet him. Where have you been all this time? Do you know that something big has happened to the Black Tiger gang? A lot of our territory has been occupied by others. My gang was wiped out and 3 brothers were sacrificed. The Yuhua gang and the Furong gang are all gone. The Lord of Tyrant Heaven and the Lord of Mighty Dragon were also killed. What? Batian and Wei Long are dead. Su Chen's heart tightened and he bit his lips tightly. I remember that day when he broke into the Song family alone. People from the Black Tiger Society came to help, including these 2 hall masters. It can be said that these were his benefactors and his brothers. I didn't expect that such a big change would happen in just 1 month. Where's Brother Long? Is he in there? Take me to see him. Su Chen has made up his mind to avenge his brothers who sacrificed their lives in the Black Tiger Society. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. It turns out to be 2 families. Crow took Su Chen into the house. Now, inside the villa, Long Xiaotian was making arrangements. When he saw Su Chen come in, he didn't even bother to answer the phone. He rushed forward and said excitedly, Brother Su, why are you back? Brother Long. Su Chen felt extremely guilty. When he had nothing, it was Brother Long who helped him. After he was bullied to death by Song Zijian, it was also Brother Long who rescued him. But now he has brought the Black Tiger Society into such a state. It's only been a month, why are you leaving the mountain? Didn't you learn it? Brother Long. What's wrong? Why do you look like that? Did you really not learn it? Seeing Su Chen's bitter face, Long Xiaotian thought he was being chased down the mountain, and quickly comforted him. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you didn't learn it. I also said that Master was too impatient and put a lot of pressure on you. Well, it's good to be back. Take your time. I'll talk to Master for you. From beginning to end, there was not a single complaint about the wanted order. This made Su Chen feel even more depressed. Brother Long, what happened this month? Hey, Brother Su, it's all my fault. I underestimated the enemy. A conversation. Only then did Su Chen realize that since he left Zhenghai, the bounty on the wanted order had begun to soar, and even Long Xiaotian's name was on the list. He followed the dragon group and infiltrated Zhenghai, where he began to stir up trouble in the various branches of the Black Tiger Society. But whenever Long Xiaotian sent people to investigate, the people from the dragon group seemed to have disappeared and could not be found at all. In this way, the enemy was in the dark and we were in the light, and we suffered a lot of losses. Long Xiaotian saw that the other party had ulterior motives, so he stayed indoors and mobilized a large number of guards to guard the villa. After listening to the story, Su Chen had a question. Brother Long, can't the hunting order be cancelled? It's not that simple, unless the person who issued the list personally removes it. Long Xiaotian shook his head. In fact, he is still not sure who issued the kill order. I suspect it's the Shin family, but I don't have enough evidence. Is that so? Su Chen frowned, thought for a while, and said, Brother Long, wait here, I'll make a phone call first. After saying that, he called Xiong Minghui. On the other side, Xiong Minghui was shocked to know that Su Chen had already come down the mountain. In just 1 month, he had already learned all the famous skills of the 3 great monks. Such martial arts talent was simply monstrous. Brother Su Chen, if you want to ask for something, don't be polite. Just tell me. I will definitely do what I can. Xiong Minghui knew very well that Su Chen was an extraordinary person. He was also the disciple of the genius Dr. Lu Ming, and his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. It would be a good idea to make friends with such a person. Su Chen was overjoyed and told everyone about the wanted order. Xiong Minghui paused and said, This matter is indeed quite tricky, but it is nothing to my Xiong family. Brother Su Chen, please wait a moment. I will call you back later. After saying that, he hung up and ordered people to investigate the matter. Long Xiaotian heard the content of the call and said in surprise, Brother Su, you are so generous that you can ask the Xiong family for help. You know, the Kyoto Xiong family is at the top level whether in the military, politics, or business circles. Especially the head of the family, Xiong Guotao, no matter who sees him, they have to respectfully call him Old Man Xiong, and his status is extraordinary. In comparison, the Black Tiger Society is just a local snake force in the small city of Shanghai. Compared with the Xiong family in Kyoto, it is like a dwarf compared to a giant, and cannot even compare to the toes of the Xiong family. Even if there is a master-master relationship between them, the Xiong family does not need to go to this extent. It seems that the people of the Xiong family are also optimistic about Su Chen. But within 5 minutes, the phone rang again. Xiong Minghui said seriously, Brother Su Chen, we found out. The killing order wasn't issued by 1 family, but 2. The one who wanted to kill you was the Shin family, and the one who killed Long Xiaotian was the Song family. Hearing this, Long Xiaotian slammed the table and cursed, Damn it, Song Yi, it turns out to be you, you bastard. That makes sense. The Shin family has no grudge against Long Xiaotian, so there is no reason to spend 50 million to hunt him down. Now that we have a direction, it's time for revenge. Brother Long, you've been tired during this period. Take a rest and leave the rest to me. When Su Chen heard about the 2 families that had issued the killing order, his face became extremely gloomy. Since you want to kill me, there is no need for me to be polite to you. The cold wind blew in through the window, blowing up Su Chen's long bangs, and his pair of dark eyes burst into bright light. Su, Brother Su, you. These words made Long Xiaotian's heart tremble violently. It seems like only a month has passed, but Su Chen has become different. Good. It has indeed changed. His eyes became more confident, and even his whole aura became stronger. He seemed to have been reborn and was no longer the useless person who was bullied by others. Could it be that in just 1 month, Brother Su learned the supreme skills from the 3 great monks? Impossible. No matter how talented one is, cultivation will not produce results overnight. It is impossible to learn it in such a short time. Brother Su, what are you going to do? He asked, tentatively. Su Chen's face was icy as he said, Let's start with the Song family. The words were as cold as frost, and a murderous aura swept over. If they come straight at him, perhaps I can still tolerate it, but if they dare to attack the people around him, there will be no room for negotiation. The matter of the Song family was originally a feud between him and Song Zijian. The old man Song Yi actually dared to attack Brother Long. He was simply courting death. After saying that, he turned around and went out, driving his Porsche straight to the Song family. Gather the men immediately. We can't let Brother Su take the risk alone. Let's go with him. Long Xiaotian was worried about Su Chen's safety. Now that he had a direction, there was no need to hide in hiding. He could just go straight to settle accounts with the Song and Shin families. Damn it, after being cowardly for a month, I can finally get my revenge. Now. Kyoto, Xiong family villa. What, Su Xiaoyu has already gone down the mountain? Xiong Guotao was really surprised when he heard the news. The 3 great monks each spent decades practicing to master the unique skills, but Su Chen mastered them in just 1 month. How is this possible? Is this kid really a monster? Dad, I feel that Su Chen must be a man of great talent. Moreover, the fact that he was chosen by the divine Dr. Lu Ming as his disciple shows that he must have extraordinary abilities. So even if the divine Dr. Lu didn't show up this time, I would have chosen to help him without hesitation. Minghui, you did the right thing. In fact, I already saw it when he treated me last time. This boy only needs to be properly trained. I'm afraid it won't be long before his medical skills surpass those of divine Dr. Lu. His future achievements will definitely surpass those of divine Dr. Lu. Xiong Guotao sighed sincerely that such a gifted monster was rarely seen in 1,000 years. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly, "You just said that it was the Xin and Song families who issued the killing order." "Oh no. The Song family is fine, but if Su Xiaoyu goes to the Xin family, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Xiong Dashan should still be in Zhanghai, tell him to take people to the Xin family." Chapter 45, Time for Revenge. It's late at night. Su Chen came to the Song family villa alone. Just as he thought, the Song family also sent a lot of additional people to guard the place. There were 10 bodyguards standing at the door alone. When he turned on his X-ray vision, he saw that there were many more hidden and secret places around the villa. Now, inside the villa, wrapped in a bath towel, Lu Xiaomei sat on Song Yi's lap and said coquettishly, "Dad, didn't you say you were going to deal with Su Chen? Why did you attack Long Xiaotian first?" Song Yi smoked a cigar while rubbing his hand unscrupulously in the bath towel. He said with a smile, "My dear, you only know one side of the story. This is Zhanghai, Long Xiaotian's territory. If we don't kill Long Xiaotian first, how can we touch Su Chen? Su Chen has the Black Tiger Society as his umbrella of protection. If this umbrella of protection is destroyed first, it will be easy to deal with Su Chen. Old man, you're quite powerful. If you destroy the Black Tiger Society, will you let me become the big sister of the Zhanghai underworld? Of course, how could I treat you unfairly?" The more they talked, the closer they got, and in the end they just hugged and kissed each other. He completely ignored the fact that Ji Bo-chan was standing next to him. At this moment, a man in a black suit and sunglasses walked in carrying 2 cloth bags. Seeing Song Yi enjoying himself, he snorted coldly and said, "Master Song, you really have a refined taste." When Song Yi saw the person coming, he didn't even bother to kiss him. He quickly stood up to greet him. "Oh, it's the envoy." The man in the black suit casually threw the cloth bag to the ground and said, "These are the heads of the 2 leaders of the Black Tiger Society. I've brought them to you. What do you plan to do with them?" When the cloth bag was opened, 2 bloody heads were revealed inside. It's Bat Ian and Wei Long. After seeing this scene, Su Chen clenched his fists even tighter. Due to excessive force, his nails even pierced deeply into the flesh, causing a trace of blood to flow. It seems that the man in the black suit is from the Dragon Group. Song Yi looked at the 2 heads on the ground and laughed heartily. Long Xiaotian, now you know how powerful I am. Come on, take a video of these 2 heads. Chop them with knives and axes, stomp on them, spit on them, and insult them in any way you want. After you take the video, send it to Long Xiaotian and let him watch the tragic scene of his brother's death. Abnormal. Totally perverted. Only Song Yi could come up with such a vicious method. At the same time, in the woods outside the villa, Su Chen's eyes were cold and murderous, and the volcano in his heart could no longer be suppressed and was about to erupt. "Brother Su, we are here to help you." At that moment, Long Xiaotian also arrived with his men. He took out a telescope and observed the situation inside. He said solemnly, "There are 10 people at the door, and 2 of them are holding pistols. They are not easy to deal with. Judging from the situation, there must be more people around and inside the villa. If we just rush forward like this, both sides will inevitably suffer losses. Besides, the other party has already made preparations. If we act too rashly, it will probably be disadvantageous. Brother Su, Song Yi deserves to die, but now is not the time to kill him. Let's go back first and come back when we are fully prepared." He didn't want any more casualties among the Black Tiger Society. Su Chen shook his head and said, "Brother Long, please leave this matter to me and let me handle it. Also, thank you for your hard work over the past month. I will give an explanation to the brothers in the Black Tiger Society. Call." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure disappeared like the wind. In Long Xiaotian's eyes, he only saw a shadow rushing into the villa like lightning, without alarming a single person. Or rather, no one saw it. The 10 bodyguards standing guard at the door thought it was just a gust of wind. This scene stunned Long Xiaotian, and he looked extremely shocked. Ah, this is body movement. A strange and mysterious body movement. Like a ghost. Agile and graceful. Fast as lightning. Hard to capture with the naked eye. It is the famous skill of Master Dui, one of the three great monks, the empty phase and dustless step. Brother Su, he really learned it. Long Xiaotian was indescribably shocked. Oh my god. This is too scary. Hasn't it been only a month since we went up the mountain? You know, practicing a unique skill is not a matter of overnight, especially this kind of advanced skill, which is extremely difficult. Even if you have some talent, it is difficult to achieve results without decades of hard work. Just like when he was practicing Tianren Zhuang, he practiced hard for decades, but now he is only at the fifth stage of the initial stage of the realm of understanding. But Su Chen had surpassed him in such a short time, and even learned the unique skills of the three great monks. With such talent and opportunity, he is truly God's chosen one. Now, inside the villa, the wind whistled past, and Su Chen's figure flashed into the living room. It didn't attract anyone's attention. Even Song Yi and Lu Xiaomei, who were chatting on the sofa, and the man in the black suit, didn't notice that someone had entered the living room. Who? It took a full 30 seconds for the man in the black suit to see Su Chen's ghostly figure from the corner of his eye. After hearing the shout, Song Yi and Lu Xiaomei turned their heads at the same time. Ah! Su Chen! Boy! It's you! How did you get in? They both recognized him at the same time. Su Chen's face was indescribably cold, especially when he looked at Lu Xiaomei. His eyes were even colder. I know you are a stinky bitch, but I didn't expect you to show it to this extent. He felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have spared the woman's life. Lu Xiaomei was fearless and threw herself into Song Yi's arms, saying, "My dear father, look, this bastard has already run into our house. Why don't you quickly get someone to kill him? Boy, you're amazing. You were able to get in even with so many people guarding you. How could Song Yi miss this opportunity that came right to his door? It came at the perfect time." He had always wanted to avenge Song Zijian, but because Su Chen had the protection of the Black Tiger Society, it was difficult for him to do so. Su Chen had an expressionless face. He slowly walked to the sofa on the side, sat down, crossed his legs, and stared coldly at the three people in front of him. One was his ex-girlfriend. They were already engaged and had even held a wedding. His parents had to kowtow to every household and borrow 380,000 yuan in betrothal gifts to marry his fiancée. Unfortunately, everything came to nothing. She's just a gold digger who's trying to get married. But Su Chen had once truly fallen in love. The other one was his enemy who attacked him from behind, slapped him, and almost killed him. He even issued a hunting order and led the dragon group to Zhonghai, causing countless casualties among the Black Tiger Society brothers. What a bastard! The other one was the culprit who killed many of his brothers and chopped off the heads of Batian and Weilong. These three people are his arch-enemies. Now that they are all here, he will make them pay with blood today. Chapter 46 Instant Kill. Song Yi, I actually want to ask you a question. Before you came back, you probably didn't know about what happened between me, Lu Xiaomei, and your son Song Zijian, right? Then I'll explain it to you clearly. The woman in your arms is someone I met through a blind date. I accepted the betrothal gift and held the wedding, but she suddenly called off the engagement, took the money, and ran away. As a victim, how can I seek justice? Also, she and her adulterer, Song Zijian, came to my house and demanded 1 million yuan in compensation from me. They beat me and my parents and even destroyed my house. So, who should I turn to for justice? Later, Song Zijian made 2 bets with me and lost both times, but he refused to admit his losses and even insulted me in every way. How can I seek justice for this? Young Master Song is lucky. He has a family, power, money, and connections. But what about me? Do I deserve to be persecuted by them? Su Chen said coldly, all the blood debts were the evil deeds of Lu Xiaomei and Song Zijian. Yes, do honest people deserve to be bullied? Do honest people have to be trampled upon? Where is the axiom? Song Yi snorted coldly, his face full of disdain, and said, Boy, my Song family is so powerful that my son can come to us in person to claim compensation. This is your blessing. Do you know how many people want to curry favor with my Song family but can't? If you had paid the money earlier to settle the matter, wouldn't everything have been resolved? This is called the rule. When you are poor, you have to admit defeat and keep your head down. You don't even understand such a simple truth. Arrogant. A bunch of fallacies. Only then did Su-chun understand what it meant to be rich but unkind, and what it meant to be like father, like son. He laughed at himself. He was so naive as to try to reason with capital. The anger finally broke out. What did you just say? Rule? What are rules? Does that mean rich people can do evil? Can rich people kill people without paying with their lives? If this is what you call the rules, then I will rewrite your so-called rules. Call. Next second. The wind is howling. Su-chun used the empty-faced dustless step and flashed in front of Song Yi like the wind, then raised his hand and grabbed his neck. The speed is so fast that it is jaw-dropping. Boy, I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless, this is the Song family. Song Yi was also frightened. It had only been a short while since they last saw each other, so why did this kid suddenly become so powerful? But this is the Song family's territory after all, and there are people from the dragon group outside, so there is no need to be afraid. Lu Xiaomei also said, Su-chen, I'm warning you, if you dare to touch a hair on my father-in-law's head, all his men will come in and cut you into pieces. Okay. I'll be waiting. The more threatening he was, the more hatred Su-chen felt in his heart. What about the Song family? What about the dragon group? So what if there are a lot of people? No one can stop me from killing people. Even the King of Heaven can't do anything about it. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Song Yi's neck towards him, then gathered his true energy in his other hand and slapped Song Yi on the back. The cultivation level of the 7th stage of the initial stage of the realm burst out. Song Yi's entire back collapsed, his bones were broken, and he immediately vomited blood. Died on the spot. I'm returning this palm strike to you. Su-chen gnashed his teeth in hatred, and then his eyes fell on Lu Xiaomei again, and he said coldly, and you, I spared your life last time just because I didn't want to dirty my hands, but I won't do that this time. The murderous intention has been aroused, even gods and Buddhas cannot stop it. This stinky bitch is so despicable that after hooking up with Song Zijian, she even hooked up with Song Yi and wanted to use Song Yi's hand to take revenge. Disgusting and hateful. Such a woman must not be kept. Su-chen thoroughly understood one truth, that is, you cannot be lenient towards bad people. What an arrogant boy. How dare you kill someone in front of me? You're courting death. Just as he was about to strike, the man in the black suit suddenly roared and punched him. Su-chen instantly opened his eyes of clairvoyance, slowed down his punch, and easily caught it. He then dodged continuously with the Kongxiang Wuchen step. Even though the man in the black suit launched a torrential attack, he responded calmly and did not lose the upper hand at all. With the ability of X-ray vision and the empty-phase dustless step, Su-chen is invincible in the field of defense and dodging. The man in the black suit suffered repeated defeats and had to withdraw his moves and retreat. This kid, what a fast speed. He was secretly surprised. He had never seen such a nimble and graceful movement before. Su-chen was in no hurry to settle accounts with the dragon group members. He didn't even bother to look at them and said indifferently, don't worry, you'll be the next one. No one here today can escape. Lu Xiaomei also realized that Su-chen was no longer the same person he used to be. He was no longer the pure love warrior she had deceived. She was so scared that she immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Su-chen, I know I was wrong. Please, don't kill me. This matter has nothing to do with me. Song Yi insisted on keeping me here, and I was forced to do so. Actually, after you taught me a lesson last time, I realized my mistake and was ready to return all the money I cheated you of as soon as I got back. Su-chen, what I said is true, please don't kill me. She cried with tears and snot. It's as embarrassing as it can be. Su-chen looked at her coldly, without a trace of pity. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. Sorry, your chance has run out. After saying this, he was filled with murderous intent, and pointed his finger at Xu Wang, ready to strike. But suddenly... Someone really broke in. Master Song is dead. Call someone quickly. There were shouts from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, 4 men also in black suits walked in. They are all from the dragon group. Seeing that the boss had not left for such a long time, they were worried that something had happened, so they came in to check. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived, they saw Song Yi's twisted and deformed body. Day. Footsteps sounded. Soon, all the men of the Song family rushed in one after another. You bunch of losers, all you do is eat. This brat's been here for ages, and he even killed your master, and you didn't even notice. I'm so pissed off. When Lu Xiaomei saw the helper, her face changed immediately. She was kneeling and begging for mercy just now, but now she has become fearless again. If I hadn't been smart and stalled for time, I'm afraid you would have killed me too. What are you still standing there for, useless things? Hurry up. Bitch. Su Chen was really disgusted by this woman and slapped her. Bang. Lu Xiaomei was beaten so hard that she flipped several times in the air and fell heavily to the ground, vomiting blood. Boy, you dared to attack me. He killed the master. Kill him. Go. Kill him. Seeing Lu Xiaomei being knocked to the ground, the Song family's men rushed forward with roars. However, even though the other side had more people, Su Chen was not afraid at all. He moved back and forth among the crowd with his Kongshan Wuchen steps as fast as lightning. Puff. 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 The false finger techniques were used one after another, knocking several people in the front row to the ground in an instant. Ah! Ah! There were screams everywhere at the scene. Boy, don't be crazy, let us meet you. The Song family's men were beaten without any resistance. The 5 masters of the dragon group could not bear to watch it anymore and immediately prepared to take action. Chapter 47 I'll save you. These 5 people in the dragon group obviously have some cultivation skills. Seeing that more and more people were coming in, Su Chen knew that continuing to fight would only be disadvantageous to him. Anyway, he had already killed Song Yi, and his revenge was half avenged. The rest could be dealt with later. May I have your name? However, before leaving, he still had some questions he wanted to know the answers to. The leader snorted coldly, listen carefully, kid. My name is Wang Zhan, and I'm the captain of the Dragon Team's 3rd squad. 3-point team? Su Chen frowned. It seemed that this organization had quite a few members. Your purpose of entering Shanghai should not be just for the bounty, right? Regarding the wanted warrant, he had a vague feeling that it was not as simple as it seemed. Wang Zhan curled his lips and said, You are quite clever. Unfortunately, I don't need to explain to a dead person. After saying that, he suddenly attacked. The other 4 were also experienced fighters, and when they saw the boss take action, they immediately understood what he meant. The 5 people cooperated well and attacked Su Chen from 5 directions. However, Su Chen immediately used the empty phase dustless step and dodged continuously, like a loach, and could not be touched at all. After only 1 round, Su Chen felt that the 5 people had extraordinary strength after joining forces. If it weren't for the training in the mountains for the past month, he might not be their opponent in a real fight. It is not advisable to stay here for long. After dodging another attack, he took a Kongshan Wuchen step and rushed out of the door in a flash. There was no way to stop him. Wang Zhan, listen carefully. I don't care what your purpose is, but Shanghai is not a place you can just come and go as you please. If you don't withdraw from Shanghai, Song Yi will be your fate. Also, keep the heads of Batian and Weilong safe. I will come back for them sooner or later. If you can't guarantee the intact bodies of my 2 brothers, I will definitely wipe out the entire dragon group. In the darkness, Su Chen's extremely domineering voice was floating. As the voice gradually faded away, everyone knew that Su Chen had left the Song family villa. There's no way to catch up. So fast that even the naked eye can't see clearly. Just like a demon in the dark night. Is this guy a human or a ghost? Wang Zhan frowned and stared at the direction where the sound was fading away. I have never met such a terrifying opponent. Now. In the woods outside the villa. Long Xiaotian was observing the situation inside with a telescope with great worry. When he saw the Song family's men coming out in full force, he knew that Su Chen must have exposed his whereabouts. Just as he was about to bring people in to rescue, he suddenly saw a figure flash beside him, and then he heard Su Chen say, Brother Long, the work is done, let's go. The sudden appearance of the figure startled everyone. Looking closely, it turned out to be Su Chen. Su, brother Su, you. Long Xiaotian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He comes and goes without a trace, just like a ghost. Such skills are too terrifying. What did you just say? Is it done? He looked surprised. Su Chen nodded and said, I have killed Song Yi, but unfortunately, I was unable to retrieve the heads of Tyrant and Weilong. Also, I feel that the Dragon Group's large-scale entry into Shanghai has ulterior motives. I will have to investigate thoroughly after I return. What? Song Yi is dead? These words were like a thunderclap in Long Xiaotian's mind. There are at least 50 or 60 people guarding the Song family villa, and there are also a few people from the Dragon Group, all of whom are elite killers with cultivation. How could Song Yi be killed under the protection of so many people? How is this possible? Su, brother Su, are you telling the truth? Long Xiaotian was stunned, his face full of disbelief. In the midst of thousands of troops, you can take the enemy general's head and escape unscathed. Evildoer. What a monster. Unfortunately, just when I wanted to kill Lu Xiaomei, the Dragon Group came in. Forget it, it doesn't matter if these people live a few more days. They will die in my hands sooner or later anyway. Now we have alerted the enemy and it will be difficult to stay for long. Afterwards, Long Xiaotian and Su Chen quietly retreated with the people from the Black Tiger Society. Return to the Long family. The two of them had a long conversation over tea. Brother Su, I never thought you could master the unique skills of the three great monks in just 1 month. I really admire you. Long Xiaotian was still immersed in shock and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. You know, his decades of practice are not as good as Su Chen's 1 month. Such a talent in martial arts, what a monster. After a long pause, he continued, by the way, you just said that the Dragon Group has ulterior motives. What did you mean? Su Chen frowned and shook his head, I'm not sure, but I feel it's definitely not that simple. If it was an assassination, why such a big fuss? Why is it entering China overseas on such a large scale? From Wang Zhan's mouth, we learned that this organization has many teams, and they are rushing to Shanghai one after another. This posture doesn't look like an attempt to assassinate two people. Brother Long, I think the Dragon Group will make some big moves soon. Give the order and have the Black Tigers be on full alert. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. The situation is urgent and we must be extremely careful. Long Xiaotian also knew that he could not slack off, so he immediately started a new round of deployment. Then, Su Chen turned around and left quietly. Now that the matter with the Song family had been resolved, he had to go to the next one. That's right. It's time to meet the Shen family. This mysterious and non-secular family. Who is Shen Miao? What is hidden behind the Shen family is about to come to light. Soon, Portia arrived at the villa area on the outskirts of Dongqing district. This place is very remote, and even the roads are made of dirt. Even the place where we live is like a haunted house. It's really too shameful to be seen in public. After Su Chen got off the car, he looked at the desolate road and couldn't help but complain. Just as he was about to enter, a figure came out from behind the tree next to him. Excuse me, are you Su Chen? Su Chen turned around and looked at it in confusion. He was an old man with kind eyes and a smile on his face. It seems like I've been waiting here for a long time. Who are you? My name is Xiong Dashan. I'm the person in charge of the Xiong family's Shanghai industry. My grandfather asked me to wait for you here. Someone from the Xiong family? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Did Mr. Xiong ask you to come? Xiong Dashan nodded. Not bad. What did he ask you to do? To stop you, or rather, to save you. This made Su Chen even more confused, and he asked, how do you save him? Xiong Dashan said, Su Chen, with your current strength, you are not strong enough to fight against the Shen family. And the Shen family is also bound by secular treaties and dare not attack you openly. The premise is that you don't take the initiative to provoke. Don't worry, my Xiong family has temporarily suppressed the killing order for you. When you have the strength to compete with the Shen family head-on, you can come and seek revenge. Su Chen understood. It seemed that the Xiong family had helped him again. But he couldn't sleep until he figured out the matter, so he asked tentatively, what if I don't accept it? Chapter 48 Immortal Doctor's Secret Skills. Snap. As soon as the words fell, Xiong Dashan didn't say anything. He picked up a branch as thick as his wrist and broke it into 2 pieces. He is extremely powerful and majestic, and his cultivation is obviously higher than Su Chen. Su Chen, don't get me wrong. I'm not threatening you. I just want to tell you that the Shen family is full of experts, and there are many who are stronger than me. Now that my Xiong family is here to rescue you, you might as well take advantage of the situation and endure for a while. Non-secular families are not to be provoked casually. Su Chen was not stupid and understood the meaning of the words, but he was still unwilling to accept it. The first time was when Shen Tao brought people to cause trouble for him, and then someone went to his house to smash and destroy things. Later, Long Xiaotian stepped in to suppress the situation and it was considered to be calm on the surface. However, the Shin family was shameless and did not come to confront him head-on, so they issued a killing order. This tone is intolerable. Bang! Su Chen suddenly punched the Shin family's gate, shattering it, venting his anger. People from the Shin family inside, listen up. I don't know who Shin Miao is, nor do I know what kind of value Shin Miao holds to your Shin family. I also don't know why you hate me. But I warn you, don't play tricks behind my back. If you want to cause trouble for me, come straight at me. I, Su Chen, will be there for you anytime. After saying that, he resolutely turned around and left. Boundless arrogance still permeates the air and lingers for a long time. Xiong Dashan was also shocked by this momentum and couldn't help but sigh, what a strong aura. I haven't met such a domineering person in many years. He really looks like the old man when he was young. Buzz. Buzz. At this time, Kyoto called. Xiong Dashan quickly answered, Old man, the matter has been completed, but I have a question. The Xiong family doesn't need to get involved in such a troublesome incident. Are you worried about the secular treaty again? Shin Miao's matter is a big taboo in the Shin family. Once it gets out of hand, the consequences will be out of control. There is no need for other families to get involved in this mess. On the other end of the phone, old man Xiong smiled and said, Xiong Dashan, you're wrong. I'm not considering any secular treaty. I'm just doing this for Su Chen. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Pay more attention to Su Chen in Zhanghai in the future. In a word, I'll help you if I can. With just these few words, Su Chen's position in the Xiong family was established. Xiong Dashan was even more shocked. He was just a young man from Zhanghai. He had never heard of this person's name before, but he could attract so much attention from old man Xiong. Who is this Su Chen? The next morning, Su Chen was washing up when he received a call from Long Xiaotian. Brother Su, it seems that all the people from the Dragon Group were scared away by you. Zhanghai is very peaceful now. The Song family is also deserted and has gone into hiding. After Su Chen caused such a commotion at the Song family last night, the Dragon Group, which had been eyeing them covetously, disappeared overnight, obviously because they were scared. After washing his face, Su Chen said, Brother Long, don't underestimate the enemy. They are just hiding from us because we are preparing to counterattack. You still need to send people to investigate everywhere and dig out these people hiding in the sewers. As long as the people from the Dragon Group are still lurking in Zhanghai, they will definitely cause trouble in the future. Because their ultimate goal has not yet been achieved. Although Su Chen has not yet guessed what the specific purpose is. Brother Su, it's okay. As long as you are here, I guarantee they won't dare to do anything. Long Xiaotian now completely admires Su Chen. Compared to him as the boss, Su Chen turned the situation around as soon as he came back. All the troubles of the previous month were solved overnight. By the way, Brother Su, I've already told Master about you going down the mountain. He's so happy and said he's going to look for you. Ding dong. Just as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Su Chen gave a few casual instructions, hung up the phone in a hurry and went to open the door. The person who came was Lu Ming. You bastard, you're so arrogant that you dare to go to the Song family and kill people alone. Long Xiaotian also told him about this matter. Su Chen scratched his head and said, the situation is urgent, and I have no choice but to do it. If you don't go, things will become unresolved. Lu Ming had no intention of blaming him. He fixed his eyes and immediately grabbed Su Chen's wrist. Take the pulse. But within a few seconds, his expression suddenly changed. Seventh stage of the initial acquaintance realm. Brat, you. In just 1 month, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, even surpassing Long Xiaotian. Such a growth rate is too incredible. Okay. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was right about the person, the immortal Dr. Sect now has a successor. Su Chen curled his lips and said sarcastically, Master, what's good about it? It seems like you haven't taught me anything. Lu Ming stopped smiling, rolled his eyes at him, and cursed, the heavenly man posture is our sect's foundational martial art. If I didn't teach Long Xiaotian, how could he have taught it to you? How is this any different from me teaching you personally? Besides, if I didn't show up, how could the Xiong family use their connections to get you into Qingyun Mountain? Su Chen rolled his eyes and said, "You are the master anyway, you have the final say." Bang! Lu Ming's head popped back and he cursed, "Asshole. How dare you question the master?" Su Chen covered his head, which was covered with a big bump. "Master, I'm not questioning you. I just want to know when you plan to teach me the advanced skills of our sect?" Tianren Zhuang could no longer satisfy him. "You've just learned to walk, and you're already thinking about running?" Lu Ming glared at him and said, "The Immortal Doctor sect values medicine over martial arts. The Heavenly Man stance is already the highest martial art. Otherwise, why would I go to so much trouble to let you learn from the three great monks?" Su Chen finally understood that it wasn't that he didn't want to teach me, but that he had nothing else to teach me besides medical skills. So he said, "Then you didn't teach me medical skills seriously. Do I still need to be taught? You're such a cunning kid. After just one look at it, you've replicated the Tianshu 9 needles that I've been researching for decades. Do you think I don't know?" The 9 needles of Tianshu is one of the 2 unique skills of the Immortal Doctor sect, and it is also the medical skill that Lu Ming is most proud of. It was with this acupuncture method that he became the world's #1 medical expert. "Master, you figured it out." Su Chen stuck out his tongue. It must have been exposed when he was treating his mother last time. Lu Ming was both angry and amused. He then took out 2 sheepskin books from his arms and said, "I came here today with the intention of teaching you the 2 greatest skills of the Immortal Doctor sect. This is the acupuncture manual of the Tianshu 9 needles and the Taishang Wuji secret manual. You should study them carefully." As he spoke, he raised his hand and poked Su Chen's forehead, scolding him, "Listen carefully, the 9 needles of Tianshu are unpredictable. There are 9,981 acupuncture methods, and each needle has 9,980 variations, each with different effects. Last time, you only copied one of them, and I accidentally cured you. It was your luck. In the future, you must never give acupuncture to others carelessly." Having said that, I was extremely happy in my heart. For so many years, he has not found a successor who can learn the Tianshu 9 needles, and now he finally has a successor. Su Chen was as happy as a child and kept thanking him. Then he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Master, since you have taught me all the unique skills of our sect, isn't it time for you to officially accept me as your disciple?" "It's not time yet." Speaking of this, Lu Ming suddenly became serious and said, "Brat, the burden of the Immortal Doctor sect is not something you can shoulder lightly. I have too many ties right now, and exposing you too early would be disadvantageous to you. When you have truly grown up enough to shoulder the responsibility, I will naturally pass it on to you." Su Chen just scratched his head. "Master, is it that serious?" Lu Ming said resolutely, "There are still many things in this world that you don't know. Don't worry, when the time is right, I will naturally tell you everything. Now you just need to concentrate on practicing and increase your strength." Chapter 49 Enemies meet on a narrow road. After Lu Ming left, Su Chen began to study medicine. As soon as he saw it, he was also shocked. Just as the master said, the 9 needles of Tianshu are unpredictable. Each of the 81 acupuncture methods has its own unique mystery, and each of them has 81 variations. If you count them carefully, it is no exaggeration to describe it as ever-changing. The route he wrote down that day was only the simplest and most commonly used one. When encountering truly difficult and complicated diseases, the changes would be more complicated. Another school, Taishang Wuji, introduces the distribution and functions of acupuncture points, recording the detailed situation of every acupuncture point in the human body. It is also quite complicated to study, and the ancient texts are obscure and difficult to understand, making it difficult to grasp the deep meaning. With the help of his X-ray vision, Su Chen compared the methods in the secret book and tried them on himself, observing the circulation of qi and blood, so as to speed up his memorization. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and I understood a little bit. Buzz. Buzz. Just as he was absorbed in reading, Gao Shirhan called him, "Hey, brother Su Chen, the date has been set. It's tomorrow. You must come." "Okay, I'll definitely be there. After wasting so many days, it's time to get to work. We can't let Gao Shirhan fight alone all the time." Hang up the phone. Ding dong. At this time, the doorbell rang. Su Chen put away the 2 sheepskin books and turned to open the door. "Miss Xiao, why are you here?" As soon as the door opened, his eyes lit up. It turned out to be Xiao Yenner, whom I hadn't seen for many days. She was wearing a JK outfit today, with 2 ponytails and a pair of white stockings on her long, beautiful legs. In addition, she looked innocent, like a girl next door. In this outfit, she looked pure and sexy, which made Su Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances. Brother Su Chen, you are finally back. During this month, Xiao Yener came at least 8 times, but Su Chen was not at home every time. The phone calls are unavailable and messages are not replied. Su Chen hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I was doing something on the mountain and my phone was out of battery. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? Actually, it's nothing. Brother Su Chen, have you eaten? How about we have lunch together? Xiao Yener looked shy. This was the first time she took the initiative to invite a man. Su Chen remembered that he hadn't even had breakfast yet, so he readily agreed. Let's go, I know there's a very good restaurant nearby. Then the two of them went to a nearby restaurant. It's quite simple, with flies and mosquitoes flying everywhere. It was obviously Xiao Yener's first time to eat in such a place. She felt a little uncomfortable, so she wiped the table and chairs with a tissue. Su Chen was a little embarrassed. Miss Xiao, I'm sorry, all the restaurants in this area of the old city are like this. How about I drive you to the city to eat? Xiao Yener hurriedly sat down and shook her head. No, this place is nice, very homely. Her face flushed slightly. Brother Su Chen, do you think I look good today? The 8 times she came before, she dressed up carefully each time, trying to attract the attention of the man in front of her. After finally meeting him, it seemed that the man was blind and didn't even look at her. You look good. You look good every day. Su Chen really didn't know how to praise people. He just casually said a compliment and quickly changed the subject, saying, Why are you here? You can't have come to have lunch with me, right? Xiao Yener pouted. She had indeed come to see him specifically, but a girl's thoughts couldn't be expressed openly. So she said, Our Yunmeng group also has businesses in this area. I happened to be inspecting nearby, so I came to see you. Oh, so what about your grandfather? How is his health? Grandpa is doing well. He's been very stable since you treated him last time. By the way, it's Grandpa's 70th birthday in a few days. Brother Su Chen, can you come to the birthday party? Of course, I will participate. Su Chen would naturally go to Mr. Xiao's 70th birthday party. When Xiao Yener heard that she could see Brother Su Chen again, she couldn't help but smile shyly. Ordering food. Suddenly, there was a roar of an engine outside, thick smoke billowed, and then a motorcycle rushed over, almost crashing through the door. Following closely behind them was a group of motorcycle gang thugs. It looks like they are here to rock the streets. Mr. Zhou, you're amazing. Your driving skills are still so good. That's right, Mr. Zhou, you really are the best driver here. Needless to say, who is Mr. Zhou? He's a famous motorcycle genius in Shanghai. A group of thugs, surrounded by a young man wearing a brand-name plaid shirt and a large gold chain around his neck, walked into the restaurant. What followed was a thick cloud of exhaust fumes, which made the guests in the restaurant lose their appetite. Su Chen also felt disgusted and couldn't help but look over there. When he saw it, he almost laughed out loud. The person who came was none other than Zhou Tong. What a narrow road for enemies. Honey, this place is terrible. Are we going to eat here? Next to Zhou Tong, there was a young girl with heavy makeup and revealing clothes, probably his new girlfriend. Zhou Tong chuckled, touched the little girl's chest in a lewd manner, and said, We just happen to be racing here, so we can just have a quick meal. After dinner, we'll go to the hotel, get a room, and race a few more times. The little girl was shy. Oh, Mr. Zhou, you were so bad. You did it to me twice last night, and you still want it again today. I can't stand it anymore. He, I just like the way you can't stand it and keep clamoring for it. Zhou Tong became more and more obscene as he spoke, and he immediately took the little girl into his arms. Then he winked at a few thugs, signaling them to clear the area. The gangster understood and immediately started to drive away the diners. Get out of here. Can't you see our Master Zhou is coming? Get the hell out of here. Our Master Zhou has reserved the whole place. Get out. Get out. Everyone. Faced with the bullying of this group of people, the guests dared not say anything and hurriedly paid the bill and left without even finishing their meal. After all, they had heard of Zhou Tong's name and couldn't afford to offend him. Brother Su Chen, why don't we go to another restaurant? Seeing that the other party was expelling people from each table and was about to come over, Xiao Yener didn't want to see Zhou Tong anymore and suggested leaving. Su Chen smiled faintly, waved his hand, and said, It's not us who should leave. You two are deaf, aren't you? At this moment, a gangster had already driven over to the table. Seeing that Su Chen and Xiao Yener were indifferent, he opened his mouth and cursed, "Fuck you, I told you to get out. You don't understand what I'm saying, right?" The commotion here immediately attracted the other thugs, who all came over aggressively. "Why, you really want us to do it? My brother is talking to you. Is he deaf or dumb? If you don't get out of here, don't blame us for being rude." Seeing that Su Chen and Xiao Yener were unwilling to move, the thugs lost their patience. Su Chen smiled faintly, not taking these people seriously at all, and said indifferently, "You are not qualified to talk to me. If you want to talk, let Zhou Tong come and talk to me in person." Chapter 50 The slap in the face comes too quickly. "Boy, you are so arrogant." A few gangsters were immediately unhappy. "How dare you let young Master Zhou Tong come here in person? Who do you think you are? Damn it. It seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful we are. Brothers, beat him up." After saying that, they rushed forward, ready to let Su Chen taste his tricks. "Yes. Next second. Puff. Puff. Puff." Su Chen's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he pointed his finger at the laughing points of several gangsters one after another. This was a new move he learned from Tai Shang Wuji's secret book this morning. He found that this acupoint skill was perfectly suitable for the false finger technique, so he figured out another set of false acupoint technique. "Ha ha ha. What's wrong with me? Ha ha, I can't stop, it's so itchy, ha ha." The gangsters suddenly felt an unbearable itch all over their bodies and couldn't help laughing out loud. However, they have not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. If the acupoints are not unblocked, they will die of laughter within 5 hours. And the only one who can unblock the acupuncture points is Su Chen. Are you crazy? I asked you to do something, why are you all laughing? Zhou Tong was already impatient and walked over cursing. Seeing a few thugs rolling on the ground laughing, he became even more furious. Just as he was about to kick him a few more times, he suddenly saw the young man and woman sitting at the table next to him. They were Su Chen and Xiao Yener. "Ah! Su Chen! It's you!" Zhou Tong was a bit surprised by this unexpected encounter, but when he thought of the humiliation he'd suffered last time, he immediately became furious and cursed, "Damn it! I really didn't expect to run into you here. It's just perfect. I was just thinking about how to get revenge on you." Making him kneel on the ground and sing in front of so many people is so embarrassing. If it weren't for the face of Qianxin Group, he would not admit defeat. "Mr. Zhou, you're quite leisurely and elegant, even coming here to race your car." Su Chen also disliked him. "If you want to drive fast, just drive fast. Why are you provoking me? We are having a meal here, what does it have to do with you?" Zhou Tong clenched his fists tightly, especially when he saw Xiao Yener sitting with Su Chen. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. "Boy, you were so f***ing bold. You even dare to snatch the woman I like." There's no Qianxin Group here today, so he had no scruples. "Brothers, stop laughing. I'll offer a reward of 100,000 yuan to anyone who can chop off this guy's hands today." 100,000. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. When the hooligans heard about the money, they stood up and laughed. "Ah, kid, I'm going to take your hands today." "Brothers, grab his hands and I'll chop him off." "Ha ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, what's going on? Why do you keep laughing? Ha ha ha." A few people were laughing and talking, but they didn't sound crazy at all and had no momentum at all. Can't even scare people. Such a funny scene made Xiao Yener laugh uncontrollably. Zhou Tong was furious when he saw the performance of these losers. He stepped forward and kicked them hard on the buttocks, cursing, "You are all idiots, right? What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? Seriously." No one knew that he had been hit by a laughingstock, and they were all confused. One person said, "Ha, Mr. Zhou, we don't know what happened either. Ha, this guy just touched us and then he started laughing like this." Another person continued, "That's right, ha ha, kid, did you do something to us, ha ha ha." Su Chen showed disdain on his face and didn't even bother to look at them. He poured a cup of tea and drank it leisurely. Crunch! At this moment, there was a sound of brakes outside. A black Mercedes-Benz stopped and a man in a suit got out of the car. At the same time, several vans stopped on the side of the road, and more than a dozen thugs armed with weapons rushed out of the cars and rushed into the hotel aggressively. "Ah, our boss is here. Boy, ha ha, get ready to die. Ha ha ha. A few hooligans who were easily amused saw the situation outside, and this time they laughed out loud sincerely. Joe Tong also hurriedly looked outside. Seeing the person coming, his confidence suddenly increased. He shouted, "So it's Brother Quan. Su Chen, your doom has come. Did you know that I've been very close to the people from the Black Tiger Society recently? Just say a word from me, and Brother Quan will definitely stand up for me and destroy you." Ha 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 ha. The man in the suit is the big brother of the Black Tiger gang in these streets. His name is Zhao Quan. He has dozens of brothers under him, including these little thugs. Zhou Tong has recently been fond of racing in this area, and has become familiar with the local forces. Black Tiger Society? Brother Quan? Su Chen felt that it sounded familiar. He looked over there, sneered, and even couldn't help feeling sad for Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong quickly went to meet him. "Brother Quan, you've arrived at the perfect time. There's a guy who's overestimating his own abilities and dared to attack the brothers of the Black Tiger Society." Several hooligans also followed suit and said, "Brother, you have to avenge us, ha ha ha." "Yeah, ha ha, I don't know what kind of magic this kid cast on us, making us laugh non-stop, ha ha. Brother, it's this kid, ha ha ha." Zhao Quan's eyes were cold. Although these people were newly recruited brothers, they were too disappointing. All they did all day was hang out with Zhou Tong. There was already some anger in his heart, and he said unhappily, "Mr. Zhou, you are not a member of our gang. If there is nothing wrong, it is better not to come here." "Brother Quan, look at what you said. I was just thinking of treating the brothers from the Black Tiger Society to a meal. It's all because of that bastard Su Chen. He ruined our fun. And, Brother Quan, do you know that this guy doesn't even take the Black Tiger Society seriously? He's very arrogant. Su Chen." When Zhao Quan heard this name, he was struck by lightning. He quickly turned around and saw the young man sitting at the table, and was so frightened that his legs went weak. "It really is Hall Master Su. I've already mentioned your name, Brother Quan, but this kid won't listen at all. He even threatened that the Black Tiger Society was nothing. Even if Brother Quan came, they would kowtow to him. Listen, listen. Such an arrogant guy, Brother Quan, you have to teach him a lesson." Zhou Tong didn't notice the expression of Zhao Quan next to him at all. He kept talking to himself and put all the blame on Su Chen. I thought that after hearing this, Brother Quan would be furious and order someone to chop Su Chen to pieces. However, a scene that shocked everyone happened. Plop! Zhao Quan's body went limp and he could no longer stand, so he knelt on the ground. Boom! 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 Then he kowtowed 3 times and begged for mercy. "Master Su Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were having dinner here. These guys are my new recruits from the past 2 days. They don't know you and disturbed your enjoyment. I apologize." Boom! 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 3 more kowtows. At this moment, Zhou Tong and the few hooligans who were laughing beside him were all dumbfounded. Chapter 51 New Rules. Zhou Tong and the thugs who were hit in the funny spot all froze in expression and stood there in a daze. What? Su Chen Hall Master? This guy is the leader of the Black Tiger Society? Zhou Tong's face was full of disbelief, and only then did he realize that he had hit a wall. But how is this possible? This guy is just a poor guy who went to the Changxing Group's event to get free gifts. How could he be the high and mighty leader of the Black Tiger Society? "Master Su Chen, I beg you to be magnanimous and forgive my mistakes." Seeing that Su Chen didn't say anything, Zhao Quan was so scared that his face turned pale. You have to know that Su Chen is the head of this area in the old city, and he, Zhao Quan, is just the big brother of these streets. In other words, Su Chen is his direct leader, and a single word can decide his life or death. If he offends this, Zhao Quan will never be able to stay in the Black Tiger Society again. Boom! 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 He kowtowed 3 more times, and his head started bleeding. Su Chen took a sip of tea leisurely, then said, "Zhao Quan, take a good look at these little brothers you have recruited. What a disgrace. Relying on their numbers, they act recklessly and do whatever they want without any rules at all. Master, don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation." After Zhao Quan finished speaking, his eyes instantly became fierce, and he scolded the men he had brought with him. "What are you waiting for? Drag these good-for-nothings away and punish them according to the family rules." When they heard that the family rules were going to be enforced, the hooligans who had their points of laughter pressed were so scared that their legs went limp. What is family law? If you say the wrong thing, you'll have all your teeth pulled out. If you do something wrong, chop off your hands and feet. This is the Black Tiger Society as family law. Brother, we know we were wrong, ha ha ha. Ha, big brother, please spare us, ha ha. We will never dare to do it again, never dare to do it again, ha ha ha. Regret it. I regret it so much. I just followed young Master Joe out to play, but I didn't expect to lose half my life. But who would have thought that this guy eating in the food stall is their immediate superior? Pull it out. Zhao Quan scolded them angrily without giving them any chance. Immediately afterwards, his men dragged the thugs out of the door. Ah! 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 Screams resounded through the sky. With this kind of commotion, I'm afraid that these little hooligans will be completely crippled for the rest of their lives. This scene frightened Zhou Tong so much that he quickly said, "Brother Quan, listen to me. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't know this guy was the leader of the Black Tiger Society. If I had known, I would never have dared to offend him." Zhao Quan already disliked Zhou Tong. With a wave of his hand, several of his men rushed forward and pinned Zhou Tong down. Then he turned and asked, "Master, what should we do with this guy?" Su Chen didn't want to embarrass Xiao Yener. After all, the Zhou family and the Xiao family still had business dealings, so he said, "Tell him not to come to the old city to disturb the people in the future. Just teach him a lesson and throw him out." "Yes. Paul Master." After receiving the instructions, Zhao Quan gave his younger brother a wink. A few of the younger brothers understood, swung their arms, and slapped Zhou Tong in the face again and again. Snap! 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 Zhou Tong's face was swollen like a pig's head after being slapped so hard. After beating it, they threw it onto the road like garbage. "Master, the fault for what happened today is entirely mine. Please forgive me." After the problem was resolved, Zhao Quan lowered his head and apologized sincerely. Su Chen was not an unreasonable person. He knew that Zhao Quan could not be blamed for this matter, but the Black Tiger Society's younger brothers were causing trouble outside, and as the eldest brother, he could not escape the responsibility of being unable to discipline them. "It seems that we need to set some rules for the people below us." Su Chen frowned, feeling that it was time to do something, so he said, "Zhao Quan, when you return, tell all the big brothers in the old city what I'm saying. From now on, all members of the Black Tiger Society must not provoke trouble outside, disturb the people, or oppress the common people. If anyone dares to cross the line and break the rules, they will be punished by the family law." Zhao Quan nodded repeatedly, "Yes, I'll do it right away." After saying that, he left with his men in shame. This episode finally ended. Brother Su Chen, you were so amazing. You taught Zhou Tong and those nasty guys a lesson without even having to lift a finger. You even made a shady organization like the Black Tiger Society abandon its evil ways and turn to good. Xiao Yener looked at Su Chen with admiration, like a little fangirl. Su Chen waved his hand, "It's just a small thing." In fact, the Black Tiger Society was not a gang of evil people. At least Long Xiaotian had never let his subordinates do anything to oppress the people. It was just some of the small thugs at the bottom who relied on the support of the gang to act lawless and undisciplined. Now with Su Chen's suppression and the strict rules he has set, such a situation will no longer happen. Finished the meal. Su Chen planned to go back and continue studying Tianshu 9 needles and Taishang Wuji. The successful acupoint pressing just now made him feel the charm of these two unique skills, and he must study them thoroughly as soon as possible. On the other hand, he also wanted to improve his strength faster, so that he could take on the important task of the Immortal Doctor sect as soon as possible, and privately, he could better protect the people around him. However, when Xiao Yener heard that he was going back, she was a little disappointed. She pouted and said, "Brother Su Chen, it's so rare for us to meet. Don't you plan to spend more time with me?" Su Chen scratched his head. "Aren't you here to inspect the branch company? Don't you have to go to work?" "I've finished my inspection, there's not much to do." Xiao Yener didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to spend time together. She rolled her eyes and said, "By the way, Brother Su Chen, I just want to go pick out a birthday present for Grandpa. How about you come with me?" Su Chen thought about it and decided that it was Grandpa Shou's birthday, so he couldn't go empty-handed. Since he was going to pick out gifts, he might as well go together. So I nodded in agreement. "Okay, then I'll go with you." "What does your grandfather like?" "Grandpa likes to collect antiques, but his eyesight isn't very good, so he often buys fakes. If I could give him a real thing, he would be very happy." Okay, then I'll give him a real thing. When Su Chen heard this, he immediately became excited. This was right in the line of duty for him. It just so happens that I have been busy practicing recently and haven't been to the antique market for a long time. My eyes haven't been able to fully display their talents for a long time. Then he drove and took Xiao Yener to the antique market. Brother Su Chen, my grandfather said that 99% of the things in places like this are fake. Can we pick out a decent gift? Xiao Yener looked at the chaotic market and began to have doubts. Su Chen smiled and said, "Your grandfather has been cheated so many times that he thinks there are no real things. Although the water here is quite deep, there are indeed good things under the water. It all depends on your eyesight." Today, he is fully confident in the appreciation of antiques. As he walked, he saw an unusual message displayed with his X-ray eyes. There is a secret inside. Chapter 52 I'm here to pick up the leak. Su Chen was overjoyed. Once it showed that there is something hidden, it would mean that he could get a bargain. So he looked over there with interest. I saw a pile of broken copper and iron items and all kinds of things on the stall next to me. Snuff bottles, cups, copper coins, small carving knives, weights, all kinds of worn out, rusty and defective items piled up into a small mountain. It seems to have been there for a long time and no one has ever paid attention to it. But among this pile of rubbish, there is a copper coin that stands out from the crowd. Item name, Qianlong Tongbao. Assessment, high value. Su Chen was secretly delighted that there was actually a real coin hidden inside. If it weren't for his eyes, no one would have ever discovered this copper coin. "Boss, how much are these things?" He didn't ask directly, but pointed at a pile of junk and asked in a general way. Here's the trick. Places like the antique street, as Xiao Yener said, are full of deception. The more you act like you care about an item, the more likely you are to be ripped off. The boss didn't even notice this and asked casually, "Which one do you like?" "No, I'm talking about this whole bunch." The company held an event, gave benefits to employees, and used some garbage as souvenirs. Just tell me how much per pound. Su Chen made up a reason. The boss almost vomited blood. "Brother, even if these things are not good, you can't sell them by weight. How about this, if you really want them, 30,000 yuan, take them all." 30,000, why don't you just go and rob it? Su Chen pretended to be impatient, picked and chose, and picked up the copper coin with a look of disgust on his face. "Forget it, you are too black, I won't give benefits to employees anymore. Just pick one, this thing can be used to string beads as jewelry, give it to my girlfriend, I can give you 20 yuan at most, take it or not." Okay, 20 is 20. The boss is too lazy to talk nonsense. It's just a pile of junk that hasn't been sold for years, so I don't care. Su Chen smiled faintly, and he considered himself to have picked up the first treasure. $20 deal. Scan the code to pay, then continue walking forward proudly. Xiao Yener looked at the moldy copper coin and asked doubtfully, "Brother Su Chen, is this thing valuable?" Su Chen smiled slyly. "As for its exact value, you'll have to ask an expert, but it's definitely genuine. Conservatively speaking, it's worth at least a few hundred times what I paid for it." "Ha? Hundreds of times?" Xiao Yener's face was filled with shock, and she couldn't help but ask, "But, Brother Su Chen, how do you tell if this coin is real?" Su Chen didn't know how to explain it to her. After thinking for a while, he said, "I've always been good at history since I was a child. After entering university, I specialized in studying archaeology. Over time, I've accumulated a lot of experience. Identifying a coin is nothing to me." He himself felt a little timid when he said this. "I'm still in college, but I haven't even entered the university." After graduating from high school, he entered society. He first moved bricks at a construction site, then worked as an electrician, and finally joined a courier station to pick up and receive parcels. He was afraid of being exposed, so he quickly changed the subject and said, "This thing can't be a birthday gift. Let's see if we have anything else." Having said that, he hurried on. "Hey, isn't this the daughter of Yun Meng Group? Why did you end up in a place like this?" At this moment, a harsh voice came from behind. Then, a heavily made-up woman came over. She glanced at Su Chen and couldn't help laughing. "Miss Xiao, I never thought that you, who have always been aloof from worldly affairs, now have a boyfriend. It's just that your taste in choosing a boyfriend is not very good." Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but look back at the woman, feeling a little unhappy. "No?" he asked Xiao Yener. Xiao Yener's face also looked a little unhappy. She whispered, my college classmate, Huang Suizue, has a hatred for the rich. She thinks she's better than me in every way, except that she lacks a good father. That's why she's always had a grudge against me. She used to bully me back when we were in school. Forget it, ignore her. Let's go. Turned around and prepared to leave. Huang Suizue said sarcastically from behind, she's truly the daughter of a prominent family who's about to inherit the family fortune. Her status is truly different. She pretends not to see her old classmates when she sees them. She's so arrogant and looks down on others. Xiao Yener couldn't stand it anymore, so she turned around, forced a smile, and said, it's Suizue. I forgot to bring my glasses when I went out today, so I didn't recognize you. I'm sorry. Huang Suizue snorted coldly, glasses are glasses, but they are tinted. How can a poor classmate like us deserve to be recognized? Forget it, I'm used to it. Children from rural families are naturally not as good as rich girls like you. Even though they felt sorry for me, they still took into account our past friendship and knew to say hello, unlike some people who pretended not to see it even if they saw it. He was almost pointing at Xiao Yener's nose when he said this. Su Chen felt a little angry when he heard this. This woman spoke as if she had eaten shit, and her mouth was very smelly. Did I provoke you? Cui, look, I just bought a painting by Ling Xiaoshang. It's an original, worth at least 3 million. I paid 800,000 for it. I have an appointment to meet your parents in a few days, so I plan to give it to them as a gift. At this moment, a young man came over happily. He is Huang Suizue's boyfriend, named Jin Wu. My parents will definitely like the gift you chose. Huang Suizue deliberately held Jin Wu's arm, looking affectionate, and then her contemptuous eyes fell on Su Chen. After looking him up, she smiled complacently. It seemed as if he was comparing Su Chen and Jin Wu. It is obvious that in Huang Suizue's eyes, Su Chen is just a poor guy who is not even as good as a toe of Jin Wu. Miss Xiao, I thought you, who always prided yourself on being excellent, would find such a good home in the end. I never thought you would choose to throw yourself at me. I don't know what tricks this man used to win you over. Insult. A blatant insult. Su Chen felt furious when he heard this. Just talk if you want to. Why are you bringing me into this? Do I know you? Xiao Yener didn't want to pay attention to her in the first place, so she said, Cui, I'm happy for you to have found a good home. I wish you two a happy marriage soon. When you get married, I will definitely attend the wedding and give you my most sincere blessings. We have things to do, so we'll leave first. She was too disdainful to bother with such a person. After saying that, she pulled Su Chen and prepared to leave. However, Huang Suizue still refused to give in and said, that's not necessary. I can't afford a rich lady like you. Cui, I see. This is the college classmate you often mentioned to me, right? Didn't you say she was the campus belle back then? She relied on her family's wealth to flirt with gigolos everywhere, pretending to be innocent on the surface, but in reality, she was promiscuous, often going out drinking with different men, staying out all night, and even contracting a lot of private diseases? At this time, Jin Wu spoke. He also had an overbearing look on his face, as if he was speaking up for Huang Suizue. Chapter 53 Hateful Woman. Originally, Xiao Yener didn't want to say anything more, but after hearing Jin Wu's words, she couldn't help herself. Cui, when did I have an affair? When did I go out drinking with a man? And when did I get a private disease? She didn't expect that Huang Suizue would describe her like this behind her back. It's pure fiction. She has always been the president of the student union, has top grades, and is a well-behaved model student. On the contrary, Huang Suizue had an immoral private life and was dating several men at the same time. All the classmates knew about this. Now he's turning the tables. Huang Suizue was worried about being exposed in front of Jin Wu, so she quickly said, forget it, let's not talk about the past. My husband said he wanted to buy me the latest bag. We have to go to the next street. I won't talk to you anymore. After saying that, he took Jin Wu's arm and prepared to leave. However, just after taking 2 steps out, he heard Su Chen say from behind, old classmates meet and are about to leave after just a few words. Isn't that a bit too disregarding of the old relationship? These were just what Huang Suizue said, and now I am returning them to her exactly as they were. You are trying to run away after putting on such pretentious behavior. No way. Who are you to have the right to speak here? Huang Suizue gave Su Chen a cold look, completely looking down on this man. Su Chen smiled proudly and said, I'm Xiao Yener's boyfriend, so why don't I have a say? You just said that my girlfriend had affairs during college, but I think that's pure nonsense. It's you who's a little off. If I'm not mistaken, that red spot under your neck must be from something serious, right? With his eyes of insight, he saw at a glance that Huang Suizue was suffering from a disease, and it was a highly contagious private disease. Moreover, there were more than one red spots, almost all over the body. Huang Suizue's face changed drastically after hearing this. She hurriedly tugged at her collar and said vaguely, Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? It's just a birthmark. Haha, a birthmark. Okay, since you said it's a birthmark, then it's a birthmark. Su Chen laughed. This woman was really bold. He didn't rush to expose her. Instead, he looked at the painting in Jin Wu's hand and said, Brother, this is the gift you chose. I heard it is a masterpiece by Ling Xiaoshang, a famous painter in the Ming dynasty. What a pity, it's just like your taste in choosing women. It's not very good. One day, Jin Wu flew into a rage. Boy, are you stupid? Do you know what I do? Why do you have to teach me? Huang Suizue really disdained to talk to someone as poor as Su Chen, and said, Dear, this country bumpkin doesn't know anything at all. There's no need to waste time talking to him. Let's go buy bags. The more he talked like this, the more interested Su Chen became. He asked, Oh, could it be that you are an expert in appraising treasures? May I ask what you do for a living? Jin Wu said with a haughty look, Listen carefully, kid. I'm the young master of Yubiozai, the #1 antique shop in Zhonghai. My family has been dealing in antiques for 3 generations, and I've been involved in this industry since I was old enough to understand. So in front of me, you're just an elementary school student. It's not your place to point fingers. Yubiozai is still well known in Zhonghai, and many treasures come from here. Su Chen suddenly realized that this Jin Wu was actually De Jinya's son. I remember that in the waiting room on the first floor of Xiangxin Group, Jin Wu's father used a fake painting to fool Gao Qichang, but was exposed. But later there was a reversal. Su Chen saw the hidden meaning in the painting and finally got 8 million for free. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet Boss Jina's son today. What a shame, what a shame. Yubiozai is truly declining with each generation. Master Jin, did you know that the original Ling Xiaoshang painting in your hand is actually a fake? Su Chen smiled faintly and reminded kindly. This undoubtedly angered Jin Wu, who cursed, Boy, I've already warned you once, and you still dare to talk nonsense here? I'm telling you, this matter concerns the century-old reputation of my Yubiozai. If you don't produce evidence to prove that this painting is a fake today, you won't be able to leave here today. How can we tolerate this kid tarnishing the reputation of Yubiozai? Jin Wu couldn't swallow this anger. If Su Chen didn't have evidence, he would definitely make this kid pay the price today. Facing the aggressive Jin Wu, Su Chen shrugged and asked, Master Jin, let me ask you, what is your evidence for determining whether a painting is authentic? Jin Wu snorted coldly, It's all based on my eyesight and my century-long experience in the antique business at Yubiozai. Su Chen curled his lips. What does Yubiozai's century-long experience have to do with you? How old are you? On the side, Huang Suizue couldn't wait any longer and urged, Dear, why are you arguing with a country bumpkin? He doesn't know anything at all. Let's go. No. This brat has ruined the reputation of my Yubiozai. He must give me an explanation today, otherwise I won't be able to swallow this anger. Jin Wu was extremely serious and vowed to seek justice. Boy, I'm running out of patience. You'd better hurry up, or I'll tear your mouth apart. This is what happens if you offend Yubiozai. Su Chen couldn't help but find it funny. A fake is a fake. I was kindly reminding you not to be fooled, but you thought I was provoking you. It was a wrong payment after all. Okay, since you insist that I break this window paper, then I will oblige you. Master Jin, how about this? Let's make a bet. If I can prove that your painting is a fake, you'll kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Also, have your woman kneel down and apologize to my girlfriend, and clarify the rumors from our college days. Su Chen was no longer polite. After all, if he didn't teach these people a lesson, they would never know how to behave. When Jin Wu heard this, he immediately agreed, Okay, I accept your terms. Su Chen reached out, took the painting from Jin Wu's hand, opened it and took a look. It was a picture of a sea of trees. At first glance, it was indeed very artistic and was definitely the work of a famous artist. It's a pity that under the gorgeous appearance, there are huge loopholes hidden. Title: Sea of Trees. Dynasty: Ming Dynasty replica. Evaluation: low value. Flaw: paper material is questionable. Sure enough, with the information provided by the X-ray vision, the truth can be immediately determined. It's a fake. Paper texture. Su Chen muttered to himself, concentrating his eyes and looking through the internal structure of the paper. He immediately understood. Ha ha ha, I said it's fake, it's fake. You actually spent 800,000 yuan on it. In my opinion, it's not even worth 80 yuan. After saying that, he tore the painting into two pieces with a ripping sound. Jinwu, Huang Suizui, and Xiao Yener all widened their eyes at this scene. Boy, are you crazy? Jinwu reacted and wanted to stop it, but it was too late, the painting had already been torn. This was the original work that he had spent 800,000 yuan to buy, and it was destroyed. You country bumpkin, you're so bold. This is a gift my man bought for my parents, and you actually dared to tear it up. Xiao Yener, he's your boyfriend, you must take full responsibility for this matter. Huang Suizui was also furious and cursed at Su Chen and Xiao Yener. Chapter 54 Kneel down and apologize. Xiao Yener was also stunned. She had never expected Su Chen to destroy someone else's painting. She quickly apologized, I'm sorry, I don't think brother Su Chen meant it. How about this, I'll compensate you at the original price. Original price? Xiao Yener, you're really good at calculating. This is an authentic painting, worth millions. If my man hadn't used the name of Ubiozai to lower the price, it wouldn't be so cheap. Do you think the original price is enough for compensation? Huang Suizui refused to give in. If you don't pay 5 million, this matter will not be over. Jinwu was completely furious and cursed, boy, if I don't let you see some blood today, you really don't know how powerful this young master is. After saying that, he was about to take action. But just as he grabbed Su Chen's collar and was about to hit him, Su Chen looked nonchalant. He shook the silk thread in his hand and said, Master Jin, why are you so excited? If you really care about the reputation of Ubiozai, you should take a good look at what this is. This is. Jinwu was stunned. The fist froze in mid-air. After a closer look, his expression suddenly changed. Ah! It's polyester. He was shocked. What is polyester? This is a modern synthetic material, often used to make clothing fabrics, but it did not exist in ancient times. If it is really a painting from the Ming Dynasty, how could there be polyester? He couldn't believe it, so he quickly picked up the painting and took a look. It was indeed made of polyester. It is obviously a fake. This. Jinwu's face turned pale, and he said in disbelief, I really made a mistake, how is it possible? As the young master of Ubiozai, the person who will take over Ubiozai in the future has made a mistake. This is what truly tarnishes the reputation of Ubiozai. Damn it! How dare he fool me with a fake? He must not want to continue in this line of work. I'm going to find him. Jinwu had never been bullied like this before. He picked up the painting on the ground and prepared to find the person who sold it. However, just as he turned around, Su Chen grabbed him and said, Master Jin, you want to take this opportunity to slip away, right? Have you forgotten the bet between us? We agreed that if you lose, you should kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Huang Suizui was upset when she heard this and quickly said, Country bumpkin, you're just lucky you got it right, but so what? You want us to kowtow and apologize to you, do you have the qualifications? You also want me to clarify, what is there to clarify? Xiao Yener is essentially a slut, pretending to be pure and innocent all day long, pretending to be pitiful, relying on this to hang on to men. I'm too lazy to waste time with you, dear, let's go. Kowtow and apologize? You wish. After saying that, he pulled Jinwu and prepared to leave. At this moment, Su Chen could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. You stinky woman, I gave you some face but you didn't appreciate it and insisted on me exposing you. Master Jin, you can cheat or leave, but I advise you to go to the hospital for a thorough checkup, otherwise it will be too late when the disease breaks out. He had already seen that Jinwu had been infected by Huang Suizui. This sentence made Jinwu, who had already walked a few steps, suddenly stop and turn around to ask doubtfully, Boy, what did you say? Su Chen said calmly, Since you're willing to stop and listen to me, it seems you've already felt something. Have you been catching colds frequently lately? Your resistance has dropped dramatically, and your skin is itchy from time to time. And the most important characteristic is there an ulcer on that most private part of your body? Just a few simple words made Jean Wu's face change instantly. Exactly the same. All the symptoms, all correct. But how did this guy know? Looking at your expression, I know I'm right. It's strange how I know that, right? To be honest, I'm a doctor, and I can tell what's wrong with you at a glance. I'd like to kindly remind you that the red spot under Huang Tsuetsue's neck is not a birthmark. Su Chen looked like he was enjoying the fun. Birthmark? Bullshit. That's a symptom of syphilis. This disease can be transmitted in several ways, but the most widespread one is promiscuous sex. From this we can see that the rumors have been debunked and the real promiscuous person is Huang Tsuetsue. Honey, don't listen to his nonsense. The red spot on my body is really a birthmark. Huang Tsuetsue was really panicked this time and hurried to explain. Get out of here. However, Jean Wu obviously wouldn't believe such a pale reason. You stinky cousin, do you really think I'm a fool? Dear, please listen to my explanation. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I really love you and I don't want to lose you. This disease is not incurable. I am already receiving treatment and I will be well soon. Do I wipe you? Bang. Even Jean Wu couldn't help but slap such a shameless woman. Huang Tsuetsue was beaten to the ground, but she still refused to give up. She hugged Jean Wu's thighs tightly and begged, Dear, please don't leave me. I want to be with you forever. Please. You evil bastard, you're killing me. Bang. Jean Wu was so angry that he slapped him again. What the hell, knowing that I was infected with syphilis, I still wanted to get close to him. Isn't this harming him? You bitch, you don't tell a word of truth. I'm going to beat you to death. Bang. Bang. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In a rage, he started punching and kicking Huang Tsuetsue. Brother, I was wrong just now. I kowtow to you and apologize. Boom. 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 Jean Wu was so anxious that he almost cried. After beating the man, he quickly knelt in front of Su Chen and kowtowed repeatedly, You can see my illness, there must be a way to treat it. I beg you, help me, I kowtow to you. From beginning to end, he was deceived by Huang Tsuetsue. Su Chen felt sorry for him, and since he had a good attitude, he helped him up and said, It's actually not that difficult to cure you, but I'm busy right now. Otherwise, you can come to Xin Yuan community in the old city to find me in a few days. With his current medical skills, treating syphilis is no problem. Thank you. Thank you. Jean Wu was overjoyed when he heard this and kowtowed several more times. After knocking on the door, he stood up angrily, grabbed Huang Tsuetsue's hair, and cursed, You bitch, I've been so good to you, and you dare to hurt me. Dear, I'm sorry. I really hid it because I love you and don't want to leave you. I love you, damn it. Bang. Another slap landed on Huang Tsuetsue's face, making it swollen. The thick layer of powder on her face looked like a layer of shell had fallen off. I'll slowly settle the score with you later. Now, kneel down immediately and kowtow to Miss Xiao to apologize. Jean Wu yelled angrily and threw Huang Tsuetsue in front of Xiao Yener. Huang Tsuetsue was beaten utterly, weeping like a tearful person. She knelt on the ground and said, Yener, I'm sorry. It was me who spread rumors everywhere and ruined your reputation. I was mean and mean. I couldn't stand the fact that you had a better family background than me, were better students than me, and were very popular with teachers and classmates. It was jealousy that made me say those hurtful things to you. I'm sorry. Just talk? Don't you understand even if I kowtow? Bang. Jean Wu stepped on Huang Tsuetsue's head, forcing her to hit her head hard on the ground and kowtow. How arrogant and presumptuous he was before, how miserable he is now. Chapter 55 continue to pick up leaks. Huang Tsuetsue had been beaten until her head was bleeding, but even so, Su Chen had no mercy at all, because this woman totally deserved it. Jean Wu was kind-hearted enough not to kill her. Never mind. I forgive you. At this moment, Xiao Yener couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up, Chui, you can't blame anyone else for ending up like this. It's all your own fault. You only see my bright and beautiful side, but don't see how much I've sacrificed behind the scenes. I hope you'll take care of yourself in the future. Many nights, when all her classmates were asleep, she was still hiding under the quilt, studying hard with a flashlight. How could others know these sorrows? Brother Su Chen, let's go. Xiao Yener didn't want to stay here any longer, so she took Su Chen's hand and left. This not-so-small storm also ended.
The two continued walking down, not missing any stall, hoping to find a bargain.
Brother Su Chen, can you really cure Jinwu? As they walked, Xiao Yener turned around and asked in confusion. Syphilis is not an ordinary disease and is not easy to cure. Su Chen said confidently, it's no big deal. From terminal cancer to rheumatism and bone pain, I can cure them all.
This is not bragging, but he is now capable of turning the dead into flesh and bones.
Brother Su Chen, you are so amazing.
Xiao Yener smiled, her eyes full of admiration. She suddenly remembered what her grandfather had said before, and wanted to recruit Su Chen as a son-in-law in the Xiao family. In fact, she was very willing in her heart, but she didn't know whether Su Chen was willing.
Brother Su Chen, I have something I want to tell you. Xiao Yener wanted to take the opportunity to test Su Chen's thoughts.
However, at this moment, Su Chen was attracted by a jade seal on the stall next to him and did not hear her words at all.
Oh, it looks pretty good. Su Chen became interested and curiously picked up the jade seal to take a look. It was square and had a simple shape.
There were 5 dragons intersecting head to tail, and small seal characters were carved underneath.
It says, receive the mandate from heaven, may you live long and prosper forever.
This thing has always been a symbol of the royal family. As the saying goes, whoever obtains the jade seal is worthy of being called emperor.
Brother Su Chen, is this the real imperial seal?
Seeing him staring at it in a daze, Xiao Yener thought she had encountered the real thing.
Su Chen chuckled, how can there be so many genuine ones? Besides, if this is real, even if I die here now, future generations will have to call it a death. Moreover, according to records, the imperial seal actually has a corner missing. When Wang Mang usurped the Han dynasty and asked the Queen Mother for the imperial seal, the Queen Mother threw it in a rage, so the corner was missing. Later, it was repaired with gold. Look at this seal again, it is complete. The real imperial seal is a national treasure, how can it be placed here?
Xiao Yener stuck out her tongue and said, Brother Su Chen, you really know a lot.
It's just so, I know a little bit. Su Chen smiled secretly.
In fact, he was just repeating the information displayed by the X-ray vision. However, although this jade seal is a replica, it has extremely high value, which makes Su Chen a little strange.
Item name, Imperial Seal. Material, Hatian Jade. Verdict, unorthodox. Valuation, high. Since it is not an authentic imperial seal, how can it have any collection value?
Just as I was wondering, the stall owner next to me noticed this and said with a smile, young boss, you really know what you are talking about. This is a national treasure and it cannot be bought or sold.
I am risking my life to put it here. If you like it, I will give it to you for 5 million. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. This old guy is really evil. 5 million, you might as well go and rob it. If it's true, I'll report you right now. Just tell me, do you want to go in? Su Chen didn't indulge him either.
The stall owner was speechless. After a long pause, he finally said, young boss, I'm just running a small business, so please don't make fun of me.
How much can you offer?
Su Chen said, to be honest, this thing is at most a work of art, and it has no collection value.
Fortunately, the quality of the jade is pretty good. I can only give you 50,000 at most, not a cent more. 50,000. It's stuck.
The stall owner gritted his teeth and fell into deep thought.
There is some profit, but not much.
Seeing him hesitant, Su Chen turned around and left without hesitation. The stall owner immediately became anxious and shouted, little boss, to be honest with you, the price I received is more than this.
How about you add another 10,000? Su Chen ignored him and continued walking forward. Okay, 50,000 is 50,000, I'll sell it.
The stall owner slapped his thigh and thought, it's better than nothing.
People in this line of work are most afraid of having a keen eye and being unable to rip people off. Su Chen smiled faintly, okay, thank you very much.
Then he paid the money and left with the seal.
Xiao Yener followed up happily and asked curiously, Brother Su Chen, didn't you say this thing was fake? Why did you spend 50,000 yuan to buy it?
Su Chen turned around and saw that they were already some distance away from the stall, so he explained in a low voice, although it's not the imperial seal, this thing is indeed genuine. You know, throughout history, whoever controls the Central Plains controls the world, and there are countries outside the Central Plains. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a legacy of the nomadic dynasty outside the Great Wall. It's authentic, But it's an imitation of the Central Plains, not the orthodox one, so its value is far less than the real imperial seal.
This explanation made Xiao Yener suddenly enlightened.
Oh my god, then this jade seal can be considered a treasure.
Brother Su Chen, you are really amazing. We walked and chatted, looking around. Walk from the beginning of the street to the end, until the sun sets. The harvest is not small.
In addition to the Qianlong Tongbao and jade seals, I also spent a low price to pick up an authentic painting by Yu Hengzi, a copy of calligraphy by Longshan Xianrun, and a Song Dynasty porcelain vase.
This Song Dynasty official kiln porcelain is very valuable.
I estimate it to be worth at least tens of millions. I plan to keep it for Mr. Xiao as a birthday gift and give it to him at the banquet in a few days. After leaving the antique street, Su Chen talked about his plans, completely ignoring Xiao Yener, who was feeling depressed beside him. The reason why I am unhappy is that time passes too fast and we are about to part ways.
What's wrong with you? You haven't spoken a word.
It was not until he walked out of the street that Su Chen noticed Xiao Yener, who was pouting and walking very slowly behind him. Xiao Yener walked step by step reluctantly, with her hands behind her back, her fingers making circles, looking shy. Su Chen thought she was asking about the gift, so he quickly said, "By the way, this calligraphy piece by Longshan Immortal is also very valuable.
Take it. When the time comes, we will give you 2 gifts. Your grandfather will definitely be very happy." Brother Su Chen, thank you. I want to choose my own gift. I don't want yours. Xiao Yener declined politely. Su Chen scratched his head, confused. If he wasn't worried about the gift, why did he look so unhappy? Brother Su Chen, please stand still. I have something I want to give you.
After a long time, Xiao Yener seemed to have made an important decision and said shyly.
Su Chen didn't know what she was going to do, but he stood up straight and said, "I'm standing here." Boo!
Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yener stepped forward, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed Su Chen on the cheek.
This kiss is what she wants to give to Su Chen. Chapter 56 Taking Office.
The girl's kiss was fragrant. The faint scent of lipstick and her elegant body fragrance lingered in Su Chen's nose for a long time. Su Chen felt his mind went blank and he stood there in a daze, not coming to his senses for a long time.
Brother Su Chen, I had a lot of fun today, thank you.
Xiao Yener finally plucked up the courage to do what she wanted to do, and left with a smile on her face. It was not until her figure disappeared that Su Chen came back to his senses. This girl. He touched his face, where there was a faint mark of lipstick.
The next morning,
Su Chen was woken up by a rapid ringing of the cell phone. I stayed up all night last night studying Tianshu 9 needles and Taishang Wuji, and only rested at dawn. When I looked at the time, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning.
Brother Su Chen, why haven't you arrived yet? Today is your big day. Gao Shirhan was extremely excited on the other end of the phone.
Su Chen sat up from the bed immediately, almost forgetting that today was the opening day of Qianxin Group as first physical jewelry store, and it was also the day he officially started working.
Right away. Right away.
I quickly got up, washed up, and rushed out without even having time to eat breakfast. Qianxin Jewelry Store opened in the city center, with the best location and the largest store. The red carpet covered the entire street, with flower baskets placed every half meter on both sides, stretching all the way to the end of the street.
Welcome, President Su.
When the Porsche stopped, all the employees of Qianxin Group had been waiting for a long time and shouted loudly. Su Chen was wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and a pair of Crocs, which didn't fit in with the name President Su. As he walked along, he waved and greeted everyone. Those who knew him thought he was here to take up his post, while those who didn't thought he was being paraded through the streets.
I never thought that I, Su Chen, would have this day.
It is somewhat emotional that the former courier station employee has now become the general manager of the jewelry industry project of China Overseas' largest group.
I used to earn 3,000 yuan a month, but now my annual salary is over 100 million yuan. Surrounded by the crowd, Su Chen entered the store.
Gao Shirhan had been waiting for a long time. She was wearing a professional OL outfit today, which was completely different from her usual sexy look in black stockings. She exuded the charm of a mature woman.
Brother Su Chen, you're finally here. If you don't show up, the auspicious time will pass.
She pouted and complained, but she couldn't bear to really blame him, so she continued, "Look at you, you don't care about your image at all.
Why don't you wear the suit I bought for you?" Su Chen was a little embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, "My mother took it to the dry cleaners and I couldn't find it."
You know today is such an important day, but you are too careless.
Gao Shihan tapped his forehead, rolled her eyes, and whispered, "Did you wash the underwear and panties I gave you?" "No, I kept it secret." He, that's good. You have to promise me that you'll take it out and look at it every night before going to bed. That way you'll remember me. Of course, I don't mind you doing other things on it, like cleaning your gun or something. Su Chen almost spit out his words. This girl was too bold. The two of them were talking and laughing, just like a loving couple. At this moment, the singing of the ceremony began. Zhenghai Black Tiger Club Long Xiaotian sent a pair of jewelry and jade carvings to congratulate General Su on his victory. Zhenghai Changxing Group Gao Qiqian presents a jade sea and wishes President Su a bright future. Zhenghai's miraculous Dr. Lu Ming, I present you with a gold inlaid plaque. China Overseas Yunming Group, giving. One after another, many rare treasures were delivered and carried in by the staff, filling the aisles of the store. They were all priceless treasures, making many people who came to watch the ceremony envious. These gifts combined are worth at least over 100 million, right? This newly appointed jewelry industry leader is so arrogant. She's quite young. It's really amazing that she has achieved so much at such a young age. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Crunch! Suddenly, there was a sound of brakes. A luxury car worth millions stopped in front of the store. Long Xiaotian got out of the car happily and congratulated him. "Brother Su, you are so honored today. I must be here to show my respect and congratulations." This scene stunned the crowd watching outside. Long Xiaotian actually came in person. You know, this is the overlord of Zhenghai, the king of Zhenghai's underground world. Such a high-ranking figure not only came in person, but also became brothers with Su Chen. What the fuck is going on? Who is this young man named Su Chen? Suddenly, an untimely voice rang out. Song Shanha from the Zhanghai Song family offers a bronze bell, wishing Su Chen a speedy demise. The person who was singing the ceremony was so frightened that he stopped talking halfway through. He hurriedly looked at the manuscript and turned pale with fear. At the same time, a large bell was carried to the door by two strong men. On such a festive day, they actually sent me a bell. There was a sudden commotion at the scene. Long Xiaotian flew into a rage and cursed, "Song Shanha, that old bastard actually returned to Zhenghai. How dare he play tricks on me on such an important day? I thought the Song family had completely disappeared from Zhenghai, but they appeared again." Su Chen looked puzzled and asked, "Brother Long, who is Song Shanha?" Long Xiaotian said, "He's Song Zijian's grandfather, Song Yi's father. Ever since he handed the Song family over to Song Yi, this old man left Zhenghai. I thought he had died outside. It seems that he knew about the changes in the Song family and came back to seek revenge. But it doesn't matter. The Song family is no longer a force to be reckoned with, and an old man can't change anything." I see. After hearing this, Su Chen was not surprised at all. There was not even a ripple in his eyes. He turned to the staff and said, "This gift must be accepted. I have never seen such a large lump of copper. Take it and melt it down. Then make some copper crafts and sell them to the public. It will just generate some revenue for me." These words reignited the originally dead atmosphere, and everyone burst into laughter. I guess Song Shanha would be so angry that he would vomit blood when he found out. This is called losing both the wife and the army. Long Xiaotian and Gao Shihan were also amused by Su Chen's way of handling the situation and gave him a thumbs up. The brief unpleasantness ended, but Su Chen kept it firmly in mind. He swore that the Zhanghai Song family would cease to exist from now on, and this was not an empty promise. Then, the ceremony continued. "Boss Su, Master Long, Boss Gao, this is bad. 5 people came outside and beat up our people without saying a word. We can't stop them. Before one crisis is over, another crisis arises." The store manager ran in with a bruised face and nose, and was seriously injured. When Long Xiaotian heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. Damn it! Just now the Song family came, and now that reckless guy dares to act wildly on my territory. Everyone walked to the door of the store and took a look. Just outside the door, 5 men in black suits were each stepping on a strong employee, looking provocative. Dragon Group. King Battle. Su Chen recognized it at a glance. They were the 5 members of the Dragon team that we met at the Song family last time. Chapter 57 The Troublemaker. You're just in time. I was just worried about where to find them. Su Chen was cheered up. The rats hiding in the sewer finally came out.
It was a good opportunity to ask them what their purpose was in lurking in Shanghai, and he could also get back the heads of Bat Ian and Wei Long. Brother Long, I still have a battle to fight with these 5 guys.
Leave this to me.
After saying that, he walked out alone and said to Wang Zhan and the others, "You guys are here to cause trouble today just to me.
Why bother making things difficult for my employees?"
Wang Zhan snorted coldly, kicked away the Changxing Group employee who was standing on him, pointed at Su Chen and said, "Boy, our boss knows that you have a happy event today, so he specially asked me to give you a big gift. I also want to tell you that the boss and his elite troops are on their way to Shanghai. When the time comes, you and everyone in the Black Tiger Society will be destroyed."
Su Chen narrowed his eyes.
Sure enough, he was right. Now that Song Yi, the person who issued the list, was dead, the people from the Dragon Group were still coming to Shanghai. It was obvious that they were not just here for the hunting order.
"This is a gift for your success, take it." Bang!
Wang Zhan took out a plastic bag from behind him and threw it on the ground.
2 pairs of bloody ears fell out of it.
The smell of blood immediately filled the air. This scene immediately frightened the onlookers and made them scream.
This is a human ear. Bat Ian. Wei Long. Su Chen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly.
Obviously, this must have been cut from the heads of Tyrant and Wei Long.
Hate it. Raging hatred.
That day at the Song family, he wanted to take the heads of the 2 brothers away, but unfortunately the other party was outnumbered and powerful, and he could not find any opportunity. Before leaving, he made a harsh statement that if the Dragon Group could not guarantee the intact bodies of his 2 brothers, it would definitely pay the price in blood. But now, at his inauguration ceremony, the Dragon Group sent 2 pairs of ears over, clearly showing that they did not take his words that day to heart.
Provocative. A naked provocation. Kid, we'll let you live a few more days. We won't do anything today. Let's wait until all the members of our Dragon Group gather in Shanghai. Then we'll see what happens.
Wang Zhan's face was full of pride, and he turned around and left with a swagger. The Dragon Group is now in its heyday, so he is naturally fearless. The support will arrive soon, the Dragon Group will completely control Shanghai, and the Black Tiger Society and Su Chen will be wiped out.
Call. However, the next second, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Now that you've emerged from the sewer, do you intend to return alive? Su Chen's eyes were cold as he glanced at the 5 people. This one look, like the stare of death, has already sentenced them to death. The murderous intent cannot be concealed. Seeing that Su Chen had the intention to kill, Long Xiaotian immediately winked at his men, who understood and rushed out to drive the crowd 5 meters away to make room. Su Chen, do you think you can stop us? Wang Zhanhuan looked around with disdain on his face. Have you forgotten that you were defeated by us?
That day at the Song family, Su Chen saw that he was no match for his enemy, so he ran away in a panic without even having the chance to take the heads of Bat Ian and Wei Long. Even if we fight again today, it will just be a repeat of the old scene.
Yeah? Su Chen smiled coldly. Since you are sure that I can't beat you, why not give it a try? How about we play a game?
Wang Zhan's face turned serious.
Play? How do you want to play?
Su Chen slowly extended a finger and said, I'm sure that even if all 5 of you attack me together, you won't be able to hurt me at all.
And I only need 30 seconds to send all of you to hell. Wow.
As soon as these words were spoken, there was a great commotion at the scene.
The new head of Dingxing Jewelry is so arrogant. 1 against 5. Oh my god. Isn't that courting death? These 5 guys don't look like good guys. How can he fight them alone? 5 people are going to die in 30 seconds. How is that possible? This guy must be a lunatic.
There was a lot of discussion. Everyone thought that Su Chen's fight was a suicidal one, and they didn't believe that he could kill all 5 strong men within 30 seconds.
Gao Shihan was also very worried and asked Long Xiaotian, Brother Long, isn't Brother Su Chen a little too confident? Long Xiaotian also didn't understand what Su Chen was thinking.
Even though he had been trained by the 3 great monks, his cultivation had increased dramatically, and he had learned 3 unique skills, but it was obviously impossible for him to fight 5 people alone.
After all, the 5 members of the Dragon Group have cultivation skills. In addition, they are well-trained killers and have many years of experience in cooperating with each other. They are definitely extraordinary. I believe that Brother Su would never joke about such a thing. He might have some magic weapon to win. However, Long Xiaotian still trusts Su Chen very much.
The experiences of these days have made him look at Su Chen with new eyes. Over the years, he has never admired anyone, but now there is only one person, and that is Su Chen.
Boy, are you kidding me? You want us to go to hell in 30 seconds? And you still say we can't hurt you even a finger? Wang Zhan almost laughed out loud. Even if he was arrogant, there should be a limit. Su Chen had a blank expression on his face. I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Then you're courting death. Wang Zhan could no longer tolerate this.
This kid would die sooner or later anyway, so it made no difference if he killed him now. He immediately jumped up, drew a shining dagger from his waist, and attacked with the other 4 people.
As elite killers of the Dragon Group, Wang Zhan and his 5 companions were indeed very skilled, and they cooperated very well.
Once they got close, they stood in 5 directions, blocking Su Chen's retreat and not giving him any chance to breathe. However, even in the face of such a fierce attack, Su Chen was not at all panicked. Under the gaze of the X-ray eyes, the 5 people seemed to be frozen, and every move was under control.
Call. The wind is howling.
The Kongxiang Wuchen step suddenly came out, and he shuttled between the 5 people like a ghost.
Snap. 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 Snap.
He used the false finger technique to press the acupuncture points of 4 of them in succession.
Immediately afterwards, a jaw-dropping scene appeared.
Wang Zhan suddenly discovered that the 4 men who had attacked with him just now suddenly stopped moving.
He was the only one still dealing with Su Chen. But Su Chen was too fast, he couldn't even see him and was frequently fooled. What are you doing? Bang!
In a rage, he kicked the person next to him. The man suddenly fell on his back, his body seemed to be frozen, and he remained in the original posture as he fell to the ground stiffly. Wang Zhan's expression suddenly changed, his eyes widened. What's going on?
Chapter 58 Instant Kill.
Wang Zhan's face changed with shock, and he hurriedly pushed the other 3 people, but they were in the same situation. They were all frozen in place, as if they were frozen in place.
You're the only one left. Su Chen curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile on his face. Bang! 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 Bang!
The next second, 4 muffled sounds erupted from the bodies of the 4 people who were immobilized.
Without any warning, the 4 people were hit by fatal blows, vomiting blood and dying on the spot.
This is the new martial art he learned from Tai Shang Wu Ji.
With a false finger combined with acupressure, he can kill people invisibly while gaining the upper hand over the enemy. Wang Zhan was completely confused now. His 4 subordinates are the elite among the elites, and they don't even have the chance to fight back. How is this possible?
What kind of magic did this kid use to be able to achieve this level?
The strong feeling of oppression made Wang Zhan unable to breathe. Could this be?
At the scene, only Long Xiaotian noticed a clue and was extremely shocked. This is clearly the Tai Shang Wu Ji of the Immortal Doctor sect, a unique skill targeting acupuncture points.
When did Brother Su learn it?
Only the descendants of the Immortal Doctor sect are qualified to learn this unique skill, and even Long Xiaotian is not qualified to peak. What is even more incredible is that Brother Su not only learned it, but also used Tai Shang Wu Ji so skillfully.
Seal the acupoints and kill. Defeat the enemy first.
You know, even if the master came, in order to make a person stop moving, he would need to rely on silver needles to prick the acupuncture points and block the blood flow to cause temporary paralysis. But Brother Su achieved this effect with just a touch of his finger.
Listen, I can spare your life. Just tell me what your purpose is in coming to Shanghai. Also, where are the heads of my 2 brothers? Su Chen asked coldly.
Wang Zhan was still immersed in shock at the moment. He smiled indifferently when he heard the question and said, "Kid, who do you think I am?
Do you think I will betray the organization? Besides, I also guessed that you wouldn't dare to kill me. Do you know my position in the Dragon Group?
If you dare to touch a hair on my head, when our boss arrives, he will massacre Shanghai City.
How dare you threaten me?" Click. Su Chen was furious.
He reached out and grabbed Wang Zhan's neck, lifting him up in the air. Wang Zhan felt increasingly uncomfortable, even breathing became difficult. He said in agony, "Boy, I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me, our boss won't let you go."
Then give it a try. Su Chen no longer intended to waste time talking to him.
Like a death god, he exerted force with his fingers.
Snap.
Wang Zhan's neck was broken on the spot. Until the moment of his death, Wang Zhan still couldn't believe that he would die at the hands of such a small character. What was even more unbelievable was that this little character whom he looked down upon had single-handedly killed 5 members of his dragon team.
How terrifying. Dragon team. Ha ha.
You'd better all come, so I can catch them all in one fell swoop. Su Chen's eyes were fierce and murderous, and he turned around and said to Long Xiaotian, "Brother Long, I heard it.
It looks like we are going to have a tough battle."
No wonder Wang Zhan and his men had to hide. It turned out they were planning a bigger conspiracy.
Very good, as long as they come, don't even think about leaving alive.
Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Zhan's cell phone vibrated. Su Chen picked it up and saw that it was a call from a man named Lan Yushan.
He answered immediately, "Hello, who are you?" "Wang Zhan is dead." "Are you Su Chen?"
A sinister voice came from the other end of the line. "You were able to use Wang Zhan's phone to talk to me. It seems that he has died in your hands."
"Do you know me?" Su Chen frowned, realizing that Lan Yushan must be the leader of the dragon group. "You wanted to assassinate me, didn't you?"
"Now everyone you sent has died at my hands."
"How do you feel?"
Lan Yushan said calmly, "You're just a bunch of trash."
"So be it. You and Long Xiaotian's lives should have been taken by me personally."
"Just wait, I'll be by your side soon. By then, I'll make you pay back 100-fold for every number of people you've killed."
Beep beep beep.
Without waiting for Su Chen to ask any more questions, the phone was hung up.
Long Xiaotian walked over and asked anxiously, "Brother Su, who called?" Su Chen told the truth.
After hearing it, Long Xiaotian immediately ordered his men to be on alert, and all black tigers were put on emergency alert to prevent invasion by foreign forces.
This inauguration ceremony also ended here.
In order not to affect everyone's mood, Su Chen immediately ordered that the store would be open for the day and all items would be 50% off. This cleared away the gloom in everyone's hearts and set off a shopping frenzy.
Inside the office. "Brother Su Chen, when did you become so powerful?"
Gao Shihan's face was full of admiration, and she looked at Su Chen as if she had met her idol.
Recalling the first time they met, Su Chen was bullied by Song Zijian in the market.
If she hadn't asked Long Xiaotian to come forward to rescue her, who knows what the consequences would have been.
Now Su Chen has transformed into such a powerful being, which really surprised and delighted her.
Su Chen sat on the sofa and said with a smile, "God blesses me."
It was indeed God's blessing.
If he had not cruelly killed Shen Miao, he would not have accidentally gained the ability of perspective. However, Shen Miao's identity and the specific origin of his abilities remain a mystery. The mystery seemed to be hidden among the clouds, and he could not reach it from his current height.
He, Brother Su Chen, when will you show me some favor? Ever since you abandoned me last time, I've been thinking about you. When are you going to have sex with me?" Gao Shihan took the initiative to throw herself into Su Chen's arms.
Su Chen shuddered, his blood boiling with excitement, and his whole body felt hot. He quickly changed the subject and said, "This is not the right place."
"Don't worry, there will be a chance. By the way, what is our next plan?"
Gao Shihan glanced at the crowd of people queuing outside to buy jewelry and said, "Zhenghai's jewelry industry was originally blank, and now the Song family is also not a big deal. So, we should seize the opportunity and open online and physical stores on a large scale to grab the market first."
"What do you think?"
"The jewelry industry has always been highly profitable, and now there is a gap in the market, so vigorously developing it is indeed a good choice." But Su Chen had a question and said, "The direction is good, but we don't have that much supply."
"Where are you going to get it?"
Gao Shihan smiled playfully, "Brother Su Chen, since I've already decided to vigorously develop, I've naturally thought about this issue a long time ago. The market supply is tight right now, and I've already contacted the channels in Kyoto in advance, and we're just waiting for you to go over and discuss it in detail."
"In that case, let's go quickly. How about tomorrow?"
"Of course, as long as the supply problem can be solved, with the influence of our Changxing group, monopolizing the Shanghai jewelry market will not be a problem." The two of them decided on a development plan while chatting and laughing.
It's time to get off work in a blink of an eye.
Su Chen drove his Porsche back to Xin Yuan Community, looking at today's profit statement with a smile on his face. The net profit for one day reached 100,000, which he could not even imagine in the past.
"Now that I've made a lot of money, it seems like it's time to give my parents a new environment."
This slightly shabby community can no longer satisfy him.
"I must change to a bigger villa." "Brother Su Chen, you're back."
Just as he was looking forward to moving, a voice was suddenly heard, and he saw Xiao Yenner's graceful figure standing in front of him.
Chapter 59 Entering Boyuan Pavilion again. Xiao Yenner was wearing casual clothes today, showing off her girlish cuteness. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Miss Xiao, what a coincidence. Xiao Yenner curled her lips and said, Brother Su Chen, can you call me Yenner from now on? Yenner. This slightly ambiguous name made Su Chen swallow his saliva subconsciously.
Then Xiao Yenner said, I came here specifically to see you, Brother Su Chen. We found so many antiques at the antique market.
Don't you want to sell them at auction for some money?
After they parted yesterday, she spent the whole day thinking about how to find an excuse to create an opportunity to be alone with Su Chen. After thinking about it, she finally came up with this idea.
Auction? Su Chen also wanted to, but he just didn't have a way. Do you have any acquaintances? Xiao Yenner chuckled, why do we need any acquaintances? We can go to Boyuan Pavilion. Boyuan Pavilion.
Su Chen suddenly realized, how could he have forgotten such an important place? Boyuan Pavilion is not just a gambling stone field, it also has a nationally famous auction house. He can auction the multicolored mother of pearl plaque and several other items and exchange them for tens of millions, which is just enough to buy a villa for his parents.
Yenner, you are really my lucky star, ha! Su Chen was extremely happy.
In his excitement, he didn't care about the difference between men and women at all and hugged Xiao Yenner tightly.
Xiao Yenner's cheeks flushed, but she didn't stop him.
She was secretly delighted in her heart. Afterwards, Su Chen called his parents and told them that he would be home later, then he drove his Porsche with Xiao Yenner straight to Boyuan Pavilion.
9 o'clock in the evening. The Boyuan Pavilion auction house is about to start.
The venue was very large, gathering countless wealthy people from all over the world. Tens of thousands of seats were packed. Su Chen took all the things he had found at a bargain price some time ago to the front desk of the venue to register. Except for the Bada furnace and the Song Dynasty official kiln porcelain vase, which were gifts for his master and Mr. Xiao, he brought all the others.
When I re-entered, the auction had already begun. Grandpa, you've already collected more than a dozen antiques this month. If you buy more, we won't have room for them at home.
At this moment, a girl's complaining voice came from the side.
Su Chen found it interesting and wondered what kind of family was so rich, so he turned around and took a look out of curiosity.
Sitting next to him was a grandfather and granddaughter. The girl was in her early 20s, pretty, a great beauty. The old man had a resolute face, heroic brows, and an extraordinary bearing. It was obvious at a glance that he was either rich or noble, and of an extraordinary status. At this moment, Su Chen's collection was being displayed on the stage. The auctioneer said, 3 multicolored mother-of-pearl plaques, a Qianlong Tongbao coin, a jade seal from outside the Great Wall, a painting by Yu Hengzi, and a copy of Longshan Xianrun calligraphy. They have been authenticated by our Boyuan Pavilion Professional Treasure Appraisal Agency and are all authentic. Please feel free to bid. These words instantly ignited the entire venue. It is a valuable item as soon as it appears. The old man also looked at the exhibits on the stage with great interest and said with a smile, it's been a long time since Boyuan Pavilion has produced so many good things. I think I've come to the right place today. Let's go and find out who made them. The little beauty rolled her eyes and said, Grandpa, are you really going to take a picture of this? Despite what he said, he still got up and left. Su Chen noticed that she had actually walked into a section of Boyuan Pavilion that only staff members could enter. However, she returned after a few minutes and said, I found out that a Mr. Su brought these things here. He found them all in the antique street. The old man was surprised when he heard this. What? Picked up bargains in the antique street? That's interesting. It's a shady place with a lot of scammers and very few genuine items. Mr. Su can actually find so many genuine items at a bargain price. He must have an extraordinary eye. If I have the chance, I really want to meet him. Su Chen wanted to laugh when he heard this. It was really interesting to see people discussing this in front of the master. He couldn't help but feel some interest in the old man and the young boy. Brother Su Chen, you're amazing. Your stuff is the first to be displayed. This proves that the people at Boyuan Pavilion are very optimistic about your stuff. Xiao Yenner leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered, feeling very happy. Su Chen smiled faintly, then it depends on whether there is anyone here who knows the value of it and is willing to pay a high price for it. He expected to be able to exchange at least 80 million. Once he got the money, he would go back and buy a villa so that his parents could live there in peace. But suddenly, the old man next to him raised his sign and said, 100 million, I want it all. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the venue looked over here, and everyone's face was filled with shock.
100 million is the first price.
There was no chance for others to bid at all. What kind of rich man is this, so generous?
Su Chen was also shocked and couldn't help but turn around to look at the grandfather and granddaughter again.
They were not just rich, they were extremely rich.
It was far beyond his expected price. I really made a lot of money this time. Grandpa, I really can't do anything about you.
Forget it, I might as well clear out a villa and just store your antiques for you. The beautiful girl shook her head helplessly.
This made Su Chen even more interested, and he asked with a smile, "Old man, it seems that you like collecting? It's more than just love, it's crazy."
It has reached the point where I need to vacate a villa to store the antiques. The old man smiled slightly and replied, "All genuine antiques are rare treasures in the world.
If you miss them, it will be difficult to find them again. Since you like them, why bother about vulgar things like money?"
These words made Su Chen admire this old man. He had an extraordinary bearing and a very high level of thinking.
From this we can see that this person's identity is definitely extraordinary.
Brother Su Chen, congratulations, you've made a lot of money. On the side, Xiao Yener gave a thumbs up. She also didn't expect the process to be so smooth.
Su Chen waved his hand and said, "I was lucky. I met someone who knew what he was talking about." He couldn't suppress his excitement.
This was the first time he successfully made money by picking up a bargain. He made 100 million with just one move. You know, just a few months ago, he was an employee at the express station, earning a meager monthly salary of 3,000 yuan.
Just as I was feeling happy, another collection was displayed.
The auctioneer said, "The next lot is a 9 treasures pill for extending life. It was created by the descendants of the medicine king Sun Simiao and has been passed down to this day. It contains 9 rare medicinal herbs, steamed and dried 9 times, and refined over a period of 81 days.
There is only one such pill in the world.
If consumed by the healthy, it can strengthen the body. If consumed by the sick, it can cure any illness. Even if consumed by the dying, it can prolong life. The starting price is 30 million.
With that, the bidding began.
I'll give you 30 million. I'll give you 35 million. I'll give you 40 million. The sounds of bidding came one after another. Such a miraculous medicine naturally attracted countless people to want it.
Su Chen also became interested.
As the successor of the immortal doctor sect, he naturally could not miss out on any medicine. Out of curiosity, he turned on his X-ray eyes to observe and see the specific information about this magical medicine. But when I saw this, I couldn't help but frown slightly.
Chapter 60 I said this medicine is fake. Item name, life-extending 9 treasures pills.
Ingredients, made from 9 kinds of precious medicinal herbs including tianshan snow lotus, xiang grass, and candle night flower.
Assessment, low value. Reason, using the wrong medicine. After seeing the message prompt, Su Chen couldn't help but frown.
Such a miraculous medicine is actually of such low value.
But if you think about it carefully, it does make sense.
If this is really the Su Ming Zhoujian made by Sun Simiao, it does have the effect of curing diseases immediately.
However, this pill is not the genuine one.
Even if the production process is correct and the 8 herbs are used correctly, if one of them is wrong, then it will be a huge difference and become 2 completely different things, thus losing its original value. I never thought Boyuan Pavilion also had fakes.
Su Chen secretly stuck out his tongue. It seems that the Boyuan Pavilion auction house, which is often praised as a miracle auction house, also has its flaws. Girl, hold up the sign.
At this moment, the old man next to him spoke.
The little beauty was quite active this time.
She immediately raised the sign and shouted, 50 million. This bid immediately caused a sensation at the scene. Many people began to discuss who this old man was. He had just spent 100 million yuan and was now asking for a high price.
Where did he get so much money? Someone has already offered 50 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? If not, I'll hammer it down.
Seeing that no one in the audience was shouting anymore, the auctioneer began to urge them to buy. Seeing the old man beside him looking determined to win, Su Chen couldn't bear to see him suffer a loss, so he reminded him, "Old sir, the medicine king Sun Simiao is a very long time old figure. These Su Ming Zhoujian are said to be made by his descendants, but how many descendants these descendants are, and how much water is in it, is unknown. Perhaps too much time has passed, and he might have remembered an ingredient incorrectly. Such an obvious hint made the old man look serious. He said, "Little brother, are you trying to tell you that this pill is fake?" Hearing this, the beautiful girl couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Hey, little brother, the items from Boyuan Pavilion are only allowed on display after being appraised by multiple professional treasure appraisers. There are absolutely no fakes. Besides, you're at least 15 meters away from the display. Can you really tell the authenticity with your naked eyes? Besides, do you know who my grandfather is? There's no elixir in the world that can deceive my grandfather's discerning eyes." Su Chen raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the old man was an expert in elixirs. He didn't say much and said calmly, "I just thought you guys have done me a favor, so I'm just kindly reminding you. Since you don't believe me, just pretend I never said anything." "A favor? What does it mean?" The grandfather and granddaughter looked at each other, not understanding what this meant. As they chatted, the hammer fell and the auctioneer excitedly shouted, "Congratulations to this lady. The item has been sold for 60 million. In the gap just now, the 9 treasures pills for life extension had been bought away by someone else." The old man and the beautiful girl finally realized what was happening and felt deeply regretful. The beautiful girl raised her eyebrows, stared at Su Chen with sideways eyes, and asked, "Little brother, we don't seem to know you, so you were worrying about us for nothing. Now look, you've been snatched away by someone else. Yun Xin, don't be rude." The old man immediately scolded him, then turned around, bowed to Su Chen and apologized, saying, "Little brother, don't mind. I have spoiled my granddaughter since she was a child. She is willful and capricious. But you can't blame her for being rude. This 9 treasures pill for extending life is indeed very useful to us." Su Chen understood and asked, "Old sir, is there someone in your family who is sick?" The old man's eyes lit up. He had not expected the young man to be so intelligent. "Yes, it is true that a relative of mine is seriously ill and difficult to cure. I have tried many methods but to no avail." Su Chen said, "If that's the case, then there's no need to spend this much money on the Su Ming Zhouzhen Yuan. If the medicine isn't right, then the properties won't be right. Taking it will only make the situation worse. Since you're in Zhonghai, why don't you ask the famous Zhonghai doctor Lu Ming to treat you?" The beautiful girl rolled her eyes at him and said, "Little brother, please don't worry about it. We are not qualified to invite divine Dr. Lu, and we will not ask him at all." Su Chen understood the meaning in her tone, as if this family had some disputes with the master, so he said, "I also have some medical skills. Why not wait until the auction is over and I will go with you, just as a favor to you." He is a grateful person. His collection was auctioned for 100 million yuan, which was too much of a premium, and he didn't want to take advantage of it. However, the little beauty disagreed with his words and said with a look of disdain, "No need. Do you know who my grandfather is? Do you know what our family does? We haven't fallen to the point where we need outsiders to treat us. Is that so? All right then." Su Chen was speechless. His good intentions turned out to be self-indulgent. However, it is not difficult to hear from the little beauty's words that this grandfather and granddaughter seem to be from some medical family. No wonder they have a faint medicinal fragrance on them. In the next 2 hours, many collections were displayed one after another, but they were of no value to Su Chen, so he just treated them as a show. But the old man next to him was extremely extravagant. He would take pictures of everything he liked. He spent more than 10 billion in the whole process. Su Chen became even more certain that this person must be a big shot in the medical field. He just didn't know what kind of grudge he had with his master. It seemed that he must ask his master about it next time he met him. Soon, the auction ended. Su Chen took Xiao Yener to the front desk to settle the bill. After deducting the handling fee and Boyuan Pavilion's commission, he still received 99 million. 99 million. Su Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. Even when he visited the grave, he had never seen so much money. "Brother Su Chen, you are so amazing." Boo! Xiao Yener was so happy that she couldn't help but kiss Su Chen on the face. He easily earned more than 90 million. The ability shown by this man was amazing, and made her like him more and more. Only after the kiss did she realize that she had been impulsive. She immediately blushed and lowered her head shyly. Su Chen chuckled, not caring at all, and said, "Let's go, Great Harvest, I'll treat you to seafood." The two of them left happily, hand in hand, like a young couple. As soon as I went out, 2 more people came to the front desk. It was the beautiful girl and the old man. "Master Zong, you are here. You have bought a total of 16 pieces of collections, totaling 1.3 billion. The front desk supervisor came up to greet me respectfully.
This is a big shot level figure and a frequent visitor to Boyuan Pavilion. He is the current leader of the Medicine Alliance and the current head of the Zone family, Zone Lesan.
And that little beauty is the daughter of the Zone family, Zone Yunshin. The Zone family's businesses are spread all over the country, and everything related to medicinal materials is inseparable from the Zone family.
Swipe the card. Zone Lesan took out his bank card generously.
When it comes to collecting antiques, it is very common for him to spend a lot of money. But at this moment, a loud noise came from the side.
You guys at Boyuan Pavilion are getting bolder and bolder.
You actually dared to use a fake pill to deceive people.
I'm a VIP here after all, and you treat me like this? Ma'am, I'm truly sorry.
Please listen to my explanation.
Boyuan Pavilion is deeply sorry about this matter and will definitely give you a reasonable explanation. What's the point of explaining?
I came here for the life-extending 9 treasures pills, but after my man took them, not only did his condition not improve, it got worse.
If anything happens to him, I'll make you pay for it. Suming Jiuzhenwan is a fake medicine.
These words immediately attracted the attention of Zone Lesan and Zone Yunshin, and they hurriedly looked over there. Among the crowd of onlookers, the woman who spent 60 million to buy the life-extending 9 treasures pills was arguing fiercely with the staff.
Chapter 61, Declaration of War.
Behind the woman, several people who looked like bodyguards were carrying a stretcher with a man foaming at the mouth lying on it. Zone Lesan and Zone Yunshin hurried forward to see what was going on.
Master Zone, it's good that you're here. Please, help Boyuan Pavilion.
When the staff saw him, they felt like they had seen a savior and quickly called for help.
Zone Lesan was already familiar with Pavilion Master Boyuan, so he naturally wouldn't sit idly by.
He looked down at the man on the stretcher, and his expression suddenly changed.
Ah! Drug poisoning.
As soon as these words were spoken, the woman immediately flew into a rage.
She grabbed the staff member's clothes and cursed, "Great!
You guys from Boyuan Pavilion actually sold me a poison pill for 60 million.
I'm not done with you." Zone Yunshin also found it incredible and asked hurriedly, "Grandpa, could this Su Ming Jiuzhenwan be fake?" The young man just now predicted everything.
Zone Lesan took out a tiny bit of the remaining life-sustaining 9 treasures pill from between the poison man's fingernails, brought it to his nose and sniffed it. He was immediately shocked.
"Ha! Why does this smell like summer ganhua?"
Xia ganhua is cold in nature and is not suitable for hot and dry medicines such as Su Ming Jiuzhenwan.
It's fake. It's still time to send him to the hospital for gastric lavage. He immediately gave the order.
After saying that, he hurried to the front desk and asked about the identity of the young man. After hearing this, the supervisor pointed to Su Chen and Xiao Yener, who were just getting into their car and preparing to leave, and said, "You're talking about Mr. Su, right?
He's already left with your 90 million yuan auction proceeds.
Look, that guy driving the Porsche outside is him."
"What?"
The young man just now was Mr. Su. Zone Lesan and Zone Yunshin suddenly realized what Su Chen meant. Wow, it turns out the person they were talking about was sitting right next to them and listening.
"Grandpa, did we do something stupid?"
Zone Yunshin was stunned.
"It's not just stupid, it's downright foolish."
Even from a distance of more than 10 meters, he was able to tell at a glance that the life-extending 9 treasures pills were fake.
Could he be an ordinary person with such insight?
You know, Grandpa Zone Lesan is the leader of the Medicine Alliance. He has a deep understanding of elixirs and can only judge them by their smell.
Strange man. Strange man.
Zone Lesan looked at the Porsche that had already gone away and couldn't help but sigh. There are such extraordinary people in this world.
It really opened my eyes.
Not only was Mr. Su able to tell the authenticity of the Su Ming Jiuzhenwan at a glance, but he was also able to pick up several genuine antiques at a loss. This was all done by Mr. Su, which shows that he has an extraordinary vision and great powers.
I was really wrong this time.
Such a remarkable person offered me help, but I rejected him. I felt so regretful. If we had agreed to let Mr. Su treat us just now, there would definitely be hope for this matter. Zone Yunshin hurriedly said, "Grandpa, don't be discouraged.
Didn't Mr. Su just say he wanted to return a favor? I believe he won't hold it against us.
We'll be staying in Zhonghai for a while anyway, so why not use our connections to find out about this person, find him, apologize to him, and then ask him for help. I hope he will be magnanimous and not take this matter to heart."
Zhang Lesan looked serious as he watched the Porsche disappear at the end of the road.
He murmured, whether Mr. Su was willing to treat me or not, I hope to get to know him. After all, such a remarkable person is rare in this world. As the leader of the Medicine Alliance and the head of the clan, he has a high status and has always been the one to curry favor with others. But now he is taking the initiative to make friends with someone.
It's late at night. After eating the seafood, Su Chen sent Xiao Yener back home.
More than 90 million is enough for me to buy several villas.
Where should I buy one?
Back at Xinyuan community, Su Chen began to fantasize about moving as he went upstairs.
You have to buy in the city center, in the best location. Finally, I can let my parents enjoy their life.
Buzz. Buzz. Just when he was feeling happy, Long Xiaotian called and said, "Hey, Brother Su, hurry home and see if you have received the declaration of war."
Declaration of war? Su Chen just walked to the door and saw a letter stuck in the crack of the door.
He hurriedly opened it and saw that it was a challenge letter from the foot of Lanyu Mountain. It said above that Lan Yushan has arrived in Zhanghai and will wipe out the Black Tiger Society from Zhanghai within half a month.
Ah, what a boast. After reading it, Su Chen smiled disdainfully and asked, "Brother Long, I got it. By the way, what is the origin of this Blue Jade Mountain? Have you found out?"
On the other end of the phone, Long Xiaotian said, "I've found out. He originally belonged to a mysterious organization called Skynet in Daxia.
Later, he created the Dragon Group. He specializes in getting people paid to eliminate disasters. He's been particularly active in recent years and has assassinated many people." Skynet? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. What kind of organization is this? I don't know. I can't find any clues in Skynet's records. Brother Su, since all the Dragon Group members have arrived in Zhanghai, it seems we have a tough battle to fight. I'll listen to you on what to do.
Today, Long Xiaotian admires Su Chen's abilities very much and follows his lead. Brother Long, I'm going to Kyoto with Miss Gao tomorrow to deal with the supply of goods.
I may be away for 2 days. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Please be careful. Is that so? Fine, you take care of your own business first.
I don't believe an outside force can do anything to my Black Tiger.
I'll make sure he never comes back.
Brother Long, I always feel that the Dragon Group has other purposes in targeting our Black Tiger Society. Moreover, for such a long time, the people from the Dragon Group have been lurking and can't be found. It is obvious that the other party is well prepared.
You must not be careless.
I don't care what his purpose is. If he goes against my Black Tiger Society, there will only be one outcome, and that is death.
Long Xiaotian's arrogance made Su Chen a little worried. The people in the Dragon Group are not simple. This can be seen from the strength of the 5 people including Wang Zhan.
And this time Lan Yushan came in person. Regardless of what his purpose was, if Long Xiaotian underestimated the enemy, he would probably suffer a great loss.
Brother Long, it's right to be cautious in everything. I will be back in 2 days at most.
As the leader of the jewelry industry of Xianxin Group, and having already promised Gao Shihan, Su Chen must finish the things at hand first. It's only 2 days, nothing should happen. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen looked at the letter of challenge in his hand and felt a little scared. The people from the Dragon Group had already delivered the letter of challenge to his home, which showed that his home's location had been exposed.
If the people from the Dragon Group come again during the 2 days he is away, wouldn't his parents be in danger? Looks like I need to get my parents out of here first.
He stroked his chin with one hand and muttered to himself. Chapter 62 was designed.
The next morning.
Dad, Mom, I'm going on a business trip for 2 days. You should go out and relax and travel. I've transferred 10 million to your cards.
You can spend it as you like.
Su Chen had already packed the luggage for the 2 elders. He pushed and shoved them out and hailed a taxi. The round-trip flights have been booked. It's to a beautiful place in the south, known as the best place in the world for mountains and rivers.
Have fun. Master, go to the airport. Bang.
After saying that, he closed the car door. The car then started and drove away. Su Tianin and Yi Yuqin sat in the taxi in a daze, unable to come to their senses. I haven't even brushed my teeth yet, and I was assigned this task in a daze.
Why are you traveling when you are fine? Besides, where would I get the money to go out and play? Has Chenner been under a lot of work pressure lately and gone insane? I don't know, but since he's already booked the ticket, let's not waste it. What did Chinner just say? Transfer 10 million to us? Wait. How much? 10 million. The two elders were completely dumbfounded and quickly took out their mobile phones to check. Sure enough, there was an extra 10 million yuan in the account.
After arranging for his parents to go out, Su Chen no longer had any worries and drove to Qianxin Group. Gao Shirhan had been waiting for a long time. Today, she is wearing a light yellow jumpsuit, showing her temperament. She was wearing a pair of black high heels, which made her already straight long legs look even more slender.
Brother Su Chen, do I look good today?
As soon as she saw Su Chen, Gao Shirhan could hardly hide her joy.
Su Chen smiled and said, you look good every day.
But we are going on a business trip, not a vacation, so you don't need to bring such a big suitcase. He looked at the huge box behind Gao Shirhan.
Gao Shirhan chuckled, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, Brother Su Chen, do you know what's in my suitcase?
They're all some sexy clothes and toys, and lots of condoms.
Since this is just the two of us, we must stay in the same room. I can't miss such a good opportunity.
I plan to force myself on you.
Su Chen couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He was teased to the point of feeling hot all over and couldn't help but react. This woman is so charming.
I really want to press her under me and ride her hard, and hear how seductively she moans. It's hard to imagine how crazy this woman will be when the real thing comes.
Afterwards, the two of them went out and headed straight for the airport.
After most of the day, the plane finally landed.
The contact person of Qianxin Group in Kyoto took the two to the hotel. While eating, Su Chen asked, what's the situation here now?
Gao Shirhan said, we've already secured the supply channels, but the price is still an issue. The contact here won't lower the price, and the quality of the raw materials is inconsistent. The supplier hasn't given us a response, so we have to come in person to discuss the matter.
Su Chen nodded and said, I'm not good at negotiating prices, so I'll leave it to you.
As for the raw material quality issues, I'll handle them.
He has absolute confidence in this.
Gao Shirhan was also very relieved. After all, Su Chen was the man who selected 5 imperial greenstones from tens of thousands of raw stones. After dinner, the two of them rushed to the Emerald City without stopping. To the north of Kyoto, there is a small town that deals entirely in jade raw materials. More than half of Dasha's jade raw materials come from here, and it gathers jade merchants from all over the world.
There are thousands of small stalls alone.
It's just that this place is full of good and bad people, and its location is remote. It is called Kyoto, but in fact it is a lawless area. The Emerald City is very big, with people coming and going, and it is very bustling. Su Chen and Gao Shirhan were wandering around in the market, and along the way, countless men's lustful eyes fell on Gao Shirhan. Such a beautiful woman has never appeared in such a small county.
Beautiful.
So beautiful. Not only is she good looking, she is also very charming, and her figure is amazing. If I could spend a night with this woman, it would be worth it even if I had to sacrifice 10 years of my life. As they walked along, all the men on the street stared at Gao Shirhan like they were possessed. Su Chen noticed the looks of these people and jokingly said, Shirhan, you are so charming that so many men are lining up to see you. Gao Shirhan curled her lips, Brother Su Chen, you are not allowed to call me Shirhan.
If you want to call me that, call me baby. Since you know so many men are drooling over me, shouldn't you hurry up and go back to the hotel after finishing your business? I've been waiting to give you my first time. Su Chen couldn't help laughing.
This girl was really teasing him regardless of the occasion.
Okay. Tonight.
This vixen-like woman must be dealt with. As he was walking, suddenly a few cold gazes from the side caught Su Chen's attention. Turning around, I saw a few men in the corner staring at me with ill intentions.
Shirhan, let's move quickly.
This place is crowded and full of people.
We should not stay too long.
He vaguely sensed that something was wrong and urged Gao Shirhan to leave quickly. Afterwards, the two rushed to the raw material factory. Su Chen looked back again and found that the men who had been following him stealthily had disappeared.
Mr. Gao, Mr. Su, you are finally here.
When the owner of the raw material factory saw that the important customer had come in person, he immediately greeted him warmly and invited him into his office for a detailed discussion.
Su Chen waved his hand and refused, let's talk about it later, I want to see the goods first.
Afterwards, led by the boss, several people came to the stone storage warehouse. Here, raw stones are piled up like mountains. Mr. Gao, this batch of goods has just arrived. They are all top quality materials.
You are really getting a bargain.
If it weren't for a long-term cooperation, I wouldn't be able to offer this price.
The boss boasted in a mercenary manner. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention.
He secretly opened his eyes of perspective and looked around. After seeing this, his face suddenly became gloomy. The entire warehouse is full of defective products. The quality is extremely poor, and there are almost no stones that are really worth showing off.
There is something wrong with this boss.
He vaguely sensed something was wrong, especially when he looked at his boss. His eyes flickered, and it was obvious that he was hiding something. Thinking back to the person who had been sneaking around outside just now, it seemed like all this was a setup.
Brother Su Chen, how is it? Can it be transported back? Gao Shirhan didn't know much about stone materials, so he asked. Su Chen had already begun to be on guard.
He didn't answer, but instead pulled Gao Shirhan behind him for protection. Then he looked at his boss coldly and asked, "You should know the consequences of offending Changqing Group.
I'm giving you a chance to tell the truth.
Tell me, you deliberately raised the price, mixed in a batch of extremely low-quality stones, and lured us here to negotiate. What was your purpose?" If what he guessed was correct, this trip to Kyoto was secretly and carefully planned by someone.
Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the warehouse was kicked open. The few people who had been following us just now appeared again, all armed with real guns and live ammunition, rushing in aggressively with their weapons.
Chapter 63 Birds of a Feather. Ah!
Seeing someone suddenly rushing in with a gun, Gao Shirhan was so scared that she screamed and quickly hid behind Su Chen, not even daring to look at him. When the boss saw his helpers coming, he lost his previous humility and became fearless, shouting, "Why did you come so late? I have been here for so long to play tricks with them.
Hurry up and kill the men. Let the women stay and let us have a good time first."
After saying that, he walked over and tried to grab a gun.
But how could Su Chen give him a chance? While he was chattering, Su Chen had already moved. Call.
The Kongxiang Wuchen step was like an afterimage, and in an instant it flashed in front of the boss. The boss gasped in fear and tried to resist, but it was too late.
Click.
Su Chen raised his hand and grabbed the boss's neck, pulling him in front of him as a shield, and said fiercely, "I'll ask you one last time, who was behind this?"
Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Be careful not to hit me.
The boss was almost scared to death. He didn't expect Su Chen's speed to be so fast. Seeing his companions looking for an angle to prepare to fire, he hurriedly called a halt.
However, at this moment, what a bunch of losers. With so many eyes watching, he still found an opportunity.
A scolding voice came from outside. It was a woman's voice, and it sounded very familiar.
After hearing this, Su Chen's expression suddenly became gloomy.
The voice came from none other than that stinky bitch Lu Xiaomei. The person appeared as the voice sounded, and then Lu Xiaomei walked in holding the arm of an old man, accompanied by Ji Buochang.
Song Shanhe. It's you.
As soon as Gao Shirhan saw the old man, he immediately understood. It turned out that forcing her to come to Kyoto for negotiations was a trap designed by the Song family.
Master Ji Buochang, this time it's all thanks to you.
If it weren't for your help, there's really no way we could have caught these two bastards. Song Shanhe said coldly, his eyes then fell on Su Chen.
After looking him over, he said coldly, "Boy, you are the one who killed my son and crippled my grandson, right?"
When enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other.
The feud between the Song family and Su Chen must be settled today. Su Chen also looked at him and gritted his teeth and said, "I did it. So, you want revenge, right?"
The other side was outnumbered and armed with guns.
Gao Shirhan burst into tears and said guiltily, "Brother Su Chen, I'm sorry. I hurt you."
She just wanted to check out the supply channels, but she didn't expect to fall into the trap set by the Song family. She knew that this area was Ji Buochang's territory, but she still made such a low-level mistake. Su Chen hurriedly comforted her, "Shirhan, it's none of your business. If the Song family wants to deal with me, they will definitely deal with me somewhere else, even if not here. Don't cry, I'm here and I won't let anything happen to you." He turned slightly and wiped the tears from Gao Shirhan's cheek. Even though danger is right in front of them, the two of them are still in love with each other. "You're about to die, and you still dare to show your affection in front of me." The two men's actions made Lu Xiaomei furious. She immediately snatched the gun from the person next to her and cursed, "You bunch of losers don't dare to shoot, right? Then I'll do it." In her eyes, Su Chen was just a waste who was toyed with and abandoned by her. How could there be a woman who would choose to pay for him, especially when this woman was prettier, younger, and had a better figure than her?
She couldn't tolerate it. Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 shots were fired in succession, and the bullets hit the owner of the stone factory mercilessly. The boss vomited blood and died on the spot, his face full of disbelief. He never thought that he would die at the hands of his own people.
Su Chen, if you have the guts, just hold on to his body and don't move. I'll see how many bullets he can block for you. Lu Xiaomei has almost gone crazy and is determined to kill Su Chen. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots hit the quarry owner's body. You bitch, you're crazy. Su Chen was forced to retreat repeatedly, cursing loudly. He was filled with hatred. He had been kind-hearted and let this woman go, but he didn't expect that this woman not only did not repent, but became even worse. While retreating, he protected Gao Shirhan behind him and racked his brains for a good plan. The warehouse was narrow and difficult to maneuver, especially since several of the opponents had guns. His Kongxiang Wuchen step combined with the Shuwang finger acupoint pressing could achieve a surprise victory, but once he took action, there was a very unstable factor, and that was Gao Shirhan's safety. If he couldn't kill the opponent instantly, he couldn't guarantee that stray bullets wouldn't hurt Gao Shirhan. If anything goes wrong, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Soon he was backed into a corner with no way out. Chief Ji, you are so bold. You actually dare to come here with guns in broad daylight.
Just when the situation was at its most desperate, a curse was heard outside the warehouse.
Then, a majestic middle-aged man walked in with 2 of his men.
This man was obviously of high status. When Ji Buchang saw him, he immediately greeted him respectfully. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Zhang San?
What brings you here? Stop talking nonsense. I'm here to take Miss Gao and Mr. Su away. Let them go."
Uncle Zhang San didn't give Ji Buchang a good look at all and scolded him angrily. These words made Su Chen and Gao Shirhan stunned. They looked at each other in confusion.
They don't know any Mr. Zhang San, so why would he suddenly appear to save them? What did you say? Let him go. Absolutely impossible. Before Ji Buchang could speak, Lu Xiaomei spoke first. We finally managed to trick this couple into coming to Kyoto. How can we let them go so easily? Also, who are you, and why should we listen to you?
Mr. Zhang San looked at the heavily made-up woman in front of him, and his expression suddenly turned cold.
Chief Ji, the people you brought here don't seem to know the rules.
As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 bodyguards behind him took out their guns. Ji Buchang's men were not willing to be outdone and immediately pointed their guns at him. The 2 groups were immediately on the verge of war, ready to start a battle at any time.
You bastards, who gave you the guts to point a gun at Mr. Zhang San? Don't you want to live?
Ji Buchang was so frightened that his face turned pale and he started yelling at his men. He can't afford to offend this man, who is a legitimate gangster boss of this generation. The reason why he can thrive in this area is all due to the glory of Mr. Zhang San. If he offends him, there will be no place for him here in the future.
Master Ji Buchang, are you going to break your promise to my Song family?
Seeing that Ji Buchang was about to turn against his side, Song Shanha questioned him sternly.
Ji Buchang was in a dilemma. Who could have thought that at such a critical moment, Master Zhang San would come out to interfere? I can only say that Su Chen is a lucky kid. Master Zhang, I'd like to ask you, you seem to have never been to Zhonghai. How did you get to know Su Chen?
We have finally managed to lure you into a trap, so we must not let you go easily, otherwise there will be endless troubles.
But before that, Ji Buchang must find out what the relationship between Mr. Zhang San and Su Chen is? Chapter 64, Framing Su Chen. Uncle Zhang looked solemn.
He then took out his cell phone, showed the screen, and said, "Chief Ji, if you are not blind, take a good look at it." When Ji Buchang glanced at the screen of his mobile phone, he was immediately frightened. There was only one line of words on it, which read, "My friend Su Chen is in trouble, please ask Mr. Zhang San to help."
After the matter is accomplished, the Xiong family will definitely reward you handsomely.
And the person who sent the message was actually Xiong Guotao.
Kyoto. Bear family.
Ji Buchang's eyes widened in shock. He was originally from Kyoto, so he naturally knew the importance of the name Xiong Guotao in Kyoto.
But he couldn't understand when Su Chen became friends with Mr. Xiong? This is going to be tricky.
You know, Mr. Xiong is a big shot in the military, and he is a powerful figure in Kyoto who can cover the sky with one hand. The Xiong family is also a leader among the major families in Kyoto, with rich heritage and powerful strength. The small force in his place can't compare at all.
Is it really the only way to let him go? Then how should he explain to the Song family?
After thinking it over and over again, he was extremely entangled. However, at this moment, he happened to see Su Chen using the body of the stone factory owner as a shield. He immediately came up with an idea and said, Master Zhang San, I will naturally give face to the Xiong family and you, but this matter is no longer something I can handle. This kid Su Chen killed someone, and he must go to jail.
Hearing this, Lu Xiaomei and Song Shanhe were both confused. Why did the plan suddenly change? What is the point of going to jail? They want Su Chen to die.
Just as they were getting angry, Ji Buochang kept winking at the two of them, indicating that they should speak with one voice.
It seems there are other arrangements.
Although the two were unwilling, they could only cooperate and said, yes, we all saw it. It was Su Chen who killed him.
He must be arrested and put in jail. What nonsense are you talking about?
This guy was clearly shot to death.
Which eye of yours saw a gun in my hand? Su Chen was furious.
It was not so unfair to accuse someone wrongly. This man was clearly beaten to death by Lu Xiaomei.
Ji Buochang snorted coldly, boy, I said you killed him, then you killed him. So many people here can testify. It's clearly a frame-up. But so what?
Master Zhang San understood it very well, but it was a pity that he came in a hurry and only brought 2 men with him.
Moreover, Ji Buochang was determined to deal with Su Chen.
It was not advisable to fight him head-on at this moment, otherwise he would not gain any benefits.
The best plan for now is to keep the person alive first, and then find a way to rescue Su Chen later.
After all, with his strength, it is very easy to rescue someone from prison.
Okay, let's do as you say.
You can take Su Chen to jail, but I warn you, Chief Ji, if I don't see Su Chen in jail, you should know the consequences.
Uncle Zhang San's meaning was very clear. This is not a threat or a warning, but an order. Ji Buochang didn't dare to act rashly.
He nodded and said, Master Zhang, don't worry.
I promise that Su Chen will be fine in prison. Not a single hair will be lost. You wouldn't dare.
Mr. Zhang San snorted coldly and said nothing more.
This situation is already the best.
Otherwise, if a war really breaks out, no one will gain the upper hand. Then, he walked up to Su Chen and said, Mr. Su, don't worry, I can get you out in 3 days at most. As for Miss Gao, just leave her to me and I will take her back safely.
Mr. Zhang San, thank you very much. Also, thank you to Mr. Xiong for me. I'm sorry to have troubled him again. Su Chen expressed his sincere gratitude.
Whenever there was danger, the Xiong family always came to his aid, and he would always remember this kindness.
Brother Su Chen.
Seeing her beloved being taken away, Gao Shihan couldn't help but shed tears, feeling extremely reluctant to let go.
Su Chen touched her head and said with a smile, Shihan, it's okay. I will be gone for 3 days at most and will be back soon.
Remember to stay with Master Zhang San and don't run around.
He will ensure your safety.
He knew very well that the Song family would never let him go. It was already quite good that Mr. Zhang San could show up in time and strive for the best situation.
At least this way there won't be any casualties.
After saying that, Ji Buochang ordered someone to take Su Chen into the car and escort him to prison.
After completing his mission, Mr. Zhang San took Gao Shihan away.
Only Lu Xiaomei, Song Shanhe and Ji Buochang were left at the scene.
Song Shanhe frowned and asked, everyone is left, Master Ji Buochang, there's no need for you to act anymore. Tell me the truth, what are you thinking?
Lu Xiaomei also asked, that's right, my dear gave you a large sum of money and asked you to use your power to kill Su Chen.
It's not as simple as putting him in jail. You must give us an answer.
She looked coquettish and leaned her head on Song Shanhe's shoulder. Ji Buochang felt sick when he saw the lowly appearance of this woman. From Song Zijian to Song Yi, and then to Song Shanhe, 3 generations of her family had all been slept with by her. But Song Shanhe was already 80 years old this year, and he was really not picky. Looking back, he couldn't help but admire this woman's scheming and methods.
Mr. Song, Ms. Lu, don't be anxious. I have my reasons for doing this.
Ji Buochang looked confident and said with a smile, I promised Mr. Zhang San that I would not kill Su Chen, but I didn't say that I wouldn't use someone else to kill him. In fact, I don't plan to send Su Chen to the prison in Kyoto.
Song Shanhe narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? Mr. Song, do you know that there is a Black Mountain prison in the primitive jungle further north of this place? Black Mountain prison? Yes, a horrible prison that holds countless murderous demons. Farther north of Kyoto, where few people go, is an endless primeval forest, and deep in the forest, there is a prison.
Those imprisoned there are all internationally famous war criminals, each of whom has killed countless people and is extremely cruel.
If Suchen was locked up in here, he would surely die. I have acquaintances in the Black Mountain prison.
With just one word, I can make Suchen suffer terribly in prison and torture him to death.
Ha 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 ha.
As Ji Buochang spoke, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. If Suchen died in the Black Mountain prison, Mr. Zhang San and the Xiong family would not be able to bring charges against him.
This is called killing with a borrowed knife. I see.
After hearing this, Song Shan has suddenly realized what was going on and was extremely happy. So, that kid Suchen won't be around for long.
Okay, let's set off back to Zhonghai immediately. While Qiangxing Group hasn't reacted yet, let's take back everything our Song family has lost.
Ever since Qiangxing Group entered the jewelry industry, the Song family has been suppressed and suffered heavy losses. Now they can finally take revenge. Master Ji Buochang, after my Song family swallows up the Qiangxing Group, you will be the first to achieve this.
I will definitely reward you handsomely. Mr. Song, it's just a piece of cake. I'm happy for you to be able to seek justice for Song Zijian and Song Yi, kill Su Chen, and seize the assets of Qiangxing Group.
The two looked at each other and laughed, as if at this moment they had already seen the victory of the Song family.
Chapter 65 Su Chen is imprisoned. Kyoto, Xiong family. Dad, you guessed right. There is indeed something fishy going on in Jade City these days. It turns out that Ji Buochang and the Song family set up a trap to deceive brother Su Chen and Miss Gao. Xiong Minghui hurried into the living room and reported the situation to Old Man Xiong. Mr. Zhang San just called and said that he had safely picked up Miss Gao and was preparing to send her back to Zhonghai, but brother Su Chen couldn't be rescued and was taken to prison by Ji Buochang's men. After hearing this, Xiong Buotao's face changed. When did Chief Ji become so bold that he even dared to disobey the orders of my Xiong family? They falsely accused brother Su Chen of murder. The situation was unfavorable at the time, and Master Zhang San didn't bring enough men. We had no choice but to compromise after weighing the pros and cons. Is that so?
Xiong Buotao seemed to be lost in thought, and suddenly thought of something. He asked hurriedly, "Go and find out quickly.
Which prison did they put Su Chen in?"
As long as they are in Kyoto, no matter which prison it is easy to rescue someone with the strength of the Xiong family, but they are afraid that Ji Buochang will play tricks.
Sure enough, after Xiong Minghui investigated, he learned shocking news. Oh no! Brother Su Chen has been taken to Black Mountain Prison. What? Black Mountain Prison? This news is like a bombshell.
Everyone knows the horror of the Black Mountain Prison.
When Su Chen was imprisoned there, it was like entering hell. What the hell is Zhang San doing? How could he let Ji Buochang's men take Su Chen away? How stupid, how stupid.
Old Man Xiong excitedly stood up from the sofa and immediately ordered, "Contact the person immediately and do everything you can to bring Su Chen out.
If it's too late, the consequences will be disastrous." Okay, I'll do it right away.
Xiong Minghui also knew the seriousness of the matter and hurried out to do his job.
The other side. Endless primeval jungle.
The car had been driving in the forest for 5 hours.
Su Chen was chained and unable to break free, but he could see that these people were still quite afraid of the Xiong family and Mr. Zhang San, and did not dare to embarrass him along the way. After a long time, the car finally drove to the foot of a mountain. The mountain looked as if it had been burned by a fire. It was completely black and looked out of tune with the lush green jungle around it. As we entered the mountain, we heard the sound of a large iron gate opening. Su Chen looked out the window curiously.
The iron door was more than 1 meter thick and weighed 1,000 pounds. Going further in, passing through the deep tunnel and one checkpoint after another, we finally stopped at an open space in the deepest part of the mountain.
This place is tightly guarded and absolutely impenetrable. Su Chen was escorted out of the car, and only then did he see clearly that the prison was actually built at the bottom of a valley. No wonder it was pitch black all the way and so depressing. He was then taken to the registration office. Ji Buochang's men secretly told the registration staff a few words and gave them a big red envelope. The registration staff immediately understood, accepted the red envelope with a smile, and asked someone to bring Su Chen in. Before leaving, Ji Buochang's men waved from behind, laughing and saying, "Boy, if we don't dare to touch you, someone else will. Enjoy your last moments in there." Su Chen knew clearly that it seemed that Ji Buochang had already arranged for him to die in prison.
Then he was placed in a narrow cell. As soon as he entered, the prison guard brought in 5 other people. These 5 people all looked ferocious and gave off an aura of death, and it was obvious that they were ready to kill someone.
You 5, don't make too much noise. If you disturb my rest, I'll make you suffer.
The prison guard reminded him, then looked at Su Chen and smiled indifferently. It's a pity that he has to die so young. It's time to buy some incense, candles and paper money to worship the deceased.
Crunch.
The closing of the big iron gate seemed to indicate that Su Chen's way of life was blocked.
My 5 elder brothers, I'm a newcomer and don't know the rules.
Please bear with me.
Su Chen smiled and tried to make peace.
Based on the principle of I won't offend others unless they offend me, he would not take action as long as these 5 people did not make things difficult for him. However, these 5 people originally came in to accept the mission, so how could they let him go?
This night is destined not to be peaceful. The next morning, Su Chen walked out of the cell, straightened his torn clothes, and muttered, "It's too dangerous.
Even my clothes were torn to pieces." Looking at the cell behind him, 5 men were lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, their limbs bent and vomiting blood. They were all disabled.
Free time. Countless prisoners gathered in the compound.
Here, there are basketball courts, ping-pong tables, and various fitness equipment.
Su Chen looked around the playground.
There were high walls and electric fences all around. There were more than a dozen surveillance cameras monitoring the area 20 hours a day, and guards patrolling. The guarding was so strict that not even a mosquito could fly out. When he focused his eyes and looked further away, he saw only layers of mountain walls with no end in sight. It was obvious that the prison was inside the mountain and there was only one way to get in, so it was impossible to escape. It seems I can only wait for Master Zhang San to find a way to save me.
Su Chen sighed and gave up struggling.
While he was taking a walk, 3 tall men suddenly stood in front of him, staring at him angrily.
3 brothers, do you have any advice? Su Chen didn't want to cause trouble, so he asked hurriedly with a smile.
The leading man had a fierce look on his face and asked, "Boy, you are new here, right?
Do you know the rules?" Su Chen smiled and said, "I don't understand."
"Please explain it to me, big brother."
"All newcomers must give us 3 packs of cigarettes as a token of respect." "Sorry, I don't smoke." The man's face suddenly darkened. "No cigarettes, that's fine."
"Then take 100 of our killing sticks." The so-called killing stick is to hit them with 100 sticks to wipe out their sharpness and make them obey orders from now on. Su Chen had lost his patience and his expression turned cold.
He asked, "What if I say no?"
"Boy, you're so fucking arrogant.
You don't have the right to say no here. You're asking for a beating."
After hearing this, the 2 younger brothers next to him suddenly jumped up, swung their arms and slapped him.
However, next second,
call. The wind whistled past, and Su Chen's figure appeared like a phantom, instantly flashing behind the 3 people. The 2 younger brothers missed their target and nearly fell to the ground. They were so angry that they yelled, "Fuck you!
How dare you hide? Damn! Kill him!"
"Hey, why bother?"
Su Chen sighed, feeling really fed up.
He didn't want to fight because there was no point.
He didn't belong here originally.
He just wanted to wait quietly for Master Zhang San to come and take him out as soon as possible.
He didn't want to cause trouble in there.
However, it turned out that he was too naive.
You don't provoke others, but others insist on provoking you. Puff. Puff. Puff.
The illusory finger technique was as fast as lightning and hit the 3 people.
Follow. Bang. Bang. Bang.
3 muffled sounds exploded, breaking through the body's surface and bursting out 3 streams of blood like fountains. The 3 men fell to the ground, lying in a pool of blood, twitching all over.
Less than a second, easily solved. This is Su Chen's current strength.
So terrifying. He just wanted to tell others that he could keep a low profile and not cause trouble, but
no one can bully him. Otherwise, you will either die or be disabled. Chapter 66 Gifted. 3 fountains of blood immediately attracted the attention of people around.
Seeing the 3 bullies lying in a pool of blood and twitching, everyone was shocked and didn't understand what was going on. In this prison, there have always been 3 bullies who bully others. This is the first time they have been beaten down. Soon, the prison guards were also alarmed and took Su Chen away for solitary confinement.
Su Chen also admired him.
It was good this way, at least he could stay away from trouble.
Now. On the table. Dragon King, this guy is quite arrogant. Why don't we send someone over tonight to kill him?
A man with a ferocious face and scars all over his face was staring at what was happening on the playground. Next to the man sat an old man with a white beard. The old man had a kind face and seemed peaceful, but he had an aura of majesty without even being angry. Anyone with a little bit of vision can see that this person must be of extraordinary status.
Who is this kid?
The old man looked at Suchen being taken away by the prison guards on the playground with a serious expression on his face, and seemed to have some interest in this new guy. The man said, "This kid was sent here because he offended Ji Buchang, and Ji Buchang has already announced that whoever can kill this kid will receive a reward of 100,000. The old man sneered, "A mere 100,000 is nothing to worry about.
Master Ji is really underestimating us. Long Zun, I'm just a young man. If you don't want to bother with this, just let me handle it.
100,000 yuan is enough for me to buy cigarettes."
No.
The old man raised his hand and stopped him immediately. He seemed to have thought of something, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, "The movement skills this kid used just now are very special.
If I'm not mistaken, it should be the empty phase dustless step of Monk Dui." The man frowned. Empty form dustless step? Long Zun, are you saying this guy has something to do with Qingyun Mountain?
The old man thought for a moment, as if he had made some important decision, and said, "Let Little Lee go to the confinement room to play with him."
"I will make my own arrangements."
Solitary confinement room. A closed room.
There is only one narrow ventilation hole. It couldn't be simpler.
Suchen sat on the ground in the corner in a daze, his heart on Zhenghai. I wonder if Shirhan returns safely, and what's going on with Brother Long. Before coming here, he promised Long Xiaotian that he would rush back to Zhenghai in 2 days at most.
Now he is delayed and he doesn't know when he can get out again.
Lan Yushan and the elites of the Dragon Group all gathered in Zhenghai, waiting for an opportunity to go to war with the Black Tiger Society, but he was imprisoned and knew nothing about the situation in Zhenghai.
Song Shanhe. Lu Xiaomei. Ji Buchang. Bang.
In anger, he punched the wall, causing the entire confinement room to tremble.
Hate it. Hate with gnashing teeth. It's all because of these bastards. When he gets out, he will definitely settle the score with these dogs. Just then, the door opened. The prison guard pushed in a thin man. "Little Leo, finish your work as soon as possible and come out as soon as possible. Don't make things difficult for me." "Don't worry, I know." Then the iron gate closed. The prison guard left. The man named Xiao Lizi walked in slowly, his sharp eyes constantly looking at Suchen in the corner. Suchen was unhappy at the moment and said coldly, "I'm warning you, I don't want to fight, and I don't want to cause trouble. You saw what happened to those 3 people just now. Just stand aside and don't mess with me." Needless to say, he must have been instructed by Ji Buchang to come in and kill him. However, little Leo had no intention of taking action. He said with a playful smile, "As for the empty form dustless step, as Buddhism says, the universe is all empty, all form. Dustless means pure, which means having no distractions. Master Dui's unique skill is indeed amazing." These words made Suchen's heart tremble violently. This guy actually saw through his martial arts foundation. When I looked up, I saw that the man was thin and looked like he had not eaten enough, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. Moreover, he exudes an aura that is different from that of ordinary people. Warrior. Suchen narrowed his eyes. There were actually warriors in this prison, and their cultivation level was very high. Seeing his expression, little Li Zi continued, "That punch you threw just now was incredibly powerful. Such a powerful jinqi, coupled with your deep breathing and powerful aura, it seems you've practiced Master Dunan's Guiyuan Zhonggong. Also, the finger technique you used to disable the 3 bullies just now was very similar to Master Du Jia's Su Huangquan Dao." In just a few words, Suchen's background was exposed. "Who are you?" Suchen looked serious, secretly taking a deep breath, and was ready to start a war at any time. Xiaoli remained calm and said, "But you've learned a bit too much. In addition to Guiyuan Zhonggong, you've also mixed in another luck-enhancing technique. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Tianren Zhuang of the Immortal Doctor sect. They're all top-notch martial arts. It seems like you have a great opportunity." All the words hit the point. It seemed that in front of this person, Suchen was like he was not wearing any clothes, which made him feel a little timid for a moment.
But when he thought of Brother Long, who was in a difficult situation in Shanghai, and his beloved woman, he secretly reminded himself that he must not fall here. After a few seconds, he forced himself to calm down and said, "Since you're here to kill me, there's no need to waste time talking. Just do it." After saying this, he secretly opened his eyes of clairvoyance, circulated his true energy throughout his body, and mobilized all his cultivation of the seventh stage of the initial awareness realm.
He is serious. Okay. That's what you said. Then get ready to die. Leo didn't say anything more and just punched him hard.
This punch was extremely powerful, and it had the force of thunder. Even though Su Chen had prepared himself mentally, he did not expect that this person's cultivation level was so high. He could not take this punch, so he could only use the empty phase dust step and use the perspective eyes to capture the movement trajectory, waiting for an opportunity to use the false finger to achieve a surprise victory. Suddenly, bursts of fighting sounds were heard from the small confinement room. In less than 5 minutes, Su Chen could no longer hold on and was suppressed by little Leo and was forced to retreat step by step. He found that even though his eyes could clearly see Leonardo DiCaprio's boxing moves, his body's reaction could not keep up. Even though his Kongshan Wuchenbu was mysterious and ethereal, every time he was about to attack, Leo would predict it in advance, causing him to passively take the beating.
Puff.
Finally, Su Chen's steps became disordered, allowing little Leo to find a flaw and punch him hard on the chest.
A mouthful of blood spurted out. Su Chen now finally understood what it meant that there are always people better than you.
Ever since he pushed Qin Miao down and gained this boundless magical power, he had been cheating all the way and received guidance from many famous masters.
He thought he was invincible. But this was the first time he was beaten so badly.
If you win, take my life and ask for credit from Ji Buchang. He also faced it calmly.
Death is not scary.
But he was unwilling to accept this, and actually died under the scheme of Ji Buchang, Song Shanhe, and Lu Xiaomei.
I can kill whoever I want. What does it have to do with that old man Ji Buchang? However, little Li didn't take it seriously and had no intention of attacking again. He rubbed his chin with one hand and said, "Boy, you really have a good foundation. With a mere 7th stage of the elementary knowledge realm, you can actually fight me back and forth. This proves that you can fight across levels. There are only a few who can do this in the martial arts world. It shows that you are extremely talented and a rare martial arts prodigy. It would be a shame if I killed such a promising young man." Su Chen narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean, you don't plan to kill me?" Chapter 67, Rapid Progress.
Little Leo snorted coldly, "Killing you is easy, no different from crushing an ant, but I disdain to do that."
"Boy, I'll give you one more chance. I'll come back in a week, and then I won't show any mercy."
After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned around to say, "Oh, I need to remind you. Your body movements, luck techniques, and offensive methods are all perfect. It's a pity that your physical functions are too poor.
Even though you've already reacted, your body can't keep up. If you can't overcome this, you'll never be able to defeat me." The sound echoed for a long time. Su Chen was shocked and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Bodily functions. He repeated what Leo had just said and fell into deep thought. Good. Absolutely right. With just a few simple words, his weaknesses are summed up. During the battle just now, he was always passive because his body could not respond immediately. He had already noticed it, but after being reminded by Leo, he realized his shortcomings even more clearly. This guy. After coming to his senses, Su Chen couldn't help feeling confused. Didn't this man come in to kill him? Why give him a chance? And pointed out his shortcomings? Oh, weak. He gritted his teeth. It seemed that some questions could only be answered after defeating Leonardo DiCaprio. "Okay, I'll make you regret the decision you made today." Immediately afterwards, Su Chen began to practice day and night. Since your reaction cannot keep up, you should continue to do intensive training on your reaction ability. Since your body is not strong enough, keep hitting yourself to get used to the pain and improve your ability to withstand it. During the days when he was practicing hard, unprecedented turmoil occurred in Shanghai. Now, Shanghai City. Song family. My dear, when are you going to bankrupt Xiangxin Group? I can't wait. Lu Xiaomei snuggled in Song Shanhe's arms and spoke coquettishly. She couldn't wait to see Gao Shihan's miserable appearance. She even dared to keep the man she had abandoned. This was the end.
Before Song Shanha could speak, Ji Buchang spoke up, Ms. Lu, don't be anxious.
Xiangqing Group is the largest enterprise in Zhonghai. It's not that easy to bankrupt it. But after our efforts over the past few days, the losses caused by the Song family jewelry business have finally been compensated. The progress is too slow. I don't have time to engage in a protracted business war with the Gao family. Besides, there are more ways than just one to bankrupt Xiangqing Group. A sinister look appeared on Song Shanha's face. Ji Buchang asked hurriedly, Mr. Song, what are you going to do?
Song Shanha said coldly, I've received news that a group of external forces are constantly encroaching on the Black Tiger Society. Long Xiaotian is struggling to protect himself now, and can't even take care of the Xiangqing Group.
This is a rare opportunity.
Why don't I take advantage of this opportunity and kill that stinky woman Gao Shihan? As long as there is no leader, the Xiangqing Group will be in disarray, and the Song family can invade it in any way they want. When Lu Xiaomei heard this, she clapped her hands in approval. My dear, your idea is fantastic, but I have one request.
Before killing Gao Shihan, I must also destroy her face.
I must use a knife to cut her face piece by piece.
Let's see if she dares to stick with a man again. Vicious. Cruel.
Lu Xiaomei's hatred for Gao Shihan is no less than her hatred for Su Chen. After hearing this, Ji Buchan couldn't help but wrap himself up, feeling a chill. He never expected that this woman was not only cruel, but also had a vicious heart.
Okay, let's do it.
Song Shanha immediately made the decision, then called his men and prepared to take action. This time, Gao Shihan must die. Xiangqing Group will also be swallowed up by the Song family.
A week passed in the blink of an eye. That day, the Iron Gate opened again.
Little Leo was still the same, looking nonchalant, but after entering, he was immediately choked by the unpleasant smell in the confinement room and covered his nose.
This is the smell of sweat. After days of continuous training, I forgot everything, sweat was pouring down, and the smell was lingering.
This pungent and unpleasant smell is a testimony to Su Chen's rigorous training over the past 7 days.
I'm waiting for you.
When Su Chen saw little Leo coming in, his eyes were full of excitement. Little Leo looked him up and down, a little surprised. After just 7 days of not seeing each other, Su Chen seemed like a completely different person.
Yes, the scent is more mellow, and the whole person's temperament has changed. You seem very confident?
He narrowed his eyes and asked solemnly.
Su Chen smiled faintly, just try it and you'll know.
After he finished speaking, he could no longer hold back and took action. His figure suddenly transformed into a shadow and flashed in front of little Leo.
Faster than ever.
Little Leo's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, that's interesting.
I'll give it a try. Boom.
The collision of moves caused a commotion in the confinement room.
Su Chen's attack pattern remains the same, but the power, speed, and timing of changing moves are completely different from a week ago, a qualitative leap.
Even though Leo's cultivation level was much higher than his, he could not face such an attack calmly. The fierce battles continued for more than 10 minutes, like flowing water.
Good. Good. Very good. Ha ha ha.
Little Leo laughed out loud. He didn't expect that Su Chen had grown to this level in just 1 week. They were defeated in the first 5 minutes, but now more than 10 minutes have passed and the game is still tied.
So much so that Leonardo DiCaprio had to use all his strength to deal with it. Boy, I recognize you, but the real battle is coming. Boom.
After seeing how powerful Su Chen was, little Leo no longer held back and unleashed his 3rd stage of cultivation in the unconfused realm, turning the situation around in an instant. Just another minute passed, and finally, Su Chen was defeated and fell to the ground. He was panting and lying on the ground, too weak to fight anymore. Boy, you're the first opponent who can force me to use my full strength. In just 1 week, you've already overcome your most fatal weakness.
I was right. You're truly a promising talent. Little Leo's face was full of satisfaction, and he expressed his sincere admiration for Su Chen's progress.
A few days of practice has yielded the equivalent of half a year's work for an average practitioner.
He's simply a monster. If he were given more time, it would probably be enough to surpass him.
However, facing Leo's praise, Su Chen was not happy at all.
If you lose, there is no reason.
You win again, kill me.
At this point, there is nothing much to say. The worst that can happen is death. Seeing his serious look, little Leo couldn't help but laugh and said, I haven't had enough fun yet, why would I want to kill you? Play? Su Chen was confused.
Little Leo said, "Of course.
Is there anything more fun in the world than cultivating an equally powerful opponent? Boy, I'll give you 3 more days. If you can defeat me, I'll give you a surprise." Chapter 68 Turning Defeat into Victory. After saying this, Leo left again. Surprise? Su Chen was secretly puzzled. What is the surprise?
He always felt that there was something wrong with this little Li, and it seemed that he was not the person arranged by Ji Buchang.
But since he is not Ji Buchang's man, who arranged it? What's your purpose in coming to fight him? He absolutely does not believe in such nonsense as cultivating opponents.
3 days, okay, that's 3 days.
The only way to know the truth is to defeat the other party.
Su Chen sat quietly on the ground, lost in thought. He benefited a lot from the 2 fights with Leonardo DiCaprio. As expected, no matter how you practice, actual combat is the fastest way to improve your combat power.
However, the gap in cultivation levels is an insurmountable chasm.
He was only at the 7th stage of the initial acquaintance realm, which was more than a dozen realms behind Leo's 3rd stage of the unconfused realm. In terms of combat power, even if he exerted his full strength, he could only last for a dozen minutes at most.
It was simply a pipe dream to think he could win.
If you don't come up with a surprise attack within 3 days, the chance of winning is 0.
A surprising victory.
Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. It seems that since I came here, I haven't used the Taishang Wuji acupoint pressing method.
Good medical skills.
No matter who the expert is, the method of cultivation is nothing more than the circulation of qi in blood. If you can block the qi in blood, even for just a blink of an eye, you will be able to find the opponent's weakness. He could use the ability of his X-ray eyes to capture the movement trajectory, combine it with the Taishang Wuji acupoint method, and then use the false finger to perform it. It would definitely come in handy at the most critical moment. Master, you have really helped me a lot by teaching me the 2 unique skills of the Immortal Doctor sect. Whenever they encountered a strong enemy, they relied on the unique skills of the Immortal Doctor sect to achieve a surprise victory. Just like on the day of his inauguration ceremony, he defeated Wang Zhan of the Dragon Group by fighting 1 against 5, using the Taishang Wuji acupoint pressing method. After getting a direction, he replayed the scenes of his 2 previous battles with Leonardo DiCaprio in his mind over and over again, watching carefully, trying to find the habits and patterns of Leonardo DiCaprio's attacks. For 3 consecutive days, he replayed the battle scene hundreds of times and finally figured out Leonardo DiCaprio's moves. Soon, the iron gate opened again. Little Leo walked in with a smile on his face, but was a little surprised that the smell was gone in the confinement room, and Su Chen was lying in the corner, sleeping soundly, looking lazy.
Boy, it looks like you haven't done anything in the past 3 days. Are you planning to give up resistance? He was vaguely angry. If Su Chen really wasted these 3 days, it only means that this person is hopeless. He will not give him any more chances and will destroy him today. Su Chen lazily got up, stretched, and said, "Just use all your strength." Okay. You asked for it.
After saying that, little Leo took the lead and attacked without mercy. In an instant, he used all the strength of the 3rd stage of the state of no confusion.
Su Chen also got ready to fight. Bang! 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 The sound of fighting echoed in the confinement room. This fight lasted for dozens of moves.
As the fight went on, little Leo had lost his patience.
This battle was no different from the previous 2. He couldn't feel that Su Chen had made any progress in the past 3 days.
Boy, I've given you 2 chances, but you didn't live up to your expectations.
What have you been doing for 3 days? No change at all, no progress at all. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Bang!
In a rage, little Leo no longer held back, gathered all his energy into his fist, and smashed it towards Su Chen.
Killer move. If this punch hits, Su Chen will die.
The task he received was to train Su Chen well, but if Su Chen was really a hopeless person, then he deserved to be beaten to death.
However, the next second, a shocking scene appeared. Leo's fist suddenly froze in mid-air.
His expression suddenly changed, and he felt that his arm had lost consciousness in that instant.
Just when he was wondering, Su Chen saw the opportunity and took advantage of his distraction to suddenly poke his chest with a finger. Not good.
Leo exclaimed, but it was too late. He naturally knew the power of this move. Once pierced, the true energy would explode from the weakest part of his body, directly causing his heart to explode.
But he has always been on guard. Once Su Chen's luck is bad, he will respond immediately. How could he fall into his trap? Could it be?
He suddenly remembered that when they were fighting just now, Suchen lightly tapped his arm when he withdrew his hand. No true energy was used, so it didn't hurt at all, and had no killing power, so he didn't take it seriously at all. He thought it was a feint, but now he understood. The seemingly ordinary finger actually contains extremely sophisticated medical skills.
Yes. It's medical skills.
Because the location Suchen pointed to was an acupuncture point. And it happened to be the most critical point for the circulation of his qi and blood, so the qi and blood in his arm stagnated temporarily, revealing a flaw.
Boy, you actually. After realizing what was happening, Leo realized that he had underestimated his enemy.
He clearly knew that Suchen was the successor of the Immortal Doctor sect, but he actually ignored the Immortal Doctor sect's Tai Shang Wuji acupoint method. What surprised him even more was that even the genius Dr. Lu Ming, who was known as the master of traditional Chinese medicine, could only use Tai Shang Wuji in acupuncture, but this kid Suchen could actually use it with his fingers, thus creating a unique acupoint pressing method of his own.
Integrate medical skills into martial arts. Monster. What a monster.
I never thought I would die at your hands. I'm a little unwilling to accept it, but after all, I met a chosen one who only appears once in 1,000 years.
Suchen, you win.
Little Leo knew that his life was coming to an end, and he spoke in a weak voice.
Suchen clasped his fists and bowed to express his apology.
Although he won, it still felt like an unfair victory. Because in the past 3 days, he has summarized the order of how Leonardo DiCaprio will attack, and has estimated it to be after 300 moves. Therefore, the battle just now was carried out completely according to his idea, and it was he who guided Leonardo DiCaprio to perform bold and open moves, so that he had the opportunity to display the Tai Shang Wuji.
Don't worry, I didn't hit your vital point with the last finger. You just need to force out the inner qi in your body. You gave me 2 chances, so I naturally won't kill you. What?
His words made little Leo excited. He quickly regulated his breathing and quickly forced out the remaining qi in his body.
His body and mind immediately became relaxed.
Seeing that he had recovered, Suchen's face turned serious and he said, I have already won.
Tell me directly, what is the surprise you want to give me? Are you going to take me to meet the person behind you?
Chapter 69 Prove it.
Little Lee was startled and a little surprised. Boy, how do you know there is someone behind me? Suchen smiled faintly and did not answer.
In fact, he had already guessed this when Leonardo DiCaprio gave him a second chance. It wasn't for fun, but because they were instructed to come and train him. Thanks to the training these days, his strength has been improved again.
Little Lee narrowed his eyes and said, Boy, you are quite smart.
Well, I have told you in advance that as long as you beat me, I can take you to see him.
Then come with me.
After saying that, he turned and walked out. Suchen followed closely behind, crossing the playground, passing the cells, and coming to a deep and narrow corridor, then turning sharply down. After walking for more than 10 minutes, we finally arrived at a prison where serious criminals were held. We met many prison guards along the way, but when they saw little Leo, they all nodded and greeted him respectfully, and some even came forward to offer him cigarettes.
You're quite popular.
Suchen made a joke, but in fact he was testing the waters. He discovered that such a heavily guarded prison was like a non-existent place for Leo, who could enter and leave freely. Little Lee chuckled and said, They're not welcoming me, but giving face to Long Zun. Everyone in this prison, from top to bottom, even the warden, has to look at Long Zun's face.
Dragon Lord?
Suchen narrowed his eyes and felt a little surprised.
Even the warden has to look at his face. Who is this person? Boy, the Dragon Lord is inside. I am not qualified to go in. Go in by yourself. When he arrived at an iron gate, little Leo stopped.
After all, it is a place where serious criminals are detained. There are stainless steel explosion-proof doors more than half a meter thick, and dozens of monitoring devices to monitor without blind spots. With such a scene, I don't know what kind of monsters are imprisoned inside.
Crunch!
Then, the door opened, and the fine steel door made a sharp and piercing sound in the dark and secluded mountain.
Suchen looked inside and saw that it was pitch black and he could not see anything. He looked back at Leo, who pursed his lips and motioned him to go inside. Suchen swallowed his saliva and walked in with gritted teeth.
Walking through the dim passage, I could vaguely see a bright light ahead and heard beautiful violin music.
Music? Suchen was stunned. How could he listen to music in this prison? It's like a nightclub. Walk further in and the view suddenly opens up. A banquet is being held in the spacious room. At the table, 10 people were chatting and enjoying delicious food, raising their glasses from time to time to toast an old man at the host's seat. On the table, there was a dazzling array of delicious food, champagne, and red wine. There is also a symphony orchestra in the corner, and it is the violin solo time. Such a luxurious and gorgeous life has nothing to do with the word prison and is completely different from the ordinary cells outside. Su-chen, you're here, come and have dinner. At this time, the old man in the main seat noticed Su-chen and extended an invitation. At the same time, the rest of the people also turned their heads and looked at the young man who came in with strange eyes. Su-chen looked at the food on the table with his eyes wide open. He never expected to see such a sumptuous meal in such a prison. King crab, sea cucumber, abalone, shark fin, and all kinds of rare delicacies are available. Boy, the Dragon Lord has granted you a seat at the table and a drink with us, why don't you kneel down and express your gratitude? Just as I was staring in a daze, a scolding voice rang out. The sound was like thunder, with extraordinary momentum, mixed with strong true energy, and it was deafening. Su-chen was shocked by the momentum and took several steps back. Only then did he understand why little Leo didn't dare to come in. Excuse me, I don't even know who you are, why are you kneeling? Boy, you're so arrogant, you're looking for death. A cold light flashed in the man's eyes, and he was ready to take action. At this time, the old man in the main seat spoke, Old fan, this is a rare banquet, do you want to ruin it? Just a casual remark made the hot-tempered old man named Lao Fan immediately lower his head and say no more. Afterwards, the old man sitting in the main seat waved to Su-chen, indicating that he should sit next to him. The person next to him was also very tactful and immediately gave up his seat. Su-chen was not polite at all, thinking that it was a waste not to eat it since he only had his life. So he sat down with a swagger, picked up the king crab that had been left untouched on the table and started to eat it. When the others saw this, a cold look instantly appeared in their eyes. The only king crab symbolized the highest power here and was a delicacy enjoyed exclusively by Dragon Lord, so no one else dared to touch it. I didn't expect that this guy would be eaten as soon as he arrived. It doesn't matter. It's for people to eat anyway. It doesn't matter who eats it. Seeing that everyone was hostile, the old man smiled slightly and spoke to resolve the situation. While eating crab meat, Su-chen was not idle. He secretly opened his eyes of clairvoyance and observed the surroundings. He found that the blood and energy of everyone present were very vigorous, which showed that their cultivation was very high. Especially the old man in the main seat, his cultivation level was even more unfathomable. Judging from the respectful attitude of these people, this old man should be Dragon Lord. Su-chen, let me ask you, what is your relationship with the 3 great monks of Qingyun Mountain? Also, who is your relationship to Divine Dr. Lu from the Immortal Doctor sect? Long Zun asked. Su-chen knew that his secrets had already been known, so he didn't hide it. He said, Divine Dr. Lu is my master, but he hasn't officially accepted me as his apprentice. The 3 great monks, although not my mentors, have also taught me skills. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. These names are all top-notch masters in Daxia. Could this kid be a royal relative? Kid, stop talking nonsense. Everyone knows that Lu Ming never accepts disciples. Decades ago, due to the presence of an old friend, he only accepted one nominal disciple, Long Xiaotian, but not you. Also, the 3 great monks live in seclusion in Qingyun Mountain and never interfere in worldly affairs. How could a mortal like you possibly receive their guidance? You're clearly lying. When Old Fan heard this, he immediately became furious and started scolding. While eating crab claws, Su-chen looked at the hot-tempered old man with a squint, thinking that this old man's reaction was too intense. But he knew that if he didn't prove it, if the old man got serious, he would be killed on the spot. Why would I lie? Divine Dr. Lu didn't accept any disciples because he hadn't found anyone suitable until he met me. As for the 3 great monks, my master asked someone from the Shion family in Kyoto to persuade them. What? The Kyoto bear family? These words once again surprised everyone present. You know, the Kyoto Shion family is a powerful and prestigious family, and they are willing to stand up for this kid. If this is true, then this kid's opportunity is truly unprecedented. Seeing that they had been persuaded, Su-chen continued, besides, how difficult is it to prove my identity? After saying that, he put down the food, wiped his hands with a tissue, then flipped his palm and used his true energy to transform into 5 silver needles. Use chi to transform the needle. This is the unique method of the Immortal Doctor sect.
Then, under the gaze of everyone, Su Chen walked to Long Zun with the needle in hand.
Boy, do you want to assassinate me? Bang!
A fierce light flashed in Old Fan's eyes. He immediately slammed the table and flew towards Su Chen with a punch.
Chapter 70 Surfaces.
This punch was extremely powerful. Although Old Fan is old, his moves are as fast as lightning and are accompanied by bursts of powerful true energy.
Old Fan! Back off!
But suddenly, Long Zun shouted angrily.
Roar!
The overwhelming true energy, accompanied by a beast-like roar, shocked Lao Fan and made him retreat several steps.
Long Zun, this kid. I told you to back off. Roar!
The true energy burst out again, like the roar of a real dragon, shocking all directions. Immediately suppressed Lao Fan's arrogance. Su Chen was also deeply shocked. The overwhelming momentum made it hard for him to breathe. And just at that moment, it seemed as if a giant dragon condensed by true energy was flying in the air.
This is the embodiment of true Qi.
From this we can see how unfathomable Long Zun's cultivation realm is. If it weren't for his chronic illness, his cultivation would probably be comparable to the three great monks.
Su Chen, it seems that you want to cure me, right?
After a long period of silence, Long Zun spoke. He saw Su Chen's intention.
Su Chen nodded.
When he used his X-ray vision to observe just now, he had already discovered that Long Zun's stubborn illness had reached the point where it had to be cured.
If it was delayed any further, he would not live long.
Long Zun smiled slightly. Since you are the disciple of Divine Dr. Lu, I trust you, come on.
Dragon Lord. Absolutely not. This kid's identity is still under investigation.
Besides, he came here too suddenly.
I'm afraid he has other motives.
That's right, Long Zun, you must not give this kid the chance to assassinate you.
Everyone immediately expressed their opposition. Su Chen also understood.
It turned out that people like Lao Fan were so hostile to him because they thought that he deliberately went to prison with impure motives. But he also had his own difficulties. If he had not been plotted against by Liu Xiaomei and the Song family, he would not have come to this damn place.
Also, these people are so serious. Who is this Dragon Lord? Is he worried about being assassinated? Do you want me to say it again?
Facing everyone's opposition, Long Zun simply responded indifferently. Although the tone was calm, it was filled with incomparable dominance.
In an instant, no one dared to speak. Who among those present dares to disobey the orders of the Dragon Lord? Su Chen, I'm ready, come on. Long Zun smiled and prepared himself for treatment.
However, Su Chen refused to do it and stood there without taking any action. Long Zun immediately understood and turned to everyone and said, all of you go out. Everyone was unwilling, but had to obey orders and left angrily. After everyone left, Su Chen moved a chair and sat next to Long Zun. He opened his eyes of clairvoyance and took another look, and found that the old man had many hidden injuries in his body. If he had not relied on his extraordinary cultivation to suppress them, the situation would have been even worse. Bear with it, it will hurt a little. After Su Chen finished speaking, his hands flew up and down, constantly changing into silver needles, 99 and 81 in total, all of which were inserted into various acupuncture points on Long Zun's body. Long Zun looked at his exquisite and mysterious acupuncture techniques, his face filled with satisfaction, and said with a smile, you are worthy of being the only disciple of Divine Dr. Lu. You have inherited his true teachings. I thought I would never see this set of Tianshu 9 needles again, but I didn't expect that I could see it again at the age of nearly 80. I have no regrets in my life. Su Chen was stunned. Long Zun, do you know my master? It's more than just acquaintance, it's an old friend. Recalling the past, Long Zun couldn't help but sigh. Back then, your master was ranked only 3 places behind me. Together we conquered the world and created a force of our own. We were incredibly powerful and glorious. It's a pity that now it's all gone. Su Chen was curious. Ranking? What ranking? Long Zun smiled bitterly. It's just a name that everyone once wanted to reach, but now it's just a shell. Once upon a time, we were all part of the pursuit of fame and fortune, which was called the heavenly ranking. Heavenly ranking? Yes, you can understand it as a ranking of power and strength in the martial arts world. Oh? There's such a thing. Then what's my master's ranking? Su Chen suddenly became interested. In his impression, his master's martial arts skills were not very high. He was just a little mustache man who could only practice medicine and treat illnesses. How could he be on par with Long Zun? Talking about the past, Long Zun sighed, there's the divine dragon in the east, the white tiger in the west, the vermilion bird in the south, the black tortoise in the north, and the divine doctor in the center. Your master, with his amazing medical skills, is ranked 5th. In the early years, the names on the heavenly ranking had already ranked over 200.
Su Chen's eyes flashed. Eastern Dragon, could it be you? Long Zun's face showed bitterness, and he nodded, that's right. Su Chen asked again, then why did you end up like this? Because at the height of my glory and success, I was betrayed by the person I trusted most. The hidden injuries I now bear are due to this.
Fortunately, Divine Dr. Lu used the 9 heavenly needles to extend my life, and I was lucky enough to escape death. Unfortunately, although my life was saved, my cultivation was largely destroyed. For decades, I have had no strength to make a comeback, and can only live in this dark prison. As he spoke, Su Chen had already finished the acupuncture, and then he mobilized the vital energy in his body and infused it into Long Zun's body.
Call. Long Zun felt unprecedented joy and let out a long sigh.
The hidden injuries that had been difficult to cure for decades were miraculously recovering slowly.
It's incredible. Su Chen, your ability to bring life back to life is something I'm afraid even your master Lu Ming can't do. He couldn't help but admire it and was even more impressed by Su Chen's medical skills. Dragon Lord, you are too kind. My knowledge is nothing compared to that of my master.
Su Chen said modestly, and then continued to ask, just now you said that you were betrayed by someone.
Who was this person, and how did he treat you later? Long Zun waved his hand and said, this man is already an unshakable figure in the current martial arts world. Letting you know now is just a burden to you.
Furthermore, your master also has a deep grudge against him, and even your master hasn't told you, which shows that the time is not right yet. However, I dare to assert that your master has put so much effort into training you, and also wants to let you avenge this great grudge that concerns the honor and disgrace of the immortal doctor sect.
Is that so? Su Chen frowned, and suddenly understood something.
No wonder the master has always been unwilling to formally accept him as a disciple, saying that he has too many ties and that only when the time is right can he hold a formal ceremony to accept him as a disciple and entrust the heavy responsibility of the immortal doctor sect to him.
Now that I think about it, could this be what Long Zun was talking about? By the way, you just said that you founded a force back then. What was it? Is it still there? Why don't you use it to seek revenge? This question made Long Zun even more melancholy.
He smiled bitterly and said, ever since I was assassinated, my power has been usurped.
Overnight, I lost everything.
If it weren't for your master's help in declaring my death to the public, how could I have managed to hide here with this half-life lingering on? And the power I founded, without exaggeration, is now the most mysterious organization in Daxia, Skynet.
Ah! You created Skynet?
Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he was so shocked that he even forgot to withdraw the needle.
Chapter 71, The Secret of Skynet. Oh? Su Chen, do you know Skynet? Seeing his big reaction, Long Zun asked in confusion.
Su Chen said, not really, but when I was in Shanghai, I was targeted by an organization called the Dragon Group, and the leader of this organization was once a member of Skynet. Afterwards, he recounted how the Song family issued a hunting order, which led to the Dragon Group's large-scale influx into Shanghai. Now he is trapped in this dark prison, and he doesn't know whether the people from the Dragon Group have already taken action against Long Xiaotian.
I see.
After hearing this, Long Zun sighed and said, in that case, it is me who has harmed you. He was the one who founded Skynet, and Lan Yushan was a member of Skynet, so this matter had something to do with him. Su Chen hurriedly said, Long Zun, you worry too much, this matter has nothing to do with you.
No. It's very relevant. Long Zun stood up solemnly, stretched his muscles, and felt refreshed. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. Su Chen, you are so young, but your medical attainments have already surpassed your master. Your future must be limitless. Tell me, how do you want me to thank you? Su Chen said, no need, what you just told me is enough to pay for the consultation. That won't do. You're going to have to know these things sooner or later. How about this? I'll give you something else. Something else?
Seeing Long Zun's serious look, Su Chen looked puzzled.
Long Zun smiled faintly and said, yes, something that someone has always dreamed of but cannot obtain. Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly struck out with his palm. The powerful palm wind turned into a lifelike and vigorous flying dragon that roared out and blew a big hole in the wall not far away. Such a strong palm force. Su Chen was secretly surprised. This place is at least 10 steps away from the wall, yet it can produce the power to split mountains and rocks. Moreover, that concrete dragon is majestic, looking down upon the sky and invincible in the world.
It must be a top-notch skill. Su-chen, do you know why I asked Little Li to fight you? Long Zun asked meaningfully. Su-chen hesitated for a few seconds and said, because you want to train me. You're half right.
Long Zun walked to the wall with a large hole blown out of it, took out an oilcloth package from it, and turned around and said, this is training, and also screening.
I want to see if you are qualified to come to see me. Su-chen had already guessed this, so he bravely asked, Dragon Lord, do you have something to tell me?
Long Zun smiled without answering, then opened the oilcloth package, and there was actually a computer inside.
This surprised Su-chen a little.
Then, under Su-chen's gaze, Long Zun turned on his computer and logged into a website.
It's been a long time since I last came back to check it out. It's really changed a lot. Su-chen's expression was tense. Dragon Lord, could this be the so-called Skynet?
He clearly saw that there were many wanted notices on the website, and his and Long Xiaotian's names were listed on the front page headlines, with a total bounty of 100 million.
Oh my god.
It turns out the so-called hunting order was posted on Skynet.
No wonder Lan Yushan from the Dragon Group was attracted to it. Only now did he suddenly realize it. Skynet is not a substantial organization, but a website.
Long Zun said with a serious face, now you should understand why I said that I harmed you in this matter, right?
'Cause in effect cycle, everything seems to be destined. I will immediately use my authority to delete the hunting orders for you and Long Xiaotian.
After saying that, he operated on the computer, and soon, the 2 front-page bounty notices disappeared.
Su-chen was greatly shocked and couldn't recover for a long time.
The hunting order that had been giving him a headache for a long time was finally gone, and he also met the founder of Skynet.
You just said you suspected the Dragon Group had ulterior motives for entering Shanghai. I can answer that question for you.
I originally created Skynet to recruit talented individuals from around the world, but now it's been maliciously altered and turned into a breeding ground for evil. Long Zun felt helpless and said, Skynet's missions have a clear reward system.
The bounty is only one of the rewards. What's more important is that you can get the secret points. Dark spot? Yes, you can think of it as virtual currency.
This thing not only allows you to gain more advanced permissions in Skynet, but also serves as a ticket to enter the Sky ranking in the future.
Su-chen was extremely shocked. He finally figured out the questions that had been on his mind for a long time. No wonder Lan Yushan is like a dog skin plaster, haunting the place.
It turns out that he is not after the bounty, but to get more dark points. Because of the wanted order on the headlines, the dark spot index is the highest. All of this is the result of my sins, which ultimately implicated so many people.
Su-chen, your entry into the Black Mountain prison was entirely God's will. God deliberately arranged for you to redeem me. So I decided to hand over my Skynet account to you.
As he spoke, Long Zun wrote down a string of account numbers and passwords on a piece of paper.
From now on, this account belongs to you, remember? Remember. Call. Su-chen had just finished speaking when Long Zun suddenly activated his true energy and burned the note. He then warned, this account is extremely important. Not only does it hold the highest authority in Skynet, it also contains inexhaustible assets. Never use it unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, you will inevitably incur unnecessary trouble. You should understand what I am talking about. Clear. Su-chen naturally knew it. Long Zun faked his death decades ago, so naturally no one uses this account anymore. Deleting the wanted warrant for him now is already a risk. If by chance we are discovered by that person, the consequences will be disastrous. This is the first thing I'm giving you. I'll tell you the other one tomorrow. Have a good rest tonight. I'll arrange the best cell for you.
Then, Long Zun called the people waiting outside in and asked Lao Fan to arrange a new cell for Su-chen.
Late at night. The warden's room.
The separate luxurious bed, sheets and mattress are all brand new, specially prepared for Su-chen.
8 prison guards take turns serving.
Some serve tea, some hand out fruit, some cut nails, some shave. The warden even personally brought foot washing water and washed Su-chen's feet and massaged them.
Brother Su-chen, how is it? Are you comfortable? Good. Let me give you another shoulder massage. I'm famous here for my good technique. Can. Then Brother Su-chen, I'm going to give you a good massage. As for the things between us, Forget it, let's write it off. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Su Chen.
After receiving Su Chen's forgiveness, the warden felt as if he had been pardoned and his heart was finally at ease. He had previously accepted 100,000 yuan from Ji Buchang and was planning to secretly deal with Su Chen, but he never expected that this person would become a VIP guest of Long Zun. You must know that this prison is useless to Long Zun. Countless international criminals in the prison have never dared to cause trouble because of Long Zun's deterrence. It can be said that Long Zun is the real master of this prison. That night, Su Chen felt like he was in a nightclub, enjoying himself comfortably. The only thing missing was calling a lady.
Chapter 72 Intensive Training. The next morning.
In the room where serious criminals were being held, Su Chen and Long Zun sat cross-legged facing each other. It seems that Xiao Lizi's training on you is very effective. In just half a month, you have already broken through to the 8th stage of the initial knowledge realm. This also proves that you are indeed a martial arts prodigy. Long Zun looked at Su Chen, who had just restrained his aura, and nodded with great satisfaction.
Su Chen himself was a little confused. What, I have already broken through?
No wonder he felt that the energy and blood in his body were more vigorous than before. It turned out that when he forgot all about training, he had unknowingly broken through to a new level.
But I still have a question.
Even if you are at the 8th stage of the initial acquaintance realm, it's still just a threshold realm.
It's still a huge gap from Little Leo's undoubted realm. How did you defeat him? The gap between the levels of cultivation is like a chasm, insurmountable.
Even if Su Chen had the unique skills of the 3 great monks, it would be absolutely impossible for him to fight across a major realm. If you count them carefully, there are more than a dozen small realms in between.
But he did it anyway. Su Chen laughed dryly, finding it difficult to speak. To be honest, I was just being cunning. He then recounted in detail the battles he had had with Leonardo DiCaprio in the past few days. After hearing this, Long Zun's expression changed in surprise. He said in astonishment, "You've actually predicted the order of Little Leo's 300 moves. Oh my god, such an amazing ability is truly rare in the world. This is no longer a genius level, but a monster level." Su Chen scratched his head. It's just that I have a good memory. If Brother Li hadn't given me 2 chances to analyze his moves, I wouldn't have been able to beat him. Ha, losing is losing, winning is winning, there's nothing to say. Long Zun laughed heartily, looking up to the sky, extremely happy. Little Li, that guy, has always been arrogant, but now he has been taught a lesson by you. Good, good. Su Chen, your martial arts talent is indeed good. No wonder Dr. Lu is so concerned about you. In this case, I will not be stingy and will teach you my signature skills. Long Zun, you want to teach me your skills? Su Chen was stunned, and then he understood it in a trance. I gave him the Skynet account yesterday, and today I want to teach him some skills. Could it be that he wants to entrust me with the task of revenge? Perhaps seeing what he was thinking, Long Zun said bluntly, Su Chen, it is fate that we meet here. Everything is already predetermined. You and I are actually people in the same boat, and we also have a common goal. Be it the important task of fulfilling the Master's mission or competing against the Dragon Group, all of the roots are inseparable from the power of Skynet. Sooner or later, Su Chen will confront the people of Skynet. Just as Long Zun said, everything is destined. I understand. Thank you, Long Zun. Su Chen understood. Since he would have to confront Skynet sooner or later, he had to make plans early. Long Zun nodded and said, First, gather all your energy into your palm and hit me. Hit him? Su Chen didn't understand what he meant, but he did it anyway. Then he gathered his true energy, and with the cultivation level of the 8th stage of the initial awareness realm, he suddenly struck out with a palm, and his true energy surged endlessly. Bang! This palm hit Long Zun's chest hard. But the strange thing was that when the palm power entered the body, it was like a drop in the ocean, disappearing instantly without even a splash. Ah! The force has been neutralized. Su Chen was secretly shocked and quickly opened his eyes to observe. He found that there was an extremely powerful and domineering true energy in Long Zun's body. It was forcibly circulated, dispersing his palm power into the meridians throughout the body, gradually turning invisible and dissipating. This is. Everyone else was stunned. With the cultivation level of the 8th stage of the initial awareness realm, there was not even a single movement after being hit by a palm. Long Zun slowly exhaled a breath of foul air and said, Su Chen, this is one of my unique skills, Jiankuan Great Shift. which can disperse any chi damage received and transform it into nothingness. Great shift of the universe. Su Chen was surprised. What a perverted technique. He swallowed and said, if I can master this, will I be able to ignore any force? Wouldn't that make me invincible? Long Zun smiled faintly. From a certain perspective, you can understand it this way. But achieving that level is not something that can be done overnight. After saying that, he suddenly struck out with a palm. Bang! The solid wooden chair next to it was instantly blown into pieces. This force sounds so familiar. Su Chen suddenly felt puzzled. The true energy released by Long Zun just now was exactly the same as the true energy of the 8th stage of his initial knowledge realm. It seemed to come from his hand. Seeing that he had figured it out, Long Zun smiled and said, of course I'm familiar with it. This is the true energy you injected into my body. I simply moved it out and used it again. This is also a variation of the Qiankuan Great Shift. I named it returning the favor the way you've done to me. Give them a taste of their own medicine. This unique skill left Su Chen stunned. Awesome. If he could master it, he would be able to strike back and catch the enemy off guard. This unique skill will take you a while to practice. From now on, you should cultivate it while here. You are naturally intelligent, and with the blessing of Guiyuan Zhengong, you will get twice the result with half the effort in everything you learn. I believe that it won't be long before you can achieve some success. Long Zun, I have one more thing I want to ask you. Do you have any way to let me out? Although prison is good, Su Chen still has his heart in Zhanghai. It is not known whether Long Xiaotian is dead or alive now, and the Song family will definitely take action against Yao Shihan during this period, but he is trapped here and can do nothing. Why, are you homesick? Long Zun was like an amiable elder, and said softly, Su Chen, don't worry. When you learn the great shift of the universe, I will naturally find a way to arrange for you to get out. Thank you, senior. With these words, Su Chen immediately perked up. Then, Long Zun passed on the essentials of the technique and left, leaving Su Chen alone to practice in a quiet environment. At the same time, China overseas. A bloody storm has begun. Long family villa. Boss, something bad has happened at Qiangxing Group. A member of the Black Tiger Society hurried in to report, I saw white cloth hung high in the Qiangxing building. It seems they're holding a funeral. The employees are all on holiday, and the company has ceased operations. Funeral? Have you found out who it's for? Upon hearing this, Long Xiaotian stood up from the sofa in a hurry. These days, he tried to contact Gao Shihan, but the call was always unsuccessful, and he realized that something was wrong. I don't know. I heard he was a crucial figure in Qiangxing Group. Now that he's gone, the group is leaderless, and all the people under him have closed down. Also, all of Qiangxing Group's physical stores in Zhanghai were vandalized, looted, and burned by the Song family, causing heavy losses. The Song family? Damn it! How dare you! Long Xiaotian was furious. How could a mere Song family dare to be so arrogant? Chapter 73 Shocking Qualification. But the helpless thing is that no matter how much Long Xiaotian looks down on the Song family, he is helpless at this moment. Ever since Lan Yushan personally arrived in Zhanghai, the power of his Black Tiger Society has been suppressed one after another. 9 of the 12 Hall Masters were assassinated within 3 days. Lan Yushan has already announced that he will take his head within a week, so that the power in Zhanghai can be reshuffled. Have you found out anything about Brother Su? He asked again. The younger brother shook his head. We've already contacted the Xiong family in Kyoto, and they're trying to figure it out. But for some reason these past few days, Black Mountain Prison has been completely sealed off. Forget rescuing them, we can't even find the entrance. It's like they've vanished from this world. Is there such a thing? Long Xiaotian gritted his teeth, as this meant that he might never see Su Chen again in this life. Boss. It's bad. There are a lot of dragon groups outside. This is terrible. The dragon group has killed all the guards outside, and they are charging in. Blue Jade Mountain is coming. Blue Jade Mountain is coming. Bad news kept coming. Long Xiaotian's face showed bitterness, knowing that he was powerless to change the situation. The former overlord of Zhanghai had actually faced such an embarrassing day. Now, in the courtyard of the villa, dozens of elite killers from the Dragon Group have occupied all entrances and exits, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Boss, we've checked it out.
That bastard Long Xiaotian is inside the villa.
Ah, fine, very fine.
Long Xiaotian, you killed a member of my Dragon Team 3.
Today I will make you pay with your life.
Lan Yushan blamed the Black Tiger Society for the deaths of Wang Zhan and several others. But at this moment, a killer hurried over with a cell phone in hand and shouted, "Boss, something's wrong, look at this."
Lan Yushan took it and looked at it, frowning. What happened? The hunting order is gone?
The bounty originally on the Skynet headlines had mysteriously disappeared. This situation will only occur when the task is completed, but Long Xiaotian is not dead, Su Chen is missing, and the person who issued the list, Song Yi, is no longer alive, so it is impossible to settle the task.
Damn it, never mind all that. We're already here. Let's destroy the Black Tiger Society first and occupy Zhenghai's territory first.
Lan Yushan was furious. The dark spot he had coveted for a long time was gone now.
How could he not be angry? Bang!
In a rage, he kicked the door open and rushed into the living room with his men. Kill.
Capture Long Xiaotian alive.
At the command, dozens of elite killers filed in, stabbing anyone in the throat with a single blow, cleanly and efficiently. Most of the members of the Black Tiger Society were small-time thugs, so they were no match for these well-trained killers and could only wait for death.
Boom!
Thunder roared and the sky was covered with dark clouds, as if a heavy rain was coming.
This night is destined to be restless.
Not long after, heavy rain fell, dispersing the strong smell of blood from the Long family. The flowing rainwater mixed with the blood, like a blood-red ocean.
A week later. Montenegro prison. Old Fan, how is Su Chen progressing now?
Long Zun stood on the top of the prison, looking up at the distant valley entrance above.
Above the valley entrance, all you can see is a small patch of blue sky.
Old Fan looked solemn and hesitated for a long time before asking, "Dragon Lord, I really can't hold it in any longer."
Can I dare to ask you a question?
You say.
Do you really believe that Su Chen will be able to help us escape from this dark prison one day? Of course I do.
Long Zun said in a decisive tone. Old Fan opened his mouth several times, hesitating to speak. After a long while, he finally said, "Well, since Long Zun has chosen to trust this kid, then I have nothing to say."
But Long Zun, Zhenkuan Denang is an extremely exquisite and superior technique.
Even you have practiced for decades to achieve such a high level of skill. This kid is just getting started, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve results. I'm worried that he's not up to the task and his skills are only half-baked.
Once he gets out, he will harm us.
Any advanced martial arts cannot be mastered casually.
It has only been a week.
No matter how talented Su Chen is, it is impossible for him to master it in such a short time. Even if you have some experience, it is impossible to master it without decades of time. If you are not careful and are exposed outside, then the decades of hiding in the Black Mountain prison will be meaningless.
Rumble.
However, just as Lao Fan finished speaking, an explosion was heard in the prison, causing the entire Black Mountain to tremble like an earthquake.
What's going on?
Lao Fan almost lost his balance and thought there was an earthquake. At the same time, a stream of light air gushed out from below, causing the grass and trees on the mountain wall to sway left and right. Long Zun's expression suddenly changed, and he said in surprise, "What a strong aura, erupting from inside the prison."
Come, follow me down to take a look. Now. In the lounge. Su Chen finished standing and let out a long breath.
He felt the subtle changes in his body and murmured, "What a wonderful feeling." His body was covered in layers of dirt, like crusted black mud. This was the filth caused when he stood in the Tianren posture and practiced Guiyuan Zhengong to speed up his breathing and expel impurities from his body.
It is also a wonderful effect unique to Guiyuan Zhengong.
It not only accelerates the condensation and purity of true qi to a great extent, but also strengthens the body and eliminates diseases.
It is indeed the best internal cultivation technique. I really have to thank Master Du Nan very much. With the support of Guiyuan Zhengong, practicing Tianren Zhuan can indeed achieve twice the result with half the effort. Just when they were happy, Long Zun walked in with Lao Fan. Su Chen, you've made another breakthrough.
Seeing Su Chen's energetic look, surrounded by spiritual energy and with a more restrained aura, it was obvious that his realm had reached the 9th stage of the initial acquaintance realm.
Too fast.
1 week of practice is equivalent to several years of practice for ordinary practitioners.
Boy, Dragon Lord asked you to practice the great shift of the universe here, why haven't you done it? Don't you want to get out?
Seeing Su Chen's progress, Lao Fan was not happy at all, but instead questioned him.
Su Chen disagreed, shrugged, and said, "Why do you think I haven't practiced?" "Boy! You!" Old Fan was so angry that he shouted, "All right. Since you've been practicing, let me see the results of your practice." He had disliked Su Chen for a long time, so he immediately gathered all his energy and struck him with a palm. With his cultivation level, even if he only used 30% of his strength, it would be enough to cripple Su Chen. This resentment has been accumulated for a long time. Even if Long Zun is watching, he has no scruples at all. He will fight first and talk about it later. The worst that can happen is that he will lose his life. However, even in the face of such a strong attack from Lao Fan, Su Chen remained calm and did not dodge. Bang! A palm landed fiercely on Su Chen's chest. However, what happened next completely shocked both Lao Fan and Long Zun. "Ah! My palm power, how could it be?" Lao Fan opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. Although he only used 30% of his strength, it should have been enough to crush a young man at the threshold level, but his palm power disappeared as if it hit a ball of cotton. The great shift of heaven and earth. It's the great shift of heaven and earth. Boy, have you really learned it? When he realized what was happening, Lao Fan was so shocked that he couldn't even express it in words. This technique of dissipating strength is exactly what Dragon Lord used to do, the great shift of the universe. In just 1 week, this kid actually learned it. How is it possible? Chapter 74 You can go out now. Lao Fan couldn't believe his eyes. In such a short time, this kid actually mastered the unique skill that took Long Zun decades to master, the great shift of the universe. This is impossible. It's not over yet. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, then gathered the true energy scattered throughout his body and returned the same way. Bang! Lao Fan only felt a powerful push from the palm of his hand, which made him retreat repeatedly until his back hit the wall. Ah! Give him a taste of his own medicine. He looked surprised again. It really is the great shift of the universe. Now, he couldn't help but believe it. "Boy, how did you do it?" He had also received instruction from Long Zun on such exquisite martial arts, but unfortunately his aptitude was too poor, and he made no progress for several years until he gave up. But Su Chen was able to use it flexibly in just 1 week. Monster! Truly a monster that only appears once in 1,000 years. Is it difficult? This is not something that can be learned just by looking at it. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed look, which almost made Lao Fan so angry that he vomited blood. In fact, any martial arts in the world are related to the circulation of qi and blood, and the mantras and methods of cultivation are all done to make qi and blood circulate. But Su Chen had his own unique method of practice. He didn't take the mantra taught by Long Zun to heart at all. Instead, he used his eyes to record the changes in the circulation of qi and blood in Long Zun's body when he performed the great shift of the universe. He replayed it in his mind over and over again, not missing any details, and then reproduced it exactly as it was. In this way, he can learn any technique in a short period of time. Of course, it's better to say it's copying than learning. It was just like when he was treating his mother before, he copied his master's Tianshu 9 needles. Good. Good. I really didn't make a mistake about you, Su Chen. You really make me look at you in a new light time and time again. After seeing Su Chen's cultivation results, Long Zun excitedly gave him a thumbs up. This boy's talent is too amazing, he is truly a martial arts genius rarely seen in the world. Su Chen cupped his hands and bowed deeply. This is all thanks to Long Zun's guidance. By the way, Long Zun, when can I go out? I have been practicing day and night for the past few days just to finish my studies as soon as possible and return to Shanghai as soon as possible. It's been almost a month, I'm afraid things have changed in Shanghai. I just hope nothing happens to Brother Long and Shirhan. Long Zun's face turned serious as he said, "Your progress has far exceeded my expectations. Even if I prepare now, it will take at least 2 days. 2 days. Okay. Then wait 2 more days." Su Chen knew that there was no other way, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. Afterwards, Long Zun and Lao Fan prepared to leave. At this time, Su Chen said from behind, "Long Zun, wait, I have something to ask of you. Can you please leave Senior Old Fan to practice with me? The so-called sparring is actual combat." When he fought with Leo before, he found that treating actual combat as a form of training would help him progress faster. Not only can one's own cultivation be improved, but combat experience can also be increased at any time. Su Chen, you are really smart. Long Zun immediately understood what he meant and secretly praised him.
Having someone with a high level of cultivation to practice with and teach him moves would indeed help him get into the state faster. So he turned around and ordered, "Old Fan, you stay and practice with him for the next 2 days. Remember, don't beat him to death." After saying that, he turned around and walked out.
Su Chen was dumbfounded. What did the last sentence mean? Don't beat people to death? I just asked Lao Fan to stay as a sparring partner, is that so serious? Boy, you really know how to pick on people. Well, I was thinking of teaching you a lesson. Old Fan is ready to fight and can't wait any longer. Su Chen's Adam's apple moved up and down, his face showing fear. What do you want to do? I told you not to do anything rash. I just asked you to teach me some moves so that I can gain some practical combat experience. Don't take revenge on me. Bang! Old Fan didn't bother to pay attention to him and punched him in the face. Fortunately, Su Chen reacted quickly enough, immediately turned on his X-ray vision, and dodged with the empty phase dust step. Damn! You're really hitting me. If you don't really fight, are you letting me win? Boy, you're still chattering in the face of the enemy, you're courting death. Then, Lao Fan began to torture Su Chen madly. Although Su Chen had unique skills, he did not have much practical experience, especially when facing a powerful master like Lao Fan, whose cultivation level was several realms higher than his. He was almost powerless to resist and could only run away all over the room. The house is not big and the space is limited. I was caught several times and beaten black and blue. It was obvious that Old Fan wanted to take revenge and didn't give Su Chen any chance to breathe. After a whole day of struggling like this, the situation finally turned around. By the second day, Su Chen had become accustomed to Lao Fan's attack patterns and moves. From simply dodging at the beginning, he was now able to accurately find flaws and counterattack. In addition, Old Fan was old after all and lacked physical strength, so the situation soon turned around and he was suppressed and beaten up by Su Chen. Old Fan was in great pain and wanted to stop, but when he beat Su Chen up before, he ignored Su Chen's pleas for mercy, so Su Chen would naturally ignore him now. Soon, it was late at night. The prison fell silent. 2 days are up. Long Zun arranged everything and came to inform Su Chen that he could leave. As soon as he entered the room, the scene in the room stunned him. Su Chen's face was covered in bruises. He was riding on Lao Fan's body, punching Lao Fan in the face again and again. As he beat him, he asked in a stern voice, "Do you accept it? Do you accept it? Do you accept it?" Lao Fan's condition was even worse, his face swollen like a bun. He couldn't bear it any longer and begged for mercy, "I surrender. I surrender. Stop hitting me. If you continue, I'll kill you." Long Zun stood at the door and looked at it, with a confused look on his face. What is going on? After all, Lao Fan was a renowned martial arts master back in the day, yet he actually let Su Chen ride on him and beat him up. Dragon Lord! Dragon Lord! You're finally here. Please make this brat stop. He is tormenting my old bones to pieces. When Lao Fan saw Long Zun coming, he quickly called for help. Damn it, this kid Su Chen is like a pervert, he can't be beaten at all. Although he was seriously injured, he recovered to full health after just a short rest. It seems like I have endless energy. But how could he know that there was a vitality in Su Chen's body that could continuously heal himself, and even if he was seriously injured, he could recover in a very short time? Old Fan, you have such a hot temper that you never tolerate anyone. I never thought you would end up like this today, ha 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 ha. This funny scene made Long Zun burst into laughter. The short happy time is over. Afterwards, Long Zun took Su Chen to a secret cell where little Leo and the others were already waiting. Everyone's faces turned serious, as if something big was about to happen. Su Chen, before you go out, I have something to give you. Long Zun said meaningfully. Chapter 75, The Vicious Woman. After Long Zun finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Lizi and others. Little Li walked forward, lightly punched Su Chen on the chest, and said with a smile, "Good boy, you are really good. It is worth all my training for you for so many days." As he spoke, he took out a note from his bosom and handed it to Su Chen, instructing him, "If you look for it according to the location on it, you can find the treasure I buried. There are bank cards, keys, the method to open the secret compartment, and the contact information of the contact person. Remember not to leak it." Su Chen took it, but before he could take a closer look, Lao Fan came over and said reluctantly, "I never thought that my last hope would be entrusted to you." "I'm not convinced." Not convinced? Su Chen narrowed his eyes.
Old Fan was so frightened that he quickly raised his hand to stop him.
My dissatisfaction is not the same as your dissatisfaction. Forget it, since you are the one chosen by the Dragon Lord, I will leave it to you.
As he spoke, he handed a note filled with words to Su Chen. Afterwards, more than a dozen of Long Zun's men handed over their treasures to Su Chen. There are countless properties, forces hidden in the dark, and spies planted in the Skynet organization. All of them are extremely involved and are also precious resources that people like Long Zun are preparing to keep for a comeback. After everyone had finished handing over, Long Zun held Su Chen's hand tightly and solemnly instructed, "Don't mention our affairs to anyone, and don't reveal your identity."
Can't even mention my master? Su Chen asked. Cannot.
Long Zun said seriously, "You haven't fought him yet, so you don't know how powerful he is.
Perhaps there are spies around you, but you just don't know about them yet. Even your master doesn't know.
In short, until you have enough strength to compete with Skynet, remember not to reveal yourself, otherwise your life will be in danger."
Su Chen frowned. Okay, I understand.
After saying this, he bent his knees, knelt solemnly, and kowtowed 3 times.
I feel extremely grateful.
If it weren't for Long Zun's help, he didn't know how long he would have to stay in this prison, and he didn't know how long he would be tortured by the people bribed by Ji Buchang. Now, not only can he go out, he has also learned a lot of skills, and he has also solved the doubts he has always had from Long Zun's mouth. Then, under Long Zun's arrangement, a special person drove Su Chen to the nearest city and went straight to the airport. Finally, at dawn, I boarded the plane to Shanghai.
Brother Long. Sure, Han. I'll be back soon, please don't be in any trouble.
Looking at the clouds outside the window, Su Chen really wanted to flash to Shanghai immediately.
Now. China overseas. Song family villa.
Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei were sitting on the sofa behaving ambiguously, completely oblivious to the fact that their men were watching them.
Mr. Song, there is news.
At this time, Ji Buchang walked in to report, "The people we sent to assassinate Gao Shirhan have succeeded.
Now the Changxing group has completely collapsed." Song Shanha narrowed his eyes and said, "Have you investigated thoroughly? Don't make any mistakes."
"We've investigated thoroughly.
Changxing group is currently holding a grand funeral. Gao Shirhan's body is still lying in a coffin in the Changxing building.
Because all the employees have left one after another, there's no one to bury the coffin. None of her family members are at Shanghai anymore.
It's incredibly desolate." Ji Bo said Long Dao.
Hearing this, Lu Xiaomei laughed triumphantly, "Ha, that's great. This stinky bastard has ended up dead without a burial place.
Let's see if he dares to stick with a man again. By the way, Ji Buchang, is there any news about that useless guy Su Chen?"
Speaking of this, Ji Buchang became even happier and said, "There's news from the Black Mountain prison too.
Su Chen was gang raped to death by a dozen strong men the day after he was incarcerated.
His body was then thrown into a ravine to be fed to wild beasts. It was a horrific end.
The 2 enemies of the Song family were all destroyed."
The 3 of them looked at each other and laughed, extremely happy.
"Great. Great.
From now on, our Song family can legitimately take over all the businesses of the Changxing group and become the largest family in Shanghai."
Song Shanha was extremely proud. "Master Ji Buchang, your contribution this time is not small. I have decided that I must thank you very much. After the Song family officially accepts the Changxing group, I will hand over half of its industries to you for management."
Ji Buchang was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly nodded and bowed to express his gratitude. At this moment, a subordinate rushed in, "Master, great joy, great joy."
Song Shanha glanced at him and asked, "What's so exciting?"
"The Dragon Group has returned, launching a large-scale operation against the Black Tiger Society. In just a few days, 9 of the 12 branches in Shanghai were wiped out, and the 9 Black Tiger Society leaders were killed.
The Long family villa was also captured. The Long family is now littered with corpses and in ruins. This is indeed great news." Song Shanha was extremely excited and asked hurriedly, "What about Long Xiaotian? Is he dead?" The subordinate said, "We didn't find Long Xiaotian's body, but no one saw him appear either. He must have been taken away by the Dragon Group."
"Ha, the Black Tiger Society is also finished, this is really great." Upon hearing this, Ji Buchang immediately bowed and congratulated, "Mr. Song, congratulations this time.
All of the Song family's major enemies have been destroyed. Now, no one in Shanghai can oppose the Song family anymore. It feels so good to get revenge. It's really a great occasion. What kind of day is today?" We've received so many good news. I'm happier than Chinese New Year. Song Shanha laughed out loud. However, Lu Xiaomei was still unwilling to give up. She gently leaned her head on Song Shanha's chest and said coquettishly, "My dear, although our great revenge has been achieved, it would be too easy for them to end it like this. Think about it, your grandson Song Zijian is still unconscious, and your son Song Yi was killed by that useless Su Chun. Can you really swallow this?" Song Shanha was puzzled. "Darling, what do you think we should do?" A sinister look flashed in Lu Xiaomei's eyes, and she said coldly, "Su Chen still has his parents alive. One is Su Tianan and the other is Yi Yuqin. If we don't kill them, what if they cause us trouble in the future? Vicious. Cruel." Hearing these words, Ji Buchang, who was standing by, felt a little nervous. As the saying goes, women are the most vicious, and this is very appropriate for Lu Xiaomei. Song Shanha thought it made perfect sense and nodded, saying, "That's right. We must eradicate the root of the problem. Let the people who killed Gao Shihan do it again and kill Su Chen's parents as well. I'll give them triple the reward afterwards." Ji Buchang nodded immediately, "Yes. I'll arrange it right away." Chapter 76 I'm back. The plane landed in the afternoon. Su Chen finally returned to his hometown, and the first thing he did was to rush to the Qianxin Group building. What was once the largest company in China overseas is now deserted and its glory is gone. Could something really have happened? Su Chen looked at the white cloth hanging high in the waiting room in the morning hall, and felt something was wrong. He hurried in and found a coffin placed in the middle of the hall, and the photo enshrined above the morning hall was actually of Gao Shihan. Poetry letter. Poetry letter. Su Chen couldn't hold back his tears, and he fell to his knees on the ground, crying bitterly. "I didn't expect that our farewell in Kyoto would be the last time we met. I'm sorry. Shihan. I'm sorry. I came back late." His vision was obscured by tears. Looking back, if it weren't for Gao Shihan's help, he wouldn't be where he is today. If Gao Shihan had not stood up against all odds, he would not have achieved his current status and position. This woman who had done him a great favor was indirectly killed by him. What's the point of just crying? If you were truly powerful, how could you not even protect the people around you? Just when I was heartbroken, a familiar voice came from the corner. Su Chen wiped his tears and turned around to see Lu Ming walking towards him with a look of disappointment. After giving Su Chen a cold look, he turned to face the spirit tablet, lit incense, and bowed. "With so many things happening in Shanghai, where have you been?" After he finished his worship, he inserted the incense into the incense burner. Su Chen's face was full of guilt. He sat weakly on the ground, not even having the courage to speak. Just as the master said, if he really had enough strength, how could the situation become like this? Ultimately, he is not strong enough. Why aren't you talking? You look like a lost dog. How could I, Lu Ming, have such a disappointing disciple like you? Oh no, there's another one who's just a figurehead, who's even more disappointing. We don't even know if he's alive or dead. Lu Ming was furious and blamed him. These words made Su Chen, who was originally depressed, suddenly have a murderous intent in his eyes. "Master, what happened to Brother Long?" He suddenly became determined. "He's been missing for many days. The Long family was also massacred, and the Black Tiger gang suffered countless casualties. I told him to practice properly, but he didn't listen. He just wanted to eat, drink, have fun, and find women. Now he suffers a great loss when he encounters a slightly stronger enemy. He's really a 100-pound birthday peach, a useless piece of shit." Although Lu Ming was cursing, he was more worried in his heart. After hearing this, Su Chen stood up and was about to leave, determined to avenge Long Xiaotian and Gao Shihan. Lu Ming hurriedly shouted, "Where are you going?" Su Chen's eyes were stern, and he said in a cold voice, "Go to the Song family and let Song Shanha and his entire family be buried with him. Then go to the Dragon Group to find Lan Yushan and avenge Brother Long. You're just being reckless, aren't you? Your bad temper is exactly like mine when I was young." Lu Ming smacked his lips, his face full of disgust, and said, "Have you understood the current situation? Where are you going to find the people from the Dragon Group? What if they are prepared and waiting for you to come? How are you going to deal with it?" "Master, You little brat, don't let hatred blind you." Master also lost his mind because of hatred and made a mistake that he would regret for the rest of his life. You must not follow in Master's footsteps. Lu Ming's words calmed Su Chen down a little.
But when he thought of Gao Shirhan and Brother Long, his anger couldn't help but burn.
Master, what do you think I should do now? Master, let me ask you one thing. Do you think Miss Gao, who is so smart, would be completely defenseless even though she knows someone is secretly targeting her?
These words flashed like a flash of lightning in Su Chen's mind.
Yes. Gao Shirhan is a shrewd person. He has already suffered a loss in Kyoto and will definitely not be fooled a second time. How could someone who can manage such a large group not have a sense of the overall situation? Could it be? Su Chen suddenly thought of something and immediately opened his X-ray vision to look inside the coffin. He couldn't help but be surprised. The woman in the coffin was not Gao Shirhan, but Gao Shirhan's secretary Xiaoli. In other words, Gao Shirhan is not dead. Stinky boy, it's time for you to show your skills. Remember, before doing anything, you must be fully prepared and never let hatred guide you.
After Lu Ming finished speaking, he put his hands behind his back and walked out swaggeringly.
Master! Su Chen called out to him.
He still had some questions about Skynet in his mind, but when he thought of Long Zun's instructions, he couldn't say them out loud. Lu Ming turned around, looked at him for a long time, and said meaningfully, "Boy, I see that your aura has changed again. It seems that you have encountered extraordinary opportunities in the past month.
Good, good. I believe that with your current abilities, you can handle these things in Shanghai very well. Just go for it. Also, hurry home and see, someone has been waiting for you at your house for many days, just waiting for you to come back." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked out. Every word, like the morning bell and evening drum, struck Su Chen's heart. My home? Su Chen muttered to himself, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind: the most dangerous place is the safest place. Could it be that Shirhan? Xin Yuan community. Su Chen suddenly understood and hurried home. Soon returned to Xin Yuan community. As he expected, someone had broken into the house and the door was broken down. The house was in a mess. Fortunately, he sent his parents out for a trip and refuge before leaving. At this moment, he suddenly found a cup of hot tea on the coffee table. It was obviously the water that had just been poured and I hadn't had time to drink it yet. Someone. He immediately became alert and turned on his X-ray vision to look into the inner room. Right inside his bedroom, Gao Shirhan was curled up in the closet. Shirhan. It's really Shirhan. Su Chen's heart finally settled down. He quickly ran into the bedroom and opened the wardrobe. Gao Shirhan thought there was a bad guy, so the moment the cabinet door opened, he picked up the wooden stick in his hand and hit it, but the stick was still in mid-air when it was caught by a strong arm. Shirhan. It's me. Su Chen held the wooden stick tightly, extremely excited. This sound. Gao Shirhan came back to her senses from the shock, took a closer look at the man in front of her, and couldn't help sobbing. This person is none other than Su Chen, whom she has been thinking about day and night. Brother Su Chen, you are finally back. I thought I would never see you again. Woo woo woo. She could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. I cried out all the grievances, fears, sadness, grief, and collapse I had experienced during this period. Su Chen also choked up, hugged her tightly, and comforted her. It's okay, I'm here, no one will bully you anymore. Brother Su Chen, that's great, you're back. Did you know that things have changed in Shanghai during this period? Gao Shirhan was crying. Su Chen had already guessed what was going on. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, saying, "Don't worry, I'm here. I will take back everything we lost." The words were low and deep, like the cold frost in December. At this moment, Su Chen's murderous intent was aroused, and his eyes became cold and fierce. The Song family will be exterminated, Lu Xiaomei will die, Ji Buochang will die, and everyone in the Dragon Group will die. This is a foregone conclusion. Chapter 77 Changes in the Sea. By the way, Shirhan, I just saw most of the funerals at the company, but the body in the coffin was Xiaoli. Why? The two hugged each other tightly for a long time, and Su Chen asked the question in his heart. Gao Shirhan choked up and said, "Xiaoli was implicated by me. The assassins sent by the Song family lurked in my office. I was not there, and Xiaoli brought in the documents. The assassins from the Song family thought she was me, so they killed her." At this point, she couldn't help sobbing again. And then? Later, I received a call from a mysterious person who told me to fake my own death and deceive the Song family. So I arranged a funeral and sent all the company employees home on holiday to avoid the limelight.
Later, the mysterious person told me that Xinyuan community had been raided many times and no one would come again.
He told me to hide here and wait for your return. Mysterious man? Su Chen stroked his chin with one hand, thinking secretly. Could it be that this mysterious person is the master? If you think about it carefully, it makes perfect sense.
Due to his status, the master couldn't intervene and could only help in secret.
Damn it! We've been to this lousy place several times and there's no one here. Why did they ask us to come? The old man is really confused and wants me to go on a wasted trip again.
Forget it, now that I'm here, I'll sit down and rest for a while, then go get a massage and have some fun, and then go back and report that I haven't found Su Chen's parents.
Speaking of which, that stinky woman is really vicious.
It's not enough to kill Su Chen, she even doesn't let his parents go. What kind of deep hatred does she have? At this moment, voices were heard in the living room. Listening to their conversation, it was obvious that they were men sent by the Song family.
Brother Su Chen, it was these people who killed Xiaoli, I remember their voices. Gao Shihan fell into that bloody memory again.
At that time, she was in the office next door and saw with her own eyes the Song family's killers kill Xiaoli.
Click. Click.
When Su Chen heard this, he clenched his fists even tighter, and his joints made friction sounds.
Just in time.
He strode out, looking fiercely at the 5 men in black in the living room. Suddenly a person walked out, which startled the 5 killers of the Song family and made them stand up in a hurry.
The leader raised his hand and pointed at Su Chen, asking, "Boy, who are you and why are you hiding here?" "I'm here to kill you." Su Chen could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and suddenly attacked.
With a single finger, Xu Wang poked directly into the center of the man's forehead.
Bang!
A bloody scene appeared. The man's head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering all over the ground. Su Chen has been suppressed for too long, and now he can finally go on a killing spree.
At this moment, he is like a bloodthirsty demon, and he must use the blood of the Song family as a sacrifice. Who are you? You dare to kill someone from the Song family? Do you want to die? Damn it, let's go together and kill him. Kill.
When the other 4 saw their eldest brother being killed tragically, they immediately became furious and rushed forward screaming. However, in front of Su Chen today, these so-called killers couldn't even hurt a hair on his head. After the rigorous training in the Black Mountain prison, Su Chen not only broke through to the 9th stage of the initial awareness realm, but also his body movements, internal strength, and moves became more perfect. Killing just a few men from the Song family is as easy as crushing an ant.
Bang! 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 Xu Wang pointed his finger and hit the eyebrows of 3 people in succession, followed by 3 explosions.
Blood splattered, staining the entire living room red. On the ground, 4 headless corpses were lying neatly, their heads blown to pieces, a tragic and bloody sight.
You, who are you?
The last person was left, and he was so scared that he had wet his pants and was trembling all over.
It's horrible. Killing someone with just 1 finger, with a power comparable to that of dynamite, is this something a human can do? Su Chen disdained to answer and asked coldly, "What did you just say? Did Song Shanha send you here to kill my parents?" "Your parents?"
After this question, the man immediately understood and his eyes widened in shock. "Ah.
You are Su Chen. Impossible. Impossible. Didn't Su Chen die in Black Mountain prison? How could he still be alive? Answer me." Snap. Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and he attacked instantly, piercing the man's arm with a false finger. A bloody hole suddenly appeared on the man's arm, and blood was flowing. "Ah! I said it! I said it!"
The man was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly confessed, "It was Lu Xiaomei who came up with the idea of having us come here to kill your parents. She suggested to my master that we should completely eradicate them."
Lu Xiaomei. It's this stinky bitch again.
There was a blazing fire in Su Chen's eyes.
"Brother Su Chen, are you okay?"
At this moment, Gao Shihan was worried about the situation outside and tiptoed out to check. Seeing the body of the Song family killer on the ground and Su Chen safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
You're not, Gao Shihan?"
The killer was even more shocked when he saw the familiar face.
"Even Gao Shihan is not dead. But who was the woman they killed a few days ago? It's over. It's over now. Gao Shihan is not dead, and Su Chen is not dead either, which means that all the Song family's plans are ruined. Shirhan, what do you think is the best way to deal with this guy? Su Chen turned around and asked.
Gao Shirhan saw the enemy who killed her secretary. No matter how kind-hearted she was, she couldn't help but feel resentment. Especially when she thought of Xiaoli's tragic death, her heart was even more sad. She said, "Brother Su Chen, these guys are not human beings at all, but beasts. You can never treat beasts with the same kindness as you treat people."
Okay, I'll listen to you.
Su Chen understood, and his eyes turned cold. He said to the killer, 3 seconds to tell us your last words.
Plop.
The killer was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Su Chen, listen to me, we are only following orders.
The ones who really want to harm you are my master and Lu Xiaomei. Please spare me, please spare me. Only when your life is hanging by a thread, you will know how terrible death is.
However, his plea for mercy sounded so ridiculous to Su Chen's ears.
Time's up. Let's get going. Bang.
A finger pierces the forehead.
The last killer from the Song family also had his head exploded.
Blood, like a blooming red flower, bloomed in the air.
Kill with one move, leaving no room for maneuver.
Looking at the headless corpses all over the ground, Su Chen's eyes remained cold, as if killing a few people was already commonplace for him.
He has changed. He is no longer the courier station employee who was bullied by others.
Instead, he has truly grown into a strong man and has understood the rules of survival in this world.
What is the law? The law of the jungle is the law. Whoever has the stronger fist is the rule. Let me ask you, if these killers really found his parents, would they let them go easily? The answer is obvious, absolutely not. This is the rule. Brother Su Chen.
With tears in her eyes, Gao Shirhan rushed forward, hugged Su Chen, and kissed him hard on the face. The great hero in her mind, her white horse king, finally came back riding on a 7-colored cloud to save her.
Shirhan, do you know what's going on with Brother Long? Su Chen asked.
Now that Gao Shirhan has escaped, the next goal is to save Long Xiaotian.
Chapter 78 Counterattack Time.
Gao Shirhan shook his head and said, I haven't contacted Mr. Long for a long time.
I don't know his current situation. Is that so?
Su Chen thought for a while, then made up his mind. Come on, follow me to the nearby Black Tiger Club and ask if anyone knows anything. Soon, the two drove to the Black Tiger Society's headquarters in the old city. This place has already been swept by the Dragon Group. As soon as they arrived, a younger brother blocked their way and shouted, What are you doing? The Black Tiger Society is undergoing a restructuring and is not seeing anyone.
Get out of here. Su Chen took a look and asked, Are you Zhao Quan's subordinate?
Zhao Quan is the boss of several streets in the old city, and most of the younger brothers in the gang are under his management.
The younger brother glanced at Su Chen with disdain and said, I used to be, but not now. Zhao Quan, that idiot, dared to openly disobey Lord Lan Yushan's order and refused to be recruited.
Lord Lan Yushan killed him, and now I am Lord Lan Yushan's subordinate.
By the way, who are you and how do you know Zhao Quan?
Su Chen immediately understood that this little thug was a traitor who sold out his master for fame and fortune.
Excuse me, what is the name of the leader of this gang?
The younger brother chuckled disdainfully. There is indeed a hall master named Su Chen, but he has never shown up, like a coward. Now that the Black Tiger Club has been taken over by Lord Lan Yushan, Su Chen is no longer the hall master. You keep mentioning Lord Lan Yushan.
It seems like you're definitely a traitor. Su Chen couldn't bear it any longer.
What he hated most in his life was unfaithful people.
The younger brother's expression immediately changed, and he roared, Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? I'm warning you, get out of here right now, or I'll chop you up. Bang!
Su Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense and kicked the little brother, sending him flying backwards and hitting the wall hard.
You'll soon know who I am. I won't rush to take your life today.
I'll deal with you once I'm done with this.
Traitors must be punished accordingly.
After saying that, he rushed into the inner hall with Gao Shirhan.
Da! Da! Da!
The commotion at the door immediately attracted many people from the Black Tiger Society, who surrounded Su Chen and Gao Shirhan with machetes and iron bars.
Boy, who are you to dare to attack someone from the Dragon Group and Black Tiger Club branch? Dragon Group Black Tiger Club branch.
This word immediately ignited Su Chen's anger.
Court death. He roared. Next second. Puff. Puff! Puff! The empty dustless steps were as swift as gusts of wind and lightning.
In the blink of an eye, he shuttled back and forth between a group of Black Tiger Society's younger brothers. None of his illusory finger techniques missed their target, and all of them hit their targets accurately.
Ah! Ah! In a flash, more than a dozen people fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Su Chen was so angry that he gritted his teeth.
Fundamentally speaking, he was the head of the hall here, and these traitors were all his people, but they chose to do such a betrayal.
Naturally, he could not escape the blame. After finishing the task, Su Chen went straight to the hall.
I saw many Black Tiger Society brothers tied to the pillars in the hall. They were all covered with bruises and tortured beyond recognition. There is no doubt that these people must be loyal to Long Xiaotian, so they were tied up and tortured.
You are Master Su?
One of the dying men recognized Su Chen.
Su Chen hurriedly untied everyone, treated them one by one, and said, "Yes, I am Su Chen. What is the current situation of the Black Tiger Club? Is Brother Long alive or dead? Please tell me." With his vitality and the treatment of the 9 Tianshu needles, several people recovered quickly. They regained some strength and began to talk about what had happened in the Black Tiger Club during this period of time. In recent days, Lan Yushan's forces have been launching fierce attacks on the Black Tiger Society's territory, mainly through assassinations. They first kill the leaders and then suppress the people below. Those who are willing to surrender will be recruited, and those who are unwilling will be hung up, beaten and tortured. Using this method, they seized a lot of Black Tiger Society's territory. Every time they took over a place, they renamed it the Jackie Chan Group branch, in order to erode the power of the Black Tiger Society. In front of the Dragon Group, a group of well-trained professional killers, everyone in the Black Tiger Society was in danger and frightened. So many traitors emerged and the society became fragmented in a short period of time. Even Long Xiaotian was betrayed and his hiding place was exposed, which led to Lan Yushan's assassination. His life or death is now unknown. What a good trick! After hearing this, Su Chen was extremely angry, but he had to admire Lan Yushan's ability. Speed is of the essence in war, and the strike is deadly. In front of the Dragon Group, the Black Tiger Society seemed like a pile of loose sand, unable to withstand a single blow. Brother Su Chen, I think Mr. Long is not in danger of his life at the moment. At this time, Gao Shirhan spoke. Su Chen frowned, turned around and asked, "Shirhan, what do you mean?"
Gao Shirhan said, "If I were Lan Yushan, I would never kill Mr. Long before I had taken over all of the Black Tiger Club's territory. Because holding Mr. Long's life in my hands is like holding a token of justice. Use the Emperor to command the princes." These words immediately opened Su Chen's mind. That's right. After all, the Dragon Group is an external force, and the Black Tigers are spread all over the Central Sea. It's not so easy to subdue them all in a short period of time. Brother Long's life is of vital importance at this moment. Shirhan, you must be careful. Su Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. At least now we know that Brother Long is not in danger of his life. He is probably under house arrest by Lan Yushan. In this case, I must find a way to find the location of Lan Yushan and rescue Brother Long first. Thinking of this, he got up and walked to the yard. At this moment, in the middle of the yard, a group of Black Tiger Society traitors were still lying on the ground, screaming in pain. After a period of interrogation, one of them could no longer bear the pain and confessed, "Master, we really don't know where Lord Lan Yushan is." No, we are not qualified to know where that bastard Lan Yushan is. However, at this time every day, a member of the Dragon Group comes to inspect. "Master, you can ask this person." As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside. Su Chen used his eyes of clairvoyance to look closely and saw a member of the Dragon Group walking in with a swagger. "Call." The Kongxiang Wuchen step suddenly came out and blocked the man in front of him like lightning. Without any nonsense, he pointed at the painful point with one finger. What painful point? It is the key point of the nerve that controls pain. Once it is affected, your whole body will feel like being bitten by millions of ants, with constant pain and itching, which can make you feel unbearable pain. Ah! Who are you? What do you want to do? The member of the Dragon team was caught off guard and rolled on the ground, scratching his ears and screaming. Snap! Su Chen had no intention of talking to him properly. He stepped on his thigh, instantly crushing it into a pool of flesh, and roared, "Tell me, where is that bastard Lan Yushan hiding?" Chapter 79 Rescue.
Under Su Chen's interrogation, Lan Yushan's hiding place was finally revealed. Lan Yushan, let's see where you can hide this time.
There was murderous intent in Su Chen's eyes. Afterwards, he summoned all the Black Tiger brothers who could be assembled in the old city hall and rushed to the manor where Lan Yushan was located. Although there were only a dozen or so people, they were all high-spirited and ready to die. Halfway through the journey, Su Chen suddenly changed lanes and drove into the first hospital. He turned to Gao Shirhan, who was in the passenger seat, and said, "Shirhan, the place we're going to next will be quite dangerous. I may not have time to take care of you. You should go to the dean's office for shelter. Don't worry, someone will receive you." I believe the master had already anticipated that he would bring Gao Shirhan here.
Gao Shirhan was reluctant to leave.
They had just met for a short time and now they were about to part again. She almost burst into tears. "Brother Su Chen.
Shirhan, don't worry, I'll be back soon.
We have an agreement that I'll come back to complete it after I finish my work."
Agreement?
Yes,
have you forgotten that there is one thing we haven't done? Su Chen's words made Gao Shirhan laugh.
This agreement refers to the physical and spiritual connection between two people, but unfortunately there were many setbacks and each time it failed to happen at the last minute.
Okay, I'll wait for you, Brother Su Chen, you must come back. Must. After a heartfelt confession, Gao Shirhan got out of the car and walked into the hospital.
After Su Chen saw her being taken in by the nurse, he felt relieved and drove away. Soon, a group of people from the Black Tiger Society gathered outside the gate of Lan Yushan's manor. "Master, I have contacted some of my brothers in life and death.
They know you are back and have responded.
They are now rushing here," a younger brother said. Su Chen was very pleased and nodded. "Okay, there are still many loyal people." After saying that, he turned on his X-ray vision and looked around the manor. After all, they are members of the Dragon Group, and their defenses are tight.
The guards have visual communication with each other, so once there is an alarm, everyone will know.
Moreover, they are numerous and powerful, and most of the elites are stationed in the manor.
These people all have cultivation.
It is difficult for Su Chen to deal with so many people at the same time alone, not to mention that he also has to take into account the safety of his brothers in the Black Tiger Society. In this situation, you must never rush in rashly.
That's it, there's no mistake.
Bring your men to the door and yell and curse.
Don't engage them head-on. Just attract their attention. If someone chases you out, hide in the woods immediately. Come back and continue yelling and cursing when it's safe. In short, harass them as much as you can. Su Chen had an idea. This is called the enemy harassment tactic.
It is impossible to confront a regular killer group like the Dragon Group by force. The only option is to use strategy.
When it comes to strategy, Su Chen is not inferior to anyone. "Master, what about you?"
the younger brother next to him asked. Su Chen smiled faintly. "Once you have attracted the attention of the Dragon Group guards, I will take the opportunity to sneak in, find out where Brother Long is imprisoned, and bring him out. I will also kill Lan Yushan. When the time comes, I will hold Lan Yushan's head and shout loudly, and the Dragon Group will naturally fall without a fight. This is called capturing the leader first."
"Master, what did you say? You want to go in alone?"
These words stunned all the Black Tiger Society's brothers.
"Who is Lan Yushan?"
"He is the leader of the Dragon Group's assassins, the elite among the elite assassins, and is known as the King of Killers."
"Going in alone is too crazy. No time to explain, take action now."
Su Chen gave an instruction and without waiting for a reply, he moved his feet and used the empty dustless steps like a phantom, going around to the corner of the manor. The group of people were extremely surprised. The corner of the wall was at least 200 meters away, but it was just a blink of an eye. This speed is too fast to be caught up with by the naked eye.
"Let's go. Do as the hall master tells us."
Then, they rushed out of the woods and ran to the gate of the manor to cause trouble.
Some were shouting and cursing, some were urinating and spitting, and they insulted everyone with all sorts of methods.
This soon aroused the dissatisfaction of the Dragon Group, and they immediately rushed out of the door to catch these troublemakers. Seeing many people rushing out of the manor, the Black Tiger Society's brothers immediately scattered and hid in the woods. "When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy chases, I run. When the enemy retreats, I harass." This goes on over and over again, constantly toying with the Dragon Group.
The other side. Outside the side wall of the manor.
When Su Chen heard the noise at the gate, he knew that the people from the Black Tiger Society had started to act, so he seized the opportunity, jumped onto the wall, and climbed into the manor. With his X-ray vision, he locked onto more than a dozen hidden cameras around him, picked up stones from the ground and shot them out, smashing them all.
Continue searching deeper into the manor until you find a cellar entrance. At the entrance, there were 8 people from the dragon group guarding it.
Su Chen immediately realized that some important person must be imprisoned here, so he looked carefully and saw that at the bottom of the cave, more than 10 meters underground, Long Xiaotian's limbs were nailed to the cross, and his flesh and blood were blurred. These nails all avoid vital points and are not fatal, but they are enough to cause excruciating pain.
Brother Long. Su Chen almost shed tears.
The hatred in his heart was like the surging Yangtze River, overflowing endlessly.
Dare to torture Long Xiaotian?
The dragon has a reverse scale, and anyone who touches it will die. To attack the people around him is to touch his weak spot.
Who? Su Chen walked straight to the entrance and was immediately discovered by the guards. However, the next second. Bang! Bang! Bang!
In just one round, the 8 elite members of the dragon group fell to the ground, screaming in pain.
Today, Su Chen has returned to Zhonghai as a king and has become invincible. Shu! Don't make noise.
He leaned over and said to one of the dragon team members, "Be quiet.
You're disturbing Brother Long." Oh, is this a walkie-talkie? Here, pick it up and notify Lan Yushan immediately. Tell them someone has broken into the cellar. Arrogant. Domineering. Not afraid at all. The people in the dragon group were all shocked. What was going on? She actually took the initiative to let him notify?
However, having just witnessed how terrifying Su Chen was, he didn't dare to disobey, so he picked up the intercom and called for help. "Boss, it's bad, someone broke into the cellar and wanted to rescue Long Xiaotian."
What?
A curse came from the other end of the intercom. "Who are you, the daredevil, to come into my territory?"
However, his questions never received a response. After reporting the news, Su Chen killed the 8 guards at the cellar door.
Afterwards, Su Chen entered the cellar and immediately injected vitality into Long Xiaotian to prolong his life. Amidst a scream, the nails that had pierced his limbs were pulled out, saving Long Xiaotian's life.
"Su, brother Su, I knew you would come." In a daze, Long Xiaotian uttered a few words and then fainted. He always believed in Su Chen and firmly believed that Su Chen would come back to save him and all his brothers in the Black Tiger Society. Brother Long, just have a good sleep. When you wake up, everything will be over.
Su Chen picked up Long Xiaotian and turned around. A cold light flashed in his eyes, as if reaching the underworld. He was filled with murderous intent.
Lan Yushan, it's time to settle the account between you and me. Chapter 80 Angry Su Chen. Outside the cellar. Su Chen stood up resolutely, carrying the sleeping Long Xiaotian on his back. He is waiting for someone. A great enemy that must be dealt with.
The breeze blew across his face, gently lifting his unruly bangs, revealing a pair of determined eyes.
Da! Da! Da!
Footsteps were heard. Then I saw 3 big men walking towards this side in a hurry.
"Boss, our people are being held up by the Black Tigers, causing trouble at the gate. How about we send a few people over to call them back?" "That's right, boss. I don't know what happened to those remnants of the Black Tiger Society.
They suddenly went crazy and treated our people like dogs."
The 2 men on the left and right spoke respectfully to the tall and burly man in the middle. "This person is Lan Yushan. It's too late. Let's go to the cellar and see what's going on. If Long Xiaotian is rescued, our plan will be messed up."
As he was talking and walking, he suddenly saw a person standing at the door of the cellar.
On the ground, all the members of the dragon team guarding the cellar were dead. "Who are you, boy?" Lan Yushan frowned, a little surprised.
He had already seen Long Xiaotian on the man's back, which showed that the rescue operation had been successful, but why didn't he leave?
"Are you Lan Yushan?"
Su Chen glanced at him with a dull look, then smiled contemptuously. It turns out that the legendary king of killers is actually an extremely ugly and rough man.
"You've been looking for me, and now I'm here." "Oh? Could it be that you are Su Chen?"
Lan Yushan's hawk-like gaze was fixed on the arrogant boy in front of him. A closer look reveals that he is just a young kid, yet he has been occupying the top spot on the bounty list for so long.
"It's time to come. Cut off the roots and destroy them all at once."
Thinking of this, he winked at his 2 men, who understood and walked over aggressively.
Su Chen remained motionless, not taking the two of them seriously at all.
His gaze remained focused on Lan Yushan. He asked, "Before you die, I have one more question for you.
I heard you're from Skynet, right? Then, you must know everything about Skynet, right?" Lan Yushan narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "Boy, why are you asking these questions?" Su Chen said with disdain, "It seems that you are not going to answer me honestly without some tricks. How about this, let me make a bet with you. If I win, you tell me everything about Skynet. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Bet?" Lan Yushan's eyes narrowed.
"That's right, let's bet on whether I can kill your two men within 2 moves.
What? Within 2 moves? Ha 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 ha. Such arrogant remarks made Lan Yushan laugh out loud.
These 2 people are his personal bodyguards and the 2 strongest elites in the Dragon Group, second only to him in strength. This kid actually said that he could solve the problem with just 2 moves.
It was simply a pipe dream. Boy, you probably don't know how to write the word death. Not to mention that he was carrying someone on his back. Even if he stood still and let him hack him, it would be impossible for him to kill him within 2 moves. Su Chen's expression suddenly became serious. "How will you know if you don't try?" "Okay. I'll make you this bet. Kill." Lan Yushan didn't waste any more words. He waved his hand and issued the killing order. The 2 elite members of the Dragon Group immediately drew daggers from their waists and stabbed Su Chen in the heart. However, in Su Chen's eyes of perspective, their movements were as if frozen, extremely slow, and they dodged without any effort. Seeing this, the 2 men had no choice but to brandish their daggers and stab repeatedly, with each stab going straight to the vital points. However, Su Chen dodged perfectly every time without even a single unnecessary movement. This kid. Lan Yushan was secretly surprised. He had never expected Su Chen to have such skills. He said, "Why are you two still wasting time with him? Hurry up and grab your guns." The 2 men missed their attacks one after another and felt unprecedentedly insulted. Upon hearing the boss's reminder, they made up their minds and pulled out their guns. Bang! Bang! Gunshots rang out. 2 bullets fired out. Su Chen was still not at all panicked. He was surprised to find that as long as he focused enough, he could even see the trajectory of the ballistic missile with his eyes. Now, the actual combat training in Montenegro prison came in handy. He reacted immediately and just turned around, and 2 bullets whizzed past him. Ah! How is this possible? This scene shocked Long Xiaotian and the 2 Dragon Group elites so much that they couldn't help but widen their eyes. He can even dodge bullets. This guy, I'm afraid he is a monster. You've done your best, it's my turn. Just when the 3 were shocked, Su Chen moved. Call. He suddenly took a step forward with the empty dustless step, and his figure circled around the 2 elites of the Dragon Group like a phantom. With a false finger, he hit their vital points without them noticing. 2 moves have passed. Su Chen's figure flashed back to his original position again, as if he had never moved. His moves were as fast as lightning and as quick as a startled wild goose. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions were heard, and a column of blood suddenly spurted out from the hearts of the 2 elite members of the Dragon Group, and their hearts were blown to pieces by a domineering true chi. The 2 men then vomited blood, fell to the ground and died on the spot. 2 moves. Just 2 moves. All this happened in a flash. How could this be? Lan Yushan was stunned and began to panic. As a killer who has been in danger all year round, living on the edge of a knife, and has a strong psychological quality, not afraid of death, it was indeed the first time in his life that he was frightened by a young man. It's horrible. Who are you, boy? He forced himself to remain calm. At this moment, he couldn't help but start to re-examine Su Chen. This person is definitely not as simple as recorded in the information, and it is impossible that he is just an employee of a small express delivery station in Shanghai. You don't need to know who I am. According to the bet, you should answer my questions. Su Chen simply ignored his question. Such an overwhelming arrogance made Lan Yushan swallow his saliva and look a little timid. He knew very well that this man was terrible and had already started planning his escape. However, how could he hide his little thoughts from Su Chen? I didn't expect that the king of killers could be so incompetent. He's already thinking of running away before he even does anything. Su Chen showed contempt and sneered, "Lan Yushan, listen carefully. My eyes can see into the secrets of heaven and observe people's hearts. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Don't resist fearlessly. Tell the truth and I can make your death more painful."
These words were extremely domineering and powerful. At this moment, Suchen seemed to be above all ordinary people. From this moment on, he became the real overlord of Shanghai.
Chapter 81 Blood Dragon. Boy! You!
Lan Yushan, the king of assassins, had never suffered such humiliation.
Suchen said, "What do you mean by you?" "Forget it. I don't expect you to speak up on your own initiative, so I'll use some tricks on you." Indeed, a murderous aura swept over like an overwhelming force. The air is filled with a rage for revenge. There was an incomparable coldness in Suchen's eyes. It was because of this bastard in front of him that Wei Long died, Badian died, so many people from the Black Tiger Society sacrificed their lives, and even Long Xiaotian was nailed to the cross and tortured. I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart unless I skin and bone this dog. Just as the fire of anger was burning fiercely, a layer of red light quietly condensed around Suchen, without even knowing it himself. The red light was like blood, emitting a faint smell of blood. As the anger grew, a lifelike dragon gradually condensed above his head, circling and dancing.
The giant dragon was completely red, with scales emitting blood-red rays.
It looked down upon the sky with pride and majesty. Roar! A roar shook the earth.
The voice of the divine dragon, with all spirits bowing their heads, shook all directions with endless majesty. This voice also caught Suchen's attention.
He looked up and was shocked. This is?
This blood dragon had clearly emerged from his body, but he himself was completely unaware of it.
Strange, when did I master this technique? Seemingly familiar. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere.
Just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard Lan Yushan pointing at the red dragon and exclaiming, "Ah!
It's actually Long Zun's divine dragon Qi." "Boy, who are you?" "Divine dragon Qi." Suchen suddenly thought of something.
Recalling the time in the Black Mountain prison, I saw with my own eyes that Long Zun's true energy transformed into a vigorous flying dragon. The scene was exactly the same as now.
Could it be that it was because he had practiced the mantra of the mental method taught by Long Zun? "Oh? You actually know about the divine dragon Qi?"
After realizing what was happening, Suchen narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "I really didn't ask the wrong question."
"You do know a lot about Skynet. Well, tell me everything."
After saying that, he moved.
"Call."
With the empty and dustless steps, he instantly appeared in front of Lan Yushan. Even though he was still carrying Long Xiaotian on his back, his speed did not slow down at all. Then he stretched out his index finger and aimed at Lan Yushan's heart. Lan Yushan also reacted very quickly, mobilizing the internal energy and throwing a punch with all his might.
Boom!
The cultivation level of the perception realm slammed into Suchen's chest like a violent storm.
"Ha, kid, you were careless, weren't you? I was able to capture Long Xiaotian so easily, didn't you ever think about the reason?" Lan Yushan laughed heartily after he succeeded.
Yes, he is also a warrior, and he has reached the realm of perception. However, after laughing a few times, his smile suddenly froze. Logically speaking, a full-strength attack from a cultivator at the perception realm would have the power to split mountains and shatter rocks.
Suchen should have vomited blood and died, but he didn't move at all, and there wasn't even a trace of expression on his face. The next second, Lan Yushan suddenly realized something was wrong.
The force of his fist that he had punched into Suchen's body actually burst out along his arm and hit him back on his body intact. All this happened so suddenly that he was not even prepared. He was knocked to the ground by the force and rolled over.
Puff!
It didn't stop until it rolled several times, and then it spat out a mouthful of blood.
Could this be Dragon Lord's great shift of the universe?
Lan Yushan's eyes were as big as light bulbs, and his face was full of shock.
Suchen can actually use all of Long Zun's unique skills.
However, the divine dragon Qi and the great shift of the universe have only existed in the legends of Skynet, and no one has ever seen them. Also, Long Zun has been dead for decades, and his unique skills have been lost.
How did Suchen know them? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Your eyes are extraordinary.
Not only do you know the divine dragon Qi, you also know the great shift of the universe. If that's the case, then you should also know how powerful these two techniques are.
You are no match for me, so it's better for you to be obedient. Suchen stood with his head held high, looking proud.
Now he is a real strong man. Even the king of assassins is nothing but a piece of trash in front of him. Lan Yushan clutched his chest, his weathered face twisted into a ball as he asked, "What is your relationship with Long Zun?"
You have no right to ask me questions. Roar! Su Chen's eyes suddenly became fierce, and as his anger grew, the red dragon roared again.
It seemed that every time his emotions fluctuated, the red dragon's riot would grow a little more intense.
I'll give you one last chance. Tell me everything about Skynet.
Okay, I'll tell you.
I'll tell you. Lan Yushan was so frightened that he dared not say anything more. He quickly said, "Actually, I don't know much. I'm not directly affiliated with Skynet. I just want to obtain higher dark points and bounties by completing the tasks issued by Skynet. That's all? No, there's more.
The reason I'm trying so hard to get hidden points is because when the points reach a certain amount, I can be listed on the heavenly ranking.
This is an honor list that only the strongest can reach.
It is the dream of countless people.
And if I rank high enough, I might be appreciated by the Heavenly Lord and become a member of the power behind Skynet, sharing the world with the Heavenly Lord." He.
Hearing this, Su Chen smiled disdainfully.
It's so boring.
Doing so many things just to get on a so-called honor roll and gain false fame. In the end, you still have to join Skynet and work for others.
Isn't this just having nothing to do after eating? Still want to share the world? Anyone who has ever worked should know that the promises made by the boss are not to be trusted. Tianzuan.
However, this title piqued his interest.
Could it be that this Tianzuan is the one who betrayed Longzuan and seized power? It must be.
But Su Chen vaguely felt that the matter regarding Skynet was definitely not as simple as Lan Yushan said. These one-sided things are like the pie in the sky drawn by the Lord, neither complete nor true.
As to what is hidden behind this, it is unknown. One last question, where are the heads of Tyrant and Dragon?
Su Chen also had a general understanding of Skynet, so he asked about his brother's head. This question made Lan Yushan feel a little bit bewildered.
He said vaguely, I don't know where I threw it.
The forces of the Dragon Group entered Zhenghai with high spirits, beat the Black Tiger Society, and captured Long Xiaotian in seconds. Lan Yushan didn't think he would fail at all, and didn't take the people of the Black Tiger Society seriously at all. They had killed so many people, how could they possibly preserve two mere heads properly? Who knows where they would have been thrown into the sewer?
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's anger erupted like a volcano.
The huge red dragon hovering in the air seemed to sense the boundless anger and actually spewed out a breath of fire from the sky. The murderous aura also burst out at this moment, sweeping across the sky and earth.
I want your life. Su Chen could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. He roared and suddenly punched forward. Roar! The red dragon roared, and its huge body instantly pierced through Lan Yushan's body. Boom!
The sound of explosions resounded throughout the entire manor.
When Su Chen calmed down, Lan Yushan had turned into a pool of minced meat that couldn't even be put together again. The legendary king of killers is vulnerable. Su Chen looked at the bloody scene in front of him and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. What a terrifying power! He looked at his bloody right hand and fell into deep thought. Chapter 82 Revenge on the Song Family. This unparalleled power shocked Su Chen himself, but he didn't know when he mastered the divine dragon Qi.
It seemed as if his anger was channeled out, creating a sense of induction.
However, this power is too terrifying and cannot be controlled by the initial stage of cultivation.
Just now, for a moment, he was dominated by a desire for blood and had no idea what he was doing.
Brother Long, I have avenged you.
Then, he turned his head to look at Long Xiaotian who was sleeping on his shoulder, and then he walked away.
This battle killed Lan Yushan instantly and shattered the ambitions of the Dragon Group. Look, someone is coming out from the cellar. Strange, how did he get in?
The person on his back seems to be Long Xiaotian.
Ah! It's really Long Xiaotian.
When Su Chen carried Long Xiaotian to the gate, the originally restless crowd suddenly quieted down. All the people in the Dragon Group had no idea when Su Chen went in, and they had no idea how Su Chen brought Long Xiaotian out. You must know that Long Xiaotian is guarded by 8 elite killers, and Lord Lan Yushan is personally in charge. This person actually walked out in such a swagger, so where did Lord Lan Yushan go?
Bang! Without saying a word, Su Chen threw Lan Yushan's jade pendant necklace on the ground. This was the only thing left of Lan Yushan. I've already killed your boss.
If you don't want to die, surrender. These words immediately boosted the morale of the Black Tiger Society brothers outside. They turned back and rushed into the manor in neat steps. The mighty team almost kicked down the gate of the manor, and their momentum was overwhelming.
Fuck it, keep chasing. Weren't you very arrogant just now?
Your boss has been killed by Hall Master Su. Let's see how you can fight the Black Tiger Society. Behave yourself, or you'll all die. Seeing that Su Chen had succeeded, everyone in the Black Tiger Society became more confident and spoke with more confidence. Now that Lan Yushan is dead and the Dragon Group is leaderless, these remnants have nothing to fear. The members of the Dragon Group also knew that the situation was hopeless, so they all knelt on the ground, not daring to resist.
This storm finally achieved final victory under Su Chen's leadership.
After resolving the issues at the manor, Su Chen took Long Xiaotian to the hospital to find his master.
Brother Su Chen.
As soon as she reached the corridor, Gao Shihan rushed out of the office, ignoring the gazes of the people around her, and threw herself into Su Chen's arms. You're back, so good, you're back, I missed you so much.
After going through so many things, she no longer wants to be separated from Su Chen.
She didn't know when it started, but she had already fallen in love with this man.
Ah, Mr. Long.
At this moment, Gao Shihan saw Long Xiaotian on Su Chen's back, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on her face.
Brother Su Chen, you really brought Mr. Long back. Su Chen nodded.
The turmoil that had lasted for several months finally ended with the killing of the leader of the Dragon Group. I have lost so much in recent days.
The source of this incident was the hunting order issued by the Song family.
Soon, Long Xiaotian was sent to the ward for examination and treatment, and Gao Shihan personally took care of him.
Su Chen went to the dean's office to see his master.
At this moment, Lu Ming had already brewed tea and had been waiting for a long time. Boy, you solved such a difficult problem in just half a day.
You are really amazing.
Lu Ming handed over the tea with a look of relief on his face. However, when he looked at Su Chen, his eyes suddenly changed slightly, and just as Su Chen stretched out his hand, he grabbed his wrist.
Master. Shoo. Don't make any noise. The pulse diagnosis was completed in less than a minute. Lu Ming frowned and exclaimed in surprise, 9th stage of the initial acquaintance realm. Good boy. You really make your master look at you with new eyes again and again.
He had long noticed that Su Chen's aura was more restrained, but he didn't expect him to grow so fast. Before leaving Zhonghai, his cultivation level was only at the 7th stage of the initial awareness realm. However, within just 1 month, he had rapidly grown to the 9th stage.
Too fast. So fast that it's unimaginable.
However, at this moment, Lu Ming's face suddenly turned gloomy and he asked, Stinky boy, it seems like you've practiced a very evil and vicious martial art.
Yes, deep in Su Chen's Dantian, there is a very violent evil spirit hidden. It is completely opposite to Tianren Zhuang and Guiyuan Zhangong. This kind of evil energy cannot condense on its own, it must be produced through cultivation.
After hearing this, Su Chen also remembered that when he killed Lan Yushan, he lost control of himself for a while.
Could it be the divine dragon Qi? But what is strange is that when Long Zun used the divine dragon Qi, his domineering aura was full of righteousness. Why did it turn into evil energy after he practiced it? How is that possible? Master, However, he had promised Long Zun that he would not tell anyone about this matter, not even his master. Seeing that he was in a dilemma, Lu Ming didn't ask any more questions and said, Forget it, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Just be careful next time. Although this power is powerful, it can easily backfire. Don't use it lightly.
Originally, Lu Ming wanted to ask where Su Chen had been and what he had done in the past month. At this time, a nurse came in and said, Director, Mr. Long's examination has been completed.
There is nothing serious. He will be fine after resting for a while. Long Xiaotian's limbs were pierced by nails and he was tortured.
His life was hanging by a thread, but now he is not in serious danger. It is obvious that he received treatment before returning. Boy, your medical skills have truly reached their peak. Even I'm not sure I can cure him in such a short time. Lu Ming was extremely happy as he watched his apprentice growing rapidly in front of him. Su Chen pursed his lips, feeling a little bitter in his heart. He thought that he was still not strong enough, otherwise how could things develop to this extent? After a brief chat, Lu Ming went to the ward to visit Long Xiaotian.
Su Chen drank a whole pot of tea alone in the office, put the cup on the table, made up his mind, and then got up and left. It's time to make a final break with the Song family.
Driving a Porsche, he sped all the way to the Song family villa. All hatred must be settled once and for all today.
Now. Song family villa.
Captain G, why haven't those people you assigned to this task returned to report? Song Shanha sat on the sofa with his arms around Lu Xiaomei and asked a question.
It's already dark, and he hasn't come back yet. Su Chen's parents are just two ordinary people, and they can be easily dealt with.
Ji Buchang also felt strange, so he walked to the window and looked out to see if anyone had returned. However, what was surprising was that when he looked up, he saw a tall figure standing outside the gate of the compound.
Bang! The man kicked down the large iron gate and shouted into the villa, Lu Xiaomei. Ji Buchang. Song Shanha. Come out and die. It's Su Chen. Chapter 83 Invincible. Ah! It's him.
When Ji Buchang saw the figure outside, he was so scared that his face turned pale. Seeing his trembling appearance, Song Shanha said unhappily, Master Ji Buchang, who did you see that made you so scared? Then he turned his head and looked casually.
Just one glance and he instantly stood up straight from the sofa. It turned out to be Su Chen. Ah! This kid. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't Su Chen die in prison? How so? Master Ji Buchang, didn't you say that the matter has been settled? The warden of Black Mountain Prison told you personally that Su Chen has been killed. Why is this kid back again? This question even confused Ji Buchang himself. He had indeed received news that the big thing had been accomplished. Could it be that the warden was lying to him? But why is this? The warden has such a close relationship with him, how could he lie for Su Chen? Moreover, how did Su Chen come out of the Black Mountain Prison unscathed? You know, that prison holds international serious criminals and is heavily guarded. Since it was built until now, over 100 years ago, no one has ever walked out alive from there. My dear, it's just right that Su Chen is back. I let him get away last time, and this time I must kill him. However, when Lu Xiaomei saw Su Chen breaking into the Song family alone, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Song Shanha and Ji Buchang finally realized, yes, this is the Song family, one mouthful of spit from each person is enough to drown. Call everyone out immediately. Whoever can chop off Su Chen's head today will be rewarded handsomely. Song Shanha gave the order immediately. At the same time, Su Chen was already standing in the yard in a swagger, with endless murderous intent surging in his heart, like a beast roaring softly, waiting to devour blood. Lu Xiaomei. Song Shanha. Ji Buchang. Get out here and die. Roar. The sound of anger was deafening, like the roar of a wild beast. Day. Immediately afterwards, dozens of Song family's men rushed out like a tide and surrounded Su Chen. Everyone was holding a weapon and surrounded the place tightly. Su Chen didn't even bother to look at these scum, his eyes fixed on the living room. Ah, boy, you really are not afraid of death. At this moment, a disgusting laugh came from the living room, and Song Shanha came out with Lu Xiaomei in his arms. Ji Buchang followed closely behind. With so many men from the Song family around, the three of them naturally felt fearless. Song Shanha snorted coldly and said, You're really lucky. Even the Black Mountain Prison can't kill you. But it's a good thing this way. Before, the people sent by the Xiong family in Kyoto intervened and you were lucky enough to escape. Now you've offered yourself to us, and no one can protect you anymore. Ha, old man, from what you said, you think that if Master Zhang San hadn't stopped you, you would have killed me a long time ago, right? Su Chen sneered. If he had not been worried about Gao Shihan being affected, he would have killed the three dogs in a breath, and there would not have been so many things that happened later. Lu Xiaomei leaned lightly on Song Shanha's shoulder, snorted coldly, and said, Su Chen, why are you doing this? Since you're lucky enough to survive, why not just find a deserted place, hide your identity, and linger on? Anyway, you lived like a dog before, and it couldn't be worse. Why are you running here to die? You're so stupid. Ji Buchang smiled faintly. Perhaps he overestimated his own capabilities, thinking he could take on the Song family. He has no self-awareness at all, and hasn't really considered the fact that without the Black Tiger Society's support, he's nothing. Now that both the Black Tiger Society and the Gao family have fallen, who can he rely on? The Song family was still unaware of the news that Lan Yushan of the Dragon Group had been destroyed, and that Gao Shihan had taken advantage of the situation and deliberately faked his own death.
Even the Song family still doesn't know that the assassins they sent to assassinate Su Chen's parents had already been killed by Su Chen.
Lu Xiaomei, from the time we met until now, you've always treated me like a bootlicker and an ATM. I used to be too lazy to prove anything to you, but this time is different, because I want you to know one thing before you die: you've underestimated me, Su Chen, from the beginning to the end. Su Chen's expression was cold. This time, he wanted to use his actions to show what would happen to those who dared to bully him. Master Ji, you lost to me last time in the stone gambling game and were humiliated. This time, I'll give you another chance. Play another round with me. If I lose, I'll commit suicide on the spot. If you lose, the entire Song family, including Lu Xiaomei, will be beheaded. These words are so domineering. Ling Ran's imposing presence made everyone from the Song family present swallow their saliva. However, after hearing this, Ji Buchang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, kid, are you crazy? Look carefully at the situation. You are surrounded now. What qualifications do you have to play with me? Click. Click. As soon as he finished speaking, several of the Song family's men pulled out pistols from their pockets. The pitch-black muzzle of the gun was aimed at Su Chen. Su Chen curled his lips, showing no fear at all, and sneered, Master Ji, you are unworthy of the title of master, but you lost to me, a commoner. Don't you want to win back a game? Master Ji Buchang, since he wants to play, you might as well play with him. He can't do anything special anyway. Lu Xiaomei couldn't stand Su Chen's arrogant attitude even when facing death, and said sarcastically, from the moment I met you, I knew you were a loser. Otherwise, how could you be so easily deceived and even give me your parents' coffin book? Well, considering your pity, I'll fulfill your dying wish. How do you want to play? She agreed. Su Chen's eyes flashed. Okay, let's make a simple bet. Bet on how long it will take for me to kill all the men of the Song family here. In just a few words, there is a murderous intent hidden. After careful counting, there are at least more than 30 men of the Song family in the yard. These are not people from Shanghai, but elite guards secretly trained by Song Shanha in Kyoto over the years. Each of them is battle-hardened and equipped with guns. Su Chen is alone with his bare hands. What can he use to fight? It's just a pipe dream. Ha 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 ha, kid, what did you say? Have you been locked up in Black Mountain Prison and become stupid? After hearing this, Lu Xiaomei and the others burst into laughter. What kind of a bad bet is this? Are you sure you're not looking for death? How long does it take you, alone, to kill the 30 or so armed men here? If it takes you 10 years to do it, do we have to wait for you for 10 years? This guy must be a psychopath. Ah, this is hilarious. I've never heard of such a speechless bet. Laughter rang out one after another. However, after laughing, Song Shanha's eyes suddenly turned cold and he roared, Boy, you are courting death. I want to avenge my grandson and my son. Kill. At the command, more than 30 men of the Song family pulled the trigger at the same time. In an instant, bullets as dense as raindrops shot towards Su Chen. Chapter 84 The Shen family appears. Amidst the hail of bullets, Su Chen remained as steady as a rock, unmoved. At this second, time seems to have stopped. 8 seconds. Su Chen closed his eyes and said 2 words lightly. Quiet. Very quiet. At this moment, the whole world was extremely quiet. Su Chen's heart was like a calm pond, without a single ripple. This was the state of mind he attained when practicing with Master Du Nan, a state of mind as calm as still water. As the gunshots rang out, ripples began to appear in the pond in his heart. Standing in the middle of the pond, Su Chen could clearly feel the splashes of water around him caused by the bullets. Not only that, he could even feel how many bullets there were, what shape each one was, and the friction between the bullets and the air very clearly. Open. When he opened his eyes again, his X-ray vision was activated, and it seemed as if a stream of air was spreading out from his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen twisted his body and kept changing his posture, as if dancing. It was at this moment that a jaw-dropping scene appeared. As Su Chen's posture changed, the bullets as dense as raindrops passed by him and none of them hit him. The crowd didn't have time to be shocked. Next second. Puff. 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 Blood splattered. All the bullets that were dodged hit the Song family members on the opposite side. In an instant, most people were killed by bullets. What are you doing? Trash. Trash. Song Shanha was so angry that he started cursing. So many people were shooting at Su Chen at the same time.
It would have been fine if one shot missed, but all of them hit his own people.
It's really more of a hindrance than a help. Time's up. Call. Su Chen did not give them any chance to breathe.
Just as a large number of people fell, he instantly flashed forward with the Kongshan Wuchen step and shuttled back and forth around the remaining few people.
The speed is so fast that even the naked eye cannot keep up. Puff. 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 False hopes come out like a violent storm.
After a few muffled thuds, the remaining Song family men all fell to the ground with their backs facing up, spitting blood.
8 seconds, not a millisecond. More than 30 people, all taken care of. What's going on?
This scene left Song Shanha, Lu Xiaomei, and Ji Buchang all stunned.
Single-handedly, he instantly killed over 30 people. How could such an outrageous thing happen in this world? 8 seconds, just right.
Su Chen smiled slightly, not at all surprised by the miserable state of more than 30 people on the ground, as if all this was as it should be. He turned to look at Song Shanha and the other two and said calmly, "You lost again, but it doesn't matter.
I've already prepared for you to default on your debt. It's not the first time anyway."
After saying that, he slowly walked over.
1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps.
Every time they move forward a little, Song Shanha, Lu Xiaomei, and Ji Buchang feel shaken. The three men's Adam's apples moved up and down, still in shock from the horrifying scene.
Seeing Su Chen approaching like the god of death, Song Shanha trembled and said, "Little boy, what do you want to do?"
Su Chen's eyes were cold as he approached slowly.
"I'm not doing anything, I just want to wipe out the Song family. Everything will end."
"Lu Xiaomei, you don't have to pay me back for the money you cheated me out of.
Save it for when you're in the underworld. I heard you need money there too." "Song Shanha, there's no need to elaborate on the grudges between your Song family and me. Don't worry, after you die, I will destroy the half-dead Song Zijin and send him down to be buried with you. As for you, Ji Buchang, you set up an ambush in Kyoto and put me in jail. You will pay for it with your life. 3 of you. Let's get going." Every word is filled with endless hatred.
Perhaps, these few lives are not even enough to make up for the crimes they have committed. Especially when he saw the ugly faces of the 3 people, the hatred in Su Chen's heart surged like a torrent.
Die. He raised his hand, ready to finish off the 3 of them. However, in this split second. "Su Chen, you are so arrogant. Look at my palm." Bang. Scolding sounded loudly.
Suddenly, a figure flew in from behind him and slapped Su Chen on the back with a palm in the air.
Puff.
The incident happened suddenly and Su Chen had no time to react. He just felt a bitter taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. To protect your Xiaowu documents from piracy, choose Xiaowu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. He fell to the ground, his blood churning violently, and his back was in excruciating pain.
Who?
Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Su Chen's forehead. He looked up while enduring the severe pain. Right in front of him stood a majestic old man.
It's very strange, I have never seen it before.
The old man's cultivation level was obviously very high, so he was completely unaware and was hit hard by the palm.
"Mr. Shen. It's you." Song Shanha recognized the man immediately and was overjoyed.
He hurried over to greet him and said, "The Song family will always remember your life-saving grace."
"May I ask why Mr. Shen is here?" "Mr. Shen?" Su Chen grimaced in pain, but his mind was still clear and he immediately thought of it.
There is only one person in Zhonghai who can make Song Shanha respectfully call him Mr. Shen. That is the patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Rufeng, also Shen Miao's grandfather.
"Are you Shen Rufan?" Su Chen gritted his teeth, furious, and clenched his fists tightly.
He squeezed so hard that his nails dug deep into his flesh. After he killed Song Yi, he went to the Shen family, but was stopped by the Xiong family and couldn't even get in. Before leaving, he shattered the door of the Shen family and made harsh remarks as a warning. Now the Shen family has actually crossed the line and attacked him.
"Young man, you are so brave. You actually dared to come to the Song family and cause trouble."
There was a cunning smile on Shen Rufeng's old face. At the same time, a group of masters from the Shen family also walked in one after another. Among them was an extremely familiar face. It was Shen Tao, Shen Miao's brother. In order to avenge Shen Miao, Shen Tao had also caused trouble for Su Chen before, but after being beaten up, he never dared to show up again.
"Hey, isn't this Su Chen?" Why is he lying on the ground like a dog, vomiting blood?
He must be seriously injured. When Shen Tao saw Su Chen's miserable condition, he sneered with a smug look on his face.
Su Chen gritted his teeth in anger and said coldly, Shen Rufeng, Shen Tao, this is a matter between me and the Song family. Why do you have the right to interfere?
The Xiong family had already stepped in to suppress the matter between him and the Shen family. Now that the Shen family was taking action against him, it was a betrayal of the previous agreement and they did not take the Xiong family of Kyoto seriously. Besides, he is seeking revenge on the Song family today, so what does it have to do with the Shen family? Shen Rufeng wasn't in the right, but he remained unmoved. He said indifferently, "You're truly a greenhorn, with so little experience."
Excuse me, do we need to choose a time to kill you? Do you know that because of you, we almost destroyed our Shen family, and even destroyed over 20 years of my hard work?
If I don't kill you, I won't be able to let go of the hatred in my heart.
Old thing. You. Su Chen was speechless for a moment. The principle of the survival of the fittest is already obvious. What rules are there in this kind of thing? But he couldn't figure out what kind of existence Shen Miao was to the Shen family.
As for making Shen Rufeng hold such a grudge against him that he even turned against the Xiong family,
he was really in trouble this time.
The palm strike just now had seriously injured him. At this moment, the blood and energy in his body were surging and he could hardly control himself. If he forced his energy, he would be in danger of exploding and dying at any time. Moreover, even if he was not injured, he would definitely not be a match for Shen Rufeng and the masters of the Shen family. He now finally understood why Xiong Dashan had stopped him from entering the Shen family that day.
It was indeed a non-secular family. Except for the playboy Shen Tao, the rest were cultivators with profound cultivation.
Ha ha, old ghost Shen, you really have the leisure and elegance to stay up so late and go to someone else's house to embarrass a young person.
You really are old but not old at heart.
Just when Su Chen was on the verge of despair, a hearty laugh was heard. But outside the door, a few more people came in.
Su Chen's eyes lit up.
It turned out to be Grandpa Xiong's family.
Chapter 85 Secular Treaty.
Outside the gate, Xiong Guotao walked in hurriedly, followed by Xiong Minghui and Xiong Dashan, and behind him was a group of masters from the Xiong family.
Oh? Mr. Xiong? Why are you here?
When he saw Xiong Guotao, Shen Rufeng immediately became timid. It can be said that the Xiong family is an unattainable existence, especially in Kyoto, where their influence is so huge that it can be said that as long as the Xiong family says a word, the situation in Kyoto will change. Compared with this, the Zhanghai Shen family is not worth mentioning at all.
I'm here for Su Chen.
How about this, old ghost Shen, please give me some face and let him go. Old Mr. Xiong is still the same, looking very amiable. Although his tone was calm when he spoke, he had an aura of majesty without even being angry.
How could Shen Rufeng dare to say no? He frowned and didn't dare to speak.
Song Shanha and Ji Bochang definitely did not dare to offend the Xiong family, and they all lowered their heads and remained silent.
However, Lu Xiaomei was unconvinced and shouted, "Why should we release them? Who the hell are you? How dare you give orders to the Zhanghai Song family? Why should we listen to you?"
She glared at old man Xiong with a sidelong glance, her face full of resentment. Song Shanha was so frightened by these words that he raised his hand and slapped him.
Bang!
There was a clear slap mark on Lu Xiaomei's face.
How dare you? You have no right to speak here.
Even though he was not convinced, Song Shanha knew that he could not afford to offend the Xiong family. If the matter got out of hand, the Song family would be in trouble.
But he couldn't figure out what kind of background this kid Su Chen had that would trouble Xiong Guotao to make a personal trip. No, we can't let him go. Is there any law?
Look carefully at these corpses on the ground.
They were all done by that bastard Su Chen. Are we allowed to come to the Song family and kill people, but we are not allowed to question his guilt?
Lu Xiaomei still refused to accept it and screamed like a shrew. Her hatred for Su Chen was beyond the ancient and modern times. She was about to kill this useless guy, so how could she be willing to let him get away again?
Who is this person? Xiong Guotao asked doubtfully.
Xiong Minghui quickly leaned over to explain, "This woman is called Lu Xiaomei, and she's the root of all this trouble. She was the one who first deceived the Su Chen brothers into marriage, and then she teamed up with Song Zijian to blackmail them. She created a series of disasters to embarrass the Su Chen brothers, and that's why all the troubles happened later."
I see. Xiong Guotao understood, and his originally kind face instantly became gloomy.
He said, the Song and Shin families can refuse to give me this face.
Well, then, kill Su-chan in front of me. I will definitely not stop you. But think about the consequences carefully.
This is not a reminder, but an order.
So domineering.
A mere third-rate family in Shanghai has no right to bargain with the Xiong family in Kyoto. If the Song family and the Shin family insist on having their own way and anger the Xiong family, then there will no longer be anyone with the surname Song or Shin in Shanghai. Shen Ruffing naturally knew that he couldn't afford to offend him. After weighing the pros and cons, he said, Mr. Xiong, of course I have to give you face.
What happened today is a complete misunderstanding.
Take brother Su-chen back to heal his injuries.
I won't say a word. Misunderstanding? That can't be right?
Before Xiong Guotao could speak, Xiong Minghui spoke first. Your Shin family has been secretly observing us. You rushed to the Song family at this time, obviously you have been waiting for the opportunity for a long time.
How can there be any misunderstanding?
The reason you broke the previous agreement and did not take my Xiong family seriously is, if I am not mistaken, that you found a backer, right? When Shen Ruffing heard this, his expression suddenly changed. It turned out that every move of the Shin family had been under the surveillance of the Xiong family.
He did not deny it and said with a smile, this is related to the survival of my Shin family.
If I don't find a backer, how can I deal with the huge disaster that Su-chen has caused my Shin family? I apologize to you for what happened today.
Let's each take a step back. Since you don't want to leave, then I will leave. But I want to take old Master Song with me. How about it? Xiong Minghui looked at him with disdain and said, even you can't leave, and you still want to take him away? Shen Ruffing smiled, not panicking.
He walked around Xiong Minghui and went straight to Xiong Guotao. He said, Mr. Xiong, I know that with the strength of your Xiong family, you can definitely keep us here. But before you do anything, please think carefully about the secular treaty.
Secular treaty. Su-chen was not unfamiliar with these 4 words.
Before going to Qingyun Mountain, Xiong Minghui had mentioned them in the car.
But Su-chen didn't know what the secular treaty was.
Hearing these 4 words, Xiong Guotao's expression paused, and he began to reconsider.
After a moment, he said, Old Ghostchen, if I'm not mistaken, you and Song Shanha have already joined the Hua family, right? Shen Ruffing looked proud and nodded.
Xiong Guotao understood everything and waved his hand, saying, all right, for the sake of the secular treaty, I'll let you take Song Shanha away today.
Get lost. Thank you, Mr. Bear.
Shen Ruffing felt as if he had been pardoned. He winked at Song Shanha and then retreated in panic. But at this moment, Su-chen said sternly, wait.
Why, even the Xiong family said they would let us go, don't you agree? Shen Ruffing turned back indifferently.
If the Xiong family had not suddenly arrived, he would have succeeded and destroyed this kid by now.
Su-chen's eyes were cold.
He raised his finger and pointed at Lu Xiaomei and Ji Bochang, saying, I will obey what Mr. Xiong says, but these 2 guys are not from the Song family.
They can't leave.
These words frightened Lu Xiaomei and Ji Bochang so much that they turned pale.
However, Lu Xiaomei was not a pushover.
She said with her belly bulging, Su-chen, you are so vicious.
You really want to kill me, don't you? I'm telling you, it's impossible. I'm pregnant with Mr. Song's child. I belong to the Song family. What can you do to me?
In order to survive, she doesn't even want to save her face.
What a bitch. Get out. Get out now.
Xiong Minghui felt like vomiting when he saw her and waved his hands to drive her away.
This woman is so disgusting. She is so disgusting. After sleeping with Song Zijian, she slept with Song Yi again.
Now she even threatens to kill Song Shanha's child.
How shameless.
Afterwards, Lu Xiaomei raised her head and left with a proud look on her face.
Master. What shall I do now that you have all left? Ji Bochang was really scared now. Lu Xiaomei has reasons, but how can he get out of this?
Song Shanha didn't dare to wade into the muddy water again, so he left without looking back, leaving a message, Master Ji Bochang, I pay you a salary and you work for me. We are just partners, so you can take care of yourself.
Ji Bochang was completely dumbfounded. After so many years of loyalty, he was only rewarded with a sentence of take care of yourself in the end. Plop.
He knew his life was over, and his body went limp as he knelt on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the people from the Xiong family surrounded them, looking like they were ready to eat someone. Ji Bochan was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. He cowed out and begged for mercy, shouting, "It's none of my business. I was just doing the job for the money.
Those things before were not my ideas. Su Qin. Su Qin.
Listen to me, it was Liu Xiaomei who sent people to murder your parents, it was Song Shanhe who sent them, and it was Song Shanhe who gave you a bell at your succession ceremony.
It has nothing to do with me.
As for the matter in Kyoto, I only did it under Song Shanhe's instructions.
I can't do anything about it since I'm under someone else's roof. Su Qin. No, no, no. Brother Su Chen. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. Chapter 86 Merit will offset sins.
Ji Buqiang could never have dreamed that the young man whom he once looked down upon could now decide his life or death.
It's like a dream.
He had clearly been thrown into the Black Mountain prison, yet he was able to come out safely. What's even more outrageous is that now even Xiong Guotao from the Xiong family in Kyoto has personally come to Shanghai to support this kid.
Is there anything more outrageous than this in the world? You are Ji Buqiang, right?
Xiong Minghui stood in front, looking down coldly as if he were looking at a corpse. Back then, my Xiong family asked Master Zhang San to plead for mercy on you, but you secretly resorted to trickery and put Brother Su Chen in jail.
Is that true?
Master Xiong, I was wrong.
Ji Buqiang was so regretful.
If he had known the result would be like this, he would never have dared to do this even if he was beaten to death.
I'm sorry, it's too late now. You must die today.
Xiong Minghui's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ha, you are Ji Buqiang, what a pity, your life is coming to an end. Kill. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the men of the Xiong family understood. They immediately grabbed Ji Bo's long hair and dragged him out, preparing to chop off his head on the street as a punishment. Dare to offend the Xiong family, this is the end. Ji Buqiang begged for mercy desperately, shouting heartbreakingly, and was so scared that he wet his pants, leaving urine stains all over the floor. Forget it, let's spare his life.
But suddenly, Su Chen spoke.
As soon as these words were spoken, Xiong Guotao, Xiong Minghui, and the servants of the Xiong family all cast puzzled glances at Su Chen.
Captain Ji, I want to kill you right now, it would be as easy as crushing an ant, but I understand that you're working for someone else and aren't the culprit, so I'm giving you two choices. The first is that I cripple you now, and you'll spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. The second is that you can stay with me in the future. I'll naturally be able to use you and allow you to atone for your sins. I'll even give you a high salary. It's your choice.
Not only the people from the Xiong family, but even Ji Buqiang was stunned by these words. That is a punishment, it is clearly a welfare. Not only did they spare his life, they also gave him a job.
Su Chen did not do this on a whim. Xianxing Group has suffered heavy losses and is in urgent need of talents. Su Chen still recognized Ji Buqiang's attainments in jadeite and jade. Killing him would only add another soul, so it would be better to keep his life and use it for my own benefit. Moreover, although the incident in the Black Mountain prison was an evil deed committed by Ji Buqiang, if it were not for this incident, Su Chen would not have been able to meet Long Zun, and would not have been able to learn the great shift of the universe and the divine dragon Qi. In a sense, Ji Buqiang did a good thing unintentionally. Thank you, Grandpa Su Chen. Thank you, Grandpa Su Chen. From now on, I, Ji Buqiang, will stay by Grandpa Su Chen's side, serving him at his beck and call, and serving him wholeheartedly.
Ji Buqiang felt as if he had been pardoned.
He kowtowed repeatedly to express his gratitude and was even more impressed by Su Chen.
At such a young age, he has such a broad mind.
Ha ha ha, little brother Su Chen, good, repaying evil with kindness really makes me look at you with new eyes. I admire you more and more.
Old man Xiong couldn't help laughing out loud and gave a thumbs up repeatedly. Similarly, I also admire Su Chen's approach.
Although Ji Buqiang has committed many evil deeds, he is also capable.
Being able to recruit him into your team is like adding a powerful general. He is so young, yet he has such bearing and foresight.
I was right about him. He truly has the style of Yan and Zhao. Mr. Xiong, thank you for your compliment. Su Chen bowed deeply to express his gratitude.
He always owed the Xiong family a lot when he was in danger.
By the way, old man, what exactly is a secular treaty? And who are the Hua family? He could see that the Song and Shen families were destined to perish today, but when Shen Rufeng mentioned the Hua family and the secular treaty, old man Xiong couldn't help but have some concerns and had to let them go. Xiong Guotao was silent for a long time before he said, the Hua family is nothing more than a family that has committed all kinds of evil in Kyoto. They made their fortune by making money through illegal means, forming gangs and factions, and acting tyrannically.
Sooner or later, my Xiong family will deal with them.
What about secular treaties?
This.
When asked again, he didn't open the door.
Seeing that he was in a difficult situation, Xiong Minghui stepped forward and said, Brother Su Chen, this matter is of great importance.
It's not that we don't want to tell you, but even if you know it now, it will be meaningless and may even be disadvantageous to you. It was the same words.
I remember he said the same thing in the car the night before we went to Qingyun Mountain.
Su Chen understood what he meant, so he didn't ask any more questions.
He nodded and said, Brother Xiong, old man Xiong, I know you are doing this for my own good.
I also have one request.
If one day you confront the Hua family, please let me deal with the lives of all the members of the Hua family.
Don't dirty your hands.
This incident has planted the seeds of hatred in Su Chen's heart.
The feud between him and the Xin family, the Song family, and Lu Xiaomei has not ended yet. Sooner or later, he will rush to Kyoto and destroy all these people. If the Hua family provides a guarantee, then the entire Hua family will be destroyed. When I returned to the hospital, it was already daybreak.
The turmoil in Zhanghai has come to an end. Su Chen sent Gao Shirhan home and returned to the Black Tiger Society headquarters to reorganize his forces. 2 days later, Long Xiaotian was discharged from the hospital. It was also on this day that the people from the Black Tiger Society finally found the heads of Bat Yin and Wei Long in a ditch.
Brothers, you can rest in peace. Cemetery. Su Chen and Long Xiaotian paid homage devoutly.
The Black Tiger Society paid a heavy price for this incident.
Su Chen couldn't help but blame himself secretly. If he could become stronger, wouldn't so many things have happened, and wouldn't so many people have sacrificed? The road ahead is still long.
Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei are still alive and well, and the issues with the Xin family have not been resolved.
There will be a war sooner or later. He must become stronger as soon as possible to deal with what is going to happen next. But how can we become stronger in a short period of time? This is a problem. Buzz. Buzz.
While they were offering sacrifices, Gao Shirhan called.
Now that Xiangxing Group has returned to normal, all employees have returned and the company is extremely busy. Brother Su Chen, this is so strange. Ji Bo knelt downstairs of the company to apologize to me. He said you asked him to come. Is this true? On the other end of the phone, Gao Shirhan was obviously frightened.
She hid behind the curtains, looking at Ji Bo Chang, who was asking for forgiveness in the square below, and she was a little bit unbelievable. Su Chen smiled and said, Yes, I asked him to go, but it was his own idea to kneel down and apologize. I thought the company needed talent right now, so I summoned him. Although this person is bad, he is still very capable. Let's keep him to atone for his sins. He will definitely be of great use. Chapter 87 Vicious Relatives. With the Song family withdrawing from the market, Xiangxing Group had a chance to breathe. With the addition of Ji Bochan, Gao Shirhan led everyone to work overtime to clean up the mess and recover the losses during this period. After paying tribute to the brothers of the Black Tiger Society, Su Chen and Long Xiaotian drank tea and chatted. When talking about the future plans of the Black Tiger Club, Long Xiaotian intended to give the position of boss to Su Chen, but Su Chen refused. Compared to fame, wealth and power, Su Chen would rather be an ordinary person and live an ordinary life. The conversation lasted for half a day, and Su Chen didn't leave until the afternoon. Returning to Xin Yuan community and looking at the dilapidated house, Su Chen became even more determined to move to a bigger villa. Strange, why haven't my parents come back yet? Counting the days, 1.5 months have passed since I set out for Kyoto and was imprisoned. The tour group around Disxia that he signed up for Su Tianan and Yi Yuqin should have returned a few days ago. Just as I was about to call to ask about the situation, the two elders came and dragging their suitcases, Shunner, we're back. Hey, what's going on at home? A good house, now in ruins. Well, I'm planning to move to a new villa and renovate the old house and rent it out. I'm already starting construction. Su Chen was very quick-witted and quickly came up with an excuse to make do. As he spoke, he noticed that the two elders looked dusty, not like they had just returned from a trip. He hurriedly asked, Dad, Mom, how was it? Was it fun? This. The two of them were obviously hiding something. They looked at each other and stammered, It's okay, it's quite fun. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He knew his parents best. If they were so hesitant, they must be hiding something. So he asked the two elders to sit down and kept questioning them until he got to the bottom of the matter.
Only then did he finally get the truth out of them.
It turned out that the two elders left the group after playing for half a circle and ran back on their own. After arriving in Shanghai, they asked their uncle and aunt to take them home and stay for more than half a month. My parents are kind-hearted, and seeing how enthusiastic my uncle and aunt are, it is difficult for them to refuse.
Would Su Tianzi and Huan Lame be so kind as to take you to live in their home? After hearing what his parents said, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. There is absolutely no way this could happen. Especially the yellow wintersuite, it will not do anything without profit, it must have some ulterior motive. After he repeatedly questioned her, Yi Yuqin finally told the truth. In fact, taking them in to live with her was fake, and borrowing money was the real reason. For the past half-month, Huan Lame always found various excuses to borrow money from the two elders, and only let them go after she had taken away all the 10 million in the card. What did you say? The 10 million I gave you was all swindled away by Huan Lame? Su Chen was extremely excited.
Yi Yuqin said, "Shunner, don't say such harsh words.
This is not a lie, it's a loan.
Your uncle and aunt's family are also in a very difficult situation. This money is borrowed for your cousin Su Gue to study abroad. When he finishes his studies and comes back, he will return the money to us."
Su Gue is going to study abroad? Su Chen was speechless.
My cousin is already in his 30s and does nothing all day long.
What is the point of him studying abroad? Also, is their family miserable?
You eat delicacies from land and sea, live in a luxurious community, use international brands, and wear mink coats.
Is this what you call miserable? It's obviously a scam.
Forget it, I'll just borrow it.
You just came back, so take a good rest.
I'll take you to see the new house later.
We're ready to move. Su Chen suppressed his anger and comforted the two elders.
After settling his parents down, he resolutely went out and drove his Porsche straight to his uncle and aunt's house.
Good. He's going to collect a debt. The reason for borrowing money was full of loopholes. It was obvious that he was taking advantage of his parents' honesty and deliberately defrauding them.
If your family is really in trouble, you can lend money, but you must never cheat.
When Su Chen's family was in poverty, his uncle and aunt never helped him once. Instead, they added insult to injury and bullied him in every way.
It was not until later when Su Chen got married that his father Su Tian knelt in front of his uncle and aunt's house for a whole day to gain their mercy and borrow 100,000 yuan. Unfortunately, they would come to collect the debt within a few days, and several times they forced my parents into desperation and almost jumped off the building. And Su Chen has already paid off this debt, double the amount, a total of 200,000.
The two families no longer owe each other anything. Now that the fraud has come to him, how can he tolerate it? Beep, beep. Beep, beep.
As soon as I entered the community, a Rolls-Royce suddenly followed behind me, honking its horn as if to urge me to die.
I heard the car owner behind me cursing, "Can you please hurry up? You don't have eyes. Can't you see the car behind you?"
Su Chen looked at the rearview mirror and saw that the person who stuck his head out of the Rolls-Royce and was yelling was his cousin, Su Gue.
I can't help but wonder, where does this guy get the money to buy a luxury car? Who are you? Are you deaf or blind? Get out of here right now.
If you damage my precious son's new car, I won't be able to pay for it even if I sell you.
Seeing that Su Chen didn't leave, Huang Lame came out from the passenger seat and walked over cursing. Su Chen immediately understood.
It turned out that he had cheated his parents out of their money and used it all to buy a car.
Aunt, your family has become really rich. You even drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom.
This car is worth nearly 10 million yuan, and it seems that it was bought with the money he cheated from his parents. After understanding the truth, Su Chen's face immediately became extremely gloomy.
Hey, Su Chen, why is it you? After seeing the young man driving the Porsche clearly, Huang Lame was shocked and said in disbelief, "How can you afford such a nice car?" I knew that Su Tian's family had become rich, but I didn't expect them to be so wealthy. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems unlikely. Even if Su Chen is really lucky, he definitely can't afford to drive such a luxury car.
Maybe he drove out his boss's car.
I think so. He just made a fortune. How can he have extra money to buy a Porsche? Su Chen, I'm not saying anything bad about you.
Even if you step on dog shit, you should still consider whether you are worthy of driving a luxury car.
Some people still smell poor even when wearing a suit. Stop doing these face-saving projects all the time. Huang Lame's words made Su Chen even more upset, and he said coldly, "Aunt, you haven't answered me yet. Did you cheat the 10 million yuan in my parents' card and buy a car for your son? Su Chen, what are you talking about?
At this moment, Su Tianxi couldn't listen any longer. He opened the door and got out of the car. He walked over and said seriously, "Your father and I are brothers.
How can it be called a lie to ask for only 10 million yuan?
This is the money your parents voluntarily gave to us."
Gift?
These two words made Su Chen furious. Good heavens, it turns out he had no intention of paying the money back from the beginning.
Huang Lame curled her lips and said sarcastically, "Su Chen, this money was given to us voluntarily by your parents. They have no objections. How can you, a junior, be so nagging here?" "Oh, I see. Now that you've made a fortune, you think you're superior and look down on us relatives, right?"
Chapter 88 The Zhou family dares to cause trouble.
Don't you think about it? If we hadn't been so kind as to lend you money when you got married, you wouldn't even have been able to have your wedding. Now that you have some filthy money, you've forgotten all about the people who once did you a favor.
You're such an ungrateful person.
People like you just stepped on dog shit once. Luck doesn't last forever.
When you're down and out again, don't come to our family for help.
I won't recognize you then. Huang Lame's words became more and more unpleasant. He. Su Chen couldn't help but sneer. What does it mean to be grateful?
My father knelt in front of your house for a whole day and night, his knees were worn out. In exchange for your mercy, he was finally able to borrow 100,000 yuan, but less than a week later you came to collect the debt.
Didn't I give you 200,000 in the end?
Double return, come to think of it, it's our family that has done you a favor.
Furthermore, what does it mean to be ungrateful?
You cheated my parents out of 10 million yuan, saying it was for their son's education, but then you turned around and bought him a luxury car.
In the end, you say I'm ungrateful? What's the reason? Just because our family is honest, does that mean we deserve to be bullied by you?
Uncle, aunt, I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully.
Su Chen's anger had reached its peak.
He said with a cold face, "As we are relatives, if your family is really in trouble, I will definitely help. But you should never, ever defraud my parents of their money in the name of relatives. I give you 3 days to return the money, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Out of respect for his parents, he didn't want to turn hostile immediately, so he wanted to leave some room between relatives.
However, after the Porsche drove away, Huang Lame continued to chatter behind it, cursing, "You ungrateful bastard. How could the Su family produce such an ungrateful person like you? You're so arrogant just because you have a little money. Do you understand that I'm taking your family's money because I think I'm being nice to you? You're such an uneducated person." Su Tianxi then said, "This kid is becoming more and more disrespectful to his elders.
I don't know how Su Tianen taught him.
He doesn't know any etiquette at all. Son, don't worry about him. Drive the car in quickly and don't get scratched. Don't worry, we don't have to pay back the money."
There's no need to be polite to Su Tianen and Yi Yuqin's family.
They are lowly and used to being poor. They won't spend the money even if we give it to them. It's better for us to spend it for them. Deep down, Su Tianxi's family has never looked down on Su Chen's family. For Huang Lame, these 10 million should be an unconditional gift. Su Chen was driving home, thinking about where to buy a house.
The city center is naturally the best, with many people and it is lively, but I am not sure if there are any good large houses coming on the market recently.
Buzz. Just as I was thinking about it, the phone rang.
I saw that it was Xiao Yener calling.
Damn it. How could I have forgotten about Mr. Zhao's birthday party? It was not until this moment that Su Chen remembered that the birthday banquet was over. I've been really busy lately. Hey, Yener, I'm sorry, so many things have happened these days, I'm really not busy enough.
When the call was connected, he hurriedly explained.
However, Xiao Yener's sobbing voice came from the other end of the line. "Brother Su Chen, where have you been all this time? I can't get through on the phone. I miss you so much, sob. Do you know that while you were away, the Zhou family not only seized Yunmeng Group's profit share, but also came to my house to cause trouble under the pretext of revenge against Zhou Tong?
Grandpa has been so angry about them that his old illness has relapsed and he is almost dying."
Ah? Is there such a thing? Su Chen's eyes turned cold in an instant. It's Zhou Tong again. This guy really doesn't change his bad habits.
That day at the food stall in the old city, he did not make things difficult for Zhou Tong because the Zhou and Xiao families had a cooperative relationship.
He just gave him a light punishment and let him go.
Now the Zhou family is taking advantage of his absence to retaliate against the Xiao family.
Who are you calling, bitch? Give me the phone. Let me go. Let me go. Beep beep beep.
After a burst of cursing and the sound of Xiao Yener struggling, the phone was hung up.
Yener. Yener. Su Chen quickly called back, but the phone was turned off. Zhou family. Great. Great. Very great.
His eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. He slammed the steering wheel, turned the car around, and rushed to the Xiao family villa at full speed. This incident was caused by him. If Xiao Yener or Old Man Xiao had any mishap today, he would be held responsible. Zhou family, when I arrived, I saw that Xiao Yener and Xiao Pengshan were unharmed.
Otherwise, I would have wiped out your entire clan. Boom!
The Porsche's engine roared like a beast, and it ran through 8 red lights and sped along the road.
Now. Xiao family.
Xiao Pengshan suffered a heart attack and was lying on the ground twitching, his life hanging by a thread. An old man sat on the sofa, watching coldly. Old Xiao, you can't blame me for what's happened. You knew my grandson Zhou Tong liked your Xiao Yener, but you didn't try to bring them together.
Instead, you allowed Xiao Yener to collude with outsiders to bully my grandson. You brought this upon yourself. He is the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Zhenhong.
That is Zhou Tong's grandfather. As he spoke, Zhou Zhenhong looked at Xiao Yener, who was being held down in the corner. He smiled coldly and turned around to say, Zhou Tong, haven't you always wanted to get this girl?
Now's your chance. Bring her to the room. Once the matter is settled, she won't have any say in it anymore. Zhou Tong immediately became interested when he heard this. He rubbed his hands together and walked towards Xiao Yener with a silver smile on his face. He, Grandpa still knows what I'm thinking.
Yener, I told you long ago that you can't escape from my palm.
Sooner or later, you will be mine.
After saying that, he violently carried Xiao Yener on his shoulders and walked towards the bedroom. Xiao Yener struggled hard, but facing a strong man, she seemed so weak, and no matter how hard she tried, it was in vain.
Bang! Suddenly, the big iron gate of the yard was kicked down by someone. Master, someone broke in. The subordinates hurriedly reported.
Zhou Zhenhong looked outside and saw a young man walking in aggressively. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly remembered someone.
He asked, Boy, could it be that you are Su Chen? Su Chen didn't answer.
He took 2 steps forward and first injected a life force into the dying Mr. Xiao to stabilize his condition.
Then he used his X-ray vision to search for Xiao Yener's whereabouts.
At a glance, he saw Zhou Tong in the bedroom, about to commit a crime.
Bang!
He kicked the door open, which scared Zhou Tong.
Ah! Su Chen! It's you!
Recalling what happened at the food stall that day, Zhou Tong was still frightened.
He didn't even have time to put on his clothes. He quickly slipped out along the door and hid behind Zhou Zhenhong. Su Chen didn't even bother to look at him.
He walked straight to Xiao Yener, leaned over to help her up, and asked gently, Yener, I'm sorry, I'm late.
Did he hurt you? Brother Su Chen. Woo woo woo. You finally showed up.
I missed you so much.
Xiao Yener threw herself into his arms and cried like a tearful person.
The prince she had been thinking about finally came to save her at the most critical moment. Fortunately, he arrived in time and prevented Zhou Tong from succeeding, but the violent means still caused harm to Xiao Yener, and her body was covered with bruises.
It's okay, it's just an external injury. I can heal you. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't suffer a big loss. Afterwards, he helped Xiao Yener to the living room, glanced at the Zhou family members in the living room with a cold look, and said coldly, I will only ask once, who knocked Old Man Xiao to the ground? Indeed, an overwhelming aura swept out like an overwhelming force. Chapter 89 Give you one day.
At the critical moment, Su Chen finally arrived. He stared coldly at the people of the Zhou family in the living room, like the gaze of the god of death, about to pronounce life or death on everyone.
I did it, what can you do? A subordinate of the Zhou family stood up.
It was this person who knocked Xiao Pengshan to the ground, causing him to have a heart attack and almost die.
Just admit it. I respect you as a man, so I'll let you die quickly. Call. Next second. Su Chen's figure was like an afterimage, and he instantly flashed in front of the Zhou family servant, raised his hand and grabbed his neck. Snap.
With just a little force, he broke the Zhou family servant's neck on the spot.
Died on the spot. No room for maneuver. Who is next? He stole Xiao Yanner's phone and beat her up? Su Chen asked again.
At this moment, he was like a god of death, ruthlessly reaping lives. Faced with such divine power and domineering aura, everyone in the Zhou family was frightened so much that their faces turned pale and they couldn't help but take a step back. The person who just came forward to admit it is dead.
Who would dare to admit it now?
Especially the subordinate who tried to snatch Xiao Yanner's mobile phone in the corner was now pale and trembling with fear.
Is that you? Su Chen's eyes were as fast as lightning, and he locked onto this person at a glance.
The subordinate trembled violently, and quickly looked at Zhou Zhenhong, shouting, "Master, save me quickly."
But facing Su Chen, even Zhou Zhenhong was scared and dared not move. Which hand snatched the phone? And which hand hit her? Su Chen's eyes were cold and his tone was filled with murderous intent.
The hand's lips were trembling as he screamed, "None of my business.
The master and the young master told me to do this. None of my business. Don't tell me, okay?" Bang!
Su Chen didn't give him any chance at all, and poked his right arm with his finger.
Ah!
The screams pierced the entire Xiao family villa. A powerful burst of true energy pierced a big hole in the right arm of the Zhou family's men, and the arm was directly blown into two pieces, connected only by a tendon.
Bloody and tragic. But that's not all. Bang! Another finger hit the left arm. A normal person became disabled. I'm telling you. It was snatched away by the right hand. Unable to bear the pain, the subordinate quickly told the truth, but it was too late. If you tell me earlier, you can get rid of it quickly. Sorry, it's too late.
A violent look flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and he suddenly punched his subordinate on the forehead.
Bang! The whole head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered all over the ground. Zhou Tong, it's your turn next.
After avenging the beating on behalf of Old Man Xiao and Xiao Yanner, Su Chen looked at Zhou Tong with cold eyes.
Next, it's time to settle the accounts. I made an agreement with you.
After you lost the gambling game with me, you promised never to harass Xiao Yanner again, but now you're breaking that agreement.
Grandpa, save me.
Seeing Su Chen coming at him aggressively, Zhou Tong was so scared that he quickly hid behind Zhou Zhenhong.
Zhou Zhenhong snorted coldly and scolded, "What an arrogant young man. How dare you kill someone from my Zhou family? Do you really think my Zhou family is easy to mess with?" Bang! Without saying a word, Su Chen slapped Zhou Zhenhong in the face.
Zhou Zhenhong was beaten so hard that he spun around in a circle, with stars in his eyes.
He covered his face in confusion and said in shock, "Boy, you dare to hit me? Don't you know who I am?" "I know, so what? Should I give you an award?" Bang! Su Chen was not going to be polite with him and slapped him again.
Zhou Zhenhong was beaten so hard that he turned around again, feeling dizzy and dazed.
You actually. What do you mean by you? I'm going to hit you. Bang! Then, another big slap in the face. How dare you show off in front of me? Who the hell are you?
I didn't settle the score with you before because of the cooperation between the Zhou and Xiao families.
Are you pretending to do it now? Are you famous, old man? I'm going to hit you, you bastard. Go on, come on, say more. Bang! Another slap in the face.
Zhou Zhenhong's teeth, which were few to begin with, were all knocked out and his mouth was full of blood.
He staggered back to the corner, collapsed on the ground, and dared not speak again. If I continue talking, my life will really be over. Grandpa, you don't care about me anymore?
Seeing that his only supporter had hidden in the corner, Zhou Tong was even more terrified. He turned around and looked at Su Chen, as if a bloodthirsty demon was approaching. He was so scared that he quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Su Chen.
No. Brother Su Chen. Brother. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Regret it." Didn't they say that the Black Tiger Society was no longer viable, and Su Chen had disappeared? How come he suddenly came back?
If he had known this would happen, he would not have come to the Xiao family to cause trouble.
"Zhou Tong, I gave you a chance last time at the food stall. If you didn't cherish it, don't blame me this time.
There was murderous intent in Su Chen's eyes.
Just think about it, if he hadn't arrived in time, what would have happened to Xiao Pangshan, and what would have happened to Xiao Yener? It is obvious that one will die and the other will be ruthlessly humiliated.
Therefore, the Zhou family deserved this fate.
Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Zhou Tong in the chest. Zhou Tong flew backwards, hit the wall hard, and spit out blood. 6 of his ribs were broken and he was on his last breath.
Even if you manage to survive, you will just be a useless person in the future.
This is because Su Chen showed mercy, otherwise he would have died. He realized that wiping out the Zhou family would only leave a mess for the Xiao family's Yunmeng group, so he said, "Listen carefully. I'm giving you, the Zhou family, 1 day to return all the profits you've embezzled from the Yunmeng group over the years, withdraw from the Shanghai market, and forbid your entire family from setting foot here forever.
If you can do this, I won't pursue the matter further. If not, tomorrow night, when I personally visit you, the entire Zhou family will be annihilated. Get lost."
After saying that, he picked up one in each hand and threw Zhou Zhenhong and Zhou Tong out like throwing away garbage. After finishing it, go back to the living room.
Brother Su Chen.
Xiao Yener was so excited that she rushed forward and hugged Su Chen tightly. This is the man she has been thinking about day and night, her spiritual pillar, and the Prince Charming who has saved her from desperate situations time and time again.
Su Chen gently touched Xiao Yener's head and said softly, "It's okay, it's over.
After the Zhou family pays off all the debts owed to your Yunmeng group tomorrow, there will be no more trouble in the future."
1 day is enough for the Zhou family to be busy.
Afterwards, Su Chen carefully checked Xiao Pangshan's condition again. He had given him some vitality and found that he was fine, but he was still weak and needed care. So Su Chen sent Xiao Pangshan to the hospital, where he was taken care of by a special person. He also remembered that it was not safe for Xiao Yener to be alone at home, at least not until the Zhou family completely withdrew from Shanghai tomorrow night, so he decided to take Xiao Yener back to Xin Yuan community to stay for 1 night.
The two returned to Xin Yuan community.
Su Chen looked at the devastated house, scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, my house is not peaceful either.
It's in tatters. I'm sorry to have to trouble you for the whole night." Xiao Yener didn't care at all and smiled, "It's okay, brother Su Chen, I think it's pretty good here."
As long as Su Chen is by her side, she is willing to sleep on the street. It was not late, and the two of them finished washing up one after another.
Xiao Yener sat on the bed, looking at Su Chen with anticipation, a blush appearing on her delicate little face.
Her heart began to pound at the thought of sleeping with brother Su Chen.
Chapter 90, Regrouping.
Xiao Yener was lying on the bed, staring at Su Chen shyly, her face as red as a monkey's butt.
Will he hold me while I sleep? Will he kiss me? If he wants to do that with me, should I agree?
Oh my god, things are developing a little too fast, but I'm kind of looking forward to it. Her mind was full of random thoughts, and the scene of Su Chen pressing her down was all over her mind.
She was so embarrassed that she couldn't help but smile.
However, what disappointed her was that after Su Chen finished his work, he actually took out a blanket and pillow from the cabinet, spread them on the floor, and then lay down.
Brother Su Chen, you want to sleep on the floor? Xiao Yener's original smile disappeared in an instant. Su Chen nodded, yes.
But the ground is cold, why don't you sleep on the bed?
It's just one bed, it's not suitable.
Don't worry, I won't do anything out of line with you, just go to sleep, good night. After saying that, he turned off the lights. The room suddenly became pitch black.
Xiao Yener pouted with disappointment.
She thought she could be with brother Su Chen tonight, but it turned out that the clown was me. After a long silence, she finally said, "Brother Su Chen, thank you so much for what happened today.
You helped me again." Su Chen smiled. "It's just a small matter. To be honest, I am the one who is sorry for you.
I caused the Zhou Tong incident, but you have to take the blame. Also, I agreed to attend your grandfather's birthday party, but I was out on business and didn't come back.
I didn't even give you a gift. I should apologize to you. Brother Su Chen, I can't blame you.
If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have been bullied by Master Zhou a long time ago.
Besides, Grandpa didn't blame you. He knew that something must have delayed you. By the way, Brother Su Chen, do you know why the Zhou family is so eager to take action against the Xiao family? Aren't you taking advantage of my absence to take revenge?"
That's one aspect, but there's actually something more important. Grandpa announced his retirement on the day of his birthday party, and the management of Yunmeng Group will be handed over to me from now on. The Zhou family is eager to make things a fait accompli, hoping to take over me and the entire Yunmeng Group.
Xiao Yener gave an explanation. Yunmeng Group is the largest enterprise in China overseas after Qianxin Group and ranks second in China overseas.
It is now undergoing renewal. As the beautiful president of Yunmeng Group is single and has excellent conditions, it is natural that she is coveted by many young masters of various families. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, the Zhou family wanted to use force to make this happen as soon as possible.
I see.
Su Chen understood and jokingly said, "In that case, I have to call you Mr. Xiao from now on."
Brother Su Chen, you're still making fun of me at this time. Do you know how much pressure I'm under? Xiao Yener pouted, feeling a little angry at this unromantic man.
She hesitated for a long time before mumbling, "It's really hard for a weak woman like me to manage such a large company. It would be great if I could have a man to share my worries."
Now that things have come to this, you should understand.
Xiao Yener eagerly waited for Su Chen's reply, but after she finished speaking, the room became extremely quiet. She was a little angry and said again, "If there is a man who can share my worries, I can give him the position of vice president of Yunmeng Group, or even
I can even marry him."
As she spoke, she became shy and her cheeks turned red again. But there is still no response.
Xiao Yener felt a little disappointed and thought to herself, could it be that Brother Su Chen really doesn't like me?
Just when I was extremely confused, a snoring sound was heard. It turned out that Su Chen had fallen asleep a long time ago.
Hate it. Stinky man. Dead man.
Xiao Yener was so angry that she almost jumped out of bed, but when she remembered that Su Chen was just asleep and didn't hear it, and was not rejecting her, her originally restless heart calmed down again. She turned sideways and looked at Su Chen, who was sleeping soundly on the floor. She admired the man's handsome face and couldn't help but smile shyly. It would be great if Brother Su Chen really became my man.
Thinking this in my mind, I slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Su Chen came to Qianxin Group.
Under the leadership of Gao Shihan, the company's operations have gradually returned to normal.
Brother Su Chen, the Song family dealt a heavy blow to our jewelry business a few days ago.
Our other businesses have managed to hold on and haven't suffered too much loss, but the funding gap in the jewelry business is truly unbridgeable. Furthermore, due to what happened in Kyoto before, the supply is in short supply.
Now I don't know what to do.
After seeing Su Chen, Gao Shihan complained aggrievedly.
Su Chen thought about it, his eyes lit up slightly, and said, "I have an idea about the source of goods.
So, call Ji Bochang in first."
Gao Shihan didn't know what he wanted to do, but he didn't hesitate and invited Ji Bochang in. "Boss Su, Boss Gao, are you looking for me?"
Since Ji Bochang surrendered, he has had great respect for Su Chen and Gao Shihan, and has spoken to them very humbly.
Su Chen asked, "Master Ji, I want to ask you, the Song family's jewelry business started earlier than our Qianxin Group, and their supply channels are more mature. With your many years of experience in the Song family, can you connect the Song family's channels to the Qianxin Group?" "Brother Su Chen, what do you mean?" Hearing this, Gao Shihan immediately understood.
Yes, the Song family has collapsed, and Song Shanhai has left Zhenghai. Qianxin Group can completely share the cake that originally belonged to the Song family.
Ji Bochang nodded and said, "I've always been in charge of the Song family's supply channels.
In addition to the established channels in Kyoto, we also have first-hand sources in Miandian.
If you need access, just let me know." "That's great." Su Chen was extremely delighted. It turned out that keeping Ji Bochang was the right decision.
This way, the jewelry business of Qianxin Group would surely grow stronger.
One more thing, Song Shanha ran away with his tail between his legs. The jadeite raw materials in the Song family warehouse cannot be taken away. "Master Ji, do you know the location of the storage warehouse? Since it belongs to the Song family, you must give it up."
Ji Bochang understood immediately and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising him. "Boss Su, I'm impressed."
"Okay, leave this matter to me. I guarantee that the hundreds of tons of inventory in the Song family warehouse will be shipped to Qianxin Group before sunset."
After saying that, he turned around and walked out in a hurry. After listening to Su Chen's arrangement, Gao Shihan chuckled and leaned against Su Chen with her delicate body. She said coquettishly, "Brother Su Chen, you are really amazing.
You solved a big problem for me in just a few words. I know that my vision in choosing men is not bad." Su Chen smiled, his face showing satisfaction, "Of course. He, look how happy you are. By the way, Brother Su Chen, didn't you say that we would complete our agreement after everything is done? I can't wait any longer." Since no one is around, why don't we do it in the office?
After saying that, Gao Shirhan lay down on the sofa and took off her clothes one by one.
Chapter 91 Start picking up leaks. Brother Su Chen, come here. Gao Shirhan smiled charmingly and hooked her finger. The other hand was not idle either. He took off his outer clothes and then his lining and threw them all on the ground. The only thing left on her upper body was a black lace underwear. Su Chen's throat became dry as he watched, and he couldn't help swallowing. Shirhan, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to do things here.
Although he said this, his feet walked over unconsciously. Gao Shirhan's eyes were charming as she took off her hip skirt, revealing a pair of black panties underneath. She stretched out her long legs wrapped in black stockings, clamped Su Chen's neck, and hooked him over. Su Chen fell on her, burying his whole face in her plump and big white breasts.
So fragrant. So soft. This is what Su Chen felt at the moment.
Such an erotic scene made his blood boil.
Just grit your teeth and do it. For such a good thing, why choose the place?
There is only a glass door separating the office from the surrounding employees, which makes it more exciting to work.
Shirhan, I'm here.
He also cooperated by taking off his clothes, looking impatient.
Brother Su Chen, let me help you.
Gao Shirhan smiled playfully and took the initiative to help him take off his clothes. However, just when the two of them forgot everything and were about to go to Wushan together, there was a knock on the door.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Mr. Gao, the financial statements are out. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. Gao Shirhan was so scared that she quickly rolled over from the sofa and hid behind it, not daring to show her head. When the employee walked in with the report, he saw Su Chen hurriedly getting dressed.
Boss Gao was nowhere to be seen in the office. He was stunned and asked, Boss Su, what are you doing here?
Where is Boss Gao?
She asked me to give her the report. This. President Gao, she. Su Chen was flustered.
He glanced at Gao Shirhan, who was laughing secretly behind the sofa.
He was a little overwhelmed and scratched his head and said, Boss Gao just went out. Please give me the report. Oh, that's fine. By the way, Mr. Su, the air conditioning in the company is very cold. Don't catch a cold.
The employee handed over the report and reminded me before leaving.
Su Chen was extremely embarrassed, but he could only hold back and remain silent. After everyone left, he said to Gao Shirhan behind the sofa, What did I say? This isn't a good place. It was a big joke. The job didn't get done and it was almost seen by the employees.
Brother Su Chen, I'm not afraid of people seeing me.
But you look so shy, someone who doesn't know would think I'm forcing myself on you.
Gao Shirhan teased, took off the last piece of underwear and threw it in Su Chen's face. No one else will come in, let's continue.
Su Chen was helpless. With all this commotion, he was in no mood to work. He glanced at the report in his hand and couldn't help but frown. Oh my god, we lost so much money.
After Gao Shirhan faked his death to avoid being hunted by the Song family, a gap appeared in the market.
The Song family took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the jewelry business of Qianxin Group. In just a few days, the losses amounted to more than 3 billion. This is still within my expectations. If I hadn't arranged it secretly, I'm afraid the loss would have been even greater. Gao Shirhan was naked and gently hugged Su Chen's arm. The funding gap she mentioned just now that could not be filled was this one. Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, Such a big hole, if we can't fill it, we will be in trouble. How about this, you come with me to the antique street, I will sweep the whole street and pick up all the bargains I can find, and then take them to Boyuan Pavilion to auction them off. I believe all the proceeds will be used to fill the gap, and I believe it won't make much difference. Brother Su Chen, you. Gao Shirhan was a little surprised. This thing sounds crazy, and it's not even something that ordinary people can think of. Not long. Su Chen brought Gao Shirhan to the antique street.
While shopping, Su Chen would use his X-ray eyes to observe the situation at each stall from time to time to see if there were any bargains he could find.
Brother Su Chen, are you serious? Is this okay? Gao Shirhan still felt that this matter was too outrageous.
A funding gap of more than 3 billion yuan is being filled by picking up antiques at bargain prices.
I'm afraid no one will believe it if I tell them. Su Chen's face was full of confidence, as if he had it all planned out. Just wait and see. After walking around for a while, I didn't find many good things. The things that I liked were all priced out of this world when I asked about them. They were not worth the money at all.
It's too mixed and uneven, with no control at all.
Su Chen couldn't help but sigh.
Places like this are originally full of smoke and dust, and there are all kinds of people in the mountains and hills. Moreover, antique collecting actually has something in common with gambling on stones. It's all about the heartbeat, and there is a lot of gambling involved. There is a saying in this industry, if you don't open for business for 3 years, you can make money for 3 years after you open it.
This shows how many tricks there are. Shirhan, do you think it's possible to develop the antique business after our jewelry business is stable? Su Chen suddenly had an idea.
The Shanghai antique market is such a mixed bag, just like the jewelry market before it, it is like a pile of loose sand.
Gao Shirhan asked, Brother Su Chen, how do you plan to develop? Su Chen said, it's just an idea. Just like how Changxing Jewelry has captured the market share of Shanghai's jewelry industry, do you think we can open an antique chain and seize the market share of Shanghai's antique collection industry? Gao Shirhan was a businessman and understood immediately, Brother Su Chen, do you want to monopolize the antique business?
Su Chen pursed his lips.
It's not a monopoly, it's just to make this industry reasonably regulated. Unlike now, there are many scams and few genuine good things. Even if there are some, they are priced exorbitantly.
I want to focus on word of mouth and build an antique brand that belongs to Changxing Group. The goal is ambitious, but it is not easy to accomplish.
It is hundreds of times more difficult than the jewelry industry.
After all, genuine items are hard to come by, and experienced treasure appraisers are even rarer.
Forget it, I'll just think about it for now. I'll talk about it when I really have the ability.
He put the thought aside for the moment, then his eyes rolled and he had an idea. He whispered, it seems like there's no way I'll get any bargains if I don't play some tricks.
Let's make a deal.
If I see something I like and the stall owner offers a high price, I'll give you a look and you'll object to my purchase and force me to leave.
Understand? Gao Shirhan was smart and understood immediately.
He chuckled and said, Brother Su Chen, I know what you want to do.
You are so cunning.
At this moment, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit in front of the stall next to him attracted Su Chen's attention. This man was dignified and of extraordinary bearing, with a touch of heroism between his brows, and it was obvious that he had some status. At this moment, he was talking to the stall owner about a black iron cat statue.
Su Chen became interested, so he opened his X-ray vision and looked at the iron cat. This sight made my eyes light up. Chapter 92 intercepted. Boss, can this iron cat be cheaper? 10,000 yuan is too expensive.
Sir, this is already very cheap.
Someone just offered 18,000 and I didn't sell it. Boss, you're kidding. Who's so blind as to spend 18,000 yuan on a piece of scrap metal? How about this? This piece of metal is really worthless, but the black cat's eyes are pretty good. For 5,000 yuan, I'll dig out its eyeballs. How about that?
The man in the Zhongshan suit was bargaining with the stall owner.
Su Chen found it interesting and watched for a while longer.
Then the stall owner said, Sir, if you gouge out my cat's eyes, it will become blind.
How can I sell it? The man in the Zhongshan suit was a little angry and turned to leave. So what if it's a blind cat? Scrap metal is just scrap metal. It's worthless. Who do you expect to sell it to? Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Okay, I see you're an expert and saw the value.
You're right, this black light night cat's value lies in its gem-encrusted eyes. Since you like these gems, take them.
The price is 7,000. Okay, then 7,000.
The man in the Zhongshan suit readily agreed. Then he took out his mobile phone to transfer the money, dug out the jewel eyes of the black light night shining cat, and walked away triumphantly. Gao Shirhan also saw it and couldn't help but say, Brother Su Chen, this uncle is really amazing. He can tell at a glance that iron cat's eyes are a pair of gemstones.
Su Chen just smiled faintly. It was just child's play. Anyone with a little experience and a little vision could see it.
Just then, he saw the stall owner about to throw the blinded blacklight night cat into the pile of junk. He immediately stopped him and said, Boss, since no one wants this piece of scrap metal, why don't you just do me a favor and sell it to me for 300 yuan? The biggest highlight of the blacklight night cat is its eyes, which are inlaid with 2 gemstones and are also its only selling point. Without its eyes, the rest of the cat's body is just a useless piece of metal. The craftsmanship is not of high value, nor is it of any age value. It can only be considered a crude work of art. When the stall owner heard someone wanted to buy it, he immediately agreed, okay, since you like it, 300 yuan, you can take it.
Awesome. 2 for 1. I thought no one wanted it, but now I've found a sucker.
Seeing that the stall owner readily agreed, Su Chen was secretly delighted.
He quickly transferred the money and left with the black cat. As he left, the stall owner looked at the transfer record and couldn't help laughing.
He said, "These days, there really are people like this who are so stupid and rich that they're willing to spend money on something that's obviously junk." His words reached Su Chen's ears. He had originally planned to leave first and then reveal the secret, but now it seems that there is no need for that. He must teach the stall owner a good lesson.
So he stopped and turned around and said, "Boss, I'm taking care of your business, and you say that to me?"
The stall owner didn't expect his words to be heard, so he quickly said jokingly, "Sorry, sir, it was a slip of the tongue."
A slip of the tongue? No way. I clearly heard you say I'm stupid and rich. You're just making fun of me. Fine, then I'll show you whether this piece of scrap metal is really valuable or not.
Su Chen took it seriously, then turned on his X-ray eyes and glanced at the black-light night shining cat again.
Item name, Blacklight Night Cat. Secrets within. Highly valuable. There are indeed loopholes to be found.
Then he returned to the stall and, in front of the stall owner, gently scratched the black cat's body with a small knife on the table. Gradually, a piece of paint was scraped off the black surface, revealing a golden glow inside. The stall owner seemed to understand something, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly moved closer to take a closer look.
Soon, a large area of black paint on the surface was scraped off.
The next second, a brilliant golden light burst out, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes.
Gold! The inside of the black cat is actually full of gold. This is actually a solid golden cat made of pure gold. Oh my! I really lost a lot this time. I lost a lot.
The stall owner slapped his thigh in frustration, secretly cursing himself for being so blind that he couldn't see what was going on. I guess the person who created this black cat did it intentionally, covering it with black paint so that people can't judge the actual value of the black cat. Such a huge pile of gold would be worth millions on the market.
I'm really getting old and confused. I sold gold as scrap metal. Damn it! Damn it!
The stall owner was so anxious that he almost vomited blood. He sold a treasure worth millions for only 300 yuan. Before, I happily laughed at Su Chen for being stupid and rich, but now I regret it so much.
Su Chen smiled faintly and said, "Boss, let me teach you a lesson. The eyeballs of gemstones are just decorations. If even decorations are so valuable, how could the main material, the black cat's body, be so mediocre as a piece of scrap metal?"
The stall owner couldn't figure out such a simple question. After saying that, he took the golden cat and went to the next stall.
"Brother Su Chen, you are so awesome. I admire you so much. Come on, let me kiss you." Boo!
The more Gao Shirhan looked at this man, the more she liked him. She couldn't help but hold Su Chen's face and kiss him.
Su Chen was embarrassed. "Shirhan, we are on the street. There are many people here. If you want to kiss us, let's go home and kiss us." He, brother Su Chen, why are you acting like a woman? I'm not afraid, so why are you afraid? Besides, it's just a kiss, not anything else. Oh, I know, you're not thinking.
Shirhan, stop making trouble.
Gao Shirhan's charm was so seductive that it was hard to resist. Su Chen could only speed up his pace, otherwise he would really fall for her.
As I was walking, I heard the voice of the man in the Zhengshan suit from a stall next to me. "Boss, how much is this pen holder?"
Su Chen and Gao Shirhan stopped and looked over there at the same time. Sure enough, it was the same person as before. This guy is really an expert.
Su Chen stroked his chin with one hand and muttered to himself. Because at this moment, the man in the Zhengshan suit was holding an ancient-looking pen holder, which was obviously quite old, and was negotiating the price with the stall owner. He immediately used his X-ray vision to look at the information on the pen holder. He was secretly surprised to find that it was another high value. The pen holder is from the Qing dynasty. If you want it, it'll cost you 100,000 yuan. The stall owner quoted a price without even thinking.
The man in the Zhengshan suit immediately became unhappy. What? 100,000? That's too expensive.
It's not that good, at most 8,000.
If it suits me, I'll take it. Brother, how can you bargain like that? I offered 100,000, and you only offered 8,000. Boss, you're the one who's trying to rip me off. Come on, let's stop talking nonsense. Just name a new price. I'm serious about buying it." The two of them were talking back and forth, arguing over the price.
The man in the Zhongshan suit insisted on giving a maximum of 20,000 yuan, while the stall owner insisted on selling it for at least 50,000 yuan. They argued endlessly and could not come to a suitable number. Su Chen was itching to get his hands on this pen holder as he watched from the side. It would be great if he could snatch it away. Unfortunately, the other party is still negotiating the price, and it would be a bit against the rules for him to intercept it now. Chapter 93. I saw this thing first. The rules of antique collecting are complicated and numerous. For example, if a valuable item is not handled by the buyer or seller, what does it mean? That is, when looking at something, no matter which party hands it over, the latter cannot take it directly with his hands, but should let the other party put it on the table before taking it. Because if something slips out of your hands and falls to the ground, it's hard to tell who is responsible. There is another rule, which is that when others are negotiating a price, you cannot intervene to intercept the deal, as there is a risk of being misunderstood as a conspiracy. Su Chen was itching to buy something, but he couldn't bid, so he could only stand by and worry. But at this moment, the man in the Zhongshan suit suddenly received a phone call, which seemed very important. So he waved to the stall owner to indicate that they could talk later, and then ran to the side to answer the phone. Seeing this, Su Chen immediately became excited. This was clearly an opportunity given to him by God, and it would be a waste not to seize it. He quickly walked up to the stall owner and said, "Boss, I want this pen holder." 30,000. The price was exactly in between the bid of the man in the Zhongshan suit and the price the stall owner offered, which was also what he estimated the stall owner had in mind as the lowest price. "I must get this pen holder before the man comes back." Seeing another bargainer coming in, the stall owner didn't bother to say anything more and said bluntly, "At least 40,000. I don't want to waste any more time talking." Su Chen hesitated for a moment, feeling that there was still room for maneuver, so he secretly winked at Gao Shirhan. "This is a secret code." Gao Shirhan was very smart and understood immediately. She walked up and said, "Hubby, are you crazy? Didn't we just come here to go shopping? Are you really planning to buy something? Where are we going to get the money? We still don't have diapers and milk powder for the baby." These words almost made Su Chen burst out laughing. "It's fine if you just call me husband, but you even have a child with me. Still buying milk powder and diapers? Stop looking here, let's go home quickly, the child must be hungry." Gao Shirhan kept urging him and pulled his hand away. Su Chen also cooperated in the acting, pretending to be reluctant to leave, turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing the cooked duck fly away, the stall owner immediately became anxious and said quickly, "Little brother, if you really want to buy it, 30,000 is 30,000. I'll give it to you." Wow, 100,000 became 50,000, and 50,000 became 30,000. If the man in the Zhongshan suit knew that Su Chen had snatched away the thing he liked, he would probably be so angry that he would hit him. Su Chen didn't say anything more, transferred the money on the spot, then picked up the pen holder and prepared to leave to avoid any further complications. At the same time, the man in the Zhongshan suit had just finished his phone call and returned to negotiate again. "Boss, I have something urgent to attend to, so I won't say any more. 50,000 is definitely too much. I can give you a maximum of 40,000. Just tell me, are you going to sell it or not?" It's really one step ahead of the other. The stall owner also looked disappointed. He rolled his eyes at him and said, "If you had told me 40,000 earlier, I might have sold it to you. But it's too late now. The pen holder has already been bought by that young man for 30,000. As he spoke, he pointed at Su Chen's back as he walked away. 30,000. The man in the Zhongshan suit smacked his lips. The price was even lower than he expected. He just missed the chance to get this treasure, and someone else picked it up. He was unwilling to give up. He glanced at Su Chen and Gao Shirhan from a distance, and then chased after them. At this moment, not far away, Gao Shirhan kept fiddling with the pen holder in her hand and asked, "Brother Su Chen, what is the value of this thing? It looks very ordinary to me." Su Chen smiled and said, "Don't underestimate this pen holder." Although the stall owner said it casually to raise the price, he was right. This is indeed something from the early Qing dynasty and is worth at least 600,000. Ah? Just this thing is worth 600,000? Gao Shirhan was extremely surprised. He looked through the pen holder carefully and could not calm down for a long time. "I really made a lot of money, it increased dozens of times in a blink of an eye. But looking at the antique market in Daxia, how many people can really find a bargain? From this point of view, Brother Su Chen is really a remarkable person. Her admiration for him deepened, and when she looked at Su Chen again, it was as if she saw a god. As I was walking, I suddenly heard a voice behind me shouting, "Little brother, I saw this pen holder first, but I got delayed because I took a phone call." "How could you steal it?" The voice was familiar, it was the man in the Zhengshan suit. Su Chen also expected that he would chase after him, so he was not panicked at all. He said, "Brother, if you leave halfway, who knows whether you will come back or not? If you come back after a year, will this pen holder have to wait for you for a year?" The words may be rough, but the truth is there. The man in the Zhengshan suit naturally understood this and said, "Little brother, I'm not here to accuse you. How about this? I really like this pen holder. If you're willing to part with it, I can give you double the price. How about 60,000? It's more than the stall owner's previous reserve price, but there's nothing we can do." Su Chen narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that this guy was indeed an expert. It seemed that he already knew the actual value of this pen holder, so he was determined to get it. However, he also knew the true value, so how could he sell it at a low price? So he said, "Since you are so sincere, I can sell it to you. You can take it for 600,000. "What? You want 600,000? The man's expression suddenly changed. Besides being angry, I was even more shocked that the price was so real. Yes, in terms of actual value, this pen holder is indeed worth the price. Little brother, you're a better businessman than that boss just now. But you're overestimating this pen holder. It's not worth that much. I want it as a gift for a friend, not necessarily. So, I'll give you a maximum of 80,000. How about that?" He calmed down and tried to fight for it again. Seeing that he was still acting, Su Chen simply pointed it out, saying, "Brother, you and I both know that the pen holder made by Yen Sandao, a top craftsman in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, is only worth 600,000 yuan at its lowest price. If someone bids at an auction, the price will only be higher. You think you can steal the pen holder from me for 80,000 yuan? Aren't you too heartless?" As soon as these words came out, the man in the Zhengshan suit was immediately surprised. "Little brother. So you have already." It turns out that after all the hard work, people have already figured out the inside of the pen holder. He even had the audacity to negotiate the price with others. How shameful. However, what surprised him greatly was that this young man, who looked to be in his 20s, had such extraordinary eyesight. A strange man. Truly a strange man. Such talents are rare even in the entire daxia. At this moment, the man in the Zhengshan suit noticed that Gao Shirhan was still holding the blacklight night shining cat. He was even more shocked and asked, "Little brother, did you get this thing too? This is strange." He dug out a pair of jewel eyeballs, leaving only a piece of scrap metal. This young man actually bought it. Is there any story behind it? Su Chen nodded. "Brother, I'm afraid you'll be sad if I tell you this. Do you really want to hear it?" The man was extremely firm. "Little brother, just say whatever you want." Chapter 94 Make a Friend. Seeing that he had such a strong desire for knowledge, Su Chen explained. "Yes, you did dig out the eyes of the blacklight night cat, but I figured if even a decorative item is this valuable, the cat's body, which is the main material, must be of good quality. So I bought it at a low price, and as I expected, it's not an iron cat at all, but a pure gold cat." "What? Golden cat?" The man in the Zhengshan suit was shocked when he heard this. Wow, it turns out that underneath what looks like a pile of scrap metal, there is such a shocking secret hidden. Such a big piece of gold must be worth a lot of money. Little brother, you are really capable. Okay, I'll buy you the pen holder for 600,000 yuan. How about we be friends? He became interested in Su Chen. Just think about it, even he couldn't see that there was gold hidden in the black cat, but this young man could see it. Could such a person be an ordinary person? You must make friends with such a strange person. Su Chen's eyes lit up and he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this uncle was so generous. It was obvious that he was not short of money and had some status. It wouldn't hurt to get to know him. Then the man in the Zhengshan suit generously transferred the money, and the two people left their contact information before saying goodbye. He, Brother Su Chen, you are really amazing. You made a lot of money in just one go. It's much better than what I made from working so hard to run the company. Gao Shirhan gave a thumbs up, expressing his great admiration. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said, "You have contributed a lot to this. If you hadn't cooperated well, it wouldn't have been so easy to get this benefit.
To commend you, how about I treat you to a big meal later?
Yeah.
Gao Shirhan readily agreed.
The two of them continued to stroll down hand in hand, just like a couple in love. As they were walking, Gao Shirhan was suddenly attracted by some picture books on the stall next to him. People who grew up in the 1970s or 1980s would be more familiar with this kind of picture book, but people after that have basically never seen it. She flipped through a few of the books, grinning from ear to ear, and turned around and said, "Brother Suchen, do you know, when I was little, my family also had picture books like this. They were my grandfather's toys, and they were very old. But later when we moved, they were all thrown away as garbage."
What a pity. Suchen flipped through it with great interest.
Although it was not valuable, such things with a strong sense of age were rare nowadays, so he just looked at it for fun.
Just then, while flipping through the books, Suchen suddenly saw a unique booklet, and his eyes lit up. Stamp album. On it are stamps framed in transparent bags. This thing should be worth some money.
He suddenly had some ideas, so he turned on his X-ray vision and took a look.
Item name, large red 8-cent stamp. Highly collectible. Just one glance and I couldn't help but be surprised. Another great value. Suchen took a deep breath.
It seemed that he was destined to get rich today. Even when reading a picture book, he could find a valuable stamp album. And there are more than just this one valuable stamp in it.
Damn. I really came at the right time today.
Suchen's mind moved, and he casually grabbed a handful of comic books and said to the stall owner, "Boss, you heard what my wife said just now. She wants to reminisce about the feeling of her childhood. As her husband, I have no choice but to buy some."
"Give me a price, how much are these comic books?"
The stall owner took a quick look at it, clearly not liking it at all, and said casually, 1,000 yuan. If it were really these tattered books, $1,000 wouldn't be worth it.
However, Suchen was secretly delighted and nodded, saying, Okay, my wife likes them anyway. $1,000 is a lot more cost-effective than buying a brand name bag.
After saying that, he scanned the code to transfer the money. The boss was also surprised to see that the young man didn't even bargain, and looked at him in surprise.
These books only cost 20 yuan at most, but they were sold for a high price of 1,000. Thanks, boss.
Suchen had a big smile on his face and raised his eyebrows at the stall owner, looking like he had found a treasure. This scene made the stall owner a little confused. He looked at the message of 1,000 yuan being deposited into his account on his phone, scratched his head, and thought to himself, is there something wrong with this kid? He spent 1,000 yuan to buy a few old books? At this moment, Suchen and Gao Shirhan had already walked away. He couldn't wait to flip through the stamp album. In addition to the most valuable large red stamp, there were also 2 small stamps commemorating Mei Lanfang in 1994, and several other stamps with extraordinary commemorative significance. According to preliminary estimates, the total value of these has exceeded 10 million.
This is a huge profit. A huge profit.
The cost is lower than the golden cat and pen holder I found earlier, and the value is higher.
It's a real steal. Shirhan, you are such a lucky star. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have noticed this stamp album.
This achievement should be attributed entirely to Gao Shirhan.
Gao Shirhan's face was full of confusion. She looked at the booklet in his hand and asked, Brother Suchen, is this thing really valuable? Suchen then gave an explanation, and Gao Shirhan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Brother Suchen, you are just like a god. I love you so much. Boo!
In her excitement, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Suchen on the cheek again. Suchen was filled with joy. Let's go and continue looking down, maybe there are some valuable things. The momentum was good, both of them were motivated and started moving forward again.
However, there were not many good things. In the next half hour, he didn't encounter anything that caught Suchen's eye.
The two bought 2 ice creams on the street to quench their thirst and ate while resting. Suchen roughly estimated the total value of the things he picked up. It would have been a considerable sum in the past, but it was still far from the group's 3 billion yuan funding hole. No, we have to continue. We have to make up at least half of it to ensure the normal operation of the company. He muttered to himself. I had just finished half of my ice cream when 2 pot-bellied men in suits walked by. One of them was fat and big-eared, holding a piece of raw stone in his hand, and was looking around hurriedly, as if looking for a buyer. Another man with a greasy face followed closely behind and said, Boss Wang, we've already gone through 3 circles.
Will anyone buy it?
Boss Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned around to say, "Boss Li, I don't want to run away either, but I was fooled and bought this material at a high price. When I asked someone to take a look, I found that there was a streak. If I cut it open, I won't be able to recover my investment. I can only try to sell it, otherwise I will lose a lot of money." Boss Li said, "As the saying goes, it's better to be afraid of small cracks than big ones. It's a shame for such a beautiful stone. The chances of it producing green would be very high. What a shame, what a shame. Alas, it's too late to say anything now. I just hope I can recoup my costs." Boss Wang sighed. Su Chen happened to overhear the conversation between the two. While eating his popsicle, he secretly used his perspective eyes to scan the rough stone in Boss Wang's hand. His eyes lit up when he saw it. Chapter 95 Imperial Green is blooming again. There is a saying in the gambling stone market, 9 out of 10 will lose money, so even if you get green, it is meaningless. It can be said that once there is a knot, it is basically a piece of waste stone. Brother Su Chen, what do they mean by yuan? Gao Shirhan also heard the conversation between the two and asked curiously. Su Chen explained, "To put it simply, it is a crack, just like a piece of glass cracking, full of spiderweb-like patterns. Such jade is worthless, even if it is imperial green." Wow, Brother Su Chen, you really know a lot. Gao Shirhan's eyes were full of admiration. Su Chen smiled and said, "Shirhan, our Qianxing group is going to become a giant in the jewelry and jade industry. As the president of the group, you still have to master the knowledge in this area." Gao Shirhan curled her lips and said, "With Brother Su Chen here, do I need to master it? Anyway, if there is anything I don't understand, I will ask you. From now on, you will be my professional teacher." Su Chen shook his head helplessly. He really had no idea what to do with this girl. Seeing that Boss Wang and Boss Li were about to walk away, he immediately called out from behind, "Please stay, both of you. May I ask how much you want to pay for this stone?" Boss Wang paused and turned around. Seeing that it was a young man, he was a little skeptical and said, "I spent 1 million to buy this. If you want it, I can give it to you for 500,000. But, can you come up with that money?" He only wanted to stop the loss and minimize the loss as much as possible, even if it was just to recover the cost. However, seeing that Su Chen was so young and eating popsicles that cost only a few dollars on the roadside, he didn't look like a rich man at all. 500,000, that's a good deal. Okay, I'll take it. Su Chen agreed immediately. Such straightforwardness surprised Boss Wang, Boss Li, and Gao Shirhan, and they stared at Su Chen with an incredible look. Wang and Li, the two bosses, were secretly puzzled. They spoke so loudly when they passed by just now, could it be that the young man didn't hear them? "Brother Su Chen, didn't you just say that this stone is worthless?" Gao Shirhan was a little surprised and really didn't know what Su Chen was thinking. "He just said that the stone had cracks and must be scrap, so I wanted to buy it right away. Don't worry, I know my limits." Su Chen smiled faintly, looked at Boss Wang again, and said, "Are you going to sell it or not?" When Boss Wang heard that there was a sucker who was willing to take over, there was no reason for him not to sell it. He had been anxious all day, and finally he could recover some of his losses. "Little brother, you're quite courageous. The so-called gambling on stones is all about gambling. It's often those with courage who can seize the opportunity to make a fortune. I admire you. Would you like to pay in cash or by mobile phone transfer?" "Transfer money, give me the card number." Su Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he asked for the card number and transferred the money directly. Then he took the material from Boss Wang and said, "I received the money, right? This thing is mine now." Boss Wang looked at the message on his phone and smiled from ear to ear. Got it, got it. It's really a blessing to meet a noble person. You helped me a lot, little brother." After saying that, he pulled Boss Li next to him and prepared to leave, for fear that Su Chen would find out that there was something wrong with the stone and refuse to pay. However, Boss Li was reluctant to leave. He smiled and said, "Boss Wang, it's okay. The money is already in your card. It's useless for him to regret it. Since he has already bought the stone, why not watch him cut it open here? Maybe this young man is really the chosen one and can open a good piece of green." Although the words sounded nice, he actually just wanted to make fun of Su Chen. Boss Wang couldn't bear it and forced Boss Li to leave. Su Chen heard the mockery in his words, snorted coldly, and responded, "Boss Li, right? Well, since you are so interested, I will open the stone and show you. Maybe it will be as you said, a good piece of jade." This piece of stone is not small, and only a big and strong man like Boss Wang can carry it around the street. Under normal circumstances, such a piece of raw stone of excellent quality would definitely not be bought without 2 or 3 million stones. But because of the curls, it is so cheap. Suchen put the stone on the ground, borrowed a cutting machine from the owner of the stall next to him, and then started cutting the stone openly on the street. With a focused gaze, he locked onto 1/3 of the stone and the cutting machine started cutting directly. Such an interesting thing immediately attracted many people nearby to come and watch the fun, and soon the road was blocked.
This guy doesn't seem to have much experience. He dared to cut the stone even though it had cracks. He's obviously going to lose a lot of money.
One knife makes you poor, one knife makes you rich, and one knife makes you wear a rag.
I think this kid is definitely going to wear a rag.
It's a pity for his girlfriend. She's so beautiful, but she's with the wrong person. If she had followed me, I would have guaranteed her a good life. Many of the onlookers were experts in gambling on stones. As soon as they saw the quality of the stones, they began to make sarcastic remarks. As the cutting machine rotates rapidly, the stone is gradually cut.
Swish. Next second,
a bright green light flashed out from the middle of the material, catching people's attention.
Holy crap! What was that green light just now? Oh my god! Look, it's really green. The crowd suddenly became agitated. Suchen ignored everyone and continued to cut the stone.
He cut along the grain, leaving no room for anything, and peeled off all the green parts with great precision. Soon, jade flesh as big as a basketball was revealed, separated only by a thin layer of stone skin. It can be determined that there is a good piece of jade inside, but the type of jade can only be seen after the surface is completely scratched.
Oh my god, this guy is an expert. It's like peeling a grapefruit, not a single drop is wasted. Oh my god, look at this jade flesh, it's only 1 in 1,000. This strand didn't even penetrate, the bet must have gone up. Damn, that guy just asked me if I wanted it, and I didn't buy it. I would have bought it earlier.
Even without rubbing it, it is enough to judge the value of jade.
Those who were complacent just now all regretted it now.
With such a big piece, no matter what kind of material it is, you will definitely make money. Boss Wang and Boss Li had dull eyes and were dumbfounded.
However, what surprised them even more was yet to come.
Suchen moved his shoulders, then removed the cutting disc, replaced it with a grinding disc, and began to grind the surface of the jade.
20 minutes later, the true appearance of the jade was revealed. Oh my god. This is actually. This is fucking Imperial Green. Damn. This kid is rich.
Imperial Green, my goodness, it's the finest jade, so rare to see at once. With this water content and this color, it's a top-grade piece. This big and this complete, it must cost at least 8 figures. At this moment, the crowd was like a pot of boiling water, boiling. Everyone felt like they were watching a blockbuster movie of the century, full of ups and downs and full of excitement. Boss Wang and Boss Li were even more shocked, especially the former, who collapsed to the ground, feeling as miserable as if he had gone bankrupt. He bought the stone for 1 million, but because he was afraid to take the risk, he sold it for 500,000. Then someone opened up a piece of Imperial Green worth tens of millions.
Those who can't bear it mentally will probably vomit blood and die on the spot. Little brother, are you going to sell this jade? I'll give you 30 million. I'll give you 40 million. Sell it to me, I'll give you 50 million. Finally, someone recovered from their shock and started bidding. Chapter 96 One day has come.
This bid immediately triggered a chain reaction, and many people realized the value of this Imperial Green.
Little brother, don't listen to them, I'll give you 60 million. I'll give you 70 million, sell it to me. Why are you rushing for it? I was the first one to bid. Little brother, sell it to me.
For a moment, several people began to argue with each other, determined to take the Imperial Green. The higher the price was, the more uncomfortable Boss Wang and Boss Li felt. They had originally wanted to find a sucker, but now they had become the suckers.
Excuse me, everyone. I don't want to sell this jade. Please move aside. We are leaving. Suchen would not sell such a good thing at a low price.
If it were put up for auction at Boyuan Pavilion, it would fetch at least hundreds of millions. Besides, Jiangxing Group is in need of top-quality jadeite, and internal consumption could make up for most of the previous losses. Afterwards, under the envious gazes of everyone, Suchen took Gao Shirhan away.
Brother Su Chen, you are so amazing, let me kiss you.
As soon as they walked out of the street, Gao Shirhan excitedly hugged Su Chen's neck and kissed him passionately. On the busy street, many men cast jealous glances at this side.
Such a beautiful woman actually took the initiative to ask for a kiss. I really don't know how much blessings this man must have accumulated in his previous life. After kissing for 10 minutes, the two reluctantly separated. Let's go to the next street and continue shopping. Su Chen has become addicted to the continuous victories. If this continues, the funding gap of Qianxin Group will be filled immediately. However, luck doesn't always come. For more than an hour, I didn't get any luck. Soon the sun set and it was getting late. Su Chen decided to go back after walking around the last street, and Gao Shirhan agreed. Buzz. Buzz. Just then, the cell phone rang. Chener, please come to the Beihu Villa district in the city center. It was my mother Yi Yuqin who called. On the other end of the phone, there was the voice of his father Su Tianen. I don't know what the two elders are doing in Beihu Villa. Su Chen was puzzled. Mom, what's wrong? What happened? Yi Yuqin said hurriedly, it's something important, don't ask now, come quickly, your father and I are waiting for you here. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone in a hurry, Su Chen didn't know what happened and could only say goodbye to Gao Shirhan for a while. Gao Shirhan also heard the content of the call, expressed his understanding, and agreed to go to Boyuan Pavilion together tomorrow to auction the things they found today in exchange for funds. Afterwards, Su Chen drove his Porsche hurriedly to Beihu Villa in the city center. Sir, do you have an appointment? As soon as I arrived at the sales office, I was stopped by someone. Beihu Villa is one of the most luxurious villa areas in Zhonghai. Those who can live here are either rich or noble. Even to view a house, you need to be qualified. What qualifications? That is the identity qualification. Without a net worth of hundreds of millions, you are not even qualified to come in and look at the house. Aye. Su Chen was speechless for a moment. He came to visit his parents, so where did the appointment come from? Just when he was in a dilemma, Yi Yuqin's voice came from the VIP area, shouting, Chener, this way, this way. Oh, so you're an acquaintance of Ms. Yi and Mr. Su. You're our distinguished guest. I'm sorry for the offense. Please come this way. After hearing the shout, the gatekeeper's attitude immediately changed. He was so cold just now, but now he wants to worship Su Chen as his ancestor. Su Chen couldn't help but find it funny. What was going on? Mom and Dad, why are you here? He did plan to buy a villa, but he wasn't thinking big enough to buy it here. Yi Yuqin was extremely excited and took out the property title and contract. Chener, we just received the news unexpectedly. The friend you brought home last night gave us a villa. Ah? These words really surprised Su Chen. The friend from last night, wasn't he that Xiao Yener? Yener gave me a villa. Oh my god. Beihu Villa District, known as the concentration camp of China overseas wealthy people, is located in the heart of China overseas and is also the most prosperous area. The housing prices are shockingly expensive. The starting price of a villa is over 100 million yuan, not to mention that it comes with luxurious decoration and you can move in right away. Mom and Dad, why don't you politely decline? He couldn't bear such a great favor. Yi Yuqin and Su Tianen looked at each other, and then Yi Yuqin said, Chener, we don't know anything about this. It's just that your friend heard us talking about buying a new house this morning, and she left in a hurry. Then she received a call asking us to come and see the house. When we came, even the property ownership certificate had been processed. We were completely unaware of the whole process. I see. Su Chen understood. It seemed that it was a gift from Xiao Yener to thank him, but the gift was too expensive, so he immediately called Xiao Yener. Hello, Yener, it's me. Brother Su Chen, how is it? Are you satisfied with the house? Anyone in Zhonghai would be satisfied with the Beihu Villa, but why didn't you tell me about this? It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Brother Su Chen, it's just a villa, it's nothing. Besides, Beihu Villa was originally the property of my Yunmeng Group. It's just a small thing, so don't refuse it. Xiao Yener has decided to give this house to Su Chen, and he has no choice but to accept it. Lest Su Chen still want to refuse, Xiao Yener quickly said, by the way, Brother Su Chen, the Zhou family just sent someone to deliver a letter, asking us to go to the Zhou family in the evening. They have something to discuss. What? The Zhou family took the initiative to ask us to go? Su Chen was a little surprised and vaguely felt that something was wrong.
Logically speaking, he gave the Zhou family 1 day to withdraw from the market and get out of Shanghai before tonight. The Zhou family should have kept their distance from him.
How could they possibly invite him actively? There must be a trick. Okay, I got it. I'll go to the appointment right away. Hang up the phone. Su Chen sighed helplessly.
He had no choice but to take over the villa. What a miserable life he has. He wants to buy a decent house with his own ability, but he can't even fulfill such a simple wish.
Yet someone gives him a villa. It's the best golden villa in China overseas. It's really infuriating. Mom and Dad, it's hard to refuse such kindness. They've even prepared the property deeds for us, and we can't return them. You should go back and pack up, and let's get ready to move.
Finally, I was able to leave the old city and enter the upper class in China. After sending my parents back to Xinyuan community, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The time has come, Zhou family, it's time to get going.
Su Chen drove the Porsche again and headed straight for the Zhou family. 1 day is up.
If the Zhou family doesn't get out of Shanghai, he will start a massacre.
We soon arrived at the Zhou family villa. Su Chen felt a little strange.
The lights in the house were on, and there were only 2 guards outside the door.
There was no sense of tension as if facing a great enemy.
He strode in quickly, and the 2 guards showed no sign of panic. They even gave way with a look of contempt. At this moment, in the living room, on the sofa, Zhou Tong and Zhou Zhenhong, wrapped in bandages, seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Seeing Su Chen coming, Zhou Zhenhong drank his tea slowly and said calmly, "Su Chen, you are finally here. My grandfather and I have been waiting here for a long time."
Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Someone from the Hua family is coming. He. Su Chen sneered.
These 2 guys were so arrogant even when they were about to die. Old man, it seems you don't take my words to heart at all. The deadline has come, and he will not give the Zhou family any more chances.
Su Chen, don't be so arrogant. I guarantee that you won't be able to kill us both today. Zhou Zhenhong looked confident and didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. Okay, let's give it a try. Yesterday's bloody scene is about to happen again today.
From now on, the Zhou family will be permanently removed from Shanghai. Su Chen walked slowly to the sofa, circulating his true energy through his fingers, and poised his finger to strike, like a god of death, ready to take the lives of Zhou Zhenhong and Zhou Tong.
Boy, you are as arrogant as ever. Unfortunately, it's not your turn to be presumptuous here.
But suddenly, a scolding voice came from the corridor on the 2nd floor. The voice is very familiar, I must recognize it.
Su Chen's expression changed.
He looked up and saw Lu Xiaomei holding Song Shanha's arm and slowly walking down the stairs.
Mr. Song, Ms. Lu, thank goodness you 2 are here, otherwise this brat would really have wiped out my Zhou family.
When Zhou Zhenhong saw his savior coming down the stairs, he quickly stood up to greet him.
Ha, it's you 2 bugs again. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. It really was a ghost that lingered around.
The Shen family intervened before, and luckily these 2 people got away. I thought they had left Shanghai, but they actually had the courage to come out.
It doesn't matter, let us kill them together. It also saves you the time of looking for them again. Lu Xiaomei looked smug and not afraid at all.
She shouted, Su Chen, you really don't have a brain.
If we weren't absolutely sure, do you think we would return to Shanghai? Ever since the incident at the Song family villa a few days ago, Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei were brought to Kyoto by Shen Ruffing to meet the Hua family.
Now, they have received instructions from the Hua family and returned to Shanghai again.
In other words, they already have a backer, so they can act arrogantly in Shanghai, and they don't even take the Xiong family seriously. 2 sand pens. You're looking for death. Su Chen didn't care about these things.
He immediately became murderous and pointed his finger towards Lu Xiaomei's head.
This time, he will not show any mercy. Who cares about that damn Hua family? If you have the guts, just come to Shanghai. If 1 comes, he will kill him 1 by 1. If 2 come, he will kill them both. You little brat, you dare to attack me in front of me? You don't know your place. At this split second, a figure suddenly rushed down from the corridor on the 2nd floor and blocked his way in the blink of an eye. Bang!
Xu Wang's finger happened to collide with the man's iron fist, causing a violent storm to sweep across.
Thump! 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 The opponent's cultivation was obviously higher than Su Chen's. With one collision, Su Chen lost his balance and took 3 steps back.
When he looked up again, he saw an old man in martial arts uniform standing in front of him. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at him carefully. The old man had an extraordinary bearing, and he had just taken his full-strength finger without losing his breath, which showed that his cultivation was unfathomable.
He pointed at the old man and said, "Old man, where did you come from?"
The old man laughed loudly. "Ha, boy, when we were still in Kyoto, I heard that you were very arrogant.
Seeing you today, it is true that your reputation is well deserved. You are indeed arrogant to the extreme. But do you know that sometimes arrogance comes at a price?"
Song Shanha snorted coldly, looking at Su Chen with disdain, and said, "Boy, open your eyes and see clearly.
This is an elder of the Hua family in Kyoto. His name is Hua Budian. He has an extraordinary status in Kyoto. Even if someone from the Xiong family comes, they have to give him some face."
Now with the support of the Hua family, Song Shanha, Lu Xiaomei, Zhou Xinhong and Zhou Tong are all fearless.
With so many people here and Elder Hua Budian here, Su Chen wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Elder Hua? Ha ha. However, they were all wrong. Even if the King of Heaven came today, Su Chen would not give him face. "Old thing, I will kill a few dogs from the Zhou and Song families first, and then I will play with you slowly.
If you dare to make a move, then try it. In one sentence, full of dominance. I don't care about the Hua family in Kyoto. In a word, anyone who stands in my way will die. Call." As soon as he finished speaking, Kongxiang Wuchenbu suddenly came out and bypassed Hua Budian like a ghost, standing in front of Zhou Tong with a fierce look in his eyes.
"Zhou Tong, I've already given you a chance, but you didn't want it. Don't blame me for being rude."
Phew! With a single futile move, he pierced Zhou Tong's forehead with the force of thunder, and the overbearing true energy poured into his brain.
Bang! With a loud bang, Zhou Tong's head exploded.
Blood mixed with brain matter splattered all over the room.
Tonger! Tonger!
Zhou Xinhong watched his grandson being killed with his own eyes, and screamed heartbreakingly, "Su Chen, you dare to kill my Tonger, I will fight you to the death." After saying that, he rushed forward regardless of everything. I never expected that this kid would be so crazy and bold that he would kill people in front of the Hua family. This move clearly shows that they do not take the Hua family seriously.
Just in time, I was about to kill you.
Su Chen's murderous intent surged, and he was originally going to kill this old dog, but then he turned around and used the false finger technique to strike back at his face. At this moment, Hua Budian angrily shouted, "Boy, you dare to kill someone in front of me. You're courting death." Then, he gathered all his energy in his palms and rushed towards Su Chen's back.
Su Chen's attention was still focused on Zhou Xinhong, and Hua Budian's move was extremely fast, so he had no time to react.
This palm strike was filled with extremely powerful energy and was bound to be fatal. However, at this critical moment, an extremely thin stream of light shot in from outside the door and pierced Hua Budian's arm.
Hua Budian frowned and felt his arm suddenly lose sensation. Bang!
By this time, Su Chen had succeeded in smashed Zhou Xinhong's head, which exploded like a burst watermelon, and the entire living room was dyed red with blood. The grandfather and grandson of the Zhou family died one after another at the hands of Su Chen.
Killing people without mercy.
This is the Su Chen of today, no longer the courier station employee who was bullied. Now, he knows very well how the world works. Only if his fists are strong enough can he have the right to speak and not be bullied. He will not take the initiative to provoke anyone, but anyone who dares to take the initiative to provoke him will end up dead.
Who's outside?
Hua Budian shouted angrily and turned to look outside the door. The light that pierced into his hand was extraordinary. It was actually a silver needle. 10 steps away, the flying needle hurt him, and it pierced the acupuncture points accurately, causing his qi and blood to be blocked and his true qi to dissipate. If it weren't for this silver needle, he would have almost taken Su Chen's life. "Mr. Hua, you are a veteran who has been famous for many years.
You are actually here to exchange martial arts with a young junior. You are really in a very elegant mood."
At this moment, an extremely familiar voice came from outside the door.
Su Chen smiled slightly.
He had guessed it the moment he saw the silver needle. Now that he heard the voice, he was even more certain of the identity of the person outside the door. Yes, it was his master, the miracle Dr. Lu Ming. Chapter 98 A feud with the Hua family. The person appeared as the voice sounded, and Lu Ming walked in with big strides, his hands behind his back.
"Master." Su Chen was extremely excited, as if he had seen a relative.
If the master hadn't rescued him in time with a flying needle, he would have been killed by Huo Butian's palm.
Oh? Dr. Lu. Huo Butian recognized him, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "Haven't you already retired a long time ago and don't care about the affairs of the martial arts world? Why are you stopping me?" Lu Ming smiled and walked straight to Su Chen.
He said, "I'm here for my apprentice."
"I just don't know how this unworthy apprentice of mine has offended the Huo family."
"What, this guy is your apprentice?"
Huo Butian was slightly surprised.
No wonder this kid is so arrogant. It turns out that he not only has the support of the Xiong family, but also the protection of Dr. Lu.
But so what? Divine Dr. Lu, don't blame me for not reminding you.
Not to mention that you've already retired from the heavenly ranking. Even if you were in your prime, you're not good at martial arts after all.
Killing you right now would be as easy as killing a chicken. I advise you to stay out of other people's business. Huo Butian was not afraid at all. So what if he is a miracle doctor? So what if he was once a strong man on the heavenly ranking? Now it's just an old dog, nothing to worry about. Huo Butian, you are so arrogant.
At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from outside the door. Everyone's expression changed and they all looked outside. Xiong Minghui, Xiong Dashan, and several other experts from the Xiong family rushed in.
Following closely behind him was the head of the Xiong family, Xiong Guotao. "Mr. Xiong. You're here too?" Huo Butian was shocked. The situation was obviously out of control, with so many big shots showing up. But Huo Butian couldn't figure out who this kid Su Chen was that could alarm Xiong Guotao to come here in person. This is too outrageous. Huo Butian, you are not qualified to talk to me. If you have anything to say, let your family head come and tell me in person. Xiong Guotao didn't take a mere elder of the Huo family seriously at all. Huo Butian didn't dare to say a word about this. You have to know that the Xiong family is the real overlord of Kyoto.
They have huge power, deep roots, and are popular among the people.
Especially the head of the family, Xiong Guotao, is a big shot who can make the whole Kyoto tremble with just a stomp of his feet.
On the other hand, the Huo family has relied on crooked means to win over several other major families over the years, becoming the four most notorious families in Kyoto. They can be said to have the strength to challenge the Xiong family, but in comparison, they are still a dwarf. Old man Xiong, judging from your tone, you are protecting Su Chen, but do you know that the Zhou, Song, and Shen families have already joined our four major families? Now Su Chen dared to break into the Zhou family and cause trouble, killing Zhou Zhenhong and Zhou Tong, grandfather and grandson. It is clear that he does not take our four major families seriously. Are you, old man Xiong, going to protect this kid? After a long silence, Huo Butian immediately came up with a plan after seeing the corpse on the ground. When Lu Xiaomei heard this, she immediately stood up and said, "That's right, Su Chen ran to someone else's house to kill people. We all witnessed this. He must be brought back to Kyoto and handed over to the Huo family for disposal." Seeing her smug look, Su Chen gritted his teeth in hatred. This bitch was so vicious that she wanted to kill him. However, Xiong Guotao didn't need to say anything else. Xiong Dashan on the side spoke first. "Elder Hua, as far as I know, the Zhou family only joined the four great clans this afternoon. Unfortunately, Su Chen had already threatened to wipe out the entire Zhou family last night. In other words, Zhou Zhenhong and Zhou Tong were already dead last night. At that time, they didn't even belong to the four great clans. It's very far-fetched, even specious. But so what? In the face of the might of the Xiong family, Huo Butian could only suffer defeat. Veins bulged on his forehead and he clenched his fists tightly. He felt unwilling but didn't even dare to say a word. Xiong Minghui snorted coldly and continued, "If you, the Huo family, have any objections, you can just blame my Xiong family. After we return to Kyoto, you four major families are always welcome to come to my Xiong family to question us. But today, please get out immediately." Huo Butian was so angry that his whole body was shaking. His heart was burning with anger, but he couldn't release it. He could only give himself a way out and said, "In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I'll never be able to leave. As long as there is life, there is hope." Anyway, the Huo family has already made a plan to launch an operation in Shanghai, and support will arrive soon. There is no need to waste time on this. After saying that, he turned around and left in a hurry. Song Shanha also had an unwilling look on his face. He glared at the people in the living room and then walked out. Lu Xiaomei followed closely behind, and before leaving, she turned around and warned Su Chen, "Su Chen, remember this, sooner or later I will make you suffer unbearably. Su Chen's eyes were cold. Okay, I'll wait for you. As the Hua and Song families left, the scene finally became quiet.
Let's take care of it.
When Xiong Guotao saw the bloodstains all over the living room and the bodies of the Zhou family's grandfather and grandson on the ground, he felt no mercy and gave orders to his men behind him. The men understood and immediately dragged the body out and cleaned up the scene. Then, several people sat on the sofa and started chatting.
Brother Su Chen, you are truly invincible.
You killed the Hua family's dog in front of the Hua family elders. Even my Xiong family might not dare to do such a thing. Xiong Minghui admired Su Chen more and more. Dare to think and act, do it as soon as you say it, without any delay. Compared with the Xiong family who were hesitant in order to consider the overall situation, Su Chen's decisiveness is indeed admirable. Even Xiong Guotao, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but praise him. Divine Dr. Lu, congratulations. You've truly found a great disciple. A few of them sat down and chatted. Su Chen unceremoniously found a bag of fine tea in the house and boiled a pot of water to make tea. Talking about the current situation in Zhanghai, the Hua family has won over many families in Zhanghai, and it seems that they want to make some noise in Zhanghai. It was also because Lu Ming learned that Hua Budian had come to Zhanghai that he was worried that Su Chen would be in danger, so he immediately notified the people from the Xiong family to rush over. At this moment, Xiong Guotao suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh right, little brother Su Chen, I can see from your breathing that your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds.
You must have encountered some opportunity. It's just a little strange. There's a faint aura about you that I feel very familiar with, but I can't remember it for the moment. May I ask who you have met recently, or in other words, which master has given you guidance?"
This question made the scene suddenly quiet.
Everyone looked at Su Chen with doubt. Even Lu Ming was confused and waiting for Su Chen's answer. This. Su Chen was in a bit of a dilemma.
If he told it out, it would definitely expose Long Zun's affairs.
He promised not to tell this to anyone, not even to his master.
The matter was of grave importance, so he could only shake his head and say, "There's no need for any expert guidance. I was just bored in prison, so I just fumbled around and practiced randomly, and almost became a fire demon." Xiong Guotao, Lu Ming and others looked at each other, obviously knowing that Su Chen was deliberately concealing the truth, but they did not ask any further questions.
However, I wonder how surprised they will be when they find out in the future that the person who taught Su Chen his unique skills was Long Zun, who was once ranked first on the heavenly ranking. Chapter 99 Continue to send assassins. The other side. In the car back to the Song family. Song Shanha, what exactly is the origin of this kid Su Chen? Why did Lu Ming, who never accepts disciples, break the rules and accept him? He was also appreciated by the Xiong family. Even Xiong Guotao rushed all the way from Kyoto to Zhanghai just for him. Hua Budian looked out the window with a sinister look on his face. Who would have thought that a young boy would have such an opportunity? I had heard before that this person was arrogant, and now I have finally seen how arrogant he is. He actually dared to kill the dog that the Hua family wanted to raise in front of them. It's not just arrogance, it's simply courting death. Song Shanha didn't say anything, but looked at Lu Xiaomei. When it comes to Su Chen's identity, she has the most say. Lu Xiaomei understood and replied, "I don't have any background. I'm just a loser. I got to where I am now purely by luck. I don't know how much shit I stepped in." When they first met on a blind date, she knew that Su Chen was as stupid as a pig and would be easy to deceive. This is indeed the case. With just a few tricks, she hooked him like a black carp. Not only did he give her all his savings, he also took every penny of his monthly salary. When he got married, he even asked his parents to kowtow from every household to borrow money for the betrothal gift. It is rare to see such waste in a century. However, fools have their own luck, and this kid happened to curry favor with the Black Tiger Society, and then things started to snowball, and he received assistance from many forces. I really don't know what those people saw in Su Chen. Soon the car returned to the Song family villa. The lights are rekindled. Song Shanha ordered people to clean up the villa, built a new memorial tablet for Song Yi, and specially hired several caregivers to take good care of Song Zijian, who was still in a coma. Looking at the memorial tablet and thinking of his poor grandson, Song Shanha couldn't help but burst into tears. All this is Su Chen's fault. Instead of crying here, you might as well think of a way to silence this brat. Hua Budian despised men crying the most and scolded them. Song Shanha felt helpless and said, "Elder Hua, I also want revenge, but I've tried everything, and it's useless."
Several times, Su Chen has been forced into a desperate situation, but he is always just one step short.
I have to say, this kid's luck is really incredible. Just because the Song family can't do anything doesn't mean my Hua family can't do anything. Song Shanha, I can lend you a few people.
As for how to use them, it all depends on whether you are smart. Hua Butian's eyes flashed, and he took out a piece of paper with a phone number on it from his pocket.
Song Shanha understood it at a glance. The people on the note must be very powerful killers. Honey, I have an idea. After seeing the note, Lu Xiaomei's face immediately showed a sinister look.
She quickly hugged Song Shanha and said coquettishly, "Let me do it this time, dear, okay?"
Song Shanha pinched her little face lovingly and asked, "Little goblin, what tricks do you have?"
Lu Xiaomei chuckled and said, "Elder Huai is using his hidden power. It's obvious that he doesn't want to drag this matter onto the Hua family, so as to avoid retaliation from the Xiong family. So, to be on the safe side, why don't we act in a different direction to avoid unnecessary complications?"
Change direction? Yes, among the people around Su Chen, Gao Shihan is the weakest link. Moreover, if we want to take back the Song family's assets, we must first bring down the Changxing group. We might as well assassinate Gao Shihan again.
By then, Su Chen will be completely disheartened and will not let us slaughter him. This is the best of both worlds.
Little devil, you have an idea. Okay, then let's do as you say.
The two smiled at each other and made arrangements. Their conversation was heard by Hua Budian, who was standing by. He was a little surprised. This woman named Lu Xiaomei was indeed vicious, but also smart.
This is also good. It is less troublesome to work with smart people. It's late at night.
Suddenly, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. The sky was covered with dark clouds and there were lightning and thunder.
The Song family welcomed several people. Were you the one who called us? Lightning flashed, illuminating several figures standing in the yard.
They all wore black raincoats that covered most of their faces. In addition, the courtyard was dark, so their faces could not be seen clearly, making them look very mysterious.
Song Shanha sat in the living room with his horse and golden sword.
The flickering lightning illuminated his gloomy face, making it bright and dark, like a devil in the dark night.
Yes, it's me. I heard that you are very powerful. I am willing to offer you 10 million for this woman's head.
He threw out a photo of Gao Shihan. The man picked up the photo and looked at it, a strange smile appeared on his face, then he turned and left, disappearing into the night.
The raindrops fell, washing away the footprints of several people, as if they had never appeared. How's it going, dear? Did they take it?
At this time, Lu Xiaomei walked out from the side hall and threw herself into Song Shanha's arms, as if she felt uncomfortable without a man for a moment. Song Shanha smiled coldly, "Take it."
Gao Shihan is doomed this time.
Soon Su Chen will experience the pain of losing his beloved. When he is heartbroken and disheartened, we can take the opportunity to kill him.
The next morning, Su Tianan and Yi Yuqin have already packed their bags and are ready to move to Beihu Villa bit by bit.
Su Chen thought it was too troublesome and suggested hiring a moving company to move everything in one trip, but he was stopped by his elders because they were reluctant to spend the money. Su Chen then remembered that the 10 million yuan he gave to his parents was all cheated away by his uncle and aunt. The 3-day deadline is about to arrive. If my uncle and aunt don't return the money, Su Chen can't guarantee that he will kill their own relatives for the sake of justice. Afterwards, he transferred another 10 million yuan to the two elders' cards, and this time he repeatedly warned them not to lend money again.
Buzz. Buzz. At this time, Gao Shihan called, "Hey, brother Su Chen, are you ready? I'm going to Boyuan Pavilion. I found a lot of cool stuff yesterday and we made an appointment to go to Boyuan Pavilion to auction them off." Okay, I'll be there soon, wait for me. Su Chen almost forgot about this matter.
After hanging up the phone, he hurried into the bedroom to change clothes and prepare to go out. As they were changing, a young man stood at the door holding a gift and shouted into the house, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Su Chen's home?" Hearing the voice, Su Chen hurried out, took a closer look, and said, "Huh? Aren't you the son of Dejinja from Ubiozai?" The young man outside the door was Jin Wu. Only then did he remember that he had promised to treat Jin Wu's syphilis.
It's been almost a month since then, I've forgotten about it long ago. Mr. Su, it's great to see you.
I said I'd come see you in a few days, but Ubiozai has been so busy lately that I haven't had time.
May I ask if it's too late for me to get treatment now?
Jin Wu felt a little guilty, but also a little expectant.
Su Chen smiled and said, "It's never too late, come in." I couldn't help but feel funny in my heart. Fortunately, you were delayed, otherwise, you would have been turned away if you had come. Thank you, Mr. Su.
Jinwoo heard that it could be used for treatment and walked into the house excitedly. He placed the gift on the table and said, "It's just a small token of my appreciation. I know Mr. Su likes antiques, so these are all my best finds from Ubiozai. They are all rare treasures." Su Chen also made an appointment with Gao Shirhan to meet at Boyuan Pavilion, so he didn't delay and asked Jinwoo to take off his clothes and lie on the sofa, while he took out the silver needles and prepared to start the treatment.
Syphilis? This disease cannot be cured by acupuncture. Brother Su Chen, you said you know medicine, is this all you know?
But at this moment, a cold female voice came from outside the door. The voice is very familiar.
Su Chen turned around and looked puzzled. "Oh? It's you?"
It was the beautiful girl, Zhong Yunxin, whom I met at the Boyuan Pavilion auction house before.
Chapter 100 Please go and treat the disease. Su Chen still had some impression of this capable, pretty and charming little beauty.
She was the one who had spent a high price to buy his collection at the Boyuan Pavilion auction.
How did you know I lived here?
My clan's influence is spread all over the world, so finding someone in a small city like Zhenghai is not a difficult task. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, having long guessed that the identities of this grandfather and granddaughter pair were extraordinary.
But it has been more than a month, why did Zhong Yunxin suddenly come here?
You've gone to so much trouble to find me, there must be something wrong.
Now that you're here, why not just tell me?
Zhong Yunxin smiled and changed the subject, saying, "Last time at the auction, thanks to your reminder, I didn't buy that Su Ming Zhouzhen one.
Later it turned out to be a fake.
I originally wanted to come and thank you, but no one was home after my many visits. Today was a coincidence.
By the way, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it.
I've waited a month anyway, so a little while longer won't hurt."
Su Chen narrowed his eyes and immediately understood what the girl was thinking. It was obvious that she wanted to watch how he treated syphilis in order to judge his medical skills. I guess the purpose of coming here is to ask him to treat the illness.
But it has been a month and the patient from the Zhong family has not made any progress.
What kind of difficult and complicated disease is this?
Well, I owed Mr. Zhong a favor for the previous auction, and I also agreed to go, so I might as well take a look. Then he flipped his palm, and the true energy turned into needles, which pierced into the 9 major acupoints on Jinwoo's body one by one. He kept twisting the silver needles with his unique technique. Outsiders might not understand, but as the eldest daughter of the Medicine Alliance family, Zhong Yunxin saw through it at a glance, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes.
This is actually the Tianshu 9 needles. You can't go wrong.
The acupuncture technique and method are exactly the same as the legendary medical treasure Tianshu 9 needles.
She couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Brother Su Chen, who is divine Dr. Lu Ming to you?" Su Chen didn't look up while performing the acupuncture. He was also slightly surprised. As expected, an expert could see the doorway. This girl actually recognized it at a glance.
She responded casually, "I was fortunate to have a brief discussion with Dr. Lu and exchanged experiences. I received some guidance."
Advice?
There was a hint of suspicion in Zhong Yunxin's beautiful eyes, and she obviously didn't believe it.
Who will teach me the secret skills? The acupuncture technique is good, but it's a pity.
However, Zhong Yunxin still sighed. He is indeed an outsider, or he doesn't understand anything at all, yet he actually wants to use acupuncture to treat syphilis.
It seems like it was a wasted trip. She felt a little disappointed.
It seemed that she had waited for a month in vain. She only learned some superficial things from Dr. Lu. It was absolutely impossible for him to cure the chronic illness of the person in her family.
This matter can only be handled by the Zhong family itself.
Just when Zhong Yunxin was about to leave in disappointment, Su Chen had already withdrawn the needle.
He reached out and touched Jinwoo's forehead, secretly injecting a vital force.
Jinwoo shuddered all over, feeling as if his brain had been poured with a bucket of cold water. It instantly sobered him up, and his body and mind felt refreshed.
He felt completely relaxed. Wow! Comfortable. So comfortable. I've never felt so good before. Su Chen turned on his X-ray vision and scanned.
The vitality had already entered the meridians in Jinwoo's body. As the disease healed little by little, the red spots on the skin gradually faded. His 9 Tianshu needles were just one of many variations, aimed at unblocking the meridians and allowing the flow of qi and blood so that the vital force could have the greatest room to play. It was not what Zhong Yunxin had in mind, to use acupuncture to directly treat syphilis. He nodded in satisfaction and said, actually, no matter what the illness is, in traditional Chinese medicine, it's all called evil spirits entering the body.
All you need to do is get rid of this evil spirit and you'll recover. This is true for colds, viral infections, and even cancer.
In traditional Chinese medicine, cancer doesn't even exist, but it's still called evil spirits, and getting rid of them will definitely cure it. Jin Wu stood up and stretched his muscles. Feeling a huge change in his body, he immediately knelt on the ground and said, Mr. Su, thank you for saving my life.
I will never forget it. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Then he kowtowed several times.
Su Chen hurriedly helped him up and said, it's nothing. For the next 3 months, you come to me once a month. After 3 times, you will be completely cured. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Su. Jin Wu was extremely happy and left dancing with joy. All treatments are completed.
Su Chen then turned his gaze to Zhong Yunxin, who was already stunned beside him, and said, I'm done. Zhong Yunxin was still standing there in a daze, unable to come back to his senses for a long time.
In just over 10 minutes, syphilis was cured. This is so awesome.
Although this disease is not a terminal illness, the conventional treatment process is extremely complicated and requires a lot of time and energy. However, in Su Chen's hands, it is as simple as playing house and can be cured easily without any effort.
Oh my God.
If this matter were to be made public, it would probably shock the entire medical community.
Miss Zhong, what's wrong with you?
Seeing that she was still in a daze, Su Chen asked again. Zhong Yunxin finally came to her senses and quickly said, well, actually, I wanted to invite you to my house to treat my brother. When she got anxious, she told the truth. I regretted it as soon as I said it. The status of the Medicine Alliance's head family is so high that even a famous doctor like Lu Ming, a master of traditional Chinese medicine, is looked down upon and disdained to be invited. Now they actually go to their house and beg a young boy to come and treat them.
If others knew about this, they would probably laugh to death. Okay, I'll go with you. Wait a minute, I'll make a call. Su Chen had guessed it long ago.
In fact, he had agreed to this matter at the auction venue a month ago, but it has been delayed until now. This favor should be repaid. So he took out his cell phone and called Gao Shirhan, saying that he would not be going to Boyuan Pavilion for the time being, and asked Gao Shirhan to bid a good price for the things he had found, and inject all the money into Qianxin Group to fill the funding gap. Although Gao Shirhan felt a little disappointed, she knew that her man had important things to do, so she did not complain. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen packed up and went out. Seeing Zhong Yunxin still standing there stupidly, he turned around and reminded her, Miss Zhong, aren't we going to your house to treat your brother's illness?
Let's go, what are you waiting for?
Zhong Yunxin was dumbfounded.
You agreed so readily? What disease, how long the illness lasted, what treatment the patient had received before? No one asked at all? And you didn't even ask the price? Just agree to go right away? She didn't know Su Chen's character, and wondered what to do if Su Chen just wanted to take this opportunity to curry favor with the Zhong family? After all, in the medical field, the Zhong family holds a very important position, and all doctors want to curry favor with them. Brother Su Chen, please wait a moment.
Before we set off, I feel like there are some things I need to make clear to you. She simply told him frankly, if it's a common illness, my clan definitely doesn't need to seek help from outsiders, so whether you can cure it or not is still unknown.
If you can't cure it, so what? If you can, so what? Of course, my clan doesn't care about money at all.
There is a sense of xenophobia in his words. Su Chen rolled his eyes at her. This little girl had a heavy burden on her mind. She had to invite him and be on guard against him at the same time.
If he didn't owe the Zhong family a favor, he might not even go. Miss Zhong, please don't misunderstand me. First, I'm willing to go because I promised to do so at the venue.
Secondly, Mr. Zhong paid a high price to buy all my collections, which is a great favor to me.
I am grateful. Moreover, I can guarantee that I can cure any difficult and complicated disease.
Even if I truly cannot treat it, I will not take a penny and will leave without causing any trouble to your Zhong family.
Su Chen said resolutely.
Although he was polite in words, he was actually a little unhappy in his heart.
Damn it, if you keep talking nonsense I really want to go. If it weren't for your grandfather's sake, would you have the right to be picky here? Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Wait for the next treatment. A little girl, full of tricks and tricks. After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhong Yunqing finally let go of his grudge and said, Brother Su Chen, please forgive my rudeness just now. Then follow me. After saying this, he led the way. Su Chen curled his lips. If he didn't have a little selfish motive, he wouldn't care about the girl's expression. Yes, he did have other ideas, and that was about the Tao of alchemy. The various experiences he had during this period made him deeply aware of the importance of strength. Only by becoming stronger can he protect the people around him. Similarly, he shoulders the heavy trust of Dragon Lord, and the burden of the immortal doctor sect will be on him in the future. He must improve his strength as soon as possible and cultivate a force of his own, a force that is strong enough to confront Skynet. To do this, he must make every effort. There are not many ways to improve strength. The conventional standing practice, even with the Guiyuan Zhengyong, is too slow to progress. In addition, the spiritual energy in the city is thin. If you don't use external forces, it will be difficult to reach a high level in decades. The so-called external force, the improvement of elixirs, is one of them. The pills made by fusing various natural treasures can greatly improve one's cultivation level. As the leader of the Medicine Alliance, Zhong Jia must be proficient in alchemy. If he can learn the basics and refine a few pills, it will be an additional way to enhance his cultivation. The car drove forward, and when it was about to leave the city, Zhong Yunqing suddenly handed over a blindfold and said, Brother Su Chen, cooperate and cover your eyes. Blindfolded? Su Chen was a little unhappy. To prevent thieves, right? Is this how the Zhong family treats guests? Seeing that he looked a little angry, Zhong Yun hurriedly said, Brother Su Chen, please understand. After all, my grandfather's status is there. Moreover, the Zhong family is only a guest in Shanghai and their power is not here. In order to prevent any danger from happening, it is inconvenient to reveal our residence. It is just a helpless move. Su Chen suppressed the anger in his heart. Never mind. There must be a reason for it. Just wear it. Afterwards, the car kept driving for more than 2 hours. Judging from the distance, it should have been out of Shanghai's territory long ago. Gradually, the road became bumpy, and the hustle and bustle of the city outside disappeared, becoming extremely quiet. Occasionally there are birds singing, the air is fresh, and the nose is filled with the fragrance of green grass. This is the smell of nature. Su Chen could tell that the car had already driven into the deep mountains and forests. I couldn't help but curse in my heart, oh my god, you little bastard, where have you come from? Is this still China? Another half an hour passed and the car finally stopped. Brother Su Chen, we're here now. You can take off your blindfold. Zhong Yunqing spoke. Su Chen was already impatient. He took off his blindfold and looked outside the car. Wow, he was indeed in the mountains. The car was parked in the middle of a valley. It is surrounded by mountains on all sides and is accessible only by a small path. In the belly of the mountain, there is a huge manor, which is the clan's home. It really is the Zhong family, they are really good at making it. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Building a manor in such a remote place deep in the mountains, and splitting rocks, would require a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources that are definitely not something an ordinary family can afford. At this moment, Zhang Leshan was standing at the gate of the manor with his servants waiting. Seeing Su Chen coming, everyone hurried to greet him. Su Xiaoyu, we meet again. Come in. Although Zhong Leshan held a high position, he was humble, amiable, kind, and gentle, which eased Su Chen's dissatisfaction a little. Master Zhong, I haven't seen you for over a month. You look better and better. Su Chen also complimented him. Then go into the house. Sitting on the balcony of the villa built on the edge of the cliff, drinking tea, looking at the waterfall in the distance, the clouds and mist in the mountains, and the rainbow, makes people feel relaxed and happy. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh, rich people really know how to enjoy life. Mr. Zhong, you really understand life. You built a house in such a good environment. He joked. Zhong Leshan laughed heartily. My dear Su, please stop teasing me. If I didn't cherish my life, why would I live in such a remote place? It's not that I'm aloof and world-weary. In fact, I also long to live in the city. Master Zhong, I believe the patient is impatient. Let's stop talking nonsense and take me to see him. Okay, then please follow me, Su Xiaoyu. Su Chen didn't want to waste time here.
He always felt that the Zong family was a little weird, so he just wanted to finish his business quickly and leave. Soon, under the leadership of Zong Lesan and Zong Yunxin, everyone walked along the long mountain path, climbed to the top of the mountain, and came to a villa on the top of the mountain. Su Chen discovered that halfway up the mountain, a few hundred meters away from the villa, all the servants and retainers of the clan had stopped and were waiting there, as if there were some taboos about the villa at the top of the mountain. As soon as I entered the villa, a gust of cold wind blew in my face. It was extremely cold. This is not the cool feeling in the mountains, but the chill as if you are in a refrigerator. The whole villa is like an iceberg. Su Chen already felt something was wrong. This coldness came too strangely, there must be something behind it. Then, the bedroom door opened, and a young man was seen lying on the bed. He was wrapped in 3 quilts, but his skin was still blue from the cold and his face was covered with frost. The room was filled with electric ovens, but the heat they provided was of no use at all. When he saw the young man on the bed, Su Chen finally understood. It turned out that the source of the coldness came from the patient. No wonder even the Medicine Alliance's main family was helpless. It was indeed a rare and strange disease. Master Zong, it seems you have used a lot of elixirs to prolong the lives of patients, right? In such a situation, if the clan did not have a rich foundation and an endless supply of top-grade elixirs, the patient would have died hundreds of times already. Zong Lesan sighed and said, "Young friend Su, you are right. Over the past few months, my family has tried everything, but nothing has worked. We can only use elixirs to prolong his life and barely save my grandson's life. May I ask, young friend, can you tell what the cause of this illness is?" Su Chen nodded. "There are some problems with the meridians, and he has gone astray. I didn't expect that there are also cultivators in your clan." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Lesan and Zong Yunxin's expressions changed immediately, and they looked shocked at the same time. Exactly the same. It was indeed caused by obsession. Just by taking a look, he was able to determine the cause of the disease. No one in the entire clan can match his extraordinary eyesight. Zong Yunxin changed his previous arrogant attitude and said hurriedly, "Brother Su Chen, no, Mr. Su, since you have seen my brother's situation, please help him. Our Zong family will be grateful." Zong Lesan also said, "Young friend Su, to be honest, my family has really tried everything in this matter over the past period of time, but we are still powerless. I implore you to help." Seeing the change in Zong Yunxin's attitude, Su Chen was no longer anxious. "You were not like this when you were in my house just now. Why do I have to look at your face? You asked me to treat it, but I won tea. Actually, it's not that difficult to treat this disease, but..." Then he smiled slightly, turned around, and went back to the living room, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said nothing more. There was no intention of providing treatment at all. "Mr. Su, what's wrong with you?" Zong Yunxin was extremely anxious and followed over to ask. Chapter 102 Kneel down and apologize. In response to Zong Yunxin's question, Su Chen heard it but pretended not to hear it. Zong Lesan was also anxious and asked hurriedly, "My dear Su, could it be that my clan has neglected me in some way?" Su Chen still didn't answer. The grandfather and granddaughter looked at each other and stamped their feet anxiously. At this moment, Zong Lesan suddenly thought of something and asked sternly, "Yun Xian, tell me the truth, did you say anything offensive when you went to Shanghai to pick up Su Xiaoyu?" Zong Yunxin finally reacted and quickly walked up to Su Chen, saying guiltily, "Mr. Su, when I was at your house just now, I didn't mean to make things difficult for you, nor did I mean to be suspicious of you. I'm sorry, but please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Seeing that she had already pointed out the truth, Su Chen finally spoke, "Miss Song, I want to ask you, do you think that I am a mediocre doctor who pursues fame and fortune and wants to take advantage of the opportunity to cling to your Zong family, so my previous words were full of insults to me? What, is there such a thing?" Zong Lesan flew into a rage upon hearing this. He turned around and shouted fiercely, "Yun Xian, kneel down." Plop. Zong Yunxin didn't dare to disobey and knelt on the ground. "You bastard. I asked you to treat my friend Su with courtesy, but you actually did something so shameful. You have no sense of etiquette at all. You've really brought shame upon my clan. Grandpa, I know I was wrong. What's the point of admitting your mistakes now? I'm telling you, if you don't get Su Xiaoyu's forgiveness, I'll beat you to death." Zong Lesan was really angry. He treated Su Chen as a VIP and admired him very much, but he didn't expect that his granddaughter would make things difficult for Su Chen everywhere outside. "Grandpa, I'm sorry, What's wrong with saying sorry to me? Go over there and apologize to Su Xiaoyu." Zhong Yunxin's face was full of grievance, and she knew that she had done something wrong, so she knelt down and crawled in front of Su Chen, kowtowed repeatedly.
Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I was blind, I didn't know etiquette, and I had a bad attitude. I neglected you. I apologize to you and beg for your forgiveness. Boom. Boom. Boom.
After saying that, he kowtowed several times. Seeing her sincerity, Su Chen stood up and said, "Forget it. Considering that you are also considering the clan, and if you really get beaten for this matter, others will say that I don't know how to be gentle with women, so let's just drop this matter."
If this little girl wasn't pretty, he wouldn't bother talking nonsense.
Afterwards, he didn't care anymore and turned back to the bedroom. As soon as I approached the bed, a chill rushed over me, stinging my skin and making it unbearable. With such a strong cold wave, most people probably can't even get within 5 steps. Su Chen finally understood why the servants of the clan didn't dare to come up, but he was not an ordinary person and had the protection of the great shift of the universe. With just a little movement of his true energy, the cold air was under his control and lingered around his body, unable to get close to him.
Seeing this scene, Zhong Leshan couldn't help but look solemn.
It turned out to be the true qi protecting the body. This is something that can only be mastered by practitioners who have mastered the use of true energy to perfection, and Su Chen actually knows it. Then, Su Chen lifted the thick quilt and lightly pressed his index finger on the patient's wrist.
This is pulse diagnosis. One finger breaks the pulse. Su Xiaoyu can actually break the pulse with one finger. Zhong Leshan was surprised again.
Such superb medical skills can only be used by people with extraordinary medical skills. Su Xiaoyu can even do this, which shows that his medical skills have reached the pinnacle. You should know that most doctors usually take the pulse with 3 fingers, corresponding to the upper, middle, and lower parts of the human body. Only those with extremely superb medical skills are able to take the pulse with just 1 finger. Such top-notch medical skills can only be performed by masters. Zhong Yunxin suddenly remembered something and whispered, "Grandpa, he also knows the 9 heavenly needles. It seems that he has a close relationship with Dr. Lu."
Lu Ming.
When Zhong Leshan heard this, he was shocked beyond words. Looking at the medical world, it can be divided into 2 areas, among which the most important one is the Zhong family.
When it comes to drug research and control, the Zhong family's achievements are unmatched.
Another field is medicine, and Lu Ming is the best in this field. He is known as a famous doctor of the time and enjoys a great reputation. To some extent, Dr. Lu is also worthy of being on par with the Zhong family. It is precisely because of this that the king does not meet the king, which is why the clan has always been reluctant to ask Dr. Lu to take action.
That's not right. I've never heard of Lu Ming accepting any apprentices. Besides, didn't he swear not to accept any apprentices? This question made Zhong Leshan very confused.
But after a moment, Su Chen finished taking the pulse and had already made a judgment in his mind. Then he used his X-ray vision to take a look, and sure enough, the patient's qi and blood were disordered, and his vital energy was running wildly in his body. It was obvious that he had gone astray and damaged his meridians. In addition, the martial arts he practiced were extremely cold, making his body as cold as a big refrigerator. The fact that he is still alive today is also thanks to the large amount of life-extending pills used by the Zhong family, which allowed him to hang on to his last breath.
There is no benefit in being too eager for quick success.
He should stop practicing this cold and cold technique from now on.
Otherwise, even Hua Tuo would be unable to save him. Su Chen said lightly.
After saying this, Zhong Leshan was extremely excited and stepped forward and said, "Su Xiaoyu, you are truly a god."
He was right again.
It was indeed caused by the practice of the martial arts, and Zhong Leshan had reminded his grandson about this matter more than once, but his grandson just didn't listen and hid in this mountaintop villa to practice secretly, causing a disaster.
Zhong Yunxin also saw hope and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Su, can you cure my brother's illness?" "It's a small matter." Su Chen nodded resolutely.
For others, this may be a difficult disease, but for him, it is a piece of cake. After saying that, he lifted up the thick quilt, turned his hand into a needle, and used both hands to continuously insert needles into the young man's body. As the silver needles were inserted into the acupuncture points one by one, the young man was soon turned into a hedgehog.
Ah! It really is the 9 heavenly needles. As the leader of the Medicine Alliance, Zhong Leshan certainly knows this traditional acupuncture technique. It is indeed extremely exquisite.
The needles seem to be placed randomly, but they contain the number of 99. There are a total of 81 needles, which are ever changing. They are in line with the laws of nature and conform to the way the human body works.
Each one is extremely exquisite. Could it be that Su Xiaoyu is really related to Lu Ming? Bring me a pen and paper. After the acupuncture was completed, Su Chen spoke. Zhong Yunxin did not dare to delay and immediately went to get paper and pen. Su Chen wrote down a prescription in a swift and graceful manner and said, "Prescribe the medicine immediately."
While the medicine was being boiled, the time for inserting the needles was almost up, so he began to withdraw the needles one by one, and then used the power of vitality to continuously repair the damage to the meridians, secretly combining the great shift of the universe to guide the qi and acupuncture points, concentrating the cold air bit by bit. When the medicine was brought over, the treatment was nearing its end.
Boom!
Suddenly, a wave of frosty air erupted from the room, sweeping out like a blizzard. The temperature of the young man's body surface gradually rose as the cold air burst out, and the color of his skin gradually returned to normal. The icy true energy that had been accumulating and running around in the meridians was finally released.
It's all right. My brother's illness is cured.
When Zhang Yunxin saw it, he shouted excitedly.
Chapter 103 Gao Shirhan was kidnapped.
Zhang Lesan also hurried forward to check, and sure enough, the cold air had been released.
He immediately turned around and bowed, saying excitedly, "My dear Su, you saved my grandson, and you saved my entire Zhong family."
This young man is the future heir of the clan, and his fate is related to the entire family.
Su Chen waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Just feed him the medicine.
He should take this prescription for another month, and then slowly recuperate.
He will be back to normal soon." "Thank you. Thank you so much." Zhong Lesan bowed again. Today must be a happy day.
After the treatment is over, Zhong Lesan ordered a banquet to thank Su Chen properly. Afterwards, the clan held a grand banquet, and all the core members of the family came out and toasted Su Chen one by one to show their respect.
Su Chen accepted everything and drank it all. Soon after 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was satisfied.
At this time, Zhong Lesan took out an exquisite small box and a bank card and said, "My dear Su, here are a small token of my appreciation.
I hope you will accept it. 80 million for the consultation fee and a Tianyuan pill."
You can see the sincerity of the Zhong family.
Let us not talk about the 80 million. He is so generous and lavish. The most surprising thing is the Tianyuan pill.
Although Su Chen was not clear about the grade classification of elixirs, he had seen relevant records about Tianyuan Dan when studying ancient medical books.
This is a sacred medicine.
It can be taken orally or applied topically, healing any internal or external injury, no matter how severe. From a spiritual practice perspective, this medicine contains the essence of various natural treasures, invigorating qi and blood, dredging the meridians, and possesses incredible benefits when combined with spiritual practice.
This kind of medicine is rarely seen in the city.
It is extremely mysterious and precious, and worth a fortune.
Su Chen glanced at it but didn't take it. He took a sip of wine and said, "Master Zhong, may I ask if the Zhong family has any research on the art of alchemy?"
Zhong Lesan didn't expect Su Chen to ask this question suddenly, and replied, "My family has been alchemists for generations, so I have some research in this field."
Su Chen nodded and asked again, "May I ask, old man, what exactly is the Tao of alchemy?" Xiaohu bot protects files from piracy. When looking for books and robots, choose Xiaohu.
It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps.
Zhong Lesan paused, thinking Su Chen was testing him, and then he spoke, "Those who refine the elixir take an action as the ancestor of all things, an action as the mother of the elixir.
The Qiankuan furnace, the Kanli rise and fall, the opening of the primordial chaos, the collection of medicinal materials, the illuminating fire talisman, are all the work of the law of heaven and earth's yin and yang creation.
Using the smooth and reverse, the golden elixir is formed. One should use Qiankuan as the mysterious transformation and learn the creation of yin and yang.
Understand the balance of the 28th and know the mutual concealment of Kanli.
Wait for the satisfaction of the gold energy and listen to the vastness of the tide. This is the way of the elixir." These words made Su Chen amazed. He is indeed a famous expert in medicine. I can't understand what he says at all. I really want to steal your skills. How can I do that? Friend Su, are you interested in alchemy? Zhong Lesan asked with a smile. Su Chen smiled slightly, and without hiding anything, he said, "Yes, I really want to learn." "Is that so? I'm afraid you, young Master Su, will be disappointed. Alchemists are rare in the city these days. Even in my clan, there are only a handful. Most of the recipes have been lost, and even I only know a few.
Among the generations of our clan, only my younger brother, Zonghua, is gifted and a rare alchemist.
However, he is stubborn and pessimistic. He left home 20 years ago and never returned.
Zong Lesan said this and drank the wine in the glass, feeling helpless.
If his brother were still in the family, the status of the clan would be even higher today.
After listening to this, Su Chen knew that he had touched upon someone else's sad story, so he stopped asking questions.
The banquet is over. Su Chen was about to leave. Before he left, Zong Lesan gave him his bank card and pills again and insisted that he take them. He couldn't refuse, so he accepted them.
On the way back to Zhonghai City, Su Chen no longer wore the eye mask. Now he was a distinguished guest of the Zong family. Zong Lesan had said that he was welcome to come at any time, so he no longer needed to wear the eye mask.
Return to Xin Yuan community. Zong Yunxin expressed his gratitude again and then drove away.
However, Su Chen did not go upstairs for a long time. Instead, he looked up at the sky, as if thinking about something.
Zonghua. Zonghua.
He murmured the name of Zong Leshan's younger brother. In fact, the 80 million medical fee did not mean much to him. Although the Tianyuan pill was precious, as the old saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. What he wanted was to be able to refine the pill himself, rather than get a pill given by someone else.
It's a pity that even the Zong family themselves can no longer refine good elixirs. The recipe for top-grade elixirs has long been lost and has almost fallen into decline. Well, let's try to see if this Tianyuan pill is useful. Whether I can learn alchemy or not is something we'll talk about later.
Now that I have a pill in my hand, I might as well try it out to see how it works.
If it is really useful, then learning alchemy must be put on the agenda. With this in mind, he decided not to go home.
Instead, he found a remote and deserted hotel, rented a room, shut himself in to practice, and tried to absorb the Tianyuan pill to improve his cultivation.
Just as Su Chen was concentrating on his cultivation, a crisis quietly approached. It's already afternoon. Boyuan Pavilion Auction House. Master Ji Bochang, all of the Song family's businesses have been incorporated into the Jiangxing Group. This is all thanks to you.
It's worth it for Brother Su Chen to take you under his wing.
Don't worry, I will credit you with this achievement and give you a raise and promotion. Gao Shihan came out with a full load and won victory after victory.
Not only did they earn 800 million yuan at the auction, but now Ji Bochang called again and said that all of the Song family's industries had been acquired and the Song family's supply channels had also been transferred to Jiangxing Group. After hanging up the phone, Gao Shihan could hardly hide her excitement and was as happy as a child.
The good news doesn't end there.
Thanks to the unremitting efforts over the past few days, Jiangxing Group has also seen a surge in the stock market today. According to preliminary estimates, the Group's market value has increased by more than 10 billion.
Brother Su Chen will be very happy if he knows this.
She couldn't wait to share the good news with Su Chen, so she immediately called Su Chen's cell phone.
At the same time, directly across the street,
a black car has been parked for a long time.
This is Gao Shihan. She's really beautiful. It's a shame to kill her like this.
In the car, 3 men were watching the situation over there with binoculars. It was the men sent by Song Shanha.
Damn, she's much prettier in person than in the photo.
With that hot body and charming face, it would be so much fun to play with her. The 3 of them were drooling as they watched.
Follow her and intercept her halfway. Boss, can we change the plan?
I haven't played with a woman for a long time.
Can we let the brothers have some fun first? Yeah, boss, we're going to kill him anyway, so it won't take too long.
It would be a waste not to play with such a beautiful woman. The leading man was also itching to do so, with a sinister smile on his face. Alright, let's have some fun first.
The other side. Outside Boyuan Pavilion. Gao Shihan stomped her feet in anger. Why doesn't Brother Su Chen answer the phone?
She didn't know that before Su Chen entered the Zong family, he was asked to turn off his cell phone and he had forgotten to turn it on.
There is no choice but to go back and talk about it when I get to the company tomorrow. Crunch!
However, just as she drove out of the intersection, a black car suddenly rushed out from the corner and forced her to stop. Immediately afterwards, 3 strong men rushed up and forced open the car door.
Gao Shihan, someone is offering a large sum of money to buy your life. Please come with us. Bang!
After saying that, without giving Gao Shihan any chance to resist, he knocked her unconscious with a slap, carried her to a black car, and drove away with a kick on the accelerator.
Chapter 104 Chaos in the Central Sea. Gao Shirhan was abducted in broad daylight. Zhenghai was also in chaos. How is it, did you find out?
Long Xiaotian dragged his injured body, wrapped in bandages, and anxiously asked a younger brother who had just returned. The younger brother shook his head. Boss, we've tried everything, but we can't find anything. The car used to kidnap Miss Gao was a fake license plate, and the surveillance didn't capture where it went.
You bastard. If you didn't find anything, then why did you come back? Send more people and continue the search. I don't believe it. The Black Tiger Society's influence is all over Zhenghai. It's impossible that they can't even find 3 petty thieves.
Long Xiaotian was furious and roared.
The younger brother didn't dare to say anything.
He could only run out with his head down and continue to search with greater efforts. At this moment, another younger brother hurried in and said, Boss, we can't get in touch with Hall Master Su either.
I went to his house, but he wasn't there. His parents don't know where he went either. What? Brother Su is missing too?
Long Xiaotian felt as if the sky in Zhenghai was about to fall.
As soon as one wave subsides, another wave rises. Gao Shirhan was kidnapped in public, and Su Chen disappeared. What happened? Brother Su, oh Brother Su, why are you not here every time when it's most critical?
Long Xiaotian was so anxious that he stamped his feet and paced back and forth in the room. In half a day, the Black Tiger Society dispatched hundreds of people and searched almost every corner of Zhenghai, but still couldn't find Gao Shirhan.
What should they do?
At the critical moment, Long Xiaotian had no choice but to bite the bullet and call Lu Ming, Master.
He narrated the incident with a wronged look on his face.
I thought the master would scold him severely. After all, he has always regarded himself as the overlord of Zhenghai and claimed that the Black Tiger Society is invincible in the world.
As a result, he is arrogant and complacent and neglects to practice.
He has made no progress in many years. As a result, he can't bear the slightest thing now.
However, after hearing this, Lu Ming didn't blame him too much.
He just sighed and said, Long Xiaotian, I've rarely disciplined you. Maybe I've had too high expectations of you over the years.
Well, don't worry about this matter for now. I'll find a solution. Master, do you have any solution? Try it first, and wait for my news.
The phone was hung up. Long Xiaotian had no choice but to continue sending people to search while waiting for news from his master.
The other side. A villa in China overseas.
Xiong Minghui hung up the phone and said to Xiong Dashan beside him, something happened again.
What's wrong? Xiong Dashan asked.
Just now, Dr. Lu called me and said that Miss Gao was kidnapped on the way out of the Boyuan Pavilion auction this afternoon.
Her whereabouts are unknown now.
The Black Tiger Society has hundreds of people searching the entire city, but they haven't found any clues.
Ah? Who is so bold as to do such a thing?
Xiong Dashan was surprised. Everyone in Zhenghai knows that the Gao family of Qiangxing Group is protected by Long Xiaotian. If you dare to touch Gao Shirhan, not only will you offend the Black Tiger Society, even Su Chen will not let you go easily. Xiong Minghui's face was heavy as he shook his head, saying, we can't tell who it is yet.
Besides, our priority right now is to find Miss Gao's whereabouts. If we're a step too late, the consequences will be disastrous. Time is running out. The incident happened in the afternoon and it is already dusk. There is no time to delay.
Divine Dr. Lu has repeatedly instructed the Xiong family to find Miss Gao's whereabouts, even at the expense of the military.
This is a matter of great importance, so I must consult my father first. After dealing with Su Chen's affairs, Xiong Guotao returned to Kyoto.
Xiong Minghui quickly called back to Kyoto to explain the situation. On the other end, Xiong Guotao heard this and made a quick decision, saying, don't hesitate, I will contact the Kyoto War Department immediately. The Xiong family has considerable influence in Kyoto, and Xiong Guotao is a retired bigwig in Kyoto's military and political circles. He was once a prominent figure in the military, so this matter is not difficult for him.
Within 5 minutes, Xiong Guotao returned the call. Minghui, we have found some clues. Dad, who is so bold?
A few veterans in the military activated the Sky Eye system and discovered that the infamous Ghost Rakshasa trio went to Zhenghai and kidnapped Miss Gao.
It's very likely that these 3 guys were responsible. What? The 3 evil demons, the demons and the demons.
Hearing this, Xiong Minghui's face changed suddenly.
This is trouble. These 3 guys were notorious for their evil deeds.
They had committed more than a dozen rapes in Kyoto. The women they killed suffered inhuman humiliation and torture during their lifetime. After their death, the three perverts peeled off their skins and made them into lanterns to hang in their homes. This incident caused a sensation in Kyoto at the time, and the three people were wanted but never caught.
Moreover, these three guys were not ordinary people, they all had cultivation. One of the murdered women was the daughter of a big family in Kyoto. They once sent people to kill the three evil ghosts, but in the end, more than a dozen people sent by this family all died, while the three evil men were unharmed and fled Kyoto since then and never showed up again.
Xiong Minghui looked worried.
Miss Gao was kidnapped by these three perverts. I'm afraid. He didn't dare say any more.
If it was just kidnapping, it would be fine, but I'm afraid these three perverts have bad intentions and will do something beastly to Miss Gao. Strange, these three haven't appeared in a long time.
Why did they suddenly run to Zhenghai and suddenly target Miss Gao? There is something fishy about this matter.
They are acting in broad daylight and their goal is so clear. No need to guess, there must be someone behind the scenes giving instructions. Xiong Guotao also knew this and said solemnly, "It's a pity that the area is so large that we won't be able to find out who it is in a short time." The Song family, the Shin family, the Hua family, and even the other three major families in Kyoto, or the remnants of the Zhou family and the remnants of the Dragon Group, are all suspects. If we investigate in detail, the scope is too large. I am afraid that before we find out who the specific culprit is, Gao Shihan will have been in trouble.
Have you contacted Su Xiaoyu? Xiong Guotao asked.
Xiong Minghui said, "We're still looking for him.
His phone is always turned off and we can't get in touch with him.
We've searched everywhere he usually goes, but we can't find him."
Oh, what a disaster.
Minghui, don't let up and continue investigating.
I'm also waiting for news from the military.
We must find her before dark. Otherwise, if something goes wrong with Miss Gao, both father and son will regret it for the rest of our lives.
Dad, I understand. The sun sets in the west.
The sky gradually darkened. In a hotel room that was completely different from the turbulent Zhenghai, Su Chen was still meditating calmly. Beside him stood a small incense burner, which contained apricot fragrance and had the effect of concentrating qi and calming the mind. The green smoke is curling up, making it feel like being in a fairyland. Su Chen was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Half an hour had passed since I took the Tianyuan pill, and the drug's effects were gradually beginning to take effect.
Hiss. Whoosh. Hiss. Whoosh. Su Chen felt a faint heat flowing through his meridians, gradually spreading throughout his body. Very warm and comfortable. With each breath he took, the turbid air was gradually expelled from his body, and was replaced by rich spiritual energy which gradually flowed into his dantian. This Tianyuan pill is indeed useful.
After all, taking the medicine can make practicing more effective.
Chapter 105 finally found it.
As the medicinal power was absorbed bit by bit, Su Chen felt his whole body getting hot and he broke out in sweat like he was in a sauna, soaking his clothes. The practice with the help of medicine is indeed different from before, and the circulation of qi and blood is smoother. If the previous meridians were compared to lanes that could only accommodate 2 cars running side by side, then after being nourished by the Tianyuan pill, they became 4 lanes, with unobstructed traffic. After 2 hours of practice, the spiritual energy continued to condense and flow into the dantian, which was much faster than the previous standing practice.
Boom!
Just when the medicinal effect of the Tianyuan pill was about to run out, a dull sound erupted from Su Chen's body, and the energy in his dantian successfully gathered and condensed into a ball, forming a new and majestic sea of energy.
Perception Realm Stage 1. I've broken through. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, extremely excited.
Finally, I achieved a great leap forward, from the initial stage to the stage of perception. He quickly opened his inner vision and saw that the dantian qi that had been scattered before had gathered into a sea, dotted with stars, like the vast universe, absolutely beautiful and picturesque.
That is the qi sea.
When a cultivator steps out of the threshold realm and officially enters the ranks of cultivators, that is, the beginning of the perception realm, the true qi in the dantian will condense into an ocean.
As the realm is raised, this ocean will become larger and deeper. What a wonderful feeling!
After entering the realm of perception, Su Chen clearly felt obvious changes in his body. He was in high spirits and looked energetic, as if he had endless energy.
Furthermore, all senses become extremely sharp. When the breeze blew, even without looking back, he could still picture in his mind the sound of clothes being blown by the wind 20 meters away.
That place must be where a household in the neighboring residential building was drying clothes.
If I move my ears, I can hear an elevator more than 10 meters away. It is just going up from this floor. There are two men inside whispering, talking about the romantic events of last night.
Every word is clear. What is even more incredible is that there are some indescribable changes in my eyes. I always feel that there is a force that is ready to be released at any time, but the opportunity never comes, causing my eyes to become sore and swollen, and I feel uncomfortable.
Ding dong.
Just as I was about to try to see if my X-ray vision had awakened again, the doorbell rang.
Su Chen was a little confused.
He was using the card that Grandpa Xiao had given him before, which allowed him to use it for free in any industry under the Yunmeng Group. The hotel also had a presidential suite, so there was no need to register.
Who could find him?
When I opened the door, it turned out to be Xiong Minghui.
Brother Su Chen, we finally found you.
We were almost about to turn Shanghai upside down.
Xiong Minghui was panting and extremely anxious. Su Chen hurriedly asked, Brother Xiong, what's wrong? He hasn't shown up for just half a day. What big thing happened?
Xiong Minghui was out of breath and couldn't explain for a while.
He could only say while panting, cell phone. Cell phone.
Su Chen then remembered that when he went to the Zhong family in the morning, he was asked to turn off his cell phone and he had forgotten to turn it on. I quickly opened it and saw dozens of missed calls and hundreds of unread messages. Shirhan has been kidnapped.
Boom.
After reading the content of the message, Su Chen's anger erupted like a volcano, and his true energy couldn't help but gush out, causing a hurricane.
Thump. 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 This powerful airflow shocked the unprepared Xiong Minghui and made him retreat repeatedly. Ah. Perception realm. Brother Su Chen. You've made a breakthrough.
Xiong Minghui was really surprised.
No wonder he had not been seen for a long time.
It turned out that he had come here to practice secretly. But the speed of growth was too astonishing. In just half a day, he had leaped from the initial acquaintance realm to the perception realm. You must know that the advancement of a great realm is of great importance and is extremely crucial. You will often encounter bottlenecks and need sufficient preparation in advance, coupled with a long period of secluded practice.
People with superior conditions will even arrange for many people to protect them.
Otherwise, if you are not careful, at best you will fail to break through and damage your meridians, or at worst you will go astray and die on the spot. On the other hand, Su Chen, alone, broke through in just half a day in a hotel in a downtown area.
Unbelievable. Monster. So terrifying. Xiong Minghui couldn't find more appropriate words to describe Su Chen's martial arts talent. Brother Xiong, let's talk as we walk.
Tell me the specific situation now.
Su Chen clenched his fists tightly. If he knew who did it, he would definitely skin that person alive. Anyone who dares to touch the dragon's reverse scale will suffer death.
Afterwards, the two drove to the Black Tiger Society headquarters. On the way, Xiong Minghui explained the current situation in detail. The person was kidnapped after coming out of Boyuan Pavilion and has not been found yet. The surveillance camera also failed to capture the kidnapper's escape route, as if it had fallen into oblivion.
Shirhan, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I heard you.
When Su Chen heard that he was kidnapped after coming out of Boyuan Pavilion, his heart ached even more. They had originally agreed to go together, but he cancelled the meeting at the last minute, resulting in Gao Shirhan being left alone.
He has an unavoidable responsibility for this matter. Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!
The car speeded up faster and faster, reaching 180 miles per hour, running through 8 red lights, and finally arrived at the Black Tiger Society headquarters. At this moment, Long Xiaotian was so anxious that he almost cried, and he was fidgeting in the room. Seeing Xiong Minghui and Su Chen coming in, Long Xiaotian hurried over as if he had seen a savior.
Brother Su, you finally showed up. Do you know how worried I was? Brother Long, tell me what clues you have found.
Then, Long Xiaotian described the current progress of the investigation in detail, and repeated the information that the Xiong family had found about the 3 evil ghosts, Rakshasa. Unfortunately, although they had searched almost every corner of Shanghai City and the Black Tiger Society had dispatched hundreds of people to search the entire city, they still couldn't find their hiding place.
Brother Long, you just said that the car is a clone? That's right, Brother Su, do you have any ideas?
After Long Xiaotian finished asking, Su Chen rubbed his chin with one hand and said thoughtfully, since there is no record of the car entering Shanghai, it means that this car originally belonged to Shanghai and was most likely stolen.
Brother Long, with the power of our Black Tiger Society, can we find any place in Shanghai that sells illegal cars or makes fake license plates? Brother Su, you are so smart. You hit the key point right away. Long Xiaotian suddenly realized and slapped his thigh excitedly. He now finally understood why his master always said that he was no match for Su Chen. He really was not. After so long since the incident, he only knew how to send people out to look for him, like a headless fly. On the other hand, Su Chen hit the nail on the head with just one sentence. He immediately called in one of his men and ordered, send someone to notify the Black Tiger Society in the east of the city immediately. Have that bandit leader, the one called Black Blind Man, chop off his hands and force him to know if he recognizes this car. The Black Blind Man in the east of the city is a thief boss who specializes in stealing cars and using fake license plates. Almost all the illegal taxi incidents in Shanghai are related to this man. In just 3 minutes, news came from his men. Boss, He Xiaozi's hand was chopped off, and he confessed. He sold the car and changed the license plate. Last night, 3 mysterious guys came to him, threw some money at him, and drove away with the car. Good. Good. Now you can't run away. When Long Xiaotian heard this, he immediately became excited. No matter how cautious the 3 evil ghosts and Rakshasa were, they still revealed their flaws. This is Shanghai, there are some specific rules that outsiders are not aware of. The 3 evil ghosts, Gui Luosha, would never have dreamed that the Black Blind Man in the east of the city was not a good guy. He specialized in swindling illegal immigrants from other places. Whenever an outsider bought a car, he would install a signal receiver to facilitate stealing it a second time, because this type of car was easier to steal and he could make more money. This kind of unspoken rule is no longer a secret, but the 3 evil ghosts, Rakshasas, are unaware of it. Go, chop off his other hand as well, and force him to reveal the location of the signal. Also, notify everyone in the Black Tiger Society to be ready to depart at any time. Yes. At the command, I will do it immediately. Chapter 106 Vicious Woman. Long Xiaotian's order caused all the members of the Shanghai Black Tiger Society to gather together in great force, ready to set off at any time. But 5 minutes later, good news came again. He Xiaozi revealed the location of the car, which was in a forest on the outskirts of Shanghai. Damn, it's definitely not within the city limits. Long Xiaotian looked at the location marked on the map and cursed angrily, these little bastards are really good at hiding. Damn it. Send the order to all members of the Black Tiger Society to the destination immediately. Capture these 3 guys and tear them into pieces. No wonder we couldn't find him even after searching all over Shanghai city. It turns out he was hiding in this desolate wilderness. Brother Su, I'll call someone right away, and we'll go find Miss Gao and settle accounts with these 3 stinky bugs. Long Xiaotian was furious. If anyone dared to cause trouble on his territory, he would never leave alive. Su Chen's expression was stern, and his eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. He said gloomily, Brother Long, no need. These guys should be coming for me. Let me handle this matter myself. This time, he was completely furious. The anger in my heart had already erupted like a volcano, sweeping away everything with overwhelming hatred. Kidnapping Gao Shirhan while he was making a breakthrough in his cultivation was challenging his bottom line. If these 3 bugs die too easily, he will not be a human being. Now. In the woods outside Shanghai city. A waste warehouse. The 3 Gui Luosha were smoking out of boredom. After glancing at the time, one of them said impatiently, Boss, I can't help it anymore. I've already taken off my pants. Why are you suddenly asking me to wait? This is a top-notch item. Why don't you let me go first? The 3 evils can no longer bear it. The evil one glared at him and said angrily, Go up, you only know how to go up, do you only think with your lower body? The second evil was also a little confused and asked, Boss, we had already planned to rape first and then kill, why did you suddenly change your mind? Looking at Gao Shirhan tied up on the chair, her absolutely beautiful face and the perfect lines outlined by the ropes set off her seductive and hot body to the fullest. Any man would be unable to resist it. The great evil's face turned serious, and he said, Plans cannot keep up with changes. Let's wait a little longer. The employer will be here soon. Let's see what they say. Just now, the 3 men took off their pants and were about to do it when Song Shanha called to stop them.
After learning that the three evil men had captured Gao Shirhan alive, Lu Xiaomei came up with a new proposal, a proposal that was enough to make Su Chen miserable.
Crunch!
At this moment, the warehouse door opened. The three of them turned around and saw Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei walking in slowly.
You three are really capable. I really didn't hire the wrong people. You captured Gao Shirhan alive so easily. Song Shanha praised. After all, he was provided by the Hua family. He was indeed different from those useless subordinates before. He was a king bomb from the first move. With Gao Shirhan in hand, no matter how powerful Su Chen is, it will be useless. Di was a little unhappy and said, Mr. Song, we are in a business that is risking our lives. Our lives are hanging by a thread. If you change the plan at will, it is very likely that we will be put in a passive position. What exactly do you mean by urgently stopping it?
Song Shanha smiled and said, Don't worry, everyone. Now that Gao Shirhan is in our hands, there's nothing to worry about.
We have plenty of time.
Don't worry, I'm willing to increase the price by another 5 million as an extra subsidy for you. Lu Xiaomei said, It was my idea to call an emergency halt, because I had a new idea.
May I ask you three, what do you think of this little slut Gao Shirhan? The three of them looked at each other and gave a positive answer.
That is naturally quite beautiful, even seductive.
Since you think she's pretty, that's easy.
Lu Xiaomei's face showed a cunning look, and she said coldly, I will give you Su Chen's contact information later. The three of us will connect Su Chen to the video and humiliate Gao Shirhan in front of him.
Do whatever you want to stimulate him. I just want to let Su Chen know what a cheap plaything his woman will become under three men. Vicious. Cruel. Such a sinister idea shocked even the three evil ghosts, Rakshasa, who are always perverted.
It is true that women have the most vicious hearts.
This woman, Lu Xiaomei, is indeed as poisonous as a snake.
Song Shanha immediately added, Don't worry, the three of you.
This isn't in vain.
As long as you're willing to give Su Chen a live broadcast, in addition to the extra subsidy of 5 million just now, I'm willing to add another 3 million as your labor.
How do you think? Is that so? Thank you very much. Such favorable conditions are naturally attractive.
There is money to be made, women to play with, and the process is so perverted and exciting, so the three evil guys naturally want to miss it.
However, Dai was also a little curious. Who was this Su Chen, who could make old Master Song spend a huge amount of money to invite them to Shanghai?
By the way, Mr. Song, my three brothers have been in the martial arts world for quite some time, but we have never heard of the name Su Chen.
Who is this family? Dai couldn't help but ask. When mentioning Su Chen, Song Shanha couldn't hide the hatred in his eyes and said coldly, in fact, he is just a useless boy.
The helpless thing is that he has someone backing him up, otherwise I would have killed him long ago. After Long Xiaotian of the Black Tiger Society, there is Lu Ming, and then there is the Kyoto Xiong family.
Each one is more powerful than the other. I really don't know what advantages this kid has that deserves so many people to protect him.
It is obvious that his identity is very ordinary, even lowly. He is just an employee of a courier station at the bottom of Shanghai, and has no identity or background at all. As they were saying this, Lu Xiaomei on the side had already set her eyes on Gao Shirhan. She walked over and looked at Gao Shirhan, who was tied to the chair. She felt a little jealous and snorted coldly, she is indeed a little slut.
She looks like a vixen. No wonder she can be so obsessed with that useless guy Su Chen. The more I watch, the angrier I get.
Whether it's figure or appearance, Gao Shirhan is the best. On the contrary, she has long passed the age of a girl. Even though she has always taken good care of herself, her old age cannot be hidden under heavy makeup. Just a quick comparison will reveal who has better conditions. One is a technological face decorated purely with cosmetics, and the other is a beautiful girl in her youth. What women hate most is that there are other women who are prettier than themselves and more popular with men than themselves. Lu Xiaomei was no exception. Her jealousy grew stronger and stronger, and she could no longer suppress her anger.
She cursed, You stinky bitch. You even dared to throw yourself at the man I dumped. You're insulting me. You like throwing yourself at men, don't you? Fine, I'll let you throw yourself at me. If I don't disfigure you today, I'll take your last name. After saying that, he angrily took out a dagger from his bag and slashed at Gao Shirhan's face with a grin. Bang! 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 Each knife cut through Gao Shirhan's face mercilessly. Blood was everywhere. Chapter 107 Su Chen is angry. Bitch, I'll make you stick to the man. You dare to stick with the man I dumped. Bitch. You little slut. I've ruined your appearance. See if any man will want you in the future. Lu Xiaomei grinned fiercely, and like a devil, she slashed Gao Shihan's face with her knife again and again. The pain woke Gao Shihan from her coma, and she screamed, but the drug that had knocked her out was still taking effect, and her body was weak, unable to resist at all. Scream louder, bitch. The louder the screams, the more excited Lu Xiaomei became. He didn't stop until his entire face was cut beyond recognition and there was no place left to cut further. The heartbreaking scream startled Song Shanha and the three evil men Gui Luosha who were talking on the other side, and they hurried over to check. This was a terrible sight. Gao Shihan's entire face was destroyed and covered in blood. It was a horrible sight. Lu Xiaomei, what are you doing? You've ruined such a beautiful face. Didn't you say that the three of us would fuck her together and broadcast it live to Su Chen? What else can we do with her if you do this? It was a great pity that such a beautiful face was wasted like this. Lu Xiaomei didn't agree. She quickly threw herself into Song Shanha's arms and said coquettishly, "Dear, I really couldn't help it. This woman looks so disgusting to me. Besides, I thought about disfiguring her first and then giving Su Chen a video call. Will it make Su Chen more miserable?" Song Shanha laughed heartily, hugged her tightly, and said, "You are such a tormenting little devil. This is fine. Anyway, as long as we torture this woman, it is equivalent to torturing Su Chen." Then he turned around and said to the three villains, "Three of you, just make do with it. Although my face is not good looking, my figure is still there." Although the three evil ghosts, Rakshasas and demons were unwilling, they could not say anything because the other party gave them so much money. "Honey, I hurt my hand when I scratched that woman's face just now. Let's go back quickly. I feel sick when I see her face now. This bitch has finally gotten her comeuppance. Just leave this place to the three evil guys. They're going to have a blast soon. I want it too. You made them feel so good last night. Let's go back and get down to business." Lu Xiaomei started to act naughty again. Song Shanha gently hooked her chin, with a wicked smile on his face, and said, "Little slut, you were so impatient. Okay, let's go back and do business." The two men were talking about explicit things and almost started fighting on the spot, and they walked out while talking. Only three villains and Gao Shihan, who had fainted from the pain, were left at the scene. The great evil was still sighing, "What a pity it was such a good thing." The second evil man curled his lips and said in dissatisfaction, "This woman surnamed Lu is not a good person. She is even more perverted than the three of us." Sanwo nodded and said, "Yes, now I know what it means to be a woman with a vicious heart. Forget it, they are the employers after all, so just make do with it. At most, they can cover their faces while doing it. Whatever happens, it's done. We'll talk about it after we're done. The evil is helpless, this is the only way for now." Then he looked at his phone and saw that Lu Xiaomei had sent him Su Chen's contact information. "It's time for the show to begin. I'm going to video call Su Chen now. Get ready and give him a live broadcast he'll never forget." After saying that, he made a video call to Su Chen. The three evil men were already impatient. Before the call was even connected, they were already in position, unbuckled their belts, and wanted to be the first to go. Ding-a-ling. However, the cell phone rang in the warehouse without any warning. The three of them were stunned at the same time and looked at each other subconsciously. Where did the phone ring from? Ding-a-ling. The bell rang again. And it's getting closer and closer, even right at hand. The three of them swallowed and looked back at the same time. Then I saw a figure, who appeared in the warehouse at some point, like a ghost, disappearing without a trace. The man remained calm as he walked up to Gao Shihan, untied her, and then took her pulse, as if he was providing treatment. Are you Su Chen?" the great evil asked tentatively. But there was no response. The man didn't answer or turn around, completely treating the three evil men as air. He was so calm and composed that the three evil men all felt a little creepy at the same time. Eri whispered, "There's something wrong with this guy." The three evil ghosts, Rakshasa, all have cultivation levels above the perception level. They were able to enter the 3-meter range of them silently without being noticed, which was enough to show that person's cultivation level was extremely high. Just when I was stunned. Next second. Bang! There was a loud bang. The door was blown open. They even used explosives. Even the heavy iron gate was blown to pieces. Did they?
Immediately afterwards, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps, and countless figures rushed in.
You three evil creatures, why don't you ask whose territory Shanghai is? How dare you act so wildly here?
If I don't skin you alive today, I'm not Long Xiaotian. Ghost Rakshasa, three evils, you have caused countless disputes in Kyoto and Shanghai.
My Xiong family also wants to meet you. You three bastards are the ones who kidnapped Miss Gao, right? Damn you, you're looking for death. You three bastards, if Miss Gao loses even a hair, I will tear you into pieces. Surround them and don't let any of them escape.
The overwhelming crowd rushed in like a tide.
They came in a huge force, each of them was extremely angry and seemed to be determined to eat the three evil men alive.
The huge warehouse was soon packed.
Even so, there was still a large group of people outside who had not come in.
They walked around in a circle on their own and surrounded the warehouse tightly.
Impossible, there's no way these people could find this place.
Seeing the people from the Black Tiger Society rushing over, Dai's face was full of disbelief. They did it without leaving any traces or flaws, avoided all surveillance along the way, and even the car was not recorded.
The hiding place was extremely secretive. How did these people find it? Three idiots, don't forget, this is Shanghai. Even if you hide underground, we can dig you out. Long Xiaotian looked ferocious and cursed at the three people.
As he spoke, he noticed Gao Shihan, whose face had been disfigured, lying on the chair behind the three villains.
His expression changed in shock. Miss Gao, did you do this? Gao Shihan's face was disfigured.
His face was covered in knife wounds and the ground was covered in blood.
The cruelty of the means was appalling. The crowd also became agitated. Oh my God, Miss Gao's face. Her face, how could it be? You three bastards, how dare you ruin her appearance? Damn you. Brothers, come on. Kill these three bastards.
Such a tragic scene made all the brothers of the Black Tiger Society extremely angry. Everyone knew that Gao Shihan was the woman of Hall Master Su. Anyone who dared to destroy her appearance was going against everyone in the Black Tiger Society. Such behavior will undoubtedly arouse public anger. Even being cut into pieces, being torn apart by 5 horses, and having one's tendons and skin peeled off were not enough to quell the anger of the crowd.
Stop.
However, just as the members of the Black Tiger Society were about to take action, a shouting voice came and stopped them.
It's Su Chen. Only he can take the lives of these three people. Chapter 108 Breakthrough.
At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Chen.
But Su Chen was still treating Gao Shihan calmly.
He injected a bit of vitality into Gao Shihan's body to stabilize the condition and prevent it from getting worse, and then gave her another simple injection.
Shihan, have a good sleep, and you'll be fine after you wake up.
After the treatment, he took off his coat, put it on Gao Shihan, and said something gently. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked into the crowd. He remained calm throughout the whole process, without a trace of anger or negative emotion. But Long Xiaotian and Xiong Minghui both knew that Su Chen at this moment was like a furious tiger. The reason why he remained calm was because he was trying his best to restrain himself. A truly strong man will not let anyone see through his emotions.
Su Chen has now grown to this point.
Even if it is enraged, there is no sign at all, but this does not mean that this tiger is easy to mess with. On the contrary, it will take blood to quell the tiger's anger. I heard that you three are from Kyoto, but I don't know you.
Tell me, who ordered this?
Su Chen looked at the three evil ghosts, Gui Luosha, coldly, without a trace of expression on his face. The three evil men looked around and realized that they had experienced many storms and waves, so the small scene was naturally no problem for them and they were not afraid at all.
The great evil chuckled and said proudly, I didn't receive any instructions. I just thought this woman was pretty and wanted to have some fun with her.
Even though they were surrounded, the three of them were not panicked at all, because after their observation, they found that these people were just a group of rabble. Among the Black Tiger Society's younger brothers, except for Long Xiaotian who has some cultivation, the rest are ordinary people.
And Su Chen is only at the first stage of the perception realm.
He is pure trash and not worth worrying about at all.
You son of a bitch, what are you so arrogant about? How dare you be so arrogant? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Fuck it, if you scream again, I'll smash your mouth into pieces.
Such a bad attitude instantly aroused the dissatisfaction of the Black Tiger Club members, and they were all shaking with anger.
These three dogs dare to be so arrogant even though they are surrounded.
Su Chen's eyes became increasingly cold, and he said indifferently, "It seems that you are not going to confess easily."
Fine, I have plenty of ways to make you confess.
Anyone who dares to attack Gao Shihan will not only be punished by these three dogs, but also by Su Chen. The mastermind behind the scenes will pay 1,000 times the price. However, just as he was about to take action, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his dantian, and the condensed true energy instantly dissipated. He could not bear the pain, and he bent over like a shrimp, in great pain.
What's going on?
There seemed to be two forces colliding in his body, causing his true energy to become disordered and run wild in his body. He quickly opened his inner vision and found that a stream of red true energy in his meridians was suppressing his own true energy with all his strength, as if an internal struggle was taking place in his body.
It's this alien chi again. Su Chen was secretly surprised.
It seemed that every time when he was angry, this red energy would burst out uncontrollably.
Is it the true chi of the divine dragon? Why is it so different from the one used by Long Zun?
Domineering, powerful, and with a destructive aura, Su Chen was unable to control himself and almost let this blood-like true energy take over his consciousness.
Brother Su, what happened? Why did you suddenly stop moving?
Long Xiaotian looked at the situation in front of him and became a little worried. Xiong Minghui had already noticed something was wrong and said, "Strange, Brother Su Chen seems to have a very evil and domineering aura, which is completely different from his own aura." Xiong Dashan also noticed it and said in surprise, "I have been walking around the martial arts world for many years, but this is the first time I have seen such a domineering aura. If Brother Su Chen continues to cultivate this kind of true energy, I am afraid that a demon will be born in this world."
"Ha, kid, I didn't expect you couldn't even control your own chi.
If you keep going like this, you'll go crazy."
"Fine, we'll send you off early." When Dei saw Su Chen's condition, he was overjoyed.
After saying that, he released the fifth stage of his whole body perception and punched forward.
Bang! The fist landed heavily on Su Chen.
Long Xiaotian was shocked. This guy is actually at the fifth stage of perception.
These three bastards really have some skills.
A warrior, from the moment he steps into the threshold realm, which is the initial awareness realm, then has to go through a long process of training until he reaches the 9th level before he can cross over to the next major realm, which is the perception realm. In the city, spiritual energy is thin and warriors are rare, but I didn't expect that these three guys are all strong men in the 5th stage of perception realm.
Brother Su. Hold on. I'm here to help you.
Long Xiaotian was afraid that Su Chen was no match for him, so he dragged his injured body to help. However, he had just taken a step when he was stopped by Xiong Minghui.
"Wait. Look,"
Xiong Minghui said with a serious expression, pointing forward. Looking closely, he saw that Su Chen's painful expression had disappeared, replaced by a cold smile.
He is laughing. He is actually laughing.
Long Xiaotian widened his eyes, his face full of surprise.
In such a dangerous situation, Brother Su could still laugh. What's going on here? My true energy is lost. How could this happen? How weird. This is impossible. The evil man's face was filled with horror, and he had no idea what was happening. With his full strength attack at the 5th stage of the perception realm, a normal person would have exploded and died, but Su Chen was unharmed. What is even more puzzling is that the true energy in his dantian is constantly being pumped out as if there is a water pump placed there. So that's how it is. Your restlessness is actually a desire to obtain true chi.
Su Chen felt the red alien true chi in his body, which was constantly absorbing the true chi of the great evil, and immediately understood. Anger is the power that awakens this alien true chi, while the true chi of outsiders is the food for it to absorb and devour.
Boss. We're here to help you. Boy. Watch my palm.
Seeing that their boss was in a passive position, the second and third evil men attacked at the same time.
Snap. Snap.
The two men slapped Su Chen with their palms with great force. Su Chen only felt his spirit lifted, and was not affected at all. Instead, the more he absorbed the red true energy in his body, the more excited he became. It gradually grew stronger and took shape, transforming into a blood-red flying dragon wearing armor, soaring freely in the sea of energy.
It's this red dragon again.
It appeared during the previous battle with Lan Yushan. But suddenly, Su Chen felt a subtle change in his body again.
He hurriedly looked inside and saw that after the blood dragon in the Chi Sea absorbed the true energy of the three evil men, a light and ethereal air emanated from its body and gradually fell into the Chi Sea. Boom!
The majestic true energy spread from Su Chen's body like a storm. Such a loud noise made many people around almost lose their balance and were blown to the ground by the strong wind.
Ah! Brother Su, he actually made a breakthrough.
Long Xiaotian was stunned.
Su Chen actually broke through his cultivation level and entered the second stage from the first stage of the perception realm.
Such a bizarre thing, unprecedented, can no longer be explained by common sense.
Chapter 109 Draining all the true qi. After the blood dragon in his body absorbed the true qi of the three evil men, it miraculously transformed it into spiritual energy, which was scattered in Su Chen's Dantian Qi Si, causing the Qi Si to boil, and his cultivation level directly broke through to the second stage of the perception realm. This kind of mysterious breakthrough method has never been seen before, and for a moment, the practitioners present were stunned. This kid, actually made a breakthrough? How could such a strange thing happen? Why is our true energy constantly being lost? Could it be that this guy has sucked it away? Not good. Quickly withdraw your palm. The three Gue Luo Sha were completely panicked. In this world, is there anyone who can remain calm after being hit by three palms, and even break through the realm of cultivation? It simply cannot be explained by common sense. They didn't understand what kind of monster Su Chen was, who could actually absorb the true energy of outsiders and use it for himself. However, when they reacted, it was already too late. Their palms seemed to be sucked and stuck to Su Chen, unable to be pulled away at all. Oops. I can't take it back. Why is this guy like a suction cup? He can't move. It's over, I'm going to be sucked dry by him. After practicing hard for most of his life, it was all sucked away by Su Chen in just a moment. Is this guy even human? Su Chen himself didn't understand what the blood dragon was. He only knew that it must be related to the divine dragon Qi taught to him by Long Zun. Perhaps the practice of this set of exercises varies from person to person and each has different ways of expression. In short, as long as you can become stronger, it will be useful. However, the way to become stronger is a bit overbearing. It is obviously robbery, taking other people's true energy directly and using it. Boom! Another muffled sound. The storm around Su Chen erupted again, even stronger than before. The Black Tiger brothers surrounding them were all blown back by the storm. Ah! Another breakthrough. Long Xiaotian's eyes were as big as light bulbs, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. This is too scary. Even if it really is a monster, it can't be so outrageous. You should know that for ordinary people to break through a small realm through cultivation, it takes several months at the shortest and several years at the longest. Even people with poor qualifications find it difficult to make progress for decades. Like Long Xiaotian himself, who practiced for half his life, in the end he couldn't even beat Lan Yushan. But Su Chen had only practiced for a few months and surpassed his decades of achievements. What's more, it was him who brought Su Chen into the door of cultivators. The third stage of the perception realm, my god, this is too fast. Xiong Minghui was also shocked. Just now, when he went to the hotel to look for someone, Su Chen had just broken through to the first stage of the perception realm. Now, without moving, he broke through to the third stage. Such an abnormal growth rate is simply unbelievable. Even though Xiong Minghui was knowledgeable and experienced, he still couldn't understand it at this moment and was shocked. Gradually, the storm subsided. The swirling cyclone also dissipated. Call. Su Chen exhaled lightly, feeling his body extremely comfortable. This feeling. He himself found it incredible. Feeling the qi filling up his dantian, he felt his whole body was filled with strength. It seems that I must find a way to contact Long Zun again and ask him what kind of mysterious practice the divine dragon qi is. Looking at the three ghost Rakshasa again, they were all as pale as paper and skinny, which showed that they had been sucked dry. The look in their eyes when they looked at Su Chen was full of fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Since you helped me break through, I will give you a quick death, provided you tell me who is behind this. Su Chen calmed down his doubts and spoke. Even though there were already people who suspected him, he still wanted to hear the three people's confessions with his own ears. The three evil ghosts were still in shock, their spirits still lingering. They couldn't recover for a long time. When they heard Su Chen's question, they trembled. The big evil one spoke first. Boy, we have fallen into your trap today. I don't know what kind of magic you used. If you want to kill us, just kill us. We won't tell you. Take money from people and help them eliminate disasters. Although they act perverted and cruel, they still have basic manners.
Su Chen's eyes turned cold. Okay, the opportunity has been given, but you guys didn't cherish it. The murderous intention has been aroused, and blood is bound to be shed. But at this moment, the feeling of soreness and swelling in the eyes became more and more intense, and the restless power could no longer be suppressed. Su Chen had an idea and decided to try it out with these 3 dogs. Then he suddenly glared and released the power. It happened that De looked up and looked at him at this time, and the mysterious power entered De's eyes.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. De suddenly seemed like a different person.
His eyes were empty and dull, like a walking corpse. He said dully, Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei paid a high price to hire us. Originally, they wanted us to assassinate Gao Shihan, but after learning that we had kidnapped her, Lu Xiaomei changed her mind and asked us to send the video to you so that you can watch with your own eyes the woman you love being insulted to death by us. In addition, Gao Shihan's face was slashed by Lu Xiaomei with a dagger. He told the whole truth in one go.
Boss. Are you crazy? Bang. The second evil man couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him.
This woke De from his trance, and he said in panic, what happened to me just now? Why did I tell the truth?
He couldn't believe it.
At that moment, it was as if his mouth was not his own and was completely out of control.
It's you. It's you. You must have cast some magic on me, right?
He pointed at Su Chen and asked with great excitement.
That's right. It must be some kind of magic. Otherwise, it can't be explained at all. Su Chen is not a human, but a monster. These eyes are getting better and better.
Su Chen himself was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that with the breakthrough of his realm, his eyes would awaken new abilities. It can temporarily control people's brains and captivate people.
This is probably an ability similar to telepathy.
After gaining clairvoyance, he was able to see the properties of objects, and then gained the power of vitality. Now he has awakened to the point where he can control people's minds, and his abilities are getting stronger and stronger.
Song Shanha. Lu Xiaomei. You 2 bastards again. It's really haunting. These 2 bastards attacked the people around him again and again. This time it was even more hateful. They kidnapped Gao Shihan in broad daylight. Lu Xiaomei was especially vicious and even destroyed Gao Shihan's face. Xiong Minghui's face also became extremely gloomy, and he said angrily, I guess that the Song family would not let it go, but I didn't expect them to go so far. Instead of attacking from the front, they did these things that are detrimental to their morality. My Xiong family will definitely not let this go easily. The Song family's actions have already angered the people in the heavens, and have completely angered the Xiong family. Even if the Hua family intervenes this time, it will be useless. Brother Xiong, this matter was caused by me, so I won't bother the Xiong family anymore. Let me handle it myself.
Su Chen spoke resolutely, I killed Song Yi and crippled Song Zijian. I also wanted to destroy Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei, and even bury the entire Song family with them. Anyone who dares to torture Gao Shihan like this, all members of the Song family and Lu Xiaomei will completely disappear from this world.
Chapter 110 Restoration Pill. Brother Long, I'll leave these 3 guys to you. Do whatever you want with them.
The 3 evil men had their true energy sucked dry by Su Chen, and were no different from useless people.
They couldn't even stand steadily.
He was too disdainful to take action again, so he just let the Black Tiger Society vent their anger. After saying that, he walked out holding Gao Shihan and drove straight to the hospital.
Inside the warehouse,
the members of the Black Tiger Society were ready to fight, staring at the 3 evil ghosts like they were looking at prey. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in Zhonghai, challenge the authority of the Black Tiger Society, or kidnap Miss Gao is guilty of the death penalty.
Long Xiaotian couldn't wait to kill these 3 dogs.
He said coldly, brothers, it's time for us to show our skills.
Is there any way to make these 3 guys not die but suffer excruciating pain? As soon as the words fell, someone responded immediately.
Boss, if it were you, I'd just cut the flesh off these 3 guys piece by piece, avoiding the vital parts and making shallow cuts.
I guarantee they'll faint from the pain but won't die.
No, that's boring. I suggest you pick all their fingernails and toenails apart.
I guarantee they'll scream in pain. Why not just tear him apart? It would be fun to watch. The crowd was excited and everyone wanted to torture the 3 evil men into cripples.
In the end, it was Long Xiaotian who decided to use the punishment of Ling Qi.
Immediately afterwards, an extremely bloody and tragic killing scene took place in the warehouse. The three evil demons, ghosts, rakshasas and demons received the most vicious retribution, which was extremely cruel.
Su Chen took Gao Shirhan to the hospital and happened to meet Lu Ming, who was returning from a medical consultation.
Boy, you found the person.
Lu Ming was extremely pleased that he had solved the problem that Long Xiaotian could not resolve in such a short time.
But when he looked at Su Chen intently, his expression suddenly changed. Huh? How could you?
At this moment, Su Chen seemed like a different person, and the aura he exuded was even more mellow and rich.
Third stage of perception realm. Oh my god. When did you break through? Even Lu Ming was shocked.
It's only been a few days since we last met, but Su Chen's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, so fast that it's breathtaking. It would have been fine if I had just crossed over to a completely new realm, but I actually gained 3 smaller realms. Such a growth rate is truly incredible.
Before Su Chen could speak, he noticed Gao Shirhan, who was in his arms, and frowned. What happened to Miss Gao's face? Who hurt her like this? It's too much to be so harsh on a weak woman.
Su Chen hurriedly said, Master, I will explain to you later, arrange treatment immediately.
Okay, send the patient to the operating room, I'll be there soon.
Lu Ming knew that there was no time to waste, so he made arrangements quickly. Soon, several top plastic surgeons in Zhonghai rushed to the operating room and gathered.
After the examination, several people shook their heads.
The face had been ruined to such an extent that even the most advanced plastic surgery technology in modern times could not restore it.
Alas, the most important thing for a woman is her appearance.
It's really pitiful that Miss Gao encountered such a disaster. Lu Ming sighed, feeling helpless. It is not difficult to heal a wound, but the difficulty lies in the fact that the scar cannot be repaired.
Su Chen hurriedly asked, Master, with your medical skills, is there nothing you can do?
Lu Ming shook his head, his expression solemn. Saving lives and healing illnesses are my strengths, but I'm not good at cosmetic surgery. With my abilities, restoring her to 70% or 80% is no problem, but returning her to her original appearance completely is extremely difficult. Plastic surgery is completely different from traditional medical techniques, and it is impossible to perfectly restore the original appearance. But if she only recovers partially, it will be a huge blow to a girl who was once as beautiful as an angel.
Master, is there really no solution? Su Chen became anxious.
Lu Ming frowned and thought for a long time before saying, It's not completely hopeless. Unless we can find the legendary restoration pill, this pill can regenerate muscles and joints, beautify the complexion, and combined with your ability to regenerate life, it should be enough to restore you to your original appearance. It's a pity that this pill is so rare that even this master has never seen it.
Restoration pill? Su Chen vaguely thought of something and asked, Master, do you know how to make pills? Lu Ming shook his head. If Master knew how to refine pills, I wouldn't be so worried.
Alchemists are rare, and those who can make a successful pill are even rarer in Daxia. They are more precious than giant pandas, and have always been a network resource that all major forces compete for. Looking across Daxia right now, I'm afraid the only one who can refine the restoration pill is the Zong family, the leader of the Medicine Alliance.
What a pity! What a pity!
Unfortunately, the Medicine Alliance's main family is thousands of miles away, not in Zhonghai. Furthermore, they are quite mysterious, so I'm afraid we won't be able to find them. Furthermore, the main family has always had some grievances against me, and we're incompatible. I'm afraid they won't be willing to help us either.
Things are always so unsatisfactory, full of difficulties and obstacles. Even the only elixir that can heal Gao Shirhan's facial injuries is priceless and nowhere to be found. However, Su Chen saw hope and said excitedly, Master, wait for me here, I will bring back the restoration pill within an hour. After saying that, he turned and left. Only Lu Ming was left behind, at a loss as to what to do. 1 hour? Just bring back the restoration pill? Are you kidding me? This kind of elixir only exists in legends and is not available in the city. Even if you have money, there is no place to buy it. Where are you going to get the medicine?
Su Chen hurried out of the hospital and called Zong Leshan, saying that he urgently needed the restoration pill and asked if the Zong family had any. Zong Leshan did not hide the fact that when Zong Hua was still alive, he had indeed refined this kind of pill, but the Zong family only had 3.
Master Zong, this matter is very important to me. Even if I owe you a favor, I will definitely repay you in the future.
Upon hearing that the Zong family did have the restoration pill, Su Chen pleaded.
Zong Leshan didn't hesitate. Okay, since it's Su Xiaoyu who asked, then I'll give you one.
How about this, I'll have Zong Yunqin rush to Zhonghai, and you come over here too, to save time and meet in the middle.
Okay, thank you, Master Zong. Su Chen was extremely happy that Gao Shihan was saved this time.
Then, he drove his Porsche towards the Zong family, and happened to meet Zong Yunxin, who came to deliver medicine on the way out of the city. After getting the pill, he immediately headed back without saying anything. When I returned to the hospital, exactly 1 hour had passed.
Master, I've got the restoration pills. Let everyone go out. I'll treat Shihan.
He showed the pill to Lu Ming.
Lu Ming's face was filled with disbelief.
He hurriedly took the pill, looked at it, and smelled it.
He exclaimed in surprise, "It really is the restoration pill. Boy, where did you get such a precious thing? Pills are not worldly things and are extremely rare."
Even with Lu Ming's connections, there was no way he could get a restoration pill in such a short time.
How did this guy get it? Master, I'll explain it to you later. Let's restore Shihan's face first.
This was a time of racing against time. Su Chen hurriedly walked up to Gao Shihan and began treatment.
Chapter 111 Treatment.
Su Chen fed the restoration pill to Gao Shihan, then immediately turned his hand into a needle and used the Tianshu 9 needles to dredge the qi in blood, allowing the medicinal effects to be fully absorbed.
After the acupuncture was completed, the restoration pill began to take effect.
The blood scabs on Gao Shihan's face began to fall off bit by bit, and the effect of muscle growth and recovery was obvious. Su Chen also injected vitality into it, slowly, gently, which helped to add fuel to the fire and make the wound recover more perfectly.
Although the process is slow, the effect is significant. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Now, outside the corridor,
several plastic surgeons and Lu Ming were still waiting.
Divine Dr. Lu, do you think Brother Su Chen can really restore the patient's appearance?
The person who spoke was an authoritative figure among the plastic surgeons in Shanghai.
I've carefully examined the wounds on the patient's face. Each cut is quite deep. Even if it can be cured, it's inevitable that many scars will remain.
Only through a lengthy laser scar removal surgery can it be restored to 80% of its original appearance.
And you just said that Brother Su Chen can be cured quickly. Is that possible? He obviously didn't believe such a thing.
Lu Ming smiled slightly and said, "I didn't believe it before, until I met this good disciple.
He made me realize that there are many things in this world that are outrageous.
He also made me realize that nothing is impossible in this world.
Just think about it, isn't it outrageous enough that an ordinary courier station employee has grown to this level in a short period of time?
I felt the energy the first day I started standing in the stance, and in just one day I achieved results that would take others half a year to achieve. In just 1 month, he had mastered the unique skills that the 3 great monks had practiced for decades to perfect. Up to now, he has made great progress in his cultivation and has reached the 3rd stage of the perception realm. It has only been a few months, but he has reached a realm that ordinary people cannot reach in decades.
Breaking the rules again and again, creating miracles again and again, just ask yourself, is there anything impossible in this world? Crunch.
As we were chatting, the door of the operating room opened. Then Su Chen walked out quietly.
Lu Ming asked hurriedly, "Boy, what's the situation?" Su Chen nodded, "It has all recovered."
As soon as these words were spoken, the other plastic surgeons were all shocked and rushed into the operating room to check the situation. Gao Shihan's appearance on the operating table had returned to normal, and her skin was even whiter, tighter, and smoother than before, just like a peeled egg, very tender.
Oh my God! How is this possible? There really is such an outrageous thing.
The face was so damaged, but it was still able to recover.
It's incredible. Several plastic surgeons were stunned.
In all the years they have been in this business, they have never encountered such a fantastic thing.
Master, I want to talk to you.
At this time, Su Chen spoke. He looked serious, as if he had something important to discuss. Lu Ming knew the seriousness of the matter, so he did not delay and arranged for several nurses to take good care of Gao Shihan. Then he returned to the office, made a pot of tea, and sat on the sofa with Su Chen to drink it. After taking a sip, Lu Ming spoke first, "Boy, just say whatever you want to say."
Su Chen didn't hide anything and said bluntly, "If I were to wipe out the entire Song family now, would you stop me?"
In one word, murderous intent swept over him.
He really had enough.
Ever since Song Zijian teamed up with Lu Xiaomei to blackmail him, he has been framed several times.
Finally, they found an opportunity to eliminate Song Zijian.
Then Song Yi came and attracted the power of the Dragon Group, causing turmoil in Shanghai and sacrificing many brothers of the Black Tiger Society.
After Song Yi's death, there was also Song Shanha.
On the day that Xiangxing Group Jewelry opened, Song Shanha sent him a bell, which brought him bad luck. After that, he planned to frame him and put him in jail in Kyoto, and now he kidnapped Gao Shihan and destroyed her appearance.
All of this was done by the Song family and Lu Xiaomei. Su Chen must avenge this grudge.
Lu Ming smiled with relief when he heard his words.
The fact that you can ask this question shows that you have grown a lot during this period of time. You are no longer the reckless man blinded by hatred.
Honestly, with your current strength, it is not difficult to kill Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei, but considering the overall situation, you can't act rashly.
You should understand what I mean. What is the big picture? The four major families in Kyoto, led by the Hua family, have won over the Song family and the Shin family in Zhanghai.
In other words, if Su Chen dares to touch Song Shanha, he will be against the four major families. Once the matter gets out of hand, the Xiong family will inevitably be dragged into it, triggering a war among the major families in Kyoto. By then, no one can predict what the consequences will be. Besides, what Su Chen saw now was just the tip of the iceberg.
He was even unclear about what the secular treaty was. Master, I actually have another question to ask you. Do you think I can endure it? Su Chen was extremely serious. Lu Ming's hand holding the teacup froze in mid-air. After a long moment, he said, maybe not. Otherwise, you wouldn't be Su Chen. Tolerate? Why should I endure? What does the overall situation have to do with me?
I only know that you were so bold as to dare to attack my woman, and the only consequence is death.
Master, the reason I'm sitting here talking to you seriously is because I want you to persuade me so that I can have the motivation to suppress my anger. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that I won't be able to control myself and will go to the Song family right now.
Su Chen confessed his inner thoughts, took a sip of tea, calmed down, and continued, I'll remember this matter.
Fortunately, Shihan is fine.
Otherwise, even if I killed everyone with the surname Song in Zhanghai, it wouldn't be enough to make up for it.
But this is the last time. If the Song family plays tricks again, I won't care anymore. I will even go straight to Kyoto to settle accounts with the four major families.
After he finished speaking, a domineering aura filled the office and lingered for a long time. This oppressive atmosphere made Lu Ming almost breathless for a while. Lu Ming now completely understood that Su Chen was no longer the young boy he used to be, but had risen rapidly and become a real strong man. Anyone who possesses such kingly dominance will eventually become a god. It looks like the day I officially accept you as my disciple is coming soon. Boy, the burden on your shoulders will become heavier and heavier.
You must hold on.
All my hopes as your master rest on you. Lu Ming was filled with emotion.
It's late at night. Now. Song family villa. News of defeat arrived. What? The three evil ghosts, Rakshasa, are dead? Upon hearing the news, Song Shanha stood up from the sofa excitedly.
The subordinate who reported the incident was also surprised and said, Yes, I heard that Su Chen defeated him alone, and then he was tortured to death by the Black Tiger Society.
What? That kid alone? 1 against 3? Are you sure? Song Shanha was shocked and couldn't believe it.
How is this possible? That kid's cultivation level is not high, he is just a primary cultivator, but the three evil guys, Gui Luosha, are all at the 5th stage of perception realm. The three of them combined are at least a dozen levels higher than Su Chen.
Chapter 112 Stray Dog. Song Shanha didn't believe such an outrageous thing would happen. He shook his head and said, Impossible. I fought with that guy before.
He's just a piece of trash. There's no way he could be a match for the three evil men.
If the three evil men were defeated, it must have been the Xiong family. Can you find out if the Xiong family was present at the time of the incident?
The subordinate thought for a moment and said, Yes, Xiong Dashan and Xiong Minghui were there at the time.
That's right. I don't think Su Chen has such ability. Song Shanha's thoughts became clear. Since it was someone from the Xiong family who took action, there was no doubt about it.
Hey, Xiong family, it's not easy to do things with this great god around. Unexpectedly, even after mobilizing Hua Butian's hidden forces, he was unable to kill Emir Su Chen. At this time, Lu Xiaomei said, Dear, don't be angry, Su Chen can ask the Xiong family for help, and we can also ask the Hua family to take action.
Song Shanha was stunned for a moment. What do you mean?
Lu Xiaomei said, I heard from Hua Butian that someone from the Hua family in Kyoto will be coming soon.
Their purpose is to target the stubborn forces in Zhanghai.
It seems that the four major families are already planning a big game and are going to take action against the Xiong family.
Oh, that's great.
When Song Shanha heard this, he immediately became excited. The four major families are about to take action, and Su Chen won T be happy for many days.
The next morning, Su Chen received a call from Gao Shirhan. Brother Su Chen, I heard from Divine Dr. Lu that you were the one who sent me to the hospital and treated me, right?
She has been in a coma since she was kidnapped by the three evil men, so it is not clear what happened during that time.
Su Chen didn't want to mention it, so as not to cause her any trouble, so he smiled and said, "Yes, it's just a small problem, it's all right now."
Gao Shirhan asked doubtfully, "But I remember being scratched on the face by a vicious woman.
Was I having a nightmare? Maybe I'm dreaming. Look in the mirror now. Is your face okay?" "Yeah, it's fine."
"That's right, it's just a nightmare, it's all over." Gao Shirhan always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it, so he had to give up.
After hesitating for a while, he asked again, "Brother Su Chen, how did you save me?" Su Chen scratched his head and said, "This is a long story." He recounted the general process.
After hearing this, Gao Shirhan's face flushed with anger as she cursed, "It's the Song family again.
How despicable."
Su Chen said, "Don't worry, this matter will not be let go so easily. Sooner or later, I will make the Song family pay the price for this. You have just recovered, so you should have a good rest." Gao Shirhan said, "I don't have time to rest.
I'm busy."
Brother Su Chen, I sold all the collections I found, and I've made up for some of the funding gap. However, if we want to expand the jewelry business of Qiangxin Group and expand nationwide, we need to find a reliable partner. So I've made an appointment with Yu Xiao Dai from Yu Group this afternoon to discuss cooperation.
Remember to be there on time. Okay, then I'll go to the company this afternoon. Su Chen agreed. After hanging up the phone, I was about to look up some information about alchemy when someone knocked on the door.
When I opened the door, I saw the beautiful girl standing at the door. It was Xiao Yener.
"Brother Su Chen, are you free?"
She lowered her head shyly, looking embarrassed.
Su Chen slapped his head, secretly cursing his poor memory, and hurriedly asked, "By the way, Yener, has Yunmeng Group taken over all the businesses left by the Zhou family?"
Now Zhou Tong and his grandson have been killed by him, and there is no Zhou Group in Zhanghai anymore. The Xiao family could take this opportunity to acquire and merge it, becoming the only dominant family and no longer being bullied by the Zhou family. Xiao Yener pursed her lips and said, "That's why I came here to thank you so much."
"Brother Su Chen, can I treat you to dinner?" "Eat, okay." Su Chen couldn't refuse either. Then he packed up and went out.
The two of them went to a nearby shopping mall and chose a restaurant to sit down.
"Brother Su Chen, are you satisfied with Beihu Villa?" While ordering, Yener asked shyly. Su Chen said, "Of course I'm satisfied with such a precious place. My parents have been busy moving these past few days and almost forgot to come back. It seems that they also like this new environment very much."
"Yener, thank you, but please don't spend money like this in the future.
I feel embarrassed." "Brother Su Chen, it's okay. My family has plenty of houses. Let alone one, even if I give you the entire villa complex, it won't hurt at all." Xiao Yener blushed slightly as she spoke, and then added, "When are you planning to move in? Then we can be neighbors." "Neighbor?" Su Chen was stunned for a moment and said, "Yener, are you also going to move to Beihu Villa?" A sweet smile appeared on Xiao Yener's face. "I've already moved. I'm next door to you."
Ever since she gave him the villa, she had already planned how to pursue Su Chen.
To prevent piracy of Shouhu documents, choose Shouhu from the book search robot.
It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Just start by being neighbors, you can see each other every day, maybe even live together, and then everything will be settled once the relationship is settled.
Su Chen, a straight man, didn't get the point.
He said happily, "Great, it would be fun to have you as a neighbor.
My parents like you very much, too." Xiao Yener's face turned even redder. "Brother Su Chen, are you serious? Do your parents like me too?"
If her future parents-in-law like her, it means they are very satisfied with her.
At this time, she had already thought about marrying Su Chen in the future and entering the Su family.
The two of them ate and chatted, just like a young couple on a date. They were enjoying their meal when a stray dog walked in. As if attracted by the fragrance of Xiao Yener, it lay down at her feet and wouldn't leave.
What a cute little puppy.
Xiao Yener likes small animals, and when she saw the pitiful dog, she felt pity for it. She picked up a piece of meat and threw it in front of the stray dog. The stray dog sniffed it, looked up, and after receiving Xiao Yanner's clear instructions, began to eat it with relish.
It is well behaved and sensible, and obviously has been domesticated. It's this damn dog again. Damn it! I'm not going to continue this business anymore. It's dirty and smelly. Get out!
The originally heartwarming scene was broken by the boss's insult. Then, the restaurant owner, a fat man with a big belly, rushed out of the kitchen, holding a kitchen knife, trying to chase the stray dog away. But no matter how hard he kicked, the stray dog remained indifferent, which immediately ignited the owner's anger.
You don't want to leave, right?
Fine, I'll kill you and stew your dog meat tonight. After saying that, he raised the kitchen knife and prepared to chop.
Xiao Yanner hurriedly stepped in front to stop him. What are you doing? It's just a stray dog, is it that serious?
Miss, you don't know, this dead dog has been here many times, and it has made the air in my shop smelly.
This is a restaurant, and I still have to do business. Go away and let me deal with this dead dog. The boss became impatient and pushed Xiao Yanner away.
Xiao Yanner was petite to begin with, and she couldn't withstand the push from such a fat man. She almost fell to the ground without being able to stand firmly.
Su Chen quickly supported her, feeling a little unhappy, and said coldly, "Boss, you are going too far." Chapter 113 Just call me Su Xiaogui. Just say what you want to say. How dare you push Xiao Yanner? Your hands are itching, right?
The boss disagreed and said, "Young man, you'd better understand.
I'm the boss here. This is my territory. You just ate a few $dozen worth of food here. I don't need to care about your attitude. I'm determined to kill this dog today, and no one can stop me." After saying that, he raised his hand and chopped the kitchen knife directly at the stray dog. Don't want.
Xiao Yanner couldn't bear to see such a poor dog being killed, so she subconsciously reached out to stop it.
Su Chen was quick-eyed and quick-handed.
He moved at lightning speed and knocked the kitchen knife out of the boss's hand with a snap. It was a close call that Xiao Yanner was not hurt.
This completely angered the boss. How dare you do that?
He immediately raised his fist and was ready to hit Su Chen. However, he stopped immediately as he made a move, his face becoming extremely terrified, because Su Chen had picked up the kitchen knife on the ground and put it on his neck with lightning speed.
Hit me, why stop?
A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The boss quickly lowered his fist, his attitude completely changed, and said, No, how could I possibly hit my customers?
But I have my reasons.
These are the biggest taboos for a restaurant owner.
The hygiene isn't up to par, don't you think? This is indeed the truth, but the way it is handled is inappropriate.
Su Chen didn't really mean to embarrass him, so he put down the kitchen knife and said, People are all made of flesh and blood.
All things have spirits, and they are all just one life. You don't have to take out the knife. Having said that, stray dogs always running into the restaurant does affect business.
At this time, Xiao Yanner's eyes turned and she said, Brother Su Chen, I think this little dog and I have a good relationship, and it's so well behaved.
How about I adopt it? What do you think? Su Chen was stunned. You want to adopt? Xiao Yanner chuckled, Yes, after I moved to Behu Villa, I lived alone.
You don't have time to come over and accompany me often, so raising a puppy wouldn't be bad.
As long as you like it. Su Chen also felt that the dog was quite pitiful. Afterwards, the two of them didn't even bother to eat.
They took the stray dog to the pet shop in the mall and gave it a bath and a haircut.
After careful grooming by the pet stylist, the originally dirty stray dog has been transformed into a clean and cute one.
Only then did Su Chen and Xiao Yanner realize that it was a little teddy. Brother Su Chen, this will be our little pet from now on.
Please give it a name. Xiao Yanner couldn't let go of the little teddy and kept stroking it while holding it. The little teddy was also very well behaved and sensible. He lay in her arms without making any noise, and would lick her hand from time to time. Su Chen scratched his head, unable to come up with a good name, so he said, Since you proposed the adoption, you can choose it. I agree.
Xiao Yanner smiled playfully, Since it's a little male dog, and you rescued it, why not call it Su Xiaogui?
This name is pretty good, huh, Su Xiaogui. Su Chen smiled and said, Okay, then call me Su Xiaogui.
The two had fun and took Su Xiaogui to the park. They found that Su Xiaogui was really smart and could understand many instructions, like lying down, shaking hands, spinning in circles, etc. Two people and a dog had a lot of fun playing in the park. In the blink of an eye, it was noon and Xiao Yanner brought Su Xiaogui back to Behu Villa. Su Chen went back to Xinyuan community to pick up the car, rushed to Jiangxing Group, and made an appointment with Gao Shirhan to discuss cooperation with China Overseas U Group in the afternoon. Beep. 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 At the intersection, the green light had just come on and Su Chen was about to start when a shrill horn sounded behind him. Immediately afterwards, a woman leaned out of a BMW behind and yelled, "Can you please hurry up, you're so slow? Do you know how to drive? I have something urgent to do." Su Chen had already started the car, but when he heard the curse, he released the accelerator, pulled the handbrake, and simply stopped. "Damn it, the green light has just come on, why are you in such a hurry? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? I just won tea leave." Looking in the rearview mirror, I saw a woman wearing sunglasses, lipstick, and long flowing hair in the BMW. She looks to be in her 30s, well maintained, and fashionably dressed. She can be considered a beauty. She's pretty, but she has a bad temper. Maybe she's entering menopause early. Su Chen joked. Seeing the car in front of her hadn't moved, the beautiful woman leaned over and cursed again. Did the guy in front die in his car? The road is yours, you can stop there as long as you want. Didn't you see the traffic was blocked behind you? Are you blind? The more anxious she was, the more proud Su Chen became. He looked as if he was going to make her die, but he just wouldn't move. What could you do? The beauty was furious. She pushed the door and got out of the car, rushing over angrily, wanting to see who dared to block the middle of the road. As soon as she got out of the car, Su Chen could see clearly that this woman had a top-notch figure. She is very tall and slim, wearing a black halter dress, with two long beautiful legs wearing two red high heels, walking towards the side with a clacking sound. Su Chen became interested, so he opened his X-ray eyes and took a look. The beauty instantly became naked, with every inch of her skin exposed in front of him. Wow, you're really well maintained. It looks like you've been exercising a lot. It's really big. It's not padded, and it doesn't tend to sag. It's also very white, and the legs are very thin. Compared with Xiao Yener and Gao Shirhan, this woman appears more mature and has a unique charm of a mature woman. Such a vulgar look made the beauty even angrier, and she started cursing. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking at me, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Are you going to leave or not? If not, I'll call someone to tow the car." Seeing that she was extremely angry, Su Chen had achieved his goal. He had seen enough and said nonchalantly, "The road is indeed not owned by my family, but it is not owned by yours either. If you are not in a hurry to reincarnate, please be nicer in the future." After feasting his eyes, his anger subsided, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Is this guy something wrong? The beauty was completely confused and had no idea that in just a moment, every inch of her from head to toe had been seen by the man. As soon as he remembered that he had something urgent to do, he quickly got back in the car and drove away. Jiangxing Group. Inside the office. As soon as Su Chen came in, Gao Shirhan took out a thermos cup and said with a smile, "Brother Su Chen, drink some hot water quickly. I added some good things for you." "Nice one?" He was puzzled and opened it to take a look. Wow, it was full of wolfberries. "Shirhan, what are you doing?" "To nourish you." Gao Shirhan smiled playfully, with a malicious look in her eyes. She said with a sly smile, "Have you forgotten that there's one thing we haven't done yet? Hurry up and drink the wolfberry tea. Then come sleep at my house tonight. My bed is big and comfortable." Chapter 114 Test me? Faced with Gao Shirhan's teasing, Su Chen just smiled slightly. The haze brought by the setbacks he had suffered in recent times was swept away, and he was even able to make a joke, which meant that the naughty Gao Shirhan was back again. Okay, I'll drink it. After I'm well, I'll have 300 rounds of battle with you in bed." Su Chen also said jokingly. At this time, an employee walked in and said, "Mr. Gao, Mr. Su, Miss Yu Xiaodai from the U Group has arrived and is waiting in the conference room." "Okay, we'll be there right away." The two ended their fun and rushed to the meeting room. At this moment, a mature and charming woman was sitting in the spacious conference room. She is very beautiful, dresses fashionably, has a good figure and good temperament. "Hey, we meet again." Su Chen recognized her at the first sight. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. It turned out to be the woman whose body he had just seen naked on the street. It was worth the trip, I met him again. I was pressed for time just now and didn't look at it carefully enough, but now that I've come across it, I might as well take another look. So I turned on my X-ray vision and looked around, my saliva almost dripping.
It's really white. And it's really big. It's really not easy to maintain such good condition at this age.
Ah! It's you again, you filthy rascal. I'm warning you, take away that lewd look in your eyes, or I'll call security. Yu Xiaodai was so angry that she slammed the table. She turned to look at Gao Shihan and asked, Boss Gao, who is this guy? Is he your company's security guard? He has no manners. Gao Shihan chuckled and said, Mr. Yu, this is my boyfriend, his name is Su Chen. You may have misunderstood, he just has a lively personality and he didn't mean to tease you on purpose. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's talk about serious matters. When Yu Xiaodai heard that it was Mr. Gao's boyfriend, she didn't know what to say. She could only suppress the anger in her heart, then took out the plan and said, Xianxing Group's rapid progress in recent times is evident throughout Shanghai. Since President Gao took office, he has vigorously developed the jewelry industry and acquired the Song family, once the industry leader. Now he has almost monopolized the Shanghai jewelry market. Mayu Group wants to get a piece of the pie and cooperate with Xianxing to create an international luxury brand and expand into the national market. This is the plan, please take a look. Gao Shihan took it and looked at it, very satisfied. He said, not bad, very detailed. It can be seen that Mr. Yu has put a lot of thought into it. I just wonder how much money Mr. Yu plans to invest. At the mention of money, Yu Xiaodia's expression changed. She smiled and said, Mr. Gao, we are all in business, so we should be frank and direct. Don't be afraid of hurting the other party's self-esteem. Let's be frank. The Yu Group has always been cautious in its investments and never does anything without confidence. This is why my family, despite having no background in Shanghai, can still steadily rank third among companies. I will not casually invest a large amount of money in a place I don't trust. Among the three major groups of China overseas, Xianxing is the first, Yunmeng is the second, and Yu Group follows closely behind. Su Chen immediately understood what she said. It turned out that this woman didn't trust this cooperation at all. If you don't trust me, what's the point of talking? Is there any investment in this world that is 100% risk-free? Boss Yu, there's something really sharp in your words. Su Chen didn't indulge her either. Yu Xiaodai hurriedly said, no, it's not that I don't trust Xianxing Group. I'm just skeptical of President Gao, who just took over, and the team he leads. I heard they're all new, so it's hard not to be skeptical. Let me give you a problem. If you can solve it, my Yu Group is willing to invest 30 billion yuan in the project. 300 billion is indeed a considerable amount of money. Gao Shihan didn't care about other people's suspicions. After all, before she took office, Xianxing Group had indeed never been involved in the jewelry industry. So she nodded and said, okay, Mr. Yu, go ahead and ask the questions. So straightforward, worthy of being Gao Qiqian's granddaughter. Yu Xiaodai thought for a moment and said, since we're making jewelry and jade, the choice of raw materials is naturally crucial. Before I came here, I bought some materials at the market. This is a good opportunity to test the vision of the person in charge of jewelry and jade at Xianxing Group. As he spoke, he picked up a large sack from his feet and took out 10 fist-sized raw stones from it. Su Chen couldn't help laughing. Wow, it turns out he came prepared. I'll give you 3 days to determine whether there's jade among these stones. If you can't guess, you'll fail the test, and this cooperation will end. Yu Xiaodai looked pleased with herself and said proudly, of course, it's too difficult. I'll make a decision based on the circumstances. As long as you can guess half of it right, I might even consider it. Half? Still too difficult? Su Chen and Gao Shihan looked at each other and almost laughed out loud. This is just a matter of life and death. It seems that Mr. Yu is completely unaware of this. Su Chen is the one who selected the imperial green from tens of thousands of raw stones. Such a simple test is a piece of cake for him. Su Chen once again felt the sting of being discriminated against. He shook his head and said, Boss Yu, it seems you really look down on us. You're giving us 3 days for this child's game? I don't even need a minute. I don't even need to come in person. How about this? I'll just call someone in and have them play with you. Then he shouted outside, someone, go get Ji Buchang in. Soon, Ji Buchang arrived and said respectfully, Grandpa Su, are you looking for me? Su Chen pointed to the 10 rough stones neatly placed on the table and said, Master Ji, someone wants to use this thing to test us. This is related to the honor and disgrace of the group. You have to fight for your dignity. Ji Buchang was originally a well-known figure in the gambling stone industry. He took a look and sneered, "Grandpa Su, you are joking.
These are just some waste stones. Who would be so unprofessional as to test others with waste materials? Strictly speaking, these are just stones that were randomly salvaged from the river.
They are not gambling stone materials at all."
Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. It was indeed well said.
It turns out that Mr. Yu really doesn't know anything. Yu Xiaodai was still a little unconvinced and became excited. She said, "In other words, you all think that as long as these 10 pieces of material have a little green, there will be no problem, right?
Okay, then let's cut the stone. I also want to see the result." Su Chen found it funny.
This woman really wouldn't cry until she saw the coffin. But at this moment, he had lost his patience. Whether to cooperate or not was not up to the Yu group. Even without the funds, Su Chen was confident that he could make the Qiangxing group stronger and stronger, and did not need any partners at all. Besides, it is an honor for the Yu group to be able to form an alliance with Qiangxing.
Why do you act like we are begging you? Unable to bear it any longer, she directly retorted, "Boss Yu, stop wasting your time.
Take these 10 pieces of junk home and sort them out yourself.
We're not going to accompany you anymore. Besides, you just want to test your eyesight. Before you leave, I'll convince you."
After saying that, Su Chen smiled playfully, his eyes fixed, and he turned on his X-ray eyes to stare at Yu Xiaodia's proud and plump body. "Oh, you're wearing a black bra with lace trim." It turns out that Ms. Yu is quite a playful person in private. As for her private parts, it seems that she just had her period.
She's still red.
She's using pink girl sanitary napkins.
You're quite good at choosing. You a filthy scoundrel.
Yu Xiaodai was so ashamed that she felt embarrassed.
Chapter 115 Old Beggar. Su Chen saw all of Yu Xiaodia's privacy with just a glance. "Aren't you testing my eyesight? Okay, then I'll make you convinced."
Yu Xiaodai was so angry that her breathing became rapid, but she couldn't speak.
She didn't understand how this bastard knew all this.
She even told me what brand of sanitary napkins she used when she had her period.
Could it be a coincidence?
"Mr. Yu, I apologize for the offense, but I believe you have already witnessed the strength of our team."
Gao Shirhan quickly came out to smooth things over and get the topic back on track.
Yu Xiaodai gritted her teeth, calmed down a bit, and said, "Boss Gao, I've seen it all. Qiangxing Group is indeed full of talented people."
"Okay, I'll invest the 30 billion yuan. That's all for today. I'll make time to discuss the details later."
After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Su Chen looked very proud and reminded from behind, "Boss Yu, please take the garbage out for a while.
It's too heavy for us to clean up."
Yu Xiaodai was so angry that her face turned green and she couldn't utter a word. She put the 10 pieces of material into a large sack and carried it out, looking extremely embarrassed.
After they left, Gao Shirhan laughed heartily, "Brother Su Chen, you're amazing.
Yu Xiaodai is known for being difficult and scheming, but I didn't expect you to be able to deal with her so easily."
"Oh, that's no big deal. I'm the best at dealing with people like this."
Brother Su Chen, tell me the truth, how did you know what kind of underwear Ms. Yu was wearing, and how did you know she was having her period?"
This. Faced with Gao Shirhan's question with a smirk on his face, Su Chen was speechless and didn't know what to say.
Gao Shirhan narrowed her eyes and smiled slyly. "Oh, I see.
Did you secretly watch Mr. Yu go to the bathroom before you came here? You little pervert. How is that possible? Don't talk nonsense. Then how else do you explain it? Brother Su Chen, stop pretending. Did you have bad thoughts just because she's pretty? Coincidentally, as far as I know, Mr. Yu has always been single. If you like, I can be a matchmaker for you."
"I don't mind sharing men with others anyway." "Shirhan, stop talking nonsense."
"No, I'm serious.
Brother Su Chen, in ancient times, it was normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Besides, if you can seduce Mr. Yu, we can become relatives with the Yu group. It will be easy for us to join forces and stabilize the largest group in the country."
"Shirhan, stop it, don't say any more, you're getting more and more outrageous." Su Chen was speechless. "Good man, you think I'm a PR guy? Are you going to sacrifice my looks?"
The two of them chatted with each other, laughed and joked, and the atmosphere was very cheerful. Ji Buchang, watching from the side, also laughed, then straightened his face and said, "Grandpa Su, President Gao, I have something to report to you." Xianxing Group's jewelry business has recently captured 70% of the Shanghai market.
Both its physical stores and online stores are profitable. However, if this continues, our supply will be insufficient.
As the Xianxing Group jewelry grows and develops, the required quantity will double, and sooner or later the supply will exceed the demand. Gao Shihan and Su Chen looked at each other and agreed that this matter must be planned early.
Afternoon.
The company's affairs were temporarily handed over to Ji Buochang and Gao Shihan, while Su Chen returned to Xinyuan community to prepare for moving. Just as I was about to go upstairs, I suddenly smelled a sour and stinky smell. Just as I was wondering, I saw an old beggar with disheveled hair and dirty face lying and sleeping behind the unit door. Su Chen had no intention of disturbing him and was about to go upstairs, but his attention was suddenly attracted by a porcelain begging bowl next to the old beggar.
The porcelain bowl has an old shape and is blue all over, with white glaze mixed in the blue. The blue and white are alternating, and the surface is uneven, as bright as the ocean. It is obvious that it is not a vulgar object. He became curious and immediately turned on his X-ray vision to take a look. Item name: Blue Snowflake Porcelain Bowl. Date: Xuande period, Ming Dynasty. Evaluation: highly valuable. When I saw this, I was shocked. Wow, now even beggars use antique porcelain bowls to beg. This is outrageous. This blue snowflake porcelain bowl is well preserved and in good condition. It is really unfair that it is in the hands of a beggar. Su Chen is thinking about how to buy it at a low price, so that he can get a bargain. Hey, old man, this is a residential building and you are not allowed to sleep here. If you want to sleep, I'll give you money to get a room in a hotel. He shook the old beggar awake. The old beggar opened his sleepy eyes and said nonchalantly, I, Zongwatsi, have always used the sky as my blanket and the ground as my bed. I can sleep wherever I want. You are the only one who cares. Wow, that's pretty cool. Su Chen hadn't expected beggars these days to be so arrogant. He simply sat on the stairs and started chatting. Zonghuazi, that name sounds impressive. How is your business these days? How much can you make in a day? The old beggar rolled his eyes at him, as if he were a fool. Why, do you think this is a business model? You're crazy. Too lazy to pay attention, turned around and continued to sleep. Su Chen refused to give in and continued, Zonghuazi, don't be so cold. Talk to me. I've always had a dream of being free and unrestrained, but it's a pity that I can't realize it with a family. Tell me, is this kind of free and unrestrained life enjoyable? The old beggar almost cursed. What kind of idiot is this, asking a beggar about his life experience? You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Seeing that chatting wasn't working, Su Chen rolled his eyes and said, as for me, I've always wanted to experience the life of begging. How about this? You give me this begging bowl. Of course, I won't give it for free. I'll give you 500 yuan, and I'll cover all your meals, drinks, and horse this month. How about that? The old beggar didn't care about what he said before, but when he heard that he could have sex with a prostitute, he immediately turned around and said excitedly, Young man, are you serious? Of course it's true, I can sign a document. Make a deal. The old beggar was very straightforward and agreed immediately. This made Su Chen a little confused. What a guy, he was not moved when talking about money, but he became excited when talking about chickens. What kind of beggar is this? Afterwards, he decisively settled the bill and assigned someone from the company to accompany Sohanako to visit brothels this month, and all expenses would be reimbursed. Before leaving, Zheng Huazi held Su Chen's hand, thanked him profusely, and burst into tears. Benefactor. Benefactor. You are truly a living bodhisattva. Thank you, messenger of justice. After saying that, he couldn't wait to run to the brothel. Su Chen held the blue snowflake porcelain bowl and felt a little unbelievable. The way he picked up this leak was indeed a bit too dramatic, and it always felt a bit weird. Not only is the matter strange, but even Sohanako herself is quite strange. Chapter 116 New Opponent. Su Chen returned home with the blue snowflower, and always felt that something was wrong. This bargain was so dramatic, it seemed like it was delivered to my doorstep. Boom boom boom. Just when I was confused, someone knocked on the door. When I opened it, I saw a porter. Hello, Mr. Su, is this you? I have your belongings downstairs. Please sign for them. My belongings? Su Chen was stunned. Who sent him something? So I went downstairs and was stunned. Right on the street downstairs,
there is an alchemy furnace that is more than 1 meter tall. The 6 porters were lying on the ground, panting and looking extremely tired. It was obvious that the thing was quite heavy.
Damn, who sent me such a big thing? Su Chen was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. Where could he put such a big thing? He was afraid that it couldn't even fit into the door. He asked the movers where the package came from, but no one knew who the sender was. He called the logistics company, but they couldn't tell him either. It seemed to appear out of thin air. This made Su Chen even more confused. Who could it be? But it has already been sent, so he will keep it for now. Anyway, he also wants to learn alchemy, and this thing will come in handy sooner or later. So I walked closer and took a closer look, and found a few lines engraved on the side of the furnace, as follows. Born from the energy of heaven and earth. It is created by the combination of yin and yang. It is made of black copper from outer space. These sentences all reveal the mystery of this alchemy furnace, which makes Su Chen curious, so he opens his eyes of perspective and carefully looks at the specific information. This was so incredible that my eyes widened. Item name, Ancient Tycoon Furnace. Material, celestial black copper. Value, extremely valuable and inestimable. Even the X-ray I gave it an evaluation of superb and immeasurable. What does immeasurable mean? That is to say, this thing is a priceless treasure. Oh my god. Who on earth sent such a treasure here? Could it be the master? Or maybe Zhong Leshan? In Su Chen's impression, only these 2 people could have some connection with the alchemy furnace. Masters, I will pay you 5 times the price and send this furnace to Beihu Villa. Such a good baby must be well taken care of. It just so happens that there are many rooms in Beihu Villa, so we can build a special room to place the alchemy furnace. If you are lucky enough to learn alchemy in the future, you can also transform it into an alchemy room. Several masters were reluctant to move heavy objects at first, but the price was attractive, so they got up and sent the furnace to Beihu Villa. After finishing his work, Su Chen called his master and Zhong Leshan separately to inquire about this matter, but the answers he got made him more and more confused. They were actually unaware of it. If it wasn't tea given by Master or Elder Zone, then who else could it be? Now. Song Family Villa. On the sofa, a young man was sitting with his legs crossed, smoking a cigar, looking arrogant. Of course, he did have the qualifications. Even someone of Huo Butian's status was bending over and waiting respectfully, not daring to slack off in the slightest. As for Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei, they could only squat by the side. This young man is the young master of the Huo family in Kyoto, and is also known as the most outstanding figure of the younger generation in Kyoto, Huo Tianhao. Zhanghai is such a small place, and you can't even handle an employee at a courier station? You're such losers. Huo Tianhao was very unhappy. Kyoto already knows about what happened in Zhanghai. I can only say that the people below are not doing their job well. Song Shanha squatted in the corner, looking humble, and said, Master Hua, it's really not our fault. That kid has a strong backer, so it's hard to touch him. Even the 3 evil men, Gui Luosha, were killed by the Xiong family. It would be extremely difficult to touch Su Chen. Fuck you. You don't have the right to speak here, bah. Huo Tianhao was already angry, and he became even angrier when he heard what Song Shanha said. He sprayed the burning cigar directly on Song Shanha's old face, burning him so much that he cried out in pain. Huo Butian said hurriedly, Master, he is right. All our actions have been obstructed by the Xiong family. That's because you weren't decisive enough. If you had killed Su Chen before the Xiong family could react, no matter how strong their fighting spirit was, they wouldn't have dared to do anything. Huo Tianhao didn't hesitate at all. He stood up and said, let's take action tonight and kill that bastard Su Chen. Come with me to the Xiong family. I want to give them a warning. Times have changed. The Xiong family no longer has the final say in Kyoto. Let them think it over carefully. Say it, then turn around and go out. Soon, the group arrived at the Xiong family's villa in Zhanghai. Xiong Minghui also returned to Kyoto, leaving only Xiong Dashan at home. Xiong Dashan was also surprised to see Huo Tianhao coming to Zhanghai in person. It was not a good thing for this evil young man to come to Zhanghai. It was estimated that there would be turmoil during this period. It's Master Hua. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please take a seat. Someone, bring the tea. Although the Xiong family and the 4 major families do not get along, the window paper has not been broken, and Xiong Dashan still treats them with courtesy.
However, Hua Tianhao didn't take it seriously at all and said, "No need. It seems that Xiong Guotao and Xiong Minghui are not in Shanghai. Forget it, your status is not equal to mine, and you have no right to talk to me. I came here just to tell the Xiong family that what the Hua family wants to do will be done. Please be sensible and don't cause us trouble." After saying that, he threw the gift on the sofa and turned away. It looks like a home visit, but in fact it is just a warning to the Xiong family. Xiong Dashan immediately reported the news to Kyoto. On the other end of the phone, Xiong Guotao was also shocked when he heard the news. What on earth does the Hua family want to do? Xiong Guotao knew that the four major families had a purpose for every action they took, and their move into Shanghai was definitely not groundless. By the way, you said young Master Hua gave a gift, what was it? Xiong Dashan took it apart and looked at it with some confusion. He said, "It's a small roadblock fence." What does this mean? The meaning is very clear. This is a warning to our Xiong family not to become an obstacle in the way of the four major families. What an arrogant boy. He doesn't even take my Xiong family seriously. Xiong Guotao was rarely angry. After a long pause, he continued, "Notify Su Chen immediately and tell him to be extra careful. Hua Tianhao will definitely take action against him. Also, my Xiong family has been silent for a long time. It seems some people have forgotten how powerful we are. It's time to re-emerge." After hanging up the phone, Xiong Dashan didn't dare to delay and immediately sent a text message to Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen was busy cleaning the new room. As expected, Beihu Villa is known as a gathering place for wealthy people. The environment is quiet and very comfortable. Xiao Yana knew that Su Chen had also moved in, so she brought Su Xiaogui over to help clean. With men and women working together, the work is not tiring. With Su Xiaogui wagging his tail beside them and barking from time to time to add to the fun, the atmosphere is quite pleasant. Bite. While I was working, I received a text message on my phone. Su Chen took a look and his face changed involuntarily. Someone from the Hua family in Kyoto had come, and it seemed like they were going to do something big. "Brother Su Chen, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Yener noticed that his expression was not right and asked. Su Chen forced a smile and said, "It's okay with work. I'll deal with it tomorrow." He also vaguely felt that a shocking conspiracy was quietly approaching. Chapter 117 Vicious People. In the evening, the family had their first meal at Beihu Villa and had a great time. Xiao Yener and Su Xiaogui were also there, talking and laughing at the dinner table, just like a family. After dinner, Yi Yuqin and Su Tianan went out to play. Su Chen and Xiao Yener sat in the yard looking at the stars, while Su Xiaogui lay quietly in Xiao Yener's arms, listening to the conversation between the two masters. "Brother Su Chen, do you know that my Yunmeng group started out in the catering industry? Although we have expanded into a wider range of businesses, we have never forgotten our core business. Now that I have taken over the group, I am planning to vigorously develop the catering industry." Xiao Yener is planning her own grand goals. Su Chen didn't know much about business, so he asked, "That's a good idea. How do you plan to do it?" Xiao Yener said, "The Yunmeng Group has always been a giant in the Shanghai catering industry. I want to use this as a banner to build a chain brand, expanding beyond Shanghai and into the whole country. Not only will I operate directly, but I'll also invite industry insiders to join. However, I only have ideas, not a clear direction." She is just a girl in her 20s and has always been a flower in a greenhouse, but now she has to manage such a large enterprise and is under tremendous pressure. She has always thought that it would be great if she could find a capable husband to share the burden with her. And could this husband be Brother Su Chen? Thinking this in my heart, I couldn't help but burst out laughing, and my face turned red with embarrassment. Su Chen listened attentively, stroking his chin as he spoke. "Since you want to expand nationwide, relying solely on Shanghai's reputation is definitely not enough. I think you should first establish the reputation of Yunmeng Catering. You can invest your own money and create a program, inviting catering professionals from all over the country to compete, and then broadcast it on major media outlets." Brother Su Chen, you. Originally, Xiao Yener just wanted to talk about her inner troubles, but she didn't expect Su Chen to give her such a good idea. She hugged Su Chen excitedly and shouted happily, "Great, I have a direction, I finally know what to do. Brother Su Chen, you are so amazing, you solved my problem in just a few words." She had been confused about this matter, but Su Chen's words made her suddenly enlightened. Boo! Excited, Xiao Yener held Su Chen's face and kissed him hard. "Brother Su Chen, I'll rush back to the company to have a meeting and start the plan. I might be busy these next 2 days, so Su Xiaogui, please take care of her for me first. After receiving the instructions, Xiao Yenner was as happy as a child and couldn't wait to run back to the company to work overtime.
I glanced at the time and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening.
Su Xiaogui, you play at home first. I'm going to do something and buy you a toy when I come back.
Su Chen also planned to go out. It's time to settle some accounts.
Yes, it seems that his uncle, aunt, and family completely ignored his warning, and the 10 million has not been returned to this day.
Well, since you don't treat me as a human being, don't blame me for not treating you as relatives.
After saying that, he went out to get the car and drove the Porsche straight to Su Tianxi's house.
Beihu Villa also became quiet.
Only Su Xiaogui lay quietly on the sofa, waiting for his owner to come back.
However, the silence didn't last long when two brake sounds were suddenly heard outside.
I saw a Mercedes-Benz and a van parked outside the villa.
I never thought that this useless guy Su Chen actually bought a house in the most luxurious villa area in Shanghai. Damn it, even my Song family doesn't have the honor to live here.
The car door opened and Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei got out. At the same time, 8 burly, cold-faced men got out of the van. Each of them had an extraordinary aura and was obviously a man of great accomplishment. He was not from the Song family, but a master brought by Huo Tianhao from Kyoto. With these people around, Song Shanha gained confidence and directly led his men to Su Chen's house. Looking at the extremely luxurious villa, Lu Xiaomei was furious and cursed. This loser is so lucky to have climbed up the social ladder.
I really don't know if those people who helped this loser are all blind. At this moment, the villa was pitch black and it seemed that no one was home.
Master Song, we've searched everywhere, and no one's home.
The men walked around the villa and then retreated, but there was no one inside. Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei looked at each other. It was so unlucky that they hit an empty goal. Fuck you. Where did this dead dog come from? How dare you bite me? You beast. If I catch you, I'll skin you alive.
Suddenly, there was a burst of shouting and cursing from inside the villa.
Immediately afterwards, a little teddy ran out, followed by the Hua family's men chasing it fiercely. When Lu Xiaomei saw the dog, she gnashed her teeth in hatred and cursed, "This useless thing actually has the mind to keep a dog at home. I hate dogs the most. They are smelly, dirty, and shed hair." She remembered that she had told Su Chen before that she hated dogs, but she didn't expect Su Chen to raise a dog at home. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He started cursing, "You bunch of losers. You can't even catch a dog. What's the point of having you? You don't even dare to round it up."
In a rage, Lu Xiaomei came up with another idea.
"Since we came up empty-handed and failed to kill Su Chen's entire family, we might as well kill his dog, so that the trip wasn't in vain." Finally, Su Xiaogui was chased and blocked by a group of people and had no way to escape, so he was caught. "You little bastard, you look just like your bastard master. Just looking at you makes me angry." Lu Xiaomei walked over cursing. Tear.
She cruelly pulled out a bunch of hair from Su Xiaogui's body, causing Su Xiaogui to scream in pain.
Blood instantly dyed his body red. But this still wasn't enough to vent her anger. She then heard Lu Xiaomei scolding, "Now the quality of life is better, you live in a mansion and have pets, you live the life of the upper class, do you deserve it, a piece of trash like you?" After saying that, he snatched the knife from his subordinate, his eyes becoming more ferocious. Phew! With one cut, Su Xiaogui's stomach was torn open, blood flowed out, and his intestines fell out. "Hang this little bastard on a tree. After killing, the corpse must be whipped." The men obeyed the order, tied the dog with a rope and hung it on a big tree at the entrance of the villa. It was not until she saw Su Xiaogui's blood drained that Lu Xiaomei turned around with satisfaction and threw herself into Song Shanha's arms again. After doing this, everyone prepared to leave. Just as he took a step, Lu Xiaomei, with a coquettish look, pulled Song Shanha to her side and said coquettishly, "Dear, we brought so many people here, we can't just kill a dog, we won't be able to report to Master Hua like that. How about we set fire to this villa too? I really can't bear to see a loser like Su Chen living in such a nice house. How vicious. How insidious. Not only did they kill people as pets, they also burned people as houses." Lu Xiaomei has perfectly interpreted the 4 words as poisonous as snakes and scorpions. Little devil, you really have an idea. Why can't I think of it? Okay, then do as you say. When Song Shanha heard this, he thought it made sense and readily agreed, then gave a wink to his men. Then, the two of them left hugging each other. As soon as the car left, a raging fire broke out. The flame shot up into the sky, illuminating the dark night sky.
The fire quickly spread throughout the villa, burning down the neighboring building as well.
Chapter 118 Burning with Anger. Su Chen arrived at the door of his uncle and aunt's house. Before entering the door, I heard the family chatting animatedly inside. "Son, who was that girl in your car today? She's very beautiful." There was a hint of pride in Huang Lamei's tone. Then Su Gue said, "She's pretty, isn't she?"
"She's my girlfriend."
Su Tianci asked, "Girlfriend? Then who was that yesterday?"
"She's also my girlfriend."
"Now I drive a Rolls-Royce, a luxury car worth tens of millions.
Every day different women want to get in my car, so I give them the opportunity and have sex with them."
"Dad, you're old, you don't understand the lives of young people nowadays."
Su Gue was proud and boastful, and felt no shame about his extravagant and disorderly life. At the door, Su Chen happened to hear it and couldn't help but snort coldly, his heart full of contempt. She used his money to buy luxury cars and also used it to have affairs with other women.
The key is that Su Tianci and Huang Lamei don't think about education, but take pride in it. What an amazing family. Bang! Huang Lamei. Su Tianci. Su Gue. It's time to pay back the money. Su Chen could no longer tolerate this family and kicked the door open. The violent movement startled everyone in the room.
But when she saw that the person coming was Su Chen, Huang Lamei was no longer afraid. She scolded him with a look of disgust. "Su Chen, your parents didn't teach you to knock on the door, right?
You uneducated thing." These words undoubtedly added fuel to Su Chen's anger.
With a cold expression, he said, "Aunt, I warned you a few days ago.
Now the time has come. You should return the money you cheated my parents of." "Money? What money?" Huang Lamei glared at him and said unhappily, "We got this money from your parents with our own ability. Why should we pay it back? Besides, who are you? A junior, how dare you talk to your elders like this? Call your parents over. You have no right to talk to us." He. Su Chen sneered.
He was too disdainful to speak anymore, because there was no point in saying more to such a person.
Next second. Call.
The wind whistled past.
The Kongxiang Wuchen step suddenly came out and flashed in front of Su Gue in an instant. "Cousin, I'm sorry to have to put you in an awkward position." Su Chen's eyes were fierce and he had murderous intentions. "So what if they are relatives? The people I'm beating are my relatives." "Su Chen, you uneducated thing, you still want to challenge the elders?"
"I warn you, don't be presumptuous, otherwise I will make your parents' life miserable."
Huang Lamei firmly believed that this loser would not dare to do anything to them, and she still threatened them.
However, the more she spoke, the more Su Chen's anger grew, like a flood bursting through a dam, overflowing endlessly.
Bang!
He slapped Su Gue in the face, causing him to fly into the air, flip several times, and then fall to the ground. Both of his front teeth were knocked out and his mouth was full of blood.
"Oh! My dear son. Gue. Gue. How are you?"
"Su Chen, you bastard, he's your cousin."
It was not until this moment that Su Tianci and Huang Lamei felt panic. But it's too late.
Su Chen looked down at Su Gue lying on the ground, as if he were an ant, without any mercy, and said coldly, "So what if he is my cousin?"
"He is of the same generation as me. Since I can't touch my elders, I can only touch him. Don't you like to use your status as an elder to put pressure on me? Don't you always rely on the fact that they are my uncle and aunt to educate and insult me? Okay, if we can't hit our elders, then we can hit people of the same generation, right? Su Gue, if you want to blame someone, blame your parents, don't blame me." Bang! Su Chen didn't give them any chance to breathe.
He stepped forward and kicked Su Gue hard on the chest.
A muffled sound.
Su Gue's chest collapsed directly and 6 of his ribs were broken.
Puff!
He spat out a mouthful of blood, could no longer hold on, and fainted. Seeing such a tragic scene, Su Chen's long accumulated anger subsided a little.
In fact, it was not just Huang Lamei and Su Tianci who bullied their family.
Su Gue, as his cousin, also often bullied him since he was a child. Whenever there were new clothes or new shoes, Su Gue would always grab them and return them when they were dirty. Similarly, toys and game consoles have been bullied a lot. Uncle, aunt, listen carefully.
Kind people don't necessarily get bullied.
My parents have done their best for you, so please don't try to harm them. I don't want these 10 million.
Keep it for Su Gui's medical expenses.
The injury is so serious that if he doesn't die, he will be disabled. This money is just enough for me to live on for the rest of my life." After saying that, Su Chen didn't bother to pay attention to Huan Lame and Su Tianxi, who were screaming in pain, and turned and left. There is no sympathy, no pity, not even a hint of shame. It's all my uncle, aunt, and family's fault that we've ended up like this today.
It's late at night. Portia, driving on the way back to Beihu Villa. Su Chen was in a good mood.
He had finally taught Huang Lame and Su Tianxi a good lesson and vented his parents' anger. I believe that my uncle and aunt will not dare to make things difficult for them anymore. Buzz. Buzz. But at this moment, the cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Xiao Yenner calling.
"Hey, Yenner, are you home from work?
I came out to do something and I'm on my way home now.
I'll be there soon."
I thought it was just a symbolic call to ask. But he had just finished speaking when Xiao Yenner's crying voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Su Chen, where have you been? Our house was set on fire.
Both buildings were burned down.
Su Xiaogui is also dead."
"Whoa, Brother Su Chen, why haven't you come back yet?"
"What?"
Crunch. Su Chen's heart trembled and he slammed on the brakes.
The tires made a sharp, screeching sound and stopped in the middle of the road.
The house burned down. Su Xiaogui is dead too.
It was as if a thunderclap rang out in his mind, and he was unable to accept it for a moment.
Who did this? Who has the guts to do such a cruel thing? Su Xiaogui. Su Xiaogui.
He clenched his fists so tightly, and because he was so angry, his nails dug deep into his flesh, causing blood to flow. Looking back on the past 2 days, Su Xiaogui spent a lot of happy time with him and Xiao Yenner. What kind of perverted person could have the heart to kill such a cute little dog?
"Yenner, calm down. Don't worry. I'll be there soon. By the way, how are my parents?"
He calmed himself down and tried his best to remain calm.
Xiao Yenner cried and said, "Uncle and aunt are fine.
They happened to be dancing in the park and avoided the fire. It's just that when they came back and saw the house burned down, they couldn't accept it for a while and fainted."
"Okay, you take care of them for me. I'll be there in 5 minutes at most."
The phone was hung up.
Su Chen restarted the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove straight to Beihu Villa at high speed.
Chapter 119 I want to exterminate the Song family.
Finally returned to Beihu Villa.
The scene was already in a mess. The fire was still burning and could not be put out at all.
The sky was full of black smoke and it was a horrible sight. The villa was surrounded by people who were watching the fun. Xiao Yenner stayed beside the unconscious Su Tian'an and Yi Yuqin, crying bitterly and heartbroken. "Yenner! Yenner!" Su Chen rushed out from the crowd. "How are you? Are you okay?" Xiao Yenner choked up and said, "Brother Su Chen, I'm fine.
I just got back, but Su Xiaogui." Halfway through her words, she burst into tears again.
"Yenner, I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's all my fault."
A feeling of guilt welled up in my heart.
Looking at Xiao Yenner's heartbroken expression, Su Chen almost burst into tears.
This matter was all his fault. He had clearly promised to take good care of Su Xiaogui, but he left Su Xiaogui alone at home. Xiao Yenner sobbed, pointed to a tree not far away, and said, "Brother Su Chen, Su Xiaogui has been hung up.
I can't bear to watch. Can you take it down and bury it properly?" "Hanged up." Su Chen looked over hurriedly and was so angry that his blood began to boil.
Su Xiaogui's stomach had been ripped open, his intestines were hanging out, his limbs were tied with ropes, and he was hanging on the tree like a big character.
Fuck. 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 Fuck.
The anger in Su Chen's heart has reached its peak.
Hatred. Hate it. Soaring hatred.
I hate it so much that my body is shaking, I hate it so much that my teeth are biting.
Don't let me find out who did it, or I'll wipe out his entire clan.
He suppressed his emotions and walked over to put Su Xiaogui down.
After the examination, I felt even more sad.
He was still alive and kicking before he passed away, but in just over an hour, he had no vital signs at all and could not be saved.
Even though he continued to inject vitality into Su Xiaogui's body, it was useless. If I can't even protect a pet, how can I really protect the people around me?
At this moment, Su Chen felt unprecedented frustration and powerlessness.
He couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into tears.
Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad.
Xiao Yener looked at Su Xiaogui's tragic death and almost collapsed emotionally. She couldn't breathe and fainted. Su Chen's face was extremely gloomy.
He immediately pulled the property manager out from the crowd and asked, "Bring me all the surveillance footage.
I want to know who did this."
The murderous aura is so strong that it makes people's hair stand on end. Within a radius of 100 meters, the temperature suddenly became cold. The property manager was so frightened that he almost lost his soul.
He said tremblingly, "I checked. All the surveillance cameras in this area have been destroyed."
The security guard at the door was also knocked unconscious.
He didn't even see who it was. Click. Click.
Hearing this, Su Chen's clenched fists made a sound of bones rubbing against each other.
Okay, I understand.
It is obvious that the other party came prepared. He already had several candidates in mind. Then, a call was made to Long Xiaotian, "Brother Long, please help me check all the surveillance footage of the roads around Beihu Villa in the past few hours to see if there are any suspicious vehicles or people passing by. The surveillance within the villa has been destroyed, so let us investigate further."
Even a mosquito can't fly away.
Long Xiaotian immediately launched an investigation, and within 10 minutes he called back, "Brother Su, I've found out.
The Song family's car was seen nearby over an hour ago, with Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei in it." Boom! At this moment, Su Chen's rage could no longer be suppressed, erupting like a volcano. Roar!
A powerful gust of air rushed out from his body, carrying a strong murderous aura, and materialized into a blood-red flying dragon, roaring and soaring out, like an overwhelming force, knocking all the onlookers around to the ground.
Lu Xiaomei. Song Shanha. It's you again. Ah! These two bastards are haunting us. Time and again, they do these sinister things behind the scenes. This time they even burned down his new home and killed his beloved pet. Good. 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 Very good. The time has come to settle the accounts between us.
When the three evil ghosts, Rakshasa, kidnapped Gao Shihan, Su Chen swore that it would be the last time he would endure.
This time, he would make the Song family pay the price in blood.
Then he instructed the property manager, "Take my parents and Yener to the property lounge and take good care of them.
I'll be back soon." After saying that, he resolutely turned around and left. He is going to the Song family. It's time to settle all the new and old grudges. Buzz. Buzz. However, the car had just started when the phone rang. It was Lu Ming who called, extremely anxious. He said, "Boy, I've heard about it. No one can stand such a thing. I've already contacted Mr. Xiong, and he's already said he'll seek justice for you. Don't be impulsive. Master, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Just pretend you don't have me as your disciple." This time, no one could stop it. Not to mention the master, even the Jade Emperor couldn't stop him. Lu Ming smacked his lips and cursed, "Boy, don't you understand what I'm saying? The reason the Song family is so bold must be because of the Hua family's instructions. If you do something impulsive, the situation will collapse and it is very likely to trigger a war between the families. Do you understand?" As things have developed to this point, the situation has become very clear. The reason why the four major families are trying to win over all the people in Shanghai who have grudges against Su Chen is to force Su Chen to take action. Once Su Chen fires the first shot, the four major families will take the opportunity to attack, and by then the Xiong family will inevitably be dragged into it, and this is the ultimate goal of the four major families. Use Su Chen to check and balance the Xiong family. Master, please forgive me for being unfilial. This time, I will definitely go against your wishes. Kid, listen to me first. I won't talk about the overall situation for now, but you've been blinded by hatred. If you go to the Song family now, you're bound to fall into a trap. What if you can't come back? If you can't come back, then don't come back. Beep beep beep. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He wanted to go to the Song family, massacre the entire Song family, kill everyone in the Song family, chop off the heads of Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei and hang them on a tree. No one can stop it. Even if it was a trap, even if he died, he would take two people with him. Song Shanha. Lu Xiaomei. Just wait for me. With a low voice, murderous aura swept over. He was angry. Completely angry. The blood-red dragon surrounding him was also ignited by his rage, and let out a terrifying roar, shocking the heavens and the earth. Chapter 120 Shameless Hua Tianhao. Now. Song family villa.
They burned down Su Chen's house and killed his dog, which made everyone very happy. Lu Xiaomei and Song Shanhe were extremely happy and lay on the sofa, loving each other.
My dear, what do you think that loser Su Chen felt when he returned home? I guess he will cry, and cry ugly, ha ha ha.
The two looked at each other and laughed.
Finally, Su Chen can be made to suffer unbearable pain.
At this moment, Lu Xiaomei suddenly thought of something and said, "All right, dear, we have to make arrangements quickly. I think that useless guy will definitely come back to cause trouble. Then we can kill him and send him down to reunite with his dog." Song Shanhe waved his hand, looking fearless, and said, "No need, young Master Hui is here now, so we are not afraid even if Su Chen comes."
Huo Tianhao was hailed as a genius in Kyoto.
At such a young age, he has an amazing level of cultivation and is a leader among the younger generation of the time.
Why would he be afraid of a young boy like Su Chen?
When Lu Xiaomei heard this, a strange light flashed in her eyes. This young Master Hui is really young, rich, handsome, and capable. It would be a pity if such a good man didn't have a woman by his side. Thinking of this, she suddenly had some ideas in her mind.
Bang!
Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside. This was followed by the screams of the Song family's men.
What's going on? Song Shanhe stood up and hurried to the door.
Just then, he saw one of his men's heads being chopped off and rolling to the ground. The yard is full of blood. The murderer stood in the yard like a devil.
It's Su Chen. Ah! Su Chen! Song Shanhe was shocked.
He was so surprised that he came right after he mentioned Chow Chow. "Boy, you are so bold that you dare to come here."
"It's just right. I was thinking of looking for you."
"There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in. I hit an empty goal before and couldn't find you, but now you've delivered your head here yourself." Su Chen's eyes were cold as he slowly walked into the living room. After a quick glance around, his gaze immediately fell on Lu Xiaomei, who was sitting on the sofa.
He said coldly, "Good. Very good. Everything is here. These two dogs must die today."
When Lu Xiaomei saw Su Chen coming, she immediately showed disgust on her face and said, "Hey, you useless thing, you're here again.
What's the matter? Did your house burn down and you're homeless?
Let me tell you, this is not a charity and we don't take in stray dogs."
"Oh, and speaking of dogs, did you raise a little teddy?"
"It's quite cute, but it followed the wrong owner and ended up with a tragic death." She scoffed, her tone full of sarcasm. Every word was like a sharp knife, stabbing Su Chen's most sensitive point. It also made the anger that was already burning in Su Chen's heart even more intense.
Court death.
Su Chen's eyes became increasingly cold, his murderous intent no longer restrained. He raised his hand and prepared to blow Lu Xiaomei's head off with a false finger. However, just as he was about to make a move, a scolding voice was heard.
"You little brat, you dare to come here and cause trouble? Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? I'll kill you."
The voice was old and as loud as thunder. Immediately afterwards, Huo Butian jumped down from the second floor and suddenly slapped Su Chen on the head.
The top of the head is a vital point. Once hit, the person will surely die. However, Su Chen is no longer the same person he was before.
After breaking through to the perception realm, he absorbed the cultivation of the three evil ghosts, Rakshasa, and has reached the third stage of the perception realm.
He is not afraid of even Huo Butian's full-strength palm.
He reacted quickly, immediately turned his fingers and attacked upwards.
Bang!
The fingers and palms collided with each other, creating a huge wave of air that swept across.
Thump! 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 Huo Butian obviously fell down and was shocked to retreat repeatedly. When he looked up again, he couldn't help but be shocked. Ah! Perception realm. Third stage. How did you break through? How is this possible?
The last time we met, we were only at the initial stage of acquaintance, yet in just a few days, he had already reached the third stage of the perception realm.
In this world, is there anyone who can cultivate so fast?
Old bastard, since you're here too, I'll settle the score with you.
Su Chen would not waste his time talking to him, and instantly appeared in front of Huo Butian with the Kongshan Wuchenbu step.
Then he formed his hands into claws and clamped them tightly on Huo Butian's shoulder blades.
Tear!
Huo Butian felt pain and immediately tried to break free and retreat, but what happened next made him question his life.
What's going on? Why is my true energy constantly being lost?
It's over, I have no strength left. an extremely mysterious scene appeared. Huobutian only felt his body going limp, and the true energy in his dantian was flowing out bit by bit and gradually disappearing. Seeing the cyclone around Suchen gathering more and more, he suddenly understood. Boy, are you absorbing my true energy? At this moment, Huobutian was stunned. What kind of weird martial arts is this? I have never seen it before. Old bastard, I'm going to kill you first, and then I'll send Lu Xiaomei and Song Shanhe down to be buried with you. Suchen shouted loudly, and the anger he had accumulated over the past few days completely erupted at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Xu Wang aimed his finger at Huobutian's face, ready to kill him from this world. But suddenly, something unexpected happened. Then another black shadow flew down from the second floor silently and suddenly slapped Su Chen on the head. Bang! Su Chen's attention was all on Huobutian at the moment, and he never thought that there was an ambush on the second floor. He didn't even have time to use Dozhuan Xingyi and was hit hard. He suddenly felt his head go dark, the world was spinning, and he almost stumbled and fell. When he looked closely, he saw a young man about his age standing in front of him. But after this one glance, the blood flowing from his head blurred his vision. He couldn't even see the person clearly, let alone have the strength to fight. Boy, you are Su Chen, right? I have heard a lot about you and have wanted to meet you for a long time. However, meeting you is not as good as hearing about you. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you were just a worthless waste. Huo Tianhao succeeded in the sneak attack and did not forget to make a few sarcastic remarks. It is despicable, but this has always been the Huo family's usual tactic. Su Chen shook the blood off his face, and the vitality in his body reached its maximum in this life, and he could barely stand still. He was unwilling to accept this and gritted his teeth. When he heard Huo Tianhao's ridicule of him, he became even more furious. Gradually, as his anger grew stronger, a layer of red mist began to fill the villa, carrying a strong smell of blood. In this scarlet color, there is a giant red dragon, flying in the air, appearing and disappearing. This kid is so weird. Huo Tianhao also felt something was wrong. Not to mention the abnormal skill of absorbing other people's true energy. Now that he was hit by a palm in the death gate, he didn't die and could still stand steadily. You know, he is a master of the third stage of the realm of no confusion. What is the state of no confusion? That was a realm beyond the realm of perception. In other words, Huo Tianhao's cultivation was 10 levels higher than Su Chen's. 10 levels. Even with a full-strength palm strike that hit the opponent's death point, he still couldn't kill him. Such an incredible vitality is simply too monstrous. Chapter 121, Raging Waves. Before Huo Tianhao came to Zhonghai, he had heard that Su Chen was a monster. At first he didn't believe it, but now he saw it with his own eyes. This kid will definitely cause trouble if we keep him. Let's go together and kill him. He immediately gave instructions to Huobutian, asking them to work together to completely eliminate Su Chen here and there to avoid any further complications. Huobutian understood and raised his fist, ready to attack. Da! 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 However, at this critical moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps was heard outside. Huo Tianhao, Huobutian, you two are in such a refined mood, actually in the mood to exchange martial arts with my distinguished guest from the Xiong family. As the voice sounded, people appeared, and Xiong Guotao came with Xiong Minghui, Xiong Dashan, and many of the Xiong family's men. Lu Ming was also traveling with them. Huo Tianhao narrowed his eyes and said, Mr. Xiong, you are here too? This is a bit surprising. Just for a mere Su Chen, Xiong Guotao actually ran back and forth between Zhonghai and Kyoto. Mr. Xiong, Brother Xiong, Master. Su Chen greeted him, and after a short rest, his eyes became clear again and he felt refreshed. This sentence shocked Huo Tianhao again. What's going on? This guy recovered so quickly? How could this happen? Old man Xiong and the other two nodded in response, indicating that Su Chen didn't need to worry. With them around, the Huo family and the Song family wouldn't dare to act rashly. Ever since Xiong Guotao knew that Huo Tianhao came to Zhonghai, he immediately set off to rush here. Just as he expected, he attacked Su Chen again. Master Hua, there's no need to involve an outsider in our family's affairs. Give me some face and let's end it here today. How could Xiong Guotao not know the Hua family's conspiracy? He just wants to use Su Chen to drag the Xiong family into trouble. Huo Tianhao snorted coldly and replied, Mr. Xiong, please understand that it was Su Chen who came to the Song family to cause trouble. The body in the yard is the evidence. I was staying here as a guest and happened to run into him, so I had to intervene. Don't think that you can settle the matter with just a few words.
Anyway, this kid must pay the price. Master Hua, you are so arrogant. Xiong Minghui couldn't help but said, don't think we don't know.
The Song family set fire to his house and killed his pets.
There are reasons for this.
Any man with blood should come here, so all those Song family men in the yard deserve to die. Besides, Master Hua is not a guest here. It seems that he has been waiting for Su Chen to come here for a long time.
It's just a house and an animal. How much can they be worth?
If they're gone, they're gone.
We can just compensate them. But there are several lives in the yard. That can't be measured in money.
Before Hua Tianhao could speak again, Lu Xiaomei stood up and spoke. When it comes to sophistry, Lu Xiaomei is no slouch.
Su Chen, that useless bastard, must be killed.
And we are willing to pay him 100 million yuan in compensation and build a large bluestone tomb for his dog.
That's pretty generous, isn't it? When Su Chen heard this, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. It's this stinky woman again. It's so disgusting.
Xiong Minghui's face was extremely serious.
It seems that you are not going to let Su Chen go today, right? Even if my Xiong family intervenes.
Today they had to protect Su Chen at all costs, even if it meant going to war with the Hua family. However, before Hua Tianhao could speak, Su Chen spoke first. This matter was caused by me. There is no need to escalate it to a feud between the Xiong and Hua families. Su Chen didn't want to drag the Xiong family into trouble because of himself, and he had already thought of a way to retaliate. This time, he must make the Song family and Lu Xiaomei pay the price.
Song Shanha, Lu Xiaomei, listen up, you too.
I will soon make you pay back what you owe me 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. His tone was filled with solemnity. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave.
There are too many people around now, so it's not the right time for him to take action. He can only wait until tonight when it's quiet and no one is around to do it again. Boy, you can't just come and go here as you please. Now that you're here, leave your life behind.
However, Hua Tianhao would not let Su Chen go easily. He took a step forward, gathered his true energy into his fist, and smashed it forward. This time, Su Chen must be beaten to death.
Next second. Then let's see if you have the ability. Su Chen couldn't bear it any longer, so he secretly activated the dragon's true energy, turned around and threw a punch. Roar! Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar resounded in all directions. A giant green dragon visible to the naked eye took off and roared with the wind of fists. Bang! The two fists collided, causing a powerful gust of wind to sweep and whistle in all directions. Snap! 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 The window glass of the entire villa, the wine bottles in the wine cabinet, and even the porcelain bowls in the kitchen were all shattered by this violent turbulence. Ah! This brat! Hasn't he already? Hua Tianhao couldn't help but be shocked. I had clearly severely injured this kid just now. How could he still swing such a powerful punch? Also, what about this blue dragon that can be seen with the naked eye? He is clearly only at the perception realm, so why can he withstand a full-strength attack from the third stage of the unconfused realm? Impossible. Impossible. Hua Tianhao was extremely shocked and at the same time had too many doubts in his heart. He couldn't understand and couldn't figure out what kind of monster this kid Su Chen was. Divine Dragon Qi. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. He had previously felt that there was a very powerful and violent force in Su Chen's body. Now it seemed that it was indeed the Divine Dragon's true energy. But the Divine Dragon Qi is a move that only the Dragon Lord, known as the Eastern Divine Dragon, can use. How could this brat know it? Master! Mr. Hua! When the fist wind dissipated, Hua Badian and Lu Xiaomei were worried about Hua Tianhao's safety and rushed forward hurriedly. Hua Tianhao looked unwilling, staring at Su Chen with murderous eyes, and said fiercely, "Boy, remember this, the person you hurt today is the young master of the Hua family in Kyoto." Yes. He is injured. Xia Hu but document anti-piracy book finding robot, just choose it, it's safe and reliable. Even with the cultivation level of the third stage of the unconfused realm, he was unable to kill a mere trash in the perception realm after attacking with all his strength. Instead, he suffered some minor injuries. At this moment, Hua Tianhao's blood and qi were disordered, and his true energy was running wildly in his meridians, making it difficult for him to exert his full strength. On the other hand, Su Chen remained calm and unharmed. If this gets out, I'm afraid it will shock the world. The young master of the Hua family, known as the #1 martial arts genius in Kyoto,
was actually defeated by a young boy in the perception realm in Zhonghai. Su Chen's eyes were cold as he looked around the living room, remembering the faces of Hua Tianhao, Hua Budian, Song Shanha, Lu Xiaomei, and others one by one, and then he said, "Hua family, I, Su Chen, will settle the matter with you sooner or later. As for Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei, listen to me now. Tomorrow, wear mourning clothes and come to the cemetery. Kowtow to Su Xiaogui and keep vigil for 7 days. Then I will consider allowing you to live a little longer." After saying that, he turned and left. These words were full of dominance and revealed a kingly demeanor, unstoppable. This time, no one dared to stop me. Snort! Xiao Minghui snorted coldly, glanced coldly at the people from the Song and Hua families, then turned and left. Lu Ming also left. The atmosphere in the living room was a little solemn. After they left, Hua Budian looked at Hua Tianhao and said doubtfully, "Master, there seems to be something strange about Su Chen. It's not just weird, it's even spooky. He has only the cultivation level of the perception realm, but he can fight across levels. Furthermore, when the giant blue dragon emerged, its power was several times greater than before, and it was even able to rival the third stage of the unconfused realm. This situation has never been seen before." Even Hua Budian began to doubt his own understanding. Hua Tianhao remained silent in the face of the question, his expression extremely grim. This was the first time in his life that he had been humiliated. What was most unbearable to him was that the person who had humiliated him was a worthless person with only the perception realm cultivation level. "Hubby, did you hear that? That loser wants us to wear mourning clothes and keep vigil for his dog for 7 days tomorrow." At this time, Lu Xiaomei threw herself into Song Shanha's arms and said coquettishly. Chapter 122 Su Xiaogui is back. Going to a dog's wake? Still need to wear mourning clothes? What do you think my Song family is? Song Shanha smiled disdainfully. Now that he had the Hua family's support, he felt safe and secure. He said casually, "Don't pay any attention to it." Lu Xiaomei shook her head and said, "Hubby, I think we should go, but not to observe mourning, but to celebrate. Why not put up lights and send a drum and music band to celebrate, with gongs and drums, what do you think? The death of Su Chen's useless dog is a good thing for them, they should be happy." Upon hearing this, Song Shanha burst into laughter and said, "You're so clever. You always come up with such great ideas. Okay, then I'll do as you say. Prepare a drum band and bring some firecrackers for a lively celebration. I guess Su Chen will be so angry that he will vomit blood when he sees the drum band. As long as I can discuss Su Chen, it will be a great pleasure. Hubby, I can come up with this idea only because you support me, so this is all thanks to you." Lu Xiaomei snuggled in Song Shanha's arms and acted coquettishly. Seeing this scene, Hua Tianhao, who was standing by, felt a little uncomfortable and his face turned a little ugly. Lu Xiaomei noticed Hua Tianhao's expression, a charming light flashed in her eyes, she stuck out her tongue and hooked it, deliberately teasing him, then opened her mouth and said silently, "I'll go to your room to find you later." Hua Tianhao was teased by this charming woman until his mouth was dry. He immediately understood what she meant, and the gloom in his heart was swept away. "Now. On the road. You little bastard. You little bastard." After leaving the Song family, Lu Ming and Xiong Minghui prepared to go back, but just when they were getting the car, Su Chen suddenly fainted on the road without any warning. Lu Ming rushed over to check and was secretly shocked. The meridians are damaged. Such a serious injury. This was the first time he saw Su Chen suffer such a fatal injury. Even the veins of the gods suffered such injuries. Could it be the punch that Hua Tianhao threw just now? Xiong Minghui suddenly realized and said, after all, Hua Tianhao is the leader among the younger generation in Kyoto, a genius in the world, and has an astonishing cultivation level of the third stage of the unconfused realm. It's a miracle that Su Chen was able to gain the upper hand just now. It was indeed a win, but it was a win at the cost of one's life. If Su Chen did not have the vitality and the protective qi, he would have collapsed long ago. Send him back first, I'll treat him slowly. This place is still within the territory of the Song family. Lu Ming knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long, so he immediately took Su Chen back to Beihu Villa. At this moment, the property manager had already arranged Xiao Yener and Su Chen's parents to move into another villa. Under Lu Ming's careful treatment, Su Chen finally woke up, and fortunately he was not seriously injured. "You're pushing yourself too hard, little brat." Lu Ming looked at this disappointing apprentice and criticized him. A bitter look appeared on Su Chen's lips, and he said, "Master, I have no other choice.
Do you think the Huat and Song families will let me leave so easily?
Under the circumstances at that time, if he did not show enough dominance, he would not be able to control the situation. It turned out he was right. When he finally left, no one dared to stop him. However, he will remember what happened tonight, and sooner or later he will settle the accounts with Hua Tianhao and Hua Badian.
By the way, Brother Xiong, what is the origin of the Hua family?
At this time, Su Chen had a question. Xiong Minghui explained, it is one of the 4 major families in Kyoto and the sworn enemy of my Xiong family. I have received news that the Hua family has colluded with the Song family. This time I came to Shanghai to help the Song family deal with you, and at the same time, I want to use this to check and balance my Xiong family.
The forces in Kyoto are quite complex.
The Xiong family is the most powerful because it has the support of the military and political circles, but it is not completely without rivals. As they were talking, the property manager walked in and said to Xiao Yenner, who was still crying beside her, "Miss, the dead cannot be resurrected.
Please accept my condolences.
I have dug a hole on the hillside with the best view in the villa area for Su Xiaogui to be buried." When Su Xiaogui was mentioned, Xiao Yenner cried even harder, and her tears fell like pearls from a broken string. The more sad and upset she was, the worse Su Chen felt. He had originally wanted to seek revenge on the Song family, but instead he was humiliated and came back with injuries all over his body.
"You little bastard, you're going into a dangerous place all by yourself just for a dog. Have you ever thought about the consequences?"
Lu Ming cursed bitterly, still angry about Su Chen hanging up on him and not listening to his advice. But then he changed the subject and said, "Besides, your dog died, why didn't you tell me earlier?
It's not like it can't be saved."
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone focused their attention.
Xiao Yenner also stopped crying and said in surprise, "Dr. Lu, can Su Xiaogui be saved?"
Lu Ming looked like a hermit and said, "Of course."
Su Chen found it incredible and said, "Master, are you kidding me?" Su Xiaogui's stomach was ripped open, his blood was drained, and he had no breath.
Even his life force was useless.
How could he be saved? Bang!
Lu Ming finally found his chance and slapped him, cursing, "When have I ever teased you, you little bastard, you deserve a beating."
Su Chen covered his red face and said, "Master, since you can save me, why don't you do it quickly? When did I ever say I had this ability?"
"Ah. I can't save him, but you can."
"What? Me?"
Lu Ming's words left Su Chen completely confused. If the vitality force is useless, then the Tianshu 9 needles will be even more useless. Seeing the mysterious look on his master's face, Su Chen asked tentatively, "Master, please stop keeping me in suspense.
What is the method? Tell me."
Lu Ming turned around and said, "The rest of you stay here.
Come with me, little brat, to rescue your dog. This is a confidential matter and cannot be known to too many people."
Su Chen looked at Xiao Yenner, signaling her not to worry, that he would definitely find a way to save Su Xiaogui, then stood up and followed him. Coming to Su Xiaogui's body, Lu Ming examined it and said with relief, "Fortunately, it's intact.
There's no major problem."
After saying that, he stuffed the intestines and internal organs back in, took out the needle and thread and sutured the wound. After doing all this, he said again, "Stinky boy, it's your turn next. If you want to see your dog again, drop a drop of your blood into its mouth."
"Essence and blood?"
Su Chen was puzzled. "Yes, gather all the spiritual essence of your body into your blood to revitalize it."
"Okay, I'll try."
Su Chen seemed to understand but not quite, so he could only secretly open his eyes of clairvoyance and look inward. He found that the blood flowing near his heart was indeed full of spiritual energy, so he used the great shift of the universe to move the blood to his fingertips, then cut his finger and dripped the blood into Su Xiaogui's mouth. Then, a miracle happened. Under his observation with his X-ray eyes, after the essence and blood entered Su Xiaogui's body, they began to constantly split and regenerate in the meridians and blood vessels, gradually spreading from the original drop to the entire body. The originally dried blood vessels also produced blood again, and this blood was full of vitality, nourishing and healing, and even the sutured incisions disappeared.
Woof! Woof! Woof!
A burst of excited puppy barking was heard. Su Xiaogui really came back to life. It seemed to know that it was Su Chen who saved it. It jumped up suddenly and knocked Su Chen to the ground, licking his face continuously.
Su Chen was shocked by the amazing strength.
It was just a puppy, but it was as strong as an ox. It seemed that after getting a drop of his blood, Su Xiaogui also had some inexplicable changes.
"Ah, Su Xiaogui, that's great, you're really alive, that's great." Su Chen was also extremely happy.
But before he could be happy for long, he suddenly felt his vision go dark, as if he was too exhausted, and then he fainted and lost consciousness.
Chapter 123 Su Chen's plan. Woof! Woof! Woof!
There was a sound of dogs barking in my ears.
Su Chen woke up in a daze, feeling unprecedentedly tired. It's like being seriously ill. What's going on?
He touched his dizzy head and tried to use the power of vitality to heal his body and mind, but it was of no avail.
After sitting for 20 minutes, I finally felt a little better. Brother Su Chen, thank you for letting Su Xiaogui come back to me.
Beside the bed, Xiao Yener hugged Su Xiaogui, who had been rescued, tears of gratitude streaming down her face.
Thank you for nothing. It's what I should do.
Seeing Su Xiaogui's lively and cheerful appearance, Su Chen knew that what had just happened was not a dream. He really used his essence and blood to bring Su Xiaogui back to life.
Then, he looked at Lu Ming and asked, Master, what's wrong with me? Why can't I use my strength?
Lu Ming casually replied, excessive loss of energy and blood, but it's not a big deal. It will probably shorten your lifespan by 10 years at most.
Damn it!
10 years of life lost.
Su Chen jumped up from the bed. Master, are you teasing me again? Tisk, I'm too lazy to explain to you. Have a good rest. Your master is leaving. Lu understood what he meant and said nothing more.
Then he followed Xiong Minghui away.
In fact, essence and blood are extraordinary.
They are the essence of a cultivator.
1 drop of essence and blood is equivalent to 10 years of life.
In other words, Su Chen used 10 years of his own life to save Su Xiaogui. But what surprised Lu Ming was that if an ordinary cultivator lost a drop of essence and blood, he would have to rest for at least half a year, and his cultivation would be greatly reduced. However, Su Chen woke up after only sleeping for more than 10 minutes, and his symptoms were only fatigue and weakness, and there were no serious symptoms. From this we can see how amazing Su Chen's physical fitness is. Watched the master leave.
Su Chen took a look at the temporary villa and was still angry.
Although the Beihu Villa district is the Xiao family's property and they can live in any building they want, the one they lived in before was the first house in his life, and it also carried many memories between him and Xiao Yener. Now that his house has been burned down by the Song family, he can't possibly accept this.
Song Shanha.
Just wait. Just now at the Song family, he had already thought of another way to take revenge. Then he gave a few instructions to the property manager, asking him to take good care of Xiao Yener and his parents, and said that he was going out to do something and would be back soon.
After giving the instructions, he got up and went out. Good. He wants to break into the Song family again. Even if it is a dangerous place, he will still go in. You little brat, I knew you wouldn't give up so easily. However, just as he walked to the car, Lu Ming's voice came from the dark corner. Su Chen turned around and saw Lu Ming walking towards him with a serious face. Master, you haven't left yet. If I leave, who will stop you?
Lu Ming was so smart that he had seen through Su Chen's thoughts long ago, so after sending Xiong Minghui away, he returned here to wait.
I guessed it right.
Su Chen gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Master, I am unwilling to accept this matter. I must make the Song family pay the price. Before Song Shanha and Lu Xiaomei planned to kidnap Gao Shirhan and destroy her appearance, he swore that would be the last time he would tolerate it. Now they have burned down his house and killed his dog. Under all the hatred, his anger is about to ignite his body. If he doesn't take revenge, he will feel worse than death.
I won't stop you, but you have to tell me what you are going to do.
But at this moment, Lu Ming said something shocking.
Su Chen's eyes flashed, a little surprised. Master, you.
It was not until this moment that he realized that his master was simply worried about his safety. He smiled knowingly and said, Now that the Hua family has colluded with the Song family, I can't attack them directly, but I can do some despicable things.
Su Chen has never said that he is a gentleman.
Besides, there is no need to use gentlemanly means to deal with scum like the Song family.
Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. You mean? Master, the Tai Shang Wu Ji you taught me contains 3 fatal acupuncture points.
As long as the force of the needle is well controlled, it can cause people to suffer excruciating pain and die after suffering life and death torture for up to 3 months. I know the overall situation. Song Shanha cannot die yet, but the Song family still has a disabled young master, Song Zijian. There was a sinister glint in Su Chen's eyes, and a hint of coldness in his words. At this moment, he was like a god of death who controlled the lives of others and played with people's lives in the palm of his hand.
You little brat. You. Lu Ming's expression changed and he was shocked. So scary. It turns out that this brat has such a terrifying side. Moreover, Taishang Wuji is the most difficult medical book in the Immortal Doctor sect, which is several times more difficult than Tian Shu Jiuzhen. This brat can actually apply this medical skill flexibly to kill people, which shows that his talent is amazing. Good. Very good. Since you understand the overall situation, I will not stop you. Go early and come back early. Be careful and don't let anyone find out. Lu Ming was extremely relieved. Men, that's how it should be. A man is brave, full of anger, will repay kindness and revenge, dares to think and do. This is what a man does. The growth of this apprentice far exceeded his expectations. If this continues, it won't be long before he can entrust all his missions to Su Chen. Thank you, master. Su Chen was very happy to have his master's understanding. After bidding farewell to Lu Ming, he drove his Porsche straight to the Song family. Tonight is destined to be a long night. So much happened. It's already late at night. Now. Song family villa. It was pitch black. Su Chen parked the car far away and walked to the side of the villa wall. Under the observation of the X-ray vision, he easily avoided all guards and surveillance and sneaked in. He quietly came to Song Zijian's bedroom. At this moment, Song Zijian was still unconscious. Mr. Song, we meet again. Looking back on the past, young Master Song blackmailed him, insulted him, beat up his parents, and repeatedly caused trouble for him. These things were still vivid in his mind, as if they happened just yesterday. You certainly never imagined that the person you once bullied would one day take your life. Su Chen smiled, a smile that was a little bitter. Everything started with Song Zijian. Now I'm finally going to put an end to him. After saying that, he flipped his palm and took out 3 silver needles, and then used the special technique of Tianshu 9 needles to pierce 3 vital points of Song Zijian's body. The force, depth, and degree of pinching and rotation of the needle are all precisely controlled to ensure that the onset of symptoms is delayed. After doing all this, Su Chen smiled with satisfaction and turned around to leave. But suddenly, there was a faint sound of footsteps in the corridor. He hurriedly used his X-ray vision to look outside, and saw Lu Xiaomei wrapped in a bath towel, her body still wet, walking towards him with her hips swaying. Chapter 124 A large prairie. When he saw Lu Xiaomei again, a hint of murderous intent suddenly appeared in Su Chen's eyes. But he held back. Because Lu Xiaomei didn't come here, but opened the door of the bedroom next door. In the next room, Hua Tianhao was tossing and turning in bed impatiently. Seeing Lu Xiaomei coming in wrapped in a bath towel, Hua Tianhao's mouth was watering. He turned over and got out of bed, picked up Lu Xiaomei, and said with a lustful look, "My dear, why did you come just now? You told me to wait so long. You stupid fool, you can't wait any longer. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I have to coax that old man Song Shanha to sleep first." Lu Xiaomei took the opportunity to hug Hua Tianhao's neck and kissed him madly. The two of them immediately became passionate and entangled with each other. Seeing the scene, Su Chen sneered in his heart, thinking, she is really a bitch, she wants to seduce everyone she sees. He secretly felt lucky that the woman broke off the engagement, otherwise, if he had to deal with a girl like this, he would have a vast grassland on his head. You stinky woman, you're so hateful. Unfortunately, he can't kill Lu Xiaomei now, after all, the overall situation is more important. What is the big picture? Since the Hua family has already intervened, even the Xiong family dare not turn against them easily. If they take action against Song Shanha or Lu Xiaomei at this juncture, it will inevitably become a handle for the Hua family to retaliate. By then, it will be like the yellow mud on the crotch, which will be shit if not shit. Su Chen didn't want to get into trouble, nor could he drag the Xiong family into this. It was enough to just attack Song Zijian. He turned around and prepared to leave, but when he heard the lewd words coming from the next room, he could no longer suppress his anger and thought to himself, no, I must make this bitch pay a price. Thinking of this, he quietly moved to Song Shanha's bedroom, turned on the light, then took a step forward with the empty dustless step and fled, rushing out of the villa in an instant. He comes and goes without a trace, leaving no trace. Bedroom. Who is it? Song Shanha had fallen asleep and was awakened by the light. He got up and looked, but there was no sign of Lu Xiaomei. Dear, where are you? I shouted twice into the bathroom, but got no response. I thought, it's almost dawn, where has everyone gone? He was worried, so he went out of the bedroom to look for her. As soon as I reached the corridor, I heard some ambiguous sounds. Master Hua, you are so amazing. Much more amazing than that old man Song Shanha.
My dear, I didn't expect your kung fu to be so amazing. It's really a bargain for Song Shanha to have such a lovely girl.
Why don't you just follow me from now on? I will take you to Kyoto and guarantee that you will enjoy endless wealth and glory. Master Hua, you have to keep your word. I will be your woman from now on. Master Hua, I'm about to come, a little harder. Hearing these explicit words, Song Shanha was furious. Lu Xiaomei actually ran into Hua Tianhao's room. Bang!
He kicked the door open and cursed, "Bitch!
How dare you seduce a man?"
The two figures who were having fun in the room were startled by the sudden noise and hurriedly put on their clothes.
Hubby, you're asleep, aren't you?
Lu Xiaomei was so scared that her face turned pale.
Bang!
Song Shanha slapped her and cursed, "Luckily I woke up, otherwise I would still be in the dark.
Bitch, I'll beat you to death." Bang! 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 2 more slaps.
Lu Xiaomei's face was swollen from being beaten, and she didn't dare to say a word. Just as the 4th slap landed, Song Shanha's wrist was suddenly grabbed by Hua Tianhao, and an angry shout came from him, "Enough!
If you hit me again, I'll be rude to you." Mr. Hua, Song Shanha immediately became timid.
This is the young master of the Hua family in Kyoto, he can't afford to offend him. Hua Tianhao's face was full of disgust. He pushed him away and said as he put on his clothes, "Mr. Song, I came all the way to Shanghai to help your Song family. If you have any sense, get out of my room immediately and don't disturb me while I'm doing my work."
Mr. Hua. Roll. A roar of anger.
Song Shanha was so scared that he dared not speak anymore and was about to leave with Lu Xiaomei in a panic. However, Hua Tianhao said again, "I told you to go away alone, not to take her away. Also, send me a box of condoms, this young master wants to have sex with your woman."
Mr. Hua. Song Shanha was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Isn't this clearly a sign of cheating on him? Damn it! As a man and an elder, who can stand such a huge insult? Husband, did you hear that? Get out of here quickly and don't delay me and Master Hua from getting married.
At this time, Lu Xiaomei was fanning the flames. Now that she had the support of the Hua family, why should she continue to serve a useless old man? Since she had already been exposed, she might as well come clean.
Lu Xiaomei. Song Shanha was very angry, but he couldn't say anything. Lu Xiaomei was fearless and looked smug. She said, "Hubby, don't get me wrong. I did this entirely for the Song family. If I don't sacrifice myself, how can the Song family get help from the Hua family? So just forget about it and go out and get the condoms." Song Shanha was determined to be the green-headed turtle. No matter how angry or unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The Song family can only rely on the Hua family now. Helpless, Song Shanha could only retreat and close the door. After this little episode, the two adults in the room became even more unscrupulous, and their shouting could be heard in every corner of the villa. And Song Shanha could only endure the pain silently. The day finally dawned. Su Chen returned to Beihu Villa.
As soon as he entered the door, Gao Shirhan called him.
"Brother Su Chen, do you miss me?
I missed you so much that I couldn't sleep all night.
When will you come to my house to sleep with me?"
She was still the same, speaking as boldly as ever, always with a hint of seduction in her voice.
Su Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, wait until I finish what I'm doing." Gao Shirhan asked hurriedly, "When will you finish your work?"
"I have an appointment with Mr. Yu to discuss the details of the cooperation project."
"Sure, where shall we talk?" "I'll send you the address. You must come. I wouldn't feel confident without you." "Good. Hang up the phone." Gao Shirhan soon sent the address. It is an entertainment city under the U Group and Yu Xiaodia's territory. Buzz. Buzz. At this time, the phone rang again. This time it was Xiao Yener who called, "Hey, brother Su Chen, are you home? Are you feeling better? I just got home and now I'm getting ready to go out again. I'm fully recovered." Su Chen lied.
In fact, he had exchanged a punch with Hua Tianhao last night, and his meridians were severely damaged. If it were someone else, he would have died long ago.
Thanks to his amazing physique, he saved his life.
Later, he consumed another drop of essence and blood to revive Su Xiaogui. At this moment, his body was like a branch in the wind, shaky and his breath unstable. He didn't want to make Xiao Yener worry, so he didn't tell the truth. After hearing this, Xiao Yener felt a little relieved and continued, Brother Su Chen, I've already made a plan. I'm inviting top chefs from all over the country to come to Shanghai to participate in the food festival competition. I've also invited 5 internationally renowned gourmets to serve as judges. I believe this competition will definitely attract national attention. We can then take the opportunity to promote Yunmeng catering. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 The Song family turns against us. It's heading in the right direction, but it doesn't sound very creative or exciting. Chef competitions like this have been common before, so I'm afraid it won't make a big splash. Su Chen hit the nail on the head. Xiao Yener immediately said, Brother Su Chen, you are amazing. I am also worried that the program is too mediocre and lacks creativity, and it won't attract much attention. I am having a headache now. Su Chen smiled faintly and said, That's quite simple. You've invited 5 international gourmets to be judges. Why not give them a revolving chair so they can't see the cooking process and decide based solely on the quality of the dish? If they taste it and think it's good, they can turn the chair around. Whoever can make the most gourmets turn around will be the winner. That way, there's a lot of hype. Brother Su Chen, you're so smart. Oh my god, how did you come up with this idea? This way, no one knows who will win until the final turn of the chairs. It's fair, just, and interesting. Xiao Yener was extremely excited, and her problem was solved in just a few words. She was extremely grateful in her heart, and she said again, Brother Su Chen, it's great to have you by my side. I think I can't live without you for the rest of my life. Su Chen smiled, it's a small matter. I'm happy for you that you can develop Yunmeng with your own strength. Brother Su Chen, if I can really develop the Yunmeng Group's catering business into a top tier one in the country, will you marry me? Marry you? Well, let me be your wife, your woman. Xiao Yener was extremely serious and was waiting for Su Chen's reply on the other end of the phone. Su Chen naturally knew what the girl was thinking and jokingly said, when you become the boss of one of the top companies in the country, the people chasing you will probably line up all the way to France. There will be no chance for me to marry you. No, Brother Su Chen, I only want to be your woman in this life, and I only want to marry you. She became a little excited. Su Chen also became serious, without the slightest hesitation, and said, Okay, I promise you, I will marry you when the time comes. He, Brother Su Chen, that's great. You have to wait for me then. I'm going to get busy. She laughed, hung up the phone, and began to strive to become Su Chen's woman. Su Chen laughed out loud in the car, thinking back to a few months ago, when he was just a courier station employee at the bottom of society, earning a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan and being bullied everywhere. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, he transformed himself into a member of the upper class in China, surrounded by beautiful women, owning a luxury house and car, and also learned a lot of skills. It seems I need to work harder and protect the people around me. The more this happened, the more determined he became. Must become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you avoid being bullied and have the ability to make life better for those around you. At the same time, Song family. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the villa. It shocked everyone. Huo Budian, Huo Tianhao, Song Shanha, and Lu Xiaomei all ran to the bedroom where the screams came from at the same time. Song Zijian was seen rolling around on the bed in pain, with veins bulging on his forehead and a hideous look on his face. He was scratching his body with his fingers like a madman, tearing his skin and causing a lot of blood to flow. Zijian! Zijian! What's wrong with you? Seeing his grandson in danger, Song Shanha rushed over. Ah! Song Zijian stared with bloodshot eyes and screamed. It's so itchy. It's so itchy. It seemed as if tens of thousands of ants were crawling all over his body, gnawing at his flesh and bones. The unbearable itching, accompanied by waves of severe pain, made him feel like dying. Seeing his grandson in this state, Song Shanha's heart was bleeding. He immediately shouted, Doctor! Doctor! Go call a doctor. Ah! I can't hold it anymore. I can't hold it anymore. There was no time for Song Zijian to wait for the doctor to come. At this moment, he was in a state worse than death. He rolled off the bed and his skin was scratched until it bled, but it did not relieve the itch at all. In extreme pain, he could only rub his face hard on the ground. His face was rubbed bloody, but the symptoms did not ease at all. There was blood all over the floor. The young master of the Song family, the once powerful little bully of Shanghai, has now ended up like this. Who would have thought that this was Su Chen's method? After waiting for a long time, the doctor finally arrived, but after the examination, even the doctor was dumbfounded. Apart from the disability of his legs, Song Zijian has no other diseases. As for why he suffers from severe itching, the cause cannot be found. Useless. Get out. Song Shanha was furious and drove the doctor out. He was so anxious that he almost cried. The son died, and the grandson finally woke up, but something like this happened again. Could it be that God is targeting the Song family? Ah! It's so itchy. It hurts. It's so uncomfortable. Grandpa! I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me now. Ah! Ah! Song Zijian could not bear the inhuman suffering and even had thoughts of committing suicide. If I continue to suffer like this, I might as well die. Bang! Song Shanha couldn't bear it, so he slapped Song Zijian with his palm, knocking him unconscious. The bedroom finally became quiet. Looking at the blood on the ground and his completely disfigured grandson, Song Shanha burst into tears. He turned around and ordered everyone in the Song family immediately issue a reward in search for a famous doctor across the country. Anyone who can cure my grandson's illness will be rewarded at the cost of our entire family's wealth. Now he is the only descendant of the Song family and the only heir. If anything happens to him, how will he face his ancestors 100 years later? At this time, one of the men said, "Master, the doctor who just came is already famous throughout the country. If even he can't cure it, it's useless for others to come." Song Shanha's face was solemn. After pondering for a long time, he finally made a surprising decision and said, "In this world, the only person with top medical skills is Lu Ming. Go, prepare a great gift immediately. I want to go to Lu Ming in person." When it comes to the safety of his grandson and the future of the Song family, Song Shanha can't care about anything else. Even if it means apologizing or sacrificing his life, he is willing to do anything as long as Lu Ming can cure Song Zijian. At this point, he no longer cares about his old face. He will beg people to come for treatment even if he has to kneel down. I believe that Master Dr. Lu is magnanimous and will definitely resolve the rift with the Song family. What did you say? Let Lu Ming treat the disease? Hearing this, Hua Tianhao couldn't help but cursed. Don't you know that Lu Ming and Su Chen are together? You asked him to treat your illness instead of you. It's ridiculous. He just confronted him last night, and now he wants to ask him for help. This old man is really stupid. Song Shanha gritted his teeth and said, "If anything happens to Zijian, what's the point of me, an old and lonely man, living? I won't seek revenge, and I won't take revenge. As long as Dr. Lu is willing to treat my grandson, I will immediately kowtow and apologize to Lu Ming and Su Chen, and the Song family will leave Shanghai and never set foot here again." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Chapter 126 Blame. This incident happened so quickly that Hua Tianhao and Hua Budian had no time to think about it. Only after Song Shanha's men left did Hua Tianhao say with a gloomy face, "Did this old immortal betray me? Damn it, it's obvious that Lu Ming is from the Xiong family, but he actually went to beg Lu Ming. How is this different from betraying the Hua family?" Hua Budian said, "Master, this old man is just a chess piece of ours. Since he has turned his back on us, he has no use to us. It would be better if..." He put his hand across his neck, indicating to silence him. Hua Tianhao also had this idea, but this matter cannot be rushed. Even though the Song family is only a third-rate family in Shanghai, Song Shanha has been working hard outside for many years and has also established some power. If he is eliminated rashly, it may cause hatred from some forces towards the Hua family. At this moment, Lu Xiaomei suddenly took Hua Tianhao's arm and said, "Dear, are you thinking about how to get rid of Song Shanha? I have an idea." "Oh? What's the idea?" Hua Tianhao became interested. Lu Xiaomei smiled playfully and said coquettishly, "I can tell you, but you must reward me well tonight. You made me feel so comfortable last night, much better than that old man Song Shanha. I want you to continue like you did last night and make me ecstatic until dawn." "Ah, you little bitch, okay, I agree." After Hua Tianhao finished speaking, Lu Xiaomei's eyes suddenly flashed with a sinister look, and she said, "Killing Song Shanhai is easy, but if we can shift the blame for his death to someone else and let that useless Su Chen take the blame, then wouldn't the Hua family have enough reason to attack Su Chen? Vicious. Cruel. Lu Xiaomei's heart is as cruel as that of a snake.
When Hua Tianhao and Hua Butian heard this, they suddenly understood. Good. Divert the trouble away.
Not only can we get rid of the Song family, but we will also have enough reasons to deal with Su Chen, and by then we will naturally bring down the Xiong family as well.
Little bitch, I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve. Hua Tianhao gently hooked Lu Xiaomei's chin with his finger, which also made this femme fatale's heart beat fast.
Lu Xiaomei took advantage of the situation and threw herself into his arms, saying coquettishly, "Since you adopted my idea, you have to make me feel like I'm in ecstasy tonight."
Okay, I will definitely try my best, ha ha ha. Hua Tianhao laughed.
It seemed that at this moment, the death of Su Chen and the Xiong family was already doomed.
Now. North Lake Villa. Han Yu was preparing to pick up the car to go to Yu Xiaodia's company to discuss cooperation. However, just as the car started, a lazy voice came from under the wheel, who woke up first from the big dream. I know it myself in my life. I really had a good sleep. Holy crap! Who the hell is sleeping under my car? Isn't he afraid of death? Su Chen quickly got out of the car to check. It was the Sohanako I met before. You again?
He narrowed his eyes, feeling that something was wrong with the old beggar.
Didn't I already provide you with food and drink for a month, as well as chicken? Why are you sleeping here? The old beggar's face changed and he cursed, Boy, do you really think I'm made of iron?
Those old hens have drained all my energy these past 2 days.
Damn it, I can't play anymore. I'm not going to play anymore. I'll take a rest for 2 days. Su Chen was speechless for a while. If you don't want to play, then don't play. Why are you looking for me?
He shook his head helplessly and was about to take out a stack of money to send the man away, but at this moment, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind.
Zhong Huazi. Zhong Huazi. His surname is Zhong? His surname is Zhong?
It seems that the identity of this old beggar completely matches the younger brother Zonghua that Zhong Leshan mentioned earlier.
Could it be that this old beggar is? Su Chen suddenly understood.
He smiled faintly and said, Senior Zhong Lao, you are really good at hiding. I thought it would be difficult to find you, but I didn't expect you to be hiding beside me all along. The old beggar narrowed his eyes and said, Boy, what do you mean by that?
Su Chen smiled and said, Senior Zhong Lao, stop pretending. You clearly approached me on purpose. Also, that alchemy furnace must have been given to me by you, right? It all makes sense.
No wonder someone sent me an alchemy furnace immediately after I met Zhong Huazi last time. In fact, this is all a test for Zhong Hua. When the old beggar heard this, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed in surprise, Good boy.
You are so smart. With just a few clues, he was able to identify his identity. This guy is no ordinary person. Su Chen said without hesitation, I would like to ask the senior to teach me the art of alchemy. I am willing to pay you a large sum of money.
The old beggar looked disdainful and said, If I cared about money, I wouldn't have left the Zhong family and wandered around.
Su Chen immediately realized what he had said and quickly said, Senior, don't misunderstand me. What I mean is that as long as you are willing to teach me, I am willing to do anything. Seriously, anything? Really? He, there is something I want you to do.
The old beggar suddenly laughed, stood up, looked at Su Chen carefully, and praised, You are extraordinary and heroic, with a good temperament.
You are a handsome man.
How about this, you marry into the Zhong family and marry my niece, and I will teach you the Zhong family's secret alchemy skills.
Senior Zhong, are you kidding me? Su Chen was stunned. Isn't his niece Zhong Yunxin?
Speaking of which, Zhong Yunxin is also a great beauty, and she has a strong personality, but after all, they have only met twice, and there is no feelings between them, so how can she just marry into his family's family?
I, an old beggar, never joke. Although the Zhong family has nothing to do with me anymore, I don't want to see it fall. My brother Zhong Leshan is too poorly qualified to carry on the Zhong family's prosperity. But I see that you are quite talented.
If you can become a member of my Zhong family, then I will teach you all my skills.
The old beggar smiled widely and continued, Don't be ungrateful, boy.
The clan is so prestigious, rich, and has businesses all over the country.
We are incredibly wealthy, and we are the leader of the Medicine Alliance. We give all of this to you, plus a beautiful girl. You've made a killing. How many men want this but can't get it? This is indeed true.
Zhong Yunxin's figure and appearance are indeed the ones that countless men are attracted to, and the Zhong family does have an extraordinary status. Being able to become the son-in-law of the main family is the dream of countless men in the world.
Senior Zone, this is a huge matter. I can't decide. Besides, it's impossible for you to decide either.
After thinking about it, Suchen politely refused. The old beggar curled his lips and said, "The person I've chosen can't be wrong. Just say a word from me and this matter will surely come to fruition."
Of course, I won't force you.
When you have made up your mind, the beauty, power, and status will all be yours.
Think about it carefully. I'm going to have some fun.
After saying this, he moved and turned into an afterimage, disappearing in an instant.
As fast as lightning. Even Suchen didn't react. What amazing physical skills. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 The love rival is here. Suchen was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that this old beggar was so secretive. He is indeed the rare alchemist in the clan for a century, and his strength is indeed extraordinary. You want me to be Zhong Yunshin's husband? Suchen sighed, feeling a little troubled.
With Zhonghua acting as a matchmaker, this matter can be accomplished with just his nod. But he and Zhong Yunshin really had no feelings for each other, so how could he make a decision easily?
Forget it, let's take it easy for now. It seems that learning alchemy is not that easy. He glanced at the time and saw that it was already noon. He remembered that he had an appointment with Yu Xiaodai from Yu Group to discuss the details of the project, so he drove over in his Porsche. Arrived at the place quickly. Xiaoyao Entertainment City. A major industry under the Shin family of Yu Group. Brother Suchen, come here quickly. As soon as I entered the door, Gao Shirhan waved happily from the billiard room on the side. Looking inside, I saw Gao Shirhan and Yu Xiaodai sitting in the lounge booth by the window, and next to Yu Xiaodai was another young man. Boss Yu, nice to meet you again. Suchen took a seat and took the initiative to greet Yu Xiaodai. He and this mature and charming woman were really a pair of bickering lovers. The first time they met on the street, they had a verbal battle, and he took the opportunity to see the woman's body naked. Then they met again in the conference room of Qianxin Group, and he even flirted with her, making Yu Xiaodai blush. Mr. Su, I want to apologize to you for what happened last time. However, Yu Xiaodai changed her usual behavior and became gentle. This surprised Suchen a little. He asked, "Apologize to me? Why?" Yu Xiaodai said, "Because I insulted you on the street last time and openly doubted your ability in the Qianxin Group meeting room. But later I unraveled those stones and they proved to be waste." Mr. Su has an extraordinary eye. Also, you predicted exactly what underwear I was wearing that day, and about my period. She suddenly realized that she had said something wrong, her face turned red, and she stopped talking. How could such a private matter be revealed? This scene made Gao Shirhan laugh out loud, and he said, "Brother Suchen, President Yu has accepted you." "Mr. Gao, I simply acknowledge Mr. Su's strength." The word accept you used is a bit inappropriate. Yu Xiaodai blushed. Gao Shirhan chuckled and said, "It's the same, it's all the same. Acceptance and recognition have similar meanings. Well, let's get down to business. I've already prepared a plan for entering the jewelry industry." Yu Xiaodai was a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. She took out the plan and prepared to explain the relevant details to Gao Shirhan and Suchen. But at this moment, the young man next to him looked at Suchen with disdain and said arrogantly, "Mr. Su, right? I heard that you are very vulgar and like to peek at girls' underwear." This remark immediately aroused Yu Xiaodai's dissatisfaction, and she scolded, "Manager Wang, what nonsense are you talking about? I invited you here to help me calculate the cost and profit. How can you be so rude to my partners?" She no longer cared about this matter and had already accepted Suchen. The managers of the financial department actually dared to speak rudely. Wouldn't this make President Gao and Mr. Su laugh at them? "Boss Yu, I can't swallow this. This guy is a scumbag, a wretched man with a head full of dirty thoughts. The future of the Yu Group must not be handed over to such a person. I think we should reconsider. After all, appearance reflects the heart. Otherwise, our 30 billion investment will be squandered by this wretched man." The young man was rude and didn't care about the boss's face at all. These words also angered Suchen, and he said, "Manager Wang, it's better to consider the occasion when speaking." In fact, the reason why he spoke frivolously that day was entirely because Yu Xiaodai was domineering, and Yu Xiaodai also apologized just now. Now it is Manager Wang, an outsider, who is holding on to us. "I'm sorry, I know exactly what kind of situation this is.
It's because I know that I can't let Mr. Yu take out such a large investment and let you guys cheat him. Manager Wang was aggressive and didn't care at all about Yu Xiaodai, whose face had turned ashen.
Su Chen's face also darkened, and he secretly turned on his X-ray vision to observe. Name, Wang Zaishi. Age, 25. Occupation, Finance Manager, Yu Group. Status, looking unwell, suffering from the virus. Information about Manager Wang was displayed immediately. Kindness?
Su Chen narrowed his eyes and discovered that the X-ray vision had changed. Ever since he absorbed the cultivation of the 3 evil ghosts and Rakshasas last time, his eyes have been upgraded. Now when he uses them, he can even see people's physical condition.
This is really convenient.
In the future, there is no need to diagnose the disease before treating it.
You can just look at the condition with your eyes. Virus-ridden? Su Chen understood something and looked at it carefully again.
The information displayed was more detailed.
Condition, HPV infection, with signs of cancer. HPV virus. Su Chen smiled playfully.
It turned out that Manager Wang, who always called others vulgar men, was the one with an immoral private life.
Wang Zaishi, what is that bud on your hand? He asked indifferently. Manager Wang's expression changed, and he quickly hid his hands behind his back, saying in panic, "What meat buds? What nonsense are you talking about? And how do you know my name?" Su Chen was too lazy to answer.
After taking a quick glance, he continued, "Oh, it seems that there are granulations not only on the hands, but also on other places. Let me see, the cauliflower-shaped one should be genital warts, and the ones on the shoulders should be common warts.
There are also a few flat warts on the stomach.
It seems that Manager Wang's private life is quite exciting."
"Boy! You! Don't talk nonsense."
Wang Zaishi was completely panicked and subconsciously wrapped his clothes.
Su Chen said bluntly, "I'm not talking nonsense. This is a symptom of you being infected with the HPV virus. As for how you got infected, you should know it better than anyone else.
Also, don't blame me for not reminding you that the virus is already deeply rooted and has signs of cancer."
"You fart."
Wang Zaishi excitedly slammed the table and started cursing. The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the billiard hall.
Everyone looked over here.
Then Wang Zaishi cursed, "Boy, I'm telling you, this isn't over yet. I'll hire a lawyer to sue you for defamation, for insulting my image, and for leaving a shadow on my heart.
Expect a lawyer's letter." Things seemed to be heading towards an irreversible point.
Yu Xiaodai didn't want to lose her temper in her own entertainment city, so she suppressed her anger and said, "Manager Wang, please clarify your identity and don't mention anything outside of your responsibilities.
I'll only give you one last chance. Just sit here quietly and calculate the costs for me."
Now that things have come to this, anyone with a little intelligence should understand.
However, Wang Zaishi was exposed for being infected with the HPV virus.
He hated Su Chen to the core and was so angry that he said solemnly, "Boss Yu, this is a private matter between me and this guy. It has nothing to do with work.
I just can't swallow this.
If I don't sue him and put him in jail, I won't be named Wang."
Su Chen couldn't help laughing, thinking that Manager Wang was really hypocritical, saying that others had dirty thoughts and were wretched men, but after being exposed, he couldn't stand it.
This kind of person is really disgusting.
Cao Shirhan watched the whole thing from the side.
She was very smart and witty, and she immediately guessed what Manager Wang was thinking. So she leaned over to Su Chen and whispered, "Brother Su Chen, you have a competitor now. Manager Wang seems to like Yu Xiaodai, so he couldn't stand it after you exposed him."
Su Chen suddenly realized that this was the case. No wonder. Wait, what is a competitor? Manager Wang, there's no need to get so excited. Whether it's slander or not is not the point for now. You just want to prove that you are better than Brother Su Chen.
I do have an idea, but I don't know if you are willing to accept it. Gao Shirhan rolled her eyes and smiled playfully.
P.S. July was a bit of a spree, so I didn't update for 2 days. Please forgive me. The author apologizes to everyone here. Chapter 128 Chapter 128 Competition. Wang Zaishi looked puzzled. What's Mr. Guo's idea?
Gao Shirhan said, "I heard that Manager Wang is also a member of this billiard hall and has won prizes in international billiard competitions.
Since he's so good, why not play a game with Brother Su Chen?
If you win, Brother Su Chen will apologize to you, admit to the defamation, and compensate you for your mental and reputational losses." Wang Zaishi suddenly looked very proud. He had never lost at playing billiards. It was because Mr. Yu opened this entertainment city and made the billiard hall the most important project that he practiced diligently and achieved success, hoping that one day he would be appreciated by Mr. Yu. It might be possible to force Su Chen to admit the defamation in this way, so that he can raise his head and face the general again.
Okay, I accept. Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. Gao Shirhan raised an eyebrow and continued, what if you lose? If I lose, I lose. At most, I won't sue him. What else can I do? Besides, I don't think I will lose to this kid. That won't do. I can't let you take all the benefits. How about this, if you lose, let President Yu kiss Brother Su Chen. I mean a kiss on the mouth, not on the face. What the hell? Kiss? This made all the onlookers confused. Su Chen was also dumbfounded. He tugged at Gao Shirhan's clothes and whispered, Shirhan, why did you bring me and Mr. Yu up with you? Gao Shirhan chuckled and said, Brother Su Chen, don't you like such a mature and charming woman? Besides, I also have selfish motives. On the one hand, I want to deal with Manager Wang. On the other hand, if you and President Yu get together, then we will be a family in the future. Working towards the same goal, it will be easy for us to cooperate and expand the group. A family? Damn it! How is this relationship discussed? Yes, I am willing to accept this condition. At this moment, Yu Xiaodai, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. She was not opposed to kissing Su Chen. Manager Wang, you really made my Yu group lose face today. This is your last chance to prove your worth. If you win, I'll pretend nothing happened. If you lose, please pack up and leave. It seems that he is trying to maintain the reputation of Yu group and give Wang Zaishi a chance to clarify and prove himself, but in fact, how could Yu Xiaodia's little thoughts be hidden from the eccentric Gao Shirhan? Gao Shirhan chuckled and whispered to Su Chen, Brother Su Chen, you and President Yu really do get to know each other through fighting. It seems that President Yu really accepts you, he. Su Chen was helpless. The good talk about cooperation had inexplicably turned into a billiard game. Shirhan, forget it. I'm too lazy to compete with this guy. He didn't have time to hang out with a cauliflower-stained guy. Boy, you don't dare anymore, right? Okay, since you don't dare, then kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize, and compensate me for my loss of reputation and mental damage. It's not much, just 1 million will do. Wang Zaishi had an arrogant attitude. Su Chen got angry when he heard this. It was you who provoked me right from the start, and now that I have exposed the fact that you were infected with the HPV virus, you are becoming aggressive. I'm just too lazy to play with you, not that I'm afraid of you. Gao Shirhan couldn't bear it any longer, her face wrinkled into a ball. She said, Manager Wang, who said my brother Su Chen doesn't dare. Just go and get ready, Brother Su Chen will be here soon. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Wang Zaishi was confident and walked to the billiard table to choose a cue and wait. Gao Shirhan turned to Su Chen and said, Brother Su Chen, I can't stand this. Whether it's for the sake of Qiangxing Group's reputation or for your own sake, you have to teach this manager Wang a lesson. He has no respect for his elders and doesn't know any rules. There are indeed no rules. How dare a small financial manager speak rudely to the company's partners? If it were Gao Shirhan, he would have been fired on the spot. Okay, send him away quickly. We still have to discuss project cooperation. In desperation, Su Chen could only compromise. Playing billiards is no big deal for him. Although he had never encountered it before, he noticed others fighting when he came in just now. It's not snooker, but the most common digital billiards in the local area. There are 15 balls in total, divided into large and small sizes. 1 to 7 are small, 9 to 15 are large, and there is also a number 8 at the end. Whoever finishes first wins. Boy, what are you dithering for? If you don't dare to come down and compete, then surrender immediately. I don't have time to waste with you. Wang Zaishi was already impatiently waiting with the pole in his hand. Su Chen smiled and ignored him, and began to choose a pole slowly. One that was too long did not fit his hand, one that was too short was for children, one that was too light did not have enough strength, and one that was too heavy would affect the efficiency of scoring. After choosing and choosing, I finally chose one with a moderate feel. Boy, do you know how to play billiards? You're just stalling for time, right? Wang Zaishi was completely impatient. After all, he is a distinguished member of this club and has won prizes in international billiard competitions.
There are so many people who want to compete with him in billiard skills, but they never have the chance.
I'm ready. Let's start. Do you want to kick off or do I? Finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, Suchen walked to the table.
Wang Zaishi snorted coldly and said, "If I tee off first, you won't even have a chance to hit a shot.
To avoid being accused of bullying, I'll let you hit one shot."
He is a famous Qingtai king here.
Competing with him is undoubtedly seeking death. Okay, then you can just watch the show from the side. Suchen was not polite either.
His eyes fixed and his expression became extremely serious. Once the eyes of perspective are opened, the overall situation is under control. He can clearly see the best angle, strength, and trajectory of the ball for the downswing.
Bang!
With a powerful hit, 15 balls were scattered in an instant.
Then, with 3 clangs, 3 balls in a row went into the pocket. Oh my god! It went in! It went in on the first shot. Awesome!
No, it seems like there were not just 1 goal scored, but 3.
Oh my god!
There really are 3 of them, and they're all large. The first swing Suchen swung immediately caused quite a commotion at the scene. Scoring a goal on the first shot is nothing, any expert has this ability, but the outrageous thing is that he scored 3 goals in a row on the first shot, and they were all big ones.
This is extraordinary. Brother Suchen, good shot. Gao Shirhan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. She knew her man would not let her down.
Wang Zaishi's face had turned blue by now.
He gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "Kid, you're lucky. Keep going. If you have the guts, don't let me even have a chance to hit the ball." Suchen smiled faintly, "Okay, as you wish." After saying that, he hit another shot. Chapter 129, Lessons Learned. Another shot was hit. Bang! This time, it's even more outrageous. The remaining 4 large ones were hit one after another and fell into the pocket at an extremely tricky and strange angle. All in. It was as if each one of them was equipped with a navigation system and went into the bag by itself. 1 shot, 4 in 1 shot, oh my god. It's in? It's in. Holy crap. Am I dreaming? This scene stunned everyone present.
All the big ones were pocketed in 2 strokes.
This kind of situation has never happened even in international billiards competitions.
This is not a competition at all, it's simply Suchen's personal show.
For the last one, I'll show you a trick.
With only number 8 left, Suchen suddenly felt that this sport was quite boring, so he wanted to try something new. After he finished speaking, there was silence.
Everyone looked at the pool table and broke into a sweat. Between the white ball and the number 8, there are a bunch of small balls blocking the way. It can be said that they fit perfectly and cannot be hit at all. According to the rules, the white ball cannot hit the opponent's ball first.
Seeing this, Wang Zaishi regained his confidence and said with a smug smile, "Boy, you finished showing off.
There's no way you can hit the last ball in this situation. Take a break, it's my turn. And let me tell you, I won't give you a chance to turn things around." Suchen glanced at him and said, "We haven't fought yet, how do you know we can't win?"
He looked at the distribution of the balls on the table, concentrated his thinking, and immediately an image of the trajectory of the white ball appeared in his eyes. He immediately had a picture in his mind of how to hit it and how to score a goal.
Bang! Hit it out with 1 stroke. This ball was extremely powerful.
The onlookers all looked puzzled, because Suchen's shot was actually hitting in the opposite direction.
What's going on? Made a mistake? Or has he given up?
Just when I was wondering, a miracle happened.
After the white ball hit the sideline, it bounced back immediately and then hit another sideline.
It kept hitting the sidelines like this over and over again, and finally, from a very strange angle, it bypassed all the small balls and hit the number 8 ball directly.
Perfect entry. In.
The scene fell silent for a moment.
No one spoke, not even a breath.
Everyone stared at the billiard table with wide eyes in shock.
In? Oh my god, it really went in. It's in. Oh my god. It's in.
It took a long time for everyone to recover from their shock.
Oh my god. I can even get in here. I must be dreaming. How was this shot played? I can't even understand it. No, it must be an illusion, it must be an illusion.
There was quite a commotion at the scene. The onlookers would rather believe that they were dazzled than believe the facts of what they just saw. This is outrageous. He hit the sideline 12 times in a row, and finally used an extremely strange arc to bypass all the small balls and put the number 8 into the pocket. Even a world champion could not do this.
Magic. This must be magic.
Wang Zaishi was completely dumbfounded at this moment, even starting to doubt his life. He was known as the king of clearing tables, and had always dominated this billiard hall without a single opponent, but now he couldn't even get a shot. What's even more outrageous is that Su Chen finished a game of billiards in just 3 strokes. The first shot scored 3 goals, the second shot scored 4 goals, and the last shot was even more outrageous, hitting the sideline 12 times and scoring.
How the hell did this shot come out? Manager Wang, you lose.
Before anyone could react, Gao Shirhan came over excitedly and said, according to the agreement, "Mister, you should give the winner a kiss."
Gao Shirhan is not a stingy woman.
On the contrary, she believes that the stronger a man is, the more women should like him, so she doesn't mind sharing Su Chen with other women.
No. Absolutely not.
Hearing that Yu Xiaodai was to kiss Su Chen, Wang Zaishi could no longer hold back and shouted, "Boss, you can only kiss me, she belongs to me." Being exposed for his immoral private life in front of his secret crush, and even losing at billiards, his best game, these consecutive blows had already caused Wang Zaishi to collapse emotionally. He threw away his cue like a madman, rushed to the seat, hugged Yu Xiaodai, and screamed,
"I don't allow you to kiss other men. You are mine, and you can only kiss me. Kiss me. Kiss me. You don't want to kiss me, right? Then I'll kiss you." In excitement, he forced Yu Xiaodai's head down and was about to kiss her.
This scene happened so suddenly that it scared many people at the scene.
Who would have thought that the usually polite manager Wan was actually a psychopath? Court death.
Just when Xiaodai was about to be molested, Su Chen could no longer bear it.
Bang!
He went up and kicked Wang Zaishi, knocking him to the ground. Looking again, Yu Xiaodai was extremely frightened, her face pale, and there were several bruises on her face. Su Chen's eyes suddenly became extremely cold, and he turned around and said, "Manager Wang, I didn't want to quarrel with you, but now you asked for it." Originally, considering that the two companies were about to cooperate, he didn't intend to make a big deal out of it. But I didn't expect that Manager Wan was so shameless. It would have been fine if he just refused to admit his loss, but he actually threw a tantrum in front of so many people. "Okay, since you want to go crazy, then I'll let you go crazy to your heart's content." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes focused and a powerful innate energy spread around his eyes.
Mind control technique.
Wang Zaishi happened to get up from the ground in a panic. He looked up suddenly and met Su Chen's gaze. Then his mind went blank and his eyes became dull, like a walking corpse without a soul.
Su Chen didn't slander me. He was right. I am indeed infected with the HPV virus. Look, I have a lot of warts on my body. This is genital warts, this is flat warts, and this.
Uncontrollably, Wang Zaishi took off his clothes and pointed at various parts of his body to introduce them.
Also, my private life is really messy.
I go to nightclubs at least 3 times a week, and every time I bring a different dancer home. Also, I've always had a crush on Ms. Yu. I know she's already 30 years old and has never been in a relationship.
She's very lonely and needs a man.
But I feel like Ms. Yu seems to be interested in Su Chen, so I'm making things difficult for him and trying to sabotage our cooperation. I won't allow anyone to snatch my woman from me.
Ms. Yu is mine.
Wang Zaishi blurted out everything that was hidden in his heart. When the mind control technique ended, he saw the disgusted and contemptuous looks from everyone and felt something was wrong.
He said in panic, what did I just say?
You just told some truth.
Yu Xiaodai finally spoke.
After calming herself down, she said, "Manager Wang, I've tolerated you for a long time, but this time you've really gone too far. I'm sorry, but from now on, you're no longer a member of our company. I'll hand the position of finance manager over to someone else.
Please go and complete the resignation process. Mr. Yu, please listen to my explanation. Roll."
Wang Zaishi wanted to say something, but was scared away by Yu Xiaodai's scolding. At this point, it is too late to reverse the situation and I can't even keep my job.
P.S. July Bao went home to burn for 2 days, so I didn't update. I'm sorry everyone. Chapter 130 The Song family surrendered.
Wang Zaishi is so regretful.
I regret it so much.
If he had known this would happen, he would not have targeted Su Chen. From then on, he no longer had a place in the U group. He had no choice but to leave sadly. This little episode also ended.
Brother Su Chen, let's not talk about work today. Ms. Yu was a little frightened. Please send her home.
Gao Shihan was like a mischievous spirit and started to act up again. After saying that, without waiting for Su Chen to speak, he pushed Yu Xiaodai over and left on his own.
She was intentionally creating an opportunity for Su Chen. This little vixen.
Su Chen curled his lips. He was being forced to do something. He had no choice but to turn around and say, "Boss Yu, let me take you there." Yu Xiaodai did not refuse and nodded in agreement.
Then the two left.
The car was driving on the road without any conversation. While driving, Su Chen occasionally turned his head to glance at her, and he had a slightly different opinion of Xiaodai. Because of the bad impression they had when they first met, he had always looked at her with tinted glasses. Now that they met again, he found that although Yu Xiaodai seemed strong, she was actually a fragile woman at heart. What a woman like this lacks most is a man's love.
Mr. Yu, I'm sorry that you lost a financial manager.
Finally arriving at the Yu family villa and parking the car, Su Chen spoke for the first time along the way, but I guess it's impossible that Mr. Yu doesn't know what kind of person manager Wang is.
Is there some other reason why he just lets him do whatever he wants? This question seemed to have touched Yu Xiaodie's sore spot.
Her pretty face suddenly turned depressed and she said, "Mr. Su is indeed very observant." She knew very well what kind of person Wang Zaishi was, but there was nothing she could do. Some things were beyond her control.
Even as the president of Yu Group, there were too many things she needed to consider.
Su Chen smiled and said, "No matter what kind of relationship it is, a black sheep is always a disaster.
We can't let a single bad apple spoil the whole pot of soup. Just like today, should we give up the cooperation in the jewelry industry because of manager Wang's selfishness? Obviously, it's impossible."
His words made Yu Xiaodai think a lot more clearly, and she felt better. She said softly, "Mr. Su is really good at guiding people. I really envy Mr. Gao for having such a capable person like Mr. Su to help him."
Su Chen said, "Mr. Yu, thank you for your compliment.
However, the Yu Group and Xiangxing Group are now partners.
Your business is also my business. If there is anything you need my help with, just let me know. Mr. Su, you."
Yu Xiaodai was immediately moved by these warm words. She has been fighting alone all this time. At least Wang Zaishi was right about one thing. She was very lonely and really needed a man who could bring her warmth. And this man seems to have appeared. This was the first time in 30 years that a man had successfully opened her heart. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. She said, "Mr. Su, my Yu Group is willing to admit defeat. I just lost to you in a game of billiards, so I should fulfill my promise." After saying that, without waiting for Su Chen's reaction, he put his arms around his neck and kissed him. Two soft red lips pressed against Su Chen's lips. Yu Xiaodai did not reject Su Chen. Instead, after seeing Su Chen's abilities, she was deeply impressed. Often, a strong woman needs a strong man to conquer her.
She is no exception and has secretly fallen in love with Su Chen.
And Su Chen naturally would not refuse, this was originally won by him. Besides, no man would refuse such a beautiful and mature lady.
This kiss lasted for more than 10 minutes before they reluctantly separated. "Mr. Su, please don't misunderstand me. I'm just fulfilling my promise."
This is the first time in 30 years that Yu Xiaodai has been so crazy and felt a little shy.
Su Chen understood tacitly and said, "I understand. Thank you for sending me back.
I'll treat you to a meal when I have time." She suppressed her inner throbbing and didn't even dare to look at the man again. She quickly pushed the door and got out of the car. Because she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and do something even crazier. This is the first time she has had such an impulse in 30 years. It's like a horse that has never run before and is eager to gallop across the grassland.
"Smells so good."
Looking at her departing back and smelling the fragrance of lipstick at the corner of her mouth, Su Chen was still immersed in the tenderness of a mature woman. Unlike the enthusiastic and proactive Gao Shihan, Yu Xiaodai is a completely different type of woman.
Su Chen didn't know how to describe it. Maybe this is called reserved and passionate?
Yes, she is a reserved person. She clearly wants it, but she restrains herself and won't admit it. Buzz. Buzz. Just as I was recalling the passionate kiss just now, the phone rang. It was Lu Ming who called.
"Master, what's wrong? Are you going to officially accept me as your apprentice?" Su Chen was in a good mood and joked.
On the other end of the phone, Lu Ming was extremely serious.
He said, "Stop talking nonsense, brat. With your current strength, you're not ready to take on big responsibilities yet. Let's talk about accepting me as a disciple later. I'm calling you about something else. Come to the hospital and see me right away." "Okay, I'll be there right away."
Seeing that his master was so serious, Suchen stopped being so careless.
Could something big have happened? He didn't dare to delay and immediately turned the car around and headed straight for the hospital. Soon, the hospital office.
Lu Ming had already prepared tea and had been waiting for a long time. While drinking tea, he talked about what had just happened.
"What did you say? Song Shanha wants to make peace with us?"
After hearing this, Suchen was also very surprised. The Song family hated him so much that they actually came to him to negotiate peace. This was strange. Lu Ming also found it incredible and said, looking at Song Shanha's expression, "He doesn't seem fake.
His condition is that I help cure Song Zijian's illness.
As long as I can cure him, the Song family is willing to leave Shanghai and never set foot here again.
They are also willing to compensate for their previous mistakes."
"Brat, it seems that your revenge method has had an unexpected effect. Because Song Zijian suddenly became seriously ill, Song Shanha no longer cares about anything for the sake of his grandson and would rather give up everything."
Su Chen snorted coldly, disdainfully. "Can he afford to pay for it?"
He sent people to kidnap Gao Shirhan, destroyed her appearance, and set fire to Beihu Villa.
He didn't even let a puppy go.
Each of these crimes was a capital crime.
Su Chen wished that the entire Song family would give up their lives. Make peace? He. No way. You little brat, you're going to do great things.
You can't look at things so one-sidedly, and you absolutely can't let hatred control your mind.
Think about it, the Hua family is also very hostile to you now. If you can get rid of the Song family without any effort and weaken their power, it won't do you any harm. Moreover, although the Song family has done so many evil things, in the end they didn't cause you any serious consequences, right?" Lu Ming analyzed it from a longer-term perspective. Su Chen looked solemn and did not express his opinion immediately.
He would naturally weigh the pros and cons, but as a man, he knew better what responsibility was. He had to protect the people around him.
Whoever dared to hurt his woman would die. After doing something evil, you just ask for peace casually, and the previous things are not pursued? No. He can't do it. Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha instantly. This sentence is simply bullshit. If a person who has committed many evil deeds can become a Buddha by putting down his knife, then do those innocent people who have been harmed by evil people deserve to become ghosts? The Song family must die. The entire Song family must disappear from this world.